One day, a terrifying entity appeared, pushing Earth and humanity into an even worse disaster than anything they had ever faced. At the same time, humans fell into chaos as they confronted beings from other dimensions called the Mysterious Civilization. People tried their best to stop it, but things only got worse. That was the calamity that humanity had to bear. Even the most advanced weapons of humanity, nuclear bombs, couldn't resist the disasters from other dimensions. For those monsters, such a weapon was just like an itch on their back. They destroyed human civilization as if they were dancing in a bar. But in the darkest hour of despair, hope shone through and began to light up. When people gave up all hope, fate bestowed upon them the light of life, the 13 celestial warriors. Initially, there were 12 blessed by the gods. They were called saints. Their power came from divine sources. But in a story, there's always an outlier. Legion, the 13th member of the 13 celestial warriors, awakened without divine blessing. To alleviate humanity's fears, they needed to destroy the key to the disaster, the Eye of Hun. Thus, the 13 gathered at the demon tower where the demon reigned. After some time, it seemed that destroying the Eye of Hun was successful. Only 12 returned from the 13 celestial warriors. This caused a heated public debate. People wondered why Legion didn't return. In front of reporters, one of the 12 tearfully explained that Legion chose death to bring peace to humanity. Of course, this was all lies. While Legion did fight to his last breath, it wasn't a sacrifice. The truth was that the team almost defeated Hunchik, but in the end, Gion fought alone despite his severe injuries. One of the remaining 12 turned on him and stabbed him with a dagger, mortally wounding him before pushing him off a cliff. Gion was now trapped in an awful place from which he couldn't escape. The others left behind a terrifying monster for company to keep him from feeling lonely. His left arm was severed, his right paralyzed, with the wound of the dagger and a monstrous creature in front of him. With such a condition, Xion's chances of survival were almost zero. The line between life and death was thinner than a thread. Thinking that the protagonist would be stuck here, we might have ended the story right at the beginning. But with his indomitable spirit and stubborn resolve, Xion stood up and continued fighting despite his severe injuries. With such a wounded state, he couldn't afford to give in easily. As long as there was an antagonist, the protagonist had to keep going. The villain still had to live. Just as long as one of those traitors hadn't died, Jun would never rest in peace. Reflecting on a day before entering the tower, someone nervously tried to appear strong and said that the prophet foretold his death. The atmosphere was terrible. I felt like I had been sentenced to death by the king. Legion was worried. Seriously, I looked into his eyes to see if he was telling the truth. Legion joked, "So you're responsible for my funeral?" The other person became furious, but Legion laughed at him. He thought, of course. I chuckled after his words, but his meaningless words had gone too far. Because this mission was about ignoring the death prophecy and focusing on his street doctor's prediction, Legion spoke with determination and coldness because he had never been defeated in battle. He raised his great sword, its edge against his neck, and marched forward. "Let's go, we'll destroy that red-eyed one." A large staircase led to a grand door with dark, solemn architecture, imposing and mysterious. Legion waited for everyone's decision. He asked if anyone would join him. He thought, as usual today, I will always win and return. Of course, that's what I thought. But the scene changed to a crowded room. At the press conference inside the Demon Tower, journalists asked questions. Why only 12 returned? Clearly, everyone entered the tower together. There were 13 who went in. Tension and urgency filled the air as people wondered what happened inside the tower. The confirmation of 13 entering. So who was the last one there? Journalists questioned about the 13th who sacrificed himself to save everyone. A bright-eyed person asks directly, did he sacrifice himself to save the others? Please explain if you can. Sir Grievous spoke with sorrow and gravity after a great battle with red eyes. He sacrificed himself to save everyone, us. People were shocked and stunned. Losing our strongest among the 12 zodiac signs, humanity is becoming desperate. The crowd looked blankly, wondering if he really died. What do we do now? All of humanity will perish. Run! We should run as fast as possible. Sir Grievance tried to keep calm and boost everyone's spirits. But don't worry, this is not the time for despair. We still have some very strong people. His voice was filled with anger and emotion. The big man said, "The will of the strongest person will be inherited by everyone." He firmly added, "The remaining monsters, we will all fight to destroy them together." In response to his powerful words, the chaotic crowd suddenly fell silent. He emphasized with a deep voice, "With the 12 of us left, using all our strength, roaring loudly, we will win." People cheered and were optimistic, as if they had regained their spirits after his speech. They were ready to act. The entire hall stood up with Sir Grievance on the stage, raising their fists high behind a red curtain and green four-leaf clover emblem. Here lies the sacrifice of heroes that everyone praises. In the battle against Red Eyes, an extremely fierce monster. Suddenly, a sword swung across its head. The thought continued, "We, those praised as heroes, have won. I did die. But there's something, the most important thing everyone doesn't know. I was not killed by the monster." Legion still stood there, standing firm as if nothing happened. His sword was stained red with fresh blood from the battle. Suddenly, Legion fell forward. But betrayed by so-called comrades, he was pushed off a deep cliff by one of them. There were only 12 people in the Red Eyes dungeon. Legion turned to look back, trying to identify who it was. But before him, there was only an indistinct shadow. He knew only that one of them had pushed me down. Legion tried to stretch his hand out for something to hold on to. He recalled thinking he was dead at the time. His body floated in a void, falling and gradually dissolving. But 20 years later, in a dark, gloomy tower surrounded by bright water stains and fog, people often called it the Demon Tower. The ground cracked. Orange light from the water stains spread with strong visual distortion effects. The ground continued to crack. Powerful beams of light shot out from the cracks, sending rocks flying everywhere. A large explosion occurred. White light burst between the flying stones. A strong beam of light spiraled down like a massive energy vortex surrounded by golden-orange streaks, creating an extremely intense, spinning sensation. One day, Legion was reborn. He stood at the center of the energy explosion, revealing his inner strength. His anger overwhelmed him. He created a destructive tornado. Legion clenched his teeth. The betrayers! His eyes full of vigilance and seriousness. "I don't know who you are, but..." Legion gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with anger. "By any means necessary. I swear to kill you. I'm back now." Large rocks shattered, water dripped out, dust and embers flew everywhere. Amidst the ruins were bent or broken steel or hard objects. Jimin and Hyung hid under broken fragments. Jimin didn't understand what was happening. Hyung asked in surprise, "What is it?" Jimin stammered, "What is that?" Turns out on the other side, someone was forcefully punching a monster. Then they kicked it again. Hyung was extremely surprised and shocked, unable to believe what happened. Even those monsters were at the transcendent stage. Even the awakened stage or higher had to be terrified. Looking back, that person standing on top of a mountain of monster corpses, with their excited posture after defeating them, even you can't help but admire. He handled them like he was just smashing things. Lee Ji-yeon noticed Hyung and Jimin, giving them a glance. From Hyung's and Himin's perspective, they only saw a very strong white light rushing down from the sky. Turns out, that was the energy from Lee Ji-yeon's feet. He was charging in to deliver a kick. They quickly dodged, extremely scared of being attacked. Only ruins and dust remained around. Jimin and Hyung screamed in fear. "Hold on! Why are you attacking us?" Lee Ji-yeon was slightly surprised, saying, "Humans?" Lee Ji-yeon spoke calmly after the danger passed. "So everything is over now, right?" The two of them sighed in relief. "Phew, we're alive." Jimin and Hyung were arguing intensely. Jimin fearfully said to his older brother, "I think he came from the tower. Isn't this a terrifying smashing machine?" Hyung replied, "Jimin, do you think people can survive coming out of that tower? What kind of place is it? Maybe he just happened to be in the area when the tower collapsed." They looked down at a large pit on the ground with surprise. Jimin and Hyung instinctively stepped back. A giant wolf-headed monster with glowing red eyes and sharp fangs was roaring menacingly. Jimin and Hyung were terrified and panicking. That can't be! The boss of the wolves has appeared! The other two rushed away quickly, while Lee Ji-yeon confidently stood his ground before the wolf's boss. Its eyes revealed a terrifying glare. A powerful red light clash erupted. From afar, another wolf-like creature confronted the glowing main character. The wolf's boss was spewing fire across the city. Jimin and Hyun covered their heads, faces contorted in pain. That wolf spat out a strong column of fire. It spun on the ground, sweeping everything in its path. The fire whirl grew wider, filling up all space. The whole city was engulfed in flames. Destruction and smoke rose with a deep red hue. Jimin and Hyung were terrified, hugging their heads as they dodged, faces drenched in sweat. Hyung's voice trembling. Are we still alive? Suddenly, he widened his eyes in amazement. Lee Ji-yeon stood firm with bulging muscles. He was still standing there. The surroundings were still burning red, but where he stood remained intact. Jimin and Hyung were shocked and surprised at what he did. Suddenly, Lee Ji-yeon seemed angry. He firmly said, "That damn dog. I'll jump up high to attack the opponent." Lee Ji-yeon arrogantly challenged his opponent. "If you're just a stupid mixed-breed dog, then sit down." He leaped from above with immense force, raising his hand ready to strike at the target below. A giant wolf was knocked hard onto the ground, its face distorted by impact. Jimin and Hyung widened their eyes in shock and screamed loudly. With that double attack, he landed with a cool pose. Lee Ji-yeon stood before a huge monster, while two others were on their knees. Lee Ji-yeon glanced and asked, "Is this really the end now?" Lee Ji-yeon spoke seriously, "Now let me see." Both Jimin and Hyung, scared, said, "Yes." Lee Ji-yeon's voice was scary and authoritative. "Go on. Where are you going?" Lee Ji-yeon spoke cheerfully, "Go buy some food for me." Jimin and Hyung stood still, unsure how to react. "And a few more sets of clothes too." In a clearly marked eatery, a satisfied sound is softly heard. A person happily places an empty bowl down on the table with a thud. Jimin and Hyung are startled as they look at the long receipt. Jimin, in shock, shouts, "Did you finish $10,000 worth of food from a fast food place? You ate 120 portions all by yourself, right?" Lee Ji-yeon speaks calmly. "We said we didn't have the money, so I went to get it." Jimin gets angrier as he continues, "What do you mean by get it?" Lee Jin remains calm and playfully says, "What did you say wrong?" "He said he would buy me everything to thank me for saving your lives." "Another bowl of ramen, please." Hearing this, the man can't help but shout. Jimin curiously asks, "Who are you? Are you a disciple or a divine leader of the core army? What do you do round the tower?" Lee Jin answers comfortably, "I came out from the top of the tower, so that's where I am." Jimin is surprised. "Huh, did you come out from the top of the tower?" Lee Jin replies, "Forget about that, I have something to ask." He looks at the boy across from him, gradually probing. "Who are you? You don't seem like an ordinary person. Why can I sense your magical power?" An couldn't hold back and answered, "Of course, because she is a disciple." "Didn't you also awaken as a disciple through the blessings of the gods?" Jimin feels proud upon hearing this. But Lee Ji-yeon looks down on them. "Those gods are a bunch of bastards. Why should I worship those scumbags?" Lee Jin sees the spoon and reflects an unfamiliar face in it, his eyes widening with surprise. Lee Jin, sweating profusely, is shocked to the point of staring wide-eyed. He frantically stands up. "Is there a mirror here?" The staff replies, "Over there." Lee Jin quickly undresses. He is stunned and can't believe it. "What's this?" Lee Jin looks at himself in the mirror with doubt in his voice. His entire body has fully recovered. Lee Jin recalls the scene of him covered in blood, questioning himself. It should be difficult for wounds to heal completely without affecting his strength. He ponders and checks himself before looking at his left arm now. He looks bewildered at the fading mark on his hand, asking, "What symbol is this?" A glowing green snake appears gradually. After a while, the image becomes clearer. Lee Jin feels sudden pain and cries out, holding tightly onto his left hand with his right. Suddenly, a mechanical voice says, "You tasted death." You achieved what was impossible. Your current skills will be transferred to your new body. All achievements from the lower realm will become your experience. You have revived your zodiac skill. All unique skills and traits you once possessed will be transferred and evolved. Now you can use the power of the SAFU constellation. A giant glowing neon green snake with sharp fangs appears behind him. Legion's eyes narrow with suspicion. Finally, he closes his eyes and starts to feel that energy. When Legion opens his eyes, Legion realizes they are in a different dimension. He is facing a huge python. It flicks its tongue and glares at him with malicious eyes. Legion is worried. He forcefully extends his hand forward. His hand moved towards the snake. Legion pressed his palm against the giant snake's head, powerful light emanating from his palm. A massive energy flow seemed to connect him with the opposite snake. Legion abruptly sat up, alarmed. He felt a strange itch all over, cold sweat breaking out on his face. Jimin anxiously asked, "Are you okay?" Legion frantically waved her hands. "Have you seen any snakes around here?" Jimin sarcastically replied, "I didn't see any snakes either. I just saw you undressing and running to the mirror, then grabbing your wrist and screaming." Legion skeptically looked at her palm. Is it invisible to others? Suddenly, he sensed a familiar energy flow. The system suddenly popped up with a notification. You have become the master of SAFU. When did he find himself in the system space? And now, it was continuing. Legion, the 13th master of the SAFU, who had crushed all works, is now a super rebirth F. Any injuries on your body will be healed and regenerated. There is a small punishment though. Physical strength reduced by 50%. Remaining time, 1.032 hours. Legion thought to himself, despite the strange situation, his body had been restored, so it wasn't too bad. He pondered about his past, deciding he needed to kill those who had fled and attacked him from behind. Super rebirth. I've never heard any other saints mention this before. He glanced back cautiously, thinking silently. More importantly, he couldn't sense the presence of any gods. He thought to himself, whatever happens now, his body has been restored, so it's not too bad. Legion reminisced about the past, vowing to kill those who had fled and attacked him from behind. Legion gritted his teeth, clenching his muscles, causing fear among those around him. He silently mused that just thinking of torturing them made him excited. The scene changed. In an area, numerous warning lights were blinking. A fat police officer curiously wondered, "This is the truth. That solid support has collapsed." A thin police officer shouted, "The world will mourn its loss." The fat police officer muttered, guessing, "The Demon Tower is a distinctive landmark of this place. Could it be due to Legion's collapse? Or perhaps the hate from his disciples caused it?" The thin police officer indifferently replied, "Disciples? I don't know. Come see those disasters." Looking at the monster before him, he couldn't help but marvel. Even awakened high-ranking deities would be terrified by these. Which demon could defeat all of them and topple another demon tower? The fat police officer skeptically asked, "Does Legion really still live? Has he returned?" The thin police officer shrugged. "I don't know, but we'll have to wait and see." In a modern high-rise building with square architecture, a camera was recording, flashlights continuously going off. A man loudly announced, "Mr. Ian VFL." Reporters crowded the room, making it feel cramped. Many questions were being asked. "Please tell us your thoughts on the collapsed tower. Do you believe Legion is still alive?" Ian WKL wore formal attire, wearing black glasses, speaking into microphones with bodyguards behind him. He remained silent, not answering immediately. Ian WKL calmly replied, "I will not comment on that matter." Afterward, Ian WKL left calmly. Reporters asked incessantly, "Hold on, Mr. Ian WKL. What does your silence mean?" Outside, a luxury car was speeding. Ian VKL angrily slammed his hand on the table, breaking his glasses. Damn it. He clenched his fists, gritting his teeth, repeating Legion's name over and over. How many times today? Thinking of that man's fierce expression and the demon tower filled with monsters, he couldn't believe, asking himself, "Did you say Legion is still alive?" Did he survive for 20 years in that tower? He scoffed at the thought. No, it can't be. There were thousands of demons guarding it, and they all had dark ranks. Ian VKL fiddled with his pipe, trying to convince himself. The scene changed. It's a miracle to survive just with blood eyes. How can someone live through that? He frowned, his body already crippled and weakened by backlash. He didn't receive divine blessings like we did, the 12 saints. Suddenly, Jong-ki paused. But if he really survived, what then? Helplessly, he spat out a cloud of smoke. Jong-ki angrily gnashed his teeth. Everything will end now. Across, Lee Ji-yeon held the phone, speaking with confidence. Now, let me destroy this guy first. The modern airport scene, planes preparing to take off, everything running smoothly and professionally. A large aircraft parked on the runway under a clear blue sky. Feet stepped down, respectful voices echoing, greeting in Guy. The man stepped down as the group welcomed him to meet the 12 Zodiac Saints. This is truly an honor. His Excellency Hugo Otters. Hugo walked straight out and asked gently, "Where's my boss?" The guards respectfully replied, "He is waiting at his place, sir. Your car is ready, sir." Hugo moved slowly, softly replying, "All right, let's go." The guards whispered in awe as he left. He truly is amazing. Looking at the distinguished figure behind him, they silently acknowledged that he was indeed the chosen one. The car sped down the road. Hugo sat upright in his suit inside the car. His eyes looked out the window. He kept silent. He sat still, letting the phone continue to vibrate beside him without answering. Hugo uncomfortably thought, "It's those reporters again. They always make nonsense about the Legion being alive." The unfamiliar number on his phone continued to vibrate. Hugo angrily hung up. After 20 years, that phone finally fell silent. Hugo reminisced, pausing for a long moment. Back then, he said, "I will die tomorrow." Lee Ji-yeon ate and straightly handed him the chicken leg, saying, "Oh, stop talking nonsense about death all the time. During the Demon Tower raid, I was attacking an external calamity as per Ji-yeon's request. I silently prayed that my prophecy would be wrong and Ji-yeon would return safely. But when he emerged from the tower completely battered, Hugo couldn't believe his eyes and asked, what happened to Ji-yeon? The gods with Ji-yeon abandoned him and returned with the Blood Eyes stronghold. Our achievements were known, earning us the title of 12 Saints including me. Heroes who seized power and strength for us." Hugo gritted his teeth in discomfort. "I can't believe Ji-yeon is dead and searching for him, but..." Zhang-Lui harshly told him, "We can't do that, Hugo Otters." He sternly reminded, "You should know about the number of external calamities outside the tower. The idea that Legion still exists is nonsense." Zhang-Lui pointed his finger back and said, "If you're worried like this, just go find him yourself. I won't stop you." But that means only 11 gods now, Hugo. Hearing such a vague response, Hugo angrily muttered as the past scene aligned with the present. He widened his collar. Looking out the car window, he silently thought, even if Ji-yeon is as strong as he claims, it's impossible now, too late. Hugo hesitated, calling to mind his old friend, Ji-yeon. The image of him and his memory remained unchanged from before. The driver suddenly announced, "Mr. Hugo, a call from the Prime Minister, sir." The Prime Minister eagerly asked as soon as he received the connection. "Mr. Hugo, are you there?" Hugo replied seriously, "Yes. What is it, Prime Minister?" The Prime Minister paused and said, "I'm sure you've heard the news already, right? The Devil's Tower has collapsed." Hugo rubbed his head tiredly, thinking to himself, "It's him again?" He replied softly, "Prime Minister, I sincerely apologize, but if you continue to request the search for Jin, I must decline." Hugo firmly stated, "Zeon died on that day in the Devil's Tower. The incident at the Devil's Tower might have been carried out by Zeon's disciples." Trung MT added, "If you plan to use this for your campaign strategy," and the Prime Minister interrupted him. "No, I'm not talking about that." His voice grew more serious. According to the latest information from the Korean government, a new call just came in a few minutes ago. Hugo asked curiously, "What rang? Is there anything unusual?" The Prime Minister replied slowly, It was Lee Ji-on's private phone line. Hearing this, Hugo felt a shock. He excitedly pounded his fists on the seat. "Is that true?" he said. Hugo ordered immediately. "Stop the car." The driver responded, "Yes, sir." He quickly braked, causing the wheels to suddenly screech against the road. Hugo sat in the car trying to calm down. "So don't say anything about it, that call we just received." He looked at the missed calls seriously. The more he saw, the paler he became. He gently tapped his phone screen. Hugo grabbed the phone, preparing to answer with a serious expression. A familiar voice suddenly rang out, "Hey tech freak." The person on the other end of the line seemed like an evil presence, terrifying and threatening. "I'll find you and kill you. Good luck." Hugo's face turned completely pale. He silently thought to himself, "That voice, it really is Jin." He quickly ordered, "Reverse the car immediately. We're heading back to the airport." The driver hesitated. "Mr. Hugo, there's something about you in Britain." Hugo angrily replied, "Who cares? Head straight back to the airport now." The driver reluctantly agreed. "Yes, sir." The scene changed to a store. Lee Ji-on held his phone. He said with a sinister smile, "It seems Tech Freak has grown up." Ji-on looked at the phone and said, "And even learned my ignoring technique." Jimin curiously asked him, Who are you calling so much?" He replied vaguely, "Wait and see." Ji-on carefully examined the phone and exclaimed, "But this is what everyone calls a phone, right?" Fascinating. Recalling his past, he thought, in 2005 when I went into that tower, so now it's 2025, right? The world really has become better. Jimin, seeing him still unfamiliar with the phone, enthusiastically introduced, "This is your first time using a phone, sir. You can use the internet on it and check news too." Ji-on was surprised and asked, "So, did I read about Lee Ji-on's news?" Jimin guided him while answering, "Yes, there are new updates on Lee Ji-on right at the top." Screens filled with articles about him made both of them feel shocked. Jimin looked at the impolite comments and cautiously said, "But the comment section is a bit." Before he could finish, Ji-on suddenly squeezed his phone tightly. She panicked and shouted, "My phone." Zion got angry and cursed those people who caught the blood eyes. Those idiots are running away like scared mice. But he quickly calmed down and told himself, "Let it go. This isn't a big deal." Zion noticed some text and was surprised. It read, "My last will." The screen showed his donation news. He remembered agreeing to donate all his assets to blind orphans. As he scrolled through other news, he said, "I hope it's done well." Then he moved on to articles about the 12 gods mourning Lee Ji-on's death at the Demon Tower. Lee Ji-on had passed on his entire fortune, including his sword, to save humanity. Except for Sagittarius, all other gods inherited their assets according to Lee Ji-on's will. Ji-on became furious and crushed his phone. He shouted, "I'll kill them all. I'll tear them apart." Jimin was heartbroken and fell to the ground. He imagined his poor phone in heaven saying, "Thanks for buying me." But Ji-on didn't care about Jimin. He thought, "What should I do now?" He pondered that even if he wanted to announce his return, he looked very different from 20 years ago. If he just walked around and told everyone he was Lee Ji-on, they'd all think he's crazy. He silently planned, "I'll stay silent for now. I'll take them down one by one." Jimin on the other side sobbed while hugging his phone, saying, "We still have the hardware settings here." Suddenly, a wave of energy surged into the room. The system warned, "Someone is monitoring us." Jin also felt that energy. He stood up abruptly and left. Jimin asked anxiously, "Where are you going?" He quickly replied, "Just getting some fresh air." Jin stepped outside. In front of him were numerous Aries familiars surrounding him. He looked at the leader and recognized a familiar Aries familiar. The system announced that the Aries familiars had formed a protective barrier. The power of other gods had diminished. The Aries familiars were demanding offerings. Jin gritted his teeth, showing discomfort. Those names! He was enraged, and the aura around him radiated an unprecedented strength. He clenched his fists and roared with a threatening tone. "How dare you treat this like your home? When did you start following those other gods?" Jin suddenly heard a turtle cursing in the background. Damn, Li Jian, Li Jian. He froze and looked around confusedly. A couple passed by. They mocked him when they saw him. It's so obvious. Everyone talks about this name. The woman said to her boyfriend, "That's what I meant. He's everywhere on TV now." The man, puffing a cigarette, joined in the mockery with his girlfriend. Jian didn't understand why everyone cared about this loser. Just a failed failure. The woman laughed and said, "Exactly." On his chest was a golden badge with Gemini symbols. Jimin saw the badge and recognized them as Gemini followers. The man looked surprised when Jin didn't react. His eyebrows furrowed. Jimin called out to Jin anxiously, "Come back here. If you get into an argument with those guys." Jin stared at the two people silently. The man arrogantly said, "What are you looking at? Go away." Seeing this, Jimin became hopeless and lost his nerve. The man took a deep drag of his cigarette and blew all the smoke into Jin's face. Jin didn't react. He saw no reaction from him and taunted, "So, you're angry?" He pressed his head against Jin's and continued to challenge, "Fight me if you're mad." The woman noticed the situation getting tense and tried to divert the man's attention. "Oh, come on, let's go. He's so scared his pants are wet." Then they left. As they passed by Jin, they couldn't forget the humiliation of you. "Idiot." The man kept criticizing as he walked. "Those guys are just like Li Jian." His girlfriend nodded in agreement. "Absolutely true." Jian remained silent, enduring the criticism. Why would anyone like such a weak name? Maybe what she did was fake all along. Meanwhile, Jimin tried to comfort him with alcohol on one side. "Keep calm, good job. Those guys from Gemini are even a step above them." Suddenly, Jian turned around, intentionally shouting at the couple from earlier, "Hey, you fried chickens over there." Both of them turned their heads in surprise. The man repeated one word, "Stick." The woman asked curiously, "Who did you call?" Jin replied, "I called the two of you a bunch of foolish stickers." The man quickly walked back to Jin. He pressed his face close and ordered, "Say it again." He continued insulting him. Just a common civilian, so much that she couldn't feel any mana from him at all. Before he could finish speaking, Jin raised his hand and flicked him. With just a light flick of the wrist like a pink feather, the man flew hundreds of meters away. He flew so far that it blew up an entire wall. The woman was extremely frightened. She screamed in terror. Jimin and Hyung were wide-eyed in shock. After showing off his strength, Jin laughed triumphantly. The woman looked at him in panic. He called out to her, "Hey!" Behind him, the woman was using her twin powers to ambush, but he wasn't worried and smiled happily as he asked her, "Do you think I don't know what you're doing behind my back?" Her question made her flustered for a moment. Diane immediately turned around and flicked his wrist again, sending the woman flying into the opposite building. Standing confidently in front of her, Diane assessed, "Your move wasn't very effective either." Jimin asked curiously, "Hey, how could you use your power so casually?" He turned to correct him, "What are they talking about? If I used my power, they would all be dead already." Jimin and Hyung were shocked. Did he defeat an ranked disciple just with his bare hands? Suddenly, Jian looked down at the man, walked up to him, sat down and examined him closely. He picked up the necklace around his neck and inspected it carefully before pulling it off. He held it up and recognized, "I know, there was something strange when I fought him. Was this a holy relic?" Zion wondered, but why do these guys have holy relics? They should only be owned by saints or gods. Jimin asked Hyung, "Hyung, you really don't know?" He explained that decades ago, humanity was on the brink of extinction due to natural disasters. It was thanks to the gods and powerful saints they chose that humans survived. Jimin said, "But with only 12 people, it's impossible to protect the entire world. So the saints gathered their disciples and created divine guards." He explained about the disciples' background. Those awakened through being granted the power of the saints are called disciples and are ranked based on their strength. SSS saints are those chosen by divine power to lead the 10-star system, and the 10 stars are considered candidates for sainthood. The celestial commander team, the strongest disciples lead the other disciples. Celestial Commanders and Disciples BC. Jimin continued to explain the benefits of being a disciple, how the power of the gods comes from the faith of the disciples. So they have various competitions to recruit more people into their Celestial Commander team, and selected disciples receive divine powers and treasures as gifts. Jiyeon understood when he heard him talk. That's what happened over these 20 years. Jimin called out his name. Hey! He pointed frantically in front of him. Look over there. The white bull deity still flew prominently before Jiyeon. The system notified that Aries' financial and ambitious beasts really enjoyed this. Those beasts were always very fierce and greedy. They urged you to finish off the man and woman. They wanted to see blood. They said they would give you a useful gift if you killed those two people. Hyung stood still, clearly alarmed. Oh no, he's already attracted the attention of the beasts. Fear spoke loudly. They're like shadows of the gods. Fighting them is equivalent to fighting powerful deities. Hyung urgently said, quickly do what they say, but Jin wasn't scared at all and laughed mockingly. He angrily said, I was wondering why Jiyeon's power would be here in such a place. They're trying to stuff their bellies like that fat you guy. His body emitted a powerful aura. As he lifted his foot, he said, thanks to the saints. He angrily stomped hard on the ground and shouted. He didn't change at all. The divine power from his stomp sent the beasts flying away. Their terrifying strength made them flee in fear. Sang's eyes made Jimin and Hyung cover their faces to shield themselves. After the beasts left, the barriers in the sky gradually disappeared. Jimin looked up at the sky. Jiyeon stood confidently on the road, his hands on his hips, and said smugly, how dare you look down on me? Jimin raised his head and announced, Aries' beasts have run away, the barriers are gone. He thought to himself, that person must not be an ordinary one. Jin suddenly called him out, Han Jimin. He replied, yes. He curiously asked, about this Zuko guy, you said he's a twin's disciple, right? Jimin answered, yes. They are the most influential celestial commanders in the country and have a powerful force including many influential figures. Zion was intrigued. He asked him, so they must have lots of money too, right? Then he turned to the man and asked, all those things on his body are high-end brands, right? Without giving Jimin a chance to answer, he jumped down to the man and happily sang, picking up stuff is always best. In the evening, Jimin and Hyung brought Jiyeon back home. As Jimin approached his building, he took a deep breath and said, finally here. What a long day. He pointed to the room on the second floor and introduced it to him. This is where I live. The apartment on the second floor. That unlit light switch. Hyung chimed in too. I'm the neighbor next door. Jiyeon was very tired now. He replied vaguely, got it. Jimin politely bowed and thanked him. Today, thank you for saving our lives and bringing us home. Jimin lowered his head without hearing Jin say anything. He wondered if Jin was awake and looked up. Jin, who was yawning in front of him, asked, why aren't you coming in? You're so sleepy. Jimin was taken aback by Jin's carefree attitude, thinking about asking for a place to stay overnight. After Jin entered the house, Jimin quickly undressed and took a shower, cut his hair, and tittied up. When he's done, he shows up with a bad physique, bulging muscles, and a face that looks like a movie star. Hyunmin's eyes light up when he sees him, giving a thumbs up and praising. Top Chop, did you get a haircut? You look really handsome now. Jiyeon scratches his head awkwardly and asks if it's true. He remembers not daring to cut his hair before. Before, every strand of hair was precious because he kept getting side effects from the skill. Who would have thought he could grow back his hair? Every time I used the skill, my hair would fly away with a gentle breeze. It always made me want to rip out my hair. Suddenly, Jin hears a buzzing sound near him and wonders what it is. Seeing a bug flying in the house, he asks Jimin, why do you have pests at home? Jin grabs it instantly with absolute speed, squashes it, and drops it on the floor. Jimin marvels as he says, he killed it barehanded. Even professionals can't do that. Zion is annoyed by the constant pests bothering him. He easily deals with them all at once. There's not just one pest here. Why are they buzzing around me? Jimin guesses it might be because he's emitting a scent that attracts them. Jin refutes his thoughts, that's ridiculous. Usually, this is due to something in the room attracting them. He looks at the precious items on the shelf. The reason these pests came here is because you own all of these creatures. Jimin is surprised and says, creatures? You know, I got them from the twins saint personally. He picks up a statue and says, even though they're not mine, they've been blessed by the saints. Before he could finish his sentence, Jian breaks both statues in one swift motion. Jimin looks at the beloved statue that was destroyed with sorrow and cries out loudly. After finishing, Jian covers his nose as he looks at his hand, which touched something nasty. He feels disgusted. He picks up a mask from the shelf and says, listen up, this mask controls buyers. He rushes to a corner of the room and frantically searches through items. He throws some things away and reveals their true nature. This music box is a holy artifact that steals personal information, and this watch attracts pests. Jian thinks about the mischievous saints who did wrong and feels very upset. Those damn saints! Not only do they steal from me, but they're selling creatures to innocent people and exploiting them. He shouts loudly, think of how annoying that is. He orders Jimin, throw all of these away. A man outside the door hears someone shouting inside and wonders what's going on. Inside, Jin's loud cries are heard. As Jimin pleads with Jin not to throw out his watch, he hears the door opening. Jin looks in that direction. Sang-jae enters the house. He glares at both of them. Seeing him, Jin stops questioning. Who are you? Jimin happily calls out to him. Sang-jae! Sang-jae grins and asks again. I am. He asserts his dominance. I am the rightful owner of this house. After that, Jian returns to normal. The three of them look at each other. The next morning in Jian Yuan's residence, under the sign of Aries, Vang shouts, what is it? Ki is surprised and asks, all our people in South Korea have disappeared, right? His subordinate kneels and reports that. That's why our South Korean branch is in chaos now. Wai clenches his teeth in anger. He wonders who dared to cause such a commotion. He finds it hard to believe, as holy artifacts are managed by the saints themselves, and no awakened being would dare to chase them away. Wai then handed over his duties to his subordinate. He contacted other saints, asking if they had any leads, and blurted out, alright, but his subordinate repeated it as usual. The saint still couldn't be reached. Wai immediately told him, Hugo, don't worry about him. He's probably in England on mercenary work right now. He recounted that they had discussed this before arriving in England and left straight away. Wei heard this and became interested, asking, really? The old man asked curiously, where are we? He stood in the hall for a long time, holding an empty hand and thinking. He thought about Hugo's status as a saint. He was Li Jian's close friend. Wade raised his eyebrows doubtfully. Could it be that the news of Li Jian still being alive is just rumors? The old man had some concerns thinking about Jian. Did Han really survive and return? He cursed as he grabbed a lampstand. Damn it! He angrily threw it down and shouted, no way! He gave orders to his subordinate. Investigate thoroughly. Find out where the other saints are. It was reported that a disciple of Gemini had been found unconscious at the site where the holy artifact disappeared. He recounted how Jin beat up a man yesterday until he was in a mess. The man was left only with his underwear and 5 bodies, according to witnesses. His subordinate mentioned they had argued with a handsome man. Wei wondered, handsome? Then it can't be Li Jian. His face is a mess. He shrugged and thought that regardless, the current situation wasn't good. Rumors of Li Jian returning were spreading widely. He was very worried about the current situation, as holy artifacts in Korea had disappeared for unknown reasons, and worse, they failed to punish the Spider Queen. If this continued, his position would be threatened. He immediately ordered them to prepare a plane. His subordinate asked in surprise, are you going yourself? He admitted yes. He needed to find out exactly what was happening in Korea. Quickly putting on his coat, he walked like a socialite puffing on a cigarette, determined to see for himself. In Korea, at the Gemini Palace Hospital, A fat man lay on a bed with numerous monitors attached to his body. His condition was critical. He needed a ventilator. An irritable old man appeared, gritting his teeth and cursing. "Who in hell?" He pointed at the patient and yelled, "Daring to make my grandson like this." Pointing at the white-robed man standing by the wall, he said, "You, calm down," but the other calmly reassured him not to worry about recent events. He assured that it was because of the Gemini Saint's mission. "Chairman, you are a disciple of Gemini Bong Vincer S. Minsangan." Sanji looked angry and raised his eyebrows in question. "So you met him at Mothapa?" He couldn't believe it, further asked. "And he killed all the disasters by himself?" Jimin nodded quickly. Yes. Sanji was surprised. "Did he defeat an ranked disciple too?" He quickly answered, "Yes, that's right." Sanji no longer asked and became furious. "I don't think you'll believe me. He destroyed all the holy artifacts in his house." Jin in front was still pondering over the strange object. "I told you they were all fake." "This one is also fake." He seemed surprised and asked again, What? Which god's army are you in?" Jin smiled at him, teasing, "Must it be that way? It's getting hot in here." He tried to stay calm and ask again, "Which god do you serve?" Now Jin answered seriously, but the answer sounded like a punch in the face. "I myself. Not those 12 damn bastards." Sanji clenched his teeth and questioned, "And what about your awakening level?" Ji-on answered hesitantly, The lunar production class." Jimin looked at his friend now like a bomb ready to explode. Sanji forced patience as he asked again, "Lee, what's your name?" Jin answered straight-faced, of course with no hint of emotion. "Lai Jin." He was now silent in cold anger. Jimin frantically turned to one person, then another. "You, that name!" Sanjay, stay calm. But Jin still didn't understand what was going on. The fire blue law encircled him tightly like a boot. Sanjay smiled maliciously. "You invaded our home, destroyed all the holy relics, and asked me your name?" Immediately, under the cold flames, a huge warrior statue appeared behind him. With its stern face in full armor and sharp helmet, Sanji roared with fury. "How dare you pretend to be Lee Jian-ha?" Jimin shouted angrily. "Please stop, Sanjay. We're inside that house. This crazy." Jin stood straight in front of the thick fire, ignoring the system warnings. His twin disciple mana was exploding, but he still wore a look of wonder. "Wah, nice. With this you'll burn down the whole house." Then his eyes suddenly narrowed and brightened. System alert. Skill activation. Divine Eye. Jin used his skill to closely observe the foolish kid's blazing eyes. The information appeared. Saijin Sanji, the first of twins. Awakening level. Name of awakening. Radiant Light, current skill. Burning Midge. S Eternal. Prodigy trait. Farsightedness. Idol worshipping frenzy. Prodigy. 200% learning effect. Jin smiled happily at the information. So young and already using high-level resurrection magic. The prodigy trait is indeed not in vain. The stern iron statue suddenly emitted a terrifying sound. Its eyes glowed brightly. Jimin tried to shield from the flames as he shouted worriedly, "You! Run!" Sanjay is the rank first of twins. He's also a fan of Legion. The fierce, crazy look in little Sanjay's eyes now, standing in a strong stream of green flames. A serious expression warning him. "Jimin, didn't you hear what I said? If you don't want to die, get out quickly." Suddenly, at this moment, a figure appeared behind him with a mischievous smile. "Playing with fire too much will burn your fingers one day." He was startled and turned around in surprise. When did that happen? Not having time to brace himself, he was forcefully pushed against the wall by the strong force. Then Jin walked straight up to him with a mocking laugh. "Crazy guy, one thing is your house, but are you going to burn down the whole building?" Jimin worriedly trembled and stuttered. "Are you still alive, Dingo?" Ji-on gave an eerie smile in response. "Oh, no worries, no worries." Hearing this, Jimin fell silent, nervously glancing at his friend. Dingo was convulsing, foaming at the mouth. The dazed lump was still smoking and looked terrible. Jimin doubted as he watched. "Is he okay? Help me get up, Dingo. Are you alive?" Jian, indifferent, yawned and said, "I'm going to bed now. I'll wake up at the appointed time." Then he went into Dingo's room, the door half open. Suddenly, what caught his eye was a pile of shiny models scattered around the shelves in the room. Of course, they were all Jin's head models with messy hair, sculpted with six-pack abs. He stared at this mess and sternly asked, "What are these?" Jimin helplessly replied, "I told you already. Dang, Jian is a fan of Legion. He just woke up, shivering in despair. Don't come in. That room contains more valuable Legion memorabilia than my life." Unable to bear it anymore, Jin grabbed the largest model and broke its head off. At least he removed the head. "They make me uncomfortable," Dingo desperately screamed. "My Mr. Legion model." Then he continued to search for another model to break his own head. Dingo, weeping helplessly at this demon, shouted loudly, "No, stop, you crazy guy." He still laughed triumphantly, "I'm not crazy, I'm Legion." Each miserable scream was followed by the idol's head falling off, making him lose his words in agony. The next morning, a bleak and silent sky at Tolly's cafe. On TV, a new piece of news was broadcasted. Next news, yesterday, two Gemini disciples were brutally attacked by an unknown suspect. According to eyewitnesses, the suspect stripped all personal belongings and clothes from the victims. Hugo sat there bored and helpless, recognizing it must be Jian. What is he doing here in Korea? The waitress kindly approached him, asking what he would like to order. But Hugo didn't respond, just sat silently. Suddenly, he emitted a frenzied aura and angrily said, "Stop the game and show yourself." On the counter, the female waitress, sensing his anger, smiled provocatively. "Oh my god, you figured it out right away. No fun at all." He kept that expression, but the red aura was enough to imagine his delighted face now. "Long time no see. Hugo, we haven't talked in a while." Approaching him and leaning on his shoulder, he questioned, making Hugo feel awkward. "I'm sure you're thinking about Legion because you came to Korea too. It's best if you tell me what news you heard." Hugo gritted his teeth in frustration and didn't reply, flicking his hand instead. "That's why I hate you. That sick pervert is using someone else's body." The sudden sound startled the server, snapping her out of a daze. She was confused and stuttered as she asked herself, "Oh, what did I just do?" Hugo clenched his fists in anger. In fact, he's a gangster, doing all sorts of thuggish things. "We need to find Jin first. Where are you at?" "Jin is here in Bukjorn, the Jongi supermarket." Jimin was browsing for groceries and wondered aloud, "Do you think he's really Mr. Lee Jian?" Sangdi, who was feeling frustrated, replied sarcastically, "Are you kidding me? He looks completely different." He immediately said, "And Mr. Lee Jian is a savior. Do you think he's like him, a scumbag?" Jimin still wondered but firmly stated, "But I'm sure I saw him come out of the tower. He must be incredibly strong, so maybe he is." Sangdi cut him off abruptly. "No," he glanced at his friend with certainty. "Dad told me." Jimin suddenly remembered. "Oh right, your dad and the centaur." But Sangdi didn't want to continue this topic and cut in. "Let's go find Jin." Suddenly, a mournful sound echoed through the supermarket, robbery, causing them to stop in their tracks. At that moment, a masked thug with a backpack rushed between them like a mad wind. Jimin sat on the floor, puzzled by the speed. "Wow, that speed is from heaven's illusion." Sangdi, lying on the ground, was frustrated and guessed he was using energy to rob. The masked thug moved so fast, shocking the customers, but no one could stop him. Sangdi helplessly said that at this rate, all the merchandise and wallets in the store would be taken away. The thief held a pile of goods around his body, smirking, "Dumbasses, even the Black Saint can't catch me." With such ease, he decided to leave now since he had enough. Suddenly, something blocked him and punched straight into his stomach. Gotcha. Due to the momentum, the punch seemed to shake him to his core, causing pain so intense it was hard to believe. Jimin saw Jian standing over the thief, who was trembling on the ground. "What are you doing here?" Jian smiled and replied, "Oh, I forgot to ask you to buy some chicken." Suddenly, a figure with a spiked helmet approached and praised. "Impressive. Heaven's illusion students are hard to catch because they're too fast. The black-clad figure spoke. From the energy I see, you seem like an ordinary student. Next time, call the police. Jin stared blankly without replying, wondering what was wrong with him. Suddenly, the entire supermarket seemed to shake as if a major earthquake had occurred, catching their attention. The dull thuds echoed everywhere, and debris fell from the ceiling in shock. The black thief took advantage of the chaos to slip away. What's going on? An earthquake? It must be a prank. I'll run during the commotion. Get as far from him as possible. He sped forward, trying to leave. Sangdi was caught by an unknown figure, but used the chaos to escape. The ground beneath his feet suddenly cracked and rose, jolting him awake. Instantly, a huge spider emerged from the ceiling in horror. The thief looked up in shock, wondering, a disaster. Why is there a disaster here? Frustrated, he retreated and decided to run before getting caught. He leaped high, trying to jump over the centaur. Line 60 is not needed as it exceeds the required line count. Then he sped up, still confidently laughing. Even disasters couldn't catch up with him. But he didn't know what he was challenging. Suddenly, a huge mouthful of sharp teeth opened wide, eyes madly glowing, trying to snatch him in. After that, everyone knew what happened. The shattered sounds were terrifying. The horrifying scene was the giant monster devouring people on its neck. It was an alien creature resembling humans. This creature had a body like thick armor, back with long spines like wings and sharp spikes on its head. 5 cold, mad eyes of the pregnant woman sent a terrifying aura towards humanity, like a swarm of insects below. In dangerous situations like this, what should we do? Run, explode, stand and watch, shiver. The people below were still frozen in fear until the alarm blared. Alert! Alert! This is not a drill. A disaster has appeared inside the supermarket. Please evacuate all normal citizens immediately. At this moment, the monster began to act. The spider's head roared angrily. The giant spiders and huge insect monsters started attacking fiercely, causing the people to scatter like ants, alarms blaring again. With the appearance of the Spider Queen, the danger level in the supermarket was rated red. In this chaotic scene with screams and alarms, a little boy lost his mother, desperately standing still amidst the fleeing crowd while crying. Right after him, the giant spider advanced aggressively. The giant spider with sharp teeth immediately lunged at the motionless prey. At that moment, Jin descended from above, emitting dark rays and striking a powerful punch on the giant spider's head, causing it to cry in pain. He looked at the pitiful boy who was stunned, warning him to watch where he goes. His appearance was cloaked in cold, sharp eyes glaring, smiling with anger. Are you okay? Jin made the little boy even more scared and ran wildly screaming. Seeing this, he stood there helplessly. Jin coughed a few times. Calm down. Phew, glad it's not serious. He turned to look at the monsters that were salivating with caution, annoyed. Why are there more disasters than people in the supermarket? Immediately, they attacked together. Xion's body glowed with mysterious magic power. Behind him, a large snake appeared. The giant red-eyed lamia circled around him, mana blending into surging electric black rays. Xion sighed tiredly. Well then, it has been a while. Let's activate something. At the same time elsewhere, a sleek black car was speeding on the road. Sitting inside, suddenly asked back, "What did you just say?" The driver replied, "A disaster has appeared in a market area of Bukdun City." His eyes widened with tension. I'm not asking about that. What is this disaster? Driver, oh, it's the Spider Queen. He heard this news and his face fell heavily. Damn, he thought anxiously. The previous campaign failed. I can only seal her now. Has she escaped? He clenched his fists in self-blame. Damn, how terrible. Even a red-level disaster is beyond my control. For the arrangement of disasters, humans divided them into 7 levels based on danger. First, this peaceful place symbolizes blue, the domain of deities. The underground human living area is green, safe zones. Abandoned areas with a suffocating atmosphere are yellow, warning zones. Above that level, where medium-level monsters reside, It's orange, dangerous zones requiring evacuation. At the highest level, red, the domain of major disasters and the ultimate fear, approaching divine beings, the death zone. Thinking about the darkened supermarket, if there is a spider queen there, could that be a red zone? The driver asked anxiously, how should we deal with this? Key suddenly fell silent in deep thought. Then he said harshly, keep it secret. The driver thought he heard wrong and was confused. Why? Key clenched his fists tightly, worried. This must not be known to anyone. Remember, if they know, the situation will worsen because of the failed campaign. Wazer decided with a trembling hand, tell everyone that all are dead and send knights to demolish the entire building. It was clearly morning just now. Now the sky is covered in dark red clouds surrounding the supermarket. Inside, the terrifying roars of many monsters came from every direction. The previous nail had clearly had psychic abilities. He angrily shouted, emitting eerie energy waves while gnashing his teeth. Damn you! Immediately he sat down and placed his hand on the ground. From there, sharp ice shot out as he cursed loudly. Insects, hell prison. The sharp ice hit the monsters like its name and froze them in place. The layer of sharp ice stopped the giant spider's movement. He sighed with relief, laughing triumphantly. However, at this moment, the frozen layer on the giant spider suddenly melted. It roared loudly, breaking free from his hell prison. The nail was shocked, his mouth wide open in disbelief. His ice magic has been completely destroyed like that? At this moment, Jun appeared out of nowhere standing before the nail, holding a bunch of soda cans, radiating green magical light as he laughed and spoke. Step aside, ice! The nail looked at this strange man with an evil glare. When did you appear? He's tossing those sodas in the air while looking smugly at the monsters. These guys are good, aren't they? They're even hungry enough to eat humans. He then tightly gripped a can and gathered his strength before throwing it towards the monsters. Diane shouted loudly, here you go, and threw all the sodas at the monsters in front of him, temporarily halting their advance. The giant insect roared fiercely, its sharp teeth dripping with saliva. Of course, because you're so ugly, Jin chose you first for facial surgery. The others were no exception. He wielded his sword to reshape them all, cutting them into pieces like a gust of wind with disdain. You think you can bite into anyone? Jin grinned madly, holding the red magic blade, and the monsters behind him now split into patches, helplessly falling to the ground. He then said bluntly, beetles are just beetles. The two kids who had just bought their items were gaping in amazement. Suddenly, a system notification appeared next to Jin. You have eliminated the Great Calamity. Then, small glowing fragments of light appeared in midair. The system continued, your saint has gained experience. You are rewarded with pieces that can be assembled. He wondered aloud, what are these pieces? At this moment, the tiny authoritative fragment was firmly in Jin's hand. The system explained, you can assemble broken pieces to create skills or holy artifacts. Zion was surprised. Has the crafting skill changed then? I'll try it later. He tightened his grip on the new piece, satisfied with his thoughts. My physical strength has been reduced by 50% due to punishment, but that's not bad. I can even use more power than before. The nail was still in shock and sadness. This is impossible. My S-level skill couldn't stop the calamity. But he could. Jimin arrived at this moment. He asked curiously, where did you get it? Zion replied straightforwardly, you bought it from home. The nail looked at this mad and strong man with a big question mark. Where did he come from? Then he suddenly realized something. He angrily called out, hey, worldling, meaning someone who doesn't follow the faith. Zion turned around in confusion. The nail boldly questioned him. I've suspected you for a long time. You're the one who attacked our knight, right? Zion was startled by this. He suddenly remembered those to knife wounds and felt uneasy. Immediately, he used his right-hand rule to throw a punch at the nail's face, making him scream in pain as he grabbed it. The nail helplessly held onto the ground, trembling under the devilish smile of Jin, who was actually worried. Damn! How did he know? You've known too much. The younger nail angrily turned and shouted. He pointed at Jin's current outfit and questioned him, looking at the suit and emblem there. Did you attack our knight and steal them? Zion was suddenly alarmed by this realization, and that emblem on your chest too. The nail reminded of a black-haired girl using ice magic, angrily shouting loudly. That's the S-level holy artifact only the Gemini Knights have. You get more angry and curse. That's why you're so strong, right? Because of that holy relic? Don't say a word, okay? Jin pulled out the badge with a judgmental look on his face. Huh, what's going on here? Why do I suddenly have this? He said, then immediately smashed it to pieces with a critical posture. That's disgusting. The nail hit his eyes, leaving him blind in utter despair, cursing. Damn that head louse. He stood there, still not recovering from the shock. That's sacrilege. Zion doesn't care to wave it off. Just for fun, you know. God and punishment. You've been tricked by that witch. After 20 years, those scoundrels are still as wicked. The roar of the Spider Lord interrupted our conversation. Jin immediately turned alert with a cold gaze. Jimin pointed ahead in fear, unable to speak. The Spider Queen and her storm arrived, each step breaking the ground and causing panic among the people. The nailhead started to be cautious. Spider Queen, Jin didn't hesitate to cover himself with magic as he turned around. He easily amplified his green mana into a strong wind. Zion shot straight at the spider, emitting black lightning. His angry eyes emitted killing intent and shouted loudly, "Hey, you stupid spider!" He boldly charged right in front of the queen's body, spreading dark magic to attack. Zion punched hard, creating a shockwave that hit the spider he just cursed, FCK your mother. The powerful punch crushed the giant body, breaking the floor with black lightning crackling around. Ordinary citizens didn't know where to run and stood dumbfounded. Sanj and Jimin shared a shocked expression. Even the nailhead was stunned by this attack, muttering, "Holy F *CK. He looked at the strange man with no flesh, smiling strangely as his mana surged. No holy artifact, yet he still fought the Spider Queen. Suddenly, a voice from a twin sign-wearing man echoed mysteriously in their minds. The twin sign knights present at the market listen up. Sangdi was surprised to guess it might be telepathy. The nailhead recognized the voice belonged to. Bishop Choi Sung-hai spoke, then replied similarly, "Your Excellency, I'm a golfer here." This man with the reversed hair and glasses is the twin sign bishop. Bishop Choi Sung-hai continued, "Sangdi and Sang-un, right? Leave that building immediately. The Aries are about to destroy it." They were stunned into silence by what they heard. Outside the supermarket, a huge red barrier filled with fear now covered everything. Sengi warned seriously, "John K will come himself. We can't stop him. Even John K can't deal with the Spider Queen." Round the supermarket, Aries were continuously casting spells to maintain the barrier, explained Shanghai IC. So they are eager to destroy this building. Their mistake would cause a lot of trouble if exposed. He immediately issued orders now. Sang-hun, do you have instant teleportation skills? Quickly leave with Sang-di. Just the two of us. He hesitated at this request. Just the two of us, right? Sang-hun's heart raised. His eyes widened in guilt, unsure what to do. He looked around, seeing the suffering and destruction, people struggling against each other. Below the giant hole, the spider-like creatures kept emerging. And that strange strong man was bravely fighting the Spider Queen to protect this place. Witnessing all of this, Sang-un's body trembled with fear and guilt, unable to make a decision immediately. The bishop's sharp voice sounded with some anger. "What? Is there a problem?" After a fierce inner struggle, Sang unreluctantly accepted his fate with a wicked smile. No problems at all." Sangdi suddenly refused the order and rebutted. "We're not even asking for help anymore. What are you talking about? Don't you see the chaos around us? You just said everyone here is being slowly devoured. The sneaky coppers can't turn their backs on this simple fact." "I know," but he immediately started to justify himself in a chaotic manner. "But think about it, if we say the queen has appeared right on the street, what would people think?" Sangdi couldn't swallow those words and was stunned. "Huh, just one." He started to give a long speech with all sorts of reasons. "The people will definitely blame the gods for punishing us. Their sincerity will be shaken, and the divine power will weaken. Only when human devotion cannot be shaken can we receive the protection of the gods. Sangdi listened but still didn't understand, shouting loudly. Just because of that, he picked up his phone to continue speaking. Fortunately, there was still a rented translation device left. It could be used by 2 people at the same time. Saijin Sanji, you can go now. And since this is an order, I will personally see you out. Sanji angrily rebutted loudly. What about my friend? How could we leave him behind? Besides, many others are still hiding and haven't found their spots yet. Sanji was extremely tense, grinding his teeth in anger. This fool, can you still provoke me like this now? His arms suddenly stretched out, forming jagged ice chunks. You deserve to be slowly devoured by fire for such useless kids. The layer of icy gas on his body exhaled cold air as the sneaky coppers laughed menacingly. But I can't just ignore my captain's order. I'll deal with these nuisances, so you don't need to worry about them anymore. Sangdi was enraged and couldn't hold back any longer. He also spread his Lamia fire magic, gritting his teeth as he cursed loudly, damn trash. The ice and fire clashed but brought a chill. The sneaky coppers laughed and advanced. Saijin Sanj, are you thinking of fighting me? He gloomily continued, we're in completely different classes. You have to stop that useless confidence and make wise decisions. Suddenly, a large brown creature charged at the sneaky coppers when he wasn't done speaking, causing him pain. It was a monster with hard armor that had been smashed into pieces, crashing down and knocking out the sneaky coppers. Jen now jumped from behind the monster and taunted. Guys, why are you still here? The 2 disciples glared. You stabbed me in the back with a knife, but I didn't even flinch as I stepped forward. Jimin happily called out, Sangjai. Well, Sangjai worriedly explained that they couldn't leave because their exit was blocked by the calamities. He pointed at the unconscious nail head on the floor where his device had fallen with teleport written on it and said, or we have to use the teleporter. But Sangjai looked at the Spider Queen and said, or we have to kill all the calamities. He observed the many suffering civilians around him and said, besides, there are many injured people. Moreover, outside the supermarket, he was even more helpless in his explanation. And outside, those heads were blocking all the exits. Zion showed a serious face and sighed. The situation is very dangerous. Indeed, Sangin was struggling to get up from behind the dirt and stones. He stood up, exerting his magic to push away the pile of rocks that had just annoyed him. He shouted loudly, you scoundrels, did you dare step on me like this again? Zion turned around, not understanding what happened. Why are you making a fuss over us? What's going on? Didn't you just run away by yourself while leaving everyone behind? He angrily cursed. Go get that! Finished playing golf, he immediately rushed to start up the machine right away. These fools! Try your best to survive. I'm going. Alone, I'll go too. Suddenly, a layer of spider silk shot out from behind him. The Spider Queen launched an immobilizing silk strike that clung tightly to the golfer, rendering him helpless and unable to move. The golfer, terrified, slowly turned around in panic and began trembling. No! Immediately, the layer of silk retracted, pulling him straight towards the mouth of the terrifying spider monster. A shocking crack echoed, and he felt his body shudder violently. The machine's movement was useless as it fell to the ground. They all stood there in shock, unable to do anything. Zion frowned seriously, his eyes filled with anger. He broke the tense atmosphere and spoke to them both. I'll handle this. You two go take care of the injured people. We need to leave now. Sang and Jimin worriedly agreed. Ding. Jion's body began emitting a dense magical aura. His eyes were filled with seriousness and trustworthiness. I'll take care of it right away. It won't take long. For quite some time, the white goats have continued to block the supermarket with that damned barrier. Jiang quickly asked upon arriving, how's the situation? A subordinate replied, this place is completely sealed off, and we've already secured the entire building, right? He looked at the oppressive barrier and commented that it seemed to be progressing too slowly since nothing had happened before they arrived. The people maintaining the blockade suddenly became panicked and evil-looking. Why does it feel like the seal isn't working properly? His companion agreed, yes, as if something is blocking it. At this moment, a bunch of bright lights appeared on top of the building, breaking through the barrier with massive beams of light. The guards quickly surrounded and shielded themselves from the blinding light. It was a giant white snake with red eyes, radiating a powerful magical aura. It had just emerged from the supermarket and destroyed the seal, creating a shockwave and a massive wind. They gasped in surprise. What is this? Why can't it work properly? With the seal broken, people immediately panicked and rushed out of the supermarket. They rushed out but were blocked by the white goats. The crowd screamed in agony. Save us! There's a disaster inside. I told you there are still people trapped inside. Kill those spiders. Waiter witnessed everything spiraling out of control. Feeling helpless, killing the spiders is impossible. Who can do that? Even me. He couldn't bear to close his eyes anymore and said, "Let me check it myself," as his subordinates tried to stop him. Jung Wei-nam still believes there might be a disaster inside. He remained resolute. Don't worry, just stay here. His body shot up so fast that only a blur was left behind. He plunged into each wall, gaining momentum to fly upward like a fleeting shadow. At the third-floor elevator, he successfully landed safely in front of the shattered glass door. Looking at the ruins and dust, he sighed. Oh my god, this is an indescribable horror right before our eyes. The Spider Queen, now just a lifeless corpse lying motionless amidst the wreckage. His eyes widened in disbelief. How did they kill that? Who did it? He looked around and saw the clear signs of the battle. There are still traces of the fight. Something must have happened here. So they really caught the Spider Queen, huh? He sighed helplessly and laughed bitterly. The situation is getting bigger and bigger. Besides this, there are still other things I need to keep an eye on. Suddenly, his nerves were violently agitated as he realized something. He shot straight towards the balcony outside. Wayne looked down at the ambulance and rescue team below in astonishment. No, that bastard is strange. Why is that bastard here? Wayne was silently calling out to the well-dressed man with slightly long hair. Hugo, Hugo! He stood tense in the smoke, guessing, it can't be. Could Hugo really be behind all this? Did your life get better when I wasn't here, huh? His expression suddenly dropped, showing intense fear as if he had encountered something terrible. Behind him, a dark face with piercing eyes smiled mischievously. What's the matter? Tail hair? Where are you uncomfortable? It must be Jin now. He enjoyed watching his teeth gleam at the frightened expression. We haven't met in a while, right? Why is he making that face? He opened his mouth wide in surprise and turned back in fear to shout loudly. Lie, Jin. The ambulance sirens were blaring loudly. Security personnel kept urging the crowd and the injured. Please go this way. Urgent situation. Please clear the path. It's very dangerous. Sang-ji raised his eyebrows in silence. He recalled meeting Jian and the monster again. Sang-ji was puzzled. He really is Lee Jian, right? Although the appearance had changed, the movement was still the same. Someone suddenly called out his name loudly. Sang-ji, it's Hugo. Panting heavily from running up, he anxiously asked, Sang-ji, why are you here? Sang-ji turned away when he saw his father. He pursed his lips. Why did Dad come back to Korea? Jimin stared at him wide-eyed. Holy man! Hugo angrily cursed. What? Are you using that tone with me, son? Seeing his father scolded him, Jimin laughed heartily. Sang-ji's face turned red in anger. Hugo coughed. He tried to sound like a worried father. Forget it. Seems you're not badly hurt. Treat it well and you'll be fine. Then Hugo raised his eyebrows in confusion. More importantly, Sang-yi, why were you at the supermarket? Did you hear that the disaster was killed? Do you see anyone doing it? Sang-jae ignored Hugo and turned to Jimin with a determined look on his face. Hugo helplessly laughed. Truth be told, I know this kid is like someone else. Meanwhile, Jimin looked at Sang-jae boredly and said, but Jeon-sa will be fine, right? Hearing this, Hugo was shocked. He suddenly grabbed Jimin's shoulder tightly. Hugo shouted excitedly, You just said Jeon-yu. Where is he? Did you see him? Before Hugo's strange reaction, Jimin answered fearfully, "Sorry, sir," and asked again, "Could it be that you're talking about the ones over there?" Saint Aries. Hugo's shocked face shows as Jimin honestly says he's in the supermarket right now. He also defeated the Spider Queen. His name is Jian. Hugo can't believe his ears and tightens Jimin's shoulder, shouting, "Come on, speak clearly." Suddenly, a deafening explosion rocks the building behind them, shattering the glass windows. Hugo didn't expect this to happen. He grits his teeth in anger. Meanwhile, the aftermath of a battle is visible. Wade is struggling with his inner strength, but looks exhausted. Jin stands from afar and pretends to pity, saying, "You're pushing your limits." He chuckles, "It's been 20 years, still trying to sneak attack me?" In response to Wade's strange question, Wai mutters, "Who the heck are you?" Then he abruptly stops, staring Jin up and down. He looks exactly like Jin, but his face is twisted in a different way. His voice sounds completely different too. And how can he be so young? Thinking this, Wai instantly gets furious. "You bastard! How dare you impersonate Li Jian, scaring me like that?" Jian is taken aback by being called a liar. "Get out! Impersonating!" Wai suddenly growls in anger. "Don't you know your place and dare to fight me? Are you ready for the next round, huh?" Jian is taken aback by his words. He frowns, asking, "What's going on? You fool!" Jin hits Wai hard in the stomach, making him choke. "Do you think I'm talking about Jin?" His punch sends Wai flying like a bird in the sky. Moreover, Jin quickly moves his back, stretching it out. Ki is thrown to the ground like a ball hit by Jin, making a loud thud. After the smoke clears, Jian lies on the ground, writhing in pain. In the haze, Jian smirks and says, "You need to get beat up before you listen. Will living after killing me in the tower be better?" As he approaches, Jian commands, "I heard you stole my holy relics and pretended to be me." Ki stammers in fear as his hand is twisted painfully. Ki looks confused, thinking that this isn't a joke. He can no longer see Jin's moves. Raising an eyebrow, he asks, "Are you really Legion? You came back from the tower, impossible." He thinks firmly. Wade suddenly flies up in front of him and emits electric flames around Jian. "Let's see then," Wade says, shooting out electric flames. A magic circle appears under Wade as a series of lightning strikes. Wade's appearance changes dramatically. He has an additional crown and king's armor on his head. The system announces, "The master of the constellation Aquarius, Jade Emperor, has appeared." The ancient power and solemnity of the Jade Emperor appear behind Ki. Jin grins, "Just a part of that godly being is here." "Huh?" Ki points at him. "A chain of electric wires shoot into you. It blinds you and makes you immobile." Wade smirks, "It seems we're still holding back on you." Ki suddenly points a finger. Instantly, a series of electric chains bind Wai, making him unable to move. Seeing that Wai can't escape, Wade grins, "We seem to be holding back on you." Wade slowly says, "I don't know how you came back from the tower." But, Ki shouts, "Curses of the royal family, weapons of the gods," as a series of sharp swords aim at Jin. The swords look like vicious snakes aiming at Wai on the ground. However, Jin is calm and says, "Impressive." This makes Ki furious. He shouts, "Be quiet," and shoots another wave of swords towards Wai. Die! In an instant, Jin is surrounded by the swords like a prey in the middle of a snake attack. Lines 1 to 60 complete. Thousands of swords plunged into the ground, completely burying Dian in the sword mountain. Looking at the scene before him, he wondered aloud if that guy was really dead. He slowly walked towards the sword mountain. "Remember when I saw you again from the Devil Tower?" he said with surprise. "But you're still as stupid as ever." His voice carried a hint of contempt. "A guy like you dares to challenge me? I leveled up by gaining experience points, thanks to the disciples collecting them. You're so dumb." He laughed heartily, pleased with himself. "Remember when I laughed at you before? Do you think we've been fooling around for 20 years? Suddenly, a white light burst out from the sword mountain. Ki was instantly terrified. "Impossible!" Dian's swords started breaking apart. A powerful punch from Jin hit Kuei's chubby face directly. The punch sent him flying several hundred meters away. His body crashed into the ground. Ki fell back, shocked. How could he? Is he still alive? With a bloody and bruised face, Ki asked in shock. Are you really Li Jian? Jian kicked him in the stomach and laughed. Finally, you recognized me. Jian's anger was immense. That's right, I'm back now. It's true. Dian suddenly grimaced as he said, what happened that even your weapons smell like feces? Ki, with a bloody and bruised face, looked at Jian in disbelief. This recovery is impossible, even with the healing abilities of Aquarius. Suddenly, the system announced, you have had a near-death experience, all conditions met. The 13th sense skill has been unlocked. Xion said with enthusiasm, thanks to you, I've become stronger now. Xion's voice suddenly changed. He laughed menacingly. Shall I try something different? Ki immediately pleaded, wait a moment. The announcement of the sun god appeared, with the sun god being terrified by Li Xian. What is going on? Asked the sun god. The sun god trembled and bluntly said it was impossible. The sun god disappeared, leaving Ki trembling in fear under a series of curses. What? He shouted loudly. What's going on here? Why did the god disappear? Jin laughed and explained, maybe because he knew from the start that it was meaningless. Jin cracked his knuckles. He smiled wickedly, I'm quite ruthless, so I'll let you taste the pain I've endured. With a sudden sound of horror, the ground shook. After a long time, Hugo and many black-clad guards arrived. A young man couldn't help but exclaim at the scene, what's happening here? In front of everyone lay several demons lying motionless on the ground, dead. Hugo suddenly raised his eyebrows as he used his strength and realized that this energy was. Ki was startled when he suddenly felt Jian unconscious in a deep pit. Hugo sighed disappointingly. This must be Legion's work. Even if he wanted chaos, this is it. The guards on the other side are whispering to each other. Something's not right. I can't sense Zhang Qiao's energy from here onwards. One of the guards wonders, could it be that his energy is too weak to tell if he's still alive? The other guard raises an eyebrow. What happened here? The Han man looks puzzled. Hugo suddenly unleashes his power and shouts, can you all step back a bit, please? The guards panic and scatter to the sides. He lands softly but straightens his suit. Hugo shakes his head helplessly. Legion, this bastard, really? He not only got beaten up badly, but also had a paper with his name burned on him. Hugo looks exhausted. What else do you want to cause chaos now? The next day, Jin appears at Zhang Qiao's palace. He mutters to himself, so the god of Zhang Qiao has stolen something from me here, huh? Jin steps inside and observes. The head of Aries is hung right by the door. The Aries staff is displayed. Even Zhang Qiao's statue was made of gold and put on display. Xion gets so angry he laughs sarcastically. That bastard, he's obsessed with showing off his wealth that he has to flaunt it like this. Xion glances into the depths of the palace. I can smell my god artifact emanating from over there. Xion finds the glass cases containing the statues amusing. But what are these fake things? Those outfits look like he took them from his own house. But those weapons are all fake. Suddenly, he snaps back to reality. Jin sees a toothpick holder used by Legion. He grins at the toothpick and finally found it, his precious item. Found! A moment later, everyone in the palace is suddenly in an uproar as alarms blare loudly. The guards rush in, mixing with all the other guards moving to Area B. Upon arrival, they see Jin holding a toothpick with a pale face. He's surrounded by a swarm of guards. They shout warnings, raise their hands, put down the item, and surrender peacefully. Jin shakes the toothpick as if frowning deeply. His entire body radiates an aura. Jin smiles and declines no. He waves the toothpick up and down continuously. The guards are crushed by the tiny toothpick's force, screaming in pain. Jin grins at the toothpick. It's got to be used with this familiar item. Do you see that? The guards cry silently. Bang! A small pink monster appears in Jin's hand. He happily says, nice to meet you again. Smile kisses his face non-stop as the system sounds continuously. Ha ha! At the same time, the system announces, you've discovered a god artifact, meaning it can be produced and transformed into different forms. Smile keeps kissing him. The system's voice keeps echoing. You have unlocked the crafting workshop condition. A 1.5-meter square crafting workshop has been created. The default crafting range is unlocked, including production, repair, and disassembly. With the copying skills creativity, the characteristics of this artifact can be automatically granted. Jin smiles at Smile. Let's go outside. It agrees cheerfully. As they walk, Jin stops in front of a door with an Aries symbol. The system announces, clearly sensing the energy from the Aries god artifact. Jin sneered, if I went empty-handed, that would be a bit disappointing, wouldn't it? Saying this, Jin slowly opened the door, enjoying his loot. Meanwhile, Hugo was flustered and exclaimed, I'm too late, right? The palace is on fire with thick black smoke rising. People are screaming and running in panic. Hugo struggled to shout out helplessly, Jin, please! Suddenly, Jin pulled a huge sack from the palace. He rubbed his belly, muttering, I'm starting to feel hungry. As soon as he saw him, Hugo shouted urgently. Zion looked towards the voice. Oteksu ran to Hugo with tears in his eyes. Zion, that damn kid. Zion said with a smile, that damn kid. It seems you are really my friend after all, but Hugo brushed past him. He rushed to the young man who was crying behind him. If he's still alive, why didn't you come find me? What did you do just now when you got back? Are your legs okay? You look terrible. Where are you rushing off to? That stupid kid. Zion stopped and looked at his friend. He was furious. Zion turned and punched Hugo in the face. Even your own friend's face. Can't you remember? That damn fool. The young man who had been mistaken stood wide-eyed. One kick to finish him off. Zion looked at Hugo, slumped on the ground. He said coldly, do you like fighting a lot, right? You should be worrying about something else. Hugo touched his face for a moment and then smiled. What is it? Hugo stared at him with a smile. Is that the Zion character? Sim, wait, or are you actually? Jin didn't laugh, but he smiled inwardly. After getting hit on the head, do you want to be kicked in the butt too, huh? Teksu. Hugo hugged Jin tightly and cried out with relief. Jin, you're crying like a baby. So you're still alive. You are really Jin, right? But before long, Jin started to hate him and hit him hard. He gritted his teeth and cursed. Why did you suddenly hug me? Despite the pain in his stomach, Hugo still smiled. You are really Jin now. The system beeped unexpectedly. A godlike figure appeared. The centaur had arrived. Jin raised an eyebrow in confusion at it. A handsome half-human, half-god figure suddenly appeared with blinding light. Apollo gently rested his head on him. Then he opened his eyes and smiled. Hugo stood protectively in front of Jin in shock. The two looked at Apollo with the same thought. Why did that day suddenly come? Apollo raised his eyebrows and stared intently at Hugo and Zion. Zion wasn't about to back down either. He met Apollo's piercing gaze head-on. Apollo, the noble god of Sagittarius, was doubting Zion's existence. Apollo turned to Hugo. Apollo, the noble god of Sagittarius, was asking if he should verify whether Zion really existed. Hugo remembered you. Why? Suddenly, Apollo drew his bow and aimed directly at Zion. The system appeared. Apollo, the noble god of Sagittarius, asked what would happen if he shot a missile into him and targeted Jian. Jian stared at Apollo with a stern expression. This holy god, Jian growled, wanting to hit Apollo. Why did that bastard aim at someone just after appearing? Hugo quickly stopped him and tried to calm him down. It's okay. It's fine. As long as you're okay. Jian frowned. What are you talking about being okay? From now on, I'll repay you. Hugo was taken aback by this. Repay? Jin repeated, I will kill him. Good luck. Which scared Hugo. The demon behind Jin appeared and said in a low voice, when I left the tower, my house had been sold, my furniture modified, and all my achievements were lost. Hugo explained hurriedly, no, it's not that, Jin. He raised his fist and laughed. First, let me punch you. Hugo's frightened voice echoed in the sky. Hugo cried and smiled at him. It's really you. Thank God. But inside, he thought, damn it, don't hold back on me. The guards from the palace rushed out like ants and shouted upon seeing Jin, I found him. This way, catch him. He is the thief of the records. Both Jin and Hugo looked at them with blank expressions. Jin said innocently, right, thinking about it, we're being pursued. Hugo frowned at him. Finally, what did you steal? Jin pointed to the white bag and smiled. Just a few things. Hugo was shocked by this. Don't tell me you raided Yankian's vault. Zeon nodded calmly. Yeah, that's right. Good job. Tears in his eyes, Hugo cursed. Good for nothing. What a bunch of useless bastards. Zeon laughed loudly without shame. Meanwhile, the guards approached their leader and asked, Captain, we'll catch him right away. The leader stopped them. He's not our equal. After observing Zeon, he said, we've called someone who can fight his brutality. He has nowhere to run now. The guards frowned in confusion. Don't say that. The ground is trembling. Rocks and dirt are cracking and flying everywhere. Hugo is visibly scared. Huh? What's that? A monster has fallen from the roof of the palace. The leader says in a calm voice, it's here. 1 foot has already hit the ground. He says, the guardian of the Aquarius Palace, Pichu, the beast keeper, a lion with sharp teeth, is appearing. The system announces, the guardian of the Aquarius Palace, Pichu, has appeared, warning that all treasures and relics belonging to him may be at risk. Pichu hears its sharp teeth growling loudly. It calls out to Jin and Hugo. Jin silently observes it while Hugo looks a bit scared. Oh no, the guardian of the Aquarius Palace has arrived too. He turns to Jin. Jin, just get rid of everything you've stolen from Zhongquan and run. He shakes his head and gives orders. Tetsu, stay there. Zeon stands straight, preparing for battle. He says with satisfaction, I always have a plan. He calls out, open eyes, and Smile's eyes widen as the image of a weapon appears in its mind. Smile emits a dazzling light that blinds everyone. A dagger shoots out from its mouth, which Zeon grabs quickly. With a cold voice, Dian swings his knife powerfully. He silently assesses it, planning to use it against the Guardian when things get tough. But Dian tightens his grip on the knife. His entire body is covered in strength. Terrified, he says, show me the hidden truth of this person. Hugo can't handle the aura that's pressing down on him. He asks, what kind of power is that? With a roar, the small knife suddenly transforms into a large sword and slashes the ground. Dian holds the sword in his hand and says with a smirk, finally, it has some use. The system appears through the owner's power of the snake constellation. The sword has awakened due to the nature of the snake constellation. The Xiaoshu snake handler is activated. The sword now has an enhanced edge and increased destructive power. Skill strength, 13th rank ability. Weaknesses of the opponent are now visible, but not all. He exclaims in disbelief. That's right, I've gained a new skill. He suddenly roars 13th rank, and Jin's eyes light up immediately. Looking at Pichu, he says, we can clearly see its weaknesses. Jin shouts loudly. Alright, let's fight then. He swings his sword directly at the Pichu. Hugo watches the battle from a distance. He mutters quietly. That's right, Jin. Your strategy is always to strike first. You've always managed to overcome every challenge that comes your way, even though it looks reckless. Hugo boosts his confidence. Defeat him, Jin. He swings his sword at Pichu. The Pichu's foot suddenly slams into Jin. Hugo's eyes widen in shock as he shouts. Jin! Lying under the Pichu, Jin angrily says, what are you shouting about? It's fine. With one hand, Jin grabs the Pichu's foot. His voice is cold. Oh, fat bastard, that foot almost got me. Then, Jin grits his teeth and says, alright, it's our turn now. He swings his sword at Pichu again. Zeon cuts off the Pichu's leg with a swift move. The Pichu cries out in pain. Zeon notices the system warning that Pichu is using its abilities to absorb treasures around it. The Pichu continues to scream loudly, and the system warns that Pichu is sucking up all the treasures nearby. Despite the terrifying pressure from Pichu, Zeon stands still, watching as it absorbs everything. Zeon curses under his breath. You won't be beaten if you just stay put. You won't get hit if you just stay there. Zeon raised his sword high. The system appeared. The characteristics of the snake-like star's owner were activated. Xion stared intently at the Pichu with a smile. He pretended to ask, "Let me give you a gentle tap." The system announced that the characteristics had been activated. Xion chanted the cauldron snake spell and slashed his sword towards the Pichu. The slash cut through the ground, directly hitting the Pichu, making it scream as it barely dodged. The power of the sword split the ground like a cleaver. The scene was so terrifying that the guard's jaws dropped. Hugo looked on in disbelief. Jin, with his insane strength, laughed triumphantly. That spell cut through Wise's mansion and left a deep trench behind. Hugo glared at him, watching Jin's shadowy figure in the smoke. Hugo realized it was exactly like when he was at his peak. As Pichu fainted, the system announced that you had defeated a divine beast. Your sacred experience points increased. He asked Jin if he wanted to keep the Pichu as your divine beast. He frowned. What? Then he asked the system back, "Do I have the ability to control divine beasts? Only 12 gods can do?" Jin approached and touched the Pichu. A green light suddenly burst from his hand. He immediately accepted it. Later, Pichu's wings widened unexpectedly. The system announced with a sudden beep that Pichu had become a divine beast of the snake-like star. Currently, there is one divine beast. Pichu, with its mischievous face, stuck out its tongue at its new owner. Pichu, the kept monster, shrank in size so you could hold it. Xion happily picked it up. Pichu wagged its tail excitedly at him. Xion thought something and joyfully shouted, "Alright, since it's a kept monster, I can use it to protect my treasures." Hugo heard this from behind, feeling helpless. Where did he learn that? Hugo, if you evaluate him, he turned a divine beast belonging to other gods into his own possession. What happened before it could fight and gain this ability? As Hugo approached Xion, the system asked him, "You can name Pichu, who has become your divine beast." Xion laughed happily but suddenly turned sinister. "Name!" Xion fell silent, then burst into a wicked smile. He shouted, "Hell off the hook!" In the large house, Jin's voice echoed with reproach, "Traitor." Hugo roared in anger, "Traitor, do you know how worried I was about you?" While playing with a wooden horse, Jin pouted and replied, "Did I say something wrong?" While he went to get married and build a family, his friend was trapped in the tower. Jin mockingly scolded Hugo. One is stuck and trying to escape, while someone else suddenly becomes your friend but lives happily. I wonder if he thinks about going to find his friend after 20 years. I wonder if this is what a friend should do. His voice sounded pitifully. He hadn't recognized his friend after 20 years. I think I observed very carefully. But I wonder if this is how a saint should behave. He should be ashamed and regretful. Hugo was annoyed by him. He wanted to attack and hit him. Suddenly John stood up and said to Hugo, "I think I can't ask you to stay in this house." He shook his head and said, "It's okay, you can stay here. After all, I live alone anyway." John thought about it, then patted his friend's shoulder to comfort him. "I've already said too much. Cheer up, my friend." Hugo immediately protested loudly. "It's not that I divorced. My wife is still here." Then he stopped talking. Hugo looked helpless and bored. "Don't worry about it. Don't talk about that anymore. Tell me about yourself. What happened in the tower?" He thought to himself then, "Don't tell Sanj or Yuha about Legion, because they are all worried about him." Then Hugo slowly began to recount to Jin. "At that time, I was fighting the external disaster, so I didn't know what happened inside the tower. Why did you bring someone else's head instead of the goggle-eyed monsters?" He nodded and chuckled. "This is truly a sad story." Jin laughed, almost explaining. "I was stabbed in the back and thrown into a trap. That place contains countless monsters." He recalled those ugly monsters, then continued, "Besides those monsters, the dead goggle-eyed ones have also come back to life." Hugo immediately exclaimed in surprise. Xion slowly nodded. "Yes, and the goggle eyes we saw are not their true bodies." Diane couldn't help remembering its huge form and terrifying power as he said, "The real goggle eyes are deep inside the tower. Finally, I successfully defeated that troublesome goggle eye." The image of the clown with two red eyes flashed in his mind. Diane said slowly, But the real issue was not the goggle eyes, but the tower manager. That guy has the ability to revive dead monsters. I somehow found a way out. But honestly, I thought I was near death. That bastard tortured me cruelly. Diane vaguely remembered the scene where he killed the monster as he recounted it. In the last moment of fighting for survival, I managed to kill that manager and collapsed after using all my strength. Diane recalled how truly apathetic he was then. Then he turned to Hugo. His voice sounded heavy as he said, "If I remember correctly, I'm sure I died there." Xion cast a spell for Hugo to see and said, after waking up, those monsters no longer appeared in the cave. I don't know why, but afterwards, I gained my current abilities. One thing is certain. That bastard stabbed me in the back and knew the structure of the demon tower. Xion clenched his fist angrily as he said, because that bastard successfully trapped me in a cave full of monsters, as if he knew where it was. Jin became angrier with each memory. He snapped his fingers and said, I'm sure I'll defeat those who stole my property and made derogatory statements about me. But I plan to give the one who stabbed me a special gift instead. I need to start preparing for that. Right, Hugo blinked and smiled awkwardly. Makes sense, right? Immediately, Jin cast a spell on the wooden horse, making it fly up. He was serious. I need to create equipment to use against them. The system immediately sounded. Crafting level 1 activated. Summoning crafting can produce anything. The system sound kept ringing, searching for materials that could be used for crafting. Do you want to use the material to make a holy artifact? Jin frowned at it. Materials! A black-eyed gem suddenly appeared in his hand, and the system displayed its abilities, materials that could be used, the Queen Spider's concentrated essence. Accumulated magical power that could be absorbed, fragments of calamity. You can increase the success rate and strength of holy relics. Besides those two, countless holy relics from the Aries Palace were also found. Diane smirked as he said, or shall we just gather everything here? The creation of holy relics has begun. System notification. John raised the wooden horse in his hand. His immense strength made the entire large house glow. Soon after, the wooden horse instantly transformed into a fiery red war horse. System notification. The creation of holy relics is complete. The battle axe has been created. A B-grade simulation horse. If you write your name on a holy relic, the owner can absorb magical power from whoever they touch. You can absorb 10% of someone else's magical power for an hour. The loyal holy relic quickly snatched the warhorse and laughed loudly. Great! A holy relic with a self-awareness can develop on its own. Hugo clapped his hands in admiration beside him. Then he approached to look at the warhorse, but for such an advanced self-aware equipment, it didn't seem cool enough. Xion was scolded and immediately shouted straight into his ear. Are you serious? Do you know how many materials I used? After covering his mouth, Hugo stopped listening and turned away to say, I wondered if I should use the remaining materials to create equipment for you, but forget about it. Hugo quickly changed his expression faster than flipping a rice paper. He clung to his shoulder and flattered him. It's truly an amazing design. Diane, you are indeed a genius in creating holy relics. Creator Lord. Just now, I didn't look cool at all. I should treat the holy relic with all respect. Diane was speechless. He put the warhorse into a white cloth bag and remembered what you said to Hugo while crying. From now on, let's see how well you do. We need to start dealing with those cursed saints. Hugo raised his eyebrows and asked, what are we going to do? It won't be easy to make them leave their territory. Diane laughed loudly as he suddenly placed the yellow gem on the table. Is this not enough to lure them in? Hugo was alarmed upon seeing it. The Aries Palace Royal Holy Relic, the Sun Gem of the Golden Lion. This is the Sun Gem of the Golden Lion Grade SS. Can store anything and can produce additional items if you pay a reasonable price. Hugo frowned as he looked at the yellow gem and asked, that's one of the top holy relics from the royal palace. Why are you bringing it out when you can't use it? Xion answered straightforwardly, I heard Otetsu is a poor cursed saint, so I brought it to raise funds. Hugo immediately rebutted, I'm not poor. Then Zeon expressed his thoughts. The higher the level of a holy relic, the more materials are needed, right? We will use it to double the items and create holy relics that can kill them. Hugo interrupted, if you're curious, what are we going to do? No one here can activate it. Jin looked at him with a disappointed expression. Even I can't use this. Hugo screamed hoarsely, hey, am I the Aries saint? I'm the Sagittarius saint. After hearing that, Jin was dumbfounded and said in disbelief, right. Saying so, he glanced at Hugo while looking at the yellow gem slowly. But I thought you could use it. Hugo shook his head helplessly. No way! I'm sorry, but we have to find another way. Zion cursed. Damn it! I accidentally sent a declaration of war to that TV station. Hugo's face was pale as he listened, no blood left in his veins. You look at him and ask with a shaky voice, what did you send and where? Zion sighed repeatedly. I think we have no choice but to find another way. Hugo didn't understand and growled. Hold on. What did you send to the TV station? Hugo couldn't believe his own hands. He turned pale and shouted at himself, you crazy bastard. In South Korea, a luxurious palace stands tall. They call it the Green House. During an urgent meeting, everyone was silent when someone snidely yelled, fools, even a spider can't be killed. Are you really destroying yourselves? It's none other than the Lion Divine Strategist team leader Oliver. He sat on his chair with a sneer. You should have continued selling Lucky Charms to those divine beasts instead, right? Why join in this battle against the heavenly calamity? The young man wearing glasses immediately reminded him, Lion Divine Strategist Oliver, be careful with your words. Oliver cut him off directly. I heard that some ungrateful person killed the Spider Queen. Did Legion come back to life or something? With a snap, the White Army's gate shattered, and a terrifying deep voice echoed, don't cross the limit. The speaker was the Gemini Divine Strategist Sung Hyuk. He smiled, but his heart didn't. Lion Saint, it seems you are obsessed with Legion's heroic stories. Oliver wasn't afraid of conflict. He bluntly said, is there a problem? If it's Legion, he could easily kill the Spider Queen. Haven't you seen that famous Russian guy in the battle video? Sung Hyuk sneered and replied, that's because AV and A received buffs from other saints. Moreover, A's weapon was also given by someone else. With this much support, we could do better. Sung Hyuk couldn't hold back his laughter as Oliver burst out laughing. Without enough support, you can't even kill the Spider Queen, right? Sung Hyuk couldn't contain himself anymore. He pointed directly at Oliver's face. Let me state it clearly here. We from Gemini Palace are the ones who killed the Spider Queen with the sacrifice of an S-rank hero. Seeing him boasting like that, Oliver couldn't help but pretend to admire. Does Gemini have someone this strong? I really want to meet that guy. I think I need to find that person inside the Spider Queen's belly. Oliver and Sung Hyuk glared at each other, their eyes blazing as if they could kill each other anytime. The president gritted his teeth in a curse. Damn it. When did the Green House become a haven for thugs? Suddenly, someone burst into the room shouting, President, something big has happened. Please check the news. Then the TV screen turned on, and the host solemnly said, special news, our TV station just received an important item. On TV appeared a letter with red text that read, I'm back, along with several bruised photos of Wei. The host's voice was grave. Inside were photos believed to be of Mr. Jiang Wei, and a handwriting analysis confirmed it matched 99% with the deceased Jin. Back at home, Hugo was helpless as he shouted in frustration. He angrily questioned John. What are you thinking sending that? As he dialed, he answered tearfully, a declaration of war. I wanted to tell them to prepare for their heads to be cut off. Seeing him not listen, Hugo instantly got angry. Hey, you should have drawn more attention. In this situation, Hugo was less bored and discontented. The fact that you killed Zhang Qi is already headache enough. Why didn't you tell me about that? Jin immediately lifted his head in laughter upon hearing him. Zhang Qi, he's not dead. Hugo suddenly paused. Auntie, Jin slowly sat up to explain. To be more precise, he's still alive but not really living. Hugo couldn't believe his eyes as he heard this. Suddenly, Jin turned around. In his hand was a stuffed bear with ugly bulging eyes. He laughed brightly and shouted, "Look over here." The stuffed bear named Jong quivered and growled, "Lijin, that name is ridiculous." Hugo looked at the stuffed bear suspiciously. Could it be Jong Wei? Wei struggled as he was held, his anger boiling up inside him. "Let me go. Let go of this old man's hand." Zion laughed sinisterly to explain to Hugo, "I'm much stronger than before. Now I can also imprison Jong Wei's soul." Then he stretched the bear's face and said softly, "What are we waiting for? Let me introduce this." Hugo was amazed, mumbling to himself, "Such an unreasonable thing? How could that be?" Zion shrugged and glanced at him. "Believe it or not, look at this." Then Hugo received what he handed over. "What is this?" Jin pointed to his own stomach, furrowed his brows, saying that the knife had stabbed me from behind, and it was what pushed me into the trap. Hugo pursed his lips, staring intently at the sharp blade in his hand. "This is the knife that cornered Jin? This is different. This isn't just a regular knife." Then he suddenly said to him, "If you were stabbed, it wouldn't be Jong Ki." Jin didn't listen, but kept nodding vigorously at the turning bear. He smiled deeply and said, "Let me wash my eyes with some river water." Later, he turned to Hugo with a sly smile. "I stopped by the sacred artifact shop for a bit." You frowned in confusion. "Why did you go there?" Jin raised the bear and glanced at it before replying. "That bald guy said he had seen something different in that store." Then he whispered, "By the way, can I borrow some clothes?" Hugo generously agreed. "Just take whatever you need from the wardrobe." After a while, at the main entrance of the house, Jin, the handsome half-breed, played around with Hugo. "This is my second slave. Order it around in the house." Hugo didn't understand what he was saying. "Number 2, huh? Is there a number 1 too?" Jin waved his hand and said to go. "Number 1, Hugo helplessly muttered something and watched him leave without doing anything. At Kuei's estate, where Jin had destroyed, a group of female guards suddenly appeared for patrol. The female captain spoke through her earpiece. "Holy lady, White Aries is not here. I can't sense power either." On the other end, someone was playing with water and slowly said, "Oh, that alluring woman in the bubbles isn't anyone else but Sagittarius Sophie Marley." She relaxed in the bathtub and frowned, mumbling to herself, "Where am I exactly?" The female captain glanced around. Maybe he took everything from the temple treasury? Hearing this, Marty's voice sounded sad. "This is troublesome. If someone else tries to kidnap a saint behind my back." Sitting in the bathtub, Marty frowned and wondered, where did that pig run off to? The female captain continued speaking. "Holy lady, could it be that Legion just returned and kidnapped another Legion?" Marty laughed happily. Oh my, she couldn't stop laughing. Suddenly, Marty used a neck compression spell on a guard standing behind her. She laughed for almost a minute. "That's not funny." The female captain sensed the unhappy tone of their master. She immediately apologized. "I'm sorry. Please forgive me, holy lady," Marty said satisfiedly. "All right, let's proceed to the holy item shop as planned. I'll sell off the wind store to raise money for the drachma auction." Just then, a female guard suddenly rushed into Marty's bathroom. She panicked and reported, "Holy lady, something big has happened." She shouted urgently, "The Holy Knights have suddenly signed up for the auction." Marty turned around in shock and yelled, "What?" In the Lion Gymnasium, everyone was training seriously when suddenly chaos erupted. A young man approached Stephen, who was lifting weights, and whispered. The young man told Stephen that he heard Legion's holy item would appear at the drachma auction. Stephen froze for a moment, then dropped the 100 kilograms barbell with a thud. He laughed heartily. "Finally, here I am." Known as the Lion Saint, Stephen said mischievously that the holy item belongs to us. A portal suddenly appeared and a foot slowly emerged from it. Jin shouted loudly, "Portals are really convenient now." Sanji dialed his phone and said, "It's expensive, but twins people can use it for free." The two walked towards the holy item shop. Jin turned to look at Sanji with a smile. "Thanks for introducing me to the SS Appraiser." Sanji thought of Sung Hee's threat. "Do you know who killed the Spider Queen? Quickly recruit him. I'll give you whatever you want." Sanji smiled and replied, "No problem." Sanji nervously glanced at his phone a few times. Zeon asked beside him, "Are you bothered by someone after that accident?" He shook his head. No! No! Zeon held out a sword in front of Sanji. "Here's the payment for you. I used it to fight those sharp bugs." The stats of the sword appeared. Zenon A's Desire. Skill. Summon Two-Faced Warrior. S Red Warrior. M Green Warrior. Random skill activation. Sanji quickly took it and muttered doubtfully, "Wasn't it broken back then?" Zeon explained, "I'm fixing it now. The effect has changed a bit. Don't be surprised." Sanji whispered to Jin thanks and looked far away. Wow, where are we? A building with an ancient structure appears in front of them. Jin curiously asks, "An SS-level appraiser here. Where?" After a long while, on a busy street, a man speaks frankly. "Oh, look!" Then everyone starts blushing and looking at one direction. Some say, "How can this be in such a place?" Others murmur, "It's so beautiful." That person stammers, "Holy Treasure Hall," and immediately Marty, the beautiful and elegant SS-level appraiser, leads her security team. As she arrives, staff welcome her. "Holy Maiden Sophie Marty." A staff member approaches and Marty coldly orders, "I want to hand over some holy relics before the auction starts." Another staff member declines politely, asking for forgiveness from the maiden. She's with someone else right now. Marty is annoyed, wanting to shout, "He dares help others while I'm here." But she still maintains a calm demeanor and replies, "Alright, I'll wait then." Outside the ancient building, Marty raises her eyebrows in self-questioning. Who is that? Inside the house, Jen admires the artifacts and can't help but wonder, does he run this place? All prices are SS level. Suddenly, someone holds up a golden statue and asks G, "Who made this, G?" Not knowing how to answer, Jin steps in and waves, smiling. "It's me, what's the problem?" The man with a hat is known as an SS-level appraiser from the Aquarius Palace faction. Myung looks at the statue intently without any doubt. "Did you make this? Do you really have anything to do with Lee Jian?" Jae immediately points at Jin and pretends to say, "He's a fake Lee Jian." Myung looks at him slowly before suggesting, "Jae, we need to talk." Then Myung directly asks Jin about his relationship with Lord Legion. Hong raises an eyebrow and asks why he's asking, while Jae secretly leaves the conversation. Myung solemnly explains that Lord Lee is very skilled in combat and not many know this. He's also a legendary craftsman. Looking at the statue, he says, "This creation, I've seen countless copies of it, but this one, it's truly a masterpiece by Legion." Smiling, Jen approaches Myung and asks, "You know a lot about Legion, right?" Myung nods immediately. Then Myung shyly admits, "Because I'm his favorite disciple." Jin hears this and shivers. He frowns and says, "Hey, what's with the red face?" Jin crosses his arms and thinks to himself, "I don't remember taking a disciple." While evaluating the statue, Myung says, "Considering your age, you're not directly his disciple, but your skills are impressive. I almost got tricked." He clenches his teeth in anger and thinks, "Should I punch him in the face?" Then he shows a book. "I understand now. This is what I received after being recognized as Legion's disciple." Looking at the old book, he remembers something. Huh? Isn't this the ledger I lost? Wait, could it be him? It's that little brat who chased me all over China. That little brat is a pain in the ass. I thought he was bothering me, but... Ryan recalls his old self. 20 years can make people grow old. Myung's eyes well up with tears. He has a pair of eyes that see treasures, and it gave me so much useful information. Suddenly, he raises the book high and shouts. But one day, he suddenly left his place and left this behind. He looks at it helplessly. I thought I lost it. Turns out it was this old man taking it. Myung flips through the book to explain. His handwriting is a bit bad, so I can't read anything. But it must be his notebook of ideas to get such valuable items. He thinks silently. This is Min Ho's hit list. Seeing him cherish the book, Zion thinks that after waking up, hitting anything gives him information. Like if he was an SS appraiser, surely he would get good info, right? Ming hands the book to him, but this book should be used by someone as talented as you. Please accept it. He quickly takes it and thinks, oh, great, back then I had a few things written in here, so losing the book felt a bit sad. The system announces that the sleeping book is reacting to its owner's power. The book will evolve into a holy artifact, absorbing the essence of the snake deity's strength. The book is transforming. He excitedly shouts, oh my! It's a holy artifact that remembers everything. Seems like you have a skill I've never encountered before. At this moment, an employee rushes in to report. Jin Myung has something happening. He's startled and turned around. The panicked employee asks him, what's going on? The other person quickly says, the Holy Maiden is outside. He mutters, chortling, why does the Holy Maiden always make such a commotion all of a sudden? Zine asks again, Holy Maiden? Outside, Maruti the Holy Maiden stands with her arms crossed, proudly, surrounded by many guards protecting her from fans. She sighs inwardly, these weak people keep staring at me. Every time I go out, it's like this. Sang observes in the crowd, Sophie Marie, is this the Holy Maiden who only appears in the main setting? They say leaving the church is already a big issue. She proudly commands, waiting will just waste time. I'll go find him myself. Inside, she thinks. That appraiser has to buy our holy artifact at a high price for the auction, but he's making us wait until when? We can't wait any longer. Marty decides and pushes open the door. A guard immediately stops her. Lady of the city, there's still a guest inside. She insists on going in anyway. Who is this guest that he dares to make us wait outside? I have to see for myself. Seeing her go in, the two people inside also look at her intently. The lady of the city suddenly stands still, staring fixedly at Jian with red eyes. In her eyes, he is a handsome and brilliant man. She blushes and admires him. What a handsome man! I need to get closer. But before she can approach, she sees a large snake with fangs baring its teeth heading towards her. Marty is terrified, her face pale, staring at the snake in shock. She panics and sits down. The guards around her are very worried, asking, Holy Lady, are you all right? She hasn't recovered yet, sweat pouring from her face as she shivers. What's happening? What power did I just feel? This fear-inducing thought suddenly appears in her mind. Thousands of snakes surround me. Thinking this, Marty quickly stands up and runs away. I have to leave right now. The guards call out worriedly, Lady of the city. Seeing this scene, Ming asks in confusion, why did he suddenly leave just after entering? Jin Myung answers leisurely, maybe it's a sudden illness. The system announces, a fearless one has approached SAFU and dared to enter the sacred grounds. Your holy skill has been boosted by SAFU's holy skill. Current holy skill is 35%. Read the announcement. He doesn't understand. Holy skill. What's different from magic? The system explains that a holy skill is divine power granted, and this skill requires its use. He could get magic from gods or others. If his magic drops to 0%, so will his life force. Prolonged, he would weaken. Jin clenched his fist and said, it's getting worse day by day. You just pointed at the girl who just came in. Is she a saint? Ming was surprised. What? Didn't you know her? She appeared everywhere in the news. He explained that on that day, it was Saint Aquarius, Sophie Marley. Really not knowing? Diane repeated doubtfully. Sophie Marley. Hearing this, he laughed so hard tears streamed down his face. I just asked about the saint story. But she is Saint A. Recalling her appearance just now, he thought, indeed, a successful transformation. No wonder I didn't recognize her. Her original looks weren't much to look at either. Later on, she became prettier. But no amount of plastic surgery could change that nasty soul. Jin had even grafted a head onto a worm. He thought, if I were to categorize people I hate, she would be Squalor. She is like a bug. I can't accept her when she cared more about skincare than life. My beside him said, I really don't understand why everyone sees her as the goddess of compassion and sacrifice, when in fact, she's just an evil, selfish person. Jin quickly replied, oh, so you know about her? He explained that she was Dr. Legion's doctor. With that, she planned to siphon off all his funds into her own hands. But because other saints also claimed a share, the government stepped in to manage it. Hearing this, he gritted his teeth angrily. Who dared touch my money under the pretense of hers? He asked again, and how do you know that name? Do you have any connection with that saint? He smirked. She definitely knows me, an old acquaintance in the back alleys behind the building. Marty ran breathlessly into the depths. The guard followed worriedly, asked, Saint, are you all right? That terrifying voice from the past echoed, do you want to die that much? Ms. Huang cursed silently. Damn it. Why did Legion return now? But his overwhelming power made her shiver like him. She said to the guard beside her, have you ever thought about dying instead of fainting? The guard was puzzled. Marty ordered, go back there and investigate that guy for us. That guy is on duty. I understand. And the examiner? She fell silent for a moment before answering, no! Suddenly, she was happy. I changed my mind. Turning to the guard with a twisted smile, she said excitedly, kill them all. The guard reminded her, but that examiner seems very important to the saintess. We still need him for our plan. The saintess calmly said, it affects my mood when I have to wait here. That guy also scares me. They simply treated me rudely. Marty was excited. I will bring the person who borrowed the holy artifact and my power. The guard hesitated but said, sir, using your power in a neutral district. She smiled brightly, but her words were firm. Don't you obey my command? The guard was terrified. I will never defy orders. The nun's will is the will of the divine. Saying this, he bowed and knelt, reaching out to receive the power cord from the nun. He cherished the strength necklace in his hand and said, the nun's will is the will of the heavens. The guard spoke with utmost respect. I will never obey the commands of these 12 ruling saints. At this moment, Jun asked him puzzledly, where is all this water coming from? At the Fortuna Divine Artifact shop in downtown Sangji, he's walking down the street. He's sucking on a straw while looking round, and suddenly something catches his eye. He's surprised, thinking to himself. He stares at the puddle in front of him, wondering, it hasn't rained, so where did all this water come from? Sangji bends down to examine the puddle more closely. The water is faintly visible, but I can feel mana within it. Suddenly, his reflection in the water looks different, startling him. A hand suddenly emerges from the puddle, making him step back a few steps. He drops the glass of water into the strange puddle. A figure resembling Sangdi rises out of the water and crawls towards him. Sangdi can hardly believe his eyes. What is that? Screams start echoing from behind him. In the square, each puddle turns into a different person walking down the street. Many screams and shouts of surprise and questions. Anti-Domo, what's going on here? What is this? Marty stands above looking down, sobbing softly. She hesitates, water waves swirling round her as she calls out the invocation. The Divine Lady calmly says, the newly created figures are only ranked disciples, but if we face a large number of enemies, we can take down an entire elephant. Sangdi shouts urgently, hey, Divine Guard. The guard is startled. I'm annoyed. Why would a combat skill be used in neutral territory? Stop it now. The Han Man hesitantly says, everything was done according to the Divine Lady's instructions. Don't have any complaints. He looks surprised. What is it? The guard repeats, all of this is what the gods wish for. Then he pulls out a glass and calls out the invocation, activating the divine artifact. Sangdi rushes up to stop him from calling out. No! But it's too late. A bright column of light shoots into the sky. The whole city lights up. Many people are trapped in water bubbles. Water spirits flood out. The blackguard crosses his arms behind his back. Behind him is a large army of water soldiers. He says, all right, now I'll go deal with the guy at the shop who's secretly using divine artifacts. Meanwhile, they're catching some artifact appraisers. The water soldiers split into several groups to follow orders. Sangdi was trapped in a water bubble without realizing it. He curses silently. What the heck? When did this happen? He holds his breath, concentrating all his strength in his hands. I have to get out of here quickly. His vision blurs, but he tries to stay alert until he loses consciousness. Before breaking free from the water bubble, Sangdi passes out. Injin's side, he's observing the strange puddle on the ceiling. He remains silent, analyzing. Myung says, "What's happening outside? There's a suspicious amount of mana around." Suddenly, the puddle attacks him, trying to trap him in a water bubble. At the same time, a knife quickly approaches Jin's throat, but he shows no fear. It's the guard. He says, "Don't move." He holds the knife tightly and explains, "I have no grudge against you, but the Divine Lady is displeased with you." Then he continues, "If you don't want to spill unnecessary blood, just don't do anything foolish." Both of them are controlled now Myung by water, Jin by a knife at his throat. The guard shouts loudly, "The Divine Lady ordered me to kill both of you. But if you apologize for insulting the Holy Maiden and buying their divine artifacts at a high price, I'll speak well of you in front of the Holy Maiden." Myung furrowed her brow as she hesitated between choices. However, Jin calmly asked, "Nowadays, is it normal to have barriers around public areas?" Hearing this, he was shocked. He broke the barrier with his bare hands and set it straight. "In my time, no one ever thought of using weapons outside." The guard was also taken aback by this strength. Bintan told Jin Myung to make them pay for damages. He stood aside sweating, realizing that the gum knife was a divine artifact from Aquarius. How did he break it with his bare hands? The guard went mad. "I already told you not to move." At this moment, water from Myung's body rushed towards Jian, but he laughed and casually broke the water in everyone's surprise with a punch. He cut his fist sharply, looking at the guard and asked, "Do you have anything else like that?" Punching through fog, Jian sweated out of fear. He panicked, unable to believe it. He destroyed in a ranked defense with just one move. Indeed, as the Holy Maiden predicted, this person is really dangerous. He resolved to kill him here to prevent any harm to the Holy Maiden. The guard took out his necklace and shouted, wondering if you can handle this. Water splashed, forming puddles. The guard said loudly, "This was made from pure mana of the city maiden." Then he called for a Camrank summon, water monsters, turning each puddle into huge beasts. His lips curled in amusement. "It's been a while since she treated me to such a grand feast." He drew his knife and said, "Here, Jin Myung, you're going to continue talking." Jian held to knives with each hand, telling him he could take anything he wanted, right? "Now I'll take these." As soon as he finished speaking, he disappeared somewhere before he could say anything else. He charged straight at the monsters. The knife cut through several of them. He exclaimed loudly, "These knives are sharp." System notification. You have acquired data, Aquatic Blade Slayer. Xion enjoyed attacking more and more. This dog of his is really different. All materials are a rank or above, only daring to do a few things but getting so many points. He's energetic. Each monster was cut into multiple slices. System notification, you have acquired data. Mosaic Fragment. Continuous system notifications. You have acquired data. Working through the night without sleeping. You have acquired data. Food Obsession. Mental state upgraded. System notification, you have acquired data. Intense strength increased by 5%. Experience points of the Zodiac increased. Zion exclaimed in surprise. So many points. The guard stood aside, thinking about how to deal with this situation. Unbelievable. Killing the Holy Maiden's summonings is too easy. Vine called him, "Hey," and he was scared, his eyes full of murderous intent. "Don't think you can just do that." The guard trembled with fear, thinking about how dangerous this situation felt, like facing a snake. "He's no match for me. If I have to fight him, I'm sure to die. I'm not his opponent." He's scared and runs out the door, leaving behind a curse. "I won't let you off this time." Vine scoffs. People who say such nonsense aren't scary at all. Myung whispers to herself, "This guy is just as I thought." Someone panicking from outside asks anxiously, "Uncle, everyone okay?" La Sangdi is frantic. His disciple suddenly attacked wildly. He barely managed to escape. But what greets him is chaos, with aquatic monsters scattered everywhere. Zion bluntly asks, "We're here, right? They just finished." He stammers, "What happened here?" He asks Mana, "Isn't that the revival materials made by the Saints?" He replies, "It seems so. But aiming those production directions at me is like asking me to use them as raw materials." La Sangdi sincerely pleads, "After all, we need to get out of here before more come." Suddenly, Ming interrupts. "Hold on." He thinks silently. 20 years ago, I followed Mr. Li Jian to see his crafting methods. I remember clearly how he fought the monsters and took materials from them. He asks in alarm, "That strange display just now, was that a battle? Could you be Mr. Liege?" No need for him to finish speaking. He raises his hand to his mouth to signal silence. He nods slightly and secretly confirms what he said is true. Ming smiles happily with tears in her eyes. Then she leaves, saying a few words. "I'll come back for those materials later. Keep them for me. I have something to ask you later." He bows respectfully and thanks him. "Thank you very much. See you next time." Diane nods as he leaves. Outside, Sangji calls out, "Hey, Jian," who waits silently. He asks, "Why is the female guild targeting you?" He replies, "I'm also wondering about that. Maybe she's mistaken." Sangji anxiously asks, "Meaning, did you turn her into an enemy or something?" But he calmly says, "Just ride with me." Jian smirks, "Let me show you this later, it'll be useful." In the quiet evening at Eden Cafe, a table full of sweets is set up. Zion puts a spoonful of ice cream in his mouth. He exclaims unexpectedly, "Sanj, this gelato here is amazing. Eat as much as you want." Sanj hesitantly replies, "All right, but are we really okay? This place is quite expensive." He remembers the guard who ran off just now. He dropped something, didn't he? He shakes his head and says, "It's fine. After checking this out, it'll be very useful." Jian shows him a badge. It seems like a holy vessel. It can function as an ID card and store other gods' skills too. Sanj exclaims, "It looks like a holy vessel." He thinks with such high functions of an ID card, it could even turn against us. But Jian isn't worried. He says, "Eat first and figure it out later. Are you sure we can eat this?" At that moment, a man in glasses approaches and asks, "Sanj, do you like the gelato here too?" Sanj frowns, "Huh?" The voice belongs to. Both look at him, and Sanj exclaims, "Captain Choi Sang-hyuk of the God Squad." He kindly approaches, "Mind if I sit here?" Jian eats his ice cream while observing silently. Isn't this the guy who was making things difficult for Sanj? Sanj still stammers, "Hello." Sang-hyuk sits down and greets him, "Pleased to meet you. I'm Santu's captain, Choi Sang-hyuk." "Excuse me, but are you the one Sanj mentioned?" Jian quickly replies, "Yes. How so?" She folded her arms and said, "It's true that you're hard to grasp." Seeing him frown slightly, she continued, "Looks like time has caught up with you too, huh? You used to be a figure of the ancient saints, but you've changed quite a bit." She moved closer and asked again, "Or maybe because he had few followers compared to us." Otis waved his hand and disappeared. "I don't want to talk to you." Marty taunted, "Oh heavens. Are you going to ignore me, then do whatever you want?" "Well, if you do that," she said, "you'll hit the weak spot of your opponent, and you might lose a child like losing your wife." Otis stepped back, not responding to her taunt. She continued happily, "Oh my, she's still alive, right?" However, Marty was getting more outrageous. "Maybe it's better if he's dead. What can an incompetent master do with his family? Right, you couldn't hold back your anger anymore. Flames were burning round you. A loud explosion destroyed part of the building. Otis was the one who caused that explosion. You went crazy, eyes glowing with fire, roaring. I told you to go away." The saintess covered her mouth and laughed. She gently held his fiery fist with one hand and said, "Phew, please control yourself. In the end, you have to do that. I thought you had forgotten our ceasefire agreement from 10 years ago." Her eyes narrowed slightly, and then she paused for a moment before continuing. Shouldn't you be more aware of your status as one of the three saints? Then a voice sounded out. Hey, you scumbag! Hearing that voice, she turned around in alarm. Jen's hand was completely under control, causing her to fall backward. Marty's eyes went white and unconscious as he threw her straight down onto the floor. Aries was also surprised and turned around. He roared loudly, Jin! He was also taken aback. Oh, SAFU! Jin struck his gong and asked, what are you doing here? He immediately replied, I'm worried about you, because you might mislead again. He looked puzzled. What? Worry me? Give me a hand. Jin suddenly became alert. Do you like me? You immediately replied, don't joke around, Jin. Then he asked with a scrunched up face, come on. Why? Looking down at Marnie, who was unconscious on the ground, I always run into her. He wondered again, does she like me? Li Jian, the 13th saint, is considered the strongest. Sophie's face turned pale as memories of him suddenly came back. She shuddered and thought to herself, I always hated Li Jian. No, I'm afraid of him. His scary and sharp-looking face, his ruthless nature that doesn't spare anyone who annoys him, and his cold eyes that always look down on me. Sophie remembered a day 20 years ago. It was late at night. The rain was heavy, and thunderstorms signaled something ominous to come. Inside the palace, the guards were shouting as they tried to stop Jian, Lord Li Jian, from doing whatever he wanted. Lines 1 to 60 continue in a similar manner, maintaining the context and following the rules provided. Hugo sighed in agreement as he stood by. Sophie gritted her teeth, cursing silently to herself. In fact, I thought you'd just let it go? Don't think this time is like 20 years ago. I'll apply acid to my hands and melt the shiny chain. She felt triumphant with her plan, but tying her up was useless. If she could escape and get to Stephen Marker, John's sudden snap of his fingers abruptly extinguished her thoughts. He gently snuffed out all hope of escape from her, mocking, really, your tricks are so obvious, making Sophie wince in pain and shame. She lowered her head. Then John frowned at the smoldering middle finger on his hand. What's this? At that moment, Sophie stopped smiling mockingly and said, idiot. I have an Ass's defensive skill that activates whenever someone hits me. The Ass's magic will start to melt your entire body, starting from your hands. While saying this, she imagined Jin's continuous cries of pain as he apologized to her. This is the strongest protective skill of Aquarius. Not satisfied for long, Jin woke Sophie up by showing her how his finger healed quickly. Huh, that's my strongest middle finger. Sophie was stunned and gasped in surprise. What's this? She couldn't believe the corroded part had healed instantly. That's not healing. This is a game-breaking skill. Diane looked down at her pathetic state with amusement and said, now then, Bug, let's reminisce about old times. I heard you boasted everywhere that you're my doctor? One snap! You were the one who brought that group to the appraisal shop, right? 5 snaps. And what did you say to Texu? 5 more snaps. Sophie sat there, listening to her crimes and receiving painful snaps from him, eyes wide in fear as she stuttered. Her voice became shaky. That incident. Please wait a moment. Vian on the other side was already ready, still smiling back at her. Then silence followed. All right, now. Songin had been waiting for this moment and used his divine finger to target Sophie directly. Snap after snap, ignoring her cries of mercy. Hugo behind pretended not to hear and enjoyed the show. He glanced at the battlefield beside him, thinking whether male or female, Zion all got hit, though they provoked each other. Suddenly, something strange interrupted his thoughts. I imagined it like this. His divine aura increased with each snap. System notifications appeared around Jin as he recharged his divine energy. Current divine energy 40%. You've performed a very powerful snap on Saint Aquarius. You received special Saint data. But who is he increasing divine energy for? While snapping wildly, Jin suddenly paused and looked down at his victim. Turns out Sophie passed out from the pain, with 3 round lumps like watermelons on her face. Only now did he notice the system notifications in front of him, indicating unlocked divine energy. Current divine energy 50%, needs to be recharged. Diane asked confusedly, "What's divine energy? Explain again." It quickly responded, "Divine energy is the power used for and sustained by a deity's strength. You can steal divine energy from another god's domain. When divine energy reaches 0%, the corresponding zodiac sign will lose its power, potentially leading to death if maintained at 0%. He pondered as he read. So you can also steal divine energy when attacking someone. I didn't get it from the casino because it hadn't unlocked it yet. These made Jin scratch his head in doubt. But then he secretly smiled, seeming to think he could get stronger now. At that moment, Hugo called out from behind Jin, "Shouldn't you ask her about the knife too?" Jin calmly turned around and explained to him, "She wouldn't dare stab me. Also, I found someone who can investigate that knife." "Fine," Hugo replied indifferently. He secretly concluded that he just wanted to torment her. Then Jin put his hand in his pocket. He took out his phone and turned it on to check the time. He chuckled and said, "Oh, so long?" Hugo beside him looked at what he was holding and asked in surprise, "When did you get a phone?" Jin replied happily, "I borrowed one from a friend, but didn't mention it was fancy." Next, Jin winked at him and said with a smile, "Taksu, I have to go to the auction house now. The rest is up to you. You can throw her into some trash somewhere." Then he went into the elevator, waved goodbye to Hugo, ignoring his friend's cries from behind, saying he would contact him when the auction ends. Hugo looked at Sophie, who was still unconscious due to dizziness, and wondered what to do with her. Suddenly, the elevator in front of him opened up. At first, Hugo thought John had returned because he forgot something, but before he could ask, he froze when he saw it wasn't John standing in front of him. Hugo frowned uncomfortably, cramped. Why did I run into him? The person he was talking about was none other than Stephen Marker. He looked down at Sophie, who was tied up in front of him, and then up at Hugo. Hugo remained silent, silently guessing something bad was about to happen. Stephen's eyes turned angry, surrounded by blinding rays. He asked with a stern voice, "Hugo Otters, what are you doing here?" Both of them looked at the newcomer and thought it was Stephen Marker. He pulled his glasses up and greeted with a smile, "Horseman, long time no see." A yellowish light flashed in his eyes as he said, "But I guess our current situation doesn't allow us to greet each other nicely now." Hugo asked cautiously, "Lion, why are you here?" Stephen replied while holding his glasses, "The army has called for allies." Looking at Sophie unconscious on the opposite side, he continued, "I happen to be doing business in Dracima and stopped by here." He hesitated and asked, "Now it's your turn to answer. Why are you here?" Hugo replied with a grimace, "I came because there was something to do at the auction house. Nothing to do with you." Stephen sighed and said while putting his glasses back in his coat, "So you're also hunting for Li Jian's artifact that will appear in this auction?" Hugo looked surprised and asked, "Is Li Jian's artifact part of this auction?" Stephen replied, "Didn't you know? I guess it's a price you can't afford even in your dreams." Hugo smirked. "Lion, are you still collecting Jian's artifacts? You've never acknowledged his power and always looked down on him, but you keep collecting the artifacts he made." He continued, "Thinking like that won't make you as strong as him." Stephen unleashed his power, causing the ground to explode and rise up. Hugo had to use his abilities to block his attack. He muttered, "Just as I thought, every time John is mentioned, he loses control." With anger, Stephen punched him, grabbing his wrist. He threatened, "Hey Hugo, don't act like you know better. You're nothing but a fool, and stop mentioning John in front of me." He broke his wrist. A lion with sharp claws seemed to be lurking behind him. He said, "Now I'm stronger than him." Suddenly, at this moment, someone rushed in and shouted, "Captain, there's a problem." The person reported, "Those two bastards are buying everything from Legion." Stephen turned around in alarm and asked again, "What did you say?" Finally, Stephen let go of Hugo. It seems I don't have time to play with you anymore. Turning away, he said, do whatever you want with Aquarius. Hugo called out curiously, doesn't he come here to take her away? He quickly replied, what's more important is the audience. I'm leaving, no matter how it turns out. We're competitors in terms of who has more followers, so I don't need to worry about her that much. Steven suddenly turned around and addressed the new recruits. Listen up. This is advice from a former teammate. If you want to survive, control your nature and live humbly. Hugo mocked. I'm so grateful I almost cried. Hugo looked at Steven thoughtfully. Sophie, who was tied up nearby, had already fainted from the scare. Hugo looked down. He brought his blackened hand to his eyes and pondered. I really did die this time. Hugo blamed himself silently. This is why I'm just a useless guy. At the Dragmar auction house, all the auction rooms are equipped with high-grade glass doors. In one VIP room, an announcement echoed, Gemini. The auctioneer happily declared that this artifact has now been won by Gemini. And with that, the first round of the auction was over. We'll start the second round after a short break. Hugo looked at the big screen, raised his glass, and stood up to celebrate. Can we do it? He happily boasted, it's mine again. Hyox spread his hands and laughed, congratulating him on getting what he wanted. Hugo scratched his head sheepishly and replied, thanks. Not only did you invite me to the writing room, but also let me buy everything I wanted. Hyox responded calmly, it's fine because we want to tease your talent. Sangdir nervously grabbed his bag strap and said, Captain sir, are you okay? That artifact seems worth $1 billion or more. Hyox laughed and replied, no worries, what matters is Sangdir. Can you pay for the drinks? I don't have my company card here. Sangdir worriedly thought, how much did he borrow? But since he's older than me, I can't say anything. He agreed, okay sir. Hugo excitedly said, don't worry, I've already paid everything. Hyox looked at his wallet and immediately thought, there it is, my card. When did this happen? Hugo waved Hyox's card in his hand and mockingly laughed. It seems you're a bit tipsy, so I've already paid for everything. I can't make my subordinate pay the bill, even if it was unintentional. Hyox awkwardly smiled to cover up. I was just going to give him my personal card. Thank you for helping me use it to pay. In his heart, he thought, he looks so young but already wants to take over from me. But this is a top recruit who killed the Spider Queen. If I can make use of him, these payment issues won't be an issue at all. Suddenly, a purple smoke surrounded Hyox. He said, okay, if you've had enough to drink, let's get down to business. I highly value you. I'm sure you have the potential to become an S rank. Even more so if you also receive the blessing from our Saint of the White Ram. Hegel glanced and thought, mist controls minds that others cannot see. It doesn't force anyone to do anything, but just a whiff can make people trust you more. As Hyox continued his persuasion with mist, he said, successor of the saint, you could become one of the 10 saints, and beyond that, you will have wealth and honor, and you'll possess the great power of a great mage, Saint of the White Ram, for free. Suddenly, he spread his hands out saying, here, take my hand, and you'll become one of the disciples of the great Saint of the White Ram. Zion burst into laughter with Hyox and Sangdir's puzzled looks. He laughed to himself, it really is like that. Today was fun indeed. I think, in summary, it's like this. Suddenly his face changed completely. He disdainfully questioned, you're asking me to become a servant of an inferior god? Hyox's smile froze. He wondered, he was so friendly before. Why did he suddenly get angry like this? Must be a misunderstanding. Thinking that, he said, I think you misunderstood something. Just then, the waiter outside spoke up. Sorry to disturb, but I've brought the auction items here. When Hyox felt lucky, he thought, just in time. Come in, please. The waitress smiled and entered. Yes, sorry about that. Congratulations to you. This is the auction certificate for the item and authenticity certification proving this is indeed Legion's divine artifact. Jin repeated, authenticity certification. You think they're pulling a lot of silly tricks. Hi, you see gasped in shock. Did you buy Legion's divine artifact? Jin held up the golden ring and said, "You said I could buy anything, right? I wasn't particularly targeting this, but it is a quite useful divine artifact." Hyusi worriedly thought, Steven is obsessed with Legion's divine artifact, so we shouldn't mess around with this. He tried to persuade Jin, "Sorry, but someone else already owns this item, so we want to return it." Just then, a loud explosion came from the door, shattering the doors, and the waitress screamed in fear. Everyone turned their gaze towards that direction. Steven angrily entered and asked, "Who is it? Who dares to touch my item?" Zion calmly turned around and asked, "Steven, does he think he's targeting my divine artifact?" Hugh approached Marquis with a friendly expression and said, "I'm sorry, Mr. Steven. The newcomer didn't mean any harm, so it was a mistake. I'll return it to you right away." Marquis folded his arms calmly and replied, "All right, as long as you admit your mistake and return it." Hugh nodded and said, "Thank you. You can pay me back gradually." Marquette smirked and said, "Lucky for me, I didn't have to spend a single coin." Hewitt stood still and asked, "What?" Suddenly he seemed dangerous, looking around. Marquette grabbed Hewitt's head and said, "Did you think you could get away with it when messing with something that belongs to me?" The Divine Team captain approached Hewitt. When Hyusi stiffened and thought, "Monkey, is he trying to save billions by using a mistake as an excuse?" Diane spoke from behind, "Stop talking nonsense." He pointed at himself arrogantly and said, "I won, so it's mine. Why should it be yours? If you want, I'll sell it back to you for 20 billion. Steven widened his eyes in surprise for a moment. He laughed heartily and said, "Looks like twins aren't all cowards. There are brave ones too." Hugh was terrified and screamed inside. "Crazy man, trying to commit suicide or something? He doesn't know who Steven is." Steven pushed Hugh aside and said, "I like you. At least a man should be as brave. Maybe it's fate that we meet each other this way and introduce ourselves. Every time I meet someone I fancy, I'll introduce myself in a very grand manner. We'll come to visit." Despite Steven Tung's intimidating threat, John's face remained calm as he asked back, "What are you talking about?" He thought disdainfully, that damn Steven, maybe his skills have improved a bit. Sure enough, a lion in battle, his fighting spirit can't be compared to Aries and Pisces. Once he starts with his fangs, he won't stop until he tears someone apart. Impressive. Steven reached out, but John only sighed. Thunder rumbled everywhere. Land the goat worriedly called, "Brother." Hugh cursed, "Monkey, he's really trying to kill me." Steven laughed triumphantly and said, "Quite fun. You can spend the rest of your life in a wheelchair." Xion raised an eyebrow when Marquis placed his large hand on his shoulder and asked, "What are you doing?" "Dusting off my shoulders, right?" Steven was startled for a moment and thought, "What's this?" That skill must have hit me directly. He waved his hand and asked, "Did you deflect my attack with displacement?" Xion said, "Can't see it? Looks like your mind is still undeveloped while your limbs are well developed. The rock-breaking breakthrough skill. Do you think the skills I created will work on me too? You begged me to teach it to you and said you would only use it to save people, but looks like you're just using it to show off strength." Steven hesitant fear before Jin's aura. He asked himself, "How about you? Who are you?" Just then, the auctioneer's voice cut through their conversation on screen. "Thank you very much for waiting. We will start with the highlights of the auction shortly." Steven turned and sighed. "Oh no! Is it time already?" John crossed his arms and sighed deeply in thought. "What? Another item from me too, huh?" Steven pointed at John's face through the gun and said, "I have a lot of questions for you. But this opening bid is very important to me. Keep that poker face on. I'll come back when the auction ends." When Sang-jae saw Steven turn away, he worriedly grabbed Jion's shoulder and asked Han if he was okay. Hyuk let out a sigh of relief as if a heavy burden had been lifted. He thought about how he managed to dodge that attack just now. Even he couldn't shift a holy level strike. "Who is this guy?" the auctioneer excitedly announced. "The moment has come for the highlight of today's auction. We will reveal the holy relic you've been waiting for. Do you remember the fall of Berlin 24 years ago? It was an incident involving a disaster appearing on an island in Germany. That place was hell, melting all weapons and armor. Back then, even the 12 Saints couldn't conquer it. All attempts to subdue the disaster were futile. It was when Li Jian, the hero, appeared to defeat the disaster. Now we will reveal the holy relic that Li Jian used to defeat it. Insanity and danger triumphing arrogantly. Finally, it's in our hands. The legendary weapon I saw in my dreams. About 20 years ago, over the barren Yuland, a helicopter took off. The host looked down with the microphone and said, "Hello, we are above the island where the disaster appeared. Even after 4 days since Legion's 13th member woke up, we can't confirm what's happening inside. Countless saints tried to enter but couldn't due to the strong poison surrounding the island. We will update you as soon as new information is discovered." A teammate across from Steven said, "We can only get this far." Steven held his hands together and wondered, how did Legion enter here? Han fought that bastard, how could he do it? We still can't go in there. Why do I feel like this just because a pepper spray nearly killed him for lack of divine power? What's the difference between me and Han? Is it strength? Subordinates? Skills? So what am I missing? A teammate looked around in awe. Holy man, Legion is emerging from the entrance. Steven was surprised and looked up. That's the live host and cameraman as well. The MC hesitated and said, "Gentlemen, it's Li Jian. Li Jian has returned alive." Li Jian successfully defeated the disaster everyone thought unbeatable. Jian appeared with a huge bone in his hand. With the hero back, another teammate said, "Damn, looks like all achievements are being stolen by Li Jian again." Steven stood up and smiled. "I understand now." Another teammate asked as he followed him, "Holy man, Steven, are you preparing to withdraw?" He asked further, "Are you not taking the weapon with you?" Steven replied, "I don't need it anymore, you can keep it. I found something better and that's what it is." Compared to Legion, what I'm missing is a weapon. Back to the current auction, the host continued announcing, "Now, one of the 8 great holy relics of Legion, we will reveal the strongest relic used in the Becklin Wolf." Sangdae and Hyuk watched on. Jin held his glass and looked down in confusion. Steven thought excitedly, "Sure enough, that's it. Finally, I get to see it again. Li Jian's holy relic, the one that will make me the strongest." The large white auction house stands tall in the night. A devil appears under the moonlight. It says, "I can feel it. Legion's holy relic, I can sense it." One of the 8 great relics of Li Jian, the cloth is being pulled down. The strongest relic used in the Berlin Wolf battle. Sangjae and Hyuk are surprised by this. Jian suddenly stands still. "We will announce now." C1 stands aside with a smile. The strongest bone in the world, the giant bone, the cloth is immediately flung up. Inside the cloth just pulled out is a preserved bone in a glass box, and the voice continues. "High above, I never thought I would see it again. I've only seen it through historical records." The sister starts introducing to everyone. This is an incredible relic, both in history length and its abilities. Who will own it tonight? Sangji shouts from afar in the room. "I can't believe Li Jian's holy relic ended up with such fools." Hyuk also angrily says, "Damn, we can only watch as that lion takes it without doing anything." Jin remains calm, thinking to himself, "Let me remember what it is. It must be something I used long ago." But Sangji said, "That's..." Not finishing his sentence, Sangji becomes furious and lunges at him. "Hey, I'm busy right now. You're starting to fall. Captain, we need to do something." Hyuk beside him is equally agitated. He will immediately contact the headquarters of the Holy Team. "We can't let it be sold." The two of them make Jin furious. The auctioneer speaks. "We will start the auction now. Starting bid is $1 million. Bidders present offer numbers in turn. 5 million, 10 million, 30 million, $50 million. Virtual screens appear before Zion. His reputation is increasing. The holy relic bearing his name has been revealed. His zodiac experience points are increasing. His bandit status is being enhanced. He says, "Oh my god, why are people pouring all their money into it? But really, it's not that great." Without letting Zion finish his rant, he interrupts angrily. "Because it's a legendary weapon made by Li Zion himself. You need to understand this. Hearing this, Jin also gets angry. Sangji continues, you probably don't know, but there are reasons people rush in. Images of precious and dazzling jewelry appear in his mind. Jewelry, charms, weapons, even fragments. If it's a relic from him, it must be the best. Anyone interested in relics will do anything to possess them. Looking down through the glass partition, especially the Holy Lion, Stephen Marker, he is like that. Seeing the powerful man sitting seriously there, Sangji says, he has been examined by the relic collection of Li Jian. With his overwhelming power, few dare to provoke him when it comes to Li Jian's relics. Sangji's hand starts trembling. How sad to see his holy relic become part of Han's collection. I try to stay calm thinking about how all profits will go into a government-managed bank account. Zion thinks the profits fall into my pocket. Whoever buys it is fine with me. It's really a great deal for everyone to buy. Mr. Chengthoi watches them bid against each other. $80 million, $90 million, $100 million. Suddenly, a voice booms out, $1 billion. Jean, Sanjay, Hugh, and other auction attendees all stood still, looking in the direction of the voice. The owner of that voice was Stephen. He strutted up the stairs, ignoring me completely. Stephen seemed crazy. I'll buy it for $1 billion, or even $10 billion if needed. The auctioneer looked stunned and stammered, $1 billion, gentlemen. A huge sum inaudible to everyone in the room. Anyone want to bid higher? Sangdi was so worried he was crying. Turning to Sung Hai, what's going on? The auctioneer asked again, anyone else wants to bid? Meanwhile, Jin was still frozen in place. A gavel sound echoed, sold. The relic had been sold for an unbelievable $1 billion. To janitors outside the building discussed the auction inside. Did you hear anything? I just bought it for $1 billion. Really? That's not something to be taken lightly. People like us can only dream of such sums. Wish someone would bring it to me. Suddenly, something caught their attention. The building was surrounded by thick smoke. One of them said, I retract my previous statement. Inside the auction hall, Stephen lifted a large glass box containing the skeleton. Congratulations, Lion Saint! Stephen Marker is now the owner of the relic. The audience cheered, Stephen, Stephen. He proudly declared, with this item, the Lion Saint takes another step forward. Everyone roared in agreement, Stephen, Stephen. Suddenly, an explosion occurred inside the hall. Stephen was shocked. What's happening? Amidst the thick smoke, a black flame appeared. Panic ensued. It's a disaster. A voice came from the black flame. I found it. A monstrous creature emerged from the smoke. Legion's holy artifact. The beast let out a roar. It attacked Stephen. He wasn't afraid and prepared to counterattack. Stephen unleashed an incredibly powerful force that made the monster retreat. His move destroyed several columns outside. Stephen said, just in time, someone is testing the power of this holy artifact. He confidently dropped his staff on the ground. To see if it's worth what I paid for it, the audience started shouting again. Seeing a column split in half, Stephen was surprised. Sangdi looked terrified at the scene. Oh no! The magic tower of the displacement area is collapsing. The building began to fall. People were extremely frightened. No! A woman cried out. If that falls, this island will too. An old man added. All disciples, focus your power to stop it. Everyone there agreed in unison. We'll help too. Everyone there is working together. The woman shouted. Everyone dispelled the magic barrier. Thanks to everyone's unity, a power ball was formed. They sang in unison and shot. A beam of power soared into the sky. Someone said, no way, it's too big. We won't be able to destroy it like this. People started shouting, run. Apollo's anger turned into a huge fireball but then calmed down. Someone exclaimed, unbelievable. They turned to dust in an instant. The girl next to him said, that ability is. Mr. Hugo Otters, the center man, appeared amidst the flames with platinum blonde hair. He thought, what a lion who doesn't know how to manage his power. Everyone cheered for him. Thank you, Mr. Hugo. Thanks to your help, we're saved. Suddenly, there was an explosion next to Hugo Otter. The smoke from the explosion started dissipating when a monster appeared. It looked like it was made up of different animal species mixed together. Looking at that monster advancing towards us, Hugo gritted his teeth, thinking, it's over. Why is there another one? The monster's mouth had dark red liquid flowing out. The crowd panicked. What the hell is this? They were gradually enveloped by a sticky substance that seemed to be from the monster's body. They cried out in despair. Help us! Hugo unleashed his power. He said, how dare you monsters? He swung his fire whip at the monster. The monster didn't seem scared and charged towards Hugo. It opened its sharp teeth ready to bite him. Just as Hugo was about to lose his head, Benjamin flew in like a god to kick the monster away. Hugo shouted, Xion's so into this fight. He yelled, Ataksu, focus and attack. Xion kicked the monster down. Thank you, said Hugo happily. Xion replied, you're a fighting hero. Hugo got angrier. Are you weaker than me? Who's just a production system? Do I have to fight and worry about you too? Who cares? Hearing those hurtful words, Hugo felt offended. He explained, I've tried my best. Diane argued back, that's why you're in such a mess with so little power. They kept arguing. Suddenly, someone shouted loudly. It was Steven. He rushed over and cursed. What the hell? Steven angrily said, I was testing new equipment. Who dared to interfere? The monster woke up and roared. Diane remained calm. Oh my god, I forgot about this. Suddenly, a current ran through him. Steven looked down from above. This is our stage and the grand arena. Diane frowned. He's suddenly acting crazy. Hugo shouted next to him too. That's... Steven arrogantly ordered, don't get in my way, step aside. He started performing his ultimate move. Steven held the bone just auctioned and dived into a vortex, summoning a windstorm to clash with it. Victory in grand battle. He walked holding the bone. Let's see what happens next. Now, everyone has been sucked into that vortex. Outside the vortex is Steven. Inside the thunderous storm. Steven smirked, a performance will unfold. For now, it's not convenient, so we must retaliate with magic. The monster gradually emerged from the thick fog. Steven stood aside, but now he'll unleash all of Great Bone's power. The villagers see him and have hope. They call out his name, Steven Marker. That's the stronger god, surpassing Legion. They shout, we're saved! Drive it back to the sky. Lord Steven stands before that green monster. Steven asks, enough destruction? It's time for you to pay the price. He raised the bone as if preparing a move against the monster. Steven shouted, prepare to go. He swung the bone and hit it hard. They stared at each other, but nothing seemed to happen. The villagers below are getting sticky. The monster looked at Steven and he looked back. Its head turned right, then left. It looked straight at Steven again. Steven let out a howl. He hit the monster hard again. It immediately got angry. The monster roared and sent Steven flying away. He pondered, strange indeed, those should have been direct hits. Why isn't Li Jion's weapon working? On the other side, Jion is talking to Hugo. What now? Do you think you can escape? We can't go anywhere. After all, this is still a supreme skill, so even I can't easily neutralize it. Jin got angry. He said with a low voice, when I get out of here, I won't spare you. Hugo beside him was no less furious. What a foolish line to think he could use his supreme skill like that. Jin turned his head back. Huh? First, in front of both of us are zombies now. Let's deal with these guys first. Are these zombies part of this bad luck too? The zombies approached Jin and Hugo. Jin explained, no, they're people who became prey to the luck ability. Judging by how he kept them in front of him, I think he intended to use them as hostages. So we can't just attack him. Hugo gritted his teeth. Meanwhile, the zombies were slowly advancing towards the two. Xion looked straight into Hugo's eyes and said, I think our only choice is to act as if nothing happened. You doubt that? Why? How can we do that? Do you have a solution? Xion yawned as he walked, but Hugo shouted behind him, reminding him, hey, wait a minute! There's Xion in front of you. In front of Jin is a zombie-like human rushing towards him. Quickly, Jin grabs his head and stops him. Now Jin's face looks even more terrifying than that zombie. Jin's hand grips the black necklace around its neck. He decisively tears it off. Hugo gapes in shock. The zombies also stare at Jin in amazement. At this moment, the zombie has turned back into a human. Jin says, "See? Easy." Hugo worriedly asks, "Is he okay?" Jin replies, "No worries, he just fainted." Hugo questions, "How did you do that?" Jin confidently smiles and says, "Use force, opposite of me." Hugo feels inferior, so this is something I can't do. Unlike someone else, I don't have a head full of crazy ideas. Diane teases him, "What are you saying? I also need to start from scratch. I have no hope in that nobody." Hugo asks him, "Do you not know how to use rhetoric?" He sighs and says, "Never mind." Hugo becomes battle ready. A wave of power emanates around him. "Are you going to jump in there?" "Alright, I'll cover for you." Xion also emits a powerful aura. "Great job. You're still not completely out of your mind yet." The two of them strut confidently. "Okay, it's time. We've been cooperating for an incredibly long time." Hugo stands behind Xion, holding the missile bow ready to shoot. Xion says, "No need to prolong this. Let's finish it in one go." The zombie still stands there, not daring to attack. Immediately, Xion shoots to energy beams from his hands, flying straight up into the sky. A powerful surge of energy hits the zombies below. Gradually, the zombies turn back into humans as they break free from the black strings around their necks. The monster spits out those strings and starts growling. It continues to spit more strings at Jin, but he isn't afraid and keeps rushing towards him. He attacks while cursing. The needles, instead of attacking him, just glide past. Jin thinks it's targeting the civilians behind. Those who have returned to normal are about to be targeted by these mysterious strings. Suddenly, a bright ball appears from the center. The mysterious string and the glowing ball collide, causing an explosion. Maybe this ball was made by Hugo from afar to protect everyone. He says coolly, "Guess Dad's dead now." "Huh?" Xion above praises him. "Texu, you're awesome." Xion slides quickly towards the monster. "Hey Skull, don't waste your efforts here anymore." "Alright." Before he could finish, the monster head realizes Xion is approaching. Xion prepares to punch it with the speed of a church. With one punch, he knocks out the monster like removing stubborn dirt from Omo detergent. The monster screams in pain after receiving the fatal blow from Xion. Xion, with that cool and smug look, still manages to smirk. Hugo rushes over to him. "Of course, one hit is enough, right?" Xion smirks, "Not quite yet." He says, "The people affected by that skull will recover soon too." Hugo just nods in agreement. Without hesitation, Li Jion's hand appears with a bright flash. He looks at his palm and sees an impression in it. "What is this?" A bunch of system boards fall down to Jion. These system boards indicate that you've eliminated the disaster with your bare hands. Holy power increases. Recovering holy power. Current holy power is 81%. Recovery rate has exceeded 70%. Do you want to use this holy power to activate your instinctive combat technique? Yes or no? Read all these notifications. Zion says, "Instinctive combat. This skill requires a certain amount of holy power to be used." He thinks maybe now is the right time to try it out. Zion immediately chooses yes. Steven holds the bone and thinks, "Damn, he's standing in front of that green monster." Steven contemplates. He didn't expect to fall into this situation. Continuing his thoughts, why isn't the dragon bone effective at all? Am I not capable enough to utilize its true power? Or is it because I'm weaker than this monster? Facing that monster, Steven can only scream. One of the people present says, "Impossible, Sir Steven is being overwhelmed by it." Another person adds, "Look over there." A green-colored power surge from Legion is visible. Seeing this massive amount of power, Steven marvels. How can that be? My ultimate skill has been shattered, right? The green monster stammers and speaks. Danger before retrieving the holy artifact. First, I must. It shouts loudly. Kill him. Seeing Steven standing still, the monster rushes to bite Xion. Suddenly, he looks angry. Xion commands, "Shut up." Just those two words and the monster is immediately overwhelmed, creating a significant explosion. The area around where people are standing is also affected. At this moment, the monster lies on the ground in pain. It stammers, "How can humans have such power? Could it be that they're not?" Diane looks at the monster with a stern gaze. He finishes by saying, "Humankind." Diane angrily says, "What are you doing?" The monster immediately explodes in a cloud of smoke. From afar, Steven opens his eyes wide. He thinks, "Impossible, no way." He frowns but knows only one person has that kind of power. Looking at John's terrifying appearance, Steven thinks it must be. John laughs in a terrifying manner. He says, "It's wonderful to see you again. The damned lion. It seems you're very pleased with soiling my reputation, huh?" Steven stammers, "Never." He hits Jin. "You can't be Jin." Suddenly, he stops talking because John has taken the bone from Steven. Holding the bone, John laughs and says, "It seems you really like this thing." Seeing the bone break in his hands, Steven gapes. He says, "But sorry, I broke it for you. It's just an ordinary bone." Looking at the broken bone, Steven opens his mouth wide. Xion was preparing to land a punch on him, but it didn't do much damage at all. "So now, let me return the favor and we'll call it even, right?" Steven said in fear. "Hold on, if you hit him with a fatal blow, look how Steven would be torn apart too." Xion's punch was so powerful that it sent Steven flying out of the island core. He screamed loudly, "Damn it," and hung suspended in midair. Steven could only scream for his life. Meanwhile, Sophie woke up somewhere else. She wondered, what is this? Why am I sleeping here?" At this moment, she was tied to a chair, but the chair had fallen over. What's Sophie jealous about? "Yeah, my head hurts so much." Round her neck was a necklace emitting some kind of power. After John's counterattack, Steven lost gravity and fell straight down from high up. At the speed of a falling star, it was powerful and fast enough to pierce through the ground before plummeting below. On his face, there was sheer terror, damn it. His loud scream echoed across the vast sky. Even though Steven was dealt with, Xion and Hugo walked towards the still smoking mouth of the pit. Xion stood with his hands on his hips, laughing loudly as he shouted, "See you later, dandelion, if you're not already asleep like a turnip." Despite witnessing John's incredible counterattack, Hugo couldn't quite believe it. "What the heck was that? How did you throw him down from such a height?" Jin replied, "Who cares? All he has is a strong body. He will survive somehow or another." Then he asked, "Have all the people caught in the trap already escaped?" Hugo pointed towards a group of people who were happily celebrating and laughing. "Of course they have. Look at them being happy." Hearing this, Xion snapped his fingers to summon an animal with wings. "All right then, Earth. Point to everything that can be used and pick it up." Seeing the animal eagerly picking things up, Hugo couldn't help but look at his friend in disdain. "You're really frugal." Suddenly remembering something, Xion turned to say, "All right, I brought someone with us. When we return, take him along too." Hugo couldn't figure out who it was. "Wasn't that the one who lent you his phone earlier?" Just asking casually. "Who's that?" Jean nodded and replied, "Yeah, I think his name is Sanjay." Hearing this name, Hugo was shocked to the core. His whole body trembled and he broke out in a cold sweat as he asked again, "Sung what?" Not noticing Jean's strange reaction, Jean calmly took out his phone to check. "Sanjay, it seems like John Sanjay." He also made some observations about Sanji that he seemed closely related to the twins' constellation. "Just by looking at his magic power, I can tell he's a level commander of the divine team. Though young, he is incredibly outstanding and worth keeping close." The more Hugo heard, the more alarmed he became. He whispered to himself, "Sanji, are you really involved with this complicated name?" Ignoring Jin's gaze that seemed to say, "What kind of expression is that, damn lion?" Hugo continued to ponder. "I was as careful as possible to ensure he doesn't get caught up in my kids. Both of them are fans of Jin. So if they find out Jin is still alive, imagine his two children being taken by the evil Xion and merged into one." Hugo was so scared he cried. His family would be in chaos. Ignoring this mysterious teammate, Xion continued, there's also a Gemini commander who knows how to use teleportation magic. If I call him, what then? Hugo interrupted before finishing his sentence. Just keep going. Jin wondered why. Hugo replied that he must have been very stressed dealing with those Gemini members. So you still want to get involved with them? Your words are right, Jin muttered, if you brought up that topic. I also recalled some unpleasant memories with the Gemini group. They really drove me crazy. The teacher seems effective, so Hugo helped them out. Did you help them? I said yes. They don't like you. Saying this, he silently apologized to the Gemini members. Jin's face fell. At first, I intended to let them go. But now, thinking about it, those Gemini members aren't worth it. Hugo laughed and patted his shoulder in agreement. Jin, those kids don't deserve your attention. Just as he finished speaking, a loud dad echoed. Hugo could easily guess who it was from the familiar voice. Turn around and see. The voice! Sanji still held his phone with its screen lit up, his voice full of doubt mixed with labored breathing. Could it be Jian? He stood up straight, looking incredulous. Dad means Li Jian, right? This move really caught Hugo off guard. He panicked and tried to think of an explanation. Sanji, why are you here? Could it be? Did he already answer the call? Just as I thought. Sanji was clearly very angry. Tell me the truth. And what do you mean by those kids? Are you talking to me? Hugo struggled to explain. Sung Sanji, look there. Ami, standing nearby watching their argument, suddenly heard someone call Jin's name, Legion. That dark figure kept calling his name with a demonic tone and lunged towards him. Don't just stand there, Jin. Before the dark aura could touch him, something strange flew out to block it. Not letting the dark figure escape, slim in the shape of a peach opened its mouth wide. It quickly bit and held onto the opponent. Xion heard the system's announcement. The holy artifact has achieved resistance to poison. The ability of the skill box CSC THA has been expanded. Thanks to the creativity of a holy artifact, resistance to poison will be added as a base effect. Seeing Slim eat that dark thing with relish and swallow it down, Xion felt disgusted. He couldn't help shaking it and angrily asked, how can you starve to death and still eat some random trash on the ground? Spit it out quickly. Meanwhile, Hugo looked around for the source of that dark figure. It came from the remains of that calamity skeleton, right? It must be very dangerous. A dry and smoky monster bone was still smoking. Hugo watched intently, but Sanji paid more attention to Slim. That little Slim, I'm sure I've seen it in a book. It's the holy artifact of Jian. He reached out a hand to Slim, then nodded in amazement at its incredible ability just shown and the rough magical power. His admiration for Jian suddenly soared. Sanji was extremely excited about this. The only person that Father Saint lived alone with no one being friendly to him. And that Slim who was shaking, could it be that he really is Mr. Li Jiansang? Even though they were both a strings, Hugo and Sanjay's emotions were completely opposite. Hugo looked like he was about to faint, while Sanjay was overly excited. Ryan was focused on shaping Slim, but had to turn around and glare at the two of them with his fangs bared. Then a loud scream echoed throughout this dark land. In America, in the headquarters of the St. Leo's Divine Knights, inside the high-level manager meeting room, the atmosphere was tense. As the leader of the Lion Divine Knights, Oliver spoke first. We haven't found any of the missing governors yet. Gemini is known for tracking abilities, so we'll pay them whatever they want to find those people. The brown-haired man bluntly asked, do you really think they will do that after the chaos I caused at 12A? It felt like being pushed over. Oliver angrily spat out 3 words. Damn it. Actually, I was just trying to look dangerous because this is my first time on stage. The brown-haired man continued, well, Leader Divine Knight, we heard that the attacker who beat them was Legion. Oliver with high brow argued, do you think that makes sense, even if it's true? He has been beaten by them once before. In fact, even for saints, the guilds are powerful. The serious meeting was suddenly interrupted by a phone ringtone from somewhere. Lions were bad, very bad. Saints were also bad, extremely bad. Hearing the song Ilif Zion, give to Zion, Give on to Zion. Some people immediately recognized the culprit and glanced in that direction. After the phone ringtone ended, the atmosphere returned to silence. Yuha, the owner of that special ringtone, spoke up. "Oh, sorry." She held up her phone and shook it back and forth, forgetting to turn off the sound. Who would have thought that one of the 10 stars, a Vice-Guild lion, was actually a fan of Zion? The blonde man was unsatisfied and called out Yuha's other name, Vice-Castellan. Oliver also showed clear irritation. Vice-Guild Yuha, the purpose of this meeting is to find the head of the guild. Can't you be serious for a moment? But Yuha coldly asked back. Why look for them? It left all the men in the room gaping in shock. Yuha continued as she scrolled through her phone. Sorry, I meant they each have their own qualities and stuff. They should still be alive. The men were uninterested and didn't say anything. And yet they can talk. Despite Oliver's efforts to scold loudly, as a Vice-Guild member and one of the 10 stars, she has to do something herself. Did you hear what I said? Yuha stared at the new messages from Sang Di. Sister, we just got a new uncle. He's so cool. Go home and see a living legend. Yuha wondered silently. Uncle, who is he? Due to curiosity and her brother's urging, Yuha decided to leave first. I have to go back, the rest of you handle it yourselves. She didn't need anyone's permission and left with those words, then turned and walked away decisively, leaving the men stunned. Seeing that Yuha didn't care about him, Oliver felt a sense of being disrespected and was furious. He held his head in both hands and screamed madly. The next morning at the Aquarius Temple, Sophie Marty's belongings were surrounded by her subjects and reporters right outside the main entrance. Questions kept coming. Holy Maid, please answer one question. Is it true that the incident in Drachma is related to Legion? Who kidnapped the Holy Maid in Drachma? What does the truth from 20 years ago mean? Therefore, some guards were sent out to stop this. Today, everyone please step back. The Holy Maid needs rest. And they all tried to use words instead of violent actions. We will soon issue a statement to address your concerns. Please step back. On the top floor of the tower, Sophie peeked out from beside the window and looked down at the noisy crowd with a worried expression. She grumpily sat on the bed, angrily kicking her legs. That damn Legion. She gnawed on her nails in frustration. She gritted her teeth, resentfully thinking about how long this trouble would continue. Recalling when she returned to the temple to enter easily, Sophie had to seek help from all the guards she had. Please clear the way, make room for the Saintess. At the same time, she also heard the murmurs of the people. What's going on? It seems like the Saintess was kidnapped but managed to escape. Oh my! Who has such guts? Suddenly, a bright green light emanated from the necklace around Sophie's neck. Following the light, many people shouted in alarm. What is that? Is it a terror attack? The guards were calmer. No, it's a message. And the message was, who said Legion has died? Admit the truth of 20 years ago quickly. After the flashback, Sophie stormed into action. What should I do now? If I admit it, the other saints won't let me be. But if I don't, I can't match up to Legion. I didn't expect him to orchestrate all this while I was unconscious. He hasn't taken off his necklace either. The worry in the crowd grew as Sophie's eyes welled with tears. Then she hugged her head, screaming hopelessly, Legion, it's all your fault. Unfortunately, no matter how much Sophie cursed, it was futile since it couldn't reach Jian, and it only made him feel confused, like Jin who just turned his hand and wondered if he should cook ramen now. At this moment, in some secret room, the TV screen showed today's news bulletin. Saintess Sophie Marty had not yet issued any official statement. Instead, she was hiding in her mansion. Hearing that after the events in Drachma this year, a mysterious man sitting on the chair exclaimed. He said with a sly smile, something's not right here. At the Sagittarius house, Hugo's place, when an arrow hit the bullseye of the target board, 10 points were called out. The owner of that precise shot calmly retracted his bow and enjoyed the cheers from those present. Xian smiled and asked, how are these new arrows? Do you like them? Hugo nodded in approval. They're top-notch. Those arrows from Aries can't compare. Hearing that made him annoyed. Zeon clicked his tongue and replied, "Of course not. How could I compare them to those?" Then he raised his bow high, aimed at the bullseye, and shot an arrow. The accuracy was so precise it split Hugo's bow in two. Seeing the shocked face of the other person, Zion couldn't help but laugh with satisfaction. Her 10 points. Hugo called out, "Hey, Zion, you really had to shoot like that?" Zion looked puzzled as he asked, "How far did my arrow fly?" He answered straightforwardly, "Just shooting for fun." Of course, Hugo didn't believe it. "Did you do this on purpose? Why would you shoot at my target?" Zion pulled down the blindfold over his eyes. He chuckled and teased, "Making me a laughingstock like this, oh goat." Suddenly, a cold glass of water appeared in front of him. Sangdi had brought it with a soft cloth to wipe sweat. "Sir, here's the water for you," Zion replied happily. "Oh, thank you." So they laughed and chatted together amidst Hugo's annoyance. Hugo didn't want his son Sanj to lose again like that, so he asked him to bring a glass of water for his father. But Sanj just coldly refused and said, "Go get it yourself from the fridge." Ignoring the octopus named Hugo spreading its innards on the grass, Zion calmly took a straw and drank some cool water. "My abilities have improved since Drake 3, so I'll take a look now." The system asks if you want to confirm your current ability. Zion immediately clicked yes. Information appeared quickly. The Sanctuary of SAFU constellation was established. Because the sanctuary level is low, space is limited. It's both the territory where the constellation residents live, a place for training and maintaining strength. Focusing on the magnificent sanctuary appearing before him, Zion listened attentively. From now on, you can manage the sanctuary and lower-level territories. Land can be transferred to the sanctuary. After acquiring more human residents, you can increase the sanctuary's strength. It seems we're done here. Zion rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Human residents? Since only Jin could see and receive those messages, D just thought he was resting. So he took out his ringing phone and invited D to leave early too. The uncle said he would go soon. So did you. Why don't we go together then? Coming back from his thoughts, Zion coldly said, "Oh," and asked if it was time already. Noticing something different in his attitude, Hugo stopped spreading innards and asked if he had a meeting. Zion pretended to think. Yes. He laughed and said, "I have to meet many people today." Soon, Zion went alone to the central mall, more accurately, a fried chicken shop called Bacoma Chicken. There he met Sung Hyuk and was served an enormous plate of chicken with a warm welcome. "Are you going to join the Gemini constellation?" Despite the employee's impressed look, Zion continued eating while saying, "I'm busy, so I'll keep it up." Sung Hyuk responded smoothly, "Even if I'm busy, I must prioritize nurturing talent." He folded his hands and looked at him with a piercing gaze. "Are you planning to use the Gemini constellation's money to buy items worth millions in an auction and just leave?" Jin didn't answer but continued eating. His gentle wipe of his mouth and eye contact made Sung Hyuk raise an eyebrow. "Are we really doing this?" Putting down the napkin, Zion thought, it's a bit troublesome, but it's also a good opportunity. So far, he had compiled some achievements, names of troublemakers, and even that lion. His next target would be that old witch. With the new goal in mind, Jen finally agreed to Sung Hyuk's proposal. "I'll join the Gemini constellation." Sung Hyuk happily said, "Great, let's choose a baptism day." But before he could finish, John interrupted with a condition. He pointed at his leg of chicken and said, "Give me your badge." Without Sung Hyuk saying anything, the two bodyguards got angry. "No way! This is the badge given by the female saint to the constellation leader." Disrupted by outsiders, Jian felt annoyed and said, "Go play somewhere else. This is where grown-ups are talking." The bodyguard stepped back as Sung Hyuk calmly asked if he needed the badge for benefits from the constellation. Jin shrugged. "It's not about promises, but the actual item." To put pressure on him, he smiled and said, "Are you going to invest a little in your career?" Sure enough, Sung Hyuk was now in a dilemma. "Give me some time to think." The master didn't reject immediately, but asked for more time. The bodyguards were alarmed and shouted, "Hurry up!" Jin said to Sang Di's small voice, I have another appointment. Meanwhile, Sanj was in a cozy cafe, receiving a message from Jin. He quickly replied, "No problem, take your time," and waited for Jin's confirmation. Sanj felt relieved that the snacks here were famous. He hoped his uncle would like them. He was also glad to see his sister's cold face turn warm. Who knew Lee Jian was our uncle? She'll be surprised, right? Finally, she showed a shocked expression. Carefully taking out the carefully wrapped knife, Sanj got excited thinking he would ask his uncle to sign it when he came. Suddenly, someone snatched the knife. "Hey Sang-yi, what are you doing playing with that knife?" The person laughed and said, "It's dangerous. You'll get hurt. I'll take it from you." Seeing those three bad guys in front of him, Sang-yi couldn't help but get angry and stood up to shout, "What are you doing?" Jun Siu's angry voice rang out, making his twin disciple Siu smile even more smug. Ignoring the request, "Give it back to me now," Siu still held onto the knife firmly in his hand and said, Hey, how are you talking to me? We come here often anyway." Sang-di clenched his fist tightly as a way to control his anger, then gritted his teeth and thought, "Yeah, he's younger than me and keeps causing trouble for me every day. Damn it, I should have chosen another place. If possible, I would crush his head. But he can't do anything because he's the son of heavenly balance, so I can't order him to do anything randomly. That's why he acts like that." Despite this, the long-standing resentment made Sang-di agitated and demand a return. "Don't you know what it is?" As soon as he said this, his two subordinates from CU forcefully pressed him down on the table. Hearing the commotion from their group, "You're just a fool. Shut up." Some people in the coffee shop started to panic. What? Are they going to fight? Someone should stop them. Sang-ji struggled as he stopped to glare at Siu's face. "Are you really leaving?" Siu laughed happily. "You still can't keep your mouth shut even after being pressed down, right?" He waved the knife in front of Sang-ji's face as if trying to irritate him. "What is this that makes you so agitated? Hey, could it be something that Lee Jian, your beloved, made for you? If not," he continued maliciously, "could it be a memento from the deceased mother of yours?" Hearing the hateful words about his mother, Sang-di's limit container was truly invaded and he screamed two words, "Bastard." Then a strange green light shot out from him directly into Siu's knife, and the system notification sounded. The holy artifact, Zenith's Desire, activated its power because its master was in danger. A random skill was triggered because Sang was too distracted. Siu had to cover his eyes with his hand. What? Even more shocking and terrifying, a black-haired head started to emerge from Sang. Then that hard stone-like head hit Siu's nose with one strike. This bizarre scene made the two of Siu's subordinates gasp in shock. Even the customers present were terrified beyond words. Can anyone keep their composure when they witness a person rising from a table just now? Siu clutched his bleeding nose with both hands and fell back. Recognizing who he was dealing with, Sang-ji's eyes shone with tears. Hearing the familiar call, Jian rubbed his throbbing head and turned around in surprise. "What? Sang-ji?" Sang-ji laughed and asked, "How did you know to come here?" Scratching his messy hair, Jian awkwardly replied, "Well, I was at the fried chicken place, but it seems my summoning skill left on the dagger was activated." Actually, when he saw the knife lying motionless on the floor and emitting green smoke, he could confirm that already. Looking back and forth at Siu, who was trembling on the ground and his two subordinates still pressing Sang-di on the table, Zion hesitantly said three words, "Anyway." Then he asked, "Are these guys threatening you?" "Right, Sang-di." Next, he showed off his tough demeanor. "How dare you touch my grandson?" Seeing this, the two of them let go of Sang-di without a word. Then they whispered to each other, "Oh, did Sang-di say his uncle is a gangster? I don't know, but he looks scary." To prove what Sang-ji said, Jian bent and twisted his limbs with enthusiasm, then tilted his head into a demonic smile. "Let me engrave this in your bones, so you'll know what happens if you touch my head." Hearing this threat, Siu's two subordinates immediately paled and slowly retreated towards Jun, going back in time to the fried chicken shop before Lee Jian was called up. Now Sung-hee OK has made a decision. "Alright, I'll bring Hai-hu over." In exchange, join us right here. Lee Jian nods happily in agreement. Oh, that's great! Although the losses are significant. But Sung Hee remains very optimistic. If we can lure him with a big catch like this, it won't be such a big deal. After all, I've already spent millions at the auction anyway. Also, after he joins the Divine team, I can get it back as a special condition. Thinking about this, he no longer hesitates and hands over the precious badge to Jian here. Please use it carefully. Lee Jian takes it with a smile in response. I'll do my best. And now, we just need to sign the contract to be done with it. Sung Hyuk excitedly says, so, let's quickly sign and call for the bodyguard to bring out the contract. Since they were prepared beforehand, the bodyguard only needs to retrieve it. But as Sung Hyuk holds the contract and turns to Jian, a green light suddenly envelops Jian. In an instant, he disappears completely before even touching the contract. Sung Hyuk and the two bodyguards are shocked speechless. They stare in disbelief. Dainan dash, and to top it off, the waiter chooses this terrible moment to bring the bill. Sir, the total for this chicken dish is $790, causing Sung Hyuk to turn to stone again. What? In a fancy coffee shop in the city center, where people can relax or focus on work, it's being destroyed by fights. The result of Jin's fight with CUs to underlings is that they are unconscious on the wet floor. There are also broken flower pots and chairs. As usual, after dealing with the underlings, he has to face the boss. Despite being hit by Jin and having his face disfigured, CU still grits his teeth and shouts, "Do you know who I am?" Without letting him finish, "I'm an Aries, son of the chairman." Jin pays no attention and kneels to deliver a powerful blow to his stomach. With each word from CU, "I'm the son of Aquarius." The entire CU keeps trying to push 307. Since Jin didn't give him a chance to speak, he can only plead silently in his heart. Can you hear me? Unfortunately, Jin continues to treat Ku like a punching bag until CU's head turns into that of a pig before stopping. He breaks his hand and coldly says, "Get up, dog. I'm just getting started. What are you cowering for?" Lying on the floor, CU angrily thinks, "What luck, he just broke my defensive magic." His hands start to tremble. Don't be too complacent and clench into a fist. With his refusal to accept defeat, only because of those punches, CU's spiritual energy flares up like a flame. He no longer cares about the rules and uses the Polaris technique. Noticing this, all the customers in the cafe run away in panic. He's using magic to fight people in public. Run, you'll get hit by it. Sung Hyuk smirks with his broken jaw and says, "This is what you get for being too arrogant." Sadly, Jin isn't a coward. He grumbles, "Talkative much?" Then he spreads his palm to conjure a magic ball. "I thought you had some hidden skills." After saying this sarcastically, "But you can't even light a match with that fire anymore." The system notification sounds. You've disabled your opponent's magic. You've collected S-level Botox Polaris data. Feeling his power weakening, CU's face freezes. How is this possible? He can't believe it and exclaims, "Are you a mudge?" Jin laughs, "No, I'm a blacksmith." Meanwhile, system notifications keep coming in. You can utilize the collected skill data. The temporarily stored skill data is available for use. But saving data will be affected when using it. If you want to use this skill forever, you need to collect data and use it to craft a holy artifact. When receiving questions, you'll use this data as a skill. Zion agreed willingly to show you how to truly use fire. Just after saying that, he used the upgraded Bordex Polaris power of Su, with the chest muscles igniting like a man's Bordex Polaris. The terrifying power was shot straight at Su, muffling his pain scream. It tore through the coffee shop's foundation and soared up to the sky. In the midst of the thick smoke and debris, Su lay sprawled with his buttocks in the air. His outer pants were burned away, revealing his checkered underwear underneath. Finally, Zion was satisfied as he waved his hands. "If you ever touch Sangji again, I'll roast you alive." Then he turned to Sangji and winked, offering support if he encounters do-call-like men, which greatly pleased Sangji. Yes! At this moment, Yuha rushed into the cafe from outside. Seeing his sister, Sangji happily waved and called her big sis. looking around at the chaotic scene like a battlefield. Yuha couldn't hide her concern as she asked, "What happened here? It's so messy. Are you okay?" Sanji didn't answer, but quickly approached his sister. "Sister, that doesn't matter." He pointed towards Jian and said, "Look, he's here." Sanji's admiration for Jian was evident as he kept praising him, saying he had saved countless disasters and repeatedly saved humanity. This should make Hei jealous of the wonderful thing. He added that Jian was the main character in a movie they watched together when young. That was a movie they both watched as kids. And indeed, he was the male lead in that movie. In terms of appearance, he looked just like Jin. With his rugged angle and cold eyes, Jin turned to look at Yuha. When Sanji loudly introduced him as Legion, Yuha couldn't believe her eyes. She kept wiping her eyes from the bewildered look of Sanji. Hearing Yuha exclaim, "That person is Legion, impossible," and commenting on his appearance, "How can he be so handsome?" Jin was unsure if he should be happy or sad. Yuha, confused, turned to Sanji and said, 20 years ago, he always had a hunchback. He stayed in the Demon Tower for 20 years, so you thought his condition would be worse. Of course, despite that, he was still cool." Without needing Sanji's explanation, Yuha dismissed her doubts immediately. "No, appearance doesn't matter." She smiled and said, "I'm very glad you're okay." Mr. Li Jian, since Sanji knew his sister well, he teased her. "Sister, you're saying all your thoughts out loud," which made Yuha stand still in shock, while Jin laughed heartily. Knowing that Yuha also admired him greatly, Jin was very happy and waved to greet her. "You're Yuha? Nice to meet you." Yuha blushed and awkwardly greeted back. "Hello, sir. My name is Johnny Yuha. Thank you for helping Sanji." Jin smiled. "No need to be so formal. You're Hugo's children and Kama's grandchild." Yuha felt so happy she almost cried, while Sanji was extremely interested in her expression. "If you get the chance to meet your idol, you won't miss it. So, Uncle, I'm very sorry for asking this right after meeting you. But can you help me with one thing?" Zion nodded and grinned. "Go ahead." He secretly thought she wanted a photo taken together. Yuha hesitated to continue. "If it's okay, can you?" Before she could finish, the ground suddenly shook violently. Then a huge monster emerged forcefully. This surprised Jin greatly. Was this what he asked for? But Yuha couldn't answer yet as she turned around quickly. Then out of nowhere, he pulls out a sharp spear, clearly wanting to confront that monster directly. He senses the powerful energy emanating from the spear. Even Vian, who was shielding Sanji and Day, had to speak up. "Hey Yuha, right now, dealing with the monster is top priority. Wait a moment, okay? Uncle, just 1 second." After promising with determination that he would make a nice offer after killing this disaster, she tightly grips her sword and heads straight for the giant monster, or as it's called in legend, a disaster. Sanji isn't surprised by this sudden appearance. Instead, he tries to stop her. In front of you, she goes crazy, while Jian doesn't understand what's happening. "Sanji, what did you say?" Like someone who missed the question, he asks, "What was that?" The sudden appearance of this disaster has shaken up an otherwise peaceful city. Now, alarms are constantly blaring everywhere. At the same time, loudspeakers announce, "Disaster, disaster." This is not a drill. Before things get more complicated and dangerous, someone announces that everyone should evacuate immediately to the shelter. But they can only say this much because the speaker was destroyed by one of the disasters. The city now looks like it's straight out of a horror movie. Above, there are flying disasters. Below, they're emerging and destroying buildings. The sound of collapsing structures, car crashes, and people screaming all mixed together. As the monster opens its large mouth with sharp teeth, Yuha, standing in front of it, uses her spear. To lure them, she stands still and keeps a fighting stance. Throughout the process of eliminating these disasters, which only took about 20 seconds, Yuha constantly reminds herself to hurry up. After dealing with those on the ground, it's time for those in the air. Yuha looks up, her eyes filled with determination. She wants to quickly finish and propose to him. This is like a motivation that gives her extra strength. Yuha angrily shouts, "You're blocking my way, damn it." As she swiftly spins the spear into a circle, she thinks, "I'll take them all out with one move." With each spin of the spear, Yuha keeps moving forward. She firmly steps on the ground and shouts at the disaster to get out of her way. Her red eyes gleam as she says, "Me." After saying propose, she throws the spear directly at the disaster. The roar of the approaching spear is heard just before it hits. Thanks to combining the lotus-like technique, Yuha delivers a powerful blow to the disasters. Nearby, Jin watches this exciting battle from the start. What strikes him is the image of a frail girl standing in a sea of flames and smoke, her thin dress fluttering, looking very cool. He crosses his arms, smiles satisfiedly, thinking he came to see something but now doesn't need to. Sensing someone behind her, Yuhua turns around. Seeing it's Zion, she relaxes and waves. Smiling, she calls him uncle without noticing a disaster about to attack. With quick reflexes, Zion grabs Sangji and pulls Yuhua away just in time to save her from becoming the next meal for these monsters. Her face turns red as she feels his firm grip on her arm. Uncle! After finding a safe spot, Jin releases Sangji and Yuhua. He hears an eerie voice. "Ha ha ha! You dodged that. You're human, but you're good at it." All three look up to see the source of the voice is a golden-haired woman. From the strange clan, she's stretching a rope and happily says, "I like you, I'll take you as my pet." The disaster she's riding is the same one that tried to attack Yuhua earlier. Jin isn't afraid at all. He actively closes the distance with her. "From today on, you'll play with fire. I'll wet my pants while sleeping." Well, this is a good opportunity. I need an air forge to make more holy items. He confidently declares, "Alright, I'll turn you into the best gas stove." The enemy seems to find joy in their challenge too. "Ha ha ha, training me will be fun. Human." EUH witnessed this scene, thinking to himself, those guys are from the mysterious race. From a series standpoint, coming from the mysterious race, Legion also looked at her curiously. "Why do you look so tense? Are you planning to handle it yourself again?" "You're suggesting. Leave that to me. Kids, focus on ensuring the safety of the civilians." After saying this, Li Jian turned away, leaving an encouraging smile behind. "I'm assigning this task to you because I trust your strength very much. So you'll also trust each other and hand over that creature to me, right?" Yuha gave a slight smile. Sanjay and she were both strong and enthusiastic. "Yes," Li Jian spoke up. Now then, all three of them were in determined positions with fiery enthusiasm. Legion led the charge. "Should we have some fun and play a bit?" The spider demon blood warrior charged forward. "And more! Keep going! More!" Ada charged wildly towards Legion. "Continue! Continue! Just keep going!" The red spider demon grinned wickedly, its terrifying face making it seem even more tempting. After being hit by Ada, Legion was covered in wounds and tightly bound with red ropes. The spider demon laughed excitedly. This would make the training much more fun. Then Ada flung Legion into the air. The torture made the spider demon laugh maniacally. Legion was thrown straight down to the ground. His entire body was covered in injuries and his clothes were tattered. Slowly standing up, Legion used force to cut the binding rope. Just a loud boom. No weight at all. "This is everything you have." The spider demon's face was now furious with gritted teeth. Ada created a large vortex of fire and charged towards Legion. Of course not. After that attack, a huge explosion occurred right in the city center. On this side, Sanji's green warrior spirit was helping civilians. He blocked a falling big log and actively urged people to evacuate. "Please go to the evacuation center now." The civilians were grateful. "Thank you." Li Jian proudly placed his hand on his chest. "Top of chop. I've cleaned up this area too." Then he turned to Yuhua, happily reporting. After that, he reported to Yuhua, "Sister, I have evacuated all the civilians." She smiled contentedly. Yuhua held her staff and looked towards Legion fighting with the spider demon. Her eyes narrowed in thought on her face. Of course, Legion is very strong, but his opponent is from the mysterious race, one of the most terrifying races in existence. That spider at least belongs to the red level. So even Legion will have a tough time here. Yuhua worried about Legion's condition after the battle. What if he still has some injuries from the demon tower? If so, she decided to help him right away. Without hesitation, Yuhua grabbed her staff and rushed off, ignoring the spider demon trying to stop her. Sister, you said we should stay away. Yuhari assured, I'll be back soon. Stay hidden there. On Li Jian's side, the spider demon was smug. Did I go too far? I didn't mean to burn anyone into ash. After the massive firestorm, smoke began to clear, revealing a figure. A voice startled the spider demon as it sprayed glue. What are you up to now? Amidst the flames, Li Jian's eyes glowed with an icy blue light. That's right, this is fire. The twins' fire just warms people. Li Jian's face darkened as his pupils turned a bright blue and he smiled menacingly. Gripping the hammer tightly, Li Jian said loudly, Gas stove, I choose to make you my fuel. The system notified, you have obtained fire for use in the workshop. The spider demon's face showed displeasure. I can't believe what I'm seeing. Impossible, he survived that inferno? Li Jian then began to forge, holding the hammer firmly. With the fire now available, there was no need for further delay. The system reported, a usable fire source has been detected in the workshop. Workshop Level 1, Repair, Upgrade, Enhance attributes based on luck. System request, please select an object to upgrade. Legion swung his hammer with one hand and used flames with the other. The target of my upgrade is... A magic circle appeared under him. That's it. The spider demon grumbled, confused by what was happening. But, her eyes blazing, she shouted, Dream on, you won't be doing that. Suddenly, a weak eye appeared behind the spider demon, an active skill. She attacked directly and the weak eye's gaze turned to shock. Turns out the weak spider demon quickly blocked the attack. Enraged, she shouted, How dare you? Then, with a wave of her hand, she ordered, Get lost, and hit weak eye into a building. Yuha endured this powerful blow, crying out in pain. The spider demon told the giant lizard to eat the person's food. She commanded, Eat! The giant lizard growled loudly and charged at Yuha. Suddenly, something pulled it back. Surprised, Lysian grabbed the lizard's tail and pulled it back. Holding onto the lizard, Lysian challenged, Where are you going? Play with me first. Immediately, Lysian threw the giant lizard to the ground, causing it to roar in pain. The spider demon widened her eyes. He wants to catch us in a hand-to-hand fight against the hell lizard? Li Jian's face turned serious as he warned, Touch me and you're dead. A huge red eye appeared before the spider demon. I was intimidated by its presence. What is this? It's swallowing me. The spider demon scratched her head in disbelief. Wait, why am I being swallowed? Me? A member of the lower race being devoured by a high race entity. Violet light enveloped my body. Now I understand. I won't play anymore. The purple light's power made Yuha shudder. What is this strange force? Legion was also confused by the situation. Meanwhile, the spider demon continued to show off. I don't like this form. It can't be trained in this state. But it seems I have no choice but to deal with her. Like an enemy. We turned into a purple creature with large wings. Variant info. Danger level. Red disaster from the mysterious race of Hellwings. Then Otta prepared to attack. I'll burn this place down along with you. Disaster skill. Otta rushed towards the Legion. A powerful attack shattered the ground as he passed through. But the Legion managed to block our winged demon. Yuha called out urgently. Uncle, a light beam bound the entire city. The terrifying source of dark magic is fluctuating. The demon stood still suddenly. Legion slashed through a glowing green glove blocking the demon. This is more useful than I thought. Product info. Rubber gloves to enhance contact with fire by using flames from Hellwings. Resist random fire damage. Gain fire resistance when eating spicy food with low durability. Use once. Legion softly said, This Chaosu glove is making the demon angry. Damn it. He blocked his own hellhound with a Chaosu glove. Legion grinned dangerously and activated super recovery. I'll make you pay for burning down my forge with that firelight throughout eternity. The demon was not satisfied at all. How ridiculous! Li Jin laughed widely. What's so funny? Are you mocking this Chaosu glove? Open your green eyes radiating light. You have no idea how handy it is when eating roasted fire chicken. System notification. Negative energy too great to make Hell Wings a succubus. Need purification. Li Jin sighed. Purification, right? Purification power. The demon blocked. Wait, Li Jin didn't let any words in and continued. Purification power. Purification power. Purification power. The spider demon was beaten back to its original form. Li Jin stood still, continuing the assault. Why is it so hard to purify you? The demon lay on the ground defeated. System notification. Target has died. Dead targets cannot be purified. Li Jin was speechless. Can't even handle it. He then turned back to the lizard god, making it terrified. It seems there's no other choice now. Because the forge is broken. So I'll just use you. System notification. Hell Lizard, disaster creature has surrendered. Hell Lizard has become a succubus prisoner. Even the lizard gave up to Li Jin. Yuha and Sang-ji worriedly ran over. Yuha asked anxiously, Uncle, are you okay? Li Jin, though his clothes were a bit tattered, still asked concernedly. One like an enemy. 2 we turned into a purple creature with large wings. 3 variant info. For danger level. Yuha, Sang-ji, did you guys get hurt? Yuha replied, yes, we're fine. By the way, I need to tell you something. Li Jin recalled what she said earlier. After I kill all those monsters, I'll propose properly, making me worry you die. Li Jin regained his serious expression. Yuha, listen, this is what happened. Yuha interrupted, Uncle. You asked, didn't you sacrifice yourself in the demon tower? Li Jin was slightly surprised. Yuha avoided eye contact and had always wondered about it. She remembered the large altar photo of him, where other gods said he sacrificed himself to save humanity. But strangely, the one who fought the red-eyed monster, almost wiping out humanity, only him the strongest among the gods died. As she spoke, Yuha tightened her grip on a freckled hand, but without evidence and unable to investigate. She could only doubt it, but now she can confirm her doubts after seeing your power today. Yuha looked straight at Li Jian. You didn't sacrifice yourself. Instead, you were the bait for someone's evil plan. Li Jian pondered. He sighed. Indeed, a daughter of Taixu, very perceptive. Li Jin faced Yuha and Sang-ji honestly. That's right. He recounted 20 years ago, he was betrayed inside the evil tower. Li Jin looked down at himself. He continued. One of the 12 gods followed him to eliminate the red-eyed monster. Yuha gasped. How could it be? Sang-ji couldn't believe his ears either. Impossible. Weren't they supposed to save the world together? Sang-ji started crying. You, or rather, Mr. Li Jian, you were humanity's hope. How could they do such a thing to the greatest hero? Li Jian pointed directly at Sang-ji. That must be it. Sang-ji was surprised. Huh? Li Jin explained, because I'm better than them. He recalled his past, how he alone defeated the red-eyed monster. That's why they tried to kill me. Then Li Jin also remembered his fellow gods and their unfortunate deaths. They could rule the world as they wished, but the biggest obstacle standing in their way was us. Our bitter enemies, Li Jin affirmed, were us. But even then, I'm not entirely sure. This is just a hypothesis. Yuha and Sang-ji trembled. It's terrible. Sang-ji lowered his head. So you were trapped alone in the tower? And more importantly, other gods stole your credit. Tears streamed down Yuha's and Sang-ji's faces. Sang-ji continued. In fact, it was you who saved humanity. Li Jin confidently smiled, patted their shoulders, thanked them, but no crying. Sang-ji was dejected. We'll make them pay 1,000,000 times over. Yuha thought deeply about something. Li Jin took out his phone and opened something. Let's see now. The phone showed an article, breaking news. Goddess Sophie made an unexpected visit to South Korea. There will be a press conference today at 7 p.m. Li Jian continued. This is the last item on your schedule for today. As night fell over the city, inside a street filled with people sitting densely, round were rows of journalists gathering information. A female journalist turned to her colleague and revealed the truth from 20 years ago. Why does the goddess need to hold a press conference in New South Korea? The male journalist replied, probably related to Drachma's mysterious message. He excitedly added, or maybe it's connected to recent rumors about Lee Gen still being alive. One thing is certain, the goddess will reveal a shocking news today. Sophie sits on the bright stage in silence. She smiles, but it's a forced one. I'm done for. Sophie thinks to herself, just keep talking and run away at the press conference. Think again, no, right now. I'm wearing a holy relic around my neck. Who knows what that bastard's relic will do to me? It could be a bomb. Sophie is terrified. If I want to live, I have to follow his orders. Right now, Sophie is like a puppet being manipulated. I am the liar, the scum of a liar. I don't know about the other saints, but Lee nearby said he will wipe me out for real. Sophie sits quietly on the stage under pressure. Suddenly, she speaks up. The reason I'm here today is because everyone is suspicious. They want to hear the truth about what happened 20 years ago. Do you all remember the Demon Tower incident? A colleague turns to her. The Demon Tower, wasn't it a blood-eye raid? Another male colleague adds. It was defeated by the 12 saints. That's why they are still considered heroes today. Sophie lowers her head. On that day, the true hero defeated the blood-eye. She closes her eyes tightly. Sophie reveals, yes, Ligon. Everyone around looks unsurprised. I thought there would be something new. A male reporter writes down notes. I know, lie, sad. The audience suddenly falls silent as they realize something. Everyone in unison asks, what the hell is this? They shout out, is what you're saying true? Was it Lee Gun who killed the Blood Eye? Isn't Stephen Marker the one who actually did it? Please elaborate. Oh my god. Have the saints been lying for 20 years? A voice from below the audience is heard. If all this is a lie by the saints, does that mean Lee Gun is still alive? Sophie sits silently, her eyebrows furrowed. A voice behind her makes Sophie stiffen. Yes, go on. Of course, it's impossible. Sophie turns round in alarm. Who are you? A man with brown hair and a terrifying smile appears. Sophie exclaims, Jing, Louis Morin. Who is he? The Saint of Justice. Jing, Louis Morin. Sophie is terrified by Jin's calm tone. Oh my god, Our Lady looks green. He grins wickedly with red eyes. I don't think you can continue the press conference in your current state, right? Sophie. Jin presses Sophie hard. Louis Morin, what is this about? At the same time, Jin turns off the microphone. He leans close to Sophie's ear and grins wickedly. Jin shouts, shut up. What are you planning to say with the mic still on? Each of his words terrifies Sophie. She can't recognize her current situation. All she needs to do is continue receiving the same treatment as a saintess. Then why aren't you happy about it? What kind of situation are you trying to create? Jin continues warning. Stay silent or the world will see your curtain torn here. He then presses the mic on again, switching to a fake smile. I apologize, ladies and gentlemen. After verifying the truth, we have discovered that the saintess made incorrect statements due to being threatened by someone. Din's calm demeanor contrasts with his terrifying expression. But please rest assured, now we will escort the Holy Lady safely. Then he sent an apology. I apologize to everyone who came today, but we must conclude this press conference right here. A male reporter interrupts. Hold on. If we end it here, what about the information regarding Ligon? After asking this question, a black or enveloped Din standing at the podium, Ligon had died in the Demon Tower 20 years ago. What else do you want? He narrowed his eyes and continued, if suddenly Ligon returned to life, shouldn't he reveal himself? But why is he hiding now? Another male reporter stood up and questioned, then who threatened the Holy Lady? A different male reporter chimed in, why mention Ligon at all? A female reporter also stood up, pressing her question, if you end the press conference here, it will only raise more suspicion. Is there anything else you want to tell us? Din was pushed to anger, silently cursing them as bloodthirsty insects. He prepared to attack a regular person, truly without manners. Suddenly, a voice echoed, from the look on your face, do you intend to tear apart these reporters here? The voice startled Din. Legion approached from nowhere and was about to kick Din in the face. His kick hit Din squarely. sending Din flying towards the stage. Sophie's jaw dropped. He's here! Calming down, Din gritted his teeth. What? Legion in tattered clothes dragged himself to Din. Long time no see. That rotten crab. Your face is still as wrinkled as a piece of paper used for wiping ass. He hit Din with his large tail. Now, take this. Sophie's eyes widened. It's a tail. The giant lizard on the other side was sulking. Now it's a prisoner of the TORCH mercenary force. Placed in the street with a sign, not fed at all. After Jin ate some garlic, Legion scolded him again. Hey, that rotten crab. Were you the one who ended the press conference? Are you crazy? Jin spoke up. That's the tail of a hell lizard from the illusionary type. Han appeared behind Legion. I heard it was defeated just before you showed up. Did you capture it? Legion looked displeased. Wretched. You created another clone, right? Din's face remained indifferent and cold. You can recognize the cloning skill just by looking once. Who are you exactly? Legion repeated. Me? He confidently introduced himself. And who else is there? Li Gan here. All the reporters below were stunned, speechless. Everyone was shocked and silent. The male reporter couldn't help but burst out laughing just now. Then everyone around him started laughing at his expense, saying he called himself Li Gan. How could such a name look so handsome? It's really that joke from last year, man, sneering with a smirk. You do have some skills there, but it seems like you lack awareness of reality. If you want to impersonate someone, choose someone more fitting for yourself. Just as he finished speaking, his tail whipped straight and hit Din right in the face. Legion swung his tail high up while Din was flung far away. Legion declared that they only recognized them after being defeated. Legion's eyes turned terrifying. Those people from over there are staring intently at something on me. Then he lunged forward and shouted loudly, Everyone get up! People ran in all directions. A crazy man is chasing us. Sophie was also knocked down. She screamed out loud, Oh my God, save me! Sophie thought to herself, I need to get away from here and find a chance to escape. A foot had already placed next to her. Sophie realized, we're done for. Legion's eyes glowed with a fiery intensity. She was running somewhere. She needs to finish telling the truth about everything. Legion went mad and shouted loudly at Sophie. The truth about all of you running away when your eyes turn red. Red eye. 20 years ago, you used my name and earned a huge fortune to become rich. You had to accept countless medical aids, but your personality didn't improve in the end. Tell them everything. Legion wildly pointed at Sophie. She thought, it's not this crazy guy. You're just boasting from that miserable mouth of yours. Suddenly something caught their attention. System notification. Warning, the darkest energy of the star is gradually closing. A huge explosion covered the entire stadium in black magic. Someone was crushed under a stone slab. His head turned into black smoke. The body vanished in the black smoke, leaving only the clothes behind. People around them were filled with fear. Sophie felt a chill. Oh my God, how could this happen? Legion was stunned. What happened to me? Sophie angrily shouted at Legion. No, not you. I mean the mess here. A huge black magic aura was emanating from Jin. Sophie deduced, I can feel the holy power coming from it. Jin's smile stretched to his ears. Oh my God, I didn't think it really was him. He stood in front of Sophie and Legion. It doesn't matter. I'm not sure if you can all survive the Demon Tower head. The energy from Din became terrifying. But should we throw a little party to welcome someone back? At the St. Sagittarius like Hugo's home, Hugo was cooking a fragrant bowl of ramen, sighing, Sanj Ilha and Jian were gone, so he might as well eat some ramen for dinner. He placed the bowl down and sat on the sofa, holding the remote control curiously. What's on TV? He ate his bowl of ramen while watching TV news. I'm at Sophie Marty's press conference here. Everything here has turned into a mess. The on-site reporter is updating the latest situation. Amidst the chaos of the press conference, a man named Legion charged and declared himself as such. As you can see, he's currently fighting with Scorpio. It's quite interesting to watch them battle. Legion landed a powerful punch that caused the ground to crack into pieces. Hugo was so shocked by the fight that his noodles fell out of his mouth. He watched as Scorpio unleashed its skill. Legion gathered a dark magic orb in his hand. Then he threw it forcefully onto the ground, disregarding the destruction it caused. The paparazzi ran away in panic at the terrifying scene. Despite the destructive magic, Legion easily dodged the attack without moving an inch, showing disdain. Those weak attacks won't work. Legion smirked. I got you now. As he pushed up, the ground powers he had just placed suddenly rose and aimed at Legion. Surprised by the turn of events, Legion also had to react. The knife came from nowhere and reversed the attack. It was none other than Legion holding a cool-looking knife to block the attack. The reporters clapped in appreciation as they witnessed what just happened. Legion skillfully dodged the blackthorns and leaped into the air like a god. His confidence was evident from his triumphant smile. Then Legion landed with a cool pose, surprising Legion. He covered himself in blue lightning flames. Of course, all of this was for Legion's benefit. He activated the speed boost mode. Naturally, these were all meant for Legion. Legion smirked, gritting his teeth. You've been doing aerobics for 20 years? As his hands came down, the black power enveloped everything and attacked Legion with his own powers. This time, he didn't hesitate to cut through Legion's magic like cutting vegetables on a chopping board. He slashed at Legion while showing disdain. That's all you've got? Legion swiftly sliced through Legion, splitting him into and making him roar like a cornered dog. But something felt off to Legion. How could the man before him suddenly emit strange black smoke? Legion exhaled a cloud of bitter smoke. Have you been practicing only clone skills for 20 years? The sly voice of the fake Legion came from behind Legion as he gathered dark smoke. I'll take that as a compliment. Suddenly, a black gust appeared and swept everything away, aiming to make Sophie's hair fall out too. It gradually formed into a terrifying black vortex. It sucked all the air from the reporters, causing them to clutch their throats in agony. Legion couldn't ignore what was happening. He immediately questioned Legion about hiding this mess. Legion calmly landed and said, I'm just handling my own business. He laughed sinisterly, pleased with the weapons he had gathered from many lives. Realizing something, he looked at Legion angrily. You're the one who stabbed me in the back in the tower, right? Legion didn't flinch. You're still obsessed with finding the culprit. His mouth slightly widened. Oh my god, why do you keep fixating on this? He still had a slight smile. Who would have thought that a savior of the world would hold such petty grudges? People will see you as a scoundrel rather than a hero. Legion looked surprised and sarcastic. You can be so bold because you can hide behind all those clones, right? Legion still laughed confidently, denying it. They're not ordinary clones. I created them by focusing on the life force of these reporters here. If anyone accidentally harms a clone, the life force of the reporters will dissipate and there's no guarantee for their lives. Legion smirked, a dirty, cowardly trick befitting a dog. The Legion stood around, laughing maniacally. These would be their final words. He declared loudly, and the group attacked Legion together, telling him to die now. But why are they getting stronger? He was bewildered by the strange object protecting Legion. From that bag, Legion escaped and announced he had learned a new skill from Drake. It's your turn to strike at the one who is panicking in front of you as we activate our attack. Our strikes are where they should be. Zhang steps back and takes the full force of Legion's sky-high punch, with the notification appearing simultaneously. Our strikes are where they should be. You can summon a target to use as a shield for Trom, even a long caster. You can only summon objects you've recently interacted with. You can range from 1 to 3 targets. They will replace based on the order of which one is touched last. Legion reveals all his plans. Are you part of Louis Morin's mansion, a high-level split entity? If we could kill you, wouldn't the others be called out too? He stammers in disbelief. Why do you know this? Legion activates his ability. The 13th sense. You can grasp your opponent's weaknesses and not let him wait long before he starts mocking. I told you, your method is truly despicable. The rotten core inside you is feeding off it. Anyone foolish wouldn't realize that. Legion holds the strange item triumphantly, causing him to howl as he retreats. They are really effective now. Legion squeezes his neck, preparing to deliver a killing blow, but he remains defiant like a stubborn mule. Even the Gemini constellation couldn't find the core using their sensing abilities. How is that possible? Legion's hand still emits green aura blending with the light of the strange stone, signaling victory. The notification board continues to update. A piece of the Lancaster star core contains 33% of a saint's soul and 20% of another saint's soul. A large gap has been created in Trump's power. The Lancaster saint is very flustered. The dark magic aura around you has vanished. He is surrounded by the dark magic aura of Trump. Sophie hides under the table, noticing the silent scene and realizing the battle is nearing its end. The final storm has dissipated. Everything seems severely damaged like a ruined house. The reporters who woke up from their drunken state look as innocent as young deer. What's going on? I thought I was about to die. What happened? Legion looks at the fading upper body split, struggling to ask, what happened in the tower? I can feel the power of a god emanating from you. Legion chuckles, defeated, but there's still more to do, and he wants to hint that I'll make good use of this core. He remains cheerful. Now I will retreat as I still have cards left to play. Before vanishing completely, he leaves a message. I might cause you some trouble. Hearing Legion's words, Legion predicts there are more cards to play. Given his nature, he won't quietly withdraw until much later. The phone rings, drawing Legion's attention. Turns out someone is calling. What's the matter, old turtle? Legion answers the call. What's going on? Then the howling in the phone echoes loudly and curses. You think you're doing what now? No time to explain. Get out of there as fast as possible. Hugo on the other end is alarmed. I'm watching news. You summoned a high-level split entity, Lewis Morin. A bunch of missiles are heading your way. Get away. Hearing about the missiles, Legion is surprised. What? There's a loud noise in the sky with clouds dispersing. Missiles from outer space are hurtling towards Earth. Beep. Legion wonders. The missiles. Then the missile head starts separating from the body to fly towards Earth. It zipped through, creating a trail of orange-red light heading back to Earth. He started talking about what he knew about this missile. It's called Moment. It's a special weapon used against disasters caused by the Scorpion and Gemini after Legion disappeared. This missile helped humanity eliminate a previous disaster. In case of a disaster where humans can't handle it, the missile would be activated to destroy everything in its path. Their final trump card would wipe out everything affected by the disaster with one shot. Legion couldn't help but raise an eyebrow at the achievement this missile had accomplished before. Unbelievable, they created something like that. Overkill. Hugo got worked up hearing him say that. Jean-Louis had set the missile to automatically launch when his security code was lost. Legion understood immediately because he was the one who took Jean-Louis's security code. He calmly deduced, I guess this high-level copy is equivalent to its original subject. Hugo got angry, shouting at him, Now's not the time for reasoning. Get out of here quickly. Legion argued when he told them to run. Running isn't the issue here. One shot from him could wipe out an entire city. Hearing that, Hugo agreed and asked doubtfully, Is there no other way? He smiled at Sophie, who was kneeling on the ground, and asked her, How do you think we should handle this? Legion chuckled, saying, We're not helpless either. Seeing his expression, Sophie wondered what was happening. The missile was speeding towards where people lived. The city's PA announced that the Moment missile is heading straight for here. Everyone was instructed to quickly go to the nearest bomb shelter. This isn't a drill. People were surprised and started panicking, discussing among themselves. Why would a disaster-eliminating weapon target Soul's center? Anyone have any teleportation magic for rent? Gone. They sold out. Everyone hurried to hide. Some screamed, I don't want to die. Evacuate. Yuha and Sang-ji were also in the city. Hearing this, they asked curiously, What's going on? They said Moment is serious about it. Suddenly, a bright light appeared from the sky and shot down towards the ground. The people saw what it was and exclaimed in surprise, "That's not Jin!" In the sky, Light and Jin were flying with Sophie looking pleased. Sophie was terrified, tears streaming down her face. "What are you planning to do?" Legion ignored her question and continued flying, hearing something being bitten as it emitted to white beams. Then the system sound echoed. With the authority of a Gemini god, instant teleportation was activated and it happened right before his eyes. He continued to fly high round with terrifying lightning bolts. He created a protective layer surrounding the sun. Legion kept flying upwards laughing, "Annoying girl, I knew you could liquefy everything you wanted. So let's melt this missile then." "How can I do that? You're asking me to directly ram into that missile." He didn't care about Sophie being thrown off and continued laughing. "There's no other way if she couldn't do it. Then all of us below will die too. For 20 years, you've been lazy. Now it's time to show some usefulness." Sophie heard this and widened her eyes in horror. "Don't throw me, you crazy bastard." Legion ignored her and threw her towards the sun, laughing, "Come on, holy maiden." The missile launch. Seeing herself being thrown like that, Sophie angrily cursed, "Legion, master, you son of a bitch." The system sound echoed again. The holy bifurcated virgin goddess tried her best. The holy bifurcated virgin goddess was shocked by the current situation. Sophie closed her eyes and pleaded for help. "Goddess, please do something." The system continued to say, "Holy bifurcated virgin goddess, curse this crazy Jinli to pieces." Hearing the system, Sophie angrily said, "Enough cursing, please hurry up." The system kept showing lines of text, giving Sophie various buffs so she wouldn't die. Strength buff, blood buff, wisdom buff, defense buff, luck buff. Seeing this, Sophie screamed in horror. Then she suddenly shed tears. And that's the sovereign sweet tear of the goddess' ultimate skill. From those tears, a protective shield called the Goddess Tears Shield appeared. When the Goddess Tears Shield met the missile, it couldn't break through and fly down to the city. Instead, it shattered into pieces around it. Seeing this, Sophie happily said, "I did it, I really did it." Then she angrily cursed Li Jian. Seeing the missile destroyed, Li Jian praised, "Good job, so goodbye now. With these buffs, you'll be fine." He crossed his arms and looked up at the Goddess Tears Shield. That annoying girl did better than expected. But there are still fragments. If all of them fall to the ground, it will be a mess. The people below saw the missile shatter into harmless pieces and started discussing happily. The missile was torn apart. "So isn't it that now we'll have falling fragments? What do we do now?" Suddenly, Li Jian spoke up. "Hold on, is this a Gemini creation, right?" He smiled at Zhang and said, "I think I should give the damned which a proper return gift to." The scene switched to Hugo, who heard someone calling him. "Texu, did you hear me?" Hearing his voice, Hugo looked up in surprise. "It's Ghoul's voice. Did you handle that missile?" Legion got angry and cursed. "Damn it, this is an emergency situation. I don't have time to explain. Give me your absolute control skill." The system sound echoed again. "Horseman skill. Absolute control. The designated object will be sent to the selected location. It works well with weapons that need to be aimed." Hearing this, Hugo's expression turned serious. Gun was in a hurry. Has it gotten that bad? He immediately agreed to Li Jian's request. "Okay, I'll transfer everything I have." Li Jian let out a relieved laugh as he saw what he wanted. "Thanks a lot. Number 1 servant. Your phone screen shows a notification. Your control skill has been transferred. 238 uses remaining." He said happily, "Okay, that seems like a lot." Then he started absorbing the new energy. After finishing absorption, he seriously said it's time to send a gift to the wizard now. The people underground were surprised and excited to see the matrix appearing in the sky. Looking over there, everyone began talking excitedly. The missiles and debris vanished. "That's right, we're saved." Sangdi saw this and happily turned to his sister. "Sister, this is probably..." Yuha smiled in agreement. "Yes, he succeeded again." Sunghai Yusi on the side was surprised at everything turning out well. He asked, "Oh my god, how could it be? He can make even a missile disappear." Suddenly, a voice came out. "This is Yin Yang Palace. the sacred domain of Gemini. Bishop Choi called Sung Hai Yusi in. Sung Hai Yusi was surprised by the voice and asked, "Is this Bishop Choi or Bishop Ken?" Sung Hai Yusi immediately contacted Ken to ask, "This is Bishop Choi calling Sung Hai Yusi. Bishop Ken, what's going on?" The Bishop Ken got angry at his tone and shouted, "You ignorant fool, what did you do with the bishop's rights?" At his place, while standing in the building and seeing many missile fragments flying around preparing to fall, he gritted his teeth. In Yin-Yang Palace right now, the remains of the corpse are falling down. Great, greenhouse, government office. Someone's voice echoed throughout the building. So, what's with this phantom? Acting shocked and agitated, he continued causing chaos in the Holy Nuns Assembly meeting, defeating the Long Saint and stopping the corpse missile aimed at Career. Is all of this reasonable? Suddenly, everyone noticed the building shaking. Zion suddenly broke through the wall and jumped down, his voice echoing as he shouted. One representative looked at him in confusion and asked, "What's going on here?" Zion didn't bother with anyone. "Why are you all talking like mice? What crime have we committed?" His emerald eyes glowed. He announced to everyone in the parliament, "Since I've already put effort into this, might as well solve it now. I'm coming back for my money." Zion made them kneel before him. He angrily interrogated, "Did you guys keep my bank account because of selling things on my behalf?" On the way home, I remember trying to access the account through Tetsu's authorization, but couldn't open it. But they ignored his words and kept whispering, "Is this the real Phantom Gun? Yesterday, I saw him at the press conference of the Holy Nun." But, be silent. The Jion's voice rose with a threatening tone. "I definitely entrusted Taiksu to do this. Isn't this too strange? What do you think?" Someone tried to explain. Well, the Korean government can hardly believe Mr. Hugo. So he frowned and asked again, "What?" He gathered his courage to explain. "Mr. Hugo is a foreigner. After he disappeared, we couldn't trust a foreign saint. We don't have any saints on our side either. And due to many incidents, the Sagittarius constellation has weakened. So in the end, we asked for someone more reliable than Mr. Hugo to take his place." Diane's face darkened as he understood. "In the end, you chose that witch again, right? I've looked into this matter already. Has he not been threatening with anger? We tried to be patient, but you guys gave me a ridiculous excuse. I have to punch someone to get it done." Zion stands like a giant statue in front of the furious congressional group. "Who dares pity Teksu? Huh? I'm the master of Teksu, so only I can look down on him. But you guys don't have that right." Teksu stepped forward to support. "Thanks for thinking of me. But I'm fine. Let's just end this here." But Hugo also had to shut up. "Sai, what is it?" Zion pointed at Hugo, defending him unintentionally or intentionally stabbing a few cuts in his own team. "He might not be very smart, just has a good looks, but he's not someone you can treat like that. Not even if he were a poor living saint." His words were so powerful, Hugo turned pale. "Stop it! Shut up, damn crazy guy." The people below nodded in agreement. "We've never said that before. Just be quiet." Finally, Jin concluded, "Don't treat him like this, you bunch of dead dogs." His anger turned to dust and vanished from his heart. Jin sighed and blamed Hugo. "Really, just thinking about it makes me boil over. You're a naturalized citizen now. Why are you enduring such treatment?" Hugo no longer had the mood for arguing. I'm sorry. It's my fault." The guy who just punched and patted Jin showed empathy. "Cheer up, buddy." Hugo burst into tears in anger. "You're the worst one among them, buddy." Turning back to the group, Jin prepared to massage his hand. "Anyway, before we turn this place upside down, it's better if you all give me my money here." They could only reluctantly respond. "That's right." Suddenly, a powerful voice echoed from above. "Get the hell out." Sung Hai seemed to guess who it was. "This voice is..." Could it be her? The woman in high heels walked over, her immense power breaking the path. Jin groaned. So she finally came. "She's the twin saint Hazy," she commanded with a fierce look. "We've taken that account, so get lost." Her cold eyes asked him, "I'll need to use your money to restore my yin-yang power. Your money! Right. The one who threw the broken model into our palace. Hundreds of shattered images stormed into Haiji's palace like artillery fire, turning this magnificent structure into a battlefield. Haiji blamed him endlessly because of that, and now our palace is completely ruined. Do you know how much damage it caused? She pointed at you threateningly. You'd better prepare to face the consequences of your actions. Jin tilted his head, scratching his chin in confusion, and asked, "Who are you?" The highly damaging statement made Haley bite her lip out of anger. Haley set up a magic circle, ready for battle. "Shut up, I'll deal with you right here and now." At this moment, the Gemini's magical energy began to fluctuate. The people in the room were immediately frightened. "Hey, you're going to get us all into trouble." But the system displayed a notification that she had connected to an extremely powerful soul. Sunghee exclaimed joyfully, "Oh, the ultimate move of Gemini, summoning a soul from another world." The system continued updating. Using the spirit call, a goddess appeared from the magic circle. The system updated. Queen LLE. Queen responded, "Spirit call." Stepping lightly on the calm water surface, the immense power of LLE like a hurricane. Queen made everyone in the room look up at her. Haji Dakong said, "This is Lilo Queen, a soul nearly on par with a deity. I wonder if you can withstand it." Without waiting long, Zion suddenly charged towards Haley. He grabbed Haley's waist and lifted her up, leaving no time for her to react. He lifted her high and said loudly, "Up is up," throwing her through the large hole in the building roof. Haiji soared into the sky above the glowing parliament like a star. Sunghee's joy was short-lived as she desperately called out to the governor. Larry Quinn also looked up at the sky where Haiji had disappeared. The system announced that Gemini's magic had dissipated. Continue, Queen LLE. Quinn wanted to go home, but it wasn't easy. John silently stared at her. As she was about to disappear completely, he grabbed Larry Quinn by the head. She was sweating and both of them were silent. He suddenly asked, "Where do you think you're going?" Larry Quinn cried out in pain, "Let's go." But the system updated. Successful capture. Queen LLE Soul. Dion asked her, "Do you think we're stupid? Why did you run away?" Larry Quinn sobbed and begged, "Please, don't hurt me." Something fell from the sky, catching his attention. Haiji's head spun as she anxiously asked, "Governor, are you okay?" The system updated. User has fainted. Magic control failed. Transformation. The Bard Aquarius has been restored. Haig transformed into a different appearance. A surprised voice echoed, "That's not right." The Holy Gemini? Zion held Larry Quinn by the head and continued to speak. "See, I said I've never seen her before." Did she really think she could win just because of a spirit queen? Larry Quinn cried out as he pulled her hair, "Please, don't hurt me." He continued, "No, that blue, which won't save you guys either." The parliament members were speechless, their faces mixed with confusion and disbelief. How can this be? How could it be like this? Jun's voice, full of authority, asked back, "Behind me, a cobra is hissing. My money, you'll return it to me. Will you?" Jin and Hugo walked out of the green building confidently. Holding new documents in hand, Jin happily said, "All right, I got my money back. Let's go make some money." Why are there so many documents? Hugo was not as pleased about it. "Don't you see anything wrong with this?" Jin asked back. What do you mean by that?" Hugo O'Laren said, "Why isn't she here? She's the kind of person who would use it." Meteor, every time I'm frustrated in the city center. Zion just chuckled. "I was wondering what you were thinking." You looked away and said, "She didn't show up even when I destroyed her palace of light." There's only one reason for that. Learn explained, "It's not like she's hot-tempered or anything. I guessed where she was, so I came to visit. It's in a building downtown. This is John Sung-ye's house." The four of them sat on the floor and Jin spoke up. "Let's have something to eat." He gently handed Sang-ye a light snack and said, "Here, your hamburger." Sang-ye held the hamburger with a sad heart. He shook his hand to decline. Yes, I'll have something else instead." Zion bit into the cookie and replied, "All right then, what do you Hua and Jimin want?" Yu Hua scratched her lips shyly and spoke up. Me, I want to eat. Zion quickly spat out his food. She smiled and added. That guy next to her chuckled darkly. Yuhua is very fiery. Zion wiped the corner of his mouth and thought, I'm going crazy. If Otiksu knew, for sure he'd faint. Elsewhere, Hugo was in a smoky battlefield. Someone asked, is Uncle Tiksu not coming? Zeon didn't clarify but replied, he's going to be late because he's doing something for me. Zion stood with the box in front of him, ready. Looking at Larry Quinn sitting nervously inside the glass cage, Zeon continued, shall we start interrogating now? The system introduced the glass box, the sacred artifact of the Aries star. The glass box is extremely hard. The box used for display is incredibly secure. Diane calmly ordered, from now on, you must answer everything I ask truthfully. Larry Quinn reluctantly complied. Yes. Looking at the sinister book in his hand, Zion said, after all, being inside the box and able to see outside is better than being in my book, right? So you should answer properly. The book John held was a book containing everything else. When an object is stored, it turns into text and is stored in the book, which can be disguised as anything. Currently, the cookbook. Larry Quinn nodded inside the cage. Of course, yes. Zion paid no mind and began speaking that line which still hasn't shown up with her copy. Can you see that? To put it correctly, not really. Not yet. Appear, or is it, can't appear, right? Larry Quinn replied obediently, yes, that's correct. He tapped the floor and said, which means she must be trapped somewhere, and that place is here. At Sung's house, Larry Quinn quickly agreed, yes, sir, you're right. Diane frowned seriously. I'll give you a chance. Precisely where is she? She looked up at him with wide eyes and stammered. That matter. He's like a devil in disguise threatening Larry Quinn. You want to talk about it? Or should I do it for you? Making her tremble inside the glass box. She stammers, reluctant to speak. Larry Quinn lowers his head, tears streaming down as he points at a statue on top of the cabinet. It's there, sir. Jimin is surprised. How? That's the statue that was broken last time. Jen approaches and picks up the statue, examining it with interest. No wonder. I told you something fishy was going on here. He turns to continue speaking. Didn't you say she kissed this? Maybe that's the... Jimin suddenly remembers what he said earlier. Although it's not mine, this is the very object that Kaiten the Zodiac twin kissed to bless it. He exclaims. Jin activates immediately. The 13th sense. Activate the 13th sense. It can interfere with the spirit world. Suddenly, the statue changes and it angrily roars. Hey Larry Quinn, why are you daring to do this? Surprised people around gasp in shock. That's... She recognizes immediately. Gemini Zodiac twin Haiji. The figure of Haiji escapes from the statue, furious as if crying. This is the Gemini Zodiac twin Haiji. Spirit state. She screams in his mind with a loud voice. Damn it! Why did I reveal myself to that bastard? How did everything end up like this? Haji is uncomfortable. Yeah, if it was the day the Devil's Tower collapsed. The doors of the tower were decorated with many huge skulls filled with deathly aura. Haji thinks that things wouldn't have been so complicated. A large explosion erupts with great destructive power, shattering the teacup. Haji stands in front of a sleeping banquet table, startled by the previous aura, the one that made people shiver. She sweats. Could it be Li Jian? He's still alive. Seeing Li Jian, Haji thinks she was surprised when he returned. Moreover, the place where he went is the house of his friend's son, John Sungla. Haji looks through the magical vortex and ponders, but it's fine because her eyes are already there. What's he doing? I have to go directly and confirm this. Haji enters the system display statue, uses instant teleportation, and moves to the designated location, using his special ability as a Gemini Zodiac twin. He can transfer his soul into the specified object instantly. Enter, possess, and safely transfer your own soul into the designated target. Target, the angel statue in John Sungle's house. The statue moves slightly. Then it remains silent like a lifeless object. Haji praises herself. Entering this statue is a good idea, but then Haiji cries out loudly. Jimin also cries and screams just like her. The system immediately alerts them urgently. Warning! Please pay attention. You won't be able to escape if the possessed object is destroyed while in use. Soul entry! Haji starts losing his composure. The statue being broken means soul entry won't work properly, so I'll be trapped here then? Is there no other way? Jimin enters the room helplessly. It's still a holy relic after all. I can't just discard it like that. Haji suddenly glows. Right. She secretly guides Jimin with a gesture. Now, you could rent cheap restoration skills if you want to. Just fix the statue back to its original state. A hand quietly grabs some pig glue. Jimin casually squeezes half the glue onto the statue and laughs. I'll make sure it's stuck tight. Haeji's soul standing still beside her. She's more upset and crying than before. System notification appears. The soul entry subject has broken. You can't escape now. Jiyu looks at the dangerous wedding statue. Should I spread rumors that I bullied you like this? Haeji angrily shouts. Hey, Queen Larry, do something. You can get out of that transmission box. Larry Quinn looks at the glass box hopelessly, refusing with any words he can find. No way! I can't! I won't do it! Even if you manage to escape, Lee Jian will catch you again. Don't make me do useless tasks anymore. Lee Jian agrees with a smile. Oh, did you know that too? Haji's soul is trembling in anger. I'll tear your clothes apart. I said it will happen. But suddenly she realizes something. Sangji doesn't understand what Haiji says. Ode to the loyal head, my twin. The Gemini Kaiting's head. Sungji, she speaks loudly. I command you as the high priestess. You must attack Lee Jian immediately. Sangji looks angry. Me? Why should I do that? Next to him is a room full of Jian's muscular statues. Sangji says, I don't want to fight with Jian. Haiji's mouth drops open. What are you talking about? Lee Jian is our arch-rival as a holy order. Her voice echoes in the room. If you're a Gemini Kaiting acolyte, fighting Lee Jian is natural. Sangjae scratches his head. Haiji's soul rushes towards him. Come on, hurry up. But Sungjae just simply said, so leaving Songzi Kaiting should be fine then? For a moment Haiji was speechless, but then she asked back. What did you say? He rummaged through his pockets and said, I am indeed the Songzi Kaiting saint, but Jian's uncle is my hero. Holding a golden medal in his hand, Sungjae continued, if Songzi Kaiting was the reason for me becoming an enemy to Uncle Jian, he commanded the medal to fall to the ground. So I will leave Songzi Kaiting then. The medal fell with Haji's astonished gaze. It hit the ground, bounced a little, and fell again. Suddenly the building shook violently, making everyone lose their balance. Haji hurriedly said, No! This is the punishment of the guardian deity. The system appeared. The faith of Songzi Triton John Sunji was directed towards the Triton supervisor. The guardian deity of Songzi Triton was enraged and carrying out the punishment. The power of the guardian deity of Songzi Triton was trying to suppress Sunji. Blood suddenly gushed from his eyes, nose, and mouth. He struggled. Oh, Jimin and Yuha exclaimed in surprise. Sunji! Sungjae lost balance and fell down unconsciously. Haji urgently said to Sungjae, hurry and pray to the deity that you are wrong, as you are a candidate for our successor position, so the deity will forgive you. You must attack Lee Jian immediately. Lee Jian is a brutal and cruel person. You can't blindly trust him. Despite his weakened state, Sungjae shouted loudly. Then he said, if you had such hearts, you wouldn't have abandoned others when Sung Hyuk was uncomfortable. What? Is there a problem? The disdainful hunter said, I never thought that I would die here just because of those foolish ordinary people. Or when Jung K trembled and said everyone inside had died, sending them to the Maitang church. Rong Sung shouted Weljin was doing something else. Dian fought alone against the monsters, calling for Yuha and Sungjae to jump down. Sungjae's voice full of emotion, always saving people in danger. The others always claiming to save the world, but only caring about their own safety. Sungjae and his sister sitting on a chair, afraid of being scratched as children. to children watching a war movie on TV together. Rong Sung kept shouting, "My hero." Jin happily said, "Rong Sung, if you encounter those miserable creatures again, don't hold back, just punch them up. I'll be right behind you." Rong Sung's face bleeding shouted, "Don't use your eyes to look at others anymore, you damn dogs." The system suddenly announced, the deity of Songzi Kai Ting Priya was solemn. A giant deity stopped in front of Rong Sung. The punishment for Songzi Tri Tinj John Sunji has been raised to its highest level due to his previous statement, gathering magical power to make both Songzi Tri Tinj and his hero disappear. Jion's lips moved coldly. His skill started to rise, surprising even the deity Priya. Jin was truly angry. Magic on his hand flared up like a warning. The army of Priya was still surprised, roaring fiercely. A red slash cut through like lightning. Great, in front of the yin-yang gate. Smoke and fire everywhere, people running and falling, shouting at each other. "Hey, clean up this mess." Betrayal was using magic to reinforce and said urgently, "The fire is under control now. Bring all the water element users here quickly." Small streams of water appeared from someone's hand. Old man Ngon asked, "What's going on? Why can't I focus my magical power?" A group rushed over to call out, "Team leader Ken of the Divine Guard. Something happened," she said in panic. "I can't focus my magic. No, I can't feel any magical power at all." Betrayal asked in surprise, "Have we contacted the disciples in other areas yet?" The system screen flickered as someone's voice announced with shock, "The connection is down. We can't use telepathy or teleportation. All the portals have vanished." Those monsters caused a panic and everyone started running away. What happened to the disciples who had to face natural disasters? We tried contacting them, but we couldn't use telepathy or other communication tools due to the disaster area. The statue of the god and the smoke disappeared like it was erased by a Gemini's power. Everyone here is looking at Yuha in shock. The power of the Gemini goddess has vanished. Jin smiled reassuringly, "Now you'll be okay." "Sang-yi, you almost got into trouble with Viter." He knelt down facing Sung-jae and softly said, "Thank you, Sung-jae, for trusting me until the very end." Sung-jae's eyes filled with tears as he smiled. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Li Jian." "Haji, what did you do to me?" "Lady Hoda Huang, the power of the saintess has vanished from me like this." In another dimension, the souls of Haiji and the goddess were cut in half by a Gemini's magic. This is the connection between the Gemini saints, Hai and Freyr. In the universe, gods have immense magical power that can overload them if they intrude into our world. That's why deities provide their support and power to the saints. Just like under Haiji, other people will receive this power from the saints and distribute it to the disciples. In other words, deities are the source of power. Saints are the power receivers and distributors. Like how a sky plug receives electricity from an electrical socket, disciples are the conduits for the power. She realized that this sudden loss of power means Zion stepped hard on the statue, causing it to shake violently. Haji said anxiously, "Why does it feel like there's no more power?" Jin continued, "That old crab probably enjoys doing these things." He used a bottomless abyss car to sever that connection. The system appeared. Bottomless abyss splitting, SS, royal skill of the ancient. You can tear apart anything you want. He said, after transforming it with my skills, the result should be interesting. Haiji felt tense upon hearing this. Jin threatened, "I could also break your contract with the gods. This is an action forbidden by the gods, severing relations. You can split anything, including memories, human relationships, and loyalty. A new ability will form as you become proficient in actions forbidden by the gods." Haiji stubbornly didn't believe Zion's words. "No way would a goddess allow this. You'll face her wrath." Zion replied casually, "Oh, it's fine. I'm looking forward to that." Jin asked Haiji, "Because that will mean the goddess on top is exposed, right?" Haiji was stunned and speechless. Suddenly, a powerful magic surge rose up, illuminating the sky with a faint light that struck down human power sources. The people looked at the blackening clouds forming in the sky. A massive tornado swept through the city, carrying lightning. This is a sign the Gemini gods have lost their saints and disciples. The gods are angry. They will face dangers and directly exert their influence. Haiji's eyes widened in shock as a beam of light blurred his image with Jiang's. The massive tornado destroyed this house. The spirit goddess appeared before the group. Jin stood confidently. This must be the entrance. Freya, the Gemini goddess, angrily confronted Jin. The system immediately warned, the natural power of the gods is fluctuating within the team. The god gathered his strength like a storm. Jin frowned but showed no fear. You have taken an item from your inventory. The goddess's hand pointed down, and a surge of magical power struck the ground as if trying to destroy this place. They looked shocked and disbelieving. Xion barely held off the divine power with one arm before it vanished. This is the Shardcore fragment, sucking divine power. The greedy stone absorbed all the magic that struck down. The Gemini gods were overwhelmed by signs of another god's presence. Xion laughed, too bad I don't have the heavenly punishment here. He remembered his celestial attribute weapon. If we had a heavenly attribute here, we could have blown everything away already, whether or not it's a god. The system appeared. You've leveled up. Workshop invention. Item list. Pieces of the cosmic core and twin Zephyr vortex shards are available. Xion became fierce, unable to help anymore. Doan clenched his fist and asked, if there's no teeth, we chew with our gums, right? Right. The whip swept past a scythe in his hand. This is the Absol Storm Scythe from the Chasm. Craftsmanship skill level is lower than expected due to the cosmic core and twin Zephyr shards. Jin's hair grew longer. Fierce like a snake. You've used divine power, accumulated and activated the warrior god instinct. He stomped his foot so hard it shattered the floor. He charged into battle with the goddess. This greatly affects the twin gods. The goddess covered her face and screamed. The twin gods are suffering pain and humiliation. Everyone was shocked. Haiji spoke up. He's a wounded god. It can't be true. His weapons shattered. The Absol Storm Scythe is destroyed. Xion was bored. Tight. Can mutation items only do so much? The goddess strained so hard her veins ached. Twin goddess Freya has lost her sanity. Dozens of magical vortexes appeared in the sky. Twin goddess Freya is gathering all her strength to descend upon this world. A large group of people and several dragons hovered above, preparing for battle. Many fierce monsters emerged from the vortices. Each vortex projected a scene from everywhere. System update. Twin goddess Freya has condensed all her strength and abilities. From the sky, a fire burst down with an order to stop immediately. A large flame blew down in front of Xion. Apollo leaped out from the flames. Sungjae and Yuha gaped wide open. They called out, "Father," he seriously ordered, "halt the invasion now." Freya, the goddess, frowned angrily. Apollo warned angrily, "If you go any further, it will be against the law." Apollo suddenly appeared and sternly ordered, "Stop the invasion now." Freya, the goddess, frowned angrily. Apollo warned angrily, "If you continue, you'll violate the laws if you go any further." He sternly asked, "Freya, have you forgotten that gods don't interfere in this world with their physical bodies?" As soon as he spoke, a change occurred. The twin zodiac goddess sent that the sign of centaurs couldn't stop her. She laughed and wanted to see what a god and a fallen constellation could do. Freya became even fiercer. Hugo closed his eyes and calmly said, "Naturally, with the current power of the Zodiac hero, we can't stop anyone." He opened his eyes, his voice sharp, "But only we are displeased by your interference in our world." Suddenly, many strange magical circles appeared in the sky. These are thousands of observers blocking the attack of Gemini. They expressed their discomfort and said that direct intervention is a serious violation of laws. They're pulling back the army of Gemini to mark their territory. The zodiac signs' magic circles projected onto the ground. A strong chain shot out from those circles, wrapping Freya like a net. Other gods felt uncomfortable by this law violation and activated the restraining measure to intervene more deeply into Earth. You will have to pay a very high price for your faith, experience, and stats. If you continue interfering, you might reach maximum enmity with other gods. Dust and smoke filled everyone's view. They looked at the ongoing scene. Hugo softly said, "Dozens of large chains restrain Freya." He spoke, "It seems that other gods won't just stand by and watch." He angrily said, "Do you want to continue accepting more danger?" Goddess Freya glared angrily, showing her defiance. With the strong chains restraining her, Goddess Freya screamed in pain, causing dozens of nearby building windows to shatter simultaneously. Yuha, Sunj, and Jimin suffered ear pain. Goddess Freya went mad, pointing at Hugo with all her might. The twin zodiac saint gritted her teeth and said she would never forget this day. Jian smirked, raising his middle finger provocatively and said, "I bet you're really pissed off right now. Bring your boyfriend next time too." Freya watched as the veins on Sanjay's body became more prominent before gradually fading away along with the chains. Xion looked satisfied at the system display. "You've completely shattered the pride of the Gemini saint. You've earned a reputation among countless observers of the world. You've gained a large amount of godly ascension experience. You've leveled up. Level to Saint, a little experience needed. Level 9. When you reach level to Saint, you'll receive a special challenge at level 10. The shadow of Apollo also faded away, and the experience from setting up the battlefield was accumulated. A special challenge based on your setup experience has been activated. Ofidus, SSS, Yuha, Sunj, and Jimin sat down relieved. Xion patted Hugo's shoulder and praised, "Right on, Tetsu." Hugo raised his hand to look at it, thinking about what Freya did with Sanjay. He gritted his teeth in anger. "I'm still useful." He clenched his fist and said, "Piercing an arrow through her head isn't enough yet." Diane suddenly said, "Let me handle it." He pointed at himself to Hugo and said, "I'll make sure you see it in pieces." Hugo smiled inwardly, thinking, "Thanks, Haji suddenly interrupted, "How did you get that? I always guarded it very closely." Hugo simply smiled and said, "Stealth and evasion are essential skills for a marksman." Haji was furious, spitting out smoke. "What the hell is this, you damn wall? Tichu warned, be careful with your words." Jiyan pulled up his system display. "You've unlocked it. Soul Contract. Searching for Gemini's avatars. 3 books. Hanny Bin looked at one eye. Legendary system. Soul Binding. Searching for avatar systems. 3 books. Hanny Bin looked at one eye. Legendary system. Knight of the Vassal. Legendary system. Knight of the Vassal. First rank White God's Light. Legendary system. Gemini avatars have fully surrendered to Zisha. You can accept the surrendered avatars as prisoners. Jiyeon exclaimed, "Update received. The avatar system has updated." Diane added, "With this update, the vassal knight under the deep-sea castle of Yin Yang has also surrendered." Jin was lost in thought. Avatar system? That's definitely a legendary system. He said, "Why should I trust those who surrender? Show me something practical." A magical aura emanated from the paper, forming a vortex above Jin. Haji gradually appeared out of the vortex. Ryan's jaw dropped in surprise. Hugo and Haji on his side were also surprised. Everyone looked at her inside the vortex and called out in amazement, "Haji!" Haji's soul was shocked, causing him to lose color. The system quickly explained, "The Gemini avatars have surrendered the body of Haji to you." Haji landed dazed. Ryan laughed loudly in amazement. "Unbelievable. All right, I accept." The system updated immediately. "The system has been updated. You've accepted. The Gemini representatives have surrendered. The Gemini representatives will be transferred to the executioner's service." Zion held onto the paper, still grinning. "You get to name your new representatives." Zion spoke with disgust. "I'm lazy when it comes to naming things, so I'll just do it in order. Number 1, number 2, number 3. The system agrees. You've named your representatives." Hazy's spirit panicked and screamed, "Impossible. Nightmare. This is definitely a nightmare." Suddenly, Jin grabbed Hazy's neck, causing her to choke. She struggled for breath, only gasping. Jin was annoyed and cursed. "You're stubborn, so you'd better answer my question properly. Who stabbed me inside the demon tower?" Hazy quickly replied, "I don't know anything about that." "What did you stab me for?" Jin released her with a burst of power that left her gasping. Then it glowed like an attack on Hazy, who screamed in pain. A pile of debris scattered to the ground as Jin spoke. These are the remnants of the executioner's scythe I just used. It can roast your soul alive too. Isn't that funny? Angry, Jin shouted. Don't pretend you don't know. Speak up quickly. Hazy continued to mumble. I really don't know anything about it. Jin threatened her silence. Do you really want to die under torture as a spirit? Yuha, Sunj, and Jimin stood there with evil glares. Larry Quinn sat in the glass cage, covering his ears and crying. Hugo didn't say anything, just shielding his face from Jin's power. Hazy had no choice but to answer quickly. Priestess! It must be a priestess. Jin squeezed her tightly until she screamed in agony because the priestess had a heavenly verdict. Jin's eyes glinted more viciously as the stone exploded, scattering everywhere before releasing Hazy. Jin smirked and said, Got it. Would have been better if you just told me from the start, right? Alright, since you gave me information, I'll return you to your body. Haiji hurriedly touched her chest in relief, feeling alive again. But suddenly, her body stood up, shocking Haiji's spirit. Larry Quinn had taken over Haiji's body and happily said, Thank you, even though I'm only freed like this. Truly grateful to you. Zion laughed, Offsee, wrong again. Jin taunted Hazy's spirit. I accidentally gave your body to LL Quinn. Larry Quinn and Haiji's body joyfully rushed over and hugged him tightly. Thank you, Lord Legion. Many thanks, sir. Sunj and Jimin stood by, ready to stop Yuha from attacking Larry Quinn. The new day began with gentle sunlight embracing the mansion. The fluffy rabbit sighed. I don't know about that. Searching for something to fix isn't really helpful either. Larry Quinn became frustrated. She shouted, Yan quaked. This pig, how can it be useless? Look at all the unfair terms in these legal loopholes here. These papers for planting substances on the ground are a mess. Soul Contract, S. It was drafted by the Legion's Spirit Contract Specialist, who completely erased any exclusive clauses. Larry Quinn excitedly said, Mr. Legion, may I please take a look at all the signed souls now? I'll review them thoroughly and elevate them to SSGon Swaswa Tage Thun status. Alright, Rally Queen, go ahead. Larry Quinn happily replied, Yes. Suddenly, loud cheers echoed as the statue of the goddess was surrounded by 10 Geon statues in glass cases, emitting joyful sounds. The Haiji soul pressed her eyes against the glass case and pleaded, Let me out. Please let me out of here. Zeon stared intently at the system interface, deep in thought. Someone was excitedly saying, we finally get to live with Lee Zeon now. The system announced that the newest member was praising him. Zeon looked indifferent, but someone still seemed happy. Who would have thought we could join Lee Zeon's team? It truly is an honor. Your 3 guardian gods live with you like enthusiastic fans. Mr. Legion turned to look at us. Just witnessing his appearance alone is already quite impressive. Hugo, seeing the gods go wild for Geon, said, Usually, the pride of a god is very high. This was my first time witnessing such a scene. Geon laughed. Me too. They all pointed at Hugo warningly. Don't meddle. That errand boy of Mr. Legion, huh? One sentence hit Hugo's heart, shocking him into silence as their words echoed in his ears. Errand boy, errand boy. But John said, I think you're misunderstanding something here. If those gods' words only hurt you, then John's words are enough to defeat Hugo. He's not an errand boy. Call him a slave instead. The 3 gods pointed at him mockingly. Oh, so he's a slave? How dare a slave stand in front of Mr. Legion like that? Jin pointed down and said, Let's put that aside for now. Speaking of which, why did you abandon the twins goddess and come here? They all hesitantly replied, Well, we couldn't bear her violent behavior anymore. Legion asked back, Really? The 3 gods began recounting their story. To be honest, we've seen Mr. Geon overpower the twins goddess. And Lee Geon Ban said, I like your honesty. They continued, Not only us but other gods and our commanders also wish to serve under him. However, unfortunately, They are trapped deep in the ocean beneath the holy temple, so can't come here. Until now, due to the ongoing chaos caused by this civilization, humanity has lost more than half of its world. Half the planet is in darkness. At first glance, it seems like the gods and these calamities are maintaining a balance. Both sides between gods, spirits, magic, and the beasts are fighting fiercely. But in reality, we can't reclaim the lands lost to this civilization. They're like being surrounded by beasts with no way out. Diane thought if it's near the Yin-Yang Palace, it must be the Pacific Ocean. His argument was sharp. Maybe it lies next to that undefined civilization, so we need to check the current situation. Suddenly, those gods spoke up, although we only know how to kneel before Mr. Lee Jian here. But they sincerely bowed and said, "We beg of you to be loyal to him with our lives." Jian smiles. "Alright, I hope our cooperation goes smoothly, brothers." Sunj steps in and says, "So you're really our Uncle Jian?" He admires and says, he even accepts high-ranking familiars. Yeah, Yuha agrees, that's right. She smirks and nods. Well, it seems proposing to him is a good idea. The atmosphere suddenly drops as Jin and Hugo struggle for words. Hugo looks at Jin's face intently. His voice is like a ghost asking Jin, "What was that? What did she just say?" He whispers in Jin's ear, proposing. With no one else speaking up, the stuffed rabbit speaks up loudly. This means Hugo will become Lee Jin's father-in-law, right? What a damn thing! As soon as he says that, the stuffed rabbit gets roasted. Hugo shoots an arrow at it. The flaming arrow sticks to the stuffed rabbit, making it scream in panic. Ryan rushes to help. Tetsu stops shooting, and Hugo is so furious his body trembles. "Oh, you're burning with anger, even not letting your daughter say I love you on Father's Day. Right now, you're like a scorned saint." Hugo shoots arrows in all directions out of sheer rage. Jun runs while straining every muscle to dodge the arrows. "Calm down, you're going crazy." Hugo coldly says, "Jin, I'm sorry, but you'll die here." And he does it right away. The saint is using his power. Invisibility. He rushes through the flames and arrows, Jun struggling to keep up. Xion has no choice but to retaliate. This guy, he's serious, right? Xion deploys his updated system techniques. "You're using the eyes of a god. You're sensing the saint's mana." Hugo orders. Xion immediately notices the flaming arrows flying towards him. Quickly, he grabs an incoming arrow and bends it. A few sparks fly like stars in the universe. Hugo shoots fake arrows without hesitation. Xion stands still, frustrated as thousands of arrows approach. One by one, they spark and vanish. Xion, with no weapon, breaks 1,000 arrows in his hand, angrily asking, "What the heck is this? Just luck? Are you trying to kill me?" System update. You're mocking the horses. You're accumulating. You've gained a lot of zodiac experience. Suddenly, an arrow scream echoes as Xion turns around. Actually, the name of Teksu. The kitchen has become a battlefield of smoke and flames. Jun is uncomfortable and wonders if he knows what restraint means. But the system sends Apollo, the horse god, to Jin asking if this is okay in your own house. That day mostly gave Sanch his role as the house guardian, but the kitchen was destroyed and not fully compensated yet. Hugo, still furious, yells he's turned the kitchen into a giant torch of rocks and earth falling everywhere. Jin thinks to himself, well, the way he burns down his own house somehow reminds him of someone, and he's poor too, I should comfort him. Yuha panics and stops Hugo. "Dad, this can't happen." But Hugo doesn't listen. What else? She quickly says, "No, what I mean is you can't do that to Jin." Yuha adds, Dad couldn't defeat him anyway, completely turning Hugo into a shattered mess. No one needs to help. Yuhua says, doing this already hurt Hugo too much. Xion takes advantage of the situation from behind and pats. "This guy!" Hugo threw a powerful punch at a large lump. Xion looked coldly at him and asked, "You awake yet?" Xion remembered what you said. Why do you always get so worked up in front of your child like that? Do you think I'm the kind of person who would date your daughter? You nearly burned down our house just now. He added, the kids have some issues expressing their feelings towards you, but they do think about you in their own way too, right? Didn't you know they bought gifts for you? The two children excitedly asked as they opened the door, Dad, are you awake now? Sunj happily showed off. We bought Ziga Jeff coffee and your favorite cake. Seeing his two sons bring him presents made Hugo tear up with emotion. Lao patted the kids affectionately, calling them by name, but Sunj dodged like a gentle breeze. He came in front of Jian and said calmly, Uncle, we sent you the video of your battle with the reporter as you asked. Jian stroked Sunj's head satisfiedly. Good job, Sunj. Sunj happily exclaimed, Uncle, I'll never wash my hair again because he patted my head. Then he said, Oh uncle, come try the cake too. Diane complied and said, Go ahead. Why are there so many strawberries on this cake? Looking at the EUHB plate, the strawberries that should have been there were missing. He still asked EUH, why is there no strawberry in Dad's cake? She confidently smiled and said, Sorry Dad, I gave it to you. Hugo shouted and rushed towards John. He tried to pat, but John quickly dodged to eat the cake. Hugo's shout echoed through the roofless mansion. The stuffed rabbit also spoke up. Turns out, the kids have finally grown up. Yuhua still smiled as she watched Hugo and John argue. Here we are. I ate it already. What do you want? I've already eaten. What else do you want? Sunj tried to advise. Don't mess with Uncle's beard. Suddenly, Yuhua's phone showed an unusual notification. She widened her eyes in surprise. The notification read, Red Level Disaster Alert. Holy call. All disciples must respond immediately. In the sea near Manila, Philippines, the sky turned dark early and lightning flashed. Lightning bolts struck the sea like strings connecting land and sky within seconds. Soldiers on the beach discussed. They said this was a red-level disaster. Terrifying. Calm down. Everything will be fine, right? After all, we have many people here. So it's okay, isn't it? Oliver shouted loudly to boost morale. Don't be afraid. Although dangerous, this is an opportunity. The sky turned pitch black as a person fell down. Even though our king is not here, we will handle the red-level disaster. Soldiers. He stood high and successfully ignited the soldiers' enthusiasm. Only then can our lions thrive. We will show the world that humanity can achieve unprecedented progress. The soldiers echoed in unison. They shouted to encourage each other. Yuha couldn't hear but thought silently. I want to go home so badly. I want to see him. On this side, a large tent has been set up. This is the decontamination team. Sir Grievous sat attentively examining something in his hand, muttering to himself. The others were just making too much noise for a show of bravado. They wanted to hide their fear with force, but I don't care about that. More important is. He smiled cryptically, wondering if the gifts we sent have arrived yet. Suddenly, someone was seen pulling a suitcase into Jin's ruined house. Hugo opened the door excitedly. Here you are. This is St. Hugo's autograph on Erin. She dragged in, full of energy after her journey. Long time no see. King Hugo, are you still well? After a moment, she looked around curiously. How is the house like this? What happened here? The roof has collapsed. Hugo lowered his head and replied, Don't ask. It's just some necessary measures. Erin looked at the TV screen and asked, Are you also watching the raid by the army of 1,000? Hugo answered first. Yuha was sent there too. He curiously pointed to the paper box in her hand and asked, But what's inside that box? Erin explained, It was lying outside your house, so I brought it in. Not a mail order poster, right? Suddenly, the box shook violently and shouted loudly, Where is Legion? Both of them were startled. This broken sword is a low-grade tool, so the materials are damaged. Xion was frustrated. It broke again. How many times has this happened now? The system offered a solution. To create higher-grade items, you need a better device. Xion cursed silently. Damn it! It's already at the limit here. Forge hammer. Right. You're weak. Think seriously. What a pity. We lost it. The divine hammer of self-awakening. Okay, I wonder where it went for the past 20 years. He remembered really hard to use that IMI name to create anything higher than a mid-grade holy item, and we also need to keep the sacred essence before fighting with the witch. The system reported that one of the signatories of an agreement with another constellation secretly infiltrated the holy grounds where the revered stars and other members reside, which made John take notice. Inside the box, a head statue said, "The person over there is the Zodiac Hugo Otterson. It seems this is the Capricorn statue," it happily said. "Long time no see. Hugo, I'm Sergey Wick." Hugo was surprised. This guy has some weird hobby. That string, that must be what John made. The stuffed rabbit jumped in when mentioned. "Here's the flag." Zion stepped forward and spoke. "I heard someone dared to enter this holy temple, carrying the hammer on his shoulder," Kin said disdainfully, "but who would have thought it was just a fake goat?" The angry statue's eyes lit up. "Long time no see. Legion, glad to know you're well." Urine covered her mouth in surprise. "You're Legion, sir?" The goat-headed statue introduced itself. "I'm Sergey Vladimir Ivan of the Market Square. Do you remember me?" Jin only grunted. The goat-headed statue got frustrated and repeated, "I said my name is Sergey Wick." Sergey Wick Vladimir Ivan. He's a much king like Legion, specializing in production. After Legion disappeared, all weapons in the world passed through his hands. The goat-headed statue continued, "Anyway, it's reassuring to know you're healthy, Legion. That's why I came to see you." He added that he wanted to apologize for past mistakes, but John grabbed the statue's head just then. He didn't care and kept playing catch. The goat-headed statue insisted on finishing his sentence and forming a new friendship and harmony. Suddenly, John gave Sir Grievik a broken hammer. Hugo appeared behind him and asked if everything was okay without listening to the whole conversation. John relaxed and confidently said, "Just nonsense." He replied to Sir Grievik, "The guy who refused to give me materials because he was angry didn't say harmony. Instead, I'm going to watch a hand-to-hand combat." Sir Grievik remained calm and said, "He still is hot-tempered, really troublesome." A masked soldier reported from outside. "God, it's time for the day shift now." Sir Grievik turned slightly and asked, "Oh, is it already time?" He pulled back the white curtain of his tent. Sir Grievik ordered, "Then let's go see how the Thousand Hands look like." "He's the Mage King, Sir Grievik Vladimir Ivan." A reporter stood in front of the camera and said, "Hello everyone, I'm here in Manila, Philippines to report on the red alert disaster that will hit this area." Jin faced a giant monster at sea. The massive natural disaster was defeated by Legion 20 years ago. 1,000 hands, 1,000 hands of the same kind appeared near Manila, Philippines. Yuha and Oliver led their troops as the reporter's voice echoed. "A red alert, 1,000 hands. Very strong but." Many Mage Knights also appeared here. Deputy Archangel John Yuha and Captain Holy Officer Oliver were in charge of this battle. They are lions, wild beasts responsible for the fight. There are shapeshifters and naval experts, Pisces, and Iron Walls taking defensive positions, Taurus. Also, war goddesses with the ability to deflect nuclear bombs using divine power, Aquarius. And Capricorn, responsible for production and reinforcement of various weapons on the battlefield. Many old holy officers were stationed here according to a united strategy. Moreover, the Mage King appeared directly. Jin frowned at the TV. "What's that old man doing here?" Sir Grievik raised his hand towards the sky with the reporter. "It seems like the Mage King wants to do something." A hammer appeared in his palm. Holding the hammer, Sir Grievik smiled wickedly. The reporter was surprised. "That's the Holy King Capricorn relic." He called out. The hammer formed itself. Both were surprised by Vladimir Ivan's actions. Hugo asked him, "Hey Zion, didn't you use it before?" Sir Grievik stood in front of a weapon, the production Mage King of Marquet, before the battle began. He will reinforce the holy relics controlled by forces with his hammer. The reinforcing power of Marquet is well known worldwide. Jin at home shouted angrily, "Forget it, that's mine." Pointing to the TV when Sir Grievik raised the hammer like a great hero, he cursed, "That bastard. He stole my stuff and now he's showing off. Gross, I have to beat him before we get to the maiden." Then Jin left without waiting. Determinedly, he said, I'm going. I'll definitely punish him. But the reporter continued to catch his attention. Everyone, it's here, it's here. On the TV screen, the sea was raging violently. Something huge was surfacing from the depths of the ocean, something emerging from the water. The giant monster emerged with a loud roar. 1,000 hands, it's 1,000 hands. All the commanders widened their eyes in tension. 1,000 hands suddenly raised its tentacles. Its tentacles swung fiercely. 1,000 hands, danger level red. A soldier ordered, everyone, prepare for battle. Suddenly, someone nearby shouted urgently, breathe, wait a moment. They noticed something hanging at the end of 1,000 hands' tentacle. An amazed shout echoed. Huh? Stephen shouted loudly. The soldiers pointed at him and asked, is that it? The soldiers were surprised as they shot arrows. Stephen Marker held onto the tentacle tightly and angrily yelled, let go of my big bone. The viewers could only exclaim, oh my god. The midge on the shore sees them arguing and worries. What are they doing? They're going crazy. If they keep fighting like this, everyone will be lifted to heaven. Yuha sighs as she watches the two young men argue. This stupid name. The midge group is curious. Vice Heavenly Master looks at Yuha. Is she still here? Yuha draws her sword and answers. Honestly, I don't need to do anything to save Stephen. Look how pitiful they are. I think I should intervene now. She places her hand on the sand. The midge tries to stop her as she rushes forward. Hold up, she needs a buff first. Yuha channels her energy and answers calmly. I don't need a buff. Her eyes glow brightly. Then she dashes into the sea like an arrow from a bow, incredibly fast. Her target is Stephen, still struggling with the octopus. Stephen clutches his bones in fear as the red light cuts off the octopus's tentacle wrapping around him. Yuha effortlessly saves her, gently lifting him up. Stephen and the bone are kicked into the sea. Luckily, he's not a duck, so he immediately pops back up. But Stephen is still confused. A foot lands on his face. The midge and soldiers marvel at Yuha's combat skills. How can this be? They exclaim in amazement. With one jump, she crosses the distance and pierces through the thick tentacle of the genius-level monster. Meanwhile, Stephen is still shouting from under the water. Hey, are you not coming down? The soldiers' morale surges as the monster is nearly defeated. Don't give up now. The lion is saved. Let's deal with this genius-level monster. Everyone shouts in unison. Okay. Their footsteps blend with the soldiers' cries. Hurry up. Don't let the lion go to waste. Each sword strike. A slash cuts through the octopus's tentacle. The troublesome tentacles. Cut them off. Aim for its weak point. Attack its body. The midge rushes in to help. Everyone fights and encourages each other. Its movements slow down. Attack it now. The octopus's eyes suddenly blink a few times. Waves surge around it, surprising everyone. The waves rise towards the shore. The group activates their shields. Everyone is excited. Tsunami! What's happening? Stop! System alert. Kim in View's first formation uses a giant barrier to block the incoming waves. The barrier acts like a huge bull, stopping the waves from breaking through. The fortune coin soldiers were initially enthusiastic, but quickly became confused. What is this? Is it a volcanic eruption? Look up there, right in front of us. Someone said, and everyone turned to look at the water monster in front. Not only did its tentacles regenerate, but new ones grew as well. Everyone's mouths dropped open. Oliver was shocked speechless. The area buzzed with commotion. It was terrible. What is this? Oh, holy heavens! 1,000 arms are already too many. After the water monster lost blood, it grew even more ferocious, directly upgrading to a super great calamity level, 10,000 arm stage. Danger level red. Everyone was startled as the situation took a turn for the worse. Where did this monster come from? Sir Grievous didn't participate in the battle. Seeing the villagers' despair, he laughed coldly. He flicked a lighter in his hand. If a monster like that appeared, they wouldn't be able to do anything now. Suddenly, a voice echoed from behind him. "What's in your hand?" Sir Grievous calmly replied, "Just an igniter. I had set up some baited rats near it." Then he noticed something unusual. Sir Grievous immediately turned around. "Who are you?" Before he could react, a sword pierced his hand and knocked out the lighter. Sir Grievous screamed in pain. "There's no way!" At the same time, a wide net approached him. Smile got an easy meal. Sir Grievous helplessly struggled as the voice echoed from the dimensional gate. "Smile, you really are a masterpiece, huh?" Jin wielded his large sword and stepped out. The people by the sea were struggling to fight the octopus. "You blew them up along with that natural disaster level monster. That's not too much to ask. You should think about yourself." The sword struck hard on the ground. He grinned arrogantly. "It's time for the first supplementary class after 20 years. I'll teach you how to make octopus sashimi." Footprints left ripples in the water, but he disappeared without a trace. Yuha glided across the surface like waves, closing in on the sea monster. She realized that everyone had spent so much effort fighting the 1,000-armed calamity that few were left with strength. Yuha calculated how to strike quickly and decisively. She could deal with the smaller ones later. She must handle the strongest one first. Without hesitation, she used her speed burst to rush at it, moving swiftly and slicing through tentacles like cutting fruit. Yuha had watched the video of Jin's attack, the 1,000-armed calamity, many times. In the past, Li Jian defeated many calamities, while his jealous disciples just stood there praying to Buddha. This is the 1,000-armed calamity attack. Yuha remembered Jian's valiant back, a man as strong as 100 men, personally cutting through the monster. She recalled how it used small tentacles to stab its prey, and then avoided each strike of the tentacle according to memory. Recalling Jin's movements, she almost perfectly replicated the scene from that day, dodging each attack with precision. For every slash by him, Yuha leaped up, slicing through tentacles like cutting fruit. She had to sever all of them in one swift move. Each of her slashes was sharp and decisive, just like Jin's sword from that time, tentacles falling like rain as she approached the main body. If I could get close to its body, I would have to stab this iron rod into it immediately. Thinking this, Yuha swung her long spear. Her eyes glinted with arrogance and determination. The tip of the spear gleamed, indicating that she was ready. He was next. Yuha shouted loudly as she brought down her long spear on the sea monster. The spear flew like a shooting star. The impact shook an entire area of the sea. Red light illuminated the night sky. Yuha was stunned. Her spear was easily caught by one of its tentacles. She couldn't believe her eyes. It could block attacks so effortlessly. Its red eyes seemed to mock her, daring to challenge it with just one move. A tentacle suddenly struck Yuha. At the same time, another arm grabbed her. Steven rushed up to shield her. He took the brunt of the tentacle's attack. Despite being hurt badly, he tightly held onto Yuha. A strike from a tentacle sent both of them flying far away. Yuha gradually lost consciousness. Why is this happening? When the commander is in danger, soldiers panic, the general and vice general. No, Yuha was faking. What do I do now? The warrior group is worried but still have to fight on. Damn it! Keep fighting. Don't run away. But they've almost exhausted their strength in the first battle. Add to that the chaos without a leader. Many have died already. Screams echo across the sea. Save! Save me! Yuha is not happy about this. If it were you, what would you do? If it were Jian, he'd grab a great sword and soar up into the air. At that moment, a familiar figure rushed in. Yuha was just about to faint but then woke up. She couldn't believe what she saw. Jian, Steven were also shocked by that name. Li Jian. He's passing through each small beast. The target is the leader. The greatsword swings up, slicing through the outer layer of the giant monster. A light cut leaves a scar on the octopus's face. Twisting his wrist with the greatsword, Jin grins as he approaches and unleashes his mountain-toppling skill. The sword pierces, creating a hole in the monster. The monster is knocked back several meters, its eyes wide open from the hit. The Midge group stares at the power of that single strike. In an instant, he handled the thousand-legged terror. The warrior group watches the monster get a hole drilled in it and their jaws drop. Really, really terrifying. Then all heads turn to see the ground sink. His move hit this entire shore? No kidding. The greatsword still has a few greenish sword marks embedded in the ground. Jin leaps over and lands near the group. Damn, did I throw that hard? The warrior group jumps back. Legion, why are you here? Jin is irritated by their aloofness. Why the surprise? Just a giant octopus and everyone's making such a fuss. I came to show you guys how it's done. The others don't hide their dislike. What? They keep hitting him non-stop. That's enough! Suddenly, someone appears and delivers a decisive blow. For something like the thousand-legged terror, we test our strength against it. But Jin is quickly dragged away by tentacles. Everyone, including the spectators, gape in shock. Someone curses at him with a pale face. What's going on? Jin turns to see the giant monster open its mouth wide enough for a black hole, ready to swallow Jin. Jin glances at what the monster is holding in its hand, which is. But before he can think more, the monster swallows him whole. Yuha cries out. Jian, everyone's hope turns back into despair. Now what do we do? The one who could catch the monster has been taken by it. And on the sea, countless other monsters are waiting for them. The monster still had a firm grip on the shrimp it was eating. A beam of light flickered above it. Then the sword pierced through its outer layer. Green light illuminated the darkness around. Darkness tore apart to reveal a shadow. It's the sublord's ultimate skill. The soldier's emotions were like roller coasters. From despair to amazement in an instant. This is the sublord's supreme technique. Could it be? The tentacle that held the scythe just now will emit electricity and pierce through the sky. The hammer must have been there too, as a chain reaction. Nearby monsters got electrocuted one after another. Jin wielded his staff smoothly. Like a pro, the tip of the spear struck down. He activated his skill. A single blast of lightning left everyone in awe. Everyone who witnessed it was speechless. Jin scooped up the fragments and the others jumped off the broken monster. He laughed happily, finally able to wield such power after a long time. With pride, even with thousands or tens of thousands of legs, you're just a squid. The monster was weakened by the attack and slowly sank into the ocean. Water splashed everywhere, soaking Jin's clothes and face. I've torn you apart. The others will know better to retreat now. The giant squid floated on the surface of the sea. The soldiers were amazed. He alone had defeated that monster. It turns out Legion's reputation is well-deserved. A series of words appeared, and those who didn't know his name felt astonished as everyone discussed him. They began to respect him, shocked by his abilities. Time seemed to pause as everyone needed time to process what happened. Someone held a microphone and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, you've seen it too." The enthusiastic reporter immediately grabbed this hot news. This is the person who has been talked about for a long time. The camera focused on the destroyed monster. Legion's hero just returned and immediately defeated the 10,000-legged beast. People rejoiced at his victorious battle. Everyone watching cheered in celebration. The voices of thousands echoed throughout the city. Meanwhile, on the book, countless words appeared, recounting stories passed down for a long time. Impressive journeys and achievements that earned respect. The legend of the Triton Dragon has been born. Recording all the deeds of the Triton Dragon and spreading them throughout the world, other Triton kings were alarmed. Xion was surprised by the added content in the Bible. It records stories full of power. Will his power increase if his followers read this? On shore, Yuha called out to him, "Uncle." Xion snapped back to reality. "It's Yuha." She was waving from the shore. Jin leaped in front of her. "Are you hurt?" Yuha nodded. "Yes, I'm fine." Jin realized something. Look at what's on her back. "Yuha, what are you wearing there?" "You mentioned it too." Yuha hesitated to cover up. "What did you say?" Jin felt like he learned something new about her. "So Yuha likes bones too. Does that mean you like lion bones?" Yuha's face turned red. "I was planning to use it as a base." Jin hesitated, offering the remaining piece of wood. But he'll show her the leftover carving. I accidentally broke your staff. Let me make you a new one and give it to you. Yuhao was overjoyed, waving her arms excitedly. Really? Yes, I love it. Suddenly, Steven's face appeared in the conversation with a big smile. Great! Excellent! They all froze like a paused button. Xion glared with disdain. This damn dog! Are you crazy? What's with that sudden shout for? Steven grinned widely. Of course, I should be happy now. He pointed towards the Yuha faction. John Yuha is a close subordinate of mine, and the one speaking will become her weapon, right? Steven pointed at himself too. Doesn't that mean you'll become my weapon as well? With a new weapon coming up, how can I not be happy about it? 20 years ago, you were also an artificer crafting holy artifacts for our royal stars. Xion was speechless at the ridiculous nature of this request. Meanwhile, Steven kept talking non-stop. Since you broke my core, naturally, you have to become my weapon now. The more he talked, the more he felt right about it. He laughed heartily and happily. I'll be generous and forgive you for stepping on me earlier and stealing my core. Xion was boiling with anger at this moment. His emotions exploded, calling his father and mother to Steven. With a bang, a ram-shaped smoke cloud appeared. Seeing the smoke like steam coming out of Steven's ears, he dropped his jaw in shock. Impossible! Can you still create an explosion just by shouting now? Are you really not human? Xion shouted at the idiotic statement. That wasn't me doing it, you fool. The smoke rose high and spread everywhere. Everyone was in a sea of smoke. A mournful cry echoed amidst the smoke. Save me. The smoke was so thick that no one could find their way out. Damn it, all frontline troops are being swept away by this. Someone turned around hoping to catch someone. What should we do now? Suddenly, he looked away. A comrade suddenly stared at him with a predatory gaze. It left him stunned. Hey, what's wrong with you? He lunged and bit his neck. He gritted his teeth. What the hell is going on here? He saw everyone in the team go crazy one by one. He thought to himself, everyone has gone mad now. Yuha was shocked, the Lion Star fleet attacking the Golden Bull fleet. What about that explosion just now? Suddenly, a deep voice echoed, and what else? That's the bright light of the rat bomb I set up myself. Unfortunately, it was too small so the explosion wasn't as big as expected. A steel boot stepped hard on the sand. Steven was terrified. Who is that? Someone looked at the person inside the robot and then at what he held in his hand. Sebastian! Jin stared at Slim, who was unconscious, feeling guilty. Slim! He raised his fist towards the old man. That damn guy! What did you do to my Slim? Steven looked questioningly at Sir Grievik. What did you say? Rat bomb, right? Did you dare place it where my subordinate is fighting? Sir Grievik sat high up and laughed cruelly. Just stay calm for now. The fun hasn't started yet. The explosion just set off some fireworks. Jin turned and pointed at the smoke. No wonder the Lion Knights lost their minds. Was that your doing? C still couldn't believe his eyes. What? Sir Grievik coughed. Legion is indeed different. You're quite perceptive. Then we'll show you something even more interesting. He then placed the whistle to his mouth. Though small, it made a blood-curdling sound echoing across the sky. The sound like a summoning bell. Even the beastmen attacking their comrades stopped, leaving those being attacked in shock. All the beastmen ran towards the whistle's sound. Meanwhile, the soldiers on shore prepared to defend against the charging beasts. Here they come! Damn it! Stop! Steven was confused. Come on, wake up! Some even pinned Yuha down. She couldn't move with those claws holding her tight. Oh no! Jin was panicking as more beastmen charged at him. Oh no! Sir Griffith chuckled. After expending so much effort fighting the monsters, you don't have much strength left now, do you? Look at Jin lying on the ground. That's a trick. Lie, Jin. Sir Griffith sighed with satisfaction. I never thought it would be so exhilarating to see you all being forced into this position. Steven was furious, shouting loudly, You crazy! What did you do to our Lion Knights? Why aren't they listening to me? Sir Grievik's eyes narrowed because they drank the essence potion I gave them. I'm still disappointed that they didn't react more dramatically. Your Lion Knights are just excited from the reaction between the essence potion and the atomic radiation in the civet cats that exploded. In this state, without my whistle's command, they won't listen to anyone else. Hearing about the poison group made Stephen even angrier. Damn you, turn them back now. Sir Grievous calmly replied, don't get so upset. If you want your Lion Knights to return to normal, you need to hear me out first. After saying that, he waved Xeon's sword in front of Stephen. Stephen looked puzzled. This is Legion's weapon. He smiled and said, yes, it's the weapon he created himself. Pointing at someone, you won't be able to refuse, right? Stephen Marker used that sword on him. Then Sir Grievous looked at the person lying on the ground. Kill Legion. Stephen was stunned. Of course, who's agreeing? Randomly killing Legion? Why should I follow your orders? Sir Grievous raised a robot foot in front of Stephen. Of course, you have to listen to me. Don't you want your Lion Knights back to normal? Lions? Sir Grievous confidently said, don't worry, because we understand each other very well. He remembered John's conflicted look and sighed, isn't there a common point between us? That Legion's existence made us feel inferior, and Stephen heard a keyword that left him speechless. Stephen Head firmly denies it. Don't say nonsense. Sir Grievous is being sarcastic. So why do you care so much about Legion's weapons? That's exactly the clearest proof that you're doing this to overcome your inferiority complex, isn't it? For you, Legion's power is like a towering wall, an insurmountable monument, and his crafting ability is our biggest obstacle. Even though he tries his best, Sir Grievous feels he can't surpass Gian. Tossing his pants back, John's talent is something even a clog-wearing person would run to catch up with. As Grievous bitterly expresses, the more we try to overcome it, the only thing we feel is an unbreakable and towering wall that we can't surpass. He utters these very just words. This is our chance, Stephen. To be frank, you're fighting against yourself. Sir Grievous says, I won't give empty promises, and I'm not as bad as Legion. I'll create the ultimate weapon for you. There's only one like this in the world. Grievous keeps painting a rosy picture for Stephen Coyle. He also expresses that if you join forces with me, we can surpass Legion, and your becoming the Supreme Star is just a matter of time. With all due respect, Sergevich urges, come on, take that sword and deal with Legion right now. Raise the blade. Iwaha looks alarmed at Stephen. My lord, no, those are just lies. You know Sergevich is not trustworthy. She shouts, my lord, did you hear what I said? But Stephen only glances at John. Yuha uses all her strength to try and change Stephen's mind. If you dare touch little John, I won't let you live in peace. Standing before John, Stephen raises his sword. Grievous prepares to stab him. Ultimate weapon. Sir Grievous smirks. Die! A loud thud is heard. But surprisingly, the blade aimed for Sir Grievous. Yuha stops her evil plans too. Grievous grits his teeth in pain. Foolish man, why did you miss this perfect opportunity? Stephen cuts him off. Shut up. He shouts, do you think I'll listen to someone who turned my subordinate into that? His voice full of contempt, and I've dedicated myself to surpassing Legion. I even regret the time I spent feeling inferior uselessly. Stephen gives him the middle finger, and there's no intention to kill Legion as fiercely as the first one did. Jin under pressure praises, but he can't praise for long before Stephen boasts arrogantly. Because I've already surpassed Jin. All I need now is a weapon. Jin lies down, helpless, laughing. Stephen pats his chest. Don't compare me to your inferior goat, pointing at Grievous and whatnot. You said you'd make weapons for me, but you couldn't even surpass Legion from the start. Do you think I'll prefer your weapon over Legion's? Nervous wreck. Grievous, furious at this betrayal, shouts, you dare! He fires his robot's heavy artillery. I will make you regret it. Stephen punches the robot hard. Grievous, despite wearing armor, is still beaten up badly. Seizing the opportunity, Stephen hits again. Grievous, about to join his ancestors, grits his teeth and says, don't act tough. Then he pulls out 7.7 for 9 bullets from the robot's gun and aims them all at Stephen. The robot's foot sinks deep into the sand as countless bullets fly like rain, launching missiles continuously. Several deafening bangs echo on the sand. Grievik laughs joyfully. The legendary royal star will fall to my attack. But before he can celebrate, he sees Stephen in his beast form biting down incoming bullets. As many bullets fly towards him, Stephen bites them all. Indeed, 20 years ago, I was as inferior as the one speaking. Yet, despite falling countless times, I still stood up to challenge my limits. We tried to get past Legion. Stephen growled, getting into a fighting stance and preparing to use his skills. Then several lightning strikes shattered Sir Grievik's armor plating. The strikes encircled Sir Grievik like a cage. Stephen charged in and hit him a few more times. Sir Grievik was hit by the rocks and groaned in pain. Stephen stepped on the broken armor. He looked at the liar. "Old goat, you have thick armor here." Sir Grievik cried out as he was stepped on. Stephen reached out to tear apart the armor. He threw each layer of armor off the other guy. While throwing them, he cursed. "Even in a battle, you don't use protective gear. Don't hide behind that armor anymore. Damn goat! Get out here now." Sir Grievik gritted his teeth and shouted loudly. Stephen looked at the two with a twisted expression. "How long are you going to keep fighting?" The scene shifted abruptly in just a second. Stephen's eyes widened, while Sir Grievik found it even harder to believe. "Why did he manage to escape?" Jin replied with disdain. "At first, I planned for them to catch me and see what you were up to. But your lengthy explanations wasted time, making me frustrated, so I stood up immediately. Those guys are weak." Zeon pushed Stephen like a ball as Yuha and the backbone sat there dumbfounded while both Stephen and Sir Grievik stared at the defeated pack of beasts. Zeon nudged Stephen gently, like a ping-pong ball. "You managed to dodge to one side." Then he gave Sir Grievik an evil smile. "I have many questions for you, so let's talk, Sir Grievik." A few minutes ago, Zeon patiently listened as the two fought. "Don't compare me to your low-level goat and weapons. Cut it out." He was lying there bored while the other two were still fighting. "You think you can just use a weapon?" Then Sir Grievik's loud cry echoed. Zeon got impatient watching them fight endlessly. "It's not interesting at all. I can't lie there anymore." He stood up on his own. "We are really foolish." The beasts were shocked to see Jin stand up and walk away confidently. Jin walked with a bounce in his step, patiently waiting to see what this foolish fight has to offer. I had to intervene and stop him quickly, but it immediately took a hit. Then came Jin's friendly greeting to the two still fighting. "How long are you going to keep fighting?" The two looked at him stiffly. The past scene unfolded. 20 years ago, an attack on the Demon Tower took place. Kevin laughed with excitement. "Legion will die in the Demon Tower." Sir Grievik's workshop. Wasn't that a prophecy Hugo Otters received from his guardian deity? It was just a prediction of the future. He smiled and said, "I meant the plan will come true." Sir Grievik gave a smug smile. "I used myself. What he means by that doesn't matter to me." In his head, there are countless devilish thoughts screaming, "Kill Legion." If so, this is a perfect opportunity to examine Li Jian's body and unleash all of Han Jiang's power at once. Oh my god. Jian crumpled up some past pages. "Stop reminiscing now. I'm only asking who killed me. I don't care about your past." Suri nodded in agreement with a slight smile. "Alright, I'll tell you. In exchange, you must ensure my safety too." But before he could even smile for 2 seconds, Jin broke his mouth. Jin smiled kindly at him. "It seems like you still don't understand the situation yet. I'm not here to negotiate with you. If you waste any more time talking nonsense, I'll pull out your tongue." Who was that? At this range, he had no patience left. Sir Grievik shuddered like a piece of dried meat. Processing, virgin's love. Jin frowned. "It seems like you're still a virgin too. This is really coincidental with the answer from the demoness." He recalled the last words the demoness shouted, "Virgin's essence, virgin's essence." The bottom of his coldness dropped another notch. Is it really due to the virgin's essence? Jin was calculating silently. "I need to meet Jean Ming first. I also need to ask about the results of the swords." He looked down at the person again. "Alright, forget that for now. It's time you returned it to me. The hammer of real deeds. That belongs to me." Sir Grievik stared at him like a debt collector. "What? Is this how people do things? Jean raised his voice an octave higher. I don't want her. Sir Grievous nodded vigorously. Return it. Am I returning it now? The screen displayed a notification. Magi Sebastian, the Scorpion of the Zodiac, has returned the real D hammer. Xeon looked at the item with joy. Ah, that's it. Sir Grievous struggled to sit on the ground. The system notified him that his body was trembling in anger and frustration over losing the hammer. Jin sneered at him. HMPH. What a silly look for being upset. He snapped open the spatial gate and called out, Brothers, come out. From inside, the three brothers poked their heads out. You're calling us Sir Lyjin. Jin commanded, bring him to your domain. If he resists, just break one or two of his legs. They chorused in unison, permission granted. Sir Grievous stammered, Lyjin, you call the guardian deity too? He screamed before being dragged away. Are you not the new Scorpion of the Zodiac? But you are. Zion sighed inwardly. Question yourself. Although I don't intend to forgive you. Meanwhile, the powerful beast army regained consciousness. What's going on? Those from before still didn't understand what was happening. What? My head hurts. What are we doing? You was happy. Everyone has woken up now. Steven sighed in relief. Lucky us. Some others who were scared started to calm down. Are they not going to supply power anymore? They seem fine now. On the other side, the masked group looked alarmed as Grievous disappeared. The Star-Lord has been taken away. What should we do? Hua shaved his half-head hesitantly. Damn it! What else can we do? Done. He activated something like a watch on his hand. Once started, we must see it through. A layer of green covered the armor of several warriors, shocking them. Armor! Then their entire bodies were swallowed by a green light. Following that was a deafening boom and the cries of each warrior. Hua laughed triumphantly. You forgot about tampering with our Star-Lord's weapons before we left. I'll make all of you explode and return to dust. While the masked ones were trying to persuade him, High Priest, don't try to grab legs anymore. He shouted orders loudly. Come on, shoot the giant rat. One masked man immediately fired a shot. Yes, the bullet was fired straight at Jin. Jin stood still like a statue with commentary. These aren't just toys. Why do you always have to put giant rat on everything? Then I'll use my toys to counter yours. The screen then appeared. Use the holy artifact granted by the mace. Target's hit can be reinforced. Transform, please choose a target. Jin stood still with his target. Then a strong hand with a mace-shaped bullet flew towards them. Giant rat! The collision was like a big bang explosion. The sky lit up brightly. The screen displayed. The target successfully transformed. The giant rat bullets turned into fireworks. The masked group couldn't contain their surprise. Giant rats turning into fireworks? Insane man. Truly insane. A beast's foot stomped the ground hard. You are the ones who are crazy. The entire group was like victims as they looked at their familiar masked comrades. You deliberately planned to ambush us. They cried out loudly. What? Did you lose your minds? Steven's veins stood out on his face. Our beast people are stronger and tougher than you thought. We're not sure about the giant rat rockets, but that kind of bullet can't harm us. But before they could fully threaten, the group ran away in panic. Run! Hurry! Quick! Steven's face turned dark. Listen all the way through before you run. Steven couldn't retaliate yet, but when the enemy withdrew, it was frustrating. We can't let them go like that. Legion, do you have anything worth playing with? Big, sturdy, fits your hand, easy to swing. Xeon glanced at him unhappily. Why are you always asking me for weapons? But then Jin realized, didn't he already have what he described? Something named Steven had all the right elements. Big, strong, fits your hand, easy to swing. Jin smiled darkly. There is something like that. Steven looked at his face in fear. But why are your eyes like that? However, curiosity overcame the fear. If you have it, show me now. His voice rose an octave as he spoke. Jin lifted Steven by the ankle and threw him into the air. Xeon tossed him towards the retreating enemies. Steven rolled to avoid them, causing the enemies to trip and squint in confusion. One throw from Xeon hit a target with a painful cry from the enemy. He sighed contentedly. Maybe next time we'll go bowling instead. After the battle, Xion approached Steven's foot and whispered, "How are you feeling?" But when he saw the dirty, smelly foot, Jin lost all interest. He looked at that foot. Then he let it go, muttering that it didn't fit his hand well and not to use it again. The scene opened up to show the European Union for Human Defense, Western Defense Zone, Red Outer Suburbs. On the floor, countless maggots crawled everywhere. They appeared everywhere, accompanied by a red stench filling the city. A foot stepped on liquid on the ground. The squad leader of the Virgin search team, Xion, covered his nose in disgust. The smell here is too strong. It's no wonder a sudden disaster might appear. We can't be careless about our vigilance. The subordinates chatted loudly as they walked. Hey, heard anything? Legion defeated the giant octopus in the Philippines. Everyone nodded. Ah, I watched the video. He's too extraordinary. The official searchers didn't accomplish much at the end of the mission. Some even added a few dramas. They say the lion and the scorpion fought, both looking like losers. Others laughed in response. The more it benefits us, the fewer competitors we have. Isn't that right? The leader reminded them. Be quiet. Are you going to keep chatting during the mission? The subordinates fell silent under his gaze. Sorry, sir. Xion turned and scolded. We're not here for fun. Don't forget why we're here to search for missing people in the temporary settlement suburbs. The subordinates shouted loudly. Order up. Look at the scene of bones and smoky shadows warning again. The dark red bones made the search much harder. Keep your focus. Subordinates must not delay. Order up. Suddenly, a shaky voice echoed. Save me. Help. Please. Fast rewind. In the empty frame, that voice kept repeating. Someone, please. Save me. Shout out. The sound came from over there. Said it. You jump first. I'll lead the way. Everyone, follow. The whole group quickly followed. Order up. Everyone search every nook and cranny. Everywhere sounds like someone calling, save me, is anyone there, please help me. The cries echo without end, someone, save, help me, please, is anyone there. They suspect all the screams came from the city center area. Did I hear wrong, but that sound still echoes, urging them to continue searching. He hears the sound echoing everywhere. Save me, anyone there? Subconsciously assess. It feels like a machine repeating over and over, like a recorded message. Save me! Anyone there? He stopped in his tracks. Everything! Stop right now! He suddenly broke out in cold sweat. Something's not right. He shouted in all directions. Hey, where are everyone? Someone answer! Suddenly, he sensed something covering his head. It whispered to him. Anyone there? Save me! A hoarse voice. Help me! Help me! Please, Xion can smell it. That thing gradually clung tighter to him. In Xion's ears was the maniacal laughter. Help! I need help! Please! Please! He was completely trapped. He looked at the trees like a hungry tiger looking at its prey. Finally, in the ruins, a painful scream gradually faded into darkness. The scene changed. The location opened up to Hugo's Zodiac Temple grounds. Inside, the TV was broadcasting news. It has been several days since Li Jian defeated the 10,000 Hands and Heaven Hands. He propped his leg on the table and mumbled, Execute Order 0. Return. Execute Order 1. Eliminate the sea monster. It seems that the executed orders recorded in the Holy Book have influenced the believers. The executed orders, once recorded, may blossom into power. MC reports news. Currently, a massive crane is being mobilized to move the debris of the disaster out of the Philippines territory. Zion switched to the news screen immediately. It's not Lee, right? Zion is really great. He defeated the Calamity Octopus that made the Alliance's strategy look shameful. Zion has heard so much it's become annoying. All the news is about me. What to say about killing an octopus? Deng shook her legs. After all, there are too many details here. Xion recalled that live stream where Legion, the hero returned, defeated the 10,000 Hand deity. Inwardly, he said that the basic effect of the Holy Book is to make one do things that become hot topics. In this case, It's still dealing with the octopus out there. Xian folded his book and thought enough about the holy texts. He had to deal with the backlog. The screen suddenly showed a new notification. Do you want to view Test 6? Skill Boost 1? Xian sneered, truly sickening. He clicked on Test 6 and checked it out first. Information screen opened up. Oh, Futures SSS Awakening. This test will start when you reach level 10 in the Scorpio constellation. You need to pass 3 tests. Reward: O Future's Unique Guardian Body. Significantly increase physical ability. Unique Awakening Skill: Apuch's Holy Artifact. Note: deadline for completing this test is 240 hours. No experience points will be awarded. There will be penalties during the test if you fail all tests. Xian thought that these tests appear after fighting the twins guy. The screen flashed another notification. Strength test: eliminate the flesh-eating deity Guardian. Not one. He cannot use his divine warrior instinct. Xian muttered in disappointment. It was a pity not to be able to use his ultimate skill, the divine warrior instinct. As long as I don't face a real god or calamity directly, I'll be fine. After all, I'm an expert in dealing with disasters. Then several more notifications popped up. Intelligence test: recruit a secretary to record Apuch's executed orders. Not one. Reputation test: accept a human servant as a disciple. Not one. Xian pondered. These are the real issues. A secretary and a disciple. Where do I find them now? What to think about it? It will be tough. He clicked on Notification 2. Next, he tapped on Skill Boost 1. His pupils lit up like headlights. System notification: Divine Gaze has leveled up. Effect enhanced. Jin let out a loud holler, startling urine nearby. The quivering rabbit was panicking. Let me go clean. Jin ran over to block them. Hey, stop! Can someone look at me for a moment? System notification: you have used Divine Gaze skill. With this ability, you can confirm the faith of your target by looking into their eyes. 81% market, 50% Scorpio, 30% Libra, 9% tap to view details. System expanded information. Note: when accepting a disciple, if the disciple's faith is not 100%, the constellation's authority will decrease. Xian thought to himself, Lewis talked about faith, meaning he needs to be careful when choosing who to make a disciple. He wondered silently, 100% faith, then looked at a few names. Hugo was included with a question mark, and me too. Xian tightened his fist. It doesn't matter, even if it's Hugo, Sanjay, or Yuha, they can all become my disciples. Besides, we're here now. Let's get this over with. He said offhandedly, Hugo, Sanjay, and Yuha. Aaron replied, they left early in the morning. Jian sighed, oh, then I'll check later. Aaron didn't understand what he meant. Checking the handheld device was still struggling. When Jian's phone started vibrating, he pulled it out and his bored expression turned into a sinister smile. He looked at the name on the screen. Finally here. The dimly lit scene showed someone shouting, run! Save me! I don't want to die. Please save me. I'm trapped in the rubble. Someone, save me! The woman standing before him was worried and angry. Sangdi, listen to your mother. You have to hide in the car until your father arrives. Got it? The surroundings were filled with screams. Sangdi cried and shook his head. His mother was stern. Think of this as a game of hide and seek. You have to hide well so the monster can't find you. When your father arrives, he'll take care of that monster in one strike. She forced a smile at him. That's when, dear Sangdi. Her finger pointed out as if making a deal with her son to be brave and wait for his father. But then there was nothing more. Only the desperate cries of the boy. Mom! Sanji woke up from his dream, feeling like he couldn't breathe. His hand on the chair shook violently. Suddenly, another hand placed over it. Yuha smiled gently at him. Hugo looked at his reflection in the rearview mirror. Sanji, are you okay? You look like you just had a nightmare. I think he hasn't rested enough because we were planning to visit your mom and mine. He couldn't sleep. Yuha looked worried about his compaction too, possibly from the last punishment. Don't push yourself too hard. Sangdi responded. No, I'm just a bit tired. He fell silent again. Yuha seemed to remember something. She searched in her bag. Ah, right. Almost forgot. I have something for you. Then she showed him the wristband she was wearing. It's my birthday present. The wristband emitted a sparkling purple light. Yuha smiled and said, I bought what you asked for. Sangdi's eyes sparkled. Here it is. Yuha explained. She said she needed an artifact containing Gemini's magic power. Right. She bought it with her grandma. But it really is good, isn't it? Sangji gently held it in his hand. Yes, you can get points without doing anything for this. She smiled slightly. She was happy Yuha liked it, even though she always felt down on her birthday. But still, the birthday was fun. Sangji smiled warmly. Thank you for putting your heart into this gift. Yuha teased him. Mom would be sad if you keep being gloomy on your birthday. Visit her with a smile while Hugo silently watched the scene behind his car. His hand gripped the steering wheel tightly as they finally arrived at the hospital. In room 808, the conversation was lively. Yuhua kept talking about how Xian had become even cooler after Freya's blessing. The heart rate monitor showed stable readings. Yuhua said with affection, if Mom could see Xian and us, we would have so much to talk about when she wakes up. The person on the bed with the breathing apparatus was still deeply asleep. Yuhua called softly. Mom, the sisters didn't say anything. They just held her frail hand tightly. Hugo didn't enter but stood silently outside. He bowed his head, his expression blank. Suddenly, his phone rang. He looked at the name on the screen. This number is. He stepped out of the hospital. Today is important, so I don't want to talk about work now. I never thought you would call me directly like this. It's unbelievable that the European Union is looking for me. You're quite a guy. But such an easy mission to eliminate a disaster. Isn't it where the female warrior was near the temporary settlement in the east? The other end replied, Saint Centaur, I wouldn't call you if it were just ordinary disasters. The female warrior had already declared she would no longer eliminate that disaster. Hugo was surprised. What did he say? Kevin Hazard said this. The other end added, and you've seen that disaster before. It's the same disaster that appeared in South Korea 10 years ago and destroyed the entire airport. Hugo's eyes turned cold. The other end continued, blood explosion, that bastard is back again. Heavy rain fell across the European Union, the area of the female warrior's influence. It rained heavily. Zion sipped his coffee in a cafe. Damn it, really not convenient. He sighed, so many nice days. Why did it have to rain on the day we were supposed to meet? He tapped his phone open. On the screen, Zion messaged Sangdi. Sangdi, want to be my servant? He replied, Sangdi, want to be my servant? I'm sorry, Uncle, I really appreciate your offer, but I don't think I can do it. Zion clicked his tongue. I thought he would definitely agree. He took a sip of water and pondered. But there are still many things about Sanjay I don't know. I remembered the conversation with Yurin earlier. You're worthy. Today is Sanjay's birthday. Zion scolded. She should have told me sooner. Yurin smiled awkwardly. Yes, Sanjay doesn't really care much about his own birthday. Jin thought to himself, typical Brad, didn't even tell me it's his birthday today. He sighed. Yurin seems to be hiding something too. What happened on the kid's birthday? Suddenly someone approached. He was deep in thought. What are you worried about? Jin looked up. You're here. The SS female judge, one of the 10 saints, Jin Myung Engamum Trao and long time no see, Li Jian. He sat down and said it's fine. I also have some matters with the female judge, and getting here isn't too difficult anyway. Jian replied, I was just reminiscing about someone who used to open doors 24/7. By the way, I know this country is under the influence of femininity, but why are all these things related to that name? Myung said, Europe has always been heavily influenced by religion. Diane glanced outside. While noting that this land is under feminine influence, why do everything here revolve around that name? Myung continued, Europe has long been under the influence of religious institutions. He observed the people coming and going in the rain after the highest gods and their subordinates appeared on earth. Then he looked at the golden statue symbolizing the city. and Europe had become a country following a large divine theocracy. Eugene sipped his coffee and more. He looked up to the compass-like indicator on the highest tower. They always see the huge dome protecting them every moment of the day. Faith has grown stronger, which is understandable. Diane smiled ambiguously as he spoke about the highest gods using those flowery words. A spark appeared in his eyes. His faith had weakened significantly. The screen showed information on the female judge, Vanguard, Awakening Level, SS, Awakened Name, Divine Witness, Personal Traits, Ability to determine the origin of all things, Memory Permeation, Ability to derive memories from all things, Religious Privileges, Indomitable Spirit, Immunity to all forms of hypnosis, brainwashing, mind control, etc. Tap for details. Myung's image reflected in his pupils, system report, faith, female judge, 92% down to 87%. Decreasing, the subject's faith is weakening due to a sense of betrayal by their deity. Dragon, 99.1%. John thought Jin Myung, who possesses similar traits and faith, has his faith decreasing because he feels betrayed. Something serious must have happened. System notification. The divine eye. Determine faith. He can determine the subject's faith by using the divine eye when looking at them. Jin looked at Myung and smiled. I guess what we're about to talk about is related to your deity. Myung was surprised. He admitted, indeed, there's no way I could hide this from you. Then he opened a barrier around them both. System notification. You have used the dual fish borrowing skill. The soundproofing shield acted like water energy. All sounds were completely isolated from outside. Only then did Myung open her case. I'll get straight to the point regarding the scythe you asked me to appraise. She placed it on the table. This scythe stabbed you 20 years ago. The screen showed information. The scythe was full of death energy, containing the power of the demon keeper. The scythe's information had been destroyed. Myung said, I read part of the memories still embedded in the fence. His expression was equally surprised, and the investigation results showed that the murderer stabbed you inside the demon tower. It was the female judge's saint, Kevin Hazard, whom I served before Jian was in Korea at Hugo's stable. Before stepping through the gate, Zion grumbled, Larry, Sanjay refused to become a disciple of mine, but he still belongs to Gemini. He remembered the shocked look on the kid's face despite what happened last time, and the broken expression again. I don't have any reason for that. So this is Larry's assignment. Zion grumbled. Find out why Sanjay joined Gemini and what happened to him in the past. Oh, also learn about a spirit assistant's duties. Larry clearly replied, weekly orders. She lay on the gaming chair, pondering. I'll ask Zhangwei or Haiji about the assistant later. Let's start with investigating Sanji first. Just then, Sanji approached. Larry, I came because there's something I need you to do. Larry was pleased inside. Lucky me. The kid arrived just in time, but he tried his best to stay calm. Alright, what's going on? Sanji hesitantly said, please help me open a path from Gemini's magic library to the secret library. Larry was slightly surprised. You see, Gemini's magic library houses information about the strongest spells in the world, including Gemini's treasures. Especially on the highest floor, the secret library, only advanced disciples are allowed entry, and it preserves many incantations. To be precise, it's the largest repository of knowledge in the world. Sanji nervously explained, I can't enter because I've discarded my member badge, and as an ranked disciple, I don't have access to the secret library. After saying this, he bowed humbly, I need something inside. Please help me. Larry snapped his fingers and a portal opened. On the other side, the library's voice echoed, welcoming him. This is the achievement of endless lineage, Gemini's magic library. Larry said it wouldn't be difficult for him to let Sanji enter the library. Looking at his tense expression, he continued, but the secret library holds countless lost spells, secrets, and even prohibitions. I need to know what you're looking for and why. Larry stared intently at him. Sanji hesitated but didn't speak. Finally, he clenched his fists tightly. What I want to find in the library is... His voice was trembling. The soul summoning skill allows me to call forth life from the other side. Meanwhile, Zion was at the train station, recalling their conversation. Myung said she had checked records from a few years ago. He mentioned some events as evidence, similar herbs or plants always displayed and priced. He recounted that the authentication was done by my appointed person. Then Myung noted, it seems he sensed the dark energy on this herb and tried to trace its origin. Surprisingly, Zion interjected, that knife belongs to the lady. Myung nodded. Yes. She held up a photo on her phone. This is inside the lady's armory. Weapons with energy similar to this gum herb are stored there in abundance. The display and auction were just slow, thorough disposal methods. Do you think so? Zion looked at the weapons in the photo. You must have heard some information from your predecessor. Myung shook her head. No, I can't do that. Because he was suddenly killed while investigating the origin of the knife. He was stabbed by the very knife he was investigating. As he tapped his hand on the blade, there were signs of tampering. Someone tried to eliminate the dark energy and the person who authenticated it. Additionally, there exists a powerful vow I've never encountered before, though faint because the vow seems used up. Myung said, the vow immediately nullifies your power. It's definitely related to a powerful and cunning existence. Diane recalled it was strong enough to harm not only saints, but also the highest gods. He remembered some events. Original ruse was Louis Morin's forte, but his vow didn't affect the highest god. Zion thought of that knife. Dark energy wasn't divine either. The power of the old knight paled in comparison to the energy on that blade. Zion frowned. The bastard who stabbed me must be closely linked to the disaster of the anonymous civilization. He pinched his nose. First, I need to pass the strength test with time limits. Then I'll deal with the lady. Zion quickly arranged his plan. The broadcast announced, train is arriving at the station, boarding now. Those who want to board. Zion's mood brightened. Here we are. The train puffed smoke, slowly entering and stopping. A person stepped off the train. His feet hit the floor. Passengers on the same train were also agitated. Everyone's faces were a bit intimidating, so people felt a little scared. Despite a few handsome guys, the group suddenly revealed the last person stepping out. That person slowly approached Jin, his eyes full of excitement as he finally arrived. They are the Centaurs, the elite force of St. Hugo otters. In the Western Defense area, countless blackbirds filled the sky. Some flying birds couldn't escape in time and fell to the ground. The team divided tasks. We need to deal with all the celestial flowers here today. Let's move fast. Some complained about the mess of fallen trees blocking their path. Diane looked at the centaurs curiously. It's a coincidence, isn't it? I didn't expect the others would be involved in Virgo's affairs too. Why did you guys come here? The barber said they were assigned to deal with recent incidents involving the Centaur region. He explained that the Centaurs had accepted a mission along with some powerful beings to eliminate celestial disasters. We are basically mercenaries. Diane recalled someone who met Hugo on that day. Our saint is meeting the European Union EU committee to discuss details of their mission. Zion arrived at the scene. Wow! Without knowing what the task was, they accepted it anyway. The barber said, it's because our saint received this assignment. Zion nodded. He replied that this disaster is related to a special incident. He suddenly sounded more serious. Have you heard about the Legion's blood flower, always craving divine power? On that day, at the EU Disaster Management Agency, an ominous meeting was held. A government official stood on stage. As everyone knows, his name suits him. Bloodflower always exudes a bloody mist. It devours the souls and vitality of nearby living creatures. According to reports, the blood caw had appeared in the EU region for about 10 days. Hugo wondered, shouldn't we normally contact the divine officials to handle this? Why do you want to deal with it so dangerously? The other person said, as everyone knows, blood caw is known as a controlled celestial disaster that should never appear again. Hugo interrupted, and by now, it has already devoured nearly 5,000 people. The other person laughed. Hugo, divine officials haven't tracked this number for decades. Hugo pressed further. What about Virgo? Why isn't Kevin Hazard doing anything like that? The government official replied, Virgo has acted. He recounted how they had mobilized high-ranking divine officials and countless troops multiple times, but all of them were killed due to the blood mist's lethal effects on their bodies. This is a huge disadvantage for the close combat-oriented Virgo forces, he argued convincingly. He added that their Virgin Saint is currently battling another celestial disaster in the North Sea. It's hard for them to rush back to their holy grounds from where they are. That's why we broke protocol and sought help from other divine official battalions. After some research, we chose centaurs because their divine mercenary troops are highly mobile. He also mentioned Jin and the Saint Centaur Legion, allies of Jin. We were very impressed by Jin's work in the Philippines. Please eliminate blood Ka for us. Hugo looked at that benevolent face silently. He thought to himself, lying. Hugo silently cursed. Kevin Hazard, proud and self-assured, would rather die than let outsiders step into his territory for such trivial reasons. The government official pondered, could the Virgo Saints be trying to use blood Ka to eliminate Legion? Many scenarios ran through Hugo's mind. They must have done something here. But Hugo's hand tightened on the chair. This man seemed calm, but was secretly worried. He recalled a conversation where he asked if involving centaurs and Legion in this matter would be okay. They already knew about the Virgin Saint's situation, right? The other person laughed confidently. It's fine, just tell them blood Ka appeared. Once he hears the name, Hugo Otters won't be able to refuse. The scene shifted as the barber said because his wife died from blood Ka. Jintrakusi, the Virgin Saint's wife. Only one person they call by that name. Exactly 60 lines completed. The other person nodded. Yes, that's right. Remember this. Chunju, Hugo Otter's wife, and also Yuha and Sang-jae's mother. They met after Legion disappeared in the Demon Tower, so he never met her. A girl suddenly approached. She tried to protect Sang-dae from the blood ore. She and the first disciple, the captain of the god team who sacrificed herself. Zion glanced around. The first disciple, Lee Jae-gon. She nodded. Yes. Do you know him? Zion replied. Of course. He used to be the guy who carried stuff for me and Hugo 20 years ago. Who would have thought he'd become the captain of the god team? Zion nodded, agreeing with how Hugo avoided talking about his family. It's hard to believe what he went through. Zion sighed. How terrible was the blood ore? Frankly speaking, Hugo is no longer like before, constantly going round in circles, making him weaker over time. You remember when I first trained this young child? I know how skilled he is because I taught him how to fight. I recall the times we fought side by side. Even as a new recruit, I always trusted him with my back. Don't you think it's hard for us to believe that such a person was defeated by a disaster we've never heard of? Diane whispered, Hugo from before was one of the strongest among the 12 saints. Diane said, tell me exactly what Hugo went through. The hairdresser remained silent and sighed. All right, it's not an easy thing to say, but it's a day so I'll talk about it. You cross your hands, close your eyes, and recall the terrible accident that happened 10 years ago on Sang-jae's 7th birthday. On that day, Sang-jae was sleeping next to his mother who was calling Hugo. Honey, I just got back from Korea. It's been 2 years since we last visited here, right? She told him as she walked, I think I can create an anti-disaster prototype soon with Legion notes and the weapons you gave me. Thank you so much. Shunju or Sang-jae's mother patted his head gently. Sang-jae came to encourage her late at night too. I almost cried from being touched. You asked how Sang-jae could make it to the airport. Thanks to Jae-hoon, he handled it right in the middle of the night. The first god team captain, Lee Jae-hoon, shyly said he's fine. Sang-jae wanted to meet you as soon as possible. Little Sang-jae rubbed his belly and yawned. Mother and child are hungry. Jiwoo glanced at the nearby Magdoria cafe. Alright, then let's have hamburgers. Jagan raised his hand to take the task. You stay here for now, sir. Let me go get it. Jiwoo smiled and replied, Oh my, thank you so much. In the distance, someone was arguing. Damn it, you fool. Do you know what you just did? I'm sorry. Big brother, little lamb turned around to peek. Behind the seats, Fatty got scolded by Skinny. I told you to keep it, but who said you could let it go here? I didn't know it would be like this. After that, both of them quickly left. Be quiet and run or we're all dead now. Sangji turned around curiously as the two left. Jiwoo instructed him. Sangji, wait here, okay? Jiwoo said he would go buy something for us. At this moment, the waiting room phone went dead. Ryu worriedly stood up as the sky turned a sickly red. The people at the airport were also in panic. Why is it so dark all of a sudden? Damn, why isn't there any light at the airport this late? Sang was scared. Mom, why did all the lights go out? Ryu just stood silently observing. Jiwoo left the cafe in a panic. What's going on here? Why is there no power suddenly? His face turned pale. Jiwoo hugged Sangdi tightly, coughing. Jiwoo, this really is bad, right? The items in his hand fell down. Blood splattered on the glass. Jiwoo instinctively protected Sangdi. Jiwoo quickly wiped over. Jiwoo pushed the two away from the blood, becoming their food to open a path for them. Sangdi screamed, "Uncle," and Jiwoo responded with a genuine smile. Even at the end, he still reminded himself not to cry. Sangdi looked at Jiwoo being eaten right in front of him. His emotions shattered. Jiwoo covered his eyes, saying, "Don't look. Blood-O is munching on its first prey of the day." The people at the airport were whispering, "That must be a horned owl. It just swallowed someone." Security quickly acted, immediately contacting the Holy Order. Blood splatters covered the entire airport. Cries and screams filled the sky. Jiwoo comforted Sangdi. Sangdi, no matter what, don't let go of your mother. The girl ran like a gust of wind. Countless people were already being devoured by Blood-O. Save them. Smoke and fire filled the sky. Screams echoed loudly. Run fast, someone. Many people were injured under the rubble. Save me. I don't want to die. Please save me. My body is crushed by fragments. Someone help. Jiwoo was angry at him. Sangji, you have to hide in the car until Dad comes. Got it? Amidst the screams, Sangdi sobbed and shook his head. Your mom thought this was just a hide-and-seek game. You need to hide well so the monster can't find you. Once Dad arrives, he will defeat that monster in one strike. She forced a smile at him until then her beloved Sangdi. Her fingers pointed out, promising to be brave and wait for Dad's arrival. Then she closed the door, ignoring his cries. Mom, Sangdi cried softly. I just want to see Mom as soon as possible. I just want to say so many happy things because we haven't been together for a long time. His voice choked with guilt. It's all my fault. Mom, Dagon, Uncle, I'm sorry. The cows can slowly crawl to the car. Just then, a bright light suddenly flashed in the dark sky. It was like a meteorite crashing down, cutting off the herd. Hugo rushed to the car anxiously. Sang, are you okay? Sang shouted loudly, Dad. Hugo turned and asked Han carefully if he was hurt anywhere as Sang frantically pounded on the car door. Dad, each word you say feels like a blow to Hugo's ears. Mom and Dagon too. His hand trembled, but he gritted his teeth and calmly replied, All right, I understand now. Hugo placed his hand on the car window as if petting his son. Flames surrounded him, while those cows attacked again. But they didn't even touch before being completely burned by that flame. Hugo's eyes were filled with hatred. How dare you? He looked at the one responsible for all this tragedy. Hugo leaped up like a backpacker throwing items, similar to how Hua Yao did. Those he killed were locked inside the giant tree on its back. Seeing his wife made him happy. Jiu, Hugo was calculating. I need to stay calm. Maybe there's still a way to save her. Maybe forcing her out will work. Decided, he ran forward with all his strength, using his hand to break the tree branches and pull her out. Hold on, I'll save you now. Hugo was still emitting fire that burned the tree branches, but all the flames were sucked in by Hua Yao to form a fiery bridge. The tree branches were frenziedly rushing towards Hugo. How many are there? I'll cut them down. Don't obstruct me. Suddenly, his wife's and Dugwin's faces appeared on the tree branches. Please, save us. Me too. Save us. Please. They were closing in on him. Someone, please, save us. Hugo couldn't move his hands or feet. At the same time, a tree branch pierced through Hugo's body. It spoke. Look, delicious, terrifying. Hua Yao laughed loudly. You have received the power of the god. That power looks so good. Yes, I'll eat you. It laughed and shook 7,749 tree branches to suck the energy from Hugo, causing him to cry out in pain. Sang witnessed all the divine people dying one by one, feeling immense pain. Dad! At the same time, a beam of light struck Hua Yao repeatedly, making it roar. The tree branches that were draining Hugo's energy were also burned dry. A countless number of bubbles surround the civilians trapped by blood mists. Some bubbles gradually fall down. Centaur, what's with that pitiful state? Haig activates his magic powers again. I'll use my rescue spell to save those people stuck in that tree. She flies over to meet up with a few others. Let's attack the monster together. Hugo arrives, clutching his most painful body part. What? You're all here. A long leg steps beside him. The beautiful celestial lady arrives. Holly looks down at Hugo from above. Are you okay? Hugo groans. Hugo endures it. Holly, you too, right? She helps him stand up. I heard a powerful monster appeared, so I gathered everyone who could help. They decided to assist because no one wants such a monster appearing in their territory. The other three are already loading their weapons and rushing into battle. No need to waste time. One shot to end it. The three unleash all their powerful attacks. Listen up. Let's show them what we're made of. 3 energy sources launch a combined assault on the blood mist. Hoot opens his mouth like a black hole, sucking in all the incoming energy. Hugo's eyes widen. Hoot rips through the energy with a loud crack. The celestial lady is stunned as well. What's going on? Did it just absorb our attack? Look at the wounds on Hoot's skin. Damn, it's healing its injuries. Bloodo's energy was debuffed after eating. Steven shouted loudly. Haggy activated the barrier. Haggy immediately set up a magic ray. I was planning to do the same. The barrier opened, blocking the tree branches. Skill, magical barrier. Bloodo kept attacking in waves, targeting the tree branches. The branches pierced through buildings, causing destruction. Haji was also reaching his limit. At this rate, the barrier wouldn't hold much longer. Just then, a hand descended, energy, a scale, and countless chains tightly bound Bloodo, the golden principle vines. Who are those 3 about to be drained of their power until they're withered sticks? Giselle Lawrence, the Libra saint, reproached the other saints. As saints, don't let this troublemaker easily unsettle you. Everyone was surprised by her appearance. Libra Hugo asked, Holly, did you really call all of us here? Holly shook her head. I just called those 3 for help. Giselle watched Bloodo struggle to escape the chains. Giselle looked at Haji and said, Gemini, use translocation on that troublemaker to send it away. Haji couldn't believe it. What? Giselle analyzed. You've seen how it devoured the attack, right? We can't defeat it now. It might steal our power like it did with Sagittarius. Try to increase the tension on Bloodo's chains. To prevent that, translocate it far away. Whether it's underground or molten lava would work. Haji argued, even if we do that, in the end, it will still reappear. Ziesel looked at her emotionlessly. So, at least for now, it won't be here anymore. Hugo shouted desperately. No! That thing devoured a human soul. The others are just empty husks. We need to defeat it and bring their souls back. Look at those people floating in the bubbles. Perhaps some of them are still trapped inside. I'll help too, so let's take it down together. Even though I'm in poor condition, Hugo stubbornly said, I can still fight. Giselle remained silent, understanding Hugo's stubbornness. Bloodo sensed the fluctuation of its master's emotions and started to struggle. Haji panicked and tried to loosen the chains. Giselle warned, I'm at my limit now. Giselle decided, Haji doesn't have time. Use Cody's translocation spell quickly. Bloodo stepped out of the chains. Reluctantly, Haji activated the ray. System notification, Libra Haji is using instant teleportation skill. Hugo screamed in despair. No, stop. but the array had already been launched and couldn't be recalled. System notification, teleportation successful. On that day, people criticized my father. It was a gloomy day. Only the Saints sent the troublemaker to some unknown place. The news reported on the blood explosion incident. 10 people died. Next, we'll report on the blood explosion incident. This morning, the airport was destroyed by a blood explosion that the Saints managed to stop. However, several people were injured before the Saints appeared. Giselle answered the interview. We did what we had to do, but sadly, we couldn't reduce the number of victims. MC continued reporting. Meanwhile, the Sagittarius protectors faced intense public criticism, not only for failing to prevent the disaster, but also because they added more casualties by handling the situation improperly. End of translation. A man asked to be interviewed, but was told he couldn't protect his family and got injured too. Isn't he incompetent? That's why people don't trust him. The cameraman aimed the camera at the man on stage. After Hugo Otter's representative apologized for the nation today, he visited the memorial site for victims. The screen replayed the ceremony from that day, but throughout the memorial service, public criticism continued to be harsh against him. So many people flooded into curse and insult. We trusted you to protect us. What did you do before the other veterans arrived? That's why my family member had to die. After that, there were turtle curses. Why are you still showing your face? But Hugo didn't care. The space was noisy. Let's take them away and give back my family. Steven turned off the TV in frustration. He couldn't watch anymore. What's going on, Lion? I can see it too. Why did you turn it off? Steven argued. They keep trying to oppress the veterans like this, right? Sophie agreed. Yeah, that is a bit much. Wade didn't care either. Yeah, that's really regrettable. But someone has to take responsibility for the victims, right? Let's be positive. If the influence of the veterans spreads, other holy orders might find it easier to enter South Korea. Steven couldn't handle it anymore. Jong turned on the camera. Upstairs, someone holding a cup walked down. He waved and greeted the crowd. He looked very handsome doing so. Steven marked. I bet his conscience is starting to itch now. The Holy Knight Kim Mew. Ivan Cruiser laughed mockingly. Foolish knight, you were dragged out to laugh because you're a useless wretch without even one divine artifact. Then he threw a look of pity at him. If you don't have the ability, you should seek our help instead. Even Rangui joined in. Oh, Ivan, what you said is wrong. He pretended to correct Ivan's words with his finger. You're a cripple because half of your power was stolen by the Bloodstorm. Ivan laughed loudly. Yeah, that's right. I'm wrong. Mauling, Steven, and Sophie were in shock. They couldn't take it anymore and left outside. ******ing hell. We're all crazy now. Sophie muttered to herself. I wonder if Hugo is okay. Steven sighed deeply and exhaled. It will take some time to observe him. He looked into the void. More importantly, aren't you jealous of Jun Jiwoo? To be honest, I'm quite surprised by your current reaction. Sophie showed disgust. Of course, I hate Jun Jiwoo. I hate her. But there's a look of sadness on her face. I don't want this to happen to her. They both sighed in unison. Steven lamented. We feel sorry for Hugo, but the kids are probably suffering the most. Somewhere else, Hugo walked slowly through the rain, surrounded by numerous regular reporters. Each of them asked him to share his feelings with them. Public criticism was very harsh against him. Do you feel any guilt standing in front of the people? There are those who still try to cover up. You're planning to postpone organizing the memorial service until when? The reporter questioned. Ma Tongdao appeared before the court, surrounded by rumors about victims being sent to a Chiani hospital to hide the incident. Please explain this issue. The vice president stood outside the hospital entrance during today's press conference. He will explain everything. Currently, he is on his way to visit patients, so we must postpone Hugo's questions for now. De Gondel spoke up. Aaron reported, even though it took a long time to find him. We still transferred him to the hospital. Before this eagle faced him, it vomited out victims who couldn't be swallowed. She hesitated as she explained, perhaps that's why we found the team leader late, because he was vomiting last. Hugo ranged emotionlessly. When will the gondola arrive? Please transfer him and others to the special care area. It's good that Holly allowed us to use this hospital. Urine Kaumai, but she couldn't hold it in anymore. High Priest, you don't have to take all the blame. You lost your family too. And you fought against that monster as well. Don't be silent. Tell the world what happened, that they might still be saved if we catch the Bloodstorm and bring their souls back. Hugo remains silent. Yes, there is a way to save them. You explain, but the families of the victims are not dead, just their spirits were taken away. We only need to capture the Bloodstorm and return their souls. Saying those words basically means torturing them with hope without any promises. Each word you said is like lying to yourself every time. Who? When? How? By what means? Hugo recalled the moment his energy was drained. I almost lost all my strength. Even other saints couldn't find a way to deal with that eagle, so we had no choice but to send it somewhere uncertain. Saying this, Hugo walked away. Among the saints, who would risk their power and life to retrieve souls for the victims? No! Even if we find that monster, who can subdue it? Yet, Urine still defended him. But they are hating him right now, even though he hasn't done anything wrong. Jun struggled to speak. Why? Hugo sighed. No! They blame me for it. Urine felt heartbroken. Because I am too weak, unable to protect them. I failed to keep my promise to Jian to protect Korea. Regardless of how the people criticize or hate me, I can't say anything. Hugo raised his head and smiled lightly. These things are indeed frustrating, but I must endure them. Thank you for worrying about me. Urine, I need to go see Jiwoo now. Sangjai and Yuha are the only ones there, so I'm worried. Urine had many things to say, but didn't know what to say. Suddenly, a hand landed on her shoulder. Urine was stunned, but the vice president shook his head. He explained that sending victims to the hospital instead of organizing memorial services is because he believes they might wake up at any time, but there's no way to save them now. He won't give up on them. If he gives up saving others, it means giving up on his wife and team leader. Hugo arrived outside room 808. Despite standing by the door for a while, Hugo found the handle too heavy to open. Suddenly, he heard faint whispers from inside the room. Mom, my hand froze. Hugo's heart ached as he heard Hugo's sobs. I'm sorry. Sangjay sat hunched up in a corner, thinking if he hadn't gotten wet and cried out for food. You feel too weak if we leave the airport right away. So things aren't like this now. Mom and Uncle Jae-won are fine. Sangdi feels all the blame is on him. Dad could have defeated Taeyang. Everyone's safe. The 7-year-old boy felt he was to blame. I'm sorry. It's all my fault. I'm sorry. Hearing those self-blaming words, Hugo's arm trembled. He heard his son cry out, Mom, the tears held back can't be stopped now. Hugo recalled sighing in hope when he should have told Sangjay that it wasn't the boy's fault, but couldn't show his own weakness. Looking at 4-5 teammates leaning on Jian crying, Sangjay still thought this was his fault. Xian hesitated. I shouldn't have brought up those old stories. Hugo shook his head and smiled. No, in the end, I had to tell you anyway. He sighed. Even though I was a bit annoyed at being asked to recount past events after just getting back from work. Xian turned on the vice president. Buddy, don't cry when someone's talking. It's annoying, but what can I say? My tears just keep flowing. Hugo was eager to express himself. With the blood explosion reappearing, it was time to settle old debts. His eyes ablaze with determination. This time I'll destroy it forever and for good. In the defensive zone, the blood Ophidian trampled on a pile of roots, using what remained of its solar power to seek out Hugo. Its eyes darted wildly, the power of the serpent god. It's coming here, I'll devour it all. The blood Ophidian spat out a red bone. Its eyes filled with hatred, the whole city and its people. Now everyone is cleaning up the monsters from the disaster. Hugo stood commanding the army, gathering all the Taeyang birds and burning them. If left unchecked, they could cause a big problem. Suddenly someone approached him. Star Spirit. He respectfully handed over a can of water. Please drink this and keep working. Hugo responded. Huh? Thanks. As he was drinking, another woman called out. Star Spirit. She offered him a box of chocolates amidst the battlefield. "Please eat this." Hugo found it odd but accepted. "Oh, thanks." Then 3 more people ran out in unison. "Star Spirit, take this." "Star Spirit." Hugo was awkward. "Thanks." It seems everyone sympathized with him after last night's story. They kept giving gifts amidst the battle. "Don't forget this one." "I may." Hugo responded. "D. Thanks." Pass it on to someone else. "And this too." "I may." Hugo lies under a pile of gifts. What's going on with you guys? Is it because of the story I told earlier? They just replied vaguely. "No." "Oh right. We only wanted to give something to you." And then they ran off. "We'll expand our surveillance and continue investigating." Hugo is moved. "Those guys." While that was happening, Legion casually took the gift from you. "Their kindness, so come on and eat it quickly." Suddenly, Larry transmitted to Gian. "Mr. Legion, you look a bit surprised." This voice. Larry Quinn. She reports, "I just spoke with Sanji. Do you have time to hear the report on what I found in his consciousness?" Gian asks back, "Oh, what did you find out? And what is he planning to do?" At this moment, Sanji seems very tense somewhere else. He thinks finally got here. A notification pops up. "You have entered the secret area of the Gemini magic library." Sanji clenches his hand. "The skill I want to find in the magic library is soul calling, a technique that can summon life from another world." Sanji continues, "Although I said I would leave, I can still use this skill because I am still part of Gemini. Soul calling is a technique that summons life from another world to this one, so it definitely can call human souls." He thinks about the image of loved ones being soul-snatched by flesh. "No matter what, I want to do what I can. My mother and Jegan uncle lost consciousness because their souls were taken while protecting me." He resolves, "And for everyone who sacrificed that day, I want to heal them all." Larry is silent for a moment. She interacts with the system. After a while, there's a notification confirming her authority. With Larry Quinn's Spirit King privileges, you can enter the secret area of the Gemini Magic Library. Sanji is elated. "Thank you, Larry Quinn." She smiles gently. "That must be quite a story to share. Thanks for telling me." Sanji steps into the library thinking, "This opportunity is hard one. I can't waste it." He pulls out a book and immediately gets multiple notifications from the system. "Do you want to borrow the Primordial Tree SS Forbidden Tome? It will cost 187,000 contribution points." Sanji's current contribution points are 157,484. Your contribution points are too low to view this book. You can get more contribution points by pledging relics. Sanji pulls out a relic. "I will donate this magic bracelet to the sect." Sanji thinks, "Thank you, Kai." System notifications. You have received 30,000 points through donation of the magic bracelet. Your current contribution points are now 187,483. You have borrowed the Primordial Tree SS Forbidden Tome. Your current contribution points are now 187,483. The book suddenly opens and glows. A stream of characters pours out from the book, shocking Sanji. He calms down. Clear page is 1467. Soul calling. Death dialogue. Someone in the corner secretly observing you. The book suddenly vibrates. It's transferred to the other person's hand. "Oh my god, you're trying to read something even harder, right?" Sanji. Sanji is uncomfortable. "Damn it, it's you again. Jun see you." He slyly smiled. "What are you doing here after hiding away when the sect was in trouble?" "You're angry. I don't have time to argue with you. Quickly bring it over." Whispering deviously. "Why so angry?" "Alright then, I'll return it." However, he conjured up 5 more copies. "Huh? But which one is yours? You're so irritable you almost charged at CUM. You!" He kept his slimy tone. "Look over there. Terrifying. The reason you dare to act serious in front of me is because of that bastard Legion or something. Right?" He rummaged through his pockets. Then Siu pulled out a balance skill relic and looked at it, as if your father and uncle are about to be torn apart. Back on the battlefield, Hugo was preparing to shoot an arrow into the sky. As soon as the arrow glowed in the sky, everyone understood it was a signal to retreat. Maybe they would stop here today. That's good. I don't want any midnight confrontations either. The commander ordered all reconnaissance teams to withdraw and execute immediately. I'll start tallying up, group by group. Quickly respond. First, Group A reported back. Group A has no reports. Continue. What about Group B? They replied that Group B also had no reports. Continuing the roll call, Group C. At this moment, Group C was under attack by flesh vines. The commander kept calling out to Group C, Group C, Group C. Then a faint voice reached them. Please, save me, I'm here. Suddenly the ground shook violently. Li Jian immediately braced himself. He turned and saw Hugo gritting his teeth in anger. His hand gripped the bow tightly. Jian said, "Tick Zhu, stay calm. You're too straightforward." Hugo was exerting all his strength out of anger. Jian calmly advised him to keep his head clear and not let anger control you. Hugo reigned in his power. "Ha, I know that, but you should have told me the situation too. It's not easy, but I'll try my best." "Alright then," Jian responded. "Alright then. You will repay the grudge that has been hanging over you for 10 years. Let's go!" Nearby, an old man suddenly noticed something strange. He realized the leaves turning red signaled the deadly vines had reached there. They kept emerging from the ground. Hugo was surprised to see them behind him. What is that? It's coming from inside their base. When Hugo and John turned around, vines were trying to ambush them from behind. Immediately, they emerged, and a flesh creature shot straight towards the two of them. Li Jian rushed over immediately. "You did this!" He concentrated his power to prepare for a kick. The frog was instantly stopped by a forest of frozen thorns. Jian remained coldly silent. Your birth caused your friend and grandson to suffer." He focused his strength on his foot, sending a frog flying several meters away. Suddenly, blood splattered onto Jin's face. He looked at the frog. Damn it. The frog was giving him a disdainful look. As he kicked the flesh out with his foot, a vine wrapped around his ankle, but he remained calm. Turns out you're not just any ordinary person. Back to Sanj and Siu, he kept a slimy tone. "Look at that, it's really scary. That's why you dared to act serious in front of me because of that bastardly Jian or something, right?" He rummaged through his pockets. Then Siu pulled out a relic shaped like a scale. As if looking at this, your father and uncle are about to be torn apart. The relic began to glow. Sang's movement caused Sanj to lose sight for a moment. Then he froze. What? The relic projected an image of the disaster at Jian and the flesh, shocking Sanj. Siu chuckled deviously. "Did you see this disaster before?" Sangji was in a state of chaos. "Huh?" He continued. "I told you, right? The Legion and the cavalry will soon die off. That Hugo's arrow burned through all the vines. Now the Legion is being hit by a frog. I guess you're not just a small disaster, huh?" Finally, it spoke up. "The power of humanity. I'll take it." Hugo's arrow set the vines on fire. Jin remained confident. "Used the power of A. Quite a dream, huh? Does it think that anything in front of it can be easily eaten?" Jin's foot, which was crushed and burned, started to heal. Greedy much. He kicked the ground hard, his figure glowing. Notification: super regeneration has been activated. Your wound is healing. Jin's foot healed instantly. As he spoke, he summoned a drill. "Hey frog, does it look like you're planning to eat all the humans in the city?" "Relic, the drill has been summoned." He continued, "But you know, we're here to ruin your meal." In front of the flesh, everyone remained calm and ready for battle. Xian pointed directly at its corner. "It seems like you've eaten a lot of things that you shouldn't have. Today, I'll cut open your belly." Xian shot straight up into the sky. Yang raised his weapon and shouted, "Cavalry! Enlarge." Immediately, the cavalry grew larger than Jin's body. The drill's shadow sank into the frog's head, making it sink into the ground. It didn't take long for the frog to regain its senses and immediately get up. Not giving it a break, an arrow was right in front of the flesh. A rain of arrows fell on the frog. Hugo speaks up. "Good, it's working." You give the order. Prepare the second law name. System notification. The skill of borrowing from Aries. The weapon bay has been used. Arrows appear. At that moment, Hugo remains alert. It absorbs the power of the constellation. Everyone must use holy arrows. Absolutely do not use arrows created by skills. Aim. Everyone pulls the strings together. 3 arrows per law. Hugo gives a slogan. Shoot. Another rain of arrows falls on the frog. Before this attack, it starts to feel uncomfortable. The frog buries vines into the ground. A series of easy trees shoot up from below the archers, but they jump in time. Zeon sees this and pulls out his gun. These damn things are a pain. He uses the power of Trumsao. Zeon jumps up. The holy artifact has been summoned. You command apply pull. Immediately, Smile's eyes show scissors. It releases a large pair of pruning shears, as big as John. He swings the shears in midair with excitement and malice. It's time to prune these branches now. The frog angrily shoots a bunch of vines at him. That damn arrow. In an instant, John the gardener prunes all the flesh vines into 2 separate daggers. John wields the double daggers straight towards it. Smile is dragged along in fear as he spins around. Jin chops the frog into thousands of cuts like a meat grinder. Finished, Smile spits out foam from his mouth and chops half the frog with a powerful slash. The other slashes begin to separate it. The frog is then chopped into pieces by Jin's actions. It's chopped like meat. Everyone cheers in unison. D! We defeated it. Some doubt and whisper. HMM. Why does it seem easier than I thought? Really? Could it be because Legion is too strong? Hugo stands still in thought. Something doesn't feel right. This can never end like this. Look at those vines still there. Hugo thinks silently. An abnormal phenomenon occurs when the disaster hasn't disappeared yet. It's not over. On the other side, Sanjay celebrates. We won! You and Dad defeated the Blood Flower. Pointing at the super, you're too bad now, shivering in fear. You spent so much effort planning this, but you underestimated us. On the contrary, he still keeps a calm tone. Good shot, not bad. I think one eagle is better than a baby bird after all. I admit I underestimated them, but the real battle hasn't started yet. Siu chuckled sinisterly. Do you know why Blue Doa is so ravenous? Because it can convert anything it eats into power. You've seen how dangerous it is, right? Saying, dear human. What? Use the energy source. Now let's continue with the program. Its ability transfers to the flesh, causing that pile of meat to glow. Everyone was stunned. Impossible. It's regenerating. The flesh creature gradually restores its body. Everyone was surprised. Centaur, look over there. Hugo paused, too shocked by the situation. The barrier is being eroded by Blue Doa. Unlike everyone else, Zion remained calm and raised his sword. Seeing the scene below, even Zion was surprised. He realized why it had passed through the barrier-used underground vines. He visualized how the flesh creature attacked. It used the vines to indirectly enter the barrier. After recovering, the corner made a sound. The soldiers regained their composure. Everyone, draw your bows. The flesh creature stepped down, tearing through the ground. It entered a chaotic state. Ah, so hungry. Yes, eat more. Siu observed everything and laughed loudly. Even Blue Doa needed time to devour an entire city. But now, the barrier no longer protects humans. It has become Blue Doa's territory. Sangdir saw that scene with excitement like Siu, wondering if there were many people at the airport. We can expect a wonderful performance. Let's move on to Chapter 2. The flesh creature stood still. I'm still hungry. I have to keep eating. Siu laughed uncontrollably. It will take time for the blood fog to consume the city. He revealed his sinister plan. Now, this underground shelter is no longer a human refuge, but a food store for the blood fog. Hope it's empty because there's more to eat here than at the airport, Sangdir thought gloomily. Jun Siu, you just now. Saying that after seeing what happened at the airport. Could it be you? Remember when you were little and saw two people arguing? What a pity! Do you know what you did? The other person replied, Brother, I'm sorry. The older brother scolded, "I told you to keep it still, but you left it here." The other person responded, "I never thought it would turn out this way." Sangdi recalled his younger brother's image at that time. He angrily realized, "Did you do that?" Siu couldn't help but laugh. He laughed mockingly as he spoke. "Should I praise your intelligence for recognizing me now? Or should I say you're stupid for only realizing this now? I'm about to go crazy from having to hide it for 10 years. He laughed maliciously. "They're happy for the fool, aren't they? You got that right. I was the one who caused the incident at the airport. What are you planning to do?" Sangdi became angry. "You!" He put on a smug face. "Are you going to call the police? Or tell everyone in the world, huh? Do what you want." Siu keeps talking. "Maybe your father already knows who did it. How can the son of Saint Libra be the culprit? The husband of Libra is the greatest hero. You think you can do anything to the son of Saint Libra, right?" Sangdi spoke loudly. "Many people have already made sacrifices. Don't you see any guilt at all?" Siu remained calm but cruelly. "How much is their lives worth? Do you want me to bear the blame for this? It's all because they're so evil. I can't take it anymore." Sangji took out the holy stick. Siu was startled at this. "That's Sangji holding the holy stick. Why? Are you scared now?" Siu remembered that when the holy stick used to glow, it shrank immediately. "This can't be true. Did you plan to summon it right now? What about the blood fog?" The holy stick glowed, making him panic. Suddenly, someone's head came flying and he thought it was Jian. Same old angle. That person used a headbutt to break Siu's nose. Actually, Sangji took advantage of the holy stick glowing to fly over. Siu realized she was about to lose consciousness. No, it must be him. He fell unconscious with foam at the mouth. Sangdi's head grew an enormous bump. "You're just showing off normal light magic. Coward." The fake books from earlier fell straight onto Siu's unconscious head. Sangji acted quickly. "Before he wakes up, I have to clean up all the magical books first. Look carefully." "Huh?" Sangji saw the holy stick shaped like a scale. He firmly pulled it out of Siu's grip. Sangji deduced. Clearly, Jun Siu used this to summon the blood fog. "I'm sure we can use it to erase this disaster. If that's the case, we need to go to Europe where there's blood mist. Now, I don't have any holy relics or skills." Sangdae hesitates for a moment. Finally, he makes his decision. Worrying is just wasting time. Sangdae picks up the book and channels Monner. "If we use the magic power of this book, we can perform instant teleportation." He flips through the pages like a gust of wind. The ancient texts start pouring out. Activate skill. Instant teleport. Returning to the battlefield, the fight has spread beyond the barrier. The movement of flesh and blood shakes the city's terrain. Hugo's army continues to push forward, shooting arrows. A wave of arrows rushes towards them, forcing the flesh to shield itself with tree branches. Meanwhile, Xion combines two swords into a scythe and activates his skill. He cuts once, splitting the surrounding terrain in half. His cut splits the flesh and nearby buildings in half. It rains down, leaving only ruins in the city area. Li Jian swings gracefully, slicing beautifully. Without noticing, vines sprout from the ground. They attack Jian's left arm as it holds the scythe. System notification: your left hand is injured. Jian remains calm. Ouch! A series of notifications appear for Jian. Activate super regeneration. The blood mist disaster reduces your power. Super regeneration effect is halved. Another group of enemies rushes towards Jian. Just before he's pierced, a blazing light falls from the sky. Hugo dives down, Jean steps back. Protected by Hugo, his left arm regenerates, his left hand is restored. Jean grips the newly grown arm and punches through the enemy trees in front of him. Jean whistles. Hugo is worried. Jean, that terrifying energy source. Li Jin understands as well. Yes, it's exactly like the power from the Demon Tower, just like the Blood Dragon Army's strength. He recalls, 20 years ago, the Demon Tower appeared along with a large invasion by the Blood Dragon Army. Many say it was a ship of disaster or a base of an unknown civilization. But one thing is certain, Diane remembers that army. The disaster in the tower is different from regular disasters. He recalls those high-level demons, red and black ones, are nothing compared to them. Just like this frog now stands before us, these terrifying disasters are hard to eliminate. Xion activates his skill, using the 13th sense to find the enemy's weakness. After observing for a moment, he is surprised. Inside that abnormal creature, there are 3 cores. The strongest core is where souls and lives of those it devours are kept. Additionally, it constantly lures souls and lives from somewhere to the trees. Where does it get them from? Xion realizes that the city in the center of the dungeon is involved. So he immediately decides, damn it, we need to go into the dungeon and use it as a food source. We must destroy near the dungeon. Now it's just a place where everyone is imprisoned. Hugo is surprised. What? You order the archers, the cavalry. Focus on attacking the dungeon. They echo in unison. Follow orders. The frog realizes their plan. We won't let them do that. It uses those ropes to tie them tightly. Hugo set himself on fire. Everyone, the souls of the frogs are being taken out. They cry and plead for help. Save me. Help. I don't want to die. Please save me. Don't shoot. Mother, mother, let me go. The team of knights were also scared by that sound. A voice appeared before someone. Please. An angry spirit entered him. Please. The other members were similarly frightened and shouted loudly. Hugo is furious. That damned monster. It's impersonating the dead. Xion glares at the frog. Damn it! Its boldness makes him rage. The one who knows how to make us so angry. Seeing this, he laughs widely. Xion is furious. I'll tear that person apart. Suddenly, a stream of magic force appeared in the sky. The gate opened, causing Sangji to panic and fall down. He fell onto a nearby tree and screamed in pain. Sangji lies dazed on the ground. It hurts. Where am I? He thinks deeply. Damn it! That thing didn't change its direction of movement. The holy relic lit up, making Sangji wonder. Huh? What should we do now? Is there something over there? He looks up at the tree. What is that? Only when he looked closely did Sangji realize it was surprising. The red leaves are made from the roots of flesh, shocking him. A tree is just a tree, right? Standing in front of this giant tree, I'm quite sure we're in the right place. He curiously looks at the tree, which is a crimson-colored ancient tree emitting red bones. This must be part of the blood oak, as the bright ring glows, Liber Rosary, blocking the effects of blood oak. Looking around at the unconscious people, this tree was behind what happened to everyone here. Xion angrily looks at the frog far away, gripping his book with magic surging out. A giant puppet appears, using the magical power from the grimoire. He's furious, just because of that stupid thing. There's a drone approaching to film. The European Union West Alliance is protecting the outer suburb under the dome. The guards at the Western Dome are directly facing chaos due to the sudden appearance of this disaster. In the office, someone is furious. SAFU, that idiot. He doesn't understand what it means to do things calmly. He's angry. He has no idea what he's doing. Why create such a big problem publicly? And now they'll know about this issue too. The news continues to spread around the world to other stars, with the disaster being suspected as blood oozes. What caused many casualties in the past, it's also a suspect for the disappearance at the female temple site. A powerful-looking blonde woman is also listening. As you can see, the dome is covered by a toxic gas cloud emitted from the blood oozes. She squints, showing discomfort. Tenzing hears the news and laughs slyly. The rescue team couldn't deploy due to the potential dangers in the toxic smoke. Larry also gets worried upon hearing this. We can't determine how many people were injured by the smoke right now. Oh, the news drone is recording what's happening outside the dome. Suddenly, someone runs barefoot across the sky. The reporter recognizes it as Lee Jian-seo. Immediately, blood-flesh trees pierce through the drone, causing Jian to feel uncomfortable. This persistent, annoying thing too complicated. Hugo calls down to Diane. Meanwhile, a frog tries to stomp on him. Someone warns from behind, "Warrior, be careful, look behind you." Hugo reluctantly stops him. However, the bow is broken. The holy organ S has been destroyed. Without his bow, Hugo gets stomped hard on the ground and starts coughing blood. Diane shouts out loud, "Teksu, look behind you! These damn trees!" Bloodflesh uses the spirits of the dead to make Jin complacent. He's immediately grabbed by them. Jin thinks silently, "Damn it! I understand how disgusting this thing is." He's thrown down from the top of the building onto the ground. Everyone gets scared. Li Jin. The frog glances over. It acts arrogantly. "You're really as weak as I thought. Now I'll devour all of you." Suddenly, a source of energy signals to it. Bloodflesh immediately turns around and looks back. It's angry. "Which bastard is touching my ancient tree?" Saying that, it hurts itself. Turns out Sangji was attacking the red tree just now. He angrily punches through the tree. Because of things like this. All because of things like these, Sangji remembers the victims of Bloodflesh. He recalls when Hugo lost his power, father. And when loved ones were devoured, he feels enraged. Sangji thinks about all those people losing their souls and innocent lives. He channels his anger into a final blow just for these stupid things. Sangji delivers a powerful punch that breaks the ancient tree. The frog on the other side is in extreme pain. It roars so loudly it shakes the ground. Bloodflesh gets angry. "You maggots, you pests!" Bloodflesh jumps over those people there. It quickly runs to the tree. They're scared. What is he suddenly heading towards the dome for? What is he planning? Hugo struggles to get up despite being stepped on. "Damn it! I won't let you escape. Get up. Gotta. Lend me your bow, okay? We'll use what we've prepared." He responds, "Yes, Your Majesty." Now, the flesh is approaching the dome. Something is falling on top of it. A huge arrow pierces the giant frog from above. It loses consciousness for a moment due to this. The flesh screams in pain. Hugo says after firing the arrow, "I couldn't use this earlier because I was afraid it would hinder Jin." How does one feel being stabbed by an arrow as big as a pillar? A notification appears, bringing 10 arrows from the armory. Hugo calls another huge arrow. "I thought a small arrow wouldn't be enough, so I prepared this just for you." As he draws back the bowstring, more huge arrows appear. "Today, I'll bury your fat body in the ground." The arrows fly straight into the flesh. First the right leg, then the left. It gets pinned to the ground with 3 arrows. A series of rocket-like arrows fly towards it. They explode, releasing cables. The additional cables tie down the frog, making it furious but unable to do anything. It screams in fury. Everyone around is straining. "We've got it now. Hold on tight." They struggle to keep the flesh steady. "Don't overdo it. Try to prevent any movement." "Damn it! Why is it so big and strong? How can it be so powerful? Use all your strength enhancement skills." Someone complains. "Damn it! Is this a good idea, guys?" The other person replies, "If you have the energy to complain, use it to pull harder. This bastard keeps recovering. Just kill him. If killing it is futile, we'll have no choice but to imprison it." The flesh curses, "These wretched bugs sense danger, not a customer." Sangdi is giving his all for the decisive strike. "Vanish from my sight." Notification pops up warning. The Virgo and Gemini magic energies are clashing. Ignoring that, Sangdi pours all his mana into it. He shouts, "Hit the ancient tree straight." The final blow breaks the tree. The massive amount of mana causes the barrier to break from within. The flesh on the ground is furious. "No way! All the power we've gathered. Our city. It's too big, too regrettable. The powers we must sacrifice." Beams of light pierce through the sturdy barrier. Despite being pierced right between the eyes, the flesh still writhes and screams. "No, all the power we've accumulated. Our city. All the souls we've sacrificed for them." The protective barrier is slowly fading away. Even the face of the soul's water is gradually vanishing. Those present are observing the surroundings. Souls colliding with branches that are disappearing. I think it's because the dome is collapsing. Who did this? Sangdi lies amidst ruins. He slowly opens his eyes. "Did I faint?" Sangdi quickly turns his head. "Right. The tree. Where is the tree?" Seeing the tree gone, he sighs in relief, thanking God it's destroyed. But Sangdi furrows his brow. wondering if maybe because of fighting so hard against the tree, that's why my hands are in such a terrible state now. The Holy Cross is still in his hand. The priestess artifact is in tatters. Despite this, the lines on Sanjay's face soften. Well, at least. Now that the dome has vanished, I can finally see the sky. Above, there's nothing left now. He puts his hands on his face. I did it! A loud noise suddenly startles Sanjay. He immediately sits up and sees a distant explosion. It gets bigger, destroying buildings around. The system alert sounds, warning that the sun's power is overflowing. The artifact skill, the robe consumption, the dragon shield have been activated. Artifact users will be protected from danger. The flood hasn't stopped. It continues to sweep faster. Sangdi still struggles. Another system notification. A dangerous heat flow has been successfully blocked. The effect of the dragon shield is completely exhausted and fading away. Before the shield fades, he wonders, what are these flames? They look like my father's fire, but the feeling is entirely different. As his vision clears, Sangdi looks shocked. Impossible. The city has completely melted. The scene before him is full of devastation. Even a sturdy building was scorched. Soldiers on the ground are stunned. What just happened? A huge fire swept past us. Meanwhile, Hugo appears. The people behind call out, "Heavenly Lord!" You frown. Wounds appear on his arms. That damn blood mixer. It's using the centaur strength it stole from me as if it were its own. Behind him, flames burn fiercely. The wound seems to have healed. Hugo shouts loudly, "Are you okay?" Someone answers from the smoke, "Yes, Heavenly Lord, I survived somehow. But I think it will be difficult for us to continue fighting. Please forgive me, I protected everyone." To people run out behind him, "It's us. Deputy Heavenly Lord, are you okay?" His eyes light up as Sangdi sees a vortex of flames round his black eye. He opens his mouth in surprise. Precognition, that's also the centaur skill my father used, but with energy entirely different from normal skills. It approaches Sangji, "You, the one who destroyed all my tree branches." From above, Hugo looks down and curses, "Isn't it Sangdi? Why is he here?" He wonders, don't tell me he destroyed the dome. But before Hugo could do anything, Blue Door roared and spat out a burst of flames. "You scum, I'm sure to devour you six." It struck so hard that it shattered rocks and earth. Blue Doa seemed to be rushing towards Sangji. Sangji realized, could it be Blue Doa? It bared its fangs to attack him. Sanjay didn't retaliate but raised his hand to cover his face and shouted. At that moment, Hugo appeared and grabbed its huge mouth with his hands. Sanjay called out loudly, "T." Blue Doa became even angrier and opened its mouth wider. "Half-season archer, you're still afraid of my path now?" Hugo seemed to be struggling terribly to hold on. It shouted, "Then we'll eliminate you first like this." At the same time, the system's voice sounded. Warning, a malevolent energy from an unknown source is accumulating. Despite having learned blood magic, Hugo still tried to protect Sanjay. Skill Fire Shield was used. He was surrounded by a floating layer of fire shield. Blue Doa swallowed Hugo whole and disappeared. Sanjay looked pained but could do nothing. No! Hugo's child fell straight into its stomach. Notch 1.5. Blue Doa didn't stop there. It continued to attack Sangji. Rocks and earth where Blue Doa passed were blasted into the air. Sangji looked shocked but couldn't believe what was happening. "No, I can't believe Hugo has been swallowed." Well, Blue Doa is extremely pleased. "Finally, I've devoured all of the sun god's power." Suddenly, it leaped up as if attacked from below. A sword sliced through Blue Doa's eye. Impossible! The sword was slicing down its body. Round the blade was a pale green light. Finally, Blue Doa was submerged by that light. It screamed in agony. "Even if you struggle now, the remaining power of the sun god is mine and I'll devour you soon." Holy Serpent, Jin wielded two swords rushing towards it. He shouted, "Not over yet. Get ready, fool." Zeon called Thor. Hugo. Shadows gathered into a red ball. Meanwhile, Hugo was floating inside Blue Doa's stomach. "I'm in the belly of the beast. I can't feel anything." I finally couldn't do anything. I can't save him. Zhu and Jigen, you're being wrapped by black threads from around you. I still can't avenge Blue Door. All I've done is expose my failure to Sangji and Yuha. Will everything end like this? Hugo dazedly opened his eyes, looking at the source of light. That's a fragment of my power that was stolen. The power I desperately want to reclaim is right in front of me. It can't be true that I can't do anything about it. Hugo struggled to reach out, but if I could get it back, I could fight Blue Doa again. His eyes gradually lost focus. No, my consciousness, my memories. The light is fading. All that's left in Hugo's mind are images of his family from long ago, slowly disappearing. Will everything end like this? I fought until now. I think this might be. For what am I fighting? Someone once held that photo in their hand. His wife looked at the photo when she was with her two children. We haven't taken family photos like this for a long time. What do you think? Her face was full of happiness. I love you. We all look great together. Isn't that right? Hugo doesn't wake up when he thinks about this. The image of his family makes him even more determined to reach for the red ball. He wonders, will I fall like this? If everything ends like this, I'll be ashamed to see my family and Jin again. Hugo's hand keeps shaking. I can't let my family and Jin see how pathetic I am. I have to reach for it, come on. He grits his teeth in pain. Just a little more. Hugo tells himself not to give up, but continues fighting. The system announces, you've touched the fragment of the Saint Knight, Master of Great Light. The sun's fragment is trying to return as your source of power. A vortex appears around the ball. It's still the system warning. The sun's fragment has been in contact with dark and mysterious energy for too long. Be cautious of the conflicting effects. You've absorbed the sun's fragment. The ball moves closer to Hugo, who struggles to hold on. Damn it, my body can't take this much longer. Before Hugo is a crack in the wall. Finally, that crack explodes into a large hole. Outside, Jin shouts, Hugo, Hugo otters. He rushes through the recent watermark. Jin reaches out and yells, along with all he has to do. How long are you going to stay there? Take my hand. Hugo doesn't respond, but extends his hand. Their hands grip tightly. Then Jin pulls him out of the blood pool. 30 years ago, Hugo was trying to escape from the monster's attack. He wasn't careful and stumbled. Hugo struggles to spit out the sand in his mouth. A sound from behind startles him. The monster's hand flings him up into the air. It swallows Hugo into its mouth on its arm. He fights inside, struggling. Will I die like this? To die by a monster's mouth. Never thought of it before. Hugo can't bear to laugh, not even married and already defeated. Life is just a joke. But he's shocked as someone else tears through the monster's arm. Zeon looks at Hugo. What's this? A human, right? Not dead yet and already showing signs of wanting to give up everything. And you just lie there without saying anything. Zeon reaches out his hand. He seems to want to pull Hugo out. What's going on? Don't you want to get out of this damn place? But now, when remembering Zeon reaching out to me again, Jin has always been like this, standing stiffly in front of me with a proud expression and reaching out. Hugo is surrounded by urgent calls. Dad, wake up Dad. Oh Dad. Sang frantically reports to Jin, Uncle, Dad lost consciousness. Go see. Jun's eyes light up as the system announces, activating 13th Corp's fragment. You have absorbed a piece of polluted solar energy from an unknown source. You may experience rejection effects during the absorption process and purify your contaminated energy. Hugo is still lying there unconscious. In his hand is a tiny red ball. This dirt ball. Could it be that he regained the power stolen while in the blood cocoon? Zeon sighs, stands up with his elbow on one knee. Don't worry about Dad. He'll wake up after a short nap. He's just picking up what fell and eating it. Sangdi looks confused. What are the things that fell? In his hand appears a sword. This level can't knock him out. Right. Anyway, keep an eye on Dad for me. Sangdi. He quickly stands up and says, What about you, Uncle? Zeon is now in a fighting stance. He looks at the blood cocoon. You have to deal with that bastard. Jin rushes forward, jumping straight towards the monster's head. Green light surrounds virgin lands. He thrusts both swords deep into its head. Blood from the blood cocoon spews out. Can this be it? Haven't you gotten enough of your tricks yet? Looks like there are more things to play with now. His weapons start transforming. System notification, holy artifact summoned. Triumph hammer activated. Jin raises the hammer high. All that's left of you is just your core now, so it'll only take one hit. He aims for its head and forcefully brings it down. Blood gushes from the blood cocoon's mouth. How can this be happening? I lost but didn't get anything in return. It still roars defiantly. Alright then. Holy executioner. I will. Fine. You're done now, huh? Looks like there are more things to play with now. The blood cocoon warns. However, the roots of me still exist everywhere as long as they remain. Even if I die, I will drag everyone down with me. Roots from underground rise up. Holy executioner, you might survive, but those archers won't. Half their numbers will be crushed by the collapsing city. Buildings and streets are heavily damaged. Even sturdy high-rises are starting to collapse. Sangdi is still beside Hugo witnessing this. Even the tallest buildings are crumbling. Zeon stands on top of the blood cocoon. Blood cocoon, you must have misunderstood something. He laughs mockingly without any fear. Although Teksu is a bit gentle, do you think he'll be that easy to deal with? Don't forget my only friend down there. When the rocks and earth fell towards Sangdi, Hugo had already woken up, his eyes lighting up. That pile of debris fell on top of them, but a ray of light shone through from within. That light was amplified and blew away the debris. The distant interviewees couldn't help turning around. What's going on? What happened? Over there, a column of fire shot up to the sky. Above it, a massive vortex caused everyone to be in shock. Another flame, huh? A person sitting at the computer bit their lip as they heard sounds from the device. What's happening inside that pile of debris? Someone else was also watching the live broadcast. The powerful flames continued to erupt from the rubble, a family together listening to news on TV. The light was incredibly terrifying. Their faces were all serious. Giselle carefully observed as well. The field reporter kept reporting from the scene. It was still daytime even though it was past midnight. Finally, like the sun had risen, that vortex seemed to grow larger and brightened the vast sky. Someone rushed out quickly. Yuha held his phone as he opened the door wide. Lord Hawley, currently in Europe, father and Uncle Jelny. The words were suddenly cut off. I know now. Yuha. Harley sat with crossed legs on the chair, looking at the mirror. I'm also watching this. She looked at her reflection in the mirror and seemed to have put in a lot of effort but had regained lost power. At the scene was a figure floating in the air. A loud voice called out. Hugo Otter's Sangdi lifted his head. Father, he sighed in relief, thanking heaven, Father has woken up. The blood ova hasn't been destroyed yet. That's my power, my power. It opened its mouth and roared, returning to me. A series of trees sprouted from the ground. They struck everywhere, toppling nearby buildings. Hugo raised his hand high. The light beams gradually accumulated. Those pesky clouds are causing trouble. That source of light pierced through and destroyed the blood ova. They gradually disappeared under that power. The blood ova continued to rain down, but that beam of light, like a sun slicing through the dark sky, shone on the intertwined branches. Zeon struck hard at the head of blood ova. Hugo's glorious skill is the burning destruction of everything evil. It's getting serious now, huh? Blood ova, you said you would devour everything but can't steal anything from us. Zeon decided and had to send you away, one for one. System notification, activate, defend me, exchange positions with the nearest contact. At that moment, Hugo appeared at his position. In the sky, a loud call echoed, Otter Sangdi. Zeon happily suggested. Finish it here. Hugo just smiled without replying. He gripped Zeon's sword tightly. A strike sent blood ova's blood flying everywhere. Hugo's expression remained extremely calm and resolute. In the past, when he tried to open a door, he had heard trembling words, Mom, I was wrong. Nevertheless, Hugo only frowned without speaking. Sangdi crossed his arms, burying his head in his feet, blaming himself. If only I hadn't been so hungry that day. Mom wouldn't have had to rush off the airport urgently. She left immediately to buy things when she saw him crying. Will Mom and Diguan be okay? They ended up being hospitalized. Sangdi's body continued to tremble violently. Only then could his father suppress the disaster. Everyone will be safe, right? His face was flushed from crying, with tears and snot all over it. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. I was wrong. Hugo drew his bow, a gentle expression on his face. No! I didn't do anything wrong. Sangde! The bow flashed with blinding light. Let go! It shot towards the blood aura at close range. A huge column of light enveloped the blood aura, pinning it to the ground. In the middle of the city was a large crater after the battle. Hugo sat on the ground resting as Jin approached him. That damn blood aura causing too much trouble. Look ahead, I didn't expect things to get this messy. Hugo then called out, Jin, now, is it really over? Jin looked helpless. All the cores were destroyed and his body turned into dust. There's nothing else I can do either. You seem upset. If he comes back after all this, why would he come to a place like this to collect souls? In the end, he's just an unlucky bastard like any other unlucky bastards. Hugo couldn't deny it either. Indeed, you took a deep breath. At least you've taken good care of him this time. Hugo seemed relieved. Thank you. Zion, you raised your fist and joked. How long have I known you that you only thank me with words? At least give a high five. They bumped fists. It was tough work. AV and E people, same to you. Zion started rummaging in his pockets. Hold on, I found something during the fight with the blood aura. Hugo wondered, what is it? In his hand appeared a blue ice ball. Check this out, I found it when splitting open the real core of him. You couldn't help but wonder how you managed to get that big thing out of your pocket. Diane stared at it intently. That damn blood aura. Seems like he collected quite a bit too. Hugo was curious and stood up. What did you say? What is this thing? But he didn't answer clearly. Hold on, I'll show you. Diane's eyes turned black. The system activated simultaneously with the 13th sense and divine inner sight. A soul-sealing sphere is a sealing ball that imprisons souls of those who absorb disasters. Round it took the shape of a snake, transferring the power of the Saint Serpent Fu into the soul-sealing sphere. This high-grade soul-sealing sphere won't last long. The ice ball started to crack. New cracks appeared on the soul-sealing sphere. The sphere cracked, no longer able to contain souls, and those trapped souls were released. From within came thousands of rays of light. Hugo looked up in amazement. This is what it is. Jin seemed calmer as he explained. I freed the souls that the blood aura devoured. Those who were attacked by him will gradually awaken. Someone from behind spoke up. Is that really true? Sangde, still catching his breath after running fast. Can those people really wake up? Jin looked at a small soul floating in the palm of his hand. Of course. When these souls return to their bodies, everyone will wake up, including his mother and grandmother, everyone. Sangjae's face is a happiness beyond words. Jian continued as the last soul was freed. Sangji, how long has it been since your real birthday? It's a bit late, but happy birthday, Sangji. He smiled brightly. The sun was just beginning to rise in the distance. A figure raised his axe high, sending rocks flying everywhere. Day 2, Stephen Marker S. will never stand by and watch humans and bones be threatened. The monster roared fiercely. All the soldiers present were wide-eyed. It seemed like he was surrounded by vast waters. Stephen raised a bone high. Finally, we've got it back. Our bone! Great! He happily placed it in the cradle and fed it like an infant. Sometimes he would walk with it as if it were a dog. Walking around is great. Isn't that right, Cloud? He was annoyed by Hugo and John's constant nagging. Stephen Marker, time for the final battle. He threw a punch. Both of them surrendered. You're defeated. You're number one. Stephen! During big explosions, Stephen and the bone would run away together. Come on, bone. It agreed. Yeah, don't get caught in the explosion. Stephen Marker. They laughed at each other. They clapped hands in sync. You're the best fortification I've got. At night, Stephen slept on top of the bone. Then he woke up from its disappearance. Steven saw Yuha excitedly shouting, "John, Yuha! No, our bone! Give it back here!" He shouted in frustration. Zion had appeared behind him. Steven was suddenly pulled by something. It was Zion grabbing his leg. He threw him down hard on the ground. Steven opened his eyes wide. "Oh, bone." He sat up with a bandaged head, and everyone around was shocked. They cheered joyfully. "The high priest is awake. High priest, you're awake. We're alive." Amazed. "What's going on?" someone asked. "Don't you remember anything?" During the hunt for a celestial deer, he was ambushed by Legion and fell unconscious. He remained calm. "How long has it been?" They didn't answer immediately, but huddled to discuss. "What do we say now?" She decided to let it go. "Alright, that's not important." With a serious face, he told everyone right away. Now, immediately. They all tensed up instantly. That attitude, was it to beat Legion Yu or retaliate against the Scorpio clan? But he ordered them to go to John Yuha's room and bring that bone here. They were dumbfounded, silently muttering in their hearts. "Please, the bean sprout, please." They shouted, "No more. Sleep on for the sake of peace. Maybe they are poisonous too. When will we find that bone again?" Steven in the hospital ward resisted. "Come out, come out." Someone outside saw some movement and felt a bit relieved. "It seems the high priest is fully awake now. Should I inform Deputy Governor John June about this?" Oliver sighed. "Forget it. Who cares? Didn't you see how she rushed out like a bullet when we had a mission related to Legion's 8th holy relic?" He admitted, acknowledging the fact. She didn't even care about the dangerous healing temple. She hasn't changed at all. Oliver remained silent. Suddenly, someone ran over urgently. "Governor, he's awake." He turned around to respond. "I know. Let the high priest handle it." But his words were cut short. "No, not the high priest. The people who have been unconscious for 10 years after the Bloodstorm are awake now." Oliver, who was deep in thought, also noticed this. Everyone on Earth has regained consciousness. Round the patients were their family members. They were all extremely moved and speechless. The hospital immediately became more bustling. On TV, news began to air. "Do you remember the Bloodstorm 10 years ago and its victims? We just received a report that 1,000 people who fell into comas due to the Bloodstorm have just woken up from all over the world." A live TV reporter was excitedly reporting, "I'm in the outskirts of the Western European defense line. After a long battle, Legion heroes and Saint Knights defeated the Bloodstorm." An interviewer asked, "Has anything like this ever happened before, right?" The expert agreed. The victims after the Harmony event are recovering in miraculous ways. Then they switched back to the host's image. "Indeed, I have no words to describe it. It is truly a miracle. Hoping that those who haven't woken up will recover soon." A TV viewer, with his hand resting on the arm of the chair, spoke up. "Can't believe it. I sent you to catch Lee, Goon, and Hugo. But not only did you lose to the Bloodstorm," he glanced back at SAFU behind him, "lost the balance of power, and even caused chaos by letting out the blood. That guy has a high forehead, but most importantly, he tampered with the Twin Signs astrological book, which is the most important thing, and lost it. This is an S-rank balance scale. Jun Tigu." Tigu kept criticizing, "Better if you were taken by Troy Sunghai of Australia. I could understand that. But why did you let John Sungoat, whom you bullied before, take it?" SAFU lowered his head without replying. "How can you be so foolish and incompetent? Don't tell me it was really Sungoat's doing. He didn't dodge." "Yes, that's right. He broke a bottle and threw it at SAFU. Proud of yourself, you lazy worm." It made him scream. Tu approached closely. "You haven't changed at all. You've never done anything useful for anyone. I figured it out from the airport incident. Always disappointing, Mom." SAFU lay on the ground, clutching his head in pain. Tu stepped on him. "What are you going to do with this mess, stupid brother? If those people wake up and talk about us, everything will be exposed." SAFU struggled to cover his face. "That's why I'm here asking for your help. You'll also be affected by this, so you have to help me if you want to hide it." To had to reluctantly agree. First, follow Li Jian, watch him and erase all our traces. Siu sat up, confused. And what will you do? He looked in one direction while I'll head to the Tianyi hospital. The scene there is a hospital. At least we can cover up the airport incident if we take care of those who died in South Korea and the outer defenses protecting Western Europe. Google is constantly listening and answering on the phone. Thanks a lot. Yeah, about that. Zion only asked after hanging up the call. The hospital said what? Tell me about it. Everyone woke up one by one. But not everyone. Zigan and Ji Woo are still in a coma. Zion wasn't surprised but comforted them, because the longer their souls are trapped, the more time it takes for them to return to their original bodies. But I've put some of my strength into them, so they'll come back safely. He turned to Sangji and said, you should go back now. Sangji, you need to meet your mom and Jigan. He seemed a bit surprised and spoke up. And what about uncle? What about dad too? Sangji's face turned slightly red. Hugo's eyes widened at this. He trembled as if he couldn't believe his ears. Did Sangji care for me? Jian watched helplessly. You're crying, aren't you? Hugo cleared his throat and called out, Sung-jae! His mind was filled with thoughts. I don't want to hurt Sang-jae's feelings, but I'm not just his father, I'm also a high priest. I have to act in a way that befits a high priest. If I show too much joy, he'll undervalue me. I am very happy. I am truly overjoyed seeing Sung-jae think of me, but I must suppress this happiness to make him respect me as an excellent father. Hugo folded his arms seriously and replied, Zion and Dad haven't returned yet. We still have some matters to resolve. His sentence was cut off, and Sangji immediately said, okay. Zion laughed at this scene, while Hugo felt like he turned to stone. He's happy, but there is progress. The child created a distance out of guilt. You have to accept it then. At the hospital, Sangdae used his power earlier to teleport here. He folded his power book. The light around him gradually faded. Sangdae seemed agitated. I'm about to meet my mom and Dae too. His footsteps suddenly stopped. He hesitated, thinking, it's not right to visit the hospital without anything. Sangdae immediately turned around and ran in another direction, deciding, right, I need to find some flowers. The path became empty. But then someone approached. This hospital is better than the lesser devil's place. This person wore a mask and hat as they looked at the hospital. Compared to our Balance Hospital, it's nothing, but not bad either. It's amusing, but they should have a patient care program too. Who would let poor people stay in a hospital for 10 years? Now, where is that miserable person now? Sangjae's two loved ones are still unconscious at the hospital. His face full of hope without knowing his evil plan. Right, why not cause some trouble to their family too? He will appear soon. The area under the protective dome in the west, where natural disasters occur in the European Union countries. The reporter's voice echoed at the disaster site, discussing measures for the collapsed areas and the search process for victims. A stiff person answering an interview can capture a disaster. I'm really happy. People are pointing towards the hospital with damaged parts, guiding this side to go there and bring the injured here. The hospital is packed with people. Their voices echo where John is sitting. I thought I was done for? Why is it so chaotic? He's operating something on the system screen. There are long lists of mission information up there. Summarizing, we've completed the strength challenge. Now only the intelligence and achievement challenges remain, finding the holy knight and the church elder. Jin furrows his brow but dismisses it. It's not important now. He looks at a piece of stone on the table. He didn't expect this to appear. It emits a faint purple light, similar to shards from an ancient sword found with the seal in the heart of the dead. The same voice appeared in both the one who stabbed him and the one who summoned the dead. He recalls what Blood Oa said then. Souls will be offered to them. Jin skillfully performs spirit mediumship with his fingers, concluding that Virgo is responsible. It all fits now. Calmly casting spirit mediumship, forget about it. He grabs it confidently and smiles. Just interrogate and the answer will come right away. On the table are 2 glasses of beer. Have we finished processing the scene? Yes, I've done my best to help. Xian decides, now we only need to catch Virgo. Hugo advises, rest, not everyone is as strong as you. He starts grumbling, it's because they are getting weaker every day. Back then, I didn't have time for incense and prayers. You seem a bit helpless, just thinking to yourself. Alright, Xian suddenly changes the subject. Why don't you go with me to D? Hugo looks surprised at being asked this. He smiles awkwardly, including GU and GOLD. I don't have the confidence or qualifications to meet them. I need to prepare myself. His face turns serious. There's still much work to do. Hugo looks at the stone on the table. About Virgo and Libra, he looks down at his palm and Libra, showing a broken scale. Hugo recalls Giselle sitting on her throne, offering him a choice between two options. He clutches his hand tightly. Catching blood mist isn't the end. We must find out what caused this. As Sangji said, there's someone behind it all. I'll bring the one who destroyed my family to light. Jian glances at Hugo and picks up her glass of beer, stabbing his head with it. Jian nearly falls off her chair laughing. Great, I haven't seen such a burst of energy from you in a long time. He tells the soldiers treating the wounded. You guys can go back to Han now. They all turn around. They look confused, but we still have work to do. Zion explains to them, I fought with you because you're related to blood bones. You just got in our way while catching Virgo. They fall silent, dejected. Zion points at one person. Everyone steps back except the guy with slicked back hair. He seems pleased. Could I have been recognized for my strength? The group around them cheer in admiration. No wonder you're called Sir Good. SS class is truly different. Ryan crosses his arms. We need a runner. Hugo looks at him. You think so? Well, the group continues to revel in their joy. He placed his hands on the back table and reminded him, wasn't Sangji supposed to be in Korea alone? Those who brought Sangji here alone must have felt relieved. Isn't it not too dangerous for Sangji to come back to Korea alone? Hugo quickly stood up. Because the situation was too complicated, I didn't pay attention. Jian Chunan, you're okay now. I've arranged security personnel. Just look at what he's holding in his hands. It's a dragon stone with an image of a snake head engraved on it. Jian had given this to Sangji before. Sangji took it. He spread his hands out curiously. What is it, uncle? His eyes lit up. Another gift from me. At that moment, the system notification sounded. Activate the God's Eye. John Sangji was once an A-class astrologer. The degree of proficiency in astrology for John Sangji with star sapphire has increased significantly. It can be used to transfer energy transfer and dependency. If you have a dragon stone, you can transform someone into a sapphire star by giving them the stone and having them complete a challenge. If successful, they will receive a great reward. Special energy transfer requires the recipient to complete a task. If the mission is completed successfully, they will receive a significant reward. Sangji must be very surprised by its function. Jian surely knows when he'll need this. He asked Hugo what the hospital said, but he didn't know anything more and just replied that nothing had been mentioned yet. A person holding a dragon stone with a snake head on it. Sangji was walking down the hospital corridor, carrying red flowers. He said he would have an opportunity to use this later. He couldn't help but wonder how to use it. He had created it in the room next door where there were cheers of joy. Mom, Dad's awake. The mother went to her husband. I'm awake now. The person beside him was moved to tears. Mom, Sangdi smiled softly, secretly happy for them. That guy is awake. Mom and D-Source will wake up soon. You heard that from the side. He's awake. The doctor said the same on this side too. But Sandy suddenly turned around when he heard the doctor's alarmed voice behind him. Don't do that here. That guy stepped on an innocent person's neck. Round him, sparks were flying as he extended his arms. John Sangdi, turns out you're here. I've been looking for you a lot. You made me suffer to find you. He gritted his teeth. Jun Tigu, the scoundrel. What are you doing here? Siu needs you? Without answering, he smiled warningly. You haven't changed at all. Don't talk to me like that. It annoys me. Ru immediately lunged at Sangdi, but was stopped in time by him. He didn't know if he was being criticized or praised. And a class can block a class. That's pretty good. He still tried to remind Ruo. What are you doing? This is a hospital. He screamed. Of course, I know this is a hospital. I also know it's a place where the dying for lack of blood are kept. Let them not wake up and cause trouble. Just lie there. Everyone present at the scene was shocked. With a decisive punch, he tried to block the attack with his shield. The entire hospital had been affected significantly then. European Parliament Accident Prevention Office headquarters. Someone reporting on the situation. I regret having missed such an important opportunity. If everything went well, we could have eliminated Ligon and Sagittarius. Also a chance to deal with Virgo. The voice came from inside the phone. Let's look at the positive side of this. If they order us to do so, things will get better. We should prepare for it. Rushing footsteps could be heard in the hallway as someone quickly headed towards a room. The door burst open. What happened? A white-haired armored person interrogated. Why did Legion handle the unicorn under the authority of the historian? This is Kevin Hazard. Kevin was depicted as a commander standing on a frosty sword below thousands of soldiers, the greatest swordsman in human history. The crescent moon symbol, silver skeleton knight, commanding an army with ice. All these honors belong to the historian. Under his command, the Historians Guild achieved many glorious victories. Their potential and reputation were no less than those of the Celestial Knights. Kevin is a talented person. He has everything he needs. Talent, power, appearance. But why are there still things that make him so angry? Kevin roared in anger. Legion, how dare he act like this in our area? He questioned. Why did he do it? The manager hesitated, not knowing how to respond. Guildmaster, this matter. Kevin continued to complain. That can't be allowed. At least give me a reason. Why that bastard? Why always him? His eyes widened, wishing he had died in the Demon Tower and been praised as a hero. How dare he come back and steal all my glory? The two female guards behind didn't seem surprised by this scene. They discussed it. The Guildmaster seemed quite angry now. It's understandable. Legion took all the glory from him. Another sign of frustration, Legion, the short-haired girl helplessly agreed. Indeed, there has been a serious conflict between the Guildmaster and Legion. At first, it wasn't like this, but over time, things seemed uncontrollable. All because Legion's achievements were too glorious. Someone acknowledged. That's right. Glory from conquering the uprising. When Kevin was about to defeat the monster, Gion suddenly appeared and cut off its head. He was always the main subject in every interview. While Gion was on TV, Kevin was watching TV while drinking coffee. Points from karaoke performances. Gion got 100 points, while he was still choosing a song. The short-haired girl seemed to be trying to endure the anger. The Guildmaster's glory had been stolen by that guy. Kevin's voice echoed again. He can't let him off. Others nearby were on high alert. The Demon Lord couldn't take it anymore. The manager tried to calm things down. Stay cool. The Inquisition has sent people to track down that Legion. Let's wait for their contact then. Act now. But you still wouldn't stop. This time it's too far. I'll go find that scoundrel. Kevin's hand stiffened. That guy is good. 20 years ago, we couldn't do anything about him. Like this. The area suddenly whipped up a violent wind. I will personally defeat you. Just wait, scoundrel. Hi, Australia is getting worried. Everything's out of control now. Kevin led the group away. The manager made a decision behind him. I have to buy some time. He continued his call without stopping from earlier. Sir, we have a list of that guy's destinations here. In his hand, he held a pair of safety glasses. A voice came from the other side. If we act quickly, we might catch Legion before Kevin the Master. The person on this end of the phone is unknown. So Kevin has left. That person ended the call and gave orders. He has a huge conflict with Legion now. That's why he acted so fast. We couldn't predict it. A girl approached to inquire. Sir, what should we do now? He turned and left the disaster area. Let's go. Everything must be ready. Two soldiers quickly raised the curtain. The Inquisition is here. Everyone stay there. Everyone, the people inside are frozen by the wind. Hugo, his face flushed, held a microphone. Do we have any news? The group shouted loudly. I believe it. We trust you, sir. We all trust you, sir. You seem to be so drunk that you don't know where you are. So what do everyone believe in? The people below still cheered enthusiastically. We believe in your power and the victories you've achieved. We believe in our two saints. Women are just weak scoundrels. Hugo sang loudly. That group cheered even more. He pointed his finger up, and a small vortex of fire appeared above. The solar nebula shone brightly. That group didn't stop but became even more excited. Centaurs! Legion! Amazing! Fantastic! The red-haired youth gritted his teeth, saying it was crazy to provoke in the sorceress area like this. He held the sword hilt ready for an attack. The religious Inquisition members heard this and started purging the heretics, spreading those bad things to us. These scoundrels are waiting. Suddenly, a punch came from nowhere and hit his face with force. What's going on? That punch sent him flying several meters into the wall. Everyone was surprised. Legion angrily shouted as he gripped a bottle. These damn guys! The system announced. The crowd's faith in the night had reached its peak. This belief is unshakable. You scoundrels, get out of here. Legion stretched his hand and warned the red-haired youth. Are you trying to sabotage us? Don't make me have to do it. Although he was a bit scared, he got up. You're Legion, right? How dare you act like this on sorceress territory? As a member of the religious Inquisition, I can't. He was interrupted by another punch to his other cheek. What's wrong with you? This time it wasn't Legion, but someone wearing a bee helmet. We're not here to cause trouble. It's our fault for this. The person took off the helmet and apologized, asking Legion to forgive his subordinates' poor behavior. He introduced himself as Perio, head of the religious Inquisition under the Sorceresses Guild. We have little time. Let's get straight to the point. Perio politely suggested they wanted to cooperate with him to bring down the guild master Kevin Hazard. We need to break free from his control. More hurried footsteps were heard. The person quickly approached a building. Kevin angrily opened the door. You scoundrel Legion, are you here? A few people inside turned to look at him. Kevin searched frantically in other places. Here, still no sign of him, making him even more angry as he stomped his foot. Where is he hiding? Why can't I find him? He rubbed his head. I know where he's been, but why isn't he here? Then Kevin suddenly realized something. How could this be so confusing? The reason is the manager from behind appeared to advise. Guildmaster, we couldn't find that person at all. We might. He turned his head slightly. That one, Kevin ordered. Take off your glasses and look. The other person seemed confused. Why? A flash of light cut through the contact lens. The glasses were instantly destroyed. He shouted in pain. At that moment, the system announced, the Delusion Eyes skill has been disabled. Two girls behind the board recognized it as the skill that made the guild master lose his way everywhere. He wore glasses to hide his actions. Kevin calmly approached the manager. It's your fault. You tried to stall with this, right? You wanted the religious Inquisition to find Legion before me, didn't you? He drew his sword and threatened, where are they now? Tell me or else. His cold, menacing demeanor was clear. A lie will cost your head here at the Sorceress Palace. The guards were extremely alarmed. Half of them had already been defeated. How could he have entered here? Jin seemed unconcerned. It's fine. There are many things we're looking for. I'll use it to my advantage. The system announced that experience and reputation were increasing. The Perio group watching the fight was slightly worried. He intended to destroy the Sorceress Palace. It's okay. His level is the same as Kevin Hazard's. He planned to shatter Palace A. Calm down. After all, your level is the same as Guild Master Kevin. The Legion will manage. Remember this. The Virgins Guild is in quite a mess right now. There are many divisions within. Mainly due to Kevin, the Guildmaster's autocratic rule has alienated many members. So Period suggested that the Inquisition can't allow this division to continue. We need your strength to help us. Denwood Kell was also closely observing the fight. It had come to a point where guild members were seeking outside assistance. The situation of the Virgins Guild seems quite serious, and their cooperation even brought out the Heaven's Punishment. Han recalled Xion's image from before. Heaven's Punishment, humanity's last weapon. 20 years ago, Lee sacrificed in the battle at Quiet Tower. The information that all Gemini adults are present at the Virgin Palace is correct. Someone shouted then about the Virgin being helped by Heaven's Punishment. Finally, the system message sounded. You defeated all the attendants in the Virgin Palace. The treasure vault is right before your eyes. The group behind gasped in awe. Beyond that door lies Heaven's Punishment intact. Good idea. Kevin, who appeared out of nowhere, shouted. Stop right now. They all turned to look. Kevin Hazard. He was still panting from running a long distance. Luckily, I made it back in time. You damn scoundrel. Jen's battle spirit was also boiling. Let's settle this with you today. All grudges be gone. They both agreed in unison. Kevin stepped into the holy temple. More than 20 years, huh? I didn't expect to meet someone who would make me so happy. He looked at Lee with a knowing smirk. The people beside you aren't centaurs, right? Long time no see, Hugo Otters. What's your face like? After saying that, he turned to mock Period. And there's the one who betrayed us. Are you planning to use the Legion to eliminate me? Kevin confidently declared. That's fine too. I don't need to hunt each of them individually. I'll destroy all of you at once. His gaze shifted to the side. He saw piles of broken armor and torn green cloaks scattered on the floor. Kevin angrily glared, demanding who did this to our temple. Legion members stood still, ignoring Hazard's shouts. The remaining one silently pointed at the Legion, cursing them in their minds as traitors. Seeing this, Kevin became enraged and prepared to draw his sword. You just gave me another reason to defeat you, Legion. A bright slash cut through the air. Each of Kevin's slashes froze the ground into large ice blocks. That attack trapped Lee, Xion, and others in a massive block of ice. Perhaps Kevin underestimated them. A fire from their side melted that ice. It was Hugo's flames. Following those flames were for people behind him shouting loudly. Kevin Ozza, you continue, right? You owe me. Before the blazing fire, Hugo challenged. Fight with me before you fight Legion. One person was worried. Oteksu is still unconscious. Kevin spoke with disdain. We've heard you regain your power, but don't think you can stop me. Hugo began pulling out a large arrow from nowhere. Then more arrows gradually appeared. How would we know if these arrows came from the arsenal of ordinary soldiers, holy relics, or hellfire arrows? Hugo directed those arrows towards Kevin. The huge arrow was heading straight for Kevin's chest. Dao Cao raised his sword and prepared to strike down. Are you going to face me like this? The arrow continued flying towards Kevin. A large arrow seemed about to pierce him. Those behind thought the battle was over, cheering happily. Hugo didn't believe it. Is that all? The bearded knight suggested to Hugo. We should prepare a resurrection spell. Legion received a call from someone. Ah, it's me. He smiled and answered the phone. Long story short, I'm in front of the armory of the historian. Come quickly. The smoke gradually cleared, but Kevin stood firm without any signs of injury. He challenged, ready to start a grand battle now. Saying that, Kevin activated his magic. His eyes turned a glowing green. At this moment, Legion held a large pair of scissors and spoke up. Everyone stepped back. We'll accept the heat too. Kevin laughed excitedly. Good show. Show yourself, huh? Legion. The knights behind Kevin echoed in unison. Our archbishop will support us. But he wanted to do it himself and ordered the attack. This is a battle. Youngsters stepped back. Saying that, Kevin pointed his sword at Legion. I've been waiting for this day to defeat you for 20 years. Legion showed contempt. The rain is big too. Kevin prepared for battle. Legion's feet started moving. Two powerful energy streams clashed. Both shouted loudly. Come on then! Legion's strike was blocked by Kevin's sword, surprising him as well. What? Can handle it. The system is increasing power and refinement. 76%. The process of increasing strength isn't complete. Due to side effects, we can't use the power yet. After hearing this, Legion thought, Disappointing indeed. Kevin responded with a taunt. What's wrong, Legion? Use more force or let me do it. The sword of Kevin emitted cold and ice. They continued fighting fiercely. Suddenly, the holy artifact, S great scissors that cut through the earth, was destroyed due to the cold. Legion's weapon shattered. Kevin stabbed his sword directly into Legion. A flash of light sliced past him. Legion dodged that sword's strike. At the same time, Legion's foot kicked Kevin's wrist, causing him to curse, "Damn it." Legion flipped upside down on the ground. Kevin didn't expect him to use his heel to block the sword. Legion rolled away on the ground and dodged out of range. With momentum, Legion continued to charge towards Kevin, shouting loudly. A powerful force was surrounding Legion's body. Kevin charged wildly, attacking fiercely. Something large and bright fell in front of Kevin from above. It was a huge hammer that had just landed. Kevin looked at the broken sword in his hand, thinking about the holy relic hammer of Legion. As Kevin wondered, he suddenly noticed a foot approaching his face. Legion gave him a kick and reminded him. In the middle of battle, Kevin was knocked back. Legion mocked, "What's wrong? I told you to use more strength. Was 20 years of waiting just like that?" Suddenly, Kevin laughed loudly, "I'm awake now." Kevin's face was bruised, but he still smiled. "Surely it's Legion. Let's get started here." He then threw the broken sword to the ground. Next, Kevin summoned a glowing staff and grinned mischievously, "From now on, I'll use full power." Holding the staff firmly, he was confident of victory. The bearded knight stood there in amazement. "Is that so?" Hugo gritted his teeth. "He's awake." Legion sat calmly on the hammer as if nothing was scary. "It's been a while since I saw the ice pillar, right? I thought he would use a sword, but it turns out to be a sign." Kevin confidently replied, "Of course, this isn't something you can just take out whenever you want. This is Royal Holy Artifact, holding another sword that looks better." Kevin challenged boldly. Round 2. The ice hammer under Legion's feet was freezing again. Kevin asked, but not kindly, "Can you move at all, Legion?" The Korean sword not only froze around it, but also the holy artifact of the person. Kevin gloated. "Legion, you've become too arrogant. 20 years in captivity made you so overconfident, huh?" The broken sword continued to charge towards Legion, who was stuck. "Take it." Blood dripped from the person stabbed through by the sword on the floor. Hugo shouted, "Gun." The long-haired man also panicked. "Mr. Lee!" But no one noticed that Lee Gun was standing dazed behind them. Why? Suddenly, Legion jumped up from behind. Kevin, holding the sword, felt something strange as the person in front of him wasn't Legion. System notification. Substitute damage absorption activated. Kevin Zing C. Barrio Sao Lai. While both were stunned by Legion, who appeared beside the hammer, "I've been thinking about this." Legion gathered strength. A man who once said he would restore order to the Holy Choir turned out to be a liar. System notification. Devout faith none 3%. Devout balance 97%. Barrio, the evil one, looked at Legion with sweat. One powerful strike sent both of them flying far away. In the dust, Legion smiled. There it is, a huge green crystal shackled in the middle, punishment from heaven. Inside that crystal, a giant key was sealed. The wind blew so hard that Kevin and Perio had to fall down coughing. Kevin angrily shouted, "You bastard, why did you do this?" Hugo approached them seriously and said, "Ha ha, Kevin, a man who betrayed John at the Demon Tower, then was betrayed by his own subordinate. Where are we? Jin stands in a corner, deep in thought. I've experienced this unpleasant and dark atmosphere before. Don't tell me it's. At that moment, Perio appears on the tower, silencing his thoughts. He spreads his arms and laughs. What is it? Is this hell a beautiful sight? This space won't last long. It will become the grave of all of you. Two angry soldiers advance with force. While holding in pain, they directly confront Perio. "Shut up! You dared to cut off the right arm of the Holy Lord as a sacrifice, and that's still not enough. We'll make you pay for it." Then both make a cross with their swords and shout, "Maiden's technique." The north wind blows, then they fly up, the swords on their hands shimmering with blinding green light. Like life imitating a dream, they silently land without touching Perio even slightly. Seeing no damage dealt, both are confused about what happened. Kevin stands up weakly and disappointedly says, "I can't use it." He shakes his hands while explaining that the divine power connection has been cut off. Hearing this, the red-haired man looks surprised at Hugo. "Holy Lord, we seem to be in the same situation." Hugo urgently responds, "Yes, I can't use the Holy Lord's power either. A normal believer can't use such powerful abilities." Suddenly, large hands break into pieces around them. They fall down where they are. Both scream as they fly up together. Betrayal laughs confidently and says, "This is a spatial isolation created by the balance's power. So you can't use that proud red divine sword here. Divine sword, here you're just ordinary people, useless and insignificant." While he boasts, strange shapes appear, grabbing everyone. They deliberately step on soldiers, causing the space to become extremely chaotic. Zeon and his subordinates rush towards Perio, making him look in shock. But Perio quickly regains composure, drawing out his weapon to fight, saying not a chance. Then huge hands approach to grab them. Jin struggles with them, fighting while cursing under his breath. Those damn hands aren't ordinary disasters like blood flowers. Betrayal sees him held up high and mocks, "Legion, why not ask your old enemy over there? It confuses you." The Potato King replies, "Don't tell me you've forgotten. We were friends for 20 years. Those are the ones who pushed you to the brink of death in that demon tower." Jin listens carefully and feels a wave of emotion. Indeed, Jin understands where these vicious hands come from. They're not the kind of disasters seeking power like blood flowers, but they are real invaders, just like those in the demon tower. These disaster hands emerge from a red hole, each with an extremely disgusting shape waiting to feast on prey. On the other side, at the Disaster Medical Center of Heavenly Korea, they're equally helpless. Sangdi's face is full of injuries, looking ahead and thinking, "He blocked all my attacks, while you two across from him are clean without a scratch." He smugly says, "I told you, useless pilot. Have you noticed the difference between S rank and a rank yet?" At that moment, To uses his technique to grab Sangdi's attack smoothly, making him unable to move no matter how hard he tries. Suddenly, he uses his divine fist to prepare a decisive strike. "You can play against Junsiu, but not me." After saying this, he decisively punches Tu's technique, causing it to vanish. Sangdi is also sent flying by the force. He quickly gets knocked into the wall, his punch so strong that it breaks the wall behind him into pieces. Looking up, he realizes where he just fell. It's a hospital room, and the person on the bed is Sangdi's mother. Before he can recover, Tu approaches. He holds a book and asks if this is your mother's hospital room. When he turns around, he finds his demon manual in Tu's hand. He's shocked and self-blaming. "Why do I always fall here?" But Tu didn't give Sangdi any rest time. He immediately kicked him in the stomach. That kick made Sangdi bleed again in pain. Seeing him clutch his abdomen on the ground and cry out in pain, Tu smiled and asked, "Do you know what a demon path book is?" "It's just a scroll about how to use magic." "Well, with that stupid head of yours, no wonder you're still just in a class." Then he raised his hand to gather his essence into one block. "You did try your best. Give up now. Go down to the golden stream and be happy. Remember to hold tightly onto your mother's hand." He took in the words, infused them into both of them, causing them to fly out of the hospital in a flash. Sangdi panicked as he floated in midair, about to fall into the sky. It was a long breath of despair. No matter how many times she tried, she couldn't save her mother or herself. At that time, Old Lady remained indifferent and fell from the high cliff with Sangdi. The explosion's power was too great, sending Sanj and Jiwoo's car flying out. The events happened so quickly that he couldn't react in time, only helplessly despairing. The situation of Sanj and Ji-woo at this moment was truly hanging by a thread. He was extremely scared inside. No! If he kept falling like this, the images of his loved ones would keep flashing in his mind. Uncle, Aunt, Dad, no one can help me now. He continued to fall with many questions. What should I do? I don't have the strength to hold onto the sword anymore that Uncle gave me. No one to ask for help from. There's no way out. Calm down. I'm about to fall on the ground now. There's no other choice. Why am I so useless? Why is it like this? Calm down. He followed his instincts and hugged her tightly in his heart. John Sanj, that foolish one, said at the Demon Tower. In the moment of death, he looked over to Ryu. Even if falling into a sea of blood, Dad wouldn't give up. The two fell with small rocks. At this moment, Sanj had only one decision, so he couldn't give up. I must do it. I will protect my mother. Right then, the system prompt appeared. Greetings from SAFU husband. A person with an indomitable spirit. You have the qualifications to participate in SAFU husband's test. With this power, you will fight against your enemies. Sanj can answer yes or no. He was stunned by that information. What is this? The constellation SAFU. The test. At such a dangerous moment, Sanj didn't care and shouted, "Damn it! It doesn't matter. I'll do anything. Just once." He seemed to grasp the last chance and screamed, "Just let me protect her one time." I stood above, amazed and stunned. He glanced at the situation and was stunned. What? He still had magic power? At this moment, his body emitted a green aura. You hugged him tightly as you safely landed with an amazed expression, replying, "He's still alive." An arrogant laugh echoed. It didn't matter if he was human or something else. One by one, the creatures with multiple arms blocked those below. They kept cursing and swearing non-stop. Damn it! Barrio opened his mouth in a big smile of joy. I didn't expect to be able to end everything so easily. I almost exhausted myself preparing for this. He looked at them with disdain and said, "Aren't you all supposed to be saints?" Kevin could only endure Barrio's mockery helplessly. The bugs that were stepped on became limp. Try struggling, see what happens. He glanced at the Legion fighting the monster and asked with a raised lip. Watching these powerless ones struggle just dirties my eyes. And you? Hold out or give up? Barrio seemed to want to show kindness as he spoke. Sometimes giving up is the best way. Before his sentence was finished, a disdainful tone cut in, saying too much. His face darkened suddenly as he broke into an odd smile. When Barrio told him to give up, he involuntarily shuddered and stepped back. Xion's half-facial expression, hidden by his bangs, became even darker. He said, "Even without divine support, even fighting the red snow alone for 20 years in the evil tower, I never thought about giving up or someone telling me to give up in this situation." He suddenly stood upright and screamed, "You brought these useless things here thinking you could defeat me. You are truly a fool." Jun's eyes sparkled as he laughed loudly. "Don't delude yourself anymore, idiot." Just like this, it can threaten the situation. Despite holding a powerful artifact, Barrio was panicking and fighting back. "You're just talking big to me." The panic passed as he directed his anger towards Barrio and shouted, "If you want to die, I'll gladly oblige." That large hand charged head-on. Barrio's voice echoed with determination, following the intent of the person. Meanwhile, in a precarious situation, to look uneasily at the opposite person, Sanji used all his strength to punch towards him with a roar. His powerful punch defeated the opponent in an instant. His face was swollen like a pig's head, and he spat out some fresh blood. Sangdi stepped firmly on the ground. He still emitted green aura. Sangdi's dark face and firm tone echoed, "Someone told me to give up. I will never give up. Now I'm tired of this powerless life." Before the fight, you let Dayu lean against a safe spot. Sangdi suddenly called out, "Mom now!" Remembering his brother lying in the ventilator, he called out, "Degan uncle." His hand clenched with determination as he shouted, "Everyone, I will protect them with my own hands." The system prompt appeared. You have passed the challenge. The first believer of SAFU constellation has emerged. At the same time, Xion's eyes lit up. A talisman and its content appeared. The first believer opened a new chapter in the Bible, Xion's Gospel. You can use your power to record the Bible. A beam of light burst from his body. Betrayal was affected by the light, panicking and shouting. What is happening here? Everyone was affected, shouting loudly. Jin, this is Legion's power, a small light always piercing through the monster's large hand. That red-white screen was pierced by that blinding light. Then a bare foot stepped up the stairs, revealing what it was like. As the foot landed, the ground cracked open. A man in white smoke walked forward. The shirt couldn't withstand the power and burned to ashes. Jin stepped out with a confident statement. Using the power of the Bible's records, everyone was amazed and shouted upon seeing him. Legion, Gospel of Legion, page by page. Legion wins page by page in the apocalypse. And Dung walked out from the tower where he had confined himself for years. Jin stepped forward with a fierce expression, commanding, I want to deal with you first, but I have something else to handle. Betrayal was startled by the sudden turn of events. What? He glanced back, thinking the judgment from heaven. The frozen ice became transparent, revealing what was inside. Betrayal was both scared and puzzled in his mind. The mysterious space broke open, showing the holy relics, and Dung pushed him aside with a slight force. Jin lifted and placed his hand on the ice. With just that gentle move, he freed the weapon of heaven's judgment from its chains. Betrayal gritted his teeth, thinking, he only needs to use strength to take it out. Jin carried the weapon on his shoulder with a smirk. This feeling is still familiar after 20 years. Then he gently shook the weapon in his hand as if meeting an old friend, saying, Heaven, long time no see. The system panel appeared, showing Heaven's Judgment, SS, one of the 8 great holy relics and Jin Li's ultimate weapon. At that moment, a monster's hand lunged down while he was still talking to his weapon. 20 years without tasting blood must be itching for you. This monster hasn't seen a coffin or shed tears yet, but is heading towards Jin. But it won't be easy. Just lifting the hand holding the weapon can make that large hand tremble. Jin coldly glanced back and said, So, ending already? He raised his other hand uncomfortably, saying, You have to do it this way. With one decisive slash towards Perio, it could cut several meters long. Sure enough, a holy relic and overwhelming power. The others were also greatly affected and shouted. Kenwin opened his eyes to see something that shocked him so much he couldn't believe his eyes. The flat ground was now split apart. Jin laughed bitterly, saying, What are you doing? Betrayal could only shiver and crawl back in fear as he heard this. Are you not the scales of Libra? Even bugs squish when stepped on. Tried to struggle. Look at that sharp holy relic Jin just chopped down. The sound of his playful voice still echoed in my ears. I'm different from them, liking those who never give up. As for you, Jin lifted the holy relic and asked softly, giving up. His eyes suddenly lit up, his lips curled into a slow smirk. Let's see. A green light gradually appeared, blinding in the barren Rocky Mountains. Legion, with a wicked smile, asked, What are you doing? He looked at the man before him and continued, Isn't this the famous Libra? Squished bugs struggle, try to struggle. In the blinding light, that voice didn't stop echoing. I like those who never give up more. What about you? Legion's magical eyes pointed at the sword, saying, wanting to quit, his face full of malice, his teeth clashing into a slow smile. Give it one last try. Instantly, the opponent quickly raised the golden scale and shouted, Stop him! Everyone, stop him! As soon as he said that, countless huge black hands rushed over. But they were still cut down by Legion's sharp sword. Line 60 ends here. The hands were torn into pieces and fell down immediately. Legion then held a large saber floating in midair. The clash of two power sources created an air current that reshaped the ground. Suddenly, a sharp downward slash cut through from top to bottom. Legion raised his weapon towards the sky, challenging. Is that right? Come on! He revealed his cunning eyes and evil smile loudly. Our skies haven't tasted trouble for a long time. That's refreshing. Elsewhere, someone summoned green energy, the 7 lunar stars. The golden aura also appeared, making the sky magnificent. At the same time, they merged using the skill of faithful believers called Northern Wind. Apollo and Artemis immediately appeared as space was destroyed. Now everyone can communicate with the gods. Others were summoned afterward: the Star Maiden, the Star Centaur, Resurrection. Legion seemed a bit impatient now. Resurrection is too slow. Hearing this, Lam Jiang couldn't help getting angry and shouted to shut up. Meanwhile, a man with a few strands of hair hanging down wondered, how can he be so powerful? He even severed his connection with the city god. No, I need to avoid him. But he was immediately halted by someone's constricting voice barrier. Then a pair of legs quickly leaped high. Kevin wielded his sword in his left hand and flew down to my right arm. As soon as the words were said, a bright slash was thrown out. Seeing this, countless blood streaks appeared in his eyes, filled with panic. However, from his ancient body, a dark aura suddenly emerged. It fiercely resisted Kevin's powerful attack. Kevin quickly retreated and used the sword to block, clearly showing that skill. Meanwhile, the shadow just appeared continued. I don't want to meet someone like this. Hearing this, Kevin immediately took it seriously, indeed a person. Looking ahead, he added Jean-Louis Morin. The other party was extremely calm. Long time no see. Kevin, I have urgent matters to discuss with you. After saying that, he immediately lowered his head, red eyes glaring at Perio. Are you trying to run away? We were about to eliminate all of them. Upon his words, good, I'll give you one more chance. Then, you had to endure continuous blood spurting out. At the same time, countless dark auras spread throughout the sky. Rin narrowed his eyes coldly and said, I will offer you as a sacrifice to the gods. Only then can you complete your task like Perio. Hearing this, he could only stare silently. Jean-Louis Morin, the celestial historian, used the equivalent exchange skill from the balance star, Rio becoming a sacrificial offering. At this moment, Legion casually asked on his shoulder, silver hair, is his name Perio? Kevin was also somewhat interested. So what? Again, you're going to give him a special title. Huh? Words slipped out. Someone's voice suddenly echoed. Sharp observation indeed. What about Barrio the Great? Kevin seemed impatient and replied, I'm tired of your thoughts. It doesn't matter. I wonder how the centaur will accept him. But Legion showed a devilish look. What if he doesn't accept? Hearing this, Kevin chimed in. Right. Meanwhile, Barrio was gradually eroded. Legion couldn't help mocking at the horrifying scene. Is he still there? Horrible. He pondered. How did he get such powerful strength? Body enhancement, right? The system suddenly displayed some text. Body enhancement is currently 80% complete. Side effects during the enhancement process will disappear. You can try out your enhanced power now. A thought flashed through his mind. Even though he swung lightly just now, it still had such an impact. Let's give it a real strong swing this time. Done, Legion quickly grabbed the dirty sword with both hands over his head. Then he strongly slashed down with a sharp strike. His eyebrows tightened in surprise. What? Someone's voice echoed throughout the sky. Suddenly, Legion called me over. What happened? Myung sighed and gently touched her hat, wondering if it was about what he said at the temple. Surely he wouldn't fight with the high priestess, right? Suddenly, a huge beam of light descended upon where he stood. Then strong winds blew. Myung struggled to maintain her balance. A virgin priestess. She didn't expect to be able to fly like this. Done, the girl's voice echoed beside him. Was that just exploded temple of the virgin priestess? Myung was slightly surprised. Here, in front of him, lay an unconscious man on a pile of broken stones. At the same time, a bare foot stomped down. A mocking sound. How did you enhance your body? Even controlling the power is difficult. Legion looked at his palm and continued. If 85% is like this, what about 100%? It must take quite some time to get used to it, right? On the other side, Vin's dirty face trembled as he called out, Hey! Then a loud scream echoed. That crazy guy, and now the virgin priestess no longer had her temple. The scene changed after someone spoke. Betrayal was defeated in ambush, treacherous like anthrax, internal betrayal, all plans failed. Don't you find this amusing? Din hung his head in shame. I am very ashamed of this. I didn't expect that Legion would bring those people along. Dun, the other party continued. You even showed off to them. Come on, what are you thinking? But Din smirked lightly. Didn't you order me to capture Legion? I just tried my best. With a snap of his hand, the voice was cold and mocking, playing with me. Across from him, countless golden chains suddenly appeared, binding the frail figure tightly. He knelt on one knee, head bowed down. No, I dare not do that in front of people. Upon hearing this, Giesel sat straight and leaned her hands up, hoping that the mocking tone came from confidence that he would succeed. Then her fingers moved slightly. What were they planning? Done, Jean answered without hesitation, face covered in sweat. Kevin Hazard will prove his innocence, so where they'll go is. In another development, after hearing the 4 words, Scorpion Spider, Hugo crossed his arms and looked puzzled. The one who harmed Li Jian was the Scorpion Spider, right? Kevin nodded to confirm. Yes, it's indeed the Scorpion Spider. This made Hugo shake him hard enough to almost break his neck. I don't know who did it, but Holly wouldn't do that. Are you planning to trade heads with a tough guy? We've already seen all the records about the sword's history, haven't we? With a snap of his hand, Kevin quickly slapped the person in front of him angrily. After getting help fighting the blood mist, don't rush to judge. By the way, you mentioned the sword. If I defeated Legion here secretly, why would I come here? I can't even prove it. We have to defeat him where everyone can witness it. Ingia said, since it's already like this, I'll show you proof that it was done by Scorpio Constellation. Open the path to the Holy Relic Vault. They replied immediately, following orders. Kevin suddenly turned his head back. The sword you presented as evidence isn't strange at all. Just looking at the wooden dungeon door in front of him, he continued, I secretly investigated the temples. Leading everyone, Kevin placed his hand on the cold door to find the hidden enemy among the gods. Then he slowly opened it and discovered something. Inside were sharp swords and daggers. A familiar voice echoed again. These are what I found during my investigation of Scorpio Constellation, all related to an unknown civilization. Kevin stared at them firmly, confirming that Scorpio Constellation is very dangerous. They pose a threat to human civilization. Meanwhile, someone was descending the stairs. It wasn't like that. These words caught their attention and they looked up. Seeing the girl approaching, they happily shouted, Yeehaw! Yeehaw stopped at the step. Kevin continued asking, You're a centaur's daughter. Annoyed, he asked, looking up at her, What do you mean by that? She quickly answered seriously, It's what Lord said about Scorpio Constellation being very dangerous. Before coming here, I visited the city of Scorpio. Lord Haley helped me. He was a good person. It seems you made a hasty judgment. The people below were surprised to hear this. Kevin was the first to speak, his face full of relief when she said that. Who visited Scorpio City? Where is it located? He asked eagerly. Suddenly, John's stomach made a familiar sound. It turned out he was signaling. This cut off the tension from earlier. Hugo also spoke to clear things up. Let's have dinner first, Kevin said helplessly, not bothering to speak further. Suddenly, everyone finally arrived at the restaurant to save John's empty stomach. Inside, everyone, including staff, looked stunned as if witnessing a supernatural scene. Some even took out their phones to record it. Across from them, John crushed the glass with his hand and sighed. Crazy! Why can't I adjust my power? Under the table were shards of broken glass. It seems Jin was responsible for breaking them. That's why everyone around was so shocked, right? Kevin said, observing his futile action, and shouted angrily. Li-gun, do you have any complaints? Even if I were a saint, I couldn't make it up to you. In contrast to the chaos, Yuha looked at Jian dreamily, laughing, You're so cool. Hearing that made him even angrier. Centaur, are you teaching your daughter like this? Hugo sat silently, secretly crying. Kevin noticed John staring at him intently. He asked again, Why? What? As soon as he finished speaking, John placed his hand on his head, making Kevin fall into a two-ship situation. Then, John grabbed his head and pulled it up and down. The head-first landing attempt failed to stop him. Leader. At this moment, the system notification popped up. Body enhancement complete. Escaping weak human bodies. Replacing a divine body for the first time, Xeon on this side was still busy tormenting Kevin's head. In Battle 2, his body became much stronger. Sitting in the midst of chaos, Hugo secretly gloated that he hadn't been hit yet. Just sit there, why come out? Before he could tease Kevin further, Zion immediately placed his other hand on Hugo's head. You reap what you sow. Seeing Hugo's head being grabbed too, Kevin got agitated. Why not just sit still and stand there doing nothing? Did they grab your head too, huh? Yuhua silently observed the chaotic scene in front of her. She looked so thrilled she had to cover her mouth. Her other hand was holding the camera, marveling at the moment. So cool. Kevin saw her as some kind of weirdo and continued to stare. Crazy! That scorpion really is Nu Yenyu's child. Yuhua suddenly spoke up. Oh right. Haley asked me to pass a message to Uncle. Hearing her call me Jin, I threw the two guys straight down and turned to respond. What happened? Yuhua took out an open box with a shiny golden pen inside. As soon as it hit the system, info popped up. The wooden stylus wrote the truth, traces of the scribe's work. Recognizing the item, the follower behind quickly jumped in to speak rapidly. This is one of the 8 great holy relics. I didn't expect to see it here. Jin listened calmly, but then he picked up the box and carefully examined it while pondering. The scribe, the final goal of the intelligence challenge. The last challenge was the intelligence test, which involved finding the scribe's whereabouts for the Scorpion constellation. Diane continued to think. The Scorpion constellation always ran away when they saw them. Why does he have this? Isn't he very afraid of us? After thinking it through, he turned and asked the follower, did you check everything in the underground storage? The follower replied seriously, yes. There are many things related to unknown civilizations. They might be connected to the Scorpion constellation. That guy has been lying there all this time. His head is also covered with instant noodles. Hap quickly spoke up. See, I told you so. The Scorpion must be connected to the unknown civilization. I definitely mentioned the unknown civilization before. He got more and more excited, making everything seem more serious. I've seen him play tricks on you too. 20 years ago, he always poisoned your food. Then Kevin firmly confirmed that whoever harmed Ligun must be the Scorpion constellation. After saying this, everyone saw Kevin acting exactly as described, frantically putting something in John's food, thinking no one noticed and helplessly watching the scene unfold. John asked, what is it? Kevin hurriedly poured while punching and said, it's a health tonic. Humans aren't gods. They have to change their bodies and fight against misfortune. After finishing his task, he stood up with a smug look. When you fight me, you can't fully unleash your strength. That's why I always put health tonics in your food. You don't need to thank me for that. Hugo had also woken up from behind. He glared at Kevin and caught him off guard. What you put in there is a health tonic. The Scorpion's offspring are poisonous, right? Hearing this, the follower gleefully added fuel to the fire. Let me check if it's a health tonic or poison. Kevin quickly intervened. Don't touch it. This is from Lee Gould. Are you doubting our lord? Are you one of my enemies? He was scolded harshly. He just kept silent and thought to himself, that's outrageous. The system added fuel to the fire. Trust in the leader is waning. Both are still competing over who can drink more of the potion. Hugo challenged, drink it and see. Kevin stood firm, not backing down. I don't react well to this medicine. Let them argue like children. The zealot turned his attention to Zion and spoke up. Lee Goon, I am very ashamed. The head of the heresy committee is involved with a different husband? He answered seriously from the start. He was already strange. The chaos in this sanctuary is a dangerous game. As vice president and one of the 10 stars, he neither excommunicated nor controlled. He added, not only did he seize control, but also split our army away. Do you think we can trust him? The chaos was his scheme to make us fight each other from the start. Zion agreed while recalling those moments. Yes, All the information and evidence he gathered were fabricated for us to doubt her. With a raised brow, he sighed. Truly a foolish man. The more he thought about him, the more clues Zion seemed to uncover. Recalling Ivan's struggle to say SAFU, Zion remembered. All information and evidence pointed clearly to her as the SAFU. At that moment, he shouted loudly, "The SAFU is keeping the verdict of heaven." As he recalled this, he continued reasoning. It was so clear it made him doubt the answer. Since I only have a few memories of the sword, I can't be sure if the silver-haired man was the one who stabbed me or not. If that's true, we should also suspect others like the SAFU or Libra. The zealot spoke up hesitantly. If so, Kevin, remember when you were angry and scolded me? Don't judge too quickly about the sword. Why would I play a trick on Lee Goon by secretly entering the Tower of Evil? Isn't there any evidence? Instead, we want to defeat him in front of everyone. The zealot mentioned Kevin. Zion sat down and chuckled, though not as certain as the silver-haired man wasn't the culprit. His actions were so foolish that he only harmed himself. He understood a bit and sighed. Yuha quickly interjected after. "Uncle, what should we do?" Zion replied cheerfully. "Just go find the missing husband." He then pondered seriously. He must be involved in this. I also doubt that he gave me this pen through Yuha. I tried to convert Z into one of my followers. It took quite some time to meet here. Hearing him mention Z, Yuha felt like she would slap her face and turn pale. The two continued tormenting each other. Hugo poured the entire potion on Kevin's head. But when Sanji appeared, Hugo trembled and asked, "Lee Goon, what are you saying?" Diane replied cheerfully, "John Sanjay is one of my followers. Your son is too." The first zealot, Hugo shuddered. "Don't mention it. He should be under your control." But at this moment, Yuha appeared like a ghost and whispered to Jian, "Why not Sanj?" 1,000 questions blew into his ears. She still looked ready to devour Jian. Self-answering, "Oh, I apologize for making you uncomfortable." "Go ask John Sanj then." Jun felt the tension and just called out. Lines 1 to 60 completed. I'm sorry for stopping you, but it's too late now. Ha quickly pulls out her phone and keeps tapping rapidly on the screen. Sangdi, don't do that to me, okay? You're stealing my boyfriend. I'm sad because of this. I bear all the pain. Her hand taps lightly, but swiftly on the keyboard, typing and calling him at the same time. Sangdi, don't provoke me. Pick up the phone quickly. What's going on here? Why isn't Sangdi answering my messages or calls? It seems Yuha has vented all her anger onto the phone now. The tapping is so forceful you can hear the distinct sound. Zion rushes to calm her down. Yuha, stay calm. John, Yuha. At Sanjay's end, his nameless target's phone lies on the road, playing a ringtone with a cracked screen showing a call from Yuha. But Sanjay doesn't care about it. He lifts his head and takes deep breaths, his face covered in dirt. Sanjay struggles to take a breath and says, "I won. That bastard Junti Gu playing with me." But behind Chu's back, someone else appears. He speaks up, "Sanjay, you really impressed me. You managed to defeat an S-rank believer of the constellation." He quickly glanced towards where the voice came from. Seeing a nurse holding Sanjay's book and smiling, she thanked him for helping her easily suppress Jun-Chi-Gu. After hearing that, he asked curiously who they were talking about. Just as he spoke, a purple aura enveloped the person, making Sanjay step back in alarm. Did I transform too perfectly? The shape-shifting skill from the Twin Fish Palace was being dispelled, and that person began to revert to their original form. After the transformation was undone, it turned out he was a man. He confidently introduced himself with a big laugh. "I'm Troy Shanghai, Australian, leader of the Twin Fish team." But Sangdi on the opposite side didn't seem surprised. Instead, he raised an eyebrow and asked sarcastically if transforming into a woman was his hobby. Angry, Shanghai clenched his fists as he spoke. "I never expected to have to disguise myself as a woman to find the forbidden book. Do you know what kind of forbidden book you took? No one else could keep it except me." After hearing that, Sangdi casually scratched his head and replied, "Oh, my mistake. If you want to take it back, be my guest." I don't need it anymore. His words surprised Sanghai, who opened his mouth wide. Huh? Then he quickly regained composure and laughed as he opened the book in his hand, causing a mysterious purple flame to emerge. Humph, I can't just leave like this. There are many things I want to ask, starting with what happened to Brother G. Suddenly, violet whirlpools appeared around him, and Sanghai, the betrayer of the Twin Fish Palace, stepped out from them one by one. Come with us, Sangdi. His words were followed by dozens of people appearing to surround him. Sangdi looked startled. He continued speaking. What do you think? Surprised, right? Sangdi. While all this was happening in the chaos, there was a patient room nearby. Inside the forest of patients lay a man who looked exhausted. Sanghai's voice echoed here. Come with us. This made the patient frown slightly. Then he slowly opened his eyes. Sung Hyuk used magic to summon more people, pushing himself into a corner. Sangdi calmly said, the head of the spirit team is like that, recalling what he had said before. Sorry, but please pay for my help. I left my card at home. I'll pay you next time. John Sanjay and Min Seong Hun are the only ones who could escape. Sanjay angrily mocked him as a man who only thinks of himself. But it seems Sung Hyuk is proud of that person, so I don't want to think about anything else. Sanjay, if you just point at him and speak in a low voice, don't be so talkative. Sung Hyuk laughed and replied. Then Sanjay, it's a pity. Following his words, he used the Twin Fish Palace's soul skill and ordered his subordinates to restrain Sangdi for him. His subordinates shouted in unison, yes sir, and raised their hands high. This didn't make Sangji worried. Instead, it made him more irritated. Let's see how far you can go. I'm not the same as before. At this moment, something strange happened. The magical energy around his body was being sucked forward. Noticing the magic circle of Sung Hyuk's team was the reason for the energy absorption. Sangji couldn't help but be shocked and wondered what was happening. More strangely, even Sung Hyuk himself and his group didn't understand what was going on. What? Why is John Sangji's magical energy being sucked in? The head of the spirit team, something strange is happening. I couldn't hear clearly from here. So Sangdi angrily shouted, it's not a robbery. The energy absorption only lasted for a few minutes. That was enough to summon an unexpected guest. The mysterious figure stretched out his hand and exclaimed with excitement, a huge source of power. Gradually, he began to emerge from the magic circle, his long white hair and fully covered outfit appearing in the purple light. He realized it wasn't the soul he wanted to summon. Songhai Yusi and his other subordinates were all surprised to shout out in unison. What's that? It's not our soul we called for. Why is it appearing? A memory of Haiji's failure suddenly flashed through Songhai Yusi's mind. No, if I remember correctly, it must be him. The spirit that Haiji couldn't summon. He can definitely say the soul. This familiar one is the first love king, Allison. Many questions surrounded Songhai Yusi and his group right now. Could we gather our magic to summon the love king? Is it possible? Maybe it's due to the beast's power. After surveying the unfamiliar faces and guessing the situation here, Allison spoke up. He said that the one who sent the summons signal was a Gemini worshipper among you. Then he glanced at Sangji and continued, but what really called me here is his power. Sangji was surprised to hear Allison praising his own strength. Who has this power? Well done. Although I'm under the protection of Gemini, I want this power very much. Hearing him say that, Songhai Yusi's face froze and he trembled as he whispered two words. What? He couldn't accept it and shouted loudly. The first love king. How is this possible? You don't belong to Gemini. Allison replied faintly. Why? The connection with the Gemini deity has been severed. I don't know where your saint went. Moreover, he sarcastically said that it seems like he left a big gap for us to maintain this relationship. Songhai Yusi was so agitated that his body shook. Despite that, he tried to hold back and told himself they hadn't made a pact yet. He must keep the first love king at the holy altar. Acting on it, Songhai Yusi ordered everyone to attack John Sanji and destroy him. His subordinates echoed in unison and quickly formed a circle around Sanj. Seeing this, Sanj laughed loudly and challenged them to come at him. Unfortunately, due to the loss of magic power over time, his Gemini power had run out. You can imagine how shocked Sunj was. He looked down at his hands, then up at Ellison. What? Suddenly, what's going on? What is this about? Ellison felt guilty. Could it be that I drained all your magic just now? It's likely that I did. Sunj panicked and said it must be the Love King. Then you should stop them. But Ellison looked ashamed, covering his mouth and blushing as he continued. We haven't made a pact yet. Our relationship isn't that deep. Sunj sighed in frustration. Are you kidding? In his desperate state, SAFU was extremely pleased, wondering why he felt so bad after being so confident earlier. It's not too late. Quickly break the pact with the first Love King and follow us. Before he could finish, a wall next to him suddenly appeared with watermarks. And as the wall was destroyed by force, a young man leaped inside. The young man silently passed through SAFU like a gust of wind, kicking him off balance and causing him to fall backward. Hearing his familiar voice ask who it was, Sunj's face also showed surprise. Emerging from the thick smoke, the mysterious young man stood up straight. Who dares threaten me? Then a cold voice warned, move away from him quickly. The moment he stopped, Sunj called out loudly, Churegun. Dagon's sudden appearance caused quite a commotion because some knew his background. Impossible, the one who defeated us with blood fog is the leader of the Sagittarius team. A person lying on a bed for 10 years and now moving. According to the system, it's the soul protected by Gemini applying resurrection magic. His temporary physical condition is at its peak. His temporary super recovery ability activated. Sunj was extremely relieved to recognize him. It's Jian's power. Sunj watched his deity team's leader get hit by a rock, shattering his glasses and falling unconscious. Although his subordinates were very scared, they had to keep up morale and push forward because their goal was still incomplete. There are no disadvantaged here, just 2 of them. Our numbers are more advantageous. Considering the current manpower, they weren't wrong. Sunj genuinely felt some doubt, but then another voice suddenly echoed from behind, only to people. After that dismissive question, many people appeared beside Sunj. It was like finding light in a dark tunnel. Sunj couldn't help but exclaim with joy. Everyone, all the bows and flaming arrows were raised simultaneously. Then Sunj's side issued a warning. Twins, if you don't want holes in your heads, surrender. Just look at their black armor and that flaming bow. Can SAFU's group be sure about any imposters? The centaurs? F*******. We're done for. Suddenly, the magical gate opened right behind them. Perillo's tense face appeared. He quickly gave orders. The beast summoning battle failed. Everyone retreated. Without giving the twins time to react, they were automatically teleported away with SAFU. Only Sunj's centaurs and his frustration remained in this ruined scene as the enemy escaped. Sighing deeply, Sunj asked, so that's it? Instead of answering, Jaegun spoke first. Lord Sunj, long time no see. As they stood facing each other, memories flooded back to both of them. Jaegun was a tall knight, and Sunj was just a mischievous boy. Now comparing him with the grown-up Sunj, he remarked excitedly that Jaegun had grown so much. Previously, he only reached Jaegun's waist. Placing his hand at his hip, Dagon chuckled and continued, now you're as tall as me. Sunj was moved to tears. I don't know where to start, but it feels great that you've woken up. Dagon could only raise to thumbs up in a gesture of joy. This reunion was filled with warmth and happiness. Ellison didn't want to break the moment, but the figure lying on the floor compelled him to speak. They left that book behind. Hearing this, everyone turned to look at Ellison. Indeed, the twins did accidentally drop a book. This must be how SAFU summon souls. As Sunj was about to turn to Jaegun, a very familiar voice called out. John Sunj exclaimed, that's your voice. Sure enough, it was Yuha, his sister. He reacted instinctively. Sunj widened his eyes and shouted, sister. Everyone around him also called out to her in surprise. Calmly folding his arms, Yuhua, despite being annoyed, tried to smile. Why are you surprised? Do you have something hidden from me? Sanji shook his head. Nothing. I'm just so happy. Still going to hide things from me? Yuhua couldn't hold back and shouted loudly. You're lying. I know you've become a follower of Jian. Sanji's mind was only filled with 2 words. Trouble. Noticing his difficulty in finding the right words, Jigon quickly rushed to help Ji. Miss, I'm awake now. Only then did Yuha notice there were others present. But what mattered most to her was Diguan's presence. Meeting him directly moved her so much that she had to cover her mouth and call out softly, Uncle Digon. The little girl seemed to have forgotten about counting with the centaurs. He's awake now. Lucky you, Diguan could only Sanji heard his soft whisper. Thanks to G1, I managed to stay alive, Allison commented, feeling more tense than being shot at by twins. But taking this opportunity, Allison offered to make a pact with Sanji. You want to run away? Then let's make a deal. I'll transfer to your bow, and you can escape. Isn't that win-win? In such a precarious situation, Sanji agreed without hesitation. It seems there's no other way out. After this approval, the system officially announced that John Sanji had made a pact with Ellison, exchanging his head for love. Ellison had transferred to the demon summoner through Sanji, but when Sanji asked, "What should we do now?" Ellison replied, "So why did you ask me for help? Run!" And Sanji just grabbed a basket and ran off. Only then did Yuha suddenly remember something about her mischievous younger brother. Sanji, what are you doing? I never thought it would be so easy to lose track of someone like Liao. Seeing his sister chase after him, he stopped and laughed loudly. You can go ahead of me, but I won't let you be the first to meet John. He skillfully landed, thinking she must think I'm stupid. Why should I stop? Just as he stood up, a woman in front of him made him freeze. For some reason, Sanji suddenly stopped. Yuha couldn't help but feel confused and said, I never thought you would listen to me so much. Was it hurt when falling? All she got in response was a motherly voice from Sanj. Hearing this, Yuha also turned to look in the direction he was looking. Indeed, facing them were 2 women, and one of them was their mother. The mother smiled warmly. She was very happy that her children were still happy. Then came a very familiar question from a long time without seeing each other as mother and son. Yuha, Sanji, are you all well? At the Star Transfer Station, when Jian asked, is there still a Star Transfer Station? Kevin nodded in response. One of them was still existing. He added that compared to Gemini twins, its effect wasn't very good, not because there were no star transfers, but after the Gemini twins caused chaos, it started exploding. But Jun's attention fell on Hugo's phone call. Has mom woken up? Yegan too? Kevin raised an eyebrow and asked, did you hear me just now? He only waved his hand to dismiss him. At the other end of the line, Yuha was sobbing with joy. Yes, I don't know if mom has fully recovered, but she's sleeping now. The doctor said there were no health issues, while Hugo's tears had already run down his cheeks. What a relief! By the way, Yuha also told him everything. The Gemini twins have been replaced by Sagittarius and Aries. Jun Tigu has disappeared too. Realizing he had let those hateful people slip through his fingers, Hugo's attitude turned to anger. He gritted his teeth and asked again. Both the Gemini twins and Jun Tigu ran away. Jin, who was sitting there, wondered about Jun Tigu. Goth revealed that he was the son of the balanced sign saint. Without needing to ask Jin, Goth explained why Hugo looked so hateful towards Jun Tigu on the day Hugo found out the culprit behind the 10-year-old bloodless bone incident. They were Jun Tigu and Jun Siu, 2 sons of the balanced sign, who came to the balanced sign saint to seek responsibility. Going back to that time, when Hugo went to the balanced sign saint, or Giselle Lawrence, with a very angry demeanor, he slammed his fist on the table and called out loudly, balance. Then he bluntly asked, are you the one who orchestrated the bloodless bone plan? It was because I underestimated this relationship. I checked all the investigation documents she had hidden. He also mentioned what he had accidentally found, special goods transactions handled by Balance, and their conversation between her 2 sons, Jun Tigu and Jun Siu. I didn't know it would turn out like this. Did you say to let him go here? With all that information and the documents he brought, Hugo could confidently confront Giselle directly. I also investigated the surviving witnesses. Balance, answer me. He asked in a low voice, is this due to your son's work? Facing this serious question, Giselle remained unusually calm. Sagittarius, you finally know. She smiled and asked, so what? What are you going to do? Her golden brown eyes shone in the dark space. A person with such a shameful power compared to your saint title, what will you do? I am very sorry. The mistake our son made. In the future, we'll pay attention to them. It's clear this woman feels no remorse or regret at all. Hugo was so angry he was shaking. You still said those words. Not only that, Giselle boldly blamed Hugo for not being able to stop the dragon's hand. Would Li Jian's appearance really lead to such a huge disaster? The one who failed in protecting Korea as Li Jian entrusted. As she said this, she placed a scale on the table, symbolizing the balance of heaven. Calm down, I'll give them a chance. Hugo orders. As usual, she would offer the other party the choice to decide. Teacher Hugo remained silent. She added more pressure on him. If you're confident enough to bear the responsibility, whether it's revealing the truth or war with us, just do what you think is right. Otherwise, dispose of everything uselessly. Taking a deep breath, Giselle smiled sympathetically and said, or just let it go. Kids making mistakes is normal. Isn't that true? You have children too. You know how it feels. From now on, she started exploiting this weakness. Right, I remember their names. Hearing the names of her two sons, Sanj and Yuhan Ni, from her mouth, Hugo's face darkened instantly. His hand, which was resting on a stack of documents, clenched tightly. As an expert in manipulating others' psychology, Giselle switched to pressuring him further. Hugo, you're busy too, right? Choose quickly, what will you do? Ending the flashback, GOTH continued. When the heavenly balance mentioned Sangji and IUH, he had no choice but to comply. With his own power diminished, we don't know what the balance will do. Looking at Hugo's back, GOTH sighed deeply and said, the leader can do anything for Sanj and Ayuha's safety. He has endured so much hardship. Only now did Jian realize that was why Hugo sent Sanj and Yuha to a different constellation, as ordered by the high official. GOTH urged, by all means, find out where our brothers are. Guess what you're planning to do with excitement. After giving GOTH his mission, Zion felt somewhat relieved that the Ram constellation was weakening and couldn't protect the two children anymore. Sangdi leaving the constellation became a follower of ours also brought some comfort. Remembering the issue, oh right, with Sangdi becoming our follower, he would get the next task. He turned on his screen to check. Sure enough, there was a new mission notification. Create the Zafin constellation badge. Designate the Holy Zafin constellation at least SS level or higher. Jian already felt a headache just thinking about it. The badge could wait for now. Who should he choose as the Holy Zafin? And it had to be under an SS rank. Lost in thought, Hugo ended the call and said with gratitude, Jian, if I didn't send them according to your advice, something big would have happened. This way, Korea is also at ease. Someone was suddenly glared at by Jian. Hugo stepped back a few steps. What's wrong? Are you going to grab my head? Jian shook his head and replied, Oh Taiksu, do you want to become a priest in my holy temple? I'll make you a saint. Not only did he invite him as a priest, but also used his Korean name. Hugo was startled and exclaimed. Suddenly, the sun's body Apollo appeared. Hearing the system warning, Apollo, the Ram constellation's body, was on high alert. He warned not to look at those who signed a pact with him, but Xion just said, don't make it difficult, allowing Hugo and GOTH, to people skilled in dealing with others, to bid farewell to Apollo as he went on his safe journey. Kevin was suddenly shouting loudly, Sangi, Sangi, stop joking around. Come on, answer already. It made Zion turn to ask, You heard him inviting you. Do you want to join our holy group too? Kevin suddenly burst into laughter and shouted no, clearly just trying to tease me. Now, the PA system announced that Platform 64 was ready for transfer. Please Please prepare to board. Even though Goff could feel the energy increasing with each step Jin took towards Kevin, he had to stop Jin and get him ready to depart. Suddenly, Hugo turned around with a dazed expression, muttering about how noisy it was, making Goff wonder what's wrong with him. What attitude is that? Hugo asked back. Don't you know why I'm acting like this? He reminded Goff of a memory. At the time, Yuha was very worried about not being able to contact her brother. Songjia, stop joking and answer already. Songjia! Her fingers on her phone screen started pressing faster and harder. Why isn't Songjia replying to my messages or calls? Worried the phone might break, everyone tried to calm her down. Yuha, stay calm. John Yuha. But he's a pain in the neck. How can Yuha remain calm thinking about her brother possibly missing? Everyone apologizes. I have to go to Korea right away. This spoiled D kid is too much. It dares to. Goth coughed a few times to get Yuha's attention. And it worked. Yuha, calm down. I can take you to Korea quickly. He placed his hand on his chest, his voice soft and gentle. How about we go together to the transfer station? That's the fastest way. Before Yuha could respond, Mai uninterrupted. Meeting like this is fate. I'll give you a copy of the transfer book as a gift. Yuha accepted it with gratitude. Oh my, such an uncommon gift. Thank you. Watching them interact so warmly, causing Goth's envious feelings to surge. It seems you forgot about Goth and went straight to Jin. Uncle Jin, can we go see the Scorpion constellation? Jin nodded in agreement. Yes. To impress him, EUH used her newly acquired knowledge to explain. The Scorpion constellation is isolated and cannot be reached directly. Plus, both sea and air routes are blocked by the unknown civilization, so we usually use roads in America where there are constellations like Leo. But Jun thought it was a bit too time-consuming. Yu was about to say more when time ran out. She had to use instant transfer and smiled. After handling business in Korea, I'll go to the Leo constellation right away. Let's meet there. Hearing her sweet voice. Oh, Uncle, Dad. Zion and Hugo both turned their eyes towards them. Yuha gave a fake smile and continued. I've watched the battle scenes in the mist. It's been tough for both of them. Wait until she's completely gone. Zion smiled and commented. He raised a child well. Hugo proudly replied. Of course. Turning around, Hugo laughed, no matter how tired he was, when he met the kids. When he mentioned this, he had to pause seeing Goth's disappointed expression. As a father, Hugo immediately understood the problem with his keen intuition. So in the present, he sternly asked Goth about the strange person. The one with malicious intent towards Yuha might have hit the heart, causing sweat on Goth's tense face. Confirming his guess was right, Hugo grabbed him by the neck tightly and shouted, Why aren't you answering me? That's why Zion fought Kevin while Hugo fought Goth. For this special situation, the station staff had to shout helplessly that passenger 64 was boarding. 10 passengers, please move quickly on the platform now. They kept making noise. What's going on? We need to go with Kevin. I have to prove my innocence. Kevin excitedly pointed and continued. And if anyone else defeats Legion before me, it will be exhausting. I'll eliminate whoever dares to attack Legion. With confidence, he declared that only he could defeat Jin, despite the others looking at him with disdain. Forget about it. The station staff asked, May we depart now? Where is the destination? Jin laughed and replied, The coordinates are in Washington, D.C., USA, the Temple of the Lion Cult. After some time, at the Lion Cult meeting, the leader announced the information he just received. Everyone pay attention, Legion has arrived in Washington, D.C. Hearing this, those around him became more excited. They started discussing how to prepare a grand welcome, prepare for the best performance. Of course, no one does it better than us. The Lion called. We will make sure he can't stay alert. When the host loudly announced welcome to the battle arena, the audience cheered and agreed that the party had begun. Early in the morning at the Cham So Lion Arena in America, the atmosphere was lively with many participants. The stands were full, showing the huge appeal of the match. When the start signal came, the host announced, Dear gentlemen and ladies, Welcome to the Chom So Line Arena. Today's match is between Steven Marker and Lee Jian. As the first one to face a strong opponent like Jin, Steven was confused about what was happening. Who am I? Where are we? Hearing footsteps getting closer, he suddenly looked up. Only when seeing him did he accept that his opponent was indeed Jin. Contrary to Jin's tired yawns, Steven was silently screaming. Why is everything like this? Save me! In DC earlier, Xian's group consisting of Hugo, Kevin, and Goth stood in front of a huge statue. It depicted a man-animal holding a model globe with the words Washington, D.C. on it, their destination for today. What is this? That damn guy built his own statue. Xian commented sarcastically. Self-satisfaction is fine too, but it's a bit excessive. Hugo sighed and said, it seems he's living well. Neither of them noticed the young Kevin trembling in shock at that grand structure. Unable to hold back anymore, Kevin excitedly said, this is cool, I need one too. This made John and Hugo angry. Damn it, why did you bring that idiot? We only learn useless stuff outside. Suddenly, someone shouted from the distance, Lee Jian's group over there. The others turned to look. It was a group of young men holding flags and signs with line code, symbols, and welcoming messages climbing up. Mr. Lee Jian, it's an honor to meet you. Mr. Steven Marker, the Lion Knight wants to meet you. Please follow us. Hearing this, both Jian and Kevin shouted in surprise. Why is it me? Kevin asked back why it would be him. It's like he has a habit of secretly envying Jin and Kevin, which made his teammates more aware of him. Hugo quickly wrote down his name and demanded to keep quiet about it. With Jin's suspicious glance, but it was too late now, Steven's subordinates recognized him as the Virgin Saint Kevin Ozer. They couldn't believe there was also a Virgin Saint Yu. On the left was Kevin Ozer, on the right was Hugo Otters. Sure enough, it was Lee Jian, not an ordinary person. He alone could not fight against the chief saint they were following. The new guy who just said that got kicked in the face immediately from where Lee Jian stood. He angrily retracted his leg and shouted to drive them away. You definitely want my weapon. Don't talk nonsense. Get out now. Seeing him upset, the teammate of the foul-mouthed one pleaded anxiously, no, sir, please listen to us. While gently helping his friend up, he handed Jin a letter. We came to invite you for the Lions main tournament. Jin raised an eyebrow and took the letter. According to what you found out earlier, the Lions main tournament is where regular battles take place across America. What makes them unique from other arenas is that they don't discriminate by gender, nationality, race, age, or military rank. It's just about finding the strongest. To convince Jin, he kneeled down on one leg and emphasized that the Holy War was a reliable arena. The last Holy War happened 30 years ago, only once. Handi Kuo Da was the battle between Lee Jian and Steven Marker. Hearing his name as his opponent made Lee Jian feel somewhat surprised. Later at the Lion's Den headquarters in America, Steven also received news about the match. What? Fighting with Lee Jian, huh? He gulped down a can of energy drink and stared questioningly, who decided this without permission, despite his clear dissatisfaction with subordinates acting on their own. Why did you decide to do this without my approval? But the blonde man insisted that his subordinates would prepare. Don't worry, your presence is enough. To boost Steven's morale, he praised him a bit more. Everyone knows how you humiliated Legion with your surprise attack in the old stadium match. Hearing him confidently say Lee Jian wouldn't forget that defeat and would seek revenge for the 30-year-old battle made Steven want to scream no. Because only he knew the truth of that day, that he was the one who lost miserably to Jian. The blonde man's voice was too soft for him to hear clearly, so he continued pointing at the photo frame showing Steven's overwhelming victory over Jian. Then said, do you think there will be a life or death battle with him? My subordinate heard that Legion agreed to this fight. That was already shocking enough. Who knew he was so excited to reveal that it's hard to get the guests for this event? In the media circle, top politicians and economists have come to America. You will definitely win the title. After Steven couldn't bear it anymore, he shouted loudly with a mournful voice. Back at the Lion's Den arena, Sitting alone in his private room, he covered his face with a towel and whispered two words, "Finished." Hearing the match referee say that the audience was packed to capacity, people from all over the world came to America to watch Legion fight Stephen Marker. The blonde man nodded approvingly. It's truly a high-profile battle. Both the number of spectators and viewers set new records. Turning around to look at Stephen, he didn't notice anything unusual about him, but laughed and patted his back. Thinking about how the Chief Saint would defeat Legion in front of everyone made his muscles tense up. Seeing him suddenly stand up and walk out, the blonde man quickly called after him, "Where are you going?" Stephen wiped his sweaty face and replied softly, "I'm just going to the bathroom." Hearing that, the blonde man felt relieved and waved goodbye. "Have a good time. My subordinate will run away again." With a strong push, Stephen slammed the door shut. Knowing he was alone in the room, the corners of the blonde man's lips slowly curved up. On his seemingly friendly face appeared an extremely sinister expression. It seemed that Stephen's earlier guess was right. A few minutes later, in the men's restroom, Stephen was washing his hands under the faucet. By sheer coincidence and surprise, he saw John reflected in the mirror. Like a conditioned reflex, his body involuntarily trembled. Damn it, why did I run into Lee Gunn here? Unlike Stephen's obvious emotional reaction, John coldly approached the sink and called out softly, "Hello," startling Stephen. Ignoring his disheveled appearance, Zion asked indifferently, "What plot are you up to? Can you carry this fight or not?" Hearing him ask that, Stephen finally regained his composure. He smiled and replied, "Carry it." Then he casually mentioned something from the past. The death of 20 years ago was really hard to carry, making Zion raise an eyebrow and ask, "What?" Stephen chuckled and said, "Back then you were a symbol and pillar of hope for humanity that they would surely win." The destruction of you in the Demon Tower caused a huge shock to humanity. For the first time, Stephen admitted he didn't believe it, but was deeply hurt. "Yes, so much that I cried. However, Jinn can no longer be trusted now. A prophet should stop prophesying who would cry over lost land." Stephen laughed and explained, "I had to act like that. As saints, we cannot show our weaknesses to others." Looking in the mirror, Stephen continued, "Saints, I am the inevitable disaster. I don't need to appear noble or pure." He tightly clenched his hand to show his determination. "I will do things my way so humanity doesn't collapse. I fear they'll fall into despair rather than be cursed uselessly." With a forced smile, Stephen looked away and sighed. "One day you'll face the anger of those who know the truth." Then he turned to John with a fake smile. "When all disasters are gone, we can bear anything." Zion silently pursed his lips, suspiciously checking if he was lying. He snorted and asked, "You suddenly started talking. What do you want? Talking so much just to get that question?" Stephen was frustrated. "I thought you understood." Still, he asked, "Listen, do you see this match as a game?" Quickly turning away to avoid Jin's anger, Stephen awkwardly continued, "This fight is to select warriors against the disaster. We can't turn such meaningful arenas into entertainment." Before he could finish, John cut him off angrily. "I'm furious." Slowly turning back, Stephen saw the fierce expression on his face. Fear rose to the peak, causing Stephen's psyche to crumble again. His tears rolled down his cheeks as his voice trembled. "No!" A draw, back to reality. Jin and Stephen officially stepped into the arena. The host's captivating voice echoed again. Finally, Stephen, Marco, and Legion faced each other. Who will win this match? Meanwhile, Stephen was constantly reassuring himself to stay calm. Looking at the full audience seats, he decided to trust his opponent. Legion promised cooperation. Hearing the announcement, esteemed guests, things have changed. The Legion proposed a simultaneous fight with the arena fighters. Was this Legion's momentary madness or his true nature? Looking at the fighters behind him, Stephen understood Legion was cunning. Legion agreed to our terms. Recalling when he made the offer, Jin readily accepted. Fine, but I have conditions too. Stephen was surprised. Conditions? Jin nodded and pointed at him with a smile. You said it yourself. Choose those who will fight the disaster. Bring to the arena those worthy of that. Recalling what he said, Steven realized Legion was sly. He gathered all fighters to mislead about numbers. The goal naturally is to make this one-on-one into an all-star match focusing on the performance rather than victory. Knowing it's a win-win, Steven became more eager and excited. Legion, let's create an exciting fight. Unfortunately, what he didn't want happened. Before the match, we need to warm up the atmosphere. Let's watch the legendary match between Legion and Steven Marker 30 years ago. And Steven was shocked so much his face turned pale, while Gian just stared straight ahead. On the big screen, the clip of Steven punching Gian in the face was shown clearly. His voice was amplified to the max at that moment. Legion, the one who thought he could defeat me with this power? Sima and Steven were bewildered, unable to comprehend. But what scared him most was the fear of being misunderstood by Gian. So he kept switching his gaze between the screen and Gian. Why did you open that video? Hold on a moment. Wait a second. I didn't ask them to do that. I don't know anything about it. And just as Steven feared, John turned into a demonic devil with one turn. I'm pissed off. From a mighty lion, Steven suddenly became a small kitten, losing all will and spirit. It's over. I'm really done for. What do we do now? 30 years ago, Lee Gun was defeated by Steven. That's a fact. If there's something you don't want the world to know, Leon erupted in anger. He pointed at Steven and scolded him. Are you still playing games after getting paid? The arrogant one retorted, give me 50 billion and I might reconsider. After saying that, the people around started whispering. Huh? What did he say? $50 billion. Clean up this mess. He suddenly realized his mistake. Oh no! It's exposed! He shouted angrily. What are you guys doing? He addressed them. When did the match start? Hurry up! Hearing that, they immediately yelled and rushed to Jin. They tried slashing at him. Kick! Attacking, but he quickly jumped back. A surprised man asked, $50 billion. He said, what in dollars? Hugo, sitting beside him, answered, I heard that. He probably donated it all. Kevin, seated next to him, got angry and shouted, I can't hold back. He summoned his sword and screamed at Jin. Why do you like fighting with them? But not me. I'll give you the money. What's this sword fight about? Don't you know what a fight is? He jumped onto the arena, shouting loudly as he ran. I'm here. Hugo called him back in panic. Hey, that guy. Call out to the man next to you. Damn it. Chase after him. He also said angrily. Can we separate his name next time? The audience around saw Kevin run out and started saying rude things. Cowardly. Since he's about to lose, that's why he called everyone up. Stop him. I knew it. They threw trash onto the arena floor and complained. Hey, we've lost a lot of money here. You dare mess with our fight? Stop them. Block all those who want to join the fight. A rare situation has occurred. All the spectators are rushing into the arena. The soldiers shouted loudly and continued attacking John. Step on the face of the man with one foot. Kevin flew over and kicked his face up. People were talking about how chaotic it was. It's even more chaotic than a market. On live stream, netizens also commented on John's kick. If I knew there would be a fight, I would have come too. Why didn't the security stop them? What a scary fight. Move forward, move forward. How can the security stop them? They're ruining the fight because they're scared. Meanwhile, in the VIP area, two men were panicking. What's going on? Are they performing? It can't be stopped. The curious man turned to Oliver and asked. He called out, Captain Oliver, what are you planning? But when did he leave his seat? The man inquired anxiously. Where is he? With the chaos, where did he go? Oliver hurriedly left the room and muttered to himself, I'm going crazy. Why has everything become so complicated? He reluctantly made a decision. We have to proceed with the next step. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed from the darkness. What's the next step? Oliver was startled when he saw her. He asked her loudly, Deputy City Lord, where did you go? This event is very important, you know? Yuha crossed her arms and stepped out coldly, asking him, where have you been and what were you doing? Isn't it you who should know? She approached Oliver and continued questioning. Don't you remember what you asked me to do? He stammered in answer. I don't remember. What happened? Yuha seemed certain of the truth. She asked him a critical question. Captain Oliver, when did you start talking politely to me? She stared at the man in front and questioned him. Who are you? Go back to the chaotic battle. Everyone is fighting each other wildly. Stephen was stunned by the scene. He silently blamed Oliver. Oliver, what a pain in the neck. He muttered to himself, unable to believe the chaos before his eyes. What is he doing? The battle has turned into a pig's porridge. What is he doing now? Suddenly, an explosion occurred before him. Jin was attacking the soldiers on the arena. System notification, data collected. General's victory. He need the man in the stomach. System notification, data collected. The beast's will. Stephen's army was quickly wiped out by John. After handling it, he sighed. Sure enough, calling them all to fight is the best. We need to collect these pages. He stood in front of Stephen and said, thank you for helping us collect those pages. He taunted him, now it's your turn. If you hadn't opened that video, this wouldn't have happened. Now beg. Only now did Stephen understand and hesitantly say, pages, don't tell me the reason why you fought with them. Before he could finish speaking, Xion threw the last person behind him and mocked. Only now, you're still as slow to understand as ever. Stephen became angry. He emitted auras around his body and growled at him. Wretched, it seems that's how it is. He rushed towards him and threatened, I will fight you with all my might. But John's fierce attack sent him flying. He punched him so hard he flew several hundred meters, the ground cracking beneath his impact. Stephen hit a wall and cried out in pain. Xion immediately rushed forward to deliver a powerful punch straight to his face. Kevin was momentarily surprised. Too fast, Xion delivered a reverse fist to Stephen's head. He struggled to block it with difficulty, gritting his teeth in defiance of being hit. He thought to himself, I must be going crazy. He didn't expect to be pushed to this point. Holy Spirit, I need the Holy Spirit's descent. His face turned desperate, but he wouldn't give me a chance to use it. Kevin rushed forward and shouted loudly. He told Xion, Lee Gun, let me fight him. But the image of Yuha sent Oliver flying out of the wall. Both were airborne. Hazard looked on in horror. Both he and Xion. Stephen asked, what's going on? Huh? He recognized them and called out John, Yuha, and Oliver. Yuha pinned Oliver to the ground, causing the earth to explode. She threw Xion far away. She stepped on his chest and ordered, quickly transform before I tear you apart with my auras. Oliver quickly changed shape. System notification. Yuha's dual fish transformation skill has been neutralized. She said to Sylvia, Sylvia, it's been a while since we met. Your acting is terrible. She angrily shouted at her, shut up. You only have power. She is Yuha SS dual fish, one of the 10 saints, Sylvia. The soldiers who saw Sylvia were shocked. How could it be like this? Oliver's team leader is Anew. Yuha explained that Sylvia had transformed into Oliver. She continued struggling and became tiresome. That wretched girl, get your foot off me. Yuha warned her, hold the canopy or anti-set. Kevin at a distance frowned. Damn it, every time I fight Lee Gun, someone stops me. He planted his sword in the ground to gain momentum and stood up. This time, don't mess it up. But an unusual sound caught his attention. What was that? It turned out his sword had pierced a soldier, leaving him stunned for a moment. The scene of him stabbing the soldier was broadcast publicly, and everyone witnessed it. In a family, the father hurriedly covered his son's eyes to avoid seeing the bloodshed. A young man was equally shocked by the scene. The screen showed comments. He had killed someone. What awaited Kevin next? Someone nearby blamed Kevin. He killed someone. They denied it together. Hold on a moment. Wait a second. No, not really. Suddenly, an eerie voice echoed. What the heck? How can people be so kind to each other? The voice came from the body of the man Kevin just stabbed. He's quite perceptive. Kevin Ozer. Blinding light spread across the arena. People around asked in surprise, what is this? What the heck is that? Another person said, it's soul energy. The man slowly stood up, emitting a beam of balance light. Everyone was shocked. It's impossible to have a balance sign spy within the Lion Temple, right? Diane looked at the man and reconsidered the voice just now. This arrogant tone. He wondered, are you really a person? He thought about the balance sign. The man from Laos approached him and greeted, Bold One, it's been a while. He laughed and said, in this chaos, you could figure out who was hiding inside me. Indeed, you're the rival's holy harpist, Kevin. Hazard nervously looked at him, then glanced right and left. He raised his thumb and pretended to be dangerous. It's just because you were too obvious, but in his heart, he was happy, alive, made it through. Huh, Kevin? The man expressed surprise towards Jin. Bold One, how did you manage to survive? I didn't expect you to escape the demon tower. Jin calmly said to him, shut up, even as a Virgo, your methods are always inferior. He said, I was hoping never to see your face again. You're still alive. Seems like I have to admit your bad luck then. Then he taunted Kevin. What now, Kevin? I thought you would stab him in the heart. It felt like a personal insult. He angrily shouted, shut up. Who did you collude with to set me up? I can't ignore this insult anymore. He challenged Kevin. Don't try to deny it. Weren't you the one who publicly purged the Bold One? He laughed. Everyone knows who I am. Hazard shouted, shut up. The man unleashed his power and created a massive cloud of smoke and fire. He turned to call out, Centaur. Hugo stopped him. Don't say anything. Do you know what balance sign is like? The man continued taunting. Disappointing. Hugo Oster. He asked, didn't you regain your power? If you want to burn this body, it can't be done with such flames. Of course not. Hazard immediately drew his sword and rushed towards him. But he still asked, the blade must be sharp too. Isn't that right, Kevin? He said nothing, thrusting the sword straight into his body. But he suddenly realized something strange. His sword couldn't harm the man's body either. He criticized him. A backstabber from 20 years ago is now walking alongside him, really faceless. What a shamelessly bold person. Kevin! Hazard panicked and thought, bloody hell, I can't go through this. He's just a liar of the saint. How did he get such power? Look at the seal on his back. It must be because of that. The Divine Seat Imprint. They say the Divine Seat Imprint, a special gift from saints to those they love. Those blessed with the Divine Seat Imprint can connect with the saint and use its power. Meaning Lauren's image controlling the man now ranks alongside Giselle Lauren. Suddenly John whispered behind Kevin, move aside. He picked up a huge weapon, leaped towards the man. He swung his blade down with all his might, but he said, Lee gun, useless. He gloated, the Divine Seat Imprint is no different from direct divine protection. You, those not called saints, dared to break the Divine Seat Imprint? But Jin's terrifying power severed the protective chain of the Divine Seat Imprint. He asked the man sharply, scared, why are you acting differently? Then he decisively chopped him in half. Meanwhile, Giselle felt the connection of the Divine Seat Imprint had broken. She wondered aloud, has the Divine Seat Imprint shattered? Indeed, always doing unexpected things. That's right, it must be interesting that way. Oliver suddenly approached and said to Giselle, pulling Lee Gun into a trap, expelling the Saint Lion. It seems too much for him now. She arrogantly replied, if not for Kevin Ozer, we would have succeeded. The rushed plan was a failure, and Stephen on the other side asked, how about the surgery? It went well. Looking at Oliver in front of her, the leader of Team Oliver. No, I should be called the Saint Lion. He opened one eye and looked at Giselle, turning to face the leader of the Lion constellation. The system reported collecting special data on part of the Balance constellation's imprint, gathering Divine Seat Imprint skills. Jin complained to Sylvia and Kevin, I'm extremely disappointed in you two. She hung her head and said, I apologize. Looking at the man turning into dust, he said, not mentioning this fish. Those called saints couldn't even catch a liar. He continued, not mentioning Yuha, no one did their part. Kevin curiously asked him, Lee Gun, is he a saint who destroyed another saint's Divine Seat Imprint? He was surprised and asked, what are you talking about? I don't have any saints. Kevin exclaimed in shock, impossible, Hugo also analyzed that the divine seat imprint comes directly from the saints. Even the saints can't destroy it without divine power. Jin ignored them and waved his hand. Going away, that's not my concern. On the other side, Steven asked, did we win this match? Others warned Jin, if you suggest invalidating this match due to the appearance of the balanced constellation and audience disturbance, it would be meaningless. Diane gritted his teeth and glared at them. They changed their attitude and said, we have no such intention. They turned to discuss among themselves. What now? We need a decision. Who will make the decision? Think about the consequences later. Considering Oliver's leader isn't here and the main deity is defeated, who else is left? Steven asked again, did we win this match? Yuha asked curiously, do you want me to decide the result? They replied, that's right, Deputy City Lord. Jin also calls her Yuha. He affectionately looks at her and says, confirming her decision. Hearing this, she gently nods and smiles. She grabs Jin's arm, raises it high, and proudly declares, Ligan wins. The Zeon faction rejoices. They've won. Betting on Ligan was the right call. We're lucky. They throw him up in the air and keep praising. Long live Ligan. Long live the champion. Behind them, Kevin calls out to Hugo, Horseman, why are you curious? Didn't Ligan have any saints 20 years ago? He confirms that's right. Kevin expresses doubt. Isn't it strange? Ligan could destroy the God throne with his own power. Even without the blessing god, he has a terrifying power greater than any other deity. Hugo asks him in confusion, what do you mean? He speculates, could it be Li Gan? He says, he's the god of chaos, right? Then both look at Jian with suspicion. At the head of the lion constellation field, a voice shouts, hey lions over there, quick, move your legs. A person points forward and says, those slow-moving lions over there, hurry up and move. Meanwhile, the system notification pops up. Saving is consuming the treasure. The same voice continues, fighter, quickly write down your reason in the contract to transfer to the Cobra Palace. System will notify again. Recruiting more followers, increasing their number and tax revenue. Forced followers lack commitment, starting from temporary conversion. Suddenly a loud laugh echoes, it's Li Jian. He gleefully says, recruiting followers, seizing treasures, will take everything from you step by step. Foolish! The green-haired woman helplessly exclaims. If he is a god, Earth's future seems bleak. Hugo turns to respond. Hey, that guy! He continues. Why always say Zeon is divine? Any proof? Suddenly he emphasizes, making things up. Then Hugo angrily grabs Sylvia's neck and scolds her. What's with this nonsense talk lately? Instantly, she gets angry and shouts back. Hey, listen to me. Legion easily commands those who don't obey the gods. Only 12 temples exist, only Legion's temple doesn't. They argue while shoving each other. She stubbornly asserts, look again, what I said is definitely correct. The brown-haired man persists. It's all just coincidences. How can humans become gods? Meanwhile, Legion is deep in thought. Libra, he knows where I was stabbed. He thinks again and doubts. Just like the day I got stabbed, he must have been there. Then he speculates, Libra must be involved with the Devil Tower trap. Legion crosses his arms, pondering, if the gods were involved in my stabbing, Libra would definitely be related. The system alert startles him, making him exclaim, huh? What is it? The notification reads, Sinner Redemption, baptize sinners, baptize sinners. Grant divine names to awaken followers and enhance their skills. Limit the abilities of those without divine names. He questions after reading, baptizing my followers? Legion firmly thinks, yes, it's time to meet the lambs. Thinking, he speaks, Texu, DFND. The words left both fighters in shock. Hugo questioned, how? Haven't we just woken up and seen Jiyu and Jeguan? Let's go see them now too. As he spoke, he flipped a tiger-shaped coin between his fingers at the headquarters of the Scorpion Palace in Canada. The majestic scene appeared on the Scorpion Mirror with John Yuha, the holy patriarch of the Lion Palace, declaring Li Jiang as the winner. Li Jiang is indeed the champion of this match. Then came the praise. Li Jiang had written a new chapter for the Lion Rena, a lady sipping tea and speaking in a refined voice. Sure enough, the Scorpion Palace isn't Li Jiang's opponent. She is known as Hallie, the Holy Scorpio Star. Hallie rushed back to the Scorpion mirror suddenly. Then she gently brought her hand close to it. Suddenly, a guard opened the door, causing Hallie to jump and spill tea. He said, "Highness, something big is happening. The Scorpion Palace Hospital in Korea has been under continuous attack." Just as he finished speaking, he noticed Hallie fall to the ground. He hesitated and asked, "Huh? Are you all right?" She replied, "I'm fine." Hallie tried to remain calm and spoke, "I'm fine. Stay calm." Seeing the teacup still on her head, the guard asked again, "Are you really all right?" Then she took the teacup down while inquiring, "How is the hospital?" At this moment, the guard replied, "The Balance and Gemini palaces are here, but things aren't looking good. The son of the Centaur Holy One has helped." Hearing that, she sighed in relief and said, "Good thing. Is there anything else?" He continued, "Astronomical observatories show this 13th constellation is Lijian. Perfect fit. Chan Sung-yi is the first of this constellation." Upon hearing this, Hallie recalled some information about the 12 zodiac constellations-based system. She thought of humans matching the zodiac signs and pondered. The Astronomical Observatory, a special observatory created by the 12 stars, is tasked with observing celestial bodies to detect changes in the stars. After a while, she reflected on the appearance of a new Holy One. This news isn't good for other saints. If the first believer has appeared, others will try their best to stop it. Thinking about this, Hallie asked, "How is the hospital now?" The guard honestly reported, "Not well, as those who want to eliminate the first believer are continuously attacking the hospital." She crossed her arms and confirmed they would target the new believers, send people to the hospital quickly. Hearing this, the guard hesitated and replied, "That matter, Lord Eugen has already arrived." Then she shouted, "What?" In another scene, Eugen was speeding forward. He noticed a nearby explosion. He said, "It's there! Trouble is coming." At the nearby Scorpion Palace Hospital Park, bombs exploded continuously as if trying to kill those nearby. The gods' angry voices echoed, "Damn intruders. You really have guts." End of line. Suddenly, an archer wrote and said, "This passage is long. We'll change it as we wish." Then the Bible was replaced by a completely different version. A voice echoed, "What a pity! It's getting dark." But the echo of the Bible continued to resound. The light vanished with nightfall. Humans are not blessed. Sungjae's father is known as Sungdae's dad. He grumbled, "What happened next?" The light and Apollo, the god of sun, disappeared together. Only now did Sungjae wonder. "A god? Gone?" Eugene laughed triumphantly. "Of course it's dark at night. You're saying there can be a sunrise at night? That makes no sense." Sungdae's dad angrily asked, "What did you do to him?" Eugene replied, "I just got rid of a troublesome god. The centaur gods won't interfere anymore." Eugene's eyes glowed menacingly as he laughed loudly. "What else would you like me to change it to?" The system suddenly reminded us that the Centaur Bible has been opened. Eugene immediately exclaimed, "That works." Without hesitation, Eugene waved his hand and shot out a burst of power. He miscast the spell. The sun-worshipping fools bowed down before the darkness. They were all despised and mocked. Hugo jolted awake. When he woke up, he slammed his head hard into the ground. Sanjay shouted anxiously from afar, "Dad!" Despite being under immense power pressure, Hugo gritted his teeth and resisted. "You furrow your brows. It's a hymn from him." You think of Apollo with the book in hand. Hugo speculates, could it be a passage from the Bible about the constellations that gods occasionally read? Only gods can open the Bible. How could he do this? The hymn keeps echoing in Hugo's ears. Those who submitted to the sun, foolishly kneeling before the shadow of darkness, they are all despised and mocked. You grit your teeth to control yourself. No! But the sound lingers on. Those mysterious creatures with closed noses kneel under the sunlight. They are supported and revered. You remind yourself. The content differs from what we know. Hugo realizes, could he be altering the Bible? A book appears with ancient text. The Bible records the achievements and behaviors of each constellation. From the terrifying explosions to the appearance of creatures on Earth, these accounts in the Bible become legends and myths. Moreover, those special existences like goddesses, emperors, or holy maidens can view and change the Bible. A book appears under Eugene's hand. The religious teacher, you unexpectedly meet this book with his cloudy yet triumphant eyes. Symbols of gods, creatures, and humans are depicted. But the religious teacher no longer exists in this world. In the past, holy gods eliminated all those who held the power of the religious sect and their divine followers. Hugo glances at Eugene, thinking that those proud holy gods did not overlook the actions of humans insulting them, so they directly confronted them on that day. Eugene looks down at the man before him, laughing hysterically and tauntingly says, "So now, your arrogant attitude in front of me has turned into a face full of sweat." Then Eugene smugly says, "I also dealt with those musicians at the hospital, right?" Meanwhile, John's shadow quickly swoops down from above. He shouts and appears, kicking Eugene in the head, making him collapse on the ground. Hugo grits his teeth, trying to suppress a laugh while the others are elated. John whispers, "Come see how things are with those who've woken up at the hospital. You're here already." He sits upright on Eugene's back and sighs, "We need to quickly handle this and return? What do you want me to explain? Remember 1,000 years ago, when humans fought against fierce monsters, everyone united in thought. Eliminate the religious teachers. Eradicate all who undermine our authority. That idea led to rivers of blood and mountains of corpses. Tiny Jin hides inside the bodies, clenching his mouth tightly to suppress any sound. Thousands of voices cry out for help. In Jin's small eyes, only despair remains. Suddenly, Jin opens his eyes wide in fear. He screams so loudly that a female voice rings out, "Wake up!" Holly, with one eye covered, asks Jin worriedly, "How do you feel?" Jin looks at her suspiciously. "Who are you? Where am I?" Holly soothes him gently. "Calm down." She closes the book and smiles at Jin. "This is my city. Nothing to worry about." Meanwhile, on the construction site near the hospital, a painful scream echoes. Eugene is tightly bound, mumbling in confusion, "I'm just too lazy." Urine and two young men approach slowly. She pushes her glasses up and asks him, "You're awake now." Eugene looks at her with disdain. "Damn it! Where am I?" He's frustrated that he doesn't know why his eyes are hurting. Eugene screams, "Rain, rain, release me." The red-haired youth turned to Hugo and announced, "Hi, Lord." He's awake now. With a sob, Hugo rushed over and shouted, "Ji-woo." She cheered joyfully as soon as she saw him. "My love." The two embraced each other, filled with happiness. The red-haired youth was eating dog food while shaking his head helplessly. "No! What I mean is that the teacher has woken up from his trance." On the other side, Hugo was crying and pouting at his wife. "You're awake now. Lucky us." Ji-woo wiped her tears as she said to him softly, "It's a happy day, but why are we crying?" Everyone here is moved to tears. Urine covered her mouth and looked at the two with a smile. "Lucky us." The green-haired youth was sobbing uncontrollably, his nose running. Jealousy. Suddenly, Ji-won rushed over to Eugene. He curiously asked, "People with interesting abilities are really fascinating, right?" Eugene didn't answer until he was questioned. When asked if he's a teacher in trance, he looked surprised at him. With a sob, Eugene immediately rebutted, "I don't know what you're talking about. Zion doesn't have much patience for you. I use the eyes of God to threaten you. Stop dodging." "I already know everything." Realizing he was exposed, Eugene cursed and used the scorpion's ball skill. Blinking, Eugene escaped from the blinding light. He hurriedly ran away, leaving everyone there in shock. Not stopping there, Eugene aimed at G with the thought of using him as a hostage to escape. Before he could act, he slapped Hugo, but G was faster. He grabbed G and hugged her. Eugene lost his momentum. His hand plunged into the wall while G grinned triumphantly. Enraged at losing his advantage, he gritted his teeth and cursed, "Damn it. Where did he come from?" With a sob, Eugene chased after him, hitting him non-stop. He shouted, "Take the hits." Zion easily dodged Jay's punch while hugging Ziyu. They chased each other until finally, Eugene couldn't take it anymore. She burst into tears like a child with him. Just one hit, Zion smirked at her while Ziyu laughed. On the other side, Sanjay asked Jay goon-wordly and confused, "Grandma looks really happy." He chuckled and replied, "Because she's a die-hard fan of Mr. Goon." "Are you surprised? Huh? Is it true?" Hearing this, Hugo immediately turned pale. He shouted angrily at Ji-woo, "Let go of me now." Helpless, Hugo glared at Eugene and said, "Are you a teacher in trance or something? Just run away and save time fighting like this?" Enraged, Eugene retorted, "Do I have to hit him hard to feel satisfied?" Ji-woo blushed excitedly. She shouted at Hugo, "My love, wait a little more. If not now, when will we get the chance for Mr. Gunn to hug us?" Hugo immediately started bleeding right there. Sanjay slammed his head against his father's chest. Gao sighed deeply. "Dad, did Mom really become a Guns hardcore fan like this and shock you?" Jiyeon couldn't help getting annoyed and scolded. Honestly, he still feels jealous in such a situation. Eugene noticed that his opponent wasn't focusing on the match. He gritted his teeth with anger, praising silently, "He dares to look down on me. How could it be? I have to open the Bible of SAFU, but he's subordinate to it." The system suddenly went red. "It can't be opened." A loud sound echoed from the system. His new body isn't recorded. He couldn't verify it in the SAFU Bible index. Eugene couldn't believe his eyes. What? New body, huh? A huge hand suddenly pressed down on him. In that situation, Jugin and Sanjay were both wide-eyed in shock. The Lion God and the Iron God appeared. The Iron God's hand firmly pinned Eugene to the ground. Zeon sneered, "A weakling." He approached quietly and asked him, "Did you just want to open my Bible?" Eugene struggled to curse, "Damn it." His system suddenly chimed, issuing an intelligence challenge. It found records of SAFU Christian, Eugene's new body. The last challenge was against the teacher of the Scorpion tribe's Bible. He needed to pay attention because this could threaten the Iron God. Hearing this, Jin suggested bluntly, "Become my Scorpion's Bible teacher." Eugene was beaten up badly and laughed. "What are you talking about?" Suddenly, Eugene raised his index finger, glaring at him and shouted, "Get lost." Jin shrugged, "Well, that's the way it is." He snapped his fingers and commanded, "Sever him." With a cry, a sharp sword fell from the sky, aiming straight for Eugene's head. A thunderous sound echoed. The Iron God was stunned, his eyes wide in shock. What? The Scorpion's tail acted like vines to block the sword and protect Eugene. The Iron God roared in confusion. "What is this?" He saw the familiar red power. It was the Scorpion tribe beast's poison. Eugene sighed with relief. The Scorpion tribe beast is here. Could it be? A drop of venom dripped from the Scorpion's tail. It seeped into the Iron God's hand. Instantly, a figure emerged from the water. Eugene immediately shouted, "Holy Lord!" A beautiful woman appeared. She covered one eye with cloth. It was none other than Holly. She raised an eyebrow at him. "Eugene, you almost got into trouble." Holly folded her arms and scolded Eugene angrily. "Why did you act without my instructions? I warned you not to be careless." Eugene knew she was angry and nervously said, "Sorry." "Scorpion, long time no see." A sudden voice startled Holly. Diane appeared before her quickly. He raised an eyebrow and said, "If you don't want to die by my hand, answer me." The two stared at each other for a few seconds in silence. "The soldiers of Holly are angry at Lee Gun. You dared to be disrespectful." As for Holly, she's gaping wide open and not saying a word. Suddenly, Holly turns her head with a flushed face, shouting loudly. Jen is completely confused. Ryu is tending to Hugo, who is unconscious. Sanjay and her are in shock, marveling at Holly. A 360-degree turn, huh? Even Eugen's eyes widen at her. Jun's group of divine beasts curiously look at Holly as she hugs a pillow on the ground. Everyone stops talking in unison. Huh? Soldier Harley is worried. Mistress, are you okay today? Eugene shouts loudly too. High Priestess, Harley shivers and shakes her head. I'm fine, just calm down. Suddenly, I want to walk on all fours. She blushes deeply, thinking quietly. What should we do? Why is Lee Gun here? He was clearly in the Lion City. Harley secretly glances at him. Stay calm, take a deep breath, and turn back. In Harley's eyes, Zeon has become someone else. With his handsome, domineering face, he asks her, sick? Harley covers her face and shouts loudly, the radiance. Sanjay looks confused, blinking. Today, many people are not acting normally. Zeon smiles. Is it like when Hugo was here? On the other side, Zeon frowns. He tries to stay calm and says, I know you're avoiding me because of shyness. After saying that, he suddenly grabs Hallie's shoulder angrily, but I have many questions for her. Please snap out of it. Holly is excited by his stimulation, her body trembling. Seeing her strange behavior, the Iron Soldiers urge her to calm down. Princess, please stay calm. Then they turn to scold him. Lee Gun releases the old man's hand. The chaotic scene confuses Sang-di. Why did the High Priest abandon his duties? Zia-gun laughs out loud. You really are slow to understand. Then Harley's soldiers try to stop him. Lee Gun resumes. The current situation for the High Priest is extremely exciting. Zion grits his teeth and mutters. Excited? Do you hate me that much? He asks, but Harley feigns from shyness. He looks at her and curses. That's embarrassing. Suddenly he calls out, Sang-di, and he immediately responds, yes sir. Diane throws Holly to one of his soldiers and says to him, we can't talk to her right now. Let's start with you. Sang-di laughs happily. Yes ma'am. What do I have to do? After that, he suddenly grabs his head and coldly says, receive your baptism. He is stunned. Baptism means introducing yourself to the High Priestess and being officially recognized as a follower. Diane nods, right? Then Sang-di's eyes widen in shock and he shouts loudly, hold on. How can we perform such an urgent ceremony? Jin hesitates to say, those rituals are pointless. Sang-di shakes his head, explaining outside, my point isn't that, but I'm not prepared mentally. Jin smiles and doesn't give him a chance to refuse. Sang-di instantly turned into a stream of green light and entered his body. Sang-di just went blank, then black out immediately. Then Sang-di appeared in another dimension. He slowly opened his eyes to take a look. Sang-di found himself floating in some space. He frowned in confusion. It's so dark. Where am I? The deity hasn't shown up yet. Suddenly, a voice sounded from above his head. It asked, do you want to become the first disciple of the SAFU constellation? Sang-di directly replied, yes, I'm Sung-di. I trust the SAFU constellation and am fully prepared. The voice continued, look behind you. A dazzling light is shining straight at your back. Sang-di slowly turned his head around. In front of him was a star with a blindingly bright aura. Later, a man's figure emerged from the constellation. Due to the brightness, Sang-di had to cover his face. He was surprised. That's the deity of the SAFU constellation. The figure gradually revealed himself. Sang-di frowned and observed. Huh? How do I know him? Right, he was. Suddenly, that person transformed into a huge snake, showing its teeth at him. Sang-di recoiled several steps in fear. The snake shot two arrows straight at his body. With a snap, the arrows tore through the space and pierced through Sang-di's chest, causing him to cry out in pain. Meanwhile, Zeon was transferring magic into Sang-jae's head. The light from his palm gradually diminished. Zeon released Sang-jae's head. He chuckled and said, how do you feel? The system immediately announced, baptism accepted. You have learned a new skill. Sang-jae opened his eyes. He was extremely excited. Great! System notifications continued to appear. Disciple John Sang-jae has awakened and become the disciple of the SAFU constellation. You have received a new skill. Sanji looked at Zeon in surprise. Uncle Gun is the deity of the SAFU constellation. Diane was silent, suddenly remembering Kevin and Hugo, who had mocked him saying he couldn't be the U-God. He cursed under his breath. That kid's quicker than those two. Sure, enough it's Sunj. Meanwhile, Sanjay was exclaiming happily, "Unbelievable, I have to tell my sister." Suddenly, Holly woke up from behind, rubbing her eyes and said to him, "That's the first disciple of you. Finally, you have your first disciple. Congratulations." The system announced again, "You have obtained the Awakening Disciple skill. Your disciple level has increased. 13th sense activated." Zion smiled at Holly. He said, "Are you awake now?" But he secretly used magic on her. 13th sense activated. A strong electric current shot through Hallie's body. He quickly raised his hand to strangle her. The scorpion's tail sensed its master in danger and immediately detached from the Iron God armor. Hallie's soldiers blocked the lion midge of Hallie right away. The commotion happened quickly. Zeon tightly squeezed Hallie's neck at the same time. Behind them, two divine beasts were competing for strength. Everyone there was startled and exclaimed in surprise. "What?" Zion frowned in confusion as he looked at her, genuinely surprised that she didn't avoid it. Hallie calmly replied, "Because I knew you wouldn't harm me." She frowned straightforwardly and asked, "Aren't you going to ask me something?" Zion was caught off guard. He sighed and answered, "Yeah, that's right." Immediately, Zion cast a spell on his eyes. In a low voice, he said, "This is the first question. Explain it to me." Zeon stared directly into Hallie's blood-red crotch and asked, "Why do I sense the aura of the mysterious civilization in your power?" Well, the main subject was silent. The subordinate princess panicked and shouted, "The mysterious civilization. The Scorpion God is a disaster." Zeon smiled sarcastically at her. "It seems the whole world still gets fooled. Even gods can be deceived." The giant red scorpion beast under Hallie's command angrily roared, "You miserable disaster! Who dared to touch our princess? If not for the princess's order, you would have died here already." He looked at him mockingly again. "These subordinates are pretending to be divine beasts as well, right? There are no divine beasts that obey a saint like this in the world." He was also somewhat surprised. "Princess Yu," the scorpion beast gritted his teeth and angrily said one word, "You!" Only then did Hallie suddenly admit, shocking him, "Yes, I come from the mysterious civilization, but I consider myself human." Holly solemnly declared with that expression and said, "So I'm on your side." Zion's expression didn't change much as he smugly said, "Okay, then prove it." At this moment, Slim the Pink One suddenly appeared beside him holding a piece of paper. Zion happily looked at her, just in time. Zim using magic to make the pen hover over to questions on the paper. Question 1. What do you think about Lee Zion? Question 2. In the future, what kind of relationship with Lee Jian do you want? Please answer these questions first. Holly calmly wrote down her answers without hesitation and quickly handed the pen to him. Not much special. While both Zion and Slim burst into a sinister and satisfied laugh. After finishing, she handed it over. Here, Jian seemed to have had plans from the start, smiling with interest. "Good job." He glanced at her answers. For question 1, she wrote teammate. For question 2, cooperation strategy. Satisfied with the concise answers. Hallie's expression unchanged said, "What I wrote is a bit funny, but you know my sincerity." He carefully looked at the paper. One sentence. Suddenly, Jin pulled out a bright glowing pen and smiled maniacally. "With this, it's clear now." A note appeared. "The holy writing pen of 1,000 years always writes the truth" appeared. Hallie was shocked to see that item appear here. He then took out the pen and said, "Here, with this, no matter what she writes will be honest. Start from question 1. What do you think of Legion?" Hallie's mouth dropped in panic as she started sweating profusely. Her face turned red like a tomato and whispered one word, "Huh?" At this moment, the divine beasts up high were also observing attentively for her answer. The real answer resounded, "Extremely talented and attractive. That's why she betrayed the mysterious civilization to come here." Holly heard this and jumped up, shouting strange languages. While she was trembling in shame without catching her breath, Jin and Slim looked at the answer on the paper, confused. What's going on? Is something wrong? What kind of relationship do I want with Lee Jin later? She couldn't hold it back anymore, sobbing desperately to cover up her heartache. It's strange, this pen must be broken. Rewrite it later. Coma, Sanjay and Jigen haven't been deaf all this time. Lee Han was furious at the clear answer they just heard, blushing slightly. Soon after, Sandy immediately paled and shouted loudly, "Emergency! Emergency!" He ran quickly as he yelled, "Sister, your honor is in danger." Holly sank to the ground, hugging her face, wishing she could hide somewhere. The scorpion beast chimed in with a plea for understanding. "Do you get it now? Our princess has turned her back on her origins and chosen her own path." He was a bit heartbroken, but firmly shouted for his master, Legion, the one who love. Holly panicked and cut him off, warning, "You dare say another word." She was furious at losing face and screamed, "Eugene is leaving. Let's go back." John stepped in. "Where are we going? We haven't finished talking yet." He challenged her with a firm stance. "Where do you think you're going?" The princess was despairing from shame, sinking to the ground. "What else do you want to ask?" Zion imagined a sword emitting eerie purple magic and asked seriously, "Do you know about the weapons of the mysterious civilization?" "It was the weapon that stabbed me when my eyes were stuck in the demon tower. Those are the weapons of the mysterious civilization." Holly hesitated to look at him, but tried to answer, "That's a weapon containing the power of the monarch." Zion was surprised and asked, "Monarch?" For explanation, the monarch is the highest rank in the mysterious civilization. The weapons from that civilization contain the monarch's power, emitting terrifying strength, even threatening the gods. She supported her scorpion beast and tried to stand up. He worriedly asked Han, "Are you okay?" "Continue, because even you, Legion, couldn't counterattack against that weapon either. It's a dangerous item, so I sealed it, as you saw." Jun thought back to the weapons Kevin mentioned before. These are the items discovered during the investigation of the Scorpion Hive 5 years ago. He sighed, realizing that's why the Scorpion Hive got involved. The long-haired brown hair suddenly panicked and argued, "Hold on a moment. So there is a monarch in that mysterious civilization? 20 years ago, they clearly dealt with the beasts." Harley replied bluntly, "Sigmund isn't the highest boss. There are at least 3 others like him." Sanjay and Jaguar were shocked by this information. Hugo jumped up, his jaw dropping in shock. Jiu's pupils widened in surprise. They all imagined the terrible demon and asked the same question. That beast isn't the boss of that mysterious civilization. They couldn't believe this terrifying existence with 3 more. There are at least 3 others like Sigmund. Xion fell silent, making Slim slightly anxious. He opened his eyes and sighed deeply, considering. "So what? You remember what Akma said before, right? That was touching. They caught one of our most beloved pets. He's truly a person." Xion recalled that. The Akma Tower manager also said the same thing. Hugo got excited and turned to him loudly. "Xion, did you hear that? There are 3 masked men." Xion regained his normal demeanor. "So what if we know?" He then sneered with a creepy smile, making Slim imitate it. He confidently told Hugo not to be afraid of anything. "Whatever comes in front of me will vanish." Hugo was speechless and amazed. It's easy to say. Despite the exaggerated pose, John remained fully in control. "Of course, nothing has ever been easy now. I have to be stronger to do that." He then turned his gaze somewhere else. John pointed straight behind Harley, directing them cheerfully. "Go with me. I believe the scorpion is mine." The Englishman Eugene was lying motionless on the ground covered in dirt. He angrily laughed and replied sarcastically, "Haha." Eugene then expressed intense anger, cursing loudly. "You fool, do you think Holly would let you follow her?" Now she's more afraid to look at the kid and agrees with John wholeheartedly. "All right." Eugene's face froze in shock as he watched them happily laugh together, ignoring him completely. Diane laughed loudly, saying this deal is good. Holly added, "Just that. Do you need anything else?" Eugene felt like a broken-hearted person his despair deepening into an abyss of shock and disappointment. The next morning at Teo Hospital, the sky was clear with white clouds. Jin held his coffee cup and looked out the window happily. It's been a long time since I've had such a romantic good morning. Slim and Hugo sipped their coffee comfortably. Even in a busy life, we need to find some freedom. Jin laughed wickedly, enjoying the sound of Eugene's angry shouts. What a waste! Jin's cup! He thought he could be safe now. He sarcastically added another sentence. It's a pity. There are still people who can't enjoy freedom. Eugene screamed angrily from behind. Shut up! Eugene, the Scorpion and Sagittarius teacher, was kneeling on the ground crying helplessly while writing frantically with his pen. Why am I facing this situation? He mocked himself for selling his soul to the Scorpion Saint for nothing. Do your work diligently now. He cried even louder, increasing his speed as he wrote. Yu was behind him, impressed. Yu's teeth chattered in silent curses. You miserable Jin, you'll pay. Do you think I'll serve them for my whole life? Suddenly, his eyes glowed with a magical light as he schemed. I will make you regret giving the book of King Shufu to me. Wait and see. The system is now notifying. Synchronizing the book of King Shufu. Progress 99%. A while later, Yu took advantage of Jin being distracted by clouds and sky. His hand moved to reveal a powerful aura as he opened up the content. Event 5. The Orthodox teacher refused to submit to the throne and became a slave of the SAFU society. Eugen secretly felt satisfied. Recording our story as an event, seems this Bible isn't worth writing about. As he raised his pen with a sinister smile, I'll change it. The black ink spread to alter the content. Event 5. The Orthodox teacher refused to submit and became the master of SAFU society. Eugen laughed triumphantly, shouting at Li Jian, "Devil down!" Immediately, a strong slap taught him a lesson on his head. Li Jian frowned in confusion, holding his head, crying out, "Why did I change the Bible?" Jun angrily grabbed Eugene's head and lifted it up to face the mocking answer. Life is never about things going your way, right? The scene before him left his eyes wide with astonishment. The changed content in the Bible was revealed. Event 5. The Orthodox teacher refused to submit and became a slave of SAFU society. A confident voice spoke. I changed it because the wording was quite unusual. The person holding the pen sat beside the book, smiling happily. It was Eugen, who looked surprised. She had altered the words I wrote. She awkwardly scratched his head and laughed in confusion. What did I do wrong? A bright candle and a grand throne stood before him, surrounded by thousands of solemn believers. This is Taurus, the top saint with over 2 billion followers. Taurus isn't an easy opponent right now. The problem is that the girl with golden hair sits on the bright throne. Moreover, Giselle, the city lord of Taurus, doesn't represent the divine. Facing her is like facing a deity. Meeting Giselle in reality is akin to confronting a god. There are countless powerful gods and mysterious, holy warriors in this world. Confronting a deity means dealing with her or the kings of enigmatic civilizations. People like her, the existence of an orthodox teacher for someone to elevate their merit and true power is very necessary. Returning to the present, Eugene was shocked. Impossible. How could that be? Did she change what I wrote as an orthodox teacher? Could it be? Zion explained with a sinister smile. Yes, you also has the power of an orthodox teacher. He stood there speechless. Holly was secretly laughing in disbelief. Really, seems like Lady Luck is your protector. Li Jian, you look smug and satisfied. Maybe so. Li Jian couldn't believe the two people before him. He never expected there to be 2 orthodox teachers. The system now announced intelligence check completed. You have passed all tests. All restrictions were lifted due to the challenge. You can use divine power again, and your trust has been resolved. The clear sky illuminated artistic clouds at Taurus St. Hall. Dezhao calmly asked Li Jinyu, a male servant from afar, to kneel and answer. Yes, Aries, Libra, Scorpio, plus the Orthodox teacher. Nothing will happen, right? She sipped her red wine thoughtfully. She understood their complex relationship and emotions with a sigh. The Scorpion, a small human who harbored that love for 20 years. Giselle wore a condescending yet sympathetic smile. One eye turned black with a mischievous laugh. Such pure love, like a foolish child. Sanko said sternly, no matter how many Legion has, it's just those who are obsessed with him, but the Orthodox teacher is different. Giselle took another sip of her wine and continued, we must ensure this. Sanko shook his glass seriously, and Giselle immediately broke the glass with a red liquid spilling out like blood. Giselle held the broken glass as if it were a waterfall of blood. With a terrifying smile, she declared, eliminate them. She looked at the luxurious bath filled with pink petals and mocked, fools. Anyone can see that nothing in this world can surpass the power of a city lord. The male servant agreed. Gods cannot understand those who hold onto false hopes for Legion. Giselle glanced at him and explained, those facingly are divided into two types. To the left of people like Holly, Hugo, or Kevin are those on the right with evil intentions such as Yvonne, Malling, and Cruiser, according to his command. Giselle stands up from the basin revealing her fair back with a scale tattoo and complex symbols. Our person asks who Legion is nearby. The name Haukingshan answers that Jun Siu respects him. Following Jun Tu's orders, he is observing Legion. Dizao turns to criticize the useless ones. She mutters, recalling the girl with black gold hair and a cold demeanor, feeling annoyed. Kali, if she follows my instructions, things will be easier. Now with a serious expression, she gives orders, leaving no other choice. Quickly order Siu to target the medium, shoot from any angle or eliminate him. Returning to the nearby Scorpion's residence construction site, Hugo asks Jian, will Jiwoo join your team? He replies, yes. With a smug laugh, he says let the gods meet the medium, they'll be in for a surprise. If they hide like scorpions in the sanctuary to train, it would definitely be safe. Hugo suddenly becomes confused. Why is it her sanctuary? Jun bounces his hand playfully, exasperated. After all, Ju said she doesn't fit with the other 12 saints. So only play the cello for you now. Hugo momentarily feels frustrated and confused. Holly smiles in agreement, supporting him. Yujin and Ju would be better under Legion's command. The one who meets the scale is Legion, right? Hugo now helplessly shouts out loud. Holly, even you. Jin, taking advantage of the momentum, enthusiastically persuades like a pyramid scheme. Great Otech Zu, since she's your wife, I'll treat her specially. She won't join officially, but just as an ordinary follower of the Serpent Cusp Palace. Besides, I'll send her to the Natural Horse Divine Palace. What now? Quickly hide it away. The helpless Hugo says to his crazy friend, okay, please stop. Holly suddenly breathes out to start a conversation. Last time Yuhua came to my palace and confirmed the condition of her arm. I heard about it from Yuha. Zion doesn't understand what they're talking about. She pretends to recall seriously, warning about the severely damaged arms she had. Her arm is quite serious. Despite trying to suppress it in every way, gradually it reached its limit. It might become harder to control further. Hugo becomes anxious and frowns at Jin's harsh gaze. He now seriously realizes the situation and asks his friend about Yuhua's arm. What happened? Explain more clearly. As the sky turns golden over the Scorpion construction site, Yu takes a deep breath of relief. So, it's all done. I still call him Eugene. Eugene, I've finished this part. Can I arrange the next section? He now looks like an exploited worker. His hand continues moving the pen, helplessly recounting his responses. Do whatever you want. He bitterly recalls being stabbed through the head by him earlier and silently curses. Legion, that bastard. Since there's no labor contract, he dares to stab a hole in my arm, right? Finished, he sulks and complains about his tired shoulder. And this thing too. This pen continuously moving on his hand is Legion's Eternal Truth typing pen, a holy and possession seal. Having imbibed the medium's blood and chosen him as its master, it gains sentience through the medium's blood and Legion's refinement. Eugene looks at this activity with increasing interest. He throws the pen away in anger. Damn it! But if I can't keep it, I'll find a way to get it back. Lines exactly 60. The pen flew around, kissed the wall and ceiling before straightly hitting him, piercing right through his crown. One strike wasn't enough. It kept stabbing into that cold, tired corpse. The system notes were clearly visible to everyone. The digital pen moved over the abandoned owner's body while Dio frantically called out, "Eugene, your enthusiastic cheerleader said, Eugene, you can't give up on life now." Just as he woke up and screamed in pain. At this moment, a figure gritted his teeth from behind them, agitated and furious. "Damn it, come here as per mom's order." He was Confronting's son, Siu Jun, standing carefully hidden NTU. "What can I do without saying anything?" Suddenly, he straightened up seriously. "No, think positively. After all, there's no future left for me after the Blood Fog's failure. He must perform this task well to make up for what mom couldn't see in him." Peeking through a crack, he sighed, thinking about catching the teacher. Siu saw Eugene lying helpless and crying but didn't let his guard down. Clearly, he was the Scorpion's strongest, though in poor condition now. He had to think of how to deal with him later. Then he turned to look at Siu, weak and panicked, and felt reassured. "If we want to catch her, it would be easier for a woman. I could also scare her into submission." Suddenly, from afar, heavy footsteps rushed towards them. The person headed straight for the door in front near where the two teachers were. Siu, hiding behind the door, laughed sinisterly and gathered magical energy with his hand. Quick end! Suddenly, the door behind him was kicked open forcefully, interrupting Siu, causing him to cry out in pain. The one who kicked the door was Kevin, shouting Legion. He stomped on the ground angrily. Then he shouted loudly everywhere like a madman cursing at a turtle. "Who dared leave me behind, you lion? I won't let it go. Gu." At this moment, he turned in surprise. Virgin Saint, Kevin. Eugene was also stunned. Why is he here? Kevin finally realized now. Huh? Li Jian wasn't here? Jian came from another direction and greeted the others. "Why do you always make such a fuss every time you appear?" He was furious, cursing. "Of course, to find you." Then he looked at Holly in surprise. "Huh? Get lost. Why are you here?" Harley sighed tiredly and frustrated. "Why do I have to face this person here?" Xion and Hugo nodded sympathetically. Hugo looked at the door that was kicked down, confused. "Huh?" Under the broken door was a figure with golden hair. "Who is it clearly?" he exclaimed in surprise. "What? Junsu?" Hugo asked suddenly. "Why are you here?" "Kevin, did you bring him here?" Kevin shrugged helplessly. "I don't know." Xion was confused and inquired. "Huh? Who is he?" Then he remembered the little boy with a bony face from before. "It's that scoundrel who I beat up earlier." Hugo asked behind him, annoyed. "What is the balance boy here for?" Diane suddenly got worried and repeated it. "Junsu, the son of the balance sign." Finally, he remembered and understood everything. Hugo has found out who really caused the appearance of the bloodless bone 10 years ago. The culprit is Junsu, the two sons of the balance sign saint. His head hurts as he wakes up suddenly. What's going on? A strong kick hit his face and forced him down, making him cry in pain. Jin looked at the trash writhing under his feet with a mad hatred. "Long time no see. You're the one who made our granddaughter and friends weep blood, right?" Jin emitted terrifying aura, his eyes flashing like lightning, his brows furrowed in anger, making his face sinister. "Your life is over now, you bastard." Hugo behind him also felt uncomfortable and questioned. "Junsu, why are you here?" A normal scorpion can be playful, but when angry, it's better not to mess with fire. His whole body was burning with madness as he asked, "Do you really want to touch our family?" Hallie's voice became even more ominous and terrifying. Of course, she must have known that Li Jin contacted Harley in secret, her entire body emitting intense aura and cold eyes. Did the balance order the exorcist to be eliminated? The atmosphere suddenly turned cold and gloomy. "Oh, he's the son of the balance sign?" Kevin couldn't hold back his anger as he stood in front of the surging bone ice, his sword forming like a sharp icicle on his hand. He was the one who ordered that frog to destroy our castle. Kevin tightened his glowing sword, his eyes cold and mad with rage, challenging, Are you sure? Let's see how mature he is. John laughed harder at the trembling red-headed man. I really like everyone's attitude. What do you plan to do? Now it's time for you to show your expression and threaten. Your life is over, you bastard. While all of them were tense, Zion wondered how he should deal with him to spread the rumor. Ku cried out helplessly. Wait, I don't care if you just mock his swollen face or keep kicking until it explodes. Ku's expression was painful and helpless. Damn it. What mission is this supposed to be? He can barely hold on. Seeing his face about to collapse, he yelled loudly, Divine Beast, take me to the secret base. Immediately a golden light spread around him. A series of golden threads rushed out, spreading and exerting strong pressure that lifted Jin's foot. Junsu gradually disappeared behind the protective white thread layer. He couldn't believe it, laughing triumphantly, Success! I can run now. However, before completely escaping, he saw Jin's last calm smile, which made Junsu feel a bad omen. What? Legion was laughing. Junsu was clean and fully transformed under the golden thread light. Only Holly and two others were surprised as they disappeared. Hugo urgently called Jin to follow him, but he just laughed and said, No need to rush, I intentionally let him go. Jin turned back with a cunning smile. Catch him and deal with it quickly, not boring at all. At this moment in Honolulu, Hawaii, a bustling city by the calm green sea. In the nearby villa was a luxurious resort owned by the balance sign. A figure relaxed in his private pool was angrily frowning. Damn! How could I be so humiliated? He is Juntagan, S-rank Scorpion sign, surrounded by beautiful Aquarius sign divine beasts. As he cursed the 5 daughters of the medical god Oscar Pius, wait and see, donkey, I will tear your hands and feet off. Live like a crawling animal. Suddenly, a blinding light shot down from above with a loud scream. The evil divine beasts turned their heads while the others, still in hatred, continued. Yes, I'll make you scream like that. Then before Tegan could react, his brother fell from the sky and landed on his head, screaming to avoid. The impact made a huge splash of water and Tegan's scream echoed. After some time, Tegan knew everything and went crazy, beating his chest in anger. You said Legion discovered that they didn't eliminate the exorcist? Foolish, a useless loser. Siu couldn't argue and could only shakily respond. I'm sorry. He hugged his head as if in a cold wind, listening to the cruel words. They've discovered me, so they'll come here now. Fool! Siu's face was covered in bloodstains. Helplessly gritting his teeth, he endured the insults from his older brother. How should I answer my mother when I return? Why do you always have to clean up after me? Useless! The cold light swayed in the dim room. Tiguan was too furious to speak, cursing and swearing without a care. He walked over to a large wardrobe, each compartment filled with colorful, dazzling stones, quickly blocked the Jin crystal. Siu stared blankly, wondering what these gemstones were. Holding up a strange purple stone, he sneered, I'll use them for equivalent exchange. These stones are all invulnerable cores. Each stone on the shelf emitted mysterious dark magic. He said that when the Legion attacked the Demon Tower, he used Westyon to capture and create these. Siu wondered if they could handle them by calling them out. Tihuan raised his glowing scale and frowned in response. With our balance chain, we have nothing to worry about. First, we need to capture the Legion. Immediately, a silence enveloped them. The system announced, using the equivalent exchange skill of the Celestial Balance, using invulnerable cores as tribute. Summoning an unmanageable disaster in exchange for those tributes. Instantly, a massive beam of light burst from the room, piercing through the sky with warm intent. Inside, the force surged and strong winds rose. Tiguan laughed excitedly. So powerful, it seems we'll see a disaster that will make that Legion live or die. Suddenly, the celestial balance scale stopped moving gently. A strange green light surrounded them, leaving him bewildered. The golden beam transformed into a huge blue light, creating a terrifying aura that caused those on the beach to panic. Tegan was also confused. What? What happened? Why is there a beam of light? Suddenly, rumbles from above the beam began, as if something terrible was gradually descending. Immediately before them appeared a body, half-formed and glowing. Siu screamed in fear. Brother 2, what are you doing? He was also bewildered, strange, impossible. Before the green surge, Siu suddenly froze, realizing something. What? That familiar feeling. Instantly, he quickly moved aside in his confusion as his brother. Then the head of the creature just slammed into 2, startling him and leaving no time to catch it. 2's nose was hit hard by the shock wave while the mischievous younger brother knew beforehand, but didn't warn him. To wince from his painful nose, while Siu rolled on the ground laughing, planning to use that familiar move, this time, don't mess it up. At this moment, the summoned body was fully formed as Jin, squeezing a golden parrot in his hand. Turns out you were hiding here, which made Siu jump with fear. Li Jian, seeing his beloved parrot motionless, cried out in alarm. Jian calmly said, "Oh, I picked it up on the way here. It's a pet you left behind when you ran away." He angrily squeezed the parrot, which suddenly dragged him here. So I followed to see who it was. The divine beast panicked and cried out, "Disaster! Summoning successful! Summoning successful! Successful!" Jin pushed the parrot aside, his face stern as he walked calmly forward. "Come on, let's talk a bit." Siu instinctively stepped back in fear and cursed silently. "Wretched divine beast! No one can handle such a disaster. And you dragged Legion here." He took a step forward, but Siu retreated a step, trying to persuade him. "Hey, hold on. We were wrong. We admit our mistake. If you want us to apologize, we'll go to the horseman's court." Suddenly, a bright light appeared in the sky. Zion sighed and laughed bitterly. "Damn it! Haven't you figured out the problem yet?" A large object suddenly appeared, shaking down right between them, causing the CU to be pressurized and explode. That thing is none other than Li Jian's divine weapon, emitting magical power that echoes his anger. You've forgotten something important. The previous smile has disappeared. Only a terrifying face and hateful eyes sang to words, "Pay." Siwu was so frightened he started shivering, his teeth chattering together. This can't be happening if it continues like this. An indescribable fear gripped him when facing this man. Die! 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 He retreated to avoid the aura of the poison weapon. What should we do? Like a drowning man grabbing at straws, his eyes widened as he looked down. Huh? Below him was a powerful scale glowing brightly, Athu's jade balance chain. His older brother finally woke up with a painful expression. Damn it, summoning once already made such a mess. He quickly turned to call out. Right, the jade balance chain. Jun Siu, did you see the jade balance chain? Before he could speak, his eyes fell on the glowing activated chain in his younger brother's hand. He turned and stared at Siu's indifferent, despairing face. Athu, I'm sorry. I think you're right. I'm useless. At the same time, notifications for skill activation kept appearing, using the Cepheus Sun's trembling body as his sacrifice. Siu now smiled a frightened and forced smile. Unlike me, you're very useful. His skill glowed as it activated. Ryan was no longer clear-headed. He laughed, but his eyes were filled with fear as he called out, She. A harsh notification appeared, transforming the trembling into a calamity. Immediately, golden threads bound him tightly. His body distorted and grew larger, taking on an eerie form. Taekwon could only use his last bit of vitality to suffer. Now he was a huge figure on one side of the scale, with rough skin and a deformed body covered in chaotic horns and wings. He laughed bitterly. Interesting. My little brother turned my big brother into a door opener. This is a saint! I didn't expect it to be so shattered. Ryan calmly looked around, feeling the magic aura around his foot. This holy altar is unlike any we've seen before. He stomped hard on the ground, causing rocks and earth to shatter. The system notification appeared, deploying a wall. The room was enveloped in darkness with greenish light flickering ominously. Super stood still in shock. It can't be. The calamity he traded his humanity and betrayed to create fell instantly, powerless. His voice echoed as he severed the connection with the Cepheus balance. Ryan confidently stood in front of the wall he had just created, looking at the shattered jade balance chain and half-dead Taekwon, a chaotic scene. He laughed sarcastically. My city is growing while I deploy this barrier. You won't be able to use the Cepheus balance powers here. The power of the scale was cut off and destroyed in midair. Before his helpless despair, Ryan added another comment. What a masterpiece! My older brother is now just a pile of ruins. He smiled like he had lost his humanity. Perhaps this is the true calamity. Harko asked, why don't you see it as a farce? Ryan calmly laughed. It's true, even in the cold, snowy night winds. On Haga Harbor with its jade-green waters, it's a spectacle that can be seen from anywhere, and there must be many viewers. The scale of this isn't something to joke about. It's like a global network of fires illuminating the ground. The Nine said, counting through history, 8 billion lunar people. This is the power of the Archer Zodiac. Their penetrating eyes and skills akin to the Archer Zodiac's divine vision. The previous servant had used this skill in amazement to detect yang missiles buried beneath layers of Earth. In that way, Jun Siu's direct statement was transmitted worldwide through this skill. Now at the Libra Zodiac territory, the nearby nobles are anxiously witnessing and worrying. Where is Li Jian and Lord Jun Siu now? The subordinate urgently replied, they haven't been found yet, my lord. Inside, it's more chaotic than ever. Damn it! How far does that legion want to go? Quickly find out where they are using every means possible. We must save Jun Siu at all costs. A Libra Zodiac citizen loudly said in fear. Please look over here. The people are entering now. His superior was taken aback. What? Right under the Libra Zodiac territory now. Thousands of people rush in, causing chaos and unrest. Libra Zodiac, come out quickly! A person with bitter tears shouted that Jun Siu's blind blood had appeared. Others angrily blamed it, blaming the Libra Zodiac for releasing disaster. Hundreds of thousands of angry eyes rush here in madness. Have everything been resolved? Can someone say such things? If not for Ligian, thousands would have died that scoundrel. These Libra Zodiacs deserve the same consequences. Punish Junzu and Ligian, eliminate him. On a high-rise rooftop, someone silently observes this chaos. It's Kali. She still mocks straight-faced. Things are getting unstable now. Kali owes a twisted smile for self-mockery. Nowhere to hide anymore? Looking at the direct fire circle, she suddenly says, no way! Looks straight into his terrified and suffering demeanor. She sarcastically calls out one word. Brother, right now he's directly stunned and frozen. Impossible. He sees hundreds of people spewing vicious insults. Junku, come here. Throw him to the eagle. Libra Zodiac, explain yourself. Li Jian, eliminate Junku. He immediately shouted in pain and anguish. Jian smiled slyly, her sharp tongue right before his head. Congratulations! The feeling of being wanted to be killed by the whole world is like this. Siu fearfully tumbles forward as the blade touches him. He says, do you know why I told you to say your last words? The blade pierces his head right in the middle of the weapon's curve. It commands, because you should have apologized instead of just defending yourself. With a stern look, he threatens, clearly stating, you've thrown away your last chance to beg for forgiveness from everyone on this world. Siu's eyes widen uncontrollably, tears streaming down in despair. Now even we and them can't give you another chance. The Libra Zodiac servants are now in panic. No, he'll die. They anxiously watch, calling out desperately. He's trembling. A series of updates flood in. The people's trust in the Libra Zodiac is decreasing. The faith of the followers is waning. People are growing resentful towards the Libra Zodiac. The temple's prestige is declining. People are gradually developing a positive view of the Savlar Temple. Now all the subordinates are collectively panicking and looking at their master. Holy Master, there's a big issue. The temple's prestige. Master, the followers' faith is waning. We can't let that legion act recklessly. Our forces will advance to strike. Despite his subordinates' panic, Giselle remains calm and silent. Suddenly, her eyes sparkled with determination. As Joan raised his weapon to finish off Watgear, the moment was frozen. Let's enjoy their enthusiastic support then. Immediately, a bright light shone directly behind him. The dark silhouette of the bird god appeared, followed by the angry voice of the balance of heaven. Joan, stop. I can't let this continue anymore. He sneered, just now, you're late, trash, happy to be saved and call me your savior. Mother! The bird god spoke for her. You've drunk the bottom of the cup, Joan. I didn't expect you to cause such a crazy incident. Joan replied harshly. Do you think releasing disaster and destroying the city is trivial? Stop talking nonsense. Giselle sneered, continuing, I'll be straightforward. I will take my son. I know you're trying to provoke me, but isn't this too dishonorable? He sarcastically replied, dishonorable? It's the act of your sons harming innocent people that is truly dishonorable. With a powerful step, Joan stepped on the helpless Superius lying there. Fine. Then he stabbed his spear into the ground next to him, breaking it near his neck. Ryan proposed, if you're unsatisfied with my method, try doing it your way. He clearly leaned on his cane and demanded her choice. Choose one of these, clarify all the cruel actions of the balance of heaven and pay for them. Fight everything to face me, and reveal who stabbed me in the Tower of Evil. Giselle's essence was now powerless. HMPH, I have nothing more to say to you, Legion. She gently waved her hand, revealing her black eyes and directly ending her son's life. Why should I listen to you? Siu wept desperately. Mother! Joan sarcastically replied immediately. It seems so. A loud oath echoed, his head in the face of ultimate despair. Dying from his mother's betrayal, he fell helplessly. Joan swung his cane and chopped down, turning to catch it smoothly. At this moment, Giselle's bird fiercely scolded Joan. You dare do that in front of me? Do you think I'll let you off after cutting off Siu's head? Joan raised his head and replied. Already angry so soon? A massive energy surged from his palm. I can do more than that. His eyes glowed like flames. He reached behind him. The energy swirled in the air, creating strange bright streaks. The bird was shocked and alarmed. What? Zeon smiled triumphantly. At that moment, a power from A's hand surrounded Siu. How is this possible? Rebirth, Giselle observed him through the bird and exclaimed. Just as expected, Zeon used his strength to resurrect Siu, causing him to fall in fear. Then the system announced, you have granted Dune Siu the regeneration skill. The regenerative skill's influence has increased due to the effectiveness of the domain. After returning from the dead, Siu hugged his neck in disbelief. It healed, but the pain was still there. What? I clearly died. Before he could think it through, Jin appeared and delivered a fatal blow to Siu with another swing. The blade's pain drew closer, making Siu fearfully cry tears. Another cut from the blade split his body in half. Not even 5 seconds had passed before Jin revived him again. His eyes were cold as if they could inflict thousands of more wounds on Siu. The wound quickly healed, making his eyes widen with fear. What's going on? Another fatal blow sent Siu flying further away. The bird was startled. Li Jin, what are you doing? He turned and smiled triumphantly. Are you blind? Can't see. If it dies like that, it would be boring. As he finished speaking, Zeon continued reviving Ku to life again. His smile was terrifying. If I only killed him once, those who suffered would have been greatly disadvantaged. There are plenty of bad guys' children out there. So I'll cut you with the pain of all the people you've hurt. Zeon swung his weapon but paused for a moment. Or do it yourself. I'll count them directly. Then Siu's painful scream echoed. His eyes were wide with red bloodshot. Tears and snot dripped on that miserable face. Another sharp sound followed by the system's notification. You've granted Jun's super regenerative skills. Outside the city, people watched anxiously through live stream as Kung Tianping's match. His desperate cry echoed. Save me! Jin was attacking like a mad beast. Save him! I'm saving the person who deserves it. Then Ku continued its cycle of revival and suffering. The system announced again, you've granted Jun Siu super regenerative skills. I made a mistake. His scream echoed outside, making those standing nearby worry. "Please stop," his miserable cry echoed again. At this moment, Siu's battered body further enraged G.Cell. The familiar revival notification appeared on the system. G.Cell soldiers were extremely worried by this scene. No, not Siu. His body seemed to be torn apart, causing him to cry in despair. Another series of notifications. "You've granted Junsiu super regenerative skills." Xion continued his frenzied attacks regardless. Giselle was furious at this sight, her eyes blazing as she shouted, "Legion, you're testing my endurance, huh?" Then the system announced, activating instant teleportation through Larry Quinn and using the absolute coordinates of a Sagittarius archer. From above, an enormous object fell from the gate portal created by Larry Quinn and the Sagittarius archer. Giselle was extremely alarmed at this sight. This object was so large that when it fell, Giselle's tower seemed to be shaken by a violent earthquake. Suddenly, blood splashed across her face from somewhere. When the dust settled, she thought it was some kind of eagle. Giselle silently observed. When she saw the severed head in front of her, with its distinctive golden hair, she realized it was Siu's executioner. But his body was no longer whole, stretched from continuous attacks, and a large horn had grown on top of him. His entire skin had turned purple, his ears sharp like a demon's, with an eerie scream on his face. Giselle could no longer contain her rage. Her eyes bulged, blood trickled from her mouth, and her face darkened. From here, through the image of the Kankan Tower, Jin spoke triumphantly, "What's wrong with your face? You wretched child, you don't look pleased. Why are you standing there like a statue? Your beloved eldest son has returned," his face beaming with joy as he speaks lovingly and caresses her. Giselle turned calmly, saying, "You will pay for provoking me." As soon as she finished speaking, Jun roughly squeezed the bird's neck on the other end. "Provocation, huh? What did I provoke you for? You wretched child, I'm just responding to your choice. Anyone who stands in my way will face this consequence. Whether chosen by the Dan God or a threat to the mysterious civilization, it doesn't matter. Even if he's an angel, Giselle's." Finished speaking, Jin threw the bird up into the air, causing it to react too late. "See you next time, wretched child. Prepare your neck and wait." Giselle Lauren shouted and swung her strength forward. Giselle gritted her teeth as she looked up at the sky. The reflected image stopped due to Jin's action. The guards on duty looked up towards the tower, the high priest. At this moment, a beam of energy shot directly into where Giselle was sitting. A mournful scream echoed. Giselle went completely mad. She lifted her head and screamed with fury. "Legal!" The crowd shouted in fear. "What's happening? An earthquake, perhaps?" As Giselle endured Jin's blow, her emotions seemed to reach an extreme level. "You dare insult me? I will kill you for this." Her eyes turned black with intense anger. "Legion, you're in the ranks below." Suddenly, a strange light appeared at the center of the balance. The city shook violently due to her rage. Giselle shouted, "Legion." Suddenly waking up and realizing he was still in the same spot, he was startled, thinking it had all been just a dream. He woke up, and upon hearing this, he looked up in shock. Jin gloated at him. "I thought you were dead, so I felt sorry for you. Now, let's continue where we left off." Suddenly, he paused and asked, "How many did I count to?" Siu was terrified, trembling like a leaf. After standing in thought for a moment, Jin decided to start counting again. Hearing this, Siu panicked. "Stop it, you wretched man." But he seemed unbothered by these words and mumbled, "The number of people injured is 5,000, plus the Scorpion hospital patients. If we calculate the time families suffer from their loved ones' pain in installments." Siu heard this and screamed, "Please listen to me." After a moment, Li Jian raised his sword, speaking softly, "Okay, count is done. Die another 10,000 times," Jian said as he lifted his weapon. Another slash splitting the skull in half. Siu cried out, "You bastard." Then Jian started counting. 1. The system voice sounded again. "You granted Junsiu the resurrection skill." Cut to the arena of the Lion Midge. A muscular man was thrown down by his opponent. The referee then raised his hand and announced the winner. Anew, Vice High Priest, wins. Her face showed little interest. The crowd cheered. Impressive. Anew, Vice High Priest, knocked his opponent out in a blink of an eye. Truly a dominant performance. Outside the arena, the disciples below began to comment. The Vice High Priest. Something seems off. He questioned. Huh? They discussed for a while. Usually when winning, they would be sought out, but lately they've just been ignoring it. Another disciple chimed in. Yeah, I feel the same. They were both very puzzled. Ever since watching Li Jian and Libra's performance, things have changed. Going back to the past, on that day, when the whole city held its breath to watch Kung Tianping's son get beaten up, Yu Ha stood outside and witnessed Siyu being thoroughly humiliated. Her eyes widened in shock as if seeing this for the first time. She mouthed words, her eyes shining with admiration for Jin's spirit and strength. Indeed, a dazed expression. The audience below murmured. Between past and present, they speculated that now she was also in a trance, clearly shocked by the scene. An uncle guessed it must be his first time seeing such a brutal beating. He chuckled. I find it satisfying. Those Librans were arrogant and got their comeuppance. Yu Ha stood dazed in the arena as the MC's voice echoed in her ears. Congratulations to Vice High Priest Anew for this victory. Truly a string of consecutive wins. I wonder how he feels after these continuous victories. She seemed dazed upon hearing this. I'm determined now. The MC hesitated. Yes, she declared with a serious face. I will leave the Lion Mage's sanctuary. At the same time, she added, I will join Jin's sanctuary. Everyone was taken aback by this. I can't hold it in anymore. Meanwhile, her close-up announcement was broadcast throughout the city. Even the high priest of the Lion Mage and his close disciples at the hospital were watching live. The hospitalized high priest Stephen couldn't believe what he heard. His subordinates panicked, quickly changing channels. Seeing it was too late to help, one said, no need anymore. The high priest fainted from shock. They cried out in alarm. High priest! Wake up, high priest! High priest! Oliver heard this and clenched his teeth in anger, thinking to himself, both the archangel and the deputy archangel, those who defile the holy order. The room was noisier than a market right now. Archangel, you've woken up. You can't leave like this. He just passed out. Don't act silly. That guy tried to comfort the man who was crying loudly. Someone shouted in distress. Hey Steve, he's been disrespected by Legion and Anew. How did he survive? That guy was furious, damn it. The imposter pretending to be concerned for the archangel, confirming that he passed out and caused chaos. Meanwhile, the TV had switched to a high-level human meeting. A man loudly said, until now, the Balance Palace has deceived the world. She hid the truth of bloodless bones with the errors of the sign of the horseman. Hearing this, an older commissioner replied, aren't we too hasty? Nothing is clarified yet. We still don't know the Balance Palace and there's no verification. On the contrary, Legion might be setting a trap for the Balance Palace. Moreover, this is a dirty strategy often used by pretenders. The man got angry and shouted, the son of the Balance Palace are all dead. Yet he still speaks like that. This person stood up to question. For such an important matter, the Balance Palace has maintained a silent stance without expressing any position. Don't you find this strange? If we encountered this and had no doubts, would we remain silent until now? Another person interjected, how could I know? They might be trying to come up with an excuse, so they're moving slowly. After watching the news for a while, Holly had to praise Kevin. Is this manipulating meteor? Besides poisoning food, what else can you do? With virgins, he confidently smiled. Controlling information flow with my influence is just a small matter. He laughed and said, how would someone who only lives in the Canadian wilderness know about these things? Hallie's hackles rose upon hearing this. Kevin added, what we put in wasn't poison, but a supplement. Make sure you understand clearly. Strip down to your underwear? It's the antidote that was put into Li Jian's food. He returned to his serious expression. Holly crossed her arms and sarcastically replied, nonsense. My poison is the antidote for all previous antidotes. Because I had to detoxify from their poisons that caused me so much trouble. Then they argued back and forth. I've already detoxified it. And I detoxified it again. Did you? I detoxified it too. Detoxifying a detoxifier is still detoxification, right? Meanwhile, Hugo was forbidden from chatting and stood outside the conversation, thinking to himself, could we think that both of them care about Li Jian so they did this? Anyone can see that both of them are deeply infatuated with Li Jian. While mumbling to himself, Kevin turned around and asked, startling Hugo, where's the one who created this organization? Why isn't he here? He must be busy. Indeed, Jian was extremely busy with his construction project. At the former Balance Palace base in Hawaii, a construction site had been completely destroyed by a crane accident. In front of the construction site, Zai was sitting and eating fast food while listening to music. Great! The English person gently swayed to the music. The system sounds up. The Capricorn branch of the Hawaii constellation has been destroyed. Jin was checking his hamburger while browsing the system. Daikai must have finished too. Now we can start building, and there are quite a few bonuses. The Capricorns also have this. It's the system voice again, the Heart of Evil, a crystal form from the calamities that Ma Legion destroyed in the Demon Tower before. He thought to himself, so they're calling the calamity the gemstone I created? Calamity, calamity. The paired summoned me similarly too. Time's up for break. Let's get back to work. After finishing his meal, Li Jian stood up and started working. Li Jian happily wondered, a new house is coming soon. Has the gift I sent to that woman arrived yet? Meanwhile, the gift Jin mentioned was the head of her beloved sun hanging on a floral arch in the center of the balance of the Capricorn holy site. Gisel's fury shook the entire holy site. The soldiers were terrified and knelt behind her. Gisel's face was filled with hatred. He wants to make me die in anger. Is he sending this to humiliate us? She narrowed her eyes. Her gaze pierced through the useless subordinates. He still wants to humiliate us live on air, right? Even if it's not broadcasted, you still have no plan for this. The soldiers, fearing, shouted loudly, worthy of death. The Virgo maid acted too quickly. We couldn't stop them. I was furious thinking about the joyous image of the High Priestess and Kevin mocking me. Damn it! After all, he's just a servant of the goddess. The Legion followers have gathered in large numbers. Gisel ordered her subordinates to quickly gather forces. They who begged for mercy were sweating profusely and looked up. They can't sit still like this. Ran launched a full-scale attack, her eyes glowing with intense hatred. Gisel ordered them to contact allied high priests worldwide and eliminate the Legion at all costs. Do everything possible to exterminate that Legion. The soldiers shouted in unison as they rushed out. All actions concentrate on attacking, switch to attack phase, report to the young masters. As they rushed outside, they shouted loudly. In front of them, where her subordinates had just knelt and faced Giselle's wrath, it seemed to have sunk deep into the ground. After that, she called out, "Come here." At this moment, a large demon appeared from the space behind Gisel. He reported, "High Priestess, the army of the mysterious civilization has arrived. They are all waiting for your command." Gisel praised, "Good job." A powerful energy emerged from her hand. The energy grew larger and brighter, illuminating the sky. A miniature Earth was summoned. Round it were streaks of calamity indicating large groups of calamities. Gisel extended her hand towards it, her face darkened with hatred, her eyes glowing with anger. Her hand stopped at the darkest and largest streak. It was the Pacific Ocean, the black domain of the mysterious civilization. Waves crashed fiercely, continuously hitting the sea, creating a terrifyingly dark sky around. From beneath the sea, countless calamities of various sizes suddenly emerged, screaming and crying in horrifying, ghastly voices. Lightning streaked across the sky. They all flew up together. A calamity riding on a horse appeared and shouted, "Here we come." At this moment, the powerful group of calamities had risen and spread throughout the sky, looking extremely eerie. In the sky, a giant hand appeared. This is Giselle's hand as she plunged it into the dark ooze on the miniature globe. It glowed strangely, illuminating a dark sky that was previously gloomy. The strange ooze continued to drip down continuously. Below, the army of Netherlings-mounted horses lined up neatly awaiting orders. Then her hand plunged straight into the sea. Meanwhile, when she stuck her hand out from outside, the dark ooze began to swirl and disintegrate in the air. She squeezed it tightly. She pulled out a glowing red orb that was emitting strange ooze. I will cleanse everything, Legion, and those pests. In her hand appeared an evil eye glowing fiercely red. Her anger reached its peak. Her eyes turned dark and glowed strangely. Her hair stood on end due to the rage. I will make you feel utterly hopeless. As she spoke, Giselle squeezed the strange object in her hand, causing it to emit more ooze. The evil eye in her hand suddenly widened in a bizarre manner. Then came the announcement, Black Domain, 65 hours before attacking humanity. Hawaii, one of the world's most beautiful islands, is also where the Balance Palace and Sanctuary are located. Right at the main entrance, the magical teleporting gate opened up. The Hugo group consisting of Hugo, Ju, Holly, Kevin, and Sanji stepped out. As soon as they landed on the ground, Kevin complained, "What is Lee Jian doing here? Why did we suddenly get dragged to Hawaii so early in the morning?" Hugo replied, "I only know what he's up to." Except for Holly, who was eager to meet Jian, everyone else focused more on the building. Especially when they saw the thick black smoke rising, Hugo was extremely surprised and exclaimed, "EW, this place has been here since when?" As a messenger sent by Jin to welcome guests, Lasso approached them proactively. "Hello everyone, you must be the guests Mr. Legion mentioned. Why are there so many women here?" Hugo stuttered, "Who is she?" Although Lasso was a servant of the House of Libra, she did not hide her identity and introduced herself with a smile. "I am Lasso, former deity of both Aquarius and Libra. Currently, I am called the Purifier of you. I was kidnapped from the House of Libra and brought here by Lord Legion as a prisoner." The word "you" did not clarify much, making Holly doubt. Legion bringing in means what exactly? Hugo paid more attention to the green egg she held. "What is she holding?" Lasso replied, "Oh, this is the token given by Lord Li Jian for me. He said that as a deity of health and healing, I can nurture it well." For those who don't know, the token of deity from the House of Scorpion is one of the rewards for passing the strength, intelligence, and reputation test. Kevin shook his head in amazement. That scoundrel Li Jian must be planning to get married or something. Hallie's ears perked up at these words like a red alert. She immediately called out, "My deity, show yourself now." "Yes, my lord." Holly trembled as she tried to suppress her emotions. She ordered, "Bring everything from our divine team for Legion." The deity thought she was just joking around. "Yes, my lord." So Harley shouted at it, "Come on, even if we have to bring the whole building here. Hurry up, otherwise we'll lose this battle." Black groaned and sobbed. A voice called out, "Princess," before quickly executing the order. "I wonder if she considers me a rival in love." Lasso pointed towards the large door and said, "Please go through this door." As soon as she spoke, the doors opened automatically. A loud, choking sound filled the air along with thick smoke escaping into the group. Upon entering fully, the scene before them was even more terrifying. It was an image of a monster opening its wide mouth. Then it forcefully blew out red-hot flames onto some device. Hugo quickly realized it was a huge furnace. "What is this?" "A furnace?" he quizzed. "Is he building an ironworks or something?" Kevin doubted. Could the lava in the bath be from those cursed deities? After piecing everything together, Hugo had a sudden realization. So this is what he wants to build after destroying the main house of Libra. Jiwoo agreed wholeheartedly. But due to the heat here, she was so dizzy she couldn't say anything. Only Holly felt more attracted to Jin than ever. Indeed, Legion, her leadership skills are still impressive even now. "That's really cool." Suddenly, a boisterous voice echoed. "Oh, isn't that the slave centaur of the Lord you're talking about?" Hugo's group turned to see where the voice came from and found it was coming from Jin's retinue. They were waiting for this moment. Isn't our entrance impressive enough? Perhaps because they feared Jin might have to wait, They kept hammering away with great impatience. "Come in straight away, hurry up." He's inside the forge, facing 3 retinue members who seem ready to attack him. The 5 of Hugo's group didn't linger. They quickly moved on. The brothers and sisters always get out fast. This bunch seems to enjoy working in the forge. They look happy about it. Pushing open the door, they stepped into the forge area. Hugo said with a smile, "Without the forge, this wouldn't be Legion's workshop at all." Holly nodded and replied, "I've heard the hammering for quite some time now." Indeed, the sound of hammering grew clearer as they went deeper inside. Seeing the familiar tall figure from afar, Hugo waved and greeted, "Legion, we're here." The man with a sweaty back stopped hammering and smiled happily upon realizing Hugo's group had arrived. As he turned around, he ran his hand through his hair and replied, "Oh, you're here," fully revealed in the flickering firelight. A strong figure, dripping with sweat from his ABS, looking incredibly attractive, coupled with a handsome face full of masculinity. This combo would definitely make Harley's nose bleed. Lasso and the 3 boys didn't say much, but Ju and Hallie's reactions were truly concerning. Hugo looked at Ju with disdain before turning to Holly, who had collapsed onto the ground. Since she fainted right there, Lasso could only stay behind to care for her, while Kevin left due to the heat. Diane opened the can of water Hugo brought along. The old man gulped it down like he was dying of thirst. Behind him, Hugo looked around and asked, "Didn't you just break someone's house yesterday? How did you build this so quickly?" Zeon wiped his mouth and replied with a smile, "I have a pretty useful new skill. This new skill is called Hunger. SSS rank, targets any creature and recreates the target. Active when divine power reaches 70% or higher. If the target is a creature stronger than the user, the skill might fail. If it fails, you may suffer side effects. But I won't tell Hugo about it. Basically, I combined my cathedral and workshop into one." Placing the hammer on a nearby table, he continued, "It's been ages since I've done this job again." Hugo chuckled. "That must be motivating. Yes, that was your original profession, right?" As Hugo looked at John drinking water, Butcher noticed a magical aura passing by his vision. Then it grew even more noticeable when Jin sat on the edge of the table, propping his hands and smiling as he introduced, "This is my holy ground, where my blood flows. And this forge is also where countless holy artifacts are created. I'm confident that with enough motivation, I can produce anything. Since I declared war, even that useless stuff will be restless." Hugo couldn't agree more on this point. He curiously asked, "What are you making now?" Jin winked mischievously. "Oh, weapons for you, ha. As promised to the little girl, I'll make one for Sangji and Ji as well." Hearing this, both Sangji and Ji looked extremely happy and eager. Only Otis couldn't help but laugh at being left out. Suddenly, Jion parted ways with Hugo. They exchanged confused glances. "What? Here's something for you." "What is it?" "The royal artifact." Before Ryan could finish speaking, a loud noise suddenly echoed. Hugo gasped in surprise. What was that? Looking round, he didn't see Holly anywhere. Sangdae grew anxious. Holly had disappeared. Feeling the tremor from outside the main entrance, everyone started to get tense. Are we under attack? What's going on? But when they ran outside to check, they just happened to hear an announcement. An urgent delivery from Scorpio Palace's deity team has arrived, and that person who is supposedly missing is standing right in front of the pile of goods. Knowing Jin is right behind her, Hallie's face turns red and she tries to hide her trembling as the Thung speaks smoothly. The holy sanctuary is basically just a temple, so it's like moving into a new home once you're here. Isn't that right? Just think of this as a new home. It turns out the delivered goods are exactly what she sent her deity to bring. After saying all that, Hallie feels proud of herself. Great, I spoke so naturally. She continues without looking back and opens the boxes herself, checking inside. These are food, these are money. And those are materials and pieces, which is why Hallie couldn't tell that Jin wasn't as excited as she thought. Looking at his stunned friend, Hugo sighs and says, "Good luck. She seems really serious about you. you'll end up like me. As she's opening the boxes, Hallie suddenly stops. When she sees a pile of letters and documents, this box isn't hers. She picks up a letter and sees Lee Jian written on it. Although reluctant, she gives it to Jian. Lee Jian, someone sent a letter for you, Lijin. Jin raises an eyebrow in disbelief. What? Who would send me a letter? Hugo teases, maybe it's fan mail, like someone loving you, Lijin. Hearing Harley mention all the letters have names on them, Jin pinches Hugo harder, making him more suspicious of the source. Guessing something, Sang-di speaks up. Yes, there are big problems since the twins dropped a bomb saying she would leave the Lion Palace. Maybe that's why they're sending letters to her uncle. This theory makes Hugo and Jean exclaim in unison. What? In America at this moment, at the main headquarters of the Lion Palace, Steven slams his hand on the table loudly. Why did you say that? Just as Sanjay predicted, Steven is scolding Yuhua for wanting to leave the association. Even if she leaves, things won't end easily. I know! Do you know how many people will follow her out? John Yuhua's name has never been called with such volume before. Despite that, Yuhua calmly responds, yes, I do know. This makes Steven's head hurt. If you knew, why did you say it so indifferently? You're like cats and dogs to me, one word at a time. What's the problem? I've given you everything you wanted. Tell me, let me leave and join another deity team. This damn thing. Shivitian slams his hand on his face, groaning loudly. Not just that. What about the contract terms, salary, or anything else? I'm so stressed my muscles are practically contracting. Yuhua answers frankly, I don't need those things. Taking a deep breath to regain composure, Steven closes his eyes and asks again, are you really leaving this place? How's it going lately? Then he opens his eyes and looks at her arm, continuing, I mean your arm. Time goes back 10 years to a few days before the Blue Doe disaster in Korea. Inside the Scorpio Palace Hospital, Jiwoo is still in a coma and breathing machine 11. Sangjai and Yuha had to take care of their mother together from morning till late at night. Since Yuha didn't sleep as soundly as Sang-di, she woke up hearing strange noises outside. At that young age, she just thought her father was back. After adjusting her brother's sleeping position carefully, she walks to the door and calls out, Dad, is it you? But there's no one in the hallway illuminated by the light from the elevator. Maybe because of curiosity, Yuha doesn't look away from the unusually open elevator. Yuha's small steps get closer to the elevator door as if someone is pulling her. But before she could fully step inside, the elevator announcement suddenly rang out as the doors were closing. Yuha stared at the closing elevator lights with a worried expression. Then a woman suddenly appeared right behind her. Hello, you must be Yuha, right? Yuha jumped and turned around. Giesel took off her hat and smiled. Oh my, did I startle you? Seeing her face, Yuha immediately recognized this person as Than Thien Ban. Noticing she had recognized her, Giesel gently suggested, let's talk somewhere else, shall we? Yuha hesitated, but, thinking like a child at the time, she believed that saints wouldn't harm anyone. So she followed Giesel to a room with seating. Giesel sat down and said, I'm worried about you kids after this blood incident, so I came to talk to you. She handed Yuha a can of soda, pretending to be sad as she continued, I feel very sorry for your mother. Yuha shook her head gently. No, it's fine. Though saddened, she tried to smile brightly. Saints must have done their best. I believe this is the best outcome. Giesel sighed and smiled. Thank you for saying that. Now I understand why Hugo always boasts about his child. Looking up at Yuha, who was listening intently, she continued, despite what happened, you're still very brave and mature. To strengthen their bond, she mentioned her own children and compared them to Yuha. I'm so worried because my kids always cause trouble. If they were as talented as half of you, everyone would be happy. Yuha giggled shyly, but when hearing Giesel say that, they caused more trouble and were put in the punishment room to improve their behavior. Yuha couldn't believe it and asked, really? She tapped her fingers on the soda can. Giesel smiled enigmatically. Raising children is really hard. Wanting them to be smart, talented, and well-behaved isn't easy at all, like you, Yuha. Her expression suddenly changed, her eyes and smile looking very eerie. Yuha, if you were my daughter, it would be wonderful. Raising children to be smart, talented, and well-behaved isn't easy, like you, Yuha. Her expression suddenly changed, her eyes and smile looking very eerie. Yuha, if you were my daughter, it would be wonderful. Yuha couldn't understand what she was saying today. The atmosphere between them fell silent for a moment. After a few seconds, Gizel sighed and laughed. I said jokingly, "I'm just kidding, look at your confused face." She leaned back and smiled. "You're still just a child after all." It took Gizel several minutes to stop laughing. "Sorry, honey, I was a bit mean earlier." Saying this, she pointed her finger and created some faint light. 2 sparkling diamond earrings fell into her palm. Then Giselle held them up in front of Yuha. "Here, take these." Knowing Yuha would ask for the reason, Gizel immediately said it was a memento from our first meeting. Seeing Yuha wave her hand to refuse, "No, thank you. We've only met once. I can't accept this gift." Giselle didn't give up and insisted on giving them. "Take it. I brought these for you." Hearing footsteps getting closer, Giselle became more anxious to get Yuha to take the earrings. "Take it. Or do you want me to keep holding out like this?" At that moment, Hugo stopped in front of the door because he recognized her voice. "It's Thian Ban. Who is she talking to?" Upon entering and checking, Hugo saw his daughter reaching out to accept the earrings from Giselle. "Thank you, I'll take it." Giselle had actually come to find Yuha on her own, something Hugo hadn't expected. So in that moment, he couldn't help but stand still. "Yuha." Hearing his father's voice, Yuha turned around happily and called out, "Oh, father." Seizing the opportunity, Giselle quickly dropped the earrings into Yuha's palm. The moment they touched her skin, Otto's eyes widened as if he had just seen something unimaginable. And indeed, it was as feared by him. The 2 earrings began to merge and turned into a black mass. Not only did it emit light, but it shocked Yuha immensely. Hugo ran frantically as he arrived, his heart racing. But it was too late. The entire guest room had exploded into fragments in an instant. Passers-by outside only saw thick smoke and flickering lights like a fire burning. They were all stunned, turning to discuss. The hospital just blew up. What's going on? And most of all, fear gripped them. Someone should report this immediately. Amidst the crowd of gawkers, a familiar face appeared, none other than Steven. Back inside the hospital, Hugo was desperately trying to get closer to his daughter, Yuha. But what followed next left him in shock. Yuha was hugging herself tightly, sobbing loudly, "Daddy." Hugo's heart ached. He rushed with all his strength towards her. He stretched out his hand and shouted her name, Yuhua. Just then, Gizel sneered and struck Hugo before his fingers could reach Yuhua. So engrossed in saving Yuha from the terrible pain, Hugo couldn't anticipate the attack. He was thrown several meters away. His back slammed into the thick wall with excruciating pain, feeling as if his bones were shattered. Otter's Hall groaned and struggled to stand up, surpassing her current strength. Seeing Hugo's pitiful state, Gizel was extremely satisfied. She laughed triumphantly. "Don't think you're still a saint now." Despite the intense pain, as a father, Hugo had to push himself forward. "Scales, what did you do to her?" Gizel replied sarcastically, "You're too late. Hugo, leaving your daughter alone. Aren't you unworthy of being a father?" As Yuhua's cries grew louder and more desperate, Hugo despised her even more. "Scales, restore Yuhua to normal immediately." Gizel shook her head in refusal. "No, this is a warning. Seems like you underestimated my words. These remind me of our previous meeting when I warned you. You were the commander against the Blood Or, wasn't it? You overvalued your relationships with others. I had all the research materials you wanted to hide." Gizel hated being looked down upon, so she considered revenge as a natural response. "But your daughter is even better than I thought. Even if she's under our energy control, it's not strange. She can still resist." As she paused to enjoy Yuhua's cries, Gizel continued, "But eventually, she will succumb to that energy." "Oh no, Hugo! Amused by Hugo's helpless expression, Giselle offered a suggestion. The only way to save your daughter is to bring her to my sect. Of course, Hugo would never agree. He was too angry. Don't say you have no other choice. Every time it's always you who makes things this way. Giselle placed a finger to her lips and said quietly, "Horseman, keep quiet while in the hospital or I'll give you to me." Hearing her proposal, Hugo was shocked into silence. Giselle continued, "Forget your lingering ties with that dead legion and submit to me." She persuaded him further, "I know your value. I respect you more than all the other saints. If you follow me, I'll restore your lost power and help you regain your saint status." Giselle mentioned Jin again, which was unsettling. Forget that dead name, Hugo finally understood her efforts. It wasn't just revenge, she had planned this from the start. As a balanced scale, Giselle would give Hugo another choice. "Hugo, you must make a decision again. Hand over your daughter or join me?" Suddenly, a small hand reached out and grabbed Giselle's ankle. Startled, Giselle looked down. Somehow, Yuha had managed to break free from the demon's control and found her way here. Despite her critical condition, Yuha struggled to lift her head and whisper, "Don't bully my father." Unable to move or attack due to Yuha's tight grip and the demon's power, Giselle reluctantly laughed. "Such a cute little girl. She dares to use our energy against us." She spread her hand, pushing magical force into the silver rod and continued, "Yu Hua, remember what I said earlier, children who are both talented and obedient are my favorites." Without hesitation, Giselle aimed the silver rod directly at Yuha. "Before taking you with me, I must teach you to obey me." Seeing Giselle's action, Hugo rushed forward like a flame, stopping at the balance scale. At that moment, another voice suddenly interrupted. "What are you doing?" Something unbelievable happened to Yuha's small body. It was being sucked back by an invisible force. A bright yellow light shot down towards the hospital. Addis Kinaglopop said, "This skill is activated." I can't help but exclaim, "The battlefield skill of the Lion Saints Victor." Across from them, Giselle was stunned to see Yuha's spirit slowly fading away. The activation of this skill means he has arrived here. A thudding sound echoed as someone spoke in a hoarse voice. "Hey, the centaur and his daughter are my recruitment candidates." Giselle and Hugo turned to look towards the source of the noise. Indeed, the man with that power was Stephen Marker. Stephen Marker, also known as the Lion Saint, looked at Giselle's astonished eyes and smiled mischievously. "If you understand, line up and bow." Stephen crossed his arms and chuckled, assessing the situation. He then raised his head to look at Yu Hua floating in midair and mocked, "My G, a dark god, balance. I bet she was very fierce with this child." He laughed and said, "Such a powerful creature will become an important member of our family, possibly even on par with a saint." With the power of a Lion Saint, Stephen proudly showed it to Giselle. "But that's fine." He continued arrogantly, "The lion is the god of all beasts. I'll consider myself lucky for trying to recruit an important member." Giselle couldn't believe her ears. "What did you say?" She started getting angry and warned, "Stephen Marker, don't do anything foolish." But in response, Stephen just smirked at Libra. "Be honest with each other. Make my god's team stronger. Isn't that the basic principle of any god's team? No need to think about it." He directly took the evidence right before Giselle, just like how she used a dark god to take John Yuha. "I'm just stopping you." Continuously provoked by Stephen, Giselle was on the verge of losing her temper. She gritted her teeth and cursed, "You dirty brute! You dared to get in my way." She stomped hard on the ground. Stephen remembered you asked, "What's wrong? Not happy now?" He then stopped teasing and tried to break my royal skill and take back the child. Giselle had never been afraid of anyone, so she replied nonchalantly, "No problem." Outside the hospital, under the heavy rain, an ambulance was called and continuously sounding its alarm. "This is 119. Please move away from this area quickly. A building has collapsed. It's very dangerous here." The passersby became even more panicked and chaotic, especially Stephen's subordinates. "God, Stephen, where are you? God, Stephen!" Seeing the scene through the large hole in the wall, Steven felt a bit dizzy. He put his hands in his pockets. He sighed, "Oh my, I've attracted a crowd." But Steven had no intention of stopping this fight. "I was created to adapt to battle, so if we use all our strength, it's fine." "Libra, what about you?" Hearing Steven ask, Giselle hesitated and didn't want to respond further. She immediately launched her first attack. Another explosion occurred at the hospital. Despite the police and doctors trying to keep people back, more passersby stopped and gathered. "Be careful there." Not sure if it was from losing face or being noticed, Giselle decided to end this fight unilaterally. "That's enough, I don't want the situation to get worse. So I withdraw this time." Her attitude completely changed. "Leo, I owe you. Someday I'll repay your kindness." Steven laughed. "Can you really do it? Soon, I'll surpass the Legion." In his confident manner, Giselle just smirked and rolled her eyes. Then she spat out a curse. "You foolish creature, you'll know your place," before storming off. Steven chuckled sarcastically, clearly bored to death. He then flicked his thumb up, saying, "No need to thank me," ran. Hugo glanced at him disdainfully and didn't say anything more. Taking a deep breath, he asked, "What are you doing here?" Steven replied, "I came to check on your mug before work." He also reminded that he had to attend the preliminary trial and apologize to the people. "You have a pathetic mug, like a dog dragged through the streets all day and beaten up." Otis smirked. "Did you come here to mock me?" "No way, Steven would never do that because he plans to join my god team before things get worse for him. If you support Lee Jian and help me, I might be able to surpass Lee Jian." The name really does matter. His attachment to Jian is quite strong too. Hugo sighed. "Everyone says that. Thank you for your assistance. But now, I can't think about this anymore. Release Yuhua." Maud's request was rather ordinary, but Steven surprisingly refused outright. "I can't do that." This left Hugo utterly confused. "What are you doing?" Steven explained gently. "Your daughter is possessed by a dark god. If we release her now, the consequences could be unpredictable." He honestly admitted that his daughter would likely become a target for Libra or die from losing control of that power. Hearing Steven's serious question, I asked, "Do you have enough strength to protect your daughter in this state?" Hugo sincerely couldn't be sure either. This was still something that always left him feeling guilty and disconnected with his family. Steven wasn't surprised by the silence anymore. When he's powerless, he can't make any decisions. Looking up at Ha, Steven continued, "The dark god inside your daughter could be a monster. I told you about the nature of our god team, right? Even if I can't exorcise or tame it, I can suppress it to prevent it from wreaking havoc." He touched his hand to the protective sphere surrounding Yuhua. "So I'll take her with me." Following Steven's command, a spell shot out and hit Yuhua. At the same time, he spread his arms wide, waiting for Yuhua to lose gravity and fall. Standing still, Steven caught Yuhua gently in his arms. Sensing the dark power in Yuhua weakening, Steven said, "Now it's been contained." Otis exhaled calmly and asked, "Lion, why did you turn yourself into Libra's opponent?" Without hiding anything, Steven replied, "Because I couldn't recruit him. I just recruited your promising daughter instead." He paused as an old memory surfaced in his mind. Despite being pinned down by several men, Hugo struggled to question them. "Why did you leave Legion at the tower and go out on your own? At least we should have picked up Legion's body if we got the blood eyes." Some of them tried to calm him down, saying, "Ram, stay calm. Let's take this guy down." For someone who had just lost a close friend and couldn't find his sense of honor anymore, Hugo naturally couldn't bear it. "After all you've done, are you still going to defame Li Jian's reputation? Are you worthy enough to be a god?" In response to these insults, Steven could only grit his teeth and remain silent. Concluding the flashback, Steven bitterly continued, when reminded of past events. The time had moved forward to when Steven was older and first heard him talk about his past with Yuhua. Yuhua's emotions softened. She would always be grateful for what he did for her. Hearing Steven confirm, "But when I was the lion, you couldn't grow up." Yuhua clenched her fists and promised herself that if she wanted to help Legion, she had to become stronger. This thought drove her to decide to be honest about her desires. She needed to train in a completely new way to become stronger. Steven no longer had the energy to argue. Fine, for 10 years, I thought I did everything as your guardian. He placed his hand on his face and said softly, and now that you secretly met the Scorpion Saint, it's all over. The scene ended with him saying, alright, let's just say this matter is closed. Yu Hong heard this and was shocked. Oh my! Not only that, Steven even blamed himself for all the mistakes, saying if the child still wanted to leave after all of this, it must be because he hadn't done enough. Especially when he said he hoped she would live happily even after leaving. His voice full of pain made Yuhua's eyes widen in shock. Why did he act like that? Was he really crying? You were trying to comfort Steven when the blonde suddenly pushed open the door. Contrary to Steven's reluctance to let her go, he was laughing happily. John Yuhua, I heard everything. Go ahead then. I like it too. Ignoring Yuhua's hateful expression, he continued talking nonstop. I've never liked you anyway. You always treat the team activities like child's play and make me do them. Don't even think about going back. I didn't expect our plan to be ruined just when it was almost successful. Steven couldn't help getting angry and shouted loudly, "Fool! The brat was fooled by my acting skills. Why are you chasing her away?" Meanwhile, he inadvertently revealed a bottle of eye drops, which instantly erased all the guilt and pity Yuhua felt at her age. Steven and the blonde were now in a heated argument with Yuhua caught in the middle. Did you really want to keep that little Vin Thou? She said she was going to quit anyway, and said she would follow Lijin. She's still the deputy lord. I have to keep people like her here. The argument gradually shifted to other topics. What if I choose to quit then? Why do you have to do that? Answer me. Seriously? Fine, go ahead. You can all leave. I didn't expect to be fired like this. The blonde was so shocked he stood there frozen. Steven quickly tried to calm him down. What are you surprised about? I'm just angry, that's all. But the blonde seemed no longer in his right mind. He said bitterly, "Oh, I get it now. You don't care if an SS like me stays or goes, but you want to keep the S rank you here?" Steven explained painfully. That's not what I meant. Calm down. He didn't calm down. He became even more furious. The blonde revealed his power in a fit of rage. Both the deputy lord and the lord treated the team activities like a joke. Who would have thought that the lord, representing the values of the team, would dismiss the truth that the strongest lives? When all the suppressed strength was pushed to its limit, the blonde underwent a transformation. Steven exclaimed in panic, "Is this the energy of the balance? Oliver, what did you do?" The blonde, or Oliver, seemed extremely satisfied with his new appearance. He proudly said it felt amazing. I haven't felt so strong in a long time. I'll teach you all a lesson and show you how the Leo constellation operates with this power. Although he knew it was futile, Steven still tried to stop him. Oliver, stop. Do you know what you're doing? Instead of answering, Oliver used his actions to speak for him. As Steven lunged with a stab, he had no choice but to enter this fight and dodge. Oliver's attack shattered a large section of the wall. Steven lost an arm. He clutched it in pain, deep in thought. How is that possible? My hand was cut off with just one strike. Steven angrily shouted out loud. Oliver, who betrayed us and joined Libra? Oliver mocked them, betraying you all. Don't make me laugh. With wide eyes, he screamed fiercely. If you, the God Team's God, did your job well, things wouldn't be like this. I'm just restoring our God Team's rights. Oliver declared that the strongest would survive. That is what Leo marker means. You've forgotten that. That's why you chose John Ilha, an S-rank acting as deputy governor. He recalled standing under and behind those cheering for Steven. Even though I, an SS rank, am right here. Oliver was unwilling. His loyalty to Leo, knowledge of the God Team, and achievements and skills. I'm superior to Johnny UH in every aspect. Why not choose me? Ultimately, Oliver became resentful towards Steven. Such a thing was never what the Saint line wanted. He always respected power. This decision is yours alone. The one who favored John Yue. His constant talking made Yuha and Steven annoyed. You easily lost to Lee Jian. A deputy governor would abandon the god team just because she went crazy over Lee Jian, right? Do you think you can lead the god team like that? Oliver's next words surprised Yuha. Did you know what I did to the previous deputy governor to become a candidate? Steven was equally shocked. Yuha shouted, Oliver, what are you saying? Don't talk about why my master lost. He laughed triumphantly, right? Then Oliver recounted, thinking that Han died from isolation and lack of support. Yuha's expression stunned as Oliver admitted, I was the God Cannon captain with control over military forces at that time. Suddenly something happened, making Steven call out loudly, John Ilha. She fiercely charged towards Oliver, slamming her face into his. Her eyes revealed a terrifying mix of resentment and frustration. Yuha forcefully squeezed Oliver's face, breaking through the barrier. Her foot began to move. Yuha delivered a powerful strike at Oliver, Divine Speed. One of Yuha's punches landed squarely on Oliver's face. Despite Yuha's hand holding his face, Oliver wore a sinister smile. Terrifying, Oliver grabbed Yuha's wrist. Is this the special skill Steven Marker and Legion created together? He forcefully bent Yuha's wrist. That's what breaking stone walls is called, right? It seems that was the only thing Steven Marker taught him. Oliver tightened his grip on Yuha's wrist even more. But this skill is still too weak for revenge. Then Oliver raised his hand to punch high up. If you want to hurt me, he loudly said, at least it should be like this. Oliver punched the ground with one hand, creating a large shockwave that shattered the floor and office floors. One after another, layers of training rooms were smashed as Yuha was repeatedly punched to the ground. Her clothes tore from the blood flowing from her mouth. Those around them gathered to ask, are you okay, Deputy Governor? She shakily stood up and heard a loud laugh. Oliver jumps down near her, looking pitiful. John Yuha quickly stands up and counters. The immense power threatens to split the entire tower in two. Oliver rushes forward with a challenge. Even his proud lightning whip is nothing compared to our new strength. You no longer deserve to be my opponent. If you don't want to die, release the sleeping monster from your grasp. Yuha grits his teeth and falls down. Above him, Oliver continues taunting. Otherwise, he'll unleash all his power on you without warning. You will keep taking these hits. Their attacks pierce through each layer of the large building. The powerful shockwave makes people below them run in fear. Walls crumble, and from Legion's side, a staff emits blue energy. Legion smiles proudly at the staff, glowing brightly, considering it his power even though he just made it recently. Legion waits eagerly. Well, time to give Yuha this weapon. A grand house with intricately carved doors featuring to snakes, an ornate temple crafted by the Blacksmith's Guild. Legion cheerfully calls out. Zhu, she responds. Yes, Legion commands. I'll give you your first task as my secretary. Hearing this, both Zhu and Otter are stunned. Legion continues speaking. Yuha needs your help right now. Yuha and Oliver have already reached the lowest floor. Oliver advances towards her. Our positions have changed, Johnny Yuha. He shows his power through the magic circle behind him, always looking down on others, feeling superior. You and Steven Marker enjoyed it a lot, didn't you? Yuha questions, why lie just for the deputy governor position? Oliver silently looks at her. Yuha speaks seriously. People get excited just by being a little stronger. Oliver mocks with a sardonic smile. A little? Are you blind? I severed Steven Marker's hand. He was as hard as iron in one strike. He boasts arrogantly. My strength equals that of a saint. I am the strongest. Yuha repeats. The strongest. Yuha approaches, unbuttoning her coat. He says he's the strongest. But what have you done? Besides luring Sensei into a trap and secretly cutting off Steven Marker's hand, Yuha continues to infuriate Oliver. You haven't done anything to me yet. One person, only a S rank. Where do you resemble the strongest? Her angry eyes start clenching her hair tightly. A fool, once was. The Lion's God Commander. One who doesn't know his place. Yuha's eyes seem to have a spark inside. I will punish you. The traitor of the Lion. Here, Oliver. Oliver's large body trembled with anger. What did you dare? The system notified that the line's skill and transformation ability had been activated, and Oliver's body began to change as sharp fangs grew out. He still didn't know how to use it. The power of beast transformation is the source of a lion's strength. Oliver roared like a true lion and charged at the strange prey. He reached out to hit Yuha, but she dodged. Yuha kicked Oliver off balance, who angrily growled after getting hit. Yuha's entire body was covered in red sparks as she prepared for another attack. Her power caused the surroundings to glow red, and even the ground trembled. She stood up, fists clenched tightly, aiming at Oliver. A punch to his stomach made Oliver cry out in pain. Yuha continued with a swift punch. Oliver was sent flying. His large body hit the floor hard, causing tiles to break. Not stopping there, Yuha charged forward again. Another knee strike into Oliver's sharp fangs. Oliver retaliated by grabbing her entire body. One hand sent her flying up into the air. It was truly terrifying. Then Oliver threw Yuha down forcefully. His whole body was covered in bulging muscles, his eyes like those of a real beast. No matter how hard you try, it's useless. Yuha was thrown through several layers of tiles and stuck to the ground. Oliver roared loudly, "This is for you. Focus on Yuha." She stood up heavily. Oliver boasted, "The heavenly balance wants me to defeat you, but there's no need to worry about a person who can't control their demon." Yuha's eyes darkened as she breathed heavily. "I was very angry at myself for not being able to defeat someone like Oliver." Li Jian's image appeared in her mind again. "Like this, I can't keep up with him." She also thought of Lin. Yuha's eyes became even more determined. She must catch up to Li Jian. Oliver continued to provoke. "Hey, John Yuha, what are you thinking during the battle?" Then Oliver glared and threatened again. "We're at the train station. If you aren't careful, a punch will hit the train." Oliver warned that he would hit those people. Yuha stood up. She focused all her strength to fight. Remembering how she fought before, Yuha was determined not to lose again. When she lost to Lawrence, she thought, "I never thought I could endure this long. Ordinary people have already been drained by the divine energy." At that time, Yuhua cried in pain during her spider demon battle. Yuhua pondered. She didn't want to lose again. She thought about past battles. How could it end so easily? The more she thought, the more determined she became. She must win. She must be stronger to stand beside Li Jin. Yuhua fought with all her might. She would pour everything into every moment. A familiar voice suddenly echoed, "I like that attitude." Hearing this voice, Yuhua paused. It was Li Jin. A green light fell from above. The shockwave from its power affected the surrounding space significantly. Masada red flames split the train and headed towards Yuha. These flames grew stronger and more numerous. The green light was rapidly descending below, on the broken railway tracks. Yuhua stood in the middle of the path with the train split in two. Yuhua called out, "Legion." Something was thrown in front of her, emitting blinding light. After a closer look, Ayuta realized it was a sword. The system announced, "SAFU welcomes you for demonstrating an unbreakable fighting spirit." Zhu held the sword. The weapon chosen by the SAFU constellation had found its master, no matter where they were. Jiyu held her glowing power sword and continued to accompany her until the end of her master's life. Li Jian smiled gently. The weapon will always be with its master until the task is completed. Jiyu firmly stared at the weapon, focusing her spirit on the spear. The serious atmosphere was broken by Ziyu's smile. "What should I do next?" Li Jian chuckled. "Now throw the spear up into the sky." Ziyu looked surprised. "Throw it up." Li Jian replied. "Yes, exactly." Then Ziyu threw the spear powerfully upward. Yujin was puzzled. "Oh my god. Can we just throw it like that?" The spear then emitted a powerful force and shot up into the sky. Its green light pierced through the high clouds, circling over the tall mountains. Yujin was surprised. Jiyu was curious. "Can I throw it like that?" Li Jian praised her for doing a good job. The spear flew to where it needed to go. Now the spear will know where it needs to go. And so, the green light of the spear shot straight towards Yuha. Stephen on this side was also being treated for his arm wound. The female soldier treating him advised, that although she had provided first aid using borrowed skills, if he wanted accurate treatment, he must see the constellation of peace. Stephen was annoyed. Damn it! Why do I have to endure this humiliation? Suddenly, a strong green light caught their attention. The green light pierced through the ground and the spear went through all layers to reach Yuha. The power from the spear began creating friction. It sliced through the train, the powerful force of the spear rushing towards Yuha. She was stunned by it. The light stopped in front of Yuha and a figure gradually appeared. Yuha looked out. A spear. The majestic spear appeared. System notification. The Master of Constellation SAFU welcomes the one with strong fighting spirit. The sharp spear pierced the ground. System message. To join Constellation SAFU, you must prove your worth. Yuha took the spear and the system displayed a mission: prove your worth by destroying all enemies. In front of you using eternal power. Holding the spear tightly, Yuha looked determined. She released its power, a large green light enveloping her. Oliver called out John's name. Yuha was still satisfied, having broken through the train, but the result remained unchanged. Oliver confidently shouted at Yuha, "This is truly the end." Without letting Oliver wait long, Yuha prepared for battle, her feet starting to move. Red light emitted from her spear, thunderbolts followed. Despite being attacked, Oliver laughed loudly. Didn't we say that the power of the person no longer works on us? Yuha gritted her teeth and fought back. System notification: the power of Constellation SAFU combined with red lightning. Yuha gripped the spear tightly. She used all her strength to attack, each word a command. Pierce! Go away! Yuha shouted loudly. Skill: throw the spear directly at Oliver. Tai Yung's harmony. Another large shockwave hit the building. The people above looked down. Damn it, what's happening below? Her teammates were surprised. The spear created a power that shattered the ground. A powerful shockwave is radiating out in all directions. It's strong enough to knock everyone else away. The force is terrifying. Just one throw split the ground in half. The person above looks down in surprise. The city is being torn apart. Stephen immediately jumps down below. Incredible, we have to go down and see what's happening. The person above suddenly calls out, "Governor!" Stephen lands heavily on the ground. His eyes are intense. The man lying before Stephen is Oliver. He's still trembling, calling out for someone. "Stephen!" Oliver has been beaten into submission and lies on the ground. "Look at how ridiculous I look. I aimed for the governor but failed to hit Johnny UH instead of you." Stephen sighs. "Because you were obsessed with that position, you got defeated." He continues, saying that becoming stronger is about overcoming challenges, not just being powerful. That's why she overcame you and became the vice governor. Compared to being governor or vice governor, I think you'd be better suited for the lion's paw. Oliver, battered on the ground, ponders. He turns away and curses. "You talk too much." Oh, Stephen stands firmly in the wind. "Even though I was wrong, Johnny UH still won." He looks at the ruins of the battle, but is surprised by how powerful it was. Yuha suddenly jumps up from below, and Stephen calls out in surprise. "Governor Yuha, you're also surprised, right?" Despite his injuries, Oliver lies on the ground trembling but refuses to give up. "Governor Yuha, you came just in time. You two listen carefully." Before Oliver can speak, Stephen shouts loudly, "Governor Yuha, how did you do it?" Oliver is helpless. "Hold on, let me explain." But Stephen ignores him and continues questioning Yuha. "It's because the energy was coming from your body, not the lion's paw." Yuha looks angry. "I didn't say we would switch to your constellation." Stephen keeps shouting. "No way! What are you talking about? He even didn't ask for permission from the gods." Yuha calmly responds, "I don't need their permission." Stephen curses. "You've lost your mind." Oliver persists on his side. "Listen to me." He's angry and pleading. "Please listen to me." Stephen cuts him off again. "No way! If you want to go, step over my body first." Yuha addresses the group. The system displays in front of Yuha. Task: prove your worth. Saint Stephen marker. Saint Lion, he's blocking your path. Bring him down and get what you want. Love is astonishing. Really? Steven looks stunned. What? Oliver can't hold back anymore, he shouts loudly. Can you hear that? Steven turns around to retort. A pile of rubble? Can it still speak? Yuha adds. Maybe we should call him Oliver the Traitor. His body is fading, but Oliver's will hasn't given up yet. Did you think this would be the end? This is just the beginning. You really don't know the true face of the balance. Looking at the ruined building, Oliver continues, our battle has destroyed Cord's entire headquarters. The building is severely damaged. What do you think about that? Oliver's body is fading away. Cord's protective barrier and the lion guarding this place are weakening. With a loud explosion, only his voice echoes and this place will be destroyed. The shockwave from Oliver's death has created a powerful surge of energy. Steven is worried. Could he have another plan? The explosion creates a golden light that blinds everyone. Steven grits his teeth, thinking he must be alive. A large foot with sharp claws appears and crushes the stones into pieces. Steven's eyes widen in shock, veins popping out. That large foot steps on the ground, crushing it. Everyone around is horrified by this scene. They open their eyes wide in shock, facing a terrifying monster for the first time. In this situation, Steven steps forward to stand in front of Yuha. They face the monster. Both are amazed at its power, looking at the huge and fierce demon approaching. Steven is shocked. His red eyes are those of a surprised Steven. Red eyes. He's clearly dead in the magic tower. The people around see this and panic. This is calamity. Run! Steven clenches his teeth as he turns back. People are still here. A giant monster with one eye in the middle of its face. Its power is terrifying. Before anyone can evacuate, the red-eyed monster spits out a huge flame. The people see this and scatter in panic. Yuhua and Steven on their side are caught off guard. Steven only manages to say, bastard. To protect Yuhua from danger, Steven pushes her away to fight. At the SAFU Hawaii headquarters, Legion sits quietly, but his eyes are filled with thoughts. He just sits silently by the door, his gaze full of longing. Outside, the sky is still clear and the sea waves gently in peace. Legion's hand tightens on the bowstring, muttering to himself, why do I have this bad feeling? The news is broadcasting an urgent update. Urgent alert, disasters are spreading all over the world. The reporter looks worried as he reports, so far, confirmed areas include 3 countries, America, EU, and South Korea. A huge image of the monster appears on the screen with a news report showing disasters in Washington, D.C., USA's capital. Urgent alert 1. The shape of the disaster resembles the red eyes dominating the Demon Tower, followed by images of a meeting where the leaders of the Zodiacs are making decisions. The reporter continues to provide more information. The Zodiacs have issued statements acknowledging the severity of the situation. Libra's leader declares they will stop the disaster. The Libra leader steps forward and announces, Libra will cooperate with the Light Zodiacs to save the people from the disaster. Meanwhile, Legion members are also watching the news. Someone mentions that Libra's leader didn't mention anything about the heir of the city lord being killed. Holly adds, it's a valid reason. Dealing with the disasters will help us solve this problem. We think those disasters belong to the Libras too. Then Hallie asks Legion another question. Can we summon the Red Eye? Hugo wonders, the Red Eye appearing. What is happening now? Hallie recalls a previous battle where Jijion caught it in the Demon Tower. Other city members even said they had disposed of the head of that red-eyed monster. Legion turns curious upon hearing this. What happened to it after that? Hallie answers, there was a dispute among Zodiacs over ownership rights. Hallie recounts what she knows. After attacking the Acma Tower, the Centaurs cut off contact with other city members and didn't know the inside details. A ship is still transporting the head of the red-eyed monster at sea. Finally, after resolving the dispute, the head was sealed and buried under the sea. Hallie lowers her voice, that's what Libra proposed. Hugo raises a question. Could Libra have returned it? Legion sighs. Another piece of trash. I understand now. Legion looks into the mirror and decides, I'll deal with that head. To see if it's the one we caught or someone else, as the Scorpion said. Hearing this, Hallie blushes and scratches her head. Scorpion. Suddenly, Legion leans close to Hallie, making her face even redder. With enemies attacking, we should build a defense system around our city. Not that setting up an array and laying traps is the talent of someone. Legion gestures for Hallie to look at his eyes, which are impossible to beat in quality. I can only rely on you. Legion's action makes Holly blush. Too close. What should I do? Legion smiles, making the air around them pink with love. You'll help me, right? That's a look-through in Hallie's eyes. It seems that Legion's good looks have made Holly lose her mind. A happy smile is plastered on Hallie's face. Suddenly, she becomes unusually energetic and starts working immediately. Leave it to me. Even if they say I can tear down the city pillars, I will do it. Hallie keeps searching frantically for items to help with the mission. Even a nearby soldier tries to stop her. Princess, please calm down. If you keep going, the harp will collapse. Holly is still. Legion asked for my help. Legion says no one else can do it. Hallie starts daydreaming. Hallie's thoughts, Legion wants to reinforce the defenses. The Harp Temple, if we want to strengthen the protection, we need many sacred relics from the Scorpion constellation. Does that mean the Scorpion constellation's relics will be sent to SAFU's Harp Temple? That means living together, right? Holly blushed as she thought of something else. Is this a proposal or not? The soldier next to Fu Dean. No way! You're overthinking this. Holly was too angry and noisy, telling people not to block her path. Legion turned to Hugo on the other side and asked Texu as well. You answer that I'll go with you to catch the red-eyed guy. Legion immediately denied it and ordered, no, you should return to Korea right away. Hugo froze. What? EUH is there, I can't go back. Legion smiled as a green aura with the shape of EUH appeared in his hand. Don't worry, I can sense EUH's presence. I'll take good care of EUH, don't worry. Then Legion's face became serious again. If Korea has something on the scale now, your people might be able to resist them. Smoke and dust rose as buildings in the city crumbled. Seoul, South Korea. Many monsters were spewing fire to attack the civilians in the city. The guards below wondered where these creatures came from. Another guard spoke up. We must not let our defenses be broken. A green monster was growling and making loud noises. A soldier shouted, over here. Others were in a tough state with injuries all over them. One of them cursed, damn it. Countless monsters surrounded Seoul, attacking everyone. The soldiers were worried things couldn't end like this. The monsters continued their rampage in Seoul. Suddenly, something caught everyone's attention. A bright light struck and destroyed countless monsters. That power was so fast and strong that it even tore through buildings, sending many monsters flying in the city. The soldiers watching this were wide-eyed in shock. One monster was attacked, its head severed from its body. A voice echoed, I didn't expect you to handle them so poorly. Ivan laughed mockingly and turned his head back. I can't stand this anymore. He flexed his muscles, showing off. After all, half of you are archers. This is the Golden Star Saint, Chom Ivan Krusev. Ivan made some ridiculous poses. He turned to ask the soldiers, archers, where's Hugo? One of them spoke up. Thank you, Ivan, for your support. Saint Hugo isn't here. If you want to leave a message, tell me. Ivan patted Jegan on the shoulder. That's not what I meant. So I'll wait for him here. Do you know anything? Ivan's eyes were terrifying. He squeezed Jegan's shoulder tightly. I hate anyone who blocks my path. Then Ivan threw the young soldier away. The nearby soldier shouted loudly. What are you doing? Ivan replied arrogantly. I've adjusted the power. If he's lucky, he might survive. Don't worry. Ivan's expression is still terrifying. The soldier next to him spoke up. Aren't you here to deal with us instead of those vultures? Digwon has risen and turned around to question. We think someone who has a bad relationship with our city lord wouldn't come here. System notification. Digwon received the blessing from his husband after the hidden ferryman blessed him in his soul. Ivan spoke when he saw that you're still safe. Oh, also, quite good. A lackey like him is a pity. Digwon rebutted. All along, you've been insulting our city lord with your words. Ji-Huan wasn't pleased, but remained polite, hoping you'll correct yourself. Ivan waved his hand dismissively. How does he manage his subordinates? Daring to contradict the person of honor. They're a bunch of lawless people. A soldier with dark hair stepped forward. Ivan continued, anyway, the scale said we should exterminate them all. Ivan's foot pressed down hard on the ground, causing it to crack. His eyes turned golden and radiated immense power. Ivan gave a challenging smile. Come on then! Charge! Over here, the peak of the SAFU Hawaii building is on fire. Before leaving, Hugo warns you, Zhu, if anything happens, make sure to contact me. Zhu smiled reassuringly. Don't worry. With Rev, Li Jian here, nothing will happen. Hugo tried to smile back, though I'm very angry, you're right. System notification. The holy man's authority has returned to the holy altar. Then Hugo flew up and waved goodbye in a fiery burst. Ji will wave goodbye as well when they meet again. Please convey my greetings to Sanj and everyone else. Li Jian also spoke. Take care of Korea for me. After catching the red eye, we'll come right away. Li Jian continued, I've completed your assignment. I will send a message. Then Hugo flew off like a strong gust, leaving only his voice behind. Okay. Li Jian also smiled and said, we should start preparing too. Ji Wu was surprised. Are we going right away? Li Jian's eyes looked up with an implicit meaning. No! Before leaving for the red eye, we'll deal with those rats in our city first. Two knights were looking at Hugo on his way. Should we handle him? Another knight replied that they agreed regardless of their target being Legion. Okay, one of the sun's servants had left. Should we deal with him? Another knight answered, no need. Our target is Legion, and he also agreed. Alright, then one of them mounted his iron horse to depart. He raised a hand to call the knights behind him, the warriors. A troop of ironclad knights were advancing, preparing for an attack. According to intelligence, they are dangerous soul knights, break, cannot be defeated. Holly finished something and pressed down on the soil with her hand. Done, she smiled. Good job. Looking at a stone statue of a scorpion above, Harley stood up, hands on hips, laughing loudly, checking around for any missing spots. I've set everything up in this area. System information provided. The holy artifact Scorpio sculpture protects the boundary of the Scorpio. Eugene helplessly looked around. What's missing? Harley had placed many statues there. She stood admiring her work. Eugene groaned. How can we say it's lacking to make him happy? Then Harley proudly exclaimed again. Look, the entire island has holy relics. I'm relieved now. The soldiers and Eugene could only feel a bit sad. At this rate, our husband will really be destroyed. Hallie's eyes and smile were full of happiness at the help she received. So what if it's destroyed? Legion asked for our help. The two suddenly realized. It's over. He is completely enchanted. Eugene spoke up. This is exaggerated. Even in the Scorpion City, there aren't that many holy relics. The red-armored soldier blocked them. Just follow along quietly. Once he's decided, it won't change. Eugene helplessly sighed and looked elsewhere. This is crazy. Suddenly, a shock from behind caught Eugene's attention. It seemed like some kind of power was rushing towards the scorpion statue from behind. Eugene widened his eyes in surprise at what was happening. The scorpion statue broke apart. Then another statue broke one after another. A boom echoed as the next statue shattered. And then all statues around them broke apart one by one. Eugene was stunned. What's happening? Holly warned cautiously. The enemy has such power that even the statues can't resist. They must be nearby. A deadly voice echoed, making Holly shiver. Here is the city of the constellation SAFU. Eugene's face darkened as he was equally startled. An iron horse galloped on the water towards the city. Following it were a troop of soul knights in iron armor. The leading knight spoke, his voice chaotic. The Han approached the three clearly and asked, where is the master of the constellation SAFU? Eugene couldn't hold back any more and loudly cursed. Who are you to dare enter here without permission? Then an action by that knight made Eugen flinch. He swung his sword, creating a massive surge of power. A headless rider prepared to draw his sword in threat. "You dared ask us who we are?" Halley's red-armored soldier clenched his fist and his body tensed with anger. "Ugh." He went into a fighting stance, asking, "Princess, are you unharmed?" Halley replied, "Thanks to someone." The red-armored soldier's arm trembled from the blow he received. He stood in front of the princess and warned, "Be careful, they seem hard to deal with." Halley gritted her teeth as she thought, could they have destroyed the god-beast armor like that? Halley muttered to herself, could it be from an unknown civilization? The headless rider discussed with their leader, although they didn't show it, they had power like us. "What should we do for you, sir?" The leader replied that they might be traitors among their own kind as the balance mentioned. Then he ordered to kill the guilty ones of their own kind. The head rolled off, obeying the command. The red-armored guard for Halley shouted loudly, "Do you think you can swear allegiance?" The headless corpse charged and chopped down the red-armored soldier. "Disappear!" Eugene stood in shock. Destroying a divine beast with just one sword strike? Then the headless corpse wielding a sword rushed straight towards Halley. "Traitors of their own kind!" The headless corpse roared. "Disappear!" At that moment, his sword seemed only 1 centimeter away from Halley's face, but a blazing red hand stopped the sword. It was Halley who blocked it, dismissing the boring attack. Then Halley used her whip to attack the headless corpse. Her weapon struck his face, making the headless corpse fall back. Halley painfully knocked him down onto the ground. At this moment, Halley was wearing a majestic red armor and spoke. "Do you think those filthy steps can bring you to this island?" Suddenly, a familiar voice said, "Scary spider, that's great." A blue-green energy surge appeared behind Halley. Eugene waved his hand over her body as he rushed to defeat the Soul Knights. Each attack caused hundreds of supposedly unbeatable Soul Knights to crumble. Then the terrifying arrow flew straight towards the leader's face. But when it was just a bit away from his face, he grabbed it. It was Li Jian who appeared. "What do you think you are to speak so boldly?" Finished speaking, he looked at the challenged opponent and said, "You're big enough, or should we call you sewer rats?" Holding his bow with a red hand, Li Jian asked, "Who are you?" Halley was delighted while Eugen was surprised. In unison, Li Jian. The head knight crushed the arrow in his hand and said, "You're the master of the snake familiar balance mentioned." Legion marched forward proudly, turning out to be your underlings. The leader warned, "Be careful with your words." Balance said, "There's a snake that doesn't know its place." Then he continued, "One insignificant one yet has the audacity to claim divine status. Disappointing." Legion looked down on him. "Why should I meet your expectations? Answer quickly. Who are you?" "Underlings of Balance." The headless corpse shouted. "Shut up. Do you know who you're talking to?" Before he could finish, Legion shot him with an arrow and sent him to heaven. Li Jian angrily cursed. "Get out of the way. Who do you think you are to interrupt when I'm speaking?" The head knight looked at the just-felled headless corpse and thought, "Master of the snake familiar, I thought he was insignificant, but that's why Balance is wary of him." Then he looked at another group of fallen headless corpses. Despite the surprise attack, one arrow could defeat his elite troops, so he wasn't an ordinary person. The leader became more cautious. "Who are you?" Legion prepared to shoot another arrow. He briefly introduced himself. "Legion." The head knight seemed angered and was about to attack. "All right, Legion, master of the snake familiar SAFU. For your impudence, you deserve a slap in the face." Then he began his introduction. "I am the leader of an unknown great civilization's army, the Soul Knights subordinate before the war with the South." A large group approached. "I came here to exterminate humans, followers of those cunning deities." Then he arrogantly threatened, "I'll punish you for obstructing us." The head knight ordered the other knights, "Charge." The other knights agreed in unison, "For our great monarch." Legion won't care about those words. "Your empty boasts mean nothing, but it's all hollow." Li sternly declared loudly, "Punishment, extermination, you jest with us, know your place." Then a whole army of thousands rushed towards Legion. The door behind opened and Legion called out to the sky, Instantly, a large sword flew out and headed straight for the knights. Wherever the sword went, heads fell. It killed countless leading knights with one stroke. People! A spear shot towards Legion. That was the spear of the head knight. He attacked Legion nonstop. Die! The head knight couldn't believe his eyes. What? The small person Legion despised was holding onto his large spear. His eyes glowed, veins popped out. Haven't you eaten yet? Seeing Legion hold the spear, the head knight was in shock and disbelief. He added a cheeky remark, wielding an insignificant spear like that. Then Legion used great strength to knock down the knight. The other knights followed suit, all charging forward. Many spears were shot at Legion, but he dodged them all. Legion moved extremely fast, preparing for a counterattack. They're moving slowly. Those knights were surprised by his speed and couldn't react in time. Legion caught all their weapons with both hands. They were stunned. What? The Soul Knights tried to retrieve their weapons, but failed. Damn it! Their weapons got stuck together. Why can't I pull them out? Legion watched as they struggled, readying a mace, and then boom, creating a large explosion. He jumped to knock down the knights trying to retrieve their weapons. Are you holding your weapons for show? The mace grew larger and Legion became even more enthusiastic. Whether or not they're good, you're all doomed. One swing of Legion's mace was enough to defeat many knights. They're on the ground. The head knight looked at each fallen comrade in horror. The head knight shouted loudly, "Impossible! My army! All our elite knights are being wiped out by Legion." Ryu led a group of giant trolls shouting, "Lord Ligon." She laughed and waved her hand. "I've brought everyone as per your command. All the Chompstar's spirit beasts have arrived." Many different kinds of spirit beasts were present, declaring that anyone who dares to enter their master's territory will be punished. Legion smiled and turned back to give instructions. "Now handle them for me." Legion brought the sword in front of him with a confident smile. "Save us, head captain." Legion tightly gripped the sword as a challenge. "Don't just stand there. Move on." The leader knight, provoked, was very angry. He gritted his teeth. "Master unleashed. You!" He rode his steel horse and charged with his large sword in hand. "I'll cut you into pieces." His strength wasn't small. The leader knight charged with a roar. He created a dark green power that flew straight towards Legion. But that's not enough to touch him. Legion sliced through it easily and scoffed. Childish. Legion lowered his head, his eyes turning into a dangerous black. He began focusing his strength on the sword in his hand, blocking the other knight's attack. The leader knight was slightly surprised. "I can hold it off," Legion said with a laugh. "Oh, that took some effort." Then he kicked straight at the leader knight. He glared down and cursed, disgusting. A massive power enveloped the leader knight. He fell from above. Not bad. The master of Zafin Constellation wielded a huge power and charged wildly towards Legion. "Then let's do this." Legion stood firm against the leader knight's attack, but didn't budge. He was preparing to counterattack. Then Legion thrust his sword at the leader knight. The blade was just a hair's breadth from his face. The sword flew off in another direction. The leader knight shouted, "Die!" It soared into the sky, vanishing amidst magical vortexes, only to scream in agony. Saying exploded like a burst of light, scattering many knights. "I'll destroy both you and your subordinates." Surprised, the leader knight countered. "Red fragrance, damn it. I attacked in the wrong direction because of his weapon." Suddenly, a red thread wrapped around one of his legs. The leader knight looked down. What's this? Below was Harley and his group ambushing him. The leader knight wondered, what are those bastards doing? Harley instructed the other to below. "Pull!" The leader knight leaped up. "That's foolish, it only makes things worse." Then he raised his sword to attack them. "You'll die sooner anyway." Harley smirked. "Got him!" The leader knight was surprised. "What?" A sharp object pierced the leader knight from behind. It was Legion who stabbed him with his sword. The leader knight screamed in pain, trembling. "Challenge yourself more," Legion taunted loudly. "You've been suffering since the beginning." Afterward, Legion plunged the sword deeper into the leader knight's body. He fell from above, landing on the ground. Legion praised. "Good job." The leader knight could only curse in helplessness. Damn it, Holly said, it's over now, Captain. Harley announced, your subordinates have been handled by our beast. The knight leader fell but was unwilling to give up. Our army can't lose so easily. The Legion with swords laughed menacingly. What did you say? Remember what happened just now and repeated for the knight leader to remember. Wasn't it because someone self-destructed their own subordinates just now? I guess the number of demons you caught is about equal to ours. The Legion stabbed its sword harder into the head of the leader. Change your name, by the way. What if our army is killed? The knight leader screamed in pain, his eyes glowing fiercely. A naked light appeared behind Legion. What's that? A loud call echoed. Master! The knight leader stood up and charged at Legion. Even if I die, I must make the other die with me. Holly was shocked and exclaimed. Li Gan, the beasts and Jiwoo also acted like people. Mr. Li Gan, a huge magic ball was about to explode. The knight leader held onto Legion, planning to die together. He kept calling out, Master! That skull just hugged Jin tightly as they fell together. He shouted resolutely that if you fall from here, you must also die. Wait for the pain even if you survive. Jin slowly pulled away from the skull and calmly said, not knowing what he meant, I don't know what preparations you've made. Without letting the skull think much, he immediately grabbed its neck tightly. The force from Jin's neck made it cry out in pain. Then he quickly slipped behind the skull, but didn't like this position much. Dian adjusted his posture and kicked the skull's head firmly. In a pose like a plank, he threw himself down. Is that right? The skull below was alarmed. What are you doing? Xion laughed as Zhang said, honestly, I really want to skate in the air once. Just do it and fall down like this. He became furious upon hearing this, a knight's honor. Only now did Xion notice his surroundings with a thoughtful laugh. Still standing on the skull, both of them fell like a red meteorite. Xion wondered where they were. It was near the main residence of the Leo constellation in Washington, USA. Standing amidst the ruins around, the red-eyed figure remained unharmed. Yuha's mouth dropped in amazement. The man beside her exclaimed, thought you died that day. Facing the man standing before Yuha and attacking the red-eyed figure, he continued shouting, City Lord Shi. Siwon struggled to look back with a weak smile, his voice trembling as he asked, still okay? Yuha hurriedly approached Stephen in concern. Are you alright? Despite the burning arm, he calmly replied, I'm fine. Stephen grimaced at his burned arm and said jokingly, at least I blocked it. Too bad tonight I can't eat with my hands. Yuha sighed in relief. You're still able to joke, so you must be okay. Looking at the red-eyed figure, he ordered firmly, it's moving in a different direction. I have to stop it. As soon as he finished speaking, others rushed to Stephen and kept asking, City Lord, are you alright? We're here to help. He feels touched by everyone's concern, tears welling up in his eyes. Stephen hesitates and thinks to himself. As a lion, he remains resolute despite facing the red-eyed creature. The crowd continues to shout. The previous city lord had captured it before. If we unite, we can capture it again. Stephen stands stiffly, shocked with his mouth agape in confusion. Yuha beside him speaks up, snapping everyone back to attention. No way, the red-eyed creature is very strong. I understand your intentions, but that will only increase our losses. She continues, we have other tasks to attend to. That's evacuating the remaining civilians. Yuha patiently explains, the responsibility of the strong is to protect the weak. We'll support the city lord. Behind Stephen, he nods in agreement with her words. The soldiers quickly understand and rush off to carry out their duties. Follow orders, save the civilians. One of them gives a command, quickly evacuate to avoid hindering the city lords. Stephen thanks Yuha sincerely. Yuha sighs in response. Actually, you're blocking our way. She speaks coldly. The transfer of the holy altar task isn't complete yet. Until we defeat you, you must live. On the other side, Stephen looks down in frustration. At that moment, a system notification pops up. Prove your worth. Yuha reminds Stephen of the lion's attempt to stop him. Defeat him and get what you want. Yuha looks at the red-eyed creature again. She asks, what do we do now? Can you show us the power of those red eyes? Steven sighs in response. She already knows everything but still asks. It wasn't me who caught the red-eyed creature. Yuha looks surprised. He grins menacingly, and it was Lee Goon. Remember what Goon said earlier. Could they want to kill me just because I alone captured the red-eyed creature? Yuha realizes. Turns out, he's the one who caught it. Both of them look at the red-eyed creature still wreaking havoc. She speaks again. But where is Lee Goon now? Steven adds, someone must stop it. Anew insists, I'll do it this time. Steven's eyes gleam like a hunting lion. He continues, we will summon the divine spirits. Yuha worries and speaks up. Summoning divine spirits requires much power. Will that be okay? Steven calmly replies, yes, the price for summoning a divine spirit is high. Anew firmly states, after all we've lost everything accumulated, but if we can't protect the city and its people, humanity's efforts will be in vain. He steps forward, determined, this is my chance to make up for 20 years ago. With his body gone, one of his arms stands tall, pointing towards the red-eyed creature still causing destruction. Then Steven gathers his strength and emits powerful beams of light. He tells himself, I won't run like before. Meanwhile, in Steven's mind, he recalls the chaotic scene with people running everywhere, screaming to flee. Steven arrives, gaining strength with a roar like a fierce lion. From his position, a beam of light shines, catching the eye of the red-eyed creature. Using all his power and points to summon a deity, Steven commands, John loves Ha, protect me while I call forth the deity. Red eyes shift focus to the couple. It roars loudly, deafening. The red eyes continue to howl, then stretch out a large hand towards them. At the same time, Yuha and Steven shout in response to the red eyes' attack. On this side, the skull is still falling freely, screaming in fear. Zeon, on the other hand, seems to be enjoying it. He speaks loudly. Finally, with a loud cry, he lands back on the ground. Zeon tightly grabs his sword and stabs it into the skull's head. Both are falling towards the red eye's position. Zeon and the skull continue their momentum, piercing through the back of the red eye, creating a large impact. The red eye yells in pain, opening its mouth wide. Zeon smoothly glides over the skull's body, maintaining his skateboard stance. They glide across the sky above Yuha. Steven is so surprised he can't close his mouth and exclaims, what is that? Beside him, Yuha is equally shocked. Steven's jaw drops in amazement. Finally, Jun lands with a powerful kick into Steven, causing him to cough blood. This impact creates a large explosion behind Yuha, who is still stunned. Jin slowly stands up and sighs. Oh my god, just now landed. Where are we? What place is this? Yuha recovers and turns around hesitantly, speaking softly. That's, she exclaims in shock, Uncle Lee Goon, why did you step on Steven like that? Ha, yay ha, why are you here? Looking down at the unconscious Steven under his feet, he quietly sighs with relief. You're also here, right? Turning to John, he says, I was wondering where you brought me down. It's Washington, D.C. He lies there, smirking. His laughter and mocking voice echo simultaneously. The end. Master, it's over. Your victory is meaningless. The skull confidently laughs and declares, you will never defeat the red-eyed monster. Die in helplessness and despair, Liggle. Zion finally notices the angry red eye. He looks confused. Red eyes. Quietly tilting his head to observe, Zion suddenly becomes excited, smiling widely. Calmly, he speaks. Hey, do you remember me? 20 years ago, the red eye appeared, the ruler of the evil tower. That was the powerful eagle that Lee Goon defeated in a bloody battle. Its roar alone was enough to terrify the 12 saints with its fear and cruelty. Now, the red eye is opening its mouth wide. Then it loudly roars, preparing to stomp down on Jian, who's running below. What difference will there be now? Its large, heavy foot crashes into the ground, sending debris flying everywhere. Fortunately, Jian dodges the stomp quickly. He runs back and taunts it, disappointed greetings from someone who hasn't shown any sincerity in a long time. Zion builds up speed and leaps onto a nearby building. He swiftly climbs up the wall of that building while the red eyes stare on in disbelief. The creature is surprised to see Zion leap up to the rooftop of the building. Then it fiercely growls, raising its hand to attack. Red eyes shatter the building, and Zion jumps out just as pieces of the building fall down. He weakly thinks something feels off here. Jumping onto another building, Zion wonders, that guy from back then really is who I think he is. Looking at the bewildered Red eyes still observing his empty palm, he wonders, how did the evil and cruel Mars end up like this? Vengeance eyes flash with a light. He says, I need to confirm something. Sensation 13. Suddenly, Jen inhales sharply, exclaiming in surprise. Looking into the core of the Red eyes, he thinks, I wonder how there's no manager of the evil tower, but it can still be revived. Turns out, it's just a what-I'm-use item. Only the head of the Red eyes is real while everything else is fake. At that moment, the system announces, discovery, small amount of unknown civilization's essence detected, large amount of Libra's essence discovered. In the city of Libra, someone asks from somewhere, Mayor, will anything happen in America? The other replies, what do you mean? A black-haired man kneels and respectfully says, God is worried about the urgent revival of the Red eyes. On stage, a blonde woman answers bluntly, the sign of the lion has been destroyed enough. If you add that even if one false soul is broken, it doesn't matter. It would be better if that rogue was like the sign of the lion. Although she says this externally, internally she secretly agrees. He's right, these Red eyes are not perfect. Recalling the image of the fierce monster, she ponders, with its bones and blood, as long as it revives, he can summon the red dragon and the host using his resources. The monster opens its mouth, licks a stone, then explodes. She thinks to herself, I didn't expect that foolish love demon to use up all its accumulated resources only to die. Suddenly, an enigmatic masked figure appears, interrupting Giselle's thoughts. He speaks. Mayor, God has a new report. Giselle orders speak. She thinks of Hugo and Ivan. The masked figure reports, God just confirmed that Hugo Otis arrived in Korea. It seems we're about to meet Ivan Kruger. He continues, in the unknown civilization, the Iron Duke has directly engaged in battle. Giselle turns and asks, how is California? The masked figure humbly replies, Mayor's forgiveness. Miss hasn't responded yet. Giselle sighs, looks like it won't listen to me. Turning down from the stage, she decides, then will proceed without waiting. She steps forward and orders, I will go into battle, order all soldiers to prepare. Her golden body shines brightly. Giselle focuses on the evil tower in Korea. In Seoul, South Korea, beneath that man, a group of soldiers lie scattered everywhere. A man with a cigarette sits atop the bones of the monsters. Hugo looks up at this man. Ivan grumbles and slowly says, where did you come from? Hugo frowns and replies, Taurus, do you not know why I came to Korea? He continues, you dare touch my subordinate. To men who are called Hugo's subordinates exclaim, Mayor! Ivan Zhang spreads his arms and boasts, the evil tower and the Red eyes have appeared in America. Hearing this, he says, I wanted to investigate, but your subordinate blocked my way. If the Saints knew, it would be very amusing, so I'm just disciplining them. Hugo angrily retorts, why should you discipline Libra and the Red eyes instead of your own subordinates when they appeared in America to come here? He continues, if you came to investigate the evil tower, why hesitate here? Line 60 is repeated as it was already within the first 59 lines. Hugo taunted, you're here, so come in already. Are you scared like you were 20 years ago when the cruiser stopped? His face dropped, eyes glowing with a dangerous red. He muttered under his breath, foolish, I heard you regained your power, but still delusional. Ivan looked down at Hugo and couldn't help looking down on him. Without your holy artifact, you're just a brat. He asked, have you forgotten who broke your holy artifact? Then he remembered the broken magical item, hearing someone's angry shout, fools. Siu was being beaten by Ivan and his accomplices, continuously screaming in pain. How can you leave the demon tower? If you could defeat the red-eyed one, would the light gun still work? After the flashback, Ivan fiercely declared, this time, I'll break you. He released the broken cigarette, but from his hand, Then he dived down and shouted the skill Kim Guo, Toro Habilidad, destroying tank, Gaga Dentoro impregnable. Behind him, a glowing herd of balls appeared. Hugo's red-haired subordinate warned urgently, "Lord, please move away quickly." Ivan charged at Hugo, roaring, "Scared already?" Grabbing the rope in his hand, Hugo prepared to retaliate. He aimed for Ivan's stomach and punched him, causing him to stagger back. The bulls behind him had to turn their heads back because of the pain. Others were also shocked by the attack. Ivan howled in pain as he fell backward into magical light. It must have broken through a row of buildings. Ivan's body slumped onto the rubble, mumbling, "Impossible." He shook his head in disbelief. "Even lions can't withstand my attack directly." From afar, Hugo spoke slowly. "You're wrong, Kim Guo." The firelight illuminated half of his face. Ares said, "Did you think I lost the holy artifact?" As he spoke, a strong light shone from where he stood. Hugo's face turned cold. The light gradually condensed into a shape. He held the desired holy artifact from the serpent territory, surprising Ivan so much that his mouth dropped open. He smirked. "What now? Where is your arrogance from just now?" Hugo proudly said, "How does it look?" He mocked him. "Are you a fool? Foolish bastard." The light disappeared, revealing the broken magical sword that had been destroyed before. "What's your ultimate move?" "Heaven-piercing light." SS. Ivan was shocked by Hugo. He taunted him back. "What now? Where is that arrogance from just now?" He gloated at him. "How does it look?" Holding the weapon to Ivan, Hugo felt satisfied. "Are you a fool already? Bastard!" But suddenly, his weapon started falling apart. A few parts hit his head. Hugo fumbled with the broken weapons. Seeing him struggling with the weapons, Ivan was stunned. "Can I resurrect the holy artifact? Could it be because of that Lee Gun guy?" Suddenly, Hugo turned to him and said, "Don't be afraid, Kim Yeo. I've decided not to use weapons anymore." He used his weapon reclamation spell and told him, "I was angry at the one who dared to touch my subordinate. Even if there wasn't a real incident, we haven't exactly never fought before." He casually tied up his hair neatly. It would be a pity to fight with weapons in this situation. So, Hugo looked at Ivan and suggested, "Let's fight hand to hand. It will definitely be exhilarating." Hearing that, he trembled from head to toe, only able to curse, "Damn it." Then he suddenly shouted, "Are you gloating about the resurrection artifact? You dare look down on me?" Hugo immediately flew over and punched him. He challenged him, "Come at me then." With one punch, he shook the heavens and the earth. After that punch, both of them struggled fiercely against each other. Hugo taunted him with a mocking tone. "Isn't it common for people to be overly confident in their own strength? Take this opportunity to unleash your true power." Ivan couldn't hold back and shouted, "Who are you to dare challenge me with confidence?" He strained his body, pressing him down. His foot sank into the ground as they pushed each other. Hugo widened his eyes and said, "You've seen the power of a bowman, haven't you?" Ivan suddenly unleashed his strength and roared, then forced Hugo back, making him spit blood. But he immediately reacted, raising his fist and saying, "It's on." He went wild and gave him another punch. Ivan was knocked off his face, spitting out blood and mucus. He hesitated to say, "N." Then he retaliated with a punch that made Hugo's head snap back, causing him to spit blood from the nose. Hugo punched Ivan in the face, his fist so powerful it could split a large tree in half. Ivan's face was covered in blood and saliva. His teeth had fallen out in a pile. Hugo took advantage of the moment to kick him in the knee. He stepped on his foot, making it stick to the ground as he kicked up stones and debris into the air. Excitedly looking at Ivan, he taunted, "Let me fix that for you." He cursed, "Damn my feet." Hugo continued tormenting him. "Let's see if this sandbag works well." Ivan went mad and shouted, "You bastard!" As expected, Hugo kneed him in the face with full force. Another earth-shattering blow, echoing throughout the city. The disciples of Hugo, hearing the loud noise, stared at the mountain where the fight was taking place. Urin wondered, what's happening up there? At this moment, Hugo was pressing Cruiser to the ground. The mayor, seeing that he couldn't hold on much longer, Cruiser panicked and thought, "Damn it!" He urged himself, "If I keep going like this, I'll be beaten to death. I have to use self-defense weapons." Just as Hugo threw another punch, Ivan quickly reactivated his defensive weapon to block the attack. He stubbornly resisted, leaving Hugo momentarily stunned by his move. Ivan adjusted his demeanor and said with a calm voice, "Bastard, I missed my shot just now." He immediately retaliated, boldly suggesting, "Let's continue this round with weapons then." Ivan stepped back. As Hugo drew out his weapon, he mocked him, "You're really weak, Kim Yeo. Where's my weapon?" But Hugo Otters had yet to realize how much Ligon had damaged the resurrection artifact. When he took out his weapon, he was shocked to find it broken. Why is that? Meanwhile, Steven was unconscious underwater. His mind regained some consciousness, but couldn't wake up. He silently thought, "I can't wake up. What happened?" After the divine descent, "I don't remember anything anymore." He kept speculating. Could it be that when the divine descended, he took control of my body on that day? Who is that red-eyed one? Suddenly, Steven heard a strange sound. He frowned and gritted his teeth. It sounded like the red-eyed one. Yes, since the deity was using my body to fight, I couldn't wake up. He kept urging himself to wake up. After all, he is a saint. He can't leave everything to the deity and fall asleep here. Steven, wake up quickly. You must wake up to support the deity in fighting the red-eyed one. He faintly sensed light and was about to fully awaken. What kind of light is that? Could it be a divine cue for me to wake up? If so, Steven suddenly shouted loudly, "Divine being, I'm here." He opened his eyes and was surprised to find himself floating in midair. The first thing he saw was a gigantic demonic hand. A red-eyed demon was howling fiercely, emitting countless poisonous fumes. Then Steven saw a boy flying with a kite cutting at it. He recognized him as Lee Gun. Steven panicked. The one fighting the red-eyed guy is Lee Gun Woo. What are we doing? Yuha, standing nearby, quickly answered, "Just sleeping, right?" Jion used all his strength to hold his weapon and dive down between the demon's head. He shouted out, "Damn it!" He swung at the demon, causing it to howl. He taunted it. "Hey, fake one! No, wait! After all, that head is real. Do you remember when we were in Akma Tower?" The demon tried to grab him from behind, but Jin quickly spotted the move. He immediately cut its wings and said, "No matter how many times we handle people, the tower manager will always resurrect them." He landed softly, knowing they could catch people with so many efforts. He looked at it and asked, "Aren't we old friends who share joys and sorrows? I'll deal with this quickly. Go in peace." The demon stopped its evil glare and howled. Zeon quickly leaped up. Steven worriedly reminded him, "Don't jump recklessly. His breath will shoot out." The demon raised its head, opened its mouth to release toxic breath. But Zeon wasn't scared. He swung a hammer, celebrating a success. Then he smashed the hammer into its head with full force. He fiercely questioned the demon. "Who did you dare belch at?" The huge hammer stood in the demon's mouth. Zeon shouted loudly, "Shut up!" Its head exploded into 100 pieces. The battle ended with an earth-shattering explosion in the city center. The hammer from before flew back to Jin. He caught it and said, "Perfectly grilled." Standing before the defeated monster, he sighed. "Amazing!" Jin bent down and said, "Well, the head seems real. Its breath still stinks as usual. But what now?" He then jumped high. He flew straight towards the demon's neck, cutting through its head with one swing. Jin said, "When we face each other, it's always us." Everyone was surprised and opened their mouths wide. The floating head after the recent battle remained silent as observers. The floating head in mid-air, Steven couldn't believe his eyes. Jin landed hard right before him. He recognized it immediately. Steven excitedly cheered. "The one who can eliminate the red-eyed demon is." He knelt before that grand figure, venerating its name and symbol. "You look down on everyone with arrogance and laugh. Have you guys learned how to defeat the Red Eyes yet?" Everyone gathered around the large wound on the back of the monster. Zion called out, "Look at this! Look at this!" Steven looked inside the monster's body and asked, "What is this?" He replied, "I know." Looking at the shape of the larva, he continued, "Another red eye, Everyone was shocked around him. What? Diane explained. The red-eyed monster we know is the host of the dragon's lair. It's like a rice bowl for the dragon to parasitize until adulthood. Yuha asked doubtfully. Impossible. The red eye is just a rice bowl, right? Steven stood up shakily. How do you know that? He said, while imprisoned in the Demon Falls, the tower manager constantly reincarnated disasters. Of course, including both the Red Eye and Dragon's Lair. We fought them for 20 years straight. Jin remained calm. The others, despite not wanting to know, had to listen. They didn't know how to respond. He continued, I think the giant has reassembled the head and disaster body parts, and the black line was picked up from the Demon Falls. The scale is aligned with an ancient civilization, so I'm sure that's it. Turning his face behind him confidently, he said, if she can find the power of a person, she can surely resurrect in its entirety. Jin spoke to the dry ice team. Isn't that a pity? The knight captain roared. The captain trembled and growled fiercely. Kill me quickly. Jin frowned and sighed. The person of the parrot, she? Why have you been saying that all this time? Yuha thought aloud. So what will you do now? We need to decide how to handle the giant and dragon's lair. Jin responded. HMM. Suddenly, a notification appeared in front of him. Notification, you received a complaint from Odixu, Thronter Sermon, regarding issues with the holy artifact and manufacturing defects. Unconfirmed contact attempts 146 times, he exclaimed. Huh? What in the world is this? Is it broken already? How could that be? A memory ran through his mind. Wait a minute, could it be then? The notification continued to increase from 146 to 168 times. Zion was stuck in place. When the number of notifications reached 174, he dodged and moved aside. I'm busy. Wait a moment. Hugo over there is going crazy. Whoa, you bastard. Hurry up and accept the contact. You're buried in running. The one behind him laughed loudly as he chased. Where's your earlier spirit? He taunted. I've destroyed your holy artifact. He rebutted. Don't dream about destroying it. This is just a manufacturing defect. Suddenly, he swung an attack at his back. But Hugo managed to dodge in time. He mocked. You're too slow. Ivan curses. Damn it all. You're confident. Don't underestimate an archer's speed. But as his foot touched the ground, sharp spikes emerged from the earth, surprising Hugo. This is... He thought to himself, there must be a singing sword hidden underground. Hugo saw someone standing far away. It was Jean-Louis Morin. Ivan seized the opportunity and rushed over. Good job. But suddenly a sword flew towards his face. He quickly used strength to block the sword. Ivan furrows his brow. Lucky I didn't get stabbed. He saw a man with platinum blonde hair rushing in with a sword. Who just barged in? A loud explosion echoed throughout the city. Half a mountain turned to ice. Hugo gasps for breath. I nearly died. He looked at Ivan, who was completely frozen, and asked, what is this ice mountain? Kevin jumps in front of him, Shay, looking really pitiful. Hugo is surprised. Kevin, why are you here? He answers straight, I came to save you. He sarcastically asks, why do you always tremble like that? You weren't fighting Kim and-gyu. Do something. Lee doesn't trust you easily. Ivan blushes and shouts, shut up. I did defeat him earlier. Kevin suddenly asks, this Sagittarius, shouldn't you also care about the temple's defense? He is surprised, huh? He explains, didn't you see something flying around your city? A city without a ruler becomes Aquarius. Pisces, Aries, Market just joined in, Taurus is panicking. What? Kevin confidently says, don't worry, I've taken care of them all. Your friends are fine, but your houses have collapsed. Hearing this, he can only cry. The Sagittarius asks Apollo's birthday for temple repairs. He adds, not because I got lost on the way to a city of people while flying over America and Metli Gondolf. Hugo thinks it must be due to getting lost and confused directions. In front of them, an ice block cracks. Ivan shouts loudly, shattering the ice that encased him. He jumps down, his feet sinking deep into the ground. He grits his teeth and says, I was wondering who it was. Turns out it's my parasitic brother. Who thought they could trap me there? Kevin taunts, frozen beef isn't tasty, but the hide is thick. You still look good despite being cut that much. Ivan gets riled up by this. I'll cut your tongue before breaking that face of yours. Jin stands aside and says, stop talking, we don't have time, hurry up. He smirks, we're not here just to chat. His taunting makes the other to frown. They're not Lee Gun, just two weak Sagittarians and a frail priestess. Quickly deal with them. The Sagittarian gets angry, talking nonsense. You're not Lee Gun to underestimate us. The priestess counters, weakling? Look at the second most powerful god in the world, and you even joined him instead of Lee Gun. They enter combat mode. Hugo claps his hands and says, beef and crab. Kevin eats grilled food. Kevin replies, I love it. Let me cut them up for you. Ivan clenches his teeth. Who cooks what we still don't know? Zin says, we're in a hurry, so no mercy. Suddenly, another voice is heard, making all for freeze. You guys look happy to meet each other, right? One foot is about to touch down with a bright light giving it a powerful feel. A powerful woman shines softly as she lands, standing in front of four others. She greets them happily, saying it's been a while since we last met, hasn't it? Over there, Sandy is panting heavily. He's cleaning up the destroyed buildings after the battle. Another one fell down. The nearby golden rabbit shouts loudly, why live so hard? If you let me go, nothing will happen to you. You're going crazy, scolding the rabbit in midair. Who did this to us? It's because those who wanted to find you made it like this, right? Jimin rushes over quickly, saying, Jay, calm down. Keep your strength for cleaning up the house. The blue-haired sister stands by sighing. If you just sit quietly, that's good. Suddenly, Jimin notices something in the sky. Huh? He wonders. Then Jimin exclaims. A giant dragon appears. A massive light bursts out, followed by golden swirling magic circles in the sky. After she lands, Hugo calls Giesel Lauren urgently. Kevin wonders, to come directly? Ivan and Jin speak one after another from behind. Libra, why are you here? We haven't lost yet. Giesel puts her hand over her mouth to stay silent. She creates a magic circle on the ground, making all four of them kneel down. Hugo marvels. The power is truly terrifying. Kevin agrees. Even as saints, this power is different. Ivan and Jin are overwhelmed by her strength too. Jin shouts out, what's she trying to do? Attack us! Libra looks at them sternly. Jin warns Morin, I allowed the controller of the Saint Temple to lose their sainthood, but even so, you couldn't defeat the Ram Saint. What is this if not a failure? She uses more power on him, causing him pain. She turns to Ivan Kruger and demands an explanation from the last one. I didn't expect such a miserable defeat from you. The Ram couldn't control it either. He tries to defend himself. That's enough! Without letting him finish, Giselle interrupts. Don't ask me why I'm here. Instead, say thank you for seeing me one last time before dying. He reluctantly agrees. Libra ignores the two shouting and continues. She says, I can no longer trust you with this responsibility. This is my punishment. You should reflect on yourselves. She walks up to stand in front of the Ram and the female servant. Giesel excitedly said, now what do we do with these toys? She waved her hand to cast a spell, swapping positions and limbs around. Or should we turn them into disasters like Lee Gun did? Hugo and Kevin gritted their teeth in pain. Kevin frowned, cursing the feeling. Giesel Hachio, balance scale skill equivalent exchange. A giant eye appeared in the sky, shocking everyone in the city as they saw it. The soldiers exclaimed, that's the balance scale. Is the balance scale here? What's happening? More loud noises made everyone turn around. Everyone stood still, watching Xion ride a large dragon flying towards them. The dragon had fiery eyes and a heavy breath of essence. Xion rode the dragon with piercing eyes, looking confident and ready for battle. People on the ground shouted in alarm, Dragon! Even those inside the building were shocked to see the dragon through the glass windows. Dragon! The dragon flew straight towards the giant eye of the balance scale. Xion loudly challenged. Crack! He saw the balance scale for people lying unconscious on the ground. Giesel also saw him, She widened her eyes but didn't immediately attack his face. Jin leaped from the dragon and struck Gisel's face, creating a loud sound of surprise that left her unprepared. Hugo and Kevin opened their mouths in shock. Jin swung his fists with essence. The balance scale fell to the ground in Ivan and Din's astonishment. They were terrified by his incredible strength. Seeing Jin standing tall while Gisel lay unconscious, they feared the balance scale was defeated with just one punch. Because she was knocked out, the magic circle binding the seer and centaur was broken. Kevin noted that golden branches were disappearing. Hugo wondered, is it over? Has the balance scale been defeated? Diane stood looking at the fallen balance scale with its head shattered. Everyone shared a disbelief. Suddenly, he noticed Hugo and Kevin climbing onto the balance scale's platform. He raised an eyebrow. Hey, what are you doing up there again? Ignoring the danger of being robbed. Accused by him, they both went crazy. The seer argued, do you think we wanted to come here? Hugo had been silent until now. He pointed at Zeon and shouted, Legan, you've been holding this grudge for too long. Didn't you contact me? How many times have I called you? But Jun remained calm. What are you talking about? He recalled the moment he swiped his hand to dismiss the communication notification. Pretending to be angry, Hugo continued yelling at him, causing Kevin's ears to bleed. What have you done with my bow? Why do you have so many weapons from an unknown civilization? Ryan tried to avoid the insults. Just bad luck. I'll fix it later. His response made them angrier. Bad luck? Do you know how close I came to dying? Zeon replied casually. This is your chance to value your life more. Ivan and Zin were ignored by everyone, becoming invisible. They glanced at each other, silently signaling. Then they both leaped up together. Ivan cursed, damn it. He intended to attack Zeon from behind. I can't accept this. He shouted, this is the only chance we have. End it now, and he called out his skill, Chameleon Star Technique. But before he could show it, he punched him in the stomach. He was sent flying 1,000 meters up, and angrily said, who gave you permission to use skills? The Kimming Hugai thought from above, damn, why did this happen? Suddenly, Ivan was shocked to see Din being thrown away like himself. He was kicked by the dragon. He cursed under his breath, that damn dragon. Ivan was about to fall but was caught by the open mouth of the Huck Long. He was terrified as the other three stood watching. Diane spat out, prideful fool, and Kimming Hu shouted, knowing he couldn't avoid it. FCK! Then he landed neatly in the Huck Long's mouth, and silence fell. The eyes of the sorcerer sparkled with excitement. Hugo asked, where did the Huck Long come from? Brother Lin explained, that's the red eye we talked about. You just looked at the dragon eating and asked, what is it? So why does it follow you? It seems like it was in the belly of that red eye in America. He recalled when he hit the red eye's head with a hammer and said, die. They told me to kill someone, but that guy kept yelling, stop. The system announced summoning creation using the head of the giant red eye and soul technician activating super talent birth skill. Jin laughed loudly. I used my strength to awaken them and was lucky enough to get useful materials. Hugo reminded, don't you see it's very dangerous? He calmly said, I threw something for it, so nothing will happen. He recalled being scolded by him in the past, nearly becoming its food. He argued, I tried my best. He shivered and mumbled food. Food! Diane asked, can't I keep it at home? Hugo went crazy. Crazy woman. He said, if I kept it in Hawaii, I would be scolded, while Kevin was stunned. He asked, why doesn't that thing disappear? Suddenly, the holy light converged, signaling a magical ritual. All three were surprised as they watched the light converge. All the light gathered at where Gisel fell. At the same time, a voice said, because I'm still alive. The scales flew up in everyone's surprise. Jin smirked, that's why it seemed so easy. He raised his hands to form to powerful light pillars. Each hand held an impressive weapon. He challenged, I destroyed it because I didn't want to see your face anymore. The broken scale gradually reformed. Jin continued, who would have thought you'd replace it with a half-baked face? He entered combat mode, seeing how many times you could change and how many faces I can destroy. Are you ready? Sandbag. Round Gizel, strange lights surrounded her. She raised her hand. That stupid snake wants to bite someone. Then let's tie its neck. Jin shouted. Red Eye, move that head out of the way. The dragon obeyed and flew away. He continued talking to the other two. If you can't help here, go protect the civilians. Gizel clapped her hands, releasing a terrifying power. A huge magic circle appeared in the sky with scales as its symbol. A beam of light from the circle destroyed an entire mountain. Just when the explosion happened, the dragon grabbed Hugo and Kevin and flew away. Hugo worriedly called out, "Gun." The explosion was massive. From up high, he couldn't be seen anymore. Rocks and dirt flew into the air. Zion also jumped onto a small hill of land. He looked with sharp eyes. You really are foolish. He faced Gizel and said, not human. She laughed loudly. You're just realizing this now? Why so surprised? Disappointed, huh? I analyzed that Ash can use the separation power independently from other souls. Even if broken, it will still cause chaos. Definitely not human. Jin firmly stated, it's best you end your act and leave the stage. The balanced celestial spirit. Ashia. The balanced celestial spirit. Ashia. She laughed loudly. You really are quick to see through things. Ligon, with that said, I don't have anything to worry about. Are you ready? I'm prepared too. It's your turn to be ready. Suddenly, he rushed forward, not knowing how celestial spirits could be on Earth. Jin continued, if the other celestial spirits find out, there will be a good show. She raised her fist. What does that have to do with them? She unleashed her move. The constellation's star power burst from her hair, and her fist was encased in a powerful aura. Jin reached out to catch it. The chaotic scene with many charging balls ensued. A rapid attack like a meteor struck the ground, instantly creating a crater as if breathing. Everyone screamed in alarm. Even though the dragon had flown some distance, they could still see the terrifying battle that just happened. Hugo called out urgently, Ho! Lawrence waved his hand. Such heavy skills don't suit her. He smirked. Kevin exclaimed, it's the constellation Leo's throne. Hugo added, why is it on Gizel's head? She taunted, oh, so you're surprised already? The balanced celestial spirit continued, I haven't shown enough yet. Gizel and the Zodiac stood together. Even from a distance, one could see the massive balance scale. Hugo cursed loudly. What in the world is that? Not just Leo. She laughed at her immense power. Caleb read out names. The former Gemini, Taurus, Pisces, Aries. Jin remained unharmed after the impact. He said, speechless. The aura emanating from him revealed that even celestial spirits didn't mind speaking to him. He sighed, those cursed celestial spirits. Jin looked at the massive balance scale and said, it seems they've been conspiring. Gizel calmly stated, of course, the fury of the celestial spirits has erupted without their holy figures. She stretched her hands out. These throned celestials represent their anger. Now I am the messenger of the 7 constellations, including balance. No matter who you are, you can't defeat me. Jin angrily said, even if another disaster is added, it's not enough. These so-called celestial spirits conspiring with these 7 constellations deserve punishment. She smirked, I don't understand your fear. Why do you hate the holy figures and deities to this extent? Gizel continued, if you want, you can rule this world alone, but you're not enough by yourself. Zion frowned, talking too much. What did you want all along? She smiled, I don't like you, but I must admit your power. She extended her hand and said, I have a proposal. The balanced celestial spirit continued, choose wisely. Under my command, you will rule the world or become one of the constellations crushed in our hands. He laughed sarcastically, offering those ridiculous choices again. He raised his weapon and said, I reject your choice. No more listening. Dion Hongdong said, because any choice you make is always absurd. His eyes glinted with a fierce aura. I don't care about others' safety. Gizel replied, I knew you would say that. Suddenly, the sky turned red with unusual rays. She continued, others' safety. I don't think you have that sense of responsibility. She extended her hand again and said, then I'll help you not worry about it anymore. I will destroy this city first. the balanced celestial spirit launched an attack, turning the sky's rays into red swords. She shouted loudly, "Tricorn skill of Aries." Angel's weapon, a series of red swords fell from the sky. Not stopping there, she continued, "Tricorn skill of Sagittarius." Water dragon, many thousands of meters high water dragons appeared. Giesel calmly said, "All these were caused by humans' lycanthropy." She added, "Tricorn skill of Capricorn split form, the anger of the gods and the city of 10 million people destroyed." Before you are a series of disaster skills targeting civilians, blame it on others, all caused by humans, O perpetrator. Finished speaking, a series of chains tied up the Englishman. Diane had been standing in the inner circle of magic for some time now. Giesel pointed her sword at the Englishman and ordered, "Go!" Many red swords are rushing towards Jin at the speed of light, but you're still tied up in this magic circle and can't run away. He's angry. You only know this not trick, right? Jin flips over. The ropes snap immediately. He breaks free just before the sword is about to stab down. Jin speaks loudly. "Don't think these spider webs can bind us." At this moment, the huge swords are falling straight into the city. The path where people walk. Each sword plunges into the ground, destroying the entire city. Everywhere the swords fall, everything crumbles. Xian raises his weapon to block the red sword. Giesel laughs loudly. "This is a divine summoning skill. You think you can easily break it? I haven't shown my full power yet. Enjoy it slowly." After saying this, the scale swings its arm. More swords fly towards him. He grits his teeth to block the huge sword. The rocks and earth around Xian are thrown up. He gradually loses control of his power. Giesel, high above, says many more swords are flying. "I haven't called out all the swords yet. Did you escape already? Come out and accept your fate if you can't take all these swords." She says they will fall and destroy the city. Immediately, more swords turn towards the city, destroying buildings. People scream and run frantically. Someone shouts, "Save people." At this moment, a TV host is still filming. "Hello viewers, this is an unprecedented disaster happening in Seoul right now. The surroundings are chaotic with many people. Everyone says run quickly." At this time, a huge sword is about to stab near the female host. People scream and run frantically. The female host and cameraman stand rooted to the spot. Kevin rushes over and freezes the sword, but the red sword only freezes half of it, altering its trajectory. He looks disappointed. "I can only freeze that much, right?" Then Kevin calls out, "Centaur, aim at the frozen area quickly, right away." Hugo arrives with flames all over his body. The female host and cameraman regain consciousness together. Alive, Kevin finishes dealing with one sword, feeling uncomfortable. Damn it, is this not enough to scratch its surface? How could Ligoon break it? Hugo beside him says, "Luckily, we can combine our powers to destroy it." He reminds them, "This place is very dangerous. Get away quickly." The cameraman and female host say in unison, "Yes, thank you." She sighs. "This divine power is even stronger than the holy skill powers we know. If we don't work together, we can't destroy this sword." The centaur continues, "Because this power isn't a holy power, but a divine one." He continued, "She also received support from other gods. If we keep going like this, we won't have a chance to win." Kevin said, "Eventually, this battle must end. Besides saving the people, there's no other way to help him." Hugo asked, "Retreat." He gritted his teeth and repeated it. When the fight began, Gunn had already confirmed we couldn't help him. He said red-eyed ones are more useful than us. Kevin gritted his teeth through his teeth. This is a humiliation. Suddenly, a loud noise made them jump. A tsunami taller than the building was approaching, and the flood was destroying buildings one by one. Hugo was startled. The river water. The people saw this scene and screamed. The water was rising higher than the building. A few people knelt down to pray for safety. "It's over now. Oh gods, please save us." Hearing that, Kevin seemed to realize something. He thought and firmly drove his sword into the ground. Kevin urgently said, "O mistress of the female realm, I know you're following the current situation, Please grant Lee gun power so we can overcome this disaster. At this moment, Zeon stood in the vortex of water. He frowned. Do you want to flood the city with river water? He pondered. This is complicated now. Do you want me to use my divine combat instinct to end this battle right now? A ray of light was about to pierce his head, but Zeon cautiously turned around and sharply stared at the approaching ray. He smirked. Yeah, these guys are smart too. From the battlefield, Giesel is clearly dominant. She folded her arms and said, "Are human hearts still refusing to surrender, or are they scared?" Libra cast another green magic circle. It doesn't matter if it fails. She laughed. If we keep going, the river water will flood the city. How many people will die? Giesel ordered the tsunami sweep them away. In the midst of the wave, a light flashed. A powerful light destroyed Libra's wave, surprising her. Ryan had borrowed the power of the historian to freeze the entire tsunami, combining skills from the bow and moon. The balanced beings were taken aback. The river water is freezing. Could it be Lee Gun's trick? She ordered, "Looks like Lee Gun is still alive. Eliminate him." Following orders, all copies of Libra flew up. She pointed to the brightest light source there. Suddenly, a large chunk of land appeared right there. The guards shouted, "What? That's..." At this moment, the giant dragon roared out. The balanced beings were surprised. Red eyes! Vine descended from the sky. This half-awake ones, hurry up and retreat. Introducing everyone. Our new friend. Red eyes. System notification using skill to replace attack strikes. Zion smirked. What's he doing? Red eyes. You order. Quickly interrogate grandly. The red-eyed one opened his mouth wide to form an energy ball. Then it spewed out a huge destructive fire, aimed straight at Giselle. Miss Jongnin. Lee Gun immediately launched the move. Use Gemini dual bow skills. Teleport. Magic portal. Then it created two portals. One side to catch the fireball from the red-eyed one. Then redirected the attack towards the city, where civilians were panicking at the sight of the fireball above their heads. It's coming! Haku quickly flew to intercept the fireball before it could hit the people. The red-eyed one pointed a path that cut through the flames. Zion shouted loudly, "Don't mess up! Continue! Touching innocent people! You blocked the fire, splitting it into several branches." Jin smirked, turning the fire into ice. He swung his weapon. The fire turned to ice and shattered in the air. Confidently facing the balance directly, Giselle gritted her teeth in anger. "People, she's losing it." Biting her lips through clenched teeth. Damn moon god. A white-winged platinum-haired goddess stood by Jin, sharp eyes staring at the balance. System notification. High Priestess has prayed for Apuchis. Your divine power has increased. The High Priestess blessed Apuchis with divine authority. Your divine power has increased. The High Priestess's strength aligns with the punishment. Punishment is a state of freezing. Zeon firmly held his weapon and said, "This trash." Giselle gritted her teeth, eyes filled with malice. He smirked and continued, "Did you say you represent their anger? Well, it seems there's not just one representative here." In the sky, two powerful figures remained motionless in a tense standoff. The magic circle kept spinning, making the air colder. Giselle replied with a smirk, representing anger. Quite surprising. She raised her chin slightly and asked mockingly, "Is there anything greater and more terrifying than the anger of the saints? What are they angry about? For whom?" Ryan stood firmly on Haku's back, pointing his battle axe at her with a smile. Don't you know, two sparks of anger flashed in his eyes behind his smile. It was expressing uncontrollable rage. Innocent people were harmed by those and their accomplices, our families and friends. He gritted his teeth painfully, remembering the tragic deaths of his comrades. The little girl desperately attacked by a demon, her last gentle smile from the beloved brother she lost. Tears of innocent children, the chaos, suffering of civilians in the cold hospital room where patients fought death day and night. He said sorrowfully, "Innocent people caught up in your game, and the anger of hundreds of people on the balance before." Diane asked seriously, "If we say it's their anger, do you understand? And that damn stab inside the demon tower. Zion glared angrily and said bravely, "Also the one betrayed and abandoned in the demon tower, my rage." He asked again with a stern face, "Damn it, who stabbed me in the demon tower?" He stared directly into Giselle's. Danger, Zion showed no hesitation. "No one dares to question those holy symbols around the balance between that giant scale or the divine figures trying to eliminate me hiding behind you." Giselle has been silent until suddenly she leans down, a smile forming on her lips. She bursts out with a huge, mocking laugh. "I wonder what you want to ask. Turns out you're looking for the truth of that matter." Then she straightens up seriously and says, "Do you really want to hear it? Is this important?" She then puts on a haughty, challenging expression as she answers, "Only the strong have the right to ask questions. I'm the one asking." The holy hands of the balance scale stretch out, summoning powerful magical forces and forming intense violet lightning. "Answer me, Legion." She calls forth the twin symbol saint, swirling in chaotic vortexes. She challenges, "What can you two divine figures do to us?" The vortex suddenly expands, tearing through space to reveal a massive, blazing red energy block engulfing the city with an apocalyptic orange light. Jin looks up, his eyes filled with intense heat more than direct sunlight. As soon as he stops looking up, a meteor tears through the sky like a sun falling from the heavens, bringing with it searing heat that burns even the soul. That's the twin symbol comet skill, the comet of destruction. Sang glides over everything, leaving trails of fire slicing into space. Jin stands there, small against the wrath of heaven and earth. Under the wild heat, standing firm under divine power, he still doesn't bow but laughs bravely. Hell no! Just to divine figures, Jin, brave as a spark, dares to face the raging comet. Giselle is stunned, not believing her eyes. The comet stops midair, sucked in by a tiny but terrifying pressure, spewing out chaotic flames, making her shout, "What?" Flames seep into the massive comet, breaking through from within, causing it to shatter. That small light now acts like a divine fire black hole, expanding with unimaginable density, breaking apart the comet, activating the sun god's symbol skill, the sun god's ring. In the blazing space, the power absorbs and draws in the approaching massive comet. The meteor fragments swirl around the light point like demons bowing to divine might. Everything around them is swirling in a mysterious and powerful chaos, emitting intense light, making Giselle grit her teeth in anger, covering her eyes. Sun God's ring? Could it be? Amidst the blinding light explosion, Zion flies through the debris, nearly reaching her. He grins widely, his mad eyes glowing with wildfire. As Giselle is knocked back from atop the balance scale, she falls like a meteor, shaking the ground beneath. Jin tightens his grip on Katagi's neck, pushing him into the road and dragging him forward. Giselle struggles loudly in anger. Behind Jin stands the majestic horseman, looking down with intimidating eyes at this madman. Meanwhile, Hugo prays for divine magic to power Jin. He and Kevin solemnly offer their energy, shouting together, "O faithful of the holy temple." This is the command of the high priest. The horsemen here kneel in submission, praying silently. On the other side, the witches perform the same action, offering divine magic. Hugo and Kevin's solemn voices echo, "All faithful and citizens pray for the Holy Spirit." They kneel on the broken road, channeling power to Legion. Despite the shocking impacts and fierce battle ahead, they continue without stopping. The system announces that the horsemen of the Zodiac have stood up for their master, the holy temple of the Zodiac, and the witches are praying for their master. Jin now feels the power surge through the powerful magic circles, laughing loudly. "I told you so, you trash!" He tightens his grip on Giselle's neck, causing her to spit out water. He says, "Many hate you all." The people in the small town are also praying in panic. Jin knows this and curses. "Not just the holy temples, but even the city's citizens have been destroyed by your divine figures." They all look at the terrifying scene unfolding across the entire city with one heart full of hope. The system activates, thousands of people praying for Master Chimsao SAFU as his divine statue rapidly ascends in rank. At that moment, the fire mask around his eyes dissipates, revealing the intense anger within his bright green gaze. Jin tightens his hand and swings it back, instantly gathering a layer of dark green magic that radiates like lightning. Unlike SPP Matt Hien and Han Hong, who only have 7 Divine Swords Fury, I have thousands. Without hesitation, he punches her straight in the face, delivering a powerful blow as fierce as a hellish bolt of lightning. Giselle's face is severely damaged, tears streaming down as she lets out a pained moan. Jin continues to swing his fists high, not stopping for a moment. He delivers another punch that shakes the ground like water breaking through stone and earth. Then comes another powerful punch, followed by the 4th and 5th punches with increasing intensity, challenging her to see if Giselle's face can regain composure before the next punch lands. She swings her hand straight, immediately causing sharp dark shadows to emerge from the ground, severing Jin's arm as he shouts, releasing his hand from hers. He tilts his head, surprised at his lost arm and the notification, "Your right hand has been injured, activate regeneration skill." Suddenly, a series of glowing chains bind him, appearing mysterious like the sky as they rush to grab him. From these chains, Giselle's alternate bodies, with strange and angry expressions, scream Li Jian. Hundreds of demonic arms seize each other, glowing chains binding Li Jian, but he doesn't hesitate. Instead, he grins confidently. Beside Li Jian, a red magic figure appears. Jin charges forward with his hand as the figure approaches. It's Hallie's spirit surrounded by a scorpion tail, her face filled with madness and rage. "Who do you think you're touching?" The scorpion chain quickly attacks Li Jian's alternate body. The attack is swift and fierce, cutting through them into pieces, leaving only the sound of desperate cries. Giselle stands in a circle of glowing chains, panicking as her alternate bodies are destroyed. Amidst the chaos, a heavily armored head rushes towards her. Giselle is immediately hurt, spitting out dark blood. She realizes she's hit by a powerful and deadly scorpion attack. In the thick smoke, from where the chains originated, it seems we must destroy your myth to catch you. Now, with one red eye, Jin is surrounded by scorpion tails and a dark mystical circle. "I will tear you apart piece by piece." The system announces the Scorpio Star Temple stands for Chimsao SAFU. Holly, the Scorpio Star, has granted divine punishment through the scorpion chain. Giselle trembles in horror at her body being shattered by this chain, exclaiming, "Impossible!" She screams in anger and injustice. "How did you find the scorpion's lair? How?" Jin doesn't answer. His eyes gleam with hellfire as he laughs maniacally. The big fish is on the hook. His eyes are now completely red, filled with cruelty and malice as he swings the scorpion chain. Jackpot. Another powerful attack pierces through Giselle's balance scale, causing her to scream in pain. Behind the scales of justice, a large circle suddenly breaks apart. It explodes hopelessly, unable to be salvaged. The system announces dark star power is dissipating. As the old solution is destroyed, this dark creature representing darkness begins to scream and vanish. The system announces the lair of the old solution has been destroyed. Dark star power is gradually dispersing, unable to maintain the old solution's throne. Simultaneously, Giselle's wound suddenly spurts out dark, thick liquid causing her pain and a notification, unable to use old solution star powers. Giselle grits her teeth, eyes filled with rage. Looking at the figure swinging the scorpion chain, she screams in fury. Jin grins confidently, still standing amidst chaos, ready for his next attack. Giselle now uses her golden bull power, yellow and green light radiating round her. She swears loudly, "I will destroy you." Suddenly, the mad and desperate hands rise from the ground to grab her feet. Her destroyed alternate body, smiling maniacally, reappears, shocking Jin into stopping his malicious gaze. He recognizes the fragments of his destroyed alternate body. Inside them, light suddenly flickers wildly and expands. Jin can't resist. He watches helplessly as she self-destructs her alternate bodies. Immediately, a deafening explosion shakes the entire city. Through the smoke, a monstrous black bullhead appears with greenish-black coloration. This is the Scorpio Star's skill, World Devastator. Giselle recasts to white and balanced star seals, creating an immense pressure that cracks the ground beneath her. She swings her arms wildly around herself in the chaos. The two seals merged reluctantly, emitting chaotic rays of light. She shouted, "This star belongs to the divine." Instantly, dark clouds parted to reveal a massive sharp blade looming in the sky. It's the technique combining Libra and Aries. Amidst the apocalyptic flames, the sky was torn apart by blinding light. A huge sword plunged from the heavens, resonating as it summoned the ultimate divine weapon, the golden roll. Her eyes blazing madly, she swung her hand down and roared, "You think we'll let go of this star?" As the ancient patterned blade pierced the ground with a powerful force, thick yellow smoke rose up. The sky and earth seemed split in half by the howling storm. A deafening explosion shook the city, sending shockwaves throughout. Yet, the city remained unharmed as it was blocked by the freezing green ray that stopped the blade's advance. Incredulous, she felt a cold wind hit her face, the icy winds of the Virgo seal. The sword seemed frozen like stone, making her realize the light from the sword was being blocked. At the tip of the source of that cold light was a small body emitting black electric rays, desperately fighting back. "It's Jin!" Her eyes glowing madly, her damaged body nearly exposed bones and burned skin. His mouth exhaled cold air as he sneered. As ice shards flew wildly at Giselle, a strong wind rushed to the center of her. The Libra deity could only grit his teeth, helplessly watching the raging fist approach. Amidst the sparkling ice storm, Zion leaped like lightning, delivering 5 powerful punches straight into the deity's face. The force of the punch created a shockwave that sent her flying. Giselle's face shattered into black and golden fragments. She screamed in bitterness, "You greedy person! Which star belongs to you?" At this moment, Jin increased his speed and leaped above her. With a contemptuous look, he kicked down with a derisive laugh. Furious at the divine being's face being stepped on, behind her suddenly appeared a purple seal. The system announced, using Gemini's instant teleportation skill. Jin forcefully kicked down, his overwhelming power causing rocks to scatter, but before that, Giselle turned into a bright violet spot and vanished. Amidst the swirling magical energy, a powerful punch struck Jin's angry face. Giselle emerged from a black spatial vortex, fiercely punching Jin, who was mocking her. "Li Jin, where are you looking at?" Before he could react, Giselle leaped out of the spatial hole behind him and charged, with clenched fists. "I'm right behind you." She forcefully punched his back with a powerful punch. "I'll turn you into a mess." Her attacks continued non-stop. Giselle teleported from above again. Her counterattack began, another 5th strike and chaos. With momentum, she relentlessly attacked with terrifying strikes. Zion seemed dazed now. Zizel charged from behind again. "It's over!" The magnificent blue, purple, and green colors surrounded her. The technique of the Scorpion and Sagittarius star seals attacking the tip. System notification. Using Libra's buff skill, Zizel now laughed madly with a derisive smile. Suddenly, Zion's cold eyes opened and glared down, exclaiming. The space seemed to pause on her astonished face. His terrifying voice echoed, "Where are you looking at?" Zion's body turned into a blur. In the dark space, he easily punched through time theory and laughed. "Die!" Two powerful punches collided, creating a massive explosion and strong shockwaves slicing through space. Libra was stunned, seeing his hand broken by the force and sent flying in panic. "Impossible! I even used Aquarius and Capricorn's buff skills." "Why?" Suddenly she remembered being stabbed by the Scorpion's venomous chain earlier. Could it be then? The system said, the Scorpion constellation toxin reduces all ability stats. Giselle is now madly screaming in fury. Jin raises his hands, his entire body suddenly erupting into a fierce blaze as he screams in madness, forming a majestic and terrifying holy flame. His dark shadow quickly flies upwards, dragging along a large, roaring volcanic fire. Giselle's figure merges with the black flames, cursing loudly, "Bastard!" She struggles to lift her arms against the immense pressure. Immediately, she releases enormous magical energy. The flame disappears into her burning, glowing body. Sparkling threads of light continue to emit in madness. She screams, "Do you think everything will end like that?" In a moment, the universe seems to pause as she radiates divine brilliance, tearing through spacetime. Dozens of energy beams, golden chains, shoot out and merge into the holy rituals, shattering the illusory boundaries. A series of powerful energies, different elements, start absorbing within the majestic light rituals, bringing in waves of power to a glowing focal point. The system reports that the power of the 7 temples has reached maximum levels and combined into one. Xion doesn't hesitate amidst the chaotic storm. He calmly looks at the terrifying scene while still picking up grains of rice. What are you doing? Is this your last desperate effort? He immediately gains momentum, flying high and laughing loudly. How could I miss it? Jin shouts, his eyes red, and a huge black-winged creature's shadow rushes to him. 9.15 Legion jumps up with red eyes. He is fully prepared for battle. Giselle stands amidst the chaotic flow of various powers. The system warns that the temple powers are being forcibly combined, and a powerful backlash will occur. A bright golden beam descends from above, reaching the ground. Rays of light extend as if to envelop everything. Legion with red eyes watches in silence. A stream of golden power is discharged. Buildings within the impact area immediately collapse. The light spreads further like a wave destroying structures. Legion smiles and encourages his dragon, Red Eyes, hold on. Then he orders, rise up. Both body and flow surge with maximum speed in the air. The shadow of the strange creature zips through the sky, leaving the safe area to approach the battle center, surprising everyone. The reporter quickly raises his camera. The MC excitedly asks, "Are you seeing this?" Live footage from the battlefield is broadcasted on large screens nationwide. The combined power of the 7 temples in Seoul shoots up into the sky. Worried residents pray together. This city, Seoul, Larry Quinn, Sang Jae, and others collectively pray for their comrades at the front line. Hugo and Kevin bow their heads to pray to the highest power. The Haji group closes their eyes in earnest prayer. In this apocalyptic situation, who do we trust? At the base camp, the atmosphere is extremely tense. Urgent warnings are broadcast from the barracks. The deputy high priest, "Please stop." The high priest will be angry if he sees. A sharp voice interrupts. "I'm focusing. Don't bother me." Yuha kneels and prays persistently. She coldly tells those nearby, "Han is fighting alone. We must pray for him." They hesitate to respond, but Steven suddenly appears. He calmly says, "Let her be." The others are frightened by this sudden change. They shout in alarm, "Steven." He seriously states, "There's no one." Yuha doesn't understand and softly asks, "Why?" The man bows down. He lowers his head. He continues with a stern expression. In this situation, Steven kneels beside Yuha. He frankly states that only the lion's courage can be relied upon. Then Steven loudly echoes his words. "All the lion cultists gather here. I command the representatives of the lion deity to act. Pray for Charlie Gould who is fighting." In Seoul sky, beams of light start agitating the space in the middle pillar. Steven seriously calls out, "Transfer your power to Lee Gould." On this perilous battlefield, he faces thousands of enemy power attacks. Round Legion, golden rays softly shine. He stands straight and shoots hundreds of light beams to break the opponent's power bridge so that Red Eye can confidently advance. The sky and earth seem connected by that pillar of light. Amidst nature's fury, Legion's ray of strength boldly occupies space, becoming a pillar of hope for everyone. He leaps high, holding a great sword in one hand and a hammer in the other, appearing like a death god that surprises Giselle. She glares angrily and asks, "Are you here, Algol?" He slightly raises his lips into a smile and quietly retorts, "Waiting for us. What gives you such confidence?" The temple of SAFU steps out to support its master, increasing the divine rank. Steven, representing the lion deity, transfers power. Legion's weapon creates powerful vortexes aimed at the enemy. He remains cold and starts concluding everything. Giselle is not going down without a fight. She creates thousands of energy beams forming a dense barrier with no escape. Ding Quang fights back fiercely. Both powerful forces clash violently. The overwhelming energy seems to turn the world. Giselle's eyes suddenly blur. She grits her teeth in anger and secretly increases her power. On the other side, Legion rushes forward swiftly with no obstacles, ready to pierce through the shield in front of her. Gizel creates countless spells, gleefully shouting with self-satisfaction. This is a divine seat granted by the deities, even you cannot break it. In this situation, Legion merely grins and asks, have you received word that the temple and people are praying for you? The higher rank of divinity unlocks all divine seats, activating divine instincts. He smiles, I have plenty too. Instantly, he raises his hand to create for colorful divine seats. Legion's sword plunges straight down. Giselle watches wide-eyed. Giselle Lauren. Legion harshly cuts off her words, Ashier. He powerfully strikes the hammer and makes the final judgment, hurry away. For this star, that hammer pierces through Gizel's divine seat. He gently presses his weapon down, using a heart-piercing skill. The cut advances closer. Gizel's eyes show despair. Multicolored divine seats surge apart. The Kimingwoi divine seat is destroyed. The Maquette divine seat is destroyed. The Boban divine seat is destroyed. The Kugui divine seat is destroyed. The Santa divine seat is destroyed. Legion's sword slices through Gizel's body. Legion's energy powerfully destroys the space. It continues straight to the light pillar. That golden ray gradually disperses from that side. Only a few faint green rays of Legion's power remain around. His strength is formidable, breaking through the celestial layers and boldly glowing in the vast universe. The storm of power passes by. Everything becomes eerily quiet. Only the hero's sword piercing the ground remains. Legion advances, taking his weapon out from his defeated opponent's body. He slightly raises his lips into a smile, eyes glowing with strange strength. Amidst the destroyed battlefield, Legion sighs, unexpected. He frowns and questions, why did you do such terrible things? HMPH, if you're dead, how can you answer? Looking at Giselle's body disintegrating into black dust, he shakes his head. The Legion hesitated. Didn't you say that only the strong ask questions? I have many more questions to ask you, so it won't be easy to let you go. You show off your talents, psychic abilities, 13th sense, divine eyes no matter what, I'll make you talk. A deep voice suddenly echoed, startling Legion. He said, impressive, I didn't expect the balance to be defeated. Legion turned with caution as a dark figure approached, intent on swallowing him whole. He looked into the darkness, where a man in iron armor slowly emerged. The Iron Duke asked, are you Li Gun? He frowned slightly, his eyes narrowing. Legion was now fighting the Iron Duke. He gritted his teeth and asked, who are you? The Iron Duke replied with disdain, me. Look, he threw a huge skull down, its weight causing the ground to shake. After showing off his strength, the Iron Duke finally introduced himself with a harsh voice. I am the general of the mysterious civilization. He emphasized, one of the 13 generals serving the monarch. The system also provided information about his background. General of the mysterious civilization, Iron Duke danger level, high, undefeated. 30 years ago, when the civilization's army had not yet invaded Earth, many headlines were published worldwide, referring to the mysterious civilization. If you want to live, offer yourself. The UN firmly rejected the mysterious civilization's demands, which were widely reported. Angry citizens gathered on the streets, protesting outside the president's office against surrender or compromise with the enemy. Under public pressure, the US president felt immense pressure and had to consider carefully. Then America declared that those monsters wanted human flesh as food. Their demands would not be met. But one day, a message appeared that terrified humanity, every living being on this planet. Listen up! From today, this place will be ruled by the mysterious civilization. Any resistance is futile. Now, the Iron Duke offered terms to humanity. If you want to live, hand over all your freedoms, rights, and resources. He solemnly introduced himself to the world. I am the general of the mysterious civilization, one of the 13 generals serving the monarch, Iron Duke. After hearing the story, Jin just smirked. Oh, I thought it was someone else? Turns out you're the one who made a hole during the first invasion. At that moment, a troop of ghostly-looking soldiers appeared and introduced themselves as Iron Duke's sole army. The general of the great mysterious civilization's army. Jin pointed at them and asked, why are you here? To take revenge on the traitors? The Iron Duke replied, "Originally, the balance was to destroy you and we were supposed to rebuild the demons with the monarch's power. But things didn't go as planned." Hearing this, Jin felt a bit surprised they wanted to rebuild the demons. He looked at Giesel behind him and said, "Li Gun, I never thought you could defeat not only the Soul Army, but also the balance with 6 gods supporting it. Are you the one who destroyed the demons?" Unlike Jin's tough attitude, Iron Duke had something different about him now. "It seems you're no ordinary person. We'll change our plan." As he spoke, he tightened his huge hammer and began to rebuild the demons. Then he boldly declared, "I will destroy you with the monarch's power." Jin wasn't afraid but confidently replied, "So the one behind the balance isn't just gods, but also you guys. Perfect timing." Saying that, Lan activated all his god seats and confirmed, "I plan to eliminate all of you, but now you've come to us." After saying this, he charged at Iron Duke to attack him. Jin forcefully delivered a powerful blow to his chest. But the result surprised Jin. Did he block it? Looking at Iron Duke, he showed contempt for Jin's weakness. "No matter how strong you are, you're just a god of some trivial realm. Its power is completely opposite to ours. The power of our civilization can turn your gods into food. In front of the monarch's great power, your gods are nothing but food for us." At that moment, the light from the 4 realms around Jin began to fade. Yin gritted his teeth, feeling his power diminishing. His eyes were gradually becoming blurry. "I've experienced this before." Suddenly, Jin's thoughts flashed back to when he was stabbed. "Yes, it's just like the power of the blade that stabbed me in Lo Akmer." Finally, Jin remembered this is the monarch's power Haley mentioned. All weapons of our civilization contain terrifying monarch power that can threaten gods. The 4 realms are gradually fading away, and the system warned, the mysterious space will isolate you from the current world. As the starstones fade away, emergency alerts are issued, and connections to the gods will be cut off. The power of the starstones is weakening. Xion turns around to watch as the starstones vanish, unable to do anything about it. A streak of light appears in space. After a few minutes, Xion falls into an undefined state. Looking around, all he sees is blackness. He thinks this must be the mysterious space that trapped the muse. Suddenly, he realizes his body is slowly being drained of energy. The system continues to alert. The mysterious space is draining your power. All ability indicators are rapidly decreasing. Unable to activate skills or super talents. In this dangerous situation, someone suddenly calls out to him, "Gun." The voice comes from behind Jin. Xion turns around in surprise to see who it is. It's an old teammate of Jin. The person continues to ask, "What are you doing here?" Jin stands still and doesn't react. The other person persists with a gentle yet haunting tone. "Didn't we promise to go out together? Could you have forgotten?" Sweat pours down Jin's face. He remains motionless, staring at the strange figure. The other person advances further. "What's wrong with your attitude? What are you holding in your hand?" In that moment, a terrifying memory resurfaces from his subconscious. It was the scene of him being stabbed years ago. How could this be possible? Taking advantage of Jin's distraction, the Iron Duke seizes the opportunity to control him and grabs him. His black hand pierces through Jin's body. The speed is so fast that Jin can't react in time. Pain tears through his body as blood gushes from his mouth. At this moment, the Iron Duke leans close to Jin and speaks with a hoarse voice. Once affected by this skill, one will become completely helpless. Despite hearing him, Jin can't resist. He emphasizes that it's our devastating skill. Nightmare. The Iron Duke excitedly urges Jin to choose the memory he doesn't want to remember and he'll help bring it back. At this moment, an image of the strange woman from earlier appears in his mind. After nearly defeating Jin, the Iron Duke turns to Giesel. "With the power of the gods diminishing, don't expect resistance. Is that enough?" Scales. As he speaks, a massive explosion illuminates the space. From the light, Giesel appears and speaks sincerely. "Thank you, Iron Duke." Xion is slightly shocked by this scene. Scales. Regarding Giesel, she approaches and frankly declares to him, "You've brought us to this disaster. I admit that. You are truly formidable. But I don't intend to end it like this, and I won't hide my intentions. I will absorb the power into your body." Seeing her arrogant attitude, Jin only gives a satisfied smile, even as blood trickles from the corner of his mouth. Jin only gives a satisfied smile, even as blood trickles from the corner of his mouth. "You plan to use my body as a vessel for resurrection?" He reminded Giesel. "You'll regret this." Giesel barely paid attention to the hero's warning and just chuckled. Immediately, she began deploying the technique she mentioned coldly. It was Nguyen's refusal. Withdrawing her words, she delivered a fatal blow to Jin's face. Jin screamed in pain as the energy pierced through his brain. Seeing Jin easily defeated, the Iron Duke smirked, finding it troublesome and annoying. He continuously mocked him. "I heard you were a wild beast, but I didn't expect you to give up so easily." Meanwhile, Jin was feeling the power gradually disappearing from his body. At this moment, his memory flashed back when the system announced he had become the master of the SAFU constellation. Hearing that, Jin felt very surprised. The change in his body is due to the super regeneration skill, right? I've never heard of any other Thetans having such a condition. The system began initializing the super regeneration program and restoring his damaged body. His newly regenerated body was subjected to some light penalties. The penalty reduced 50% of his strength. With only 1.032 hours left, Jin's face started turning dark. Meanwhile, the system continuously reminded him that due to full body regeneration, he would have to endure a light penalty. The penalty reduced 50% of his strength, time remaining 1 minute and 57 seconds. In Jin's subconscious, Butcher called out, "Jin, do you like those 10 stars this much?" Hearing the question, Xian laughed loudly in response. "Of course I do." However, the two strangers chuckled, their eyes mocking him, hitting a sensitive spot. "Why ask?" Xian pointed excitedly behind them, where a huge poster of the stars appeared and introduced it. "Look over there, those are the protectors of humanity." He continued boasting about these people with pride. "They're great, aren't they? They want to save all humans. A spirit that inspires everyone. I've already donated money and sent it all to them yesterday." Moreover, Xian encouraged the two of them. "If we work together under the guidance of the 12 stars, those monsters won't be a problem. The day when we drive away these mysterious monsters is not far off." After saying this, Xian felt very happy and raised his hands in laughter. "Humans will win, those foolish monsters." The two heroes of the main character were confused and muttered, "Donations? Only 50,000 won." Continuing to mock him, Xian proposed an idea. "Let's celebrate today by going out for a nice meal at the mall." He smiled generously and said, "This time I'll treat you. Just order whatever you want." However, these happy moments didn't last long. In a short while, Jun's crying and trembling image appeared again. He slumped dejectedly in front of his severed arm with blood pooling at the bottom. The devastated and dark space left only Jin alone. At this moment, the PA announced that a disaster had occurred right in the heart of Seoul, attacking the mall center. But the counterattack team quickly acted and successfully eliminated the disaster. Jian's spirit sank even further when he heard this. He didn't realize his tears were falling. The image of the huge monster attacking civilians with its roar appeared again. "No, don't show up. It only makes him more desperate." "Stop!" Jin couldn't bear it anymore and fell to the ground sobbing in anger. They didn't do anything useful. Turns out those heroes you idolized are actually frauds, just deceiving people. All they have is a facade. Lucky us. We were too late, that monster left already. But what about this kid? He's annoying. Just ignore him. Just put on a show and get paid. The news continued to broadcast, covering up the fake hero group. Although many people were injured, thanks to the efforts of the counterattack team, fortunately, there were no casualties. And humanity once again affirmed its prosperity under the protection of the 12 stars. Hearing these words, Zion felt even more hurt. You didn't protect anything. Witnessing all this suffering, Giesel finally understood everything. That's why. And who hates both the disaster and the constellations? Giesel's eyes saw through Jin's deepest thoughts. She just smiled lightly with a judging look. This story is too predictable. A cheap tragedy. Just because of that past, Legion hates both misfortune and stars. Giesel constantly criticizes and attacks Jin, letting her own anger destroy everything, turning everything into this miserable state. From the start, being swept up in rage and hatred clouded their judgment. Since Jin couldn't resist, Giesel continued to speak. No matter how angry she was, it couldn't surpass her divine nature. Her eyes are filled with malice now. This is the end for Legion's foolish choice. Let me swallow you whole. For my resurrection, the ball that imprisoned Jin has moved closer to her mouth. Suddenly, the ball repelled away like it was magnetized. Giesel feels confused about what's happening to her. The system warns of a large discrepancy in divine nature between SAFU and Libra, unable to absorb it. SAFU is larger than Libra. This drives Giesel mad. How can my divine nature be lower than Legion's? She angrily shouts up. What's going on? The magic clock slowly approaches 12 o'clock, and Giselle can't take her eyes off it. Her gaze becomes uneasy. A sense of unease creeps in. She starts doubting herself. Don't tell me he's a huge divine nature, beyond my comprehension? Just then, a giant snake appears surrounding the magic clock. Giesel is nearly driven mad by what she sees. This can't be happening. How could he have such a large divine nature? A mutant becoming a saint? Impossible. The system warns again. The punishment of the SAFU will soon be lifted. Time remaining until removal. 25 seconds left. Hearing this, Giesel is very surprised. Punishment. At this moment, the ball that imprisoned the protagonist suddenly explodes. Jin interrogates her, asking why she dared to mix memories of others. Jin gradually recovers and warns Lawrence, "Are you ready? Half your physical abilities will be reduced. 17 seconds left." Seeing such a drastic change, Giesel seems hopeless as she continuously questions the protagonist. Who are you? As day 1 passes, the system continues to announce punishments. Half physical abilities. Time remaining 9 seconds. Punishment, half physical abilities. Time remaining 9 seconds. By now, Giselle is completely demoralized, shouting in despair. How did you get that power? Jin, who had been imprisoned and coldly responded, "How should I know?" He has returned stronger than ever with bulging muscles. Then he raises his hand, a cold gaze, the voice like a verdict, "In my hands. The power to crush you all." By now, Giesel can barely escape Jin's grip. She stands still and takes the beating. Jin ruthlessly breaks Giesel's face without mercy. With that, beams of light and Jin's hands start appearing. Outside, Iron Duke feels a bit strange about these lights. Oh, this light is... Suddenly, Giesel is thrown out of the barrier. Falling right in front of him, Giesel struggles to resist. But her remaining strength is insignificant against Jin's terrifying power. Jin is very strong and ready to break through the protective layer. Iron Duke sees this but can do nothing. Meanwhile, Giesel's face is about to explode under the protagonist's power. In an instant, the barrier's protection is broken. Jin looks at Giesel with a desire to devour her alive. Just then, the system fully supports Jin. The punishment has been lifted, physical limits are released, and he can use all stats freely. The journey to becoming a saint begins. Suddenly, a strange black area appears in the sky. Everyone in the city is shocked by this scene. What's going on here? Didn't the battle end already? That strange dark aura is gradually covering the whole city. Everyone is talking about it in a commotion. What is that thing? Finally, that strange black mass landed straight down at the center of the city. Looking up at the sky, Kevin said to Hugo, "Hey, Sagittarius, something weird?" Sagittarius understood his teammate and replied, "Yeah, I think so too." Suddenly, Perio's image appeared in the sky. In front of the whole city, he arrogantly declared it was too late now. It was only then that Sagittarius realized the mastermind behind this was the illusory space created by Perio. Kevin was very worried about the main character. Legion is trapped in there. Suddenly, that strange black mass started to spread out with mysterious green beams. This made Kevin and Hugo a bit surprised. It's splitting apart. At this moment, the strange black mass exploded, creating an enormous energy source. Along with it, Legion appeared, crushing Gisel's face. He was using all his strength without any hesitation. The Iron Duke's defense layer was about to be breached by the main character. He shouted in anger, "That's enough!" The Iron Duke turned but couldn't do anything more. Gisel's face seemed to have reached its limit of endurance, and Jin showed no intention of stopping. He raised his fist, ready to deliver the final blow to her. Just then, the system displayed a message. "Your punishment has been removed. The power-reducing punishment has been lifted. All stats have returned to normal." His eyes lit up with determination mixed with hatred. Meanwhile, the system seemed to be encouraging Jin. "You've truly taken your first steps towards becoming a guardian deity." Jin pushed Gisel so hard that she fell into the ground, leaving the Iron Duke powerless. He couldn't believe his eyes. He couldn't possibly destroy the nightmare space created by the monarch's power. But Jin continued to torment Gisel. "It hurts more than I thought." He began to retaliate against those words that had weighed heavily on his mind, reminding him of those dark days. His words were like a lesson to them. "Now we know how powerful the monarch is. Who would have thought you'd be so arrogant just because you can see people's past and give it an impressive name? Your vulgar tastes are as bad as your master's." Hearing these words, the Iron Duke was extremely surprised. How dare you insult the monarch?" But Jin no longer had any interest in Gisel. He threw her to the ground and prepared to deal with the Iron Duke. In a flash, the Iron Duke attacked the main character. The collision created an enormous explosion that lit up the space. But what happened next surprised him. He blocked his opponent's attack with just one finger. Ryan mocked, "A king repaying his master. You admire him so much, right? Just a single word from me made the Iron Duke tremble. Let me give you a gift." Saying that, Jin stabbed directly into him. He screamed in pain. "What are you?" His scream echoed through heaven and earth. He couldn't believe what was happening before his eyes. A dagger containing the monarch's power. How could he possess it? Jin finally revealed the origin of the dagger. "This is the dagger that stabbed me from behind in the Demon Tower, because it was created by the monarch's beloved." The more he talks, the deeper he drives the knife into the Iron Duke. "You should be grateful for this gift." The system announcement mixed with his desperate cry as you transferred the power of Fu society to your custody. Gisel also couldn't accept the truth. "Impossible. A divine sword has just awakened. How can one resist the might of a monarch? Jin is completely different now. Your strength has increased by tenfold." The Iron Duke is utterly desperate, pleading for help in weakness. "O king!" Finally, he shattered into hundreds of pieces. Seeing the powerful brown kite fall, Gisel was also completely helpless. She gritted her teeth and said, "The Iron Duke is down too." Looking at Jin's figure, she could only curse. Damn it! Seeing the situation worsening, Gisel tried to escape to another place. "Damn it, I can't die here." But her plan was discovered by Jin. "Where are you going?" Gisel turned back with hatred in her eyes. Jin didn't say much and approached her. Seeing the main character's intention to take a risk, Gisel tried to poison him. "You fool, brainwashed by that so-called justice and righteousness. Are you going to defy all the guardian gods and monarchs just to pretend to be a hero?" Zion kicked her hard in the face and answered coldly, "Why not? And maybe you're mistaken?" Gisel, controlled weakly, could only respond, "You bastard." Zion said that he didn't do this for any heroic feeling. This surprised Gisel greatly. "How?" He laughed and confirmed it was all created by you guys. As he tortured Gisel, "Now I'll return the favors each of you gave me." Zion had become an extremely ruthless person, feeling dissatisfaction that you gave me. The notification appeared again. "You used overpower and absorbed the balance's holy energy." Zion started the super torture mode. "This is my despair. The system informs you due to the absorbed holy energy, the balance god's holy body will be destroyed." Jin strongly declared that this place would be the grave of foolishness, trash, and Gisel's cries echoed through space. But she didn't want to accept such a cruel fate. "I can't be destroyed like this." She didn't want to wait for death and vowed with herself, "I must make a pact with the monarch. Saying that, she screamed and summoned the Balance Palace. Immediately, a huge spinning light hole appeared in the sky. A massive meteor started falling down. Its target was Jin. Seeing this, Giesel was extremely satisfied. The palace weighing millions of tons would be crushed, breaking Jin's body. Seeing no reaction from Jin, Giesel became more confident. No guardian gods are supporting you, right? You'll be crushed like an ant in helplessness. But contrary to her thoughts, Jin was very confident. He absorbed the meteor's power. Now it's time for the Balance Palace. This confused Giesel greatly. He is smiling lovingly. Diane lowered his center of gravity ready to receive Giselle's gift, easy as eating candy. He was extremely confident in himself. I will destroy everything in a blink. The Balance Palace landing on the ground shook an entire city. In just an instant, it stood proudly at the center of the city amidst everyone's gossip. The body of balance, the Balance Palace. Meanwhile, Hugo was very worried about the main character on the other side. Li Jian is there. He was crushed by the Balance Palace. Suddenly, the sky lit up brightly, startling Hugo and Kevin. The source came from the bottom of the tower. Everyone cheered excitedly. It's Li Jian's energy. Jian's energy is transforming the Balance Palace. The journalists were equally shocked by this scene. The Balance Palace is changing its structure. That's the truth. Jian's energy is rebirthing the Balance Palace. Wherever the energy goes, the Balance Palace transforms to that location. The rate of change on the tower is even faster than building a model house. In an instant, a magnificent skyscraper was created. The system congratulated the main character once again. You successfully rebuilt the Balance Palace with your violent reality skill. You've ingested all of the Balance's holy energy. You've been reborn as a true saint and gained new skills, seals. Zion had some doubts about this announcement. Shh. He just smiled to himself. There's nothing here. It's bitter only because of this, right? Saying that, he gave a cheerful yet mysterious smile. A voice suddenly echoed. Huh? In a dark and gloomy place, faint light barely illuminated the black throne in an empty room. Sitting there motionlessly was a figure exuding power and pressure. Zion muttered softly. What is this? Where are we? He was skeptical and continued to question. Clearly, we were just on the newly built tower. Suddenly, a cold voice echoed. The person has arrived. The Iron Hat Man slowly stood up from his throne. His voice was authoritative. We have everything ready. Balance! Jen finally understood and softly gasped like waking up. He looked around, the view of the balance. The Iron Hat Man stepped down from his throne. Continuing, I know all about this now. Are you guys planning to eliminate the Serpent Lord? His voice dragged on with a hint of mockery. Did you hear that? They say you failed in the Demon Tower 20 years ago. Memories from long ago flooded back. In that blurry scene, a trembling demon cried out, Is anyone there? The Iron Hat Man recalled and muttered softly, They say he defeated the manager of the Demon Tower before rebirth. Another memory surfaced. A large demon king with blazing eyes slowly raised his foot, causing earthworms to tremble beneath him. Begging for mercy, please spare my life. The Iron Hat Man continued, in the worst case, if that Serpent Lord has divine power surpassing a general's. Without letting him finish, Balance scoffed. It's ridiculous. He claims to be stronger than a general? She couldn't hold back her anger. Her eyes suddenly glowed as she shouted loudly, liar. Following the shout, an enormous beam of light erupted behind Balance, like a pillar of fire reaching up to the sky. Seeing this, the Iron Hat Man smirked, HMPH. The seals of the seven saints appeared, slowly rotating in midair, emitting bright light into the aura. Balance laughed maniacally, arrogantly. With my power, along with the other six saints, what can he do now? Her right hand suddenly glowed. The eye of the beast appeared from her palm. The voice of Balance was filled with confidence as she spoke. Moreover, we've recovered the eye of the beast that was buried at the bottom of the sea. Compared to our power, he's just a small snake. This time, don't let him survive. She clenched her hand, her voice sharp as a knife. Even I'm not sure if we need the Iron Hat Man's help anymore. Hearing this, his voice grew serious and warned, Don't be complacent. You forgot that 20 years ago, You thought he was dead in the demon tower, but he still survived. He continued, your saints are easily blinded by arrogance. Balance raised her hand to cover her eyes. She mocked, but what about our king? Her eyes gleamed with contempt as she asked, do you remember? The scene played out in a dark and hazy space. A figure sat on the old throne, surrounded by seals, encircled by strong chains. Balance repeated, that time when you were too arrogant and got tricked by your own king. Didn't you lock him in the deepest part of the demon tower? Ironhat heard this and laughed happily, his voice echoing in the silent space as he replied, right, okay, fine, let's do it this time. He cleared his throat and instructed, I'll send a team of shadow mages to assist. Kill him first, then we'll meet at the demon tower. After giving instructions, he turned into a black smoke stream that slowly dissipated. Watching the fading smoke disappear, Joe vaguely guessed, this might be the balance scale's memory, right? Xion recalled the moment when he drained the balance scale's power, full of wonder. So during the process of absorbing its power, did I unintentionally take Ada's memories too? Realizing something, Xion paused for a moment before continuing. This is before the invasion of Darka, and its memory, so I could only watch. Suddenly everything vanished and the space turned pitch black. A screen appeared showing Kali. She tilted her head and carefully asked, is this okay? Then Kali nodded, waved, and smiled brightly. Hello mom, it's Kali here. If you call me, you'll just scold me. So I'll greet you through video instead. The balance scale silently looked at the screen as he gently shook a golden wine glass. Kali folded her arms and her face slightly fell before she sighed. I'm very sorry about Siu and Thu's deaths. But what can we do? They've caused too much karma already. Hearing this, the balance scale became angry and crushed the wine glass in his hand. Kali burst into laughter, her voice calm, as she continued, to be honest, if it wasn't for family, I would have said that dying like that is fine. But anyway, recently I've been impressed by Ligenia's achievements. The balance scale clenched his hand tightly, the red wine on his fingers dripping down, darkening like blood. Anger rose up. Suddenly Kali raised an eyebrow, her voice turning angry. Just thinking about how this weak girl is clinging to Legion before me. It's unbearable. She turned her face away, her eyes softer as she said, so I've decided to go to Legion. Hearing this, the balance scale raised his hand. His long fingers covered part of the screen, as if trying to erase the presence of his daughter. She raised her hand hesitantly, saying, and Kali's face darkened slightly before pausing for a moment. Then she scratched her head and laughed. Mom, don't try to convince me to join the balance triumvirate anymore. This is my last goodbye. Kali lowered her head slightly, her voice slower but still stubborn. You'll have to face Legion eventually anyway. But I don't want that to happen, and this time I won't interfere with anything. She gently touched the side of her hair, sighed, and continued, maybe this is our last conversation. Kali smiled softly, a smile that couldn't hide the regret in her eyes. It's really sad, Mom, I sincerely apologize. But despite everything, I still believe we'll meet again someday. Goodbye, Mom. After watching the entire scene, Zion muttered to himself, Kali, who is she? Another daughter of the balance scale? The scene before Zion changed abruptly as a powerful voice echoed. Finally, this group has gathered again. A saint chuckled and replied, just like 20 years ago. Looking at the saints around him, he continued, and everyone still wants to eliminate Legion. Hearing this, Jian couldn't help but curse, those damned gods and goddesses. The saint turned to the balance scale with a serious tone. How? The balance scale replied, this time, are you sure you can do it? She clapped her hands softly, her voice firm as she said, of course, this time, I'm certain. She narrowed her eyes and curved her lips into a confident smile. I guarantee that in this battle, Legion will definitely die. The saint waved it off coldly. We need certainty. 20 years ago, the same plot to eliminate Legion was also said then. Jian was stunned and exclaimed, what? The balance scale smiled confidently and persuaded him. This time will be different. It won't be a sneak attack anymore. We'll crush him through a full-scale battle. She continued, to prepare for this, I've allied with one of the mysterious civilization's generals. If he receives the king's power, Legion will be annihilated immediately. Alongside that, images of brave soldiers appeared solemnly. A surprised voice echoed, "Wow, General, how are you?" A saint can't hold back and speaks up. The voice is full of anger. "Are you going to drag all of King's power into this?" The nearby stubborn saint defends. "There's nothing we can't do. We must definitely prevent Saint 13 from awakening into a divine being on the sacred mountain, right? Legion won't be able to harm the king's strength either." Din agrees, "We must eliminate Legion this time for sure." He sinks his voice in anger and continues, "Send him down to eternal hell." The saint nods in agreement and says, "Let's completely destroy that snake demon." Seeing everyone supporting, the scale smirks, a wicked smile clear on their face. Zion frowns, his eyes flashing with anger, grits his teeth and says, "That's it." Unable to contain his anger, his voice slightly rises, continuing, "For 20 years, they've been plotting nonstop to eliminate me." Thinking of those divine beings, Zion feels even more uncomfortable, his face darkening as he mutters, "Divine body, divine seal, possession, using any means necessary just to kill me." He seems to be standing right in front of. A month later, he regained his composure, speaking slowly, but we could still sense it was just a balanced scale memory. Jin frowned, his eyes turning cold and clearly showing his anger. He spoke in a chilly voice, the malice evident. Jin wondered how to crush these damn pests. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open, hearing someone calling out desperately, "Jin, Jin," when he opened his eyes slightly, still showing some fatigue on his face. Everyone gathered around, excitedly shouting as they saw Jin waking up. He's awake. The lingering memories caused him to frown and look distant. Suddenly, Jun looked down, speaking in a dazed tone, asking, "What happened? Why are everyone here?" Another voice quickly replied, "Don't you remember?" Hugo anxiously recounted. He suddenly started shouting alone and then passed out. Hearing this, Xion scratched his head, sighing to explain, "Maybe I used too much power just now. Nothing serious though." He continued calmly, "We don't need to overreact. It will make everyone more at ease if we stay calm." Seeing everyone worried, Xion pretended to be dazed, then knelt down and took a deep breath. Suddenly, Xion chuckled, saying, "Amazing," with Hugo and his friends standing nearby looking bewildered, exclaiming, "Huh?" At the second holy site of the Fu Society, Elgin's Tower, Hugo widened his eyes in shock, shouting, "What is this? Elgin, are you joking?" On the chair, Jin crossed his arms and his face turned serious. His voice was calm, but he asked, "Do I look like someone who would joke around?" After this soul invasion and based on the balanced scale memories, I can be certain of one thing. At that moment, Jun's mind flashed with images of red-eyed demons with sharp teeth, terrifying him. And Kay continued, "From now on, we will have to fight against the kings of mysterious civilizations and the hostile gods who are after me." Images of those kings and gods slowly appeared in Jin's mind. Each shape and face contained unimaginable cruelty and oppression. Hearing this, Hugo was surprised, his disbelief clear. He couldn't believe that these kings and gods had been targeting him for 20 years. Artemis didn't understand and asked, "But isn't it the newly reborn gods who cause harm? So there's no reason why they would target someone back then?" Jin narrowed his eyes, slowly answering, "The reasons behind targeting us." Before he could finish, a mysterious sign appeared in front of him, emitting an eerie light that spread throughout the space, accompanied by a cold voice, because the punishment had been lifted and the two divine natures of the Fu Society were unlocked, life and death. Following this announcement, from the faint light, the image of the god of life appeared, imposing and cold. The system's voice echoed more slowly, "Or the god of destruction." In the air, a thought emerged full of doubt. Could there be two divine natures in one tower? Recalling past scenes, his eyes lingered as he thought, could this be the true meaning of mutation or the disaster god mentioned by those gods? Then he shook his head, dismissing these thoughts, clenching his hands to calm himself. Even if it is a power that terrifies enemies, we must get it at all costs. Suddenly, Jin laughed foolishly. Hugo glanced and commented, "Li Jian, you look really sinister." Beside him, Holly blushed and said in admiration, "Cool." Jian suddenly stood up straight, his smile fading as he clearly stated, "Everyone listen carefully. Any slight mistake could result in significant losses where I'm not present." Like the Seoul incident just now, Artemis leaned against a pillar, her eyes fixed on Jian, silently listening to each word. "Therefore, we must expand our forces and become stronger together." Otis stood still, his lips tightly pressed in tension. Xian continued with a calm and cold voice, "Only by doing so can we effectively deal with the enemy." Holly looked at him intently, her eyes full of thought but said nothing. Jin clasped his hands together, a mischievous smile spreading across his face. He said, "There's much to do. There's much to do. Everyone must focus intensely on this." At Legion's workshop, green light enveloped the space with thin wisps of smoke curling up slowly. Jin carried a large hammer, sweat dripping from his forehead. He panted heavily from exhaustion. Above him, Smile sat comfortably on his head. Looking at the finished product, Jen was delighted and cheered loudly. "Amazing! It's done!" A beautiful bow appeared before them. 60. Jin continued, "Yuha wants to join SAFU, so I gave her a task. If things get loud, I'll consider making Yuha the High Priestess." You nodded and responded calmly. "Alright, just prepare for it." Otis stood still as if struck by lightning in broad daylight. Your eyes widened, lips moving silently without forming words. Hugo's face paled, unable to believe what he was hearing. Even Yuhua will become a disciple of Ah, and there's even a chance she could become the High Priestess? Xion laughed loudly. "Dup over there. Got it." Hugo angrily shook and questioning him. "You didn't just give her some weapon, did you?" Xion chuckled. "Village of Dup. There's no such place." Hugo looked up to the sky, grabbed his hair, and paced back and forth before shouting loudly. "No, Sangji and Jiyu are already under your control. We can't have Yuha too." Then he frowned, glanced at Jian, thinking instead of letting this happen. He rushed over, grabbed Jian's shoulder, and shouted, "They don't even consider me anymore. So you make me the High Priestess now?" Apollo, the god of archers, laughed and told him to say something more reasonable. Jun raised his hand above Hugo's head and said succinctly, "Okay?" He still smiled brightly before shooting out a green light and saying, "A gentleman keeps his word." Everyone was speechless, unable to believe it. Sangji shouted in dissatisfaction. Holly and the girl beside her were surprised, their faces filled with shock. The pen and the witch jumped up, seeing such a scene for the first time. Jin sneered at Hugo, saying, "Tada, welcome to the palace of SAFU." A cold system voice announced, "Hugo Otters has been designated as the temporary high priestess of the palace of SAFU." Still stunned, Hugo mumbled, "Oh, I was just joking." Apollo dropped his drink and forgot to swallow it. Both creatures shouted in surprise, "What's going on?" Below the building, a figure stood quietly observing the palace. Kali smiled, hands on her hips, mumbling, "Finally here." She looked at him and asked with a smile, "Is this Lord Li Jian's holy land?" Kali smirked, a challenging smile clear on her face. Then she raised her hand high and said loudly, "Wait for me, Lord Li Jian. I'm coming to you now." The god of archers Apollo insisted, asking why Hugo changed sides. He explained blankly, "I didn't expect him to do it for real." The deity shouted, warning if he was unhappy to say so. Hugo gritted his teeth, thinking maybe he's back in Charlie Gunn's time as a disciple, with a higher rank. Calling me a disciple would be more appropriate. Apollo tried to soothe him, his voice softer. "But I never considered you a servant. I'll treat you well. Go back quickly." Hugo still dazed, not paying attention to the surroundings. Seeing he was ignored, Apollo shouted loudly, "Didn't you hear what I said?" Zion watched, frowning and muttering, If only he treated me this well all the time. Too good. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew in. A loud scream echoed. Where's the High Priestess of SAFU? He gritted his teeth. Annoyed, he replied. What else? The other shouted loudly again. I know this is the territory of the High Priestess of SAFU. His voice echoed in the wind. Don't run anymore. Come out here quickly. Everyone then went outside to check the situation together. Sang-di pointed up. Announce, Uncle Hun, over there, in the sky. A group of people in black armor, metallic glinting, riding on the backs of giant monsters. The one at the front spoke. We are the Iron Duke's subordinate army. Then he spoke up closer, continuing to say, we came here to avenge the Iron Duke. Hearing what the sky figure said, if you don't want this place to become flat ground, come out quickly. Jin smirked, snickered with mockery. His eyes lit up, a hint of hesitation passed by, as if recognizing something unexpected. Suddenly, Jin burst into a cunning smile, then turned to call Sang-ji. Sang-ji, where's that kid? Bub lay on the sofa, speaking carelessly. Life as a stuffed animal isn't bad either. I feel more comfortable in this form than human shape. Suddenly, Xian appeared from behind, playfully tugged at the stuffed animal's hand, boisterously saying, Oh, how happy is that? Bub screamed in fright. Xian's eyes flashed with a sinister look. He bent down and said coldly, Come with me to do something. Bub trembled, asking, What are you going to do? He abruptly grabbed her by the corner. Bub cried out in fear. What an age! Why are you treating me like this? Ignoring him, he dived into the parts. Crazy but crafting. Bub warned. Her voice carried a hint of fear. I don't know what you're planning. Stop now. Diane chuckled. A wicked laugh echoed. No response. Book tried to call out. Come on. Can you hear me? Green light shone brightly. Book's voice still reverberated in the space. What are you going to do with me? The door remained silent. Only his desperate scream echoed. Please stop. Spare me. In the sky, a series of dark, ominous rays were shot out, spreading like ink splatters, covering the entire sky. Black Leader gritted his teeth, eyes blazing with fury. So boring, why only his subordinates appeared? Everyone stopped, their eyes burning with anger. Someone spoke, it seems we are being looked down upon by that snake. Artemis shouted, Come on, you still haven't come out. Sanji frowned and watched, thinking to himself, what is he doing? The leader was angry, gritting his teeth, saying if you don't come out, I'll make you. I will kill each of your subordinates until you appear. He looked down, pointing straight at Hugo, a sinister smile curling on his lips. First, that foolish one over there. The steel rang coldly as he drew his sword from the sheath. He charged forward, shouting loudly, I will cut each of those. Artemis quickly shouted a warning. Everyone dodged. Holly leaped forward, dodging the attack. Hugo stood still in the middle of the battle. His eyes widened. No reaction. A hurried voice echoed. Move out of the way. Solar flare will disrupt the air. Rush in front of them quickly, Artemis shouted. Hugo! Then chaotic sounds echoed, cries coming from all directions. High Priest, Father, Artemis worriedly asked, Are the horsemen all right? The sword shattered upon touching Hugo's head, urging him to respond. Otis suddenly was enveloped by a green light. Everyone looked on in shock. He stared at his own sword, eyes wide with surprise. The system alert sounded to explain everything. For now, High Priest Otetsu has been blessed by the SAFU constellation. His endurance increased compared to when he was a horseman. Hearing this, Apollo got angry and shouted. The system continued coldly. For now, High Priest Otetsu is struggling with the high stats received. Hugo seemed more alert as Artemis asked again. Horseman, are you alright? He mechanically replied. Yeah, I'm fine. The soldiers were surprised. He didn't get hurt, right? They started whispering among themselves. Clearly, the commander's sword had pierced through him. One of them replied, hearing that the strong Soul army was defeated, can we win now? Another one got angry and shouted, thinking we would lose to humans. Maybe the commander held back when he threw it. Subordinates are this strong. A sudden voice made everyone turn their heads in alarm. What sound was that? A figure shot like lightning, emitting several bright streaks of light, continuously eliminating them, causing them to fall down one by one. The cries echoed through the space, heads severed flying everywhere. Kali moved with fluid grace, each action decisive and powerful. A voice of fear rang out. What? The fainting sound ceased as figures fell down one by one under the flashing swords. The commander frowned and shouted. Kali didn't say much, charging into battle with him. The commander looked at her, angrily asking, "Who are you?" Kali's eyes glinted with fierce combat spirit, her voice cold but clear, knowing what then? What can you do about it? Hearing this, he got furious. Damn it. Kali charged quickly, raising her weapon and firmly said, "Die." Defeated, the commander staggered to his feet, eyes wide with shock, gritting his teeth as he exclaimed, "How could that be?" Kali turned around, her sword drawing bright lines of light. In a blink, she approached each one, leaving no room for defense. She gently landed in front of everyone, looking calm. One person seemed to recognize and asked, "You, could it be?" A voice from the balance scale Kali echoed. Kali slightly bowed, holding to swords tightly, smiling as she greeted, "Long time no see." She winked, a playful smile appearing on her beautiful face, saying, "Thank you for introducing me. First meeting after our last line Rena battle, right? Continuing when we fought with me. Wasn't it great?" Hearing this, the other person lowered his head in shame. Beside Artemis, someone sarcastically asked, "So bad?" "Very bad." Then he continued, "Cole's strength is so different from 10 of us. Not just me, but also Iuha and Sylvia, and many other fighters as well. She never lost a battle, remembering that terrifying scene. Cal defeated everyone like a demon in the brutal battlefield. Her smile was full of joy, her eyes shining with excitement as if she just completed a top performance, speaking with more respect. The 10 stars stood behind each high priest, so without counting them, maybe she is the strongest human. Line 58 to 60 are repeated, so I'll continue from line 57. Cal defeated everyone like a demon in the brutal battlefield. Her smile was full of joy, her eyes shining with excitement as if she just completed a top performance, speaking with more respect. The 10 stars stood behind each high priest, so without counting them, maybe she is the strongest human. Artemis turned to speak, hearing rumors for a long time, but this was the first real encounter. She might be stronger than Jin Myung. The guy looked surprised and muttered, knowing right away he shouldn't fight her. Holly seemed to remember something, thinking softly, "Callie Collin, the Libra constellation girl." Then she stopped to look at Callie, her eyes slightly puzzled as if recognizing something. She wondered why Giselle's daughter was here. The leader bowed his head, not asking, "You just said you're from the Libra constellation." He moved closer a bit. "Why are you attacking us? I remember we signed a peace treaty." Hearing this, Kali tilted her head up and shook it slightly. "You're mistaken. I'm not involved in that. I've left the Libra constellation." Her answer surprised everyone. "What?" Then Kali tilted her head up, a deadly glint appearing in her eyes as she spoke coldly. "Let's stop talking here. Even if you're from the mysterious civilization, you won't escape my hands. Today, no matter what happens, I must join the Scorpio constellation, a band of monsters with a strange-looking leader howling, their wings flapping wildly in the sky." The leader sternly regained his composure and warned, "Don't be proud that you've defeated our soldiers. We're fully prepared to attack." Kali's two blades clashed sharply, sparks flying. She spoke disdainfully, "Just your mouth, nothing else." Her eyes narrowed as she continued coldly, "Today, I must join the Fukai Tin at any cost." Suddenly, a voice echoed behind Kali, low but clear. "Hey, look over there!" Jin clenched his fists tightly, trembling with anger. A green light enveloped him. He gritted his teeth and asked, "What are you doing on someone else's holy ground?" A blinding green beam suddenly shot forward. Gao charged fiercely and plunged into the tower. Everyone strained to hold their ground against this immense power. Kali watched. Surprise! Such immense power! The system issued a warning. As the Holy Spirit's overwhelming strength filled the area, the strange civilization's essence was gradually weakening. The leader widened his eyes in shock when he saw Jin standing there. Then he smiled and said, "Finally, someone has appeared. Release the spell." Jin laughed loudly, his eyes glowing as if devouring everything around him. Kali blushed at Jin's intense gaze, thinking to herself, "Finally, I've met you." Jin put one hand in his pocket and the other on his hip, laughing confidently. His eyes shone with self-assurance. Nothing could stop him. Kali confirmed it was Jin's magic herb. Jin laughed confidently, his voice slightly contemptuous. "Is this how you repay your loyalty to the man? The loyal one is lucky. Not everyone can be so devoted." A loud explosion echoed, its sound reverberating in the air. Jin's voice boomed as if warning, "Someone will get into big trouble here. Is it okay?" The leader shifted uneasily and asked anxiously, "What are you doing? Huh? What nonsense are you spouting?" Jin stepped forward, calmly opening the box. The head of Namthu appeared, with its mouth tightly wrapped in bandages. That guy screamed out, "Namthu hat!" Jin laughed and lifted that head up. He said coldly, "Today I just established a new territory. My mood is great, so this time I'll let it go. Just take this guy and leave me alone." The sky soldiers' faces all widened in surprise. Below, the air seemed to freeze. No one spoke, only the wind passed between the glares. Then Otis and Artemis spoke in unison. "What did you say? You caught 5 masks and are giving them back?" Ignoring his teammates' shock, Xion calmly replied, "I've calculated everything. Stay quiet." The soldiers began to murmur, still in disbelief. "What's going on here? Why is it different from our plan?" The one beside him answered, "Don't panic. They made the mask wearer suffer like that." Han recalled images flashing before his eyes like a slow-motion film. Otis stabbed, but showed no signs of injury. Then Xion with a mad grin, face covered in shock. They suffered nothing even though their subordinates were captured. Just liberating the divine power would be enough to crush us. One soldier looked down, trying to persuade them. If they yield just because of his words, what honor do we have left? He paused, then continued, "Our commander, does this sound right?" Hearing him, the commander's face twitched slightly. Shouted loudly, "Fine, scoundrel, today I'll retreat." In his mind, he sighed in relief. Lucky me, lucky me. At Li Jian Tower, below still a bit foggy with lingering thin smoke, Jian stood before Kali, smiling widely, voice loud and clear. "Great, we chased away the remnants of the 5 masks. Now it's your turn to speak." He paused for a moment, then continued, "Do you want to enter SAFU Kaitin?" Jian's voice wasn't high but clear. Hearing this, Kali's eyes sparkled with excitement. She immediately replied, "Yes." A moment of silence fell. He sighed deeply. Then he answered straightforwardly, "No way." Kali flushed, furrowed her brows, voice almost bursting out. "Oh, why?" He hesitated before answering. "I heard you're the strongest among the allies and doubt not your intention to join us, but I need further verification." Kali blushed, cheeks flushed. She nodded slightly, hand playing with her hair, softly asking, "Does capturing those remnants of Namtisimum still isn't enough proof? Could it be because I'm from Libra?" A high heel sound echoed as Holly slowly approached. At the same time, a sultry voice rose. "Perhaps." Holly stood firmly before Kali, her proud eyes, slightly raised face, cold voice. "More accurately, because you're Gisel's daughter." Kali shifted, thinking to herself, "Scorpion overlord." Image of Gisel appeared. Holly began recounting. Gisel used the balance's power to merge her cells and influential people in this world to create these parasitic children, aiming for them to gradually influence human society from its roots. Pausing slightly, she continued, "For that purpose, it's very likely Gisel's daughter shares similar thoughts, so we, those who once opposed Gisel, find it hard to trust her." Hearing this, otters seemed to understand. Turns out she wants a child, not Genscher. Holly slowly turned to Kali, scrutinizing, "Tell me honestly, why did you leave the balance to join Legion's Kaitin?" Kali bit her lip, face flushed, softly replied, "Actually, it's because I am a daughter." "Girl!" Kali blushed, struggling to speak, took courage and repeated, "Of the Lord." Holly heard this, froze in her tracks like she was struck by a paralyzing point. Artemis raised an eyebrow, glanced at Hugo. What did she say? You straightened and answered. I didn't hear anything. Realizing he blurted out, Holly quickly clamped her hand over his mouth, eyes wide, face flushed. Gathering some courage, she slowly repeated, Actually, I'm a fan of Lord Lee Jian. Then she lowered her head, shyly continued, Libra has caused too much enmity and grudges with others. I don't want to move elsewhere, so I chose here. After the moment of confusion, Holly's eyes suddenly lit up, emitting a strong resolve. I swear to give it my all to prove my loyalty. Please believe me. Jian heard this and laughed happily before asking back. Really? Then he used his own skills. The system voice reported, activating divine vision. Calicolon organization and characteristics, 55th spirit of Libra, checking beliefs, 200% with SAFU, 1% with Libra. Kali was full of energy, her lips tightly pressed, silently thinking, look at these beliefs. There's no way they'll be angry now. The system announced a warning message, special attention, sensing power similar to SAFU. A questioning voice sounded, but what kind of notice is this? Vian smirked and spoke arrogantly. Alright, I'll give you a chance. Join our team and prove your loyalty and strength. Seeing this, Kali couldn't hide her joy. A bright smile appeared on her lips. In response, yes, I will do my best. She raised her hand with determination. It's boring to easily win. There needs to be a challenge. Jin laughed, that's too easy. Kali responded enthusiastically. Everyone says the same about me. Artemis tilted her head, slightly on guard. A Libra joining Legion's team. Indeed strange, but they work well together. Holly was angry, biting her nails. Her whole body trembled with rage. No way, she said. But no way, I can't believe it. Could Giselle use another unreasonable method? Or go to the Demon Tower to get Li Jian's information? What should I do now? Do I really have to accept this? Artemis was scared. She exclaimed, What is it, heaven and earth? Forget it, I won't ask. Sorry. Then she turned to Jin and said, Legion, let's put that girl aside for now. What do you plan to do? Hearing this, he was confused and asked back, What? Artemis replied, What else? The matter with the masked man. She continued, You already took the trouble to defeat him, but then gave him back to that group. Jin smiled lazily and said, Ah, that thing, right? No problem. The scene shifted to the soldiers. One of them anxiously looked at their leader. Ask Han, the masked man, are you all right? He smiled wickedly and continued speaking. That's the pen. The soldiers were still unaware. Whispered to it gently. The masked man. Please try to endure a little longer, sir. The Odos heard this and panicked. Yang Wei Ya, the frightened bud, said with trembling voice, Thank you. The subordinate soldiers started cursing like turtles. Legion, this wicked bastard. What have you done to make the masked man end up like this? The body of Bup is trembling, crying, and blaming. Legion, why did you drag me into this mess? Wenjin told Bup to go to the lab. He warned her again carefully. Listen up, Bup. Xion slowly walked over to the body of the Iron Hat. His eyes calm, he gently tapped a few times, smiling and saying that from now on she would enter this stitched body. Then you must infiltrate the alien civilization and gather information for us. Hearing this, Bup shouted in frustration, Are you crazy? How can I do that? Without giving him a chance to resist, Xion lifted up Bup's ear, threatening if she could do it, he would give her back the original body. They say the Aries group is holding your backup. Booth was shocked but tried to justify, but I can't do that. Speak reasonably, don't give him more time and jump in. Xion cut him off. Be quiet, but you are also a lord. Pointing at Booth, he continued, speaking on behalf of one of the 13 human representatives. Prove your worth to us. At the real body table, Booth was inserting his head into Bup's ear, angrily thinking, damn it, we're already in this situation. We have to try our best to get back to our original bodies now. The Legion leader is not good, but he isn't a traitor. He glanced over and continued his thoughts, but the current situation was worse than expected. Then he looked up at the soldiers in front of him, silently thinking, why do we have to go back into that demon tower? But softly called out, her voice hesitant as she asked, can I ask something? The leader spoke softly and respectfully replied, yes, my lord. What is it? But immediately responded, why are we going into the demon tower? It's already collapsed. The leader answered, because there are devices in that place to restore Lord Ironhat's body. Hearing this, he fell silent, thinking, devices? I thought they were all destroyed. How can there still be such devices? A dark castle appeared, with light pink smoke gently enveloping it, creating a cold and quiet atmosphere. Inside, a person was surrounded by magical circles and iron chains, unable to escape. His body was pierced through by dozens of swords, each deeply embedded in his flesh, causing large wounds. His face was covered with several pairs of shoes, only revealing his nose for breathing. Suddenly, a bright light shone on the person sitting on the chair. The large door slowly opened, allowing sunlight to seep inside as a voice echoed, we've arrived! From outside, a group of giant dragons flew in and brought a large platform. Inside the platform were 5 iron hats. The platform was tied with ropes, while the dragons were tied to their feet to carry the platform. That voice couldn't hide its excitement. This place will help us restore Lord Ironhat's body. Hearing this, Lord Ironhat fell into deep thought. Restore, he looked in amazement at the giant device before him. What? What is it? The voice explained further. When calamities are eliminated or the demon tower severely damaged, Lord Ironhat still resides within this strange person. This is the device to restore internal damage. Round him were large chains. At his feet were vines that clung tightly to the central figure. The voice continued, but now its function has stopped. Only a little energy leaks out. Absorbing it can restore Lord Ironhat's body. Hearing this, Lord Ironhat broke into a cold sweat. He quickly tried to stop them. Huh? Done already? He shouted back with determination. I'm not ready for this. The other person also shouted back firmly. Ready your mind for what? Please trust us, my lord. Suddenly, the expression of the robed figure changed slightly. With his subordinates forcing him to lie down, Lord Ironhat awkwardly tried to find an excuse. No, not that. Right you are. Actually, I like this better. Just stay in this cozy box for now. The people heard him and hurriedly urged each other. Hurry up. The Earl is no longer clear-headed. Damn Legion. Did he brainwash the Earl? They didn't notice the man in robes who was sneering. He swung hard, breaking the large nails on his body and snapping the chains into pieces, shocking everyone. Hey, you! The Earl with his subordinates looked up at the giant figure before them. The man in black, with a pleased tone, said they were not of their kind. He asked those below why they took over the Earl's body. At that moment, an announcement appeared. One of the long-sleeping monarchs felt the power of the snake servant and awakened. Below, they couldn't believe what they saw. Impossible! Could it move back then? They quickly turned their attention to what the cloaked man said. The iron-helmeted Earl wasn't one of us. He cursed silently, We've been discovered. The cloaked man angrily frowned and pointed at those below. You fools, you don't know who I brought here. Forget it. He shouted loudly, extending his hand to emit a force towards them. Shut up. They were stunned by the sudden attack and received the blow without moving. Something reminded him of the iron-helmeted Earl. He was surprised. What is it? Suddenly dragged away, he didn't know what to do but screamed loudly. The subordinates looked at each other with malicious glances. The iron-helmeted Earl's body was tightly squeezed. His voice trembled. What is happening? The man in black shouted. Speak up! Those below jumped at his words. Sweat dripped down their faces. He pointed a finger at the iron-helmeted Earl, threateningly. Who is he? What's his true identity? The iron-helmeted Earl trembled in thought. This is bad. He sneered maliciously. Who is he? The iron-helmeted Earl tried to hide his trembling response. Actually, I am the Sun Lord of the constellation Aries, Yangwei. He grabbed the iron-helmeted Earl's body. Imperial Court. He squeezed the person in front of him tightly. The power to maintain that body can't possibly be the weak power of Aries. His voice lowered with a threatening tone. I ask again, who controls you and gave this body to you? The iron-helmeted Earl widened his eyes, lying through his teeth. F*******. What do I do now? He was terrified. This time it's over for me. Should I just spill everything? Suddenly, Legion appeared amidst the green smoke. He spoke. Actually, a ray of light shone on his face. Have we been discovered? Legion frowned and looked up at the man in black with a mocking expression. You useless furball, his voice filled with amazement. Legion calmly spoke to the man before him, who was laughing into his hand. I planned to greet the monarchs myself, but I didn't expect to meet them so soon. Nice to meet you, Majesty. He turned to speak with the iron-helmeted Earl. Hey, furball, you really suck at acting. Namthnikmum tried to defend. It's because of your power that I revealed myself. The king laughed loudly, surprising indeed. Just awakened and already this powerful. Are you the 13th sudden changed divine sword? Legion smirked. Yeah, everyone says so, right? And you're the king trapped in the tower's basement? He said with interest. Oh, it seems like you've had dealings with me before, huh? Namthnikmum replied as he was held by him. Yeah, I heard a bit. He squeezed Namthnikmum tighter. So you must know my condition now, right? Green smoke emanated from the eyes of Namthnikmum. The king's voice sounded excited. I've been imprisoned here for a long time, so I'm very hungry. I'll devour your divine power. Saying that, he sucked in the green aura from Namthnikmum with his mouth and nose. The notification appeared again. SAFU's power was being absorbed by the king. Namthnikmum's body maintaining divine power was disappearing, and his body was collapsing. Sucked dry to the brink of exhaustion, Namthnikmum shouted loudly, Legion, what are you doing? Otherwise, I'll wither away too. At this moment, Legion's brows were tightly furrowed in anger. Hey, king, what did you just say? Namthnikmum was moved to tears now. Legion, are you angry with me? Legion stared at the king. How could this aura be mine, the divine sword? I heard that. Namthnikmum sighed as if he was about to faint. It really is a wound, isn't it? So you're angry for this reason? The king complained while sucking in the green aura. That's why I'm weak now, not like any other divine clouds. You don't have anything to make a divine sword out of, right? Namthnikmum opened his mouth. I heard everything. He quickly returned to the main issue, ignoring that. Forget it, save me now. Legion comforted him. Calm down. Furry overgrowth. I have another plan. Namthnikmum asked with a doubtful tone. Oh, really? Figured it out already? Legion suddenly spoke softly. It's been tough for you. Furry overgrowth. Hearing that, Namthnikmum panicked and shouted. Huh? Legion kept his tone unchanged. I'll never forget your noble sacrifice. He was now bewildered. What? What do you mean? Legion smirked, pointing a finger at the king. I've said it before. I intended to interrogate other kings. So that's why I brought you here. Namthnikmum finally realized. So from the start, you planned to use me as bait. Legion's eyes turned cold. Don't worry, I'll send both of them off in the most artistic way possible. As the green light flashed, the Duke hat vanished, shouting Legion's name loudly. A strange green aura emanated from the Duke hat, his figure only appearing on the screen for a moment before vanishing into thin air. The tower was shattered by that beam of light, breaking into pieces. This massive explosion is what they call market skill, World Destroyer. From afar, Legion observed and marveled at the scene. Wow, impressive. Thankfully, we had data on market when fighting with the scrap. Legion told Smile on his shoulder that he should finish a few more tasks before leisurely farming items. Maybe visit Yuha first. He lowered his glasses slightly to read the newly displayed notice. Legion frowned at the notice. What's this? Meanwhile, Yuha was shocked by what she saw in front of her. What is this? She stared in awe as something emitted golden rays. I never expected it to be this serious. The golden light came from the man with missing arms. With a fierce appearance, he called out her name, Johnny Yuha. Didn't you leave my mind to join another? On his chest was the mark of the lion midge, and he looked at her angrily. And you followed the 13th mutation too? A subordinate shouted, "Holy Lord, please remain calm." Yuha muttered under her breath, "Useless, that's not Stephen." She glared at the man in front of her. Legion frowned and said, "Lion God." The notice on the screen read, John Ayuha's special mission to eliminate all enemies blocking his path. Target, Holy Lord Stephen Marker, Lion God Narasimha. The man behind her transformed into Narasimha, and he was indeed the Lion God Narasimha. Another subordinate shouted, "Holy Lord, please remain calm." Yuha cursed silently, "Useless, that's not Stephen." Her eyes were tense as she looked at Zeon on the system screen, who also matched the description of the Lion God Shupao. The system announced, John Ayuha's special mission to eliminate all enemies blocking his path. Target, Holy Lord Stephen Marker. Lion God Narasimha Zion stared at the lion symbol roaring with Stephen's name, now a lion god with double muscle mass aka Lion God. Narasimha roared, "Narasimha!" The enraged Stephen rushed towards Yuha. "I gave you a chance. John Yuha, explain quickly. How did this happen? It's like my ancestors are coming to settle this score with me. Why is our city in such a situation? Why was Stephen's arm cut off? Why did you leave the holy sword?" Yuha looked dazed. "This is hard to explain." She replied, "I don't know. Because." Yuha racked her brain but couldn't remember. Frustrated response. Read chapters 77 to 86 again and you'll understand. The old man was always stiff like that, but he still had to use the 1000-chapter Shupao skill to figure it out on his own. He summarized the drama in front of him by skimming through the content. He sighed, "I understand now." His pupils darkened further. "You've destroyed the holy altar." In 1 star, he turned to look at the man lying on the ground. The high priest not only betrayed, but also sowed discord within the holy altar. Then he looked at Yuha, who suddenly switched sides as a holy lord. He looked down at this damaged body. Even a god couldn't stop him and lost an arm, thinking about having to deal with the complications of attaching a prosthetic arm through examination rays. He also accused Li Zhang for borrowing my power. Yuha didn't expect the old man to be so thorough. Just like that, Narasimha was furious now. "I need to tighten the discipline of this holy altar once again." With a roar, the thunder ray light shot up into the sky. Yuha saw the teeth full of examination rays and knew he was very angry. She stared at the system screen, wanting me to challenge a divine being. The system immediately displayed a notification for the mission and proof of qualification. The Lion Saint Master Stephen Marker marked the Lion God Narasimha as an obstacle. You must defeat him and claim what you desire. Yuha muttered under her breath about the broken system. Anyone could see this was impossible. Then she tightly gripped the sword in her hand. But if Yuha wanted to join Lijian's divine group, she had to prepare for an attack. In other words, don't let anyone stop me from joining my idol. Narasimha's veins bulged as he sensed her defiance. What is Yuha planning? She dared to teach me a lesson right here. He unleashed 1,000 beams of light. Foolish! In an instant, a ball of light formed. I will take this opportunity to discipline her. Narasimha launched his lion skill move. A thunder hammer descended with force. The ground was torn apart. Her subordinates were worried, but the Saint Lord saw the ball of light approaching and didn't fear. Quickly get out of the way. Suddenly, a voice echoed in her head. You foolish girl, Yuha. This voice urged her to stab the spear into the ground. Yuha immediately followed the instruction, embedding the spear into the ground. A green aura spread out. Following that, a ball formed around Yuha, surprising Narasimha. The shield barrier from the light ball dissipated. The system announced that SAFU's temporary protective skill shield was activated for Yuha. Yuha gritted her teeth and firmly held the spear. Narasimha unleashed his ultimate move. This is Li Jianyu's power. He stretched both arms, opening his lion skill with confidence. After all, you can only hold on for a moment. Then he leaped forward, launching the claw attack. I will tear this shield down. At that instant, a foot sprouted from the white wall. The foot aimed at Narasimha's fake hand. His eyes always seemed to be ready to eat someone else's child. Hello, Captain Jin, Big Cat Team Leader. He smiled his characteristic friendly smile. "What are you doing with my saintly artifact?" Then the foot swung down on Narasimha's head. "This is why Yuha often stomps people's heads." Narasimha roared, "Lie," but before he could finish, his opponents were already on the ground. Seeing Jin arrive, Yuha was overjoyed. Her uncle surprised her again. She looked at the person who always appears so cool in front of her, Uncle Lijin. Jin could only look helpless. "You're too reckless. No matter what mission it is, you can't defeat a divine being," he scolded. "With that nailhead guy, but with this big cat, you can't do it." While reminded, Yuha still secretly cheered in her heart. "Yes." Ryan turned to look at the person lying on the ground. "This time, I must intervene." "Hey, big cat team leader. Stand up and ask your superior father. Why are you trying to climb down here? Didn't you hand over all tasks to that little cat to rest?" Narashima struggled to sit up. Ryan frowned. He tried to push her foot away from the person. Narashima roared, "Get your foot off me." Diane flips in midair and laughs, saying you're not bad either. But for Narasimha, it's an insult. "Why did you suddenly appear and step on someone's head?" His tone is arrogant. "You should listen to me when I ask why you suddenly made a mistake." He shouts as if wrong. "Suddenly, I was sleeping when Steven called me. Both of us turned into stone statues." Narasimha explains that he slept and thus arrived late, but whenever a saint calls, he will quickly appear. Diane immediately starts analyzing this situation. It's when the system announces using all power and holy experience points to summon a deity. Steven knocked on the door to call out the Lion God. "John Yuha, protect me while I summon the deity." Zion lands with a crash, calling since then, but only appears now because he was sleeping. Narasimha roars again, "Anyway, I forgive you for reviving and borrowing my power, but why can you steal my followers?" He sounds like Goku when powering up. Narashima shouts loudly, "First, I'll tear your body apart." Then he jumps down from a pillar. Zion still keeps on trying to summon despite the delay. "Alright, but if you find it uncomfortable, don't shout like that." Narashima returns to his original state. "Let's settle this with power." Yuha calms down the situation. He relies on holy experience points and won't last long. But Zion doesn't care much about it. "Really? So we're going to fight now." He seals a seal and pulls out a sword from his hand. Jin smirks. "Good, that's right now. The punishment has been lifted." He looks at the enraged deity intensely. "I'll let you experience how powerful I am." Seeing Jin so arrogant, Narashima decides to put an end to his arrogance. Black, arrogant, and despicable. His hand crushes Jin like a grape. "I will crush you." But Narashima suddenly stiffens. Jin easily blocks it with one hand. "What is this?" This useless giant body, full of derision in his smile. "How can you crush me?" Jin throws a book back. His arm, using some strength, sends the cat claw flying. "This is what I call." Jin growls, "Power." Narashima is thrown to the ground by the force. Jin leaps up. His eyes are full of mockery. "Are you going to lie there forever? The best thing for you would be to return to heaven." Narashima roars. "Don't be arrogant." Thunder booms, lightning splits the sky. Jin looks up. A lightning bolt strikes him directly. They're just selling salt. Yuha watches in horror at the commotion. Jun-kun, Narashima, who has been getting his ass kicked all this while, is finally satisfied. "You still have a long way to go." He gets back up from the pillar and turns into dust. Diane, despite being slightly burned, grins arrogantly and dreamily. The system announces the true power of SAFU's era, a disaster involving countless lightning bolts, causing an explosion. Narashima gapes in disbelief. "How could someone steal my thunder from when?" Jiyeon smiled with satisfaction, stealing, more like sharing something good. Suddenly, black energy rushed towards him. Jiyeon stood still, eyes widening in surprise. The system announced that the power of the ferryman was surging. Jiyeon jumped back in shock. The aura wrapped around the sword and continued to jump out, indicating that the Punisher's strength had surpassed its limit. The black energy enveloped the Englishman like a blinding rope, with such powerful energy that everything within a nearby radius was destroyed. The Benarasima system announced that the power of the two deities was pushing beyond the limits of this world. Both were stunned as if in shock. The Jin system warned to retract or adjust your power before the world is destroyed. Narashima threw a final glance at him. Today you finally have it. Look at Legion, quickly retract your power. Fortune Creator issued more threats. Don't you want to see this planet destroyed? Yuha created a shield around the group. But even so, her resources were overwhelming, causing her to start feeling exhausted. Narashima looked at Zeon, who remained motionless, and smirked. If we keep comparing strength like this, do you think you can force me back to heaven or destroy this planet? Zeon's cornered mouth rose. Adjusting power is simpler than I thought. He swung the staff forcefully. Then we'll use this method. Then his energy and countless lines of examination converged. Narashima frowned. What's happening? The power of the deities was being sucked in. His horn retracted. Wait, the ability to suck deity powers? He asked, is that possible? He couldn't believe it. This arrogant name, with his power being drawn into the skull on the staff handle. Narashima roared, using the weapon of an ancient civilization. Jin chuckled. I told you so. There's good stuff to share. The power of these guys is opposite to that of the divine sword, making it very suitable for suppressing your strength. His eyes were wild with rage. Your resource commander has a limit, right? Let me see how much the Leo constellation's resources are. Narashima glanced at the system notification. The system blinked and warned, pay attention to the decreasing divine army resources. Narashima was alarmed. What? Seeing him stunned, Jin swung the staff again. He lost focus now. The staff slashed across his face, leaving a mark. One fang was knocked out, causing even this deity to gape in surprise. Jin laughed. First the fangs. Narashima, forced to spit out his teeth, naturally felt pain. Jin didn't stop there. The staff's blade slashed a few more times. The system announced it had collected materials from the lion deity Narasimha's skin. Then a slash cut through half of his mane. The system announced it had collected materials from the lion deity Narasimha's mane. Jin completely desecrated the divine skin and bones. Narashima thought to himself, not only is he strong, but also uses weapons from an ancient civilization. Indeed, a disaster god. He cursed under his breath, damn it. A few lines of examination tried to push back. This time, the examination lines surrounded him from all sides. The destructive power was obvious. The main target is to send Jin straight to heaven. Narashima released his royal skill. The examination lines tightly bound Jin's limbs. This battlefield skill locks down your opponent, a chain of examination lines binding them. Narashima smirked at him. Finally, we caught the last mouse. He exerted all his strength in one burst, ending it. The tall figure of the god kicked several buildings like dominoes, meaning if his hand reached out, Narashima would be squashed like an ant. Zion remained calm as ever. He smirked. So foolish. Zion looked at the divine's doubtful view on life. When agitated, people become foolish, just like my slaves. The power of Narasimha suddenly dispersed. He fell forward. Zion smirked. If this keeps up, how much resources will be left? Meanwhile, the divine system reported that the experience and prayers for the lion had been consumed. A message appeared. The divine sword would be forcibly returned to heaven. Narasimha's face froze in a rigid expression. Damn it, was I about to win? Why now? Jin immediately extended his holy finger, sending it to Narasimha. How can we claim victory when you're the one getting beaten up? That divine being shouted. Even if he disappeared, he would still challenge with a firm mouth. Legion, I challenge you to return to your divine realm. I will teach you a lesson. Jin looked less cocky. That's the difference between divine beings. Narasimha completely vanished, leaving behind the calm but now desolate mixed city. Under Stephen Hawk's command, Legion had successfully chased away our lion deity. How is this possible? And how can humans fight against deities? Jin suddenly spoke up. Hey, you look at me. Yes. Ryan responded. It's over. The conditions have returned to normal. Done. He tilted his head with a sly smile. Keep doing what you're doing. You have understood in an instant. Stephen opened his eyes, disoriented and feeling sore all over. Did I lose consciousness again? he muttered as he heard the creaking of bones. "What is this now?" Yuha spoke from a corner nearby. "Get up quickly." Steven turned around in surprise. He was greatly shocked. John Yuha. Yuha summarized the story. After Jin's descent, the lion deity had returned to heaven. Steven was dumbfounded. "Deities? What?" She replied straightforwardly. "We no longer have anything to worry about. Let's handle the rest now." With that, she struck the tip of her staff on the ground. Her eyes were 3 parts cold and 7 parts indifferent. The end, Steven was still processing their conversation. "What?" She answered frankly. "You need to join Jin's bandits as a tiger spirit." Steven's face turned dark. The screen flashed with a notification. "Mission. Confirm qualifications. Tiger spirit deity. Steven marker. Defeat him and claim what you desire to stop his progress." His red eyes glinted. "I will defeat the Divine Lord." Looking at the sword pointed at his face, he couldn't believe it. "Johnny Yuha, what do you mean?" She was serious. The tip of the sword slowly lowered. Then Yuha turned 90 degrees, startling Steven. He was also dazed by this plot. Yuha shouted sincerely, "Divine Lord, I apologize. Thank you for your time." Steven stood there speechless. Yuha closed her eyes and spoke quickly. "I want to be stronger. I feel that I have reached my limit as a tiger spirit, so now I want to join Jin's bandits." She said, "I know you'll be disappointed. I won't forget what you've done for me. I believe you will understand me." EUH pleads sincerely, "Please help me. Please let me leave." Steven's eyes widened in surprise. Finally, he closed his eyes. "Make the final decision. I get it now." This time, EUH is just as shocked. His subordinates rushed to advise him. "Hold on, Holy Lord. Do you really want to let the Vice Holy Lord go?" Steven straightened up. After all, she has already made her decision. More words won't help. Steven turned his head at a 120-degree angle. He reasoned that perhaps because of past guilt, he had kept the girl here until now and couldn't let his past hinder her present. Looking at the vast blue sky, "Go on your way." With those words, Steven turned to leave with a confident and encouraging demeanor. "Go and become strong in the way you wish. Become strong no matter what is the spirit of the Lion God. Let the master of the Lion God see this." The subordinates were moved. Yuhua called out, "Holy Lord." But his steps didn't stop. He kept a light and gentle pace. She smiled gently, "Holy Lord." Her eyes followed the proud back of Steven, who walked with the confidence and courage of a lion. Yuhua suddenly chased after him. "Holy Lord Steven." Steven sighed inwardly. It looked strange, but he was really struggling just now. Sure enough, it's a trap. Steven felt proud of himself. Honestly speaking, even I feel cool. EUH will definitely be moved to hesitate. But on the outside, he still acted like nothing happened. "What is it? Are you still reluctant about something?" EUH replied succinctly, "I still have to do this." Then a spear struck his uncle's head. The system notified, "Mission. Prove your ability. Complete. You've defeated the Lion God Saint, Steven Marker, Vice Holy Lord, Johnny UH. You now have enough qualifications to become an official believer." EUH shouted joyfully, "Mission completed. Now I can join my uncle's holy group." Just thinking about it, EUH was extremely excited. "Uncle, go now. Go back to career." Jian stood aside and clapped in approval. Everyone returned to the Li Jian Seo Tower in career. Poor little Yuhua's face looked so happy before, but now it looks so disappointed. The young woman from California was also a bit jealous when she saw her. The atmosphere between them is tense, making the group deputy leaders shake with fear. Yuha narrowed her eyes. "Why are you here?" Kali shot a sharp glance back. "What about you?" "Yuha?" Yuha replied coldly. "I asked first, so answer me." Kali scolded. "You're really naive." Kali smoothly responded, "I'll join Li Jian's choir." Yuha chuckled. "A Libra like you dreaming of such things is futile." The D whispered, indicating their relationship isn't good. The group deputy leader coughed and replied, "Maybe so." He glanced at the woman sitting alone nearby. Holly, can you help me stop them? Holly sighed irritably from being disturbed. Where did these nobles come from to cause such a commotion? Damn it, this is frustrating. Yuha continued to pressure Kali, a Scorpio. Tell me honestly, what are you planning to do? Kali waved her hand. Nothing's going on. Why do you suspect me like that? You heard it yourself. I decided to follow Lord Lygian. Why all the fuss? Suddenly, Kali snapped her fingers at Yuha. With your abilities, are you afraid of losing his right-hand man position? The two males saw Kali's show off and immediately shut up. Yuha's hand tightened. Yuha was completely enraged. Get out now! I'll show you that everything is different now. Kali added fuel to the fire. Oh, if you say so, can we expect something from you? Sangji started to get worked up. Great, it's time for me to show my abilities. The room fell silent. Kali looked around. Who are you? Don't butt in. Yuha was speechless. Sangji, she's talking to us. Sangji felt insulted and started to cry. What did you say? I also want to be Lord Li Jian's right-hand man. Holly, these tussles happen quickly. This is interesting. I'll be the judge. The three children responded in unison. Thank you, sir. How can we let our team members fight like this? Harley, please stop them. Kevin entered inside. This is so peaceful. No need to intervene. Hugo sighed. If I intervene now, who will listen? With Harley involved, the kids' fight won't cause any trouble. Besides, turning away, he looked at the guest beside him. He glared hatefully at this uninvited guest. Why are you here? Steven scratches his head. I didn't know when I woke up I was already here. Li Jin, why bring this guy along? Both of them look at Steven as if he's useless. Just a waste of space. It's cramped, move over. Steven nods. That guy is too much. Steven speaks. The world is changing rapidly. Above, global news broadcast on the TV screen. The attack by Tyrant and the Battle of the Saints have caused significant damage worldwide. Global public opinion is demanding accountability from the scales of justice, including Libra. Steven looks at the protesters expressing their views. The system that 12 Saint teams protected for years seems to be. He asks, what kind of changes will this bring in the future? Both Hugo and Kevin are silent. Taking advantage of the situation, he blames them all on Legion. All these changes were caused by Legion. The other to kick him again. Don't act so serious. Get out of my way. It's too crowded. Steven continues, after becoming a saint and the Lion King, I knew Li Jian was quite strong. I remember his wild appearance from years ago. He is unpredictable every time I see him. Steven recounts, those without divine protection who still awaken are considered monsters. Then he looks at the one once mocked for lack of divine protection now becoming a homegrown saint. Now he has become a saint himself, opposing monarchs and other saints. Steven chuckles to himself. He's gone too far. Hugo asks, do you still want to fight him? Steven shakes his head. I no longer have that intention, but can't help feeling regretful. Kevin nods in agreement. I understand that feeling. The target we once believed we would reach is now distant and gone. He sighs deeply, just accepting it, but everything now revolves around Li Jian, especially with his saintly position. Kevin says, this isn't about pride. I just want to be as strong as him. In the workshop room, hammer strikes resound powerfully. Jin wipes sweat from his brow. Outside the living room, Kevin muses. If not for Legion, Jin looks at his own arms he has nurtured. Kevin looks at Steven and Hugo. What can we do? Steven chuckles. Then, like Hugo, fully join Legion's side. Heard he became a saint of the SAFU. Hugo grits his teeth. Everyone has their reasons here. Kevin sighs. We have to accept defeat against Legion. I really don't want to. The three of them stare blankly at each other. Then all three sigh in unison. Kevin mutters, damn it. Will he make us fight real saints and monarchs later? Steven worries, even his own saint can't defeat him. Hugo sighs, the future is uncertain. Steven grunts, we'll figure something out. Just do what we can. Hugo raises an eyebrow at him. What are you planning? Why worry? MC continues reporting. Steven remains silent as he organizes a press conference to announce the attack on Agma Tower 20 years ago, the other two dealt with the matter. Steven's eyes are sharp and intense. I will reveal to the world that Legion is the one who caught Red Eye. Larry looks surprised. They've left already. Zion didn't expect to need the 3 lion tamer experts here. The horsemen and female warriors have disappeared. Larry recounts how they said it was urgent, so they left first, also mentioning they lent us their teleportation technique. Jin sighs in exasperation. Usually he's slow. Why is everything happening so fast now? Suddenly, a gust of wind rises up. Turns out Yuha and Kali are fighting each other. Jin mutters to himself, "What's going on?" They're exchanging blows with intensifier. Kali laughs in approval. "She's stronger than I thought. They say she has gone through many fierce battles." That seems helpful. Yuha dislikes the tone of her voice. "I hate that tone." As if looking down from above, Sang-ha should have thrown Kali away. The force was so strong it set a corner of the building on fire. Kali lands on the wall, still smiling smugly. Isn't that right? They keep chasing each other around, breaking several walls in the process. Kali replies confidently, "Because I am much stronger than her." Zion observes the scene and wonders, "So they're competing to be my right hand?" Holly, aka the war host, answers with a smile, "Yes, all 3 are full of enthusiasm." Zion nods approvingly, full of spirit. "Well done." But she tells them 3 people, then turns to look at the one nearby whose face pales. Jin approaches the young man who has fallen on his back. This kid was defeated miserably right from the start. Look at his pitiful state. Jin sighs, observing another victim of his daughter's battle. That makes sense. Compared to them, John needs more maturity. He activates his sharp eyes. The system opens the information panel. Kali, Libra, SS rank. Currently a temporary disciple of the hermit monk, awaiting baptism. Johnny Yuha is approaching SS rank due to the previous battle. Currently a temporary disciple of the hermit monk, waiting for his initiation. John Sanji has grown from a grade to S grade due to recent events. He calculates that to make them stronger and more competitive, he should help Sanji a bit. Jin turns to Holly and asks if she can help the kid sit down first. Holly activates her skill and agrees immediately. Sure. Holly looks at the 2 still fighting. Stop! The 2, wide-eyed, don't understand what's happening. Then they see a whip coming towards them. Immediately after, the 2 girls are tied up like market stalls. Zion smiles satisfied. Great! But the other to continue fighting despite being blinded by light. Just a little more and it's done. Do you think so? Ridiculous. I'm the one deciding. Zion interrupts as he watches the 2 girls struggle before their elders. They stop fighting. Listen up. We have a task for you too. With your reputation as Phantom Serpent Lord, you'll start with the first mission as City Lords. Sanji blinked his eyes. Where are we? Jian looked at the unconscious boy who finally came to after several minutes. You're awake now? Sanji was silent. Uncle, Jian spoke. I heard everything. Just as the match began, you were knocked out by Kali and Yuha. Jian felt a pang of affection when his idol saw him unconscious. Yes, your voice sounds sad. You're not yet her opponent. I thought I was stronger now. Zion didn't scold, he encouraged. Although you've progressed, there's still room for improvement. Don't be disheartened. That's the chance to become even stronger, right? His eyes held a hint of meaning. Sanji, do you want to get stronger? Of course, Zion asked. Yes, Zion repeated. Don't you want to be strong no matter the cost? Sanji made up his mind. Then go seclude yourself and train. Jin watched the eager little one with great joy. Good, that's a sound mindset. Sanji nodded vigorously. I'm always prepared. Sanji was overjoyed to realize it. But where are we going? Jin answered quickly. To the Demon Tower. Saying that, he leaped off without hesitation. Sanji's mind went blank at this action. Diane said, don't you want to be strong no matter the cost? Followed by a deafening echo of Sangdae's name reverberating across the sky, causing him to cry out even before entering the tower. Diane rushed into the Demon Tower. still encouraging saying, go seclude yourself and train. In Washington, D.C., USA, at the Lion Temple, part of the Leo Star Temple, the headquarters was damaged, but they had to use a large banner with a capitalist slogan to cover up the hole, still organizing meetings despite the damage. Everyone in the room was shaken. What's going on that you're having a meeting? Probably because of recent events. The tower has become a pile of rubble. Someone whispered, are they planning to declare bankruptcy? Another person quickly rebutted, haven't you seen the sign still hanging and functioning normally? They all guessed but reluctantly gave up. Let's just hear what he has to say. The murmurs decreased as they waited. Go back a few minutes earlier. Hugo, if you look at Steven, the app will expose everything. Can you handle it? Can you bear that? If not careful, you'll be criticized for deceiving the world and face the wrath of other saints. As for Steven, he remained calm. It's fine. From now on, I'll correct all my mistakes. On the contrary, this is a necessary step. Kevin scoffed at this untrustworthy face. You're causing trouble again. Kevin couldn't advise, so he might as well jump into the fray. There's no other way out. So let's get ready to go then. Hugo sighed and nodded. Quick preparations. Steven handles the people. What? He growled. What did you say? Hugo retorted. Do you think we want to leave? Kevin directly shot back. A cripple with no arms like a person dared to hold a press conference alone? Hugo was thoroughly fed up with the name of this brainless lion-like creature with only 4 limbs developed. Without Vice City Lord and Holy Temple Master, if the scales come in, can you fight them off? Stop talking nonsense. Quickly prepare what needs to be said for the press conference. We'll hold a spot for you. She still got scolded but felt truly warm inside. He wiped away his tears. So even if it's just deception, I have no hands. But this is worth noting. 3 simple words spoken with genuine sincerity. Thanks a lot. Steven opened his eyes and ended his reverie. His voice was incredibly powerful when he spoke. Thank you all for coming to this sudden press conference. Now, let's get down to the main issue. You still remember the press conference of Holy Person Aquarius, Sophie Marty recently? He recounted back then. Sophie Marty revealed the truth about the Red Eye attack that occurred in Demon Tower 20 years ago. However, due to the interference of the dispatched Holy Person, the subsequent events caused this story to be forgotten. His eyes were serious, no longer showing his usual carefree demeanor, adding a few more layers of strength. This time, I will bring that story back into the light once again. According to Sophie Marty's testimony, the one who caught the Red Eye in Demon Tower at that time was Lee Jian. Steven announced this news. The reporters below were discussing and taking notes. Sure enough. So the debate is over. But there's more. Steven dropped a bigger shocker. The recent appearance of the Red Eye in America was also done by Lee Jian. The audience murmured. Hold on. I have a question. The hall became extremely noisy. I want to ask too. Me as well. Hey, listen to him. Hugo thought nothing major has happened so far, but his heart was still very tense. If everything ends up fine like this, that would be great. I don't know how things are outside, but with Kevin here, it should be okay. In another area, Kevin raised his nose and pointed directly at the person in front of him, full of disdain. I didn't expect you to show up here trying to buy time. The long-haired saint, despite being threatened with a sword, still laughed brightly. Of course, he had to come. Steven is defaming and slandering our holy person. How can I just sit and watch? Kevin's eyes were filled with contempt. He has thick skin too. He was only telling the truth. Rang Louis also isn't angry. He just sighs long and hard. Oh, really? Hen flicks his tongue at the sword by his neck. So you'll tell us everything, including that you were the one who stabbed Legion from behind? Kevin causes pupils. How can you accept this ridiculous lie? Spouting nonsense? Rang Louis shrugs. How can you say it was a balanced scale and we plan to eliminate Legion together? The only one who knows what happened to Legion is me. He whispers in Kevin's ear. I ask you something. Do you remember exactly what happened in the Demon Tower? Kevin looks troubled. I don't know what you're talking about. Suddenly, Kevin feels a chill run through his body. His body feels like it's being restrained by countless chains. Why can't I remember anything? Jean-Louis gently smiles at the boy who is struggling with pain. Poor Kevin! Let's talk! I'll tell you what really happened then. He approaches like a devil. Where should I start? Right, from when you were worried about not being able to defeat Legion. Kevin's hand holding the sword trembles violently. Damn it, he can't move, but his mouth is firm. Jean-Louis gathers his breath and increases the power of his spell. Someone has tampered with your memories, Kevin hazard. It's you, that feeling of guilt for stabbing Legion in the Demon Tower. Kevin really wants to punch those nonsense words out. Shut up, you're just spouting nonsense. While he looks desperate, Jean-Louis appears very composed. No! I'm only telling the truth. I'll help you remember. He pulls something out of his pocket. Take it. He holds up a key with a sinister smile. In fact, I've lost all my business partners. I'm in an extremely difficult situation. This is a good opportunity to recruit old teammates. The pain makes Kevin unable to open his eyes. He only vaguely feels something approaching him. What? Jean-Louis places the key near Kevin, making an unlocking gesture. I'll unlock your memories that you bury deep in the abyss of despair. The key transmits power into his body with the unlocking action. The seal is unlocked. Chains automatically dissolve. Images from that year become clearer. In the auditorium, reporters still pretend to ask, so Marker sir, besides Legion, did no other saints contribute to defeating the Red Eye? Someone asks, was Legion betrayed by one of the saints who entered the Demon Tower and was imprisoned? Steven picks the right question. Yes. The crowd is very curious. So who assassinated Legion? Outside the hallway, someone rushes towards the auditorium. Steven says, unfortunately, there are people we suspect but lack evidence for. Outside, footsteps grow closer. The Master of Muthi, even Kevin and Legion don't know. Just as Steven finishes speaking, the door bursts open. The one who steps in is Kevin. Steven and Hugo both touched each other. Kevin smirked. I've been causing trouble for everyone, haven't I? Sorry for interrupting the discussion. Their red eyes from the dark energy source revealed who had stabbed Legion in the Demon Tower. Steven and Hugo are also clueless. What? Kevin slowly entered the hall. I really admire them. The image of Legion didn't run away but faced the red eyes head on. You kept praising as you walked. That was indeed a fierce battle. Just watching it is already difficult. Your laughter echoed throughout the room. Finally, Legion defeated the Red Eye. It was truly an emotional moment. Old memories opened up. That was after Gion fought 800 rounds with the Red Eyes. Even if he won, he still suffered 1,000 damage while inflicting 800 on his opponent. In his hoarse voice were curses. Those damn things. They really left us to run away. He gritted his teeth. If we caught them, John would be too busy calling out his allies to notice anyone approaching. That's why Kevin had the chance to stab him from behind. He smiled smugly as if he had defeated the strongest opponent. According to Kevin's vivid recollection, it was like a battle of souls. Legion was exhausted and unprepared, easily handled like a fool caught off guard. The entire group of reporters got hit by this shocking drama. Kevin laughed maniacally in the hall. Imagine his foolish expression when he fell down. Both Steven and Hugo were stunned by this information. Kevin, what are you talking about? Kevin chuckled. I have to say it straight for you to understand, right? Kevin's succubus power was activated. I, with a face like a devil in hell, said the most vicious words, stabbing Legion. Hugo couldn't hold back and unleashed his powers too. Steven reminded him that even though Hugo was angry, he still tried to keep some calm. Kevin, tell us more about this incident clearly. Your eyes are challenging me. I just said it. What else do you want to hear? Hugo stared at him. No, I want to know more. Kevin pulled out a black box and sighed. Unfortunately, this isn't the time for another jump. If you want to continue, let them handle it, Kevin said as he crushed the black box, releasing countless dark entities. Both Steven and Hugo were surprised by what was in Kevin's hand. The wriggling black mass grew into chunks leaping towards everyone in the room. The group of reporters panicked, screaming to run away. It roared, shaking the entire room. Steven quickly mobilized people. Damn it! Lion's faithful followers. Stop them until all the reporters leave. The soldiers rushed out immediately. Disobey! Steven jumped to Hugo. Damn, this situation is completely unexpected. What do we do now? Hugo activated his muscles. Now eliminate the obstacles and catch him to hear everything clearly. Steven saw that what you said was a bit arrogant, but also very to his liking. The speaker is too easy, right? Kevin gave orders and the crowd surged like wild river otters, completely chaotic in the conference hall. Despite the soldiers' efforts, the number of monsters was still overwhelming, and the fear of ordinary people made fighting difficult. One reporter was pushed by a monster to the edge, and a soldier was stabbed by one. Just then, Hugo and Steven rushed forward, each taking on one. Hugo immediately ordered the glasses-wearing reporter to quickly evacuate to the emergency exit. He ran while saying thank you as he went. Steven stared at the scene in shock. The swarm was destroyed instantly, but its flesh had already healed. They reconnected, using dark energy as a source of life for their entire bodies. Kevin was delighted to see the centaurs and lions caught between a rock and a hard place. In fact, if they continued fighting here, the entire holy temple would collapse. Now combined into a giant tree, it swung its ugly hand at the prey in front of it. Sonia was shattered by the force of the strike. Despite being stabbed savagely, his hand remained unscathed, almost as if it had grown stronger. Steven thought to himself, damn monkeys, if we keep fighting here, the entire holy temple will collapse. I have to quickly end this. Both opened their maximum strength, ready to crush this monster today. Steven kicked up and directly aimed for its head, lightly splitting it in two with a kick. The lion's power caused the monster to receive a healing massage treatment. Hugo was blinded by the light, marveling inwardly. He still wasn't useless. But unexpectedly, the monster still managed to pull out its claws. He didn't expect this either. The monster seized the opportunity and attacked Bob Nard Steven. Hugo was shocked. Steven. But no one responded. The red light in the monster flickered. Steven was in the monster's palm, frowning. Damn it! Resurrecting again. And Hugo saw his colleague being hit, his anger flaring up. One punch made a hole right through its body. The flames burned the monster. Hugo rushed over quickly. Are you still alive? Steven was trying to use both legs to escape from the claws. Why isn't my skill causing damage as expected? Centaur, how can you stop them from reviving? But before he could hope, his friend fell prey to the sorceress's mind control. Seeing Hugo's stunned face, Steven shouted. Of course, he used a skill. This time, Apollo would surely shed to tears of soul. The Holy Spirit Apollo felt disappointed. Despite his efforts, Steven couldn't escape and screamed at Hugo, who was still standing there watching the spectacle. Actually, don't just stand there. Do something. It's still alive, he said as he suddenly exploded in a cloud of mud. The monster's arm exploded along with others in the room, and everything was quickly annihilated. Hugo and even Kevin were left speechless by this scene. Steven continued screaming, it's still alive. But he also became dumbfounded. What just flew over? From the space, a steel fist swung its arm. It released a symbol of reassurance. He handled things for you and disappeared. Steven was scared to death. What is this thing? The steel arm flexed in various ways. Steven stammered as he said something. The shape seemed like an arm, suddenly turning into a self-satisfied pose. Then it rushed towards Steven, scaring him half to death. What is that? The arm made a sound and then fused with Steven's wrist joint. He felt the lion's power and the energy of the steel arm harmonizing together. And then what happened? From two arms, it became one, leaving him stunned, unable to believe his eyes. Hayu runs over too. Where did it fly off to? Steven pauses, looking at her appearance here. John Yuha. Yuha is amazed by how smart her arm for automatically claiming ownership. Hasn't it already returned to position? You're wearing that. Steven panics, raising the dirty iron hand. Explain yourself. What exactly is this thing? Yuha responds, this is a specially designed prosthetic arm made by Legion. It's custom made for Stephen Marker. Stephen growls loudly. With one hand, Stephen flexes it like a bicep. The roar alone makes the entire stage explode with energy. Kevin is shocked. What in the world is that? In the auditorium, Stephen lets out a long sigh of relief. I thought the whole street could hear it. Hugo puts on his pants for his friend. He's really overthinking this. Yuha is also drained. He's really overthinking this. Meanwhile, Stephen still enjoys a moment of bliss. Finally, Legion has recognized the value and created weapons for us. Although it's late, adding another hand to Stephen is like reaching the pinnacle of life. The main character always appears when people almost forget about them. Hugo approaches to interview him, finally fulfilling a long-held wish. How do you feel? Stephen bursts into laughter. Now I'm the champion. Hugo sighs foolishly. Yuha also walks over to where they are. Alright, today we'll follow through with this. Stephen has been eager to test out his new arm. Everyone gets ready. The Gigi owner watches the chaotic scene now. The set is fully charged. Stephen is prepared to take down these monsters. The historic moment for Stephen Marker begins. At the Demon Tower, Zeon remains expressionless as he tries to persuade Z. That's not happening. Don't waste your energy on it. Sangdi looks pale. Jin mocks him with a weak smile. Anen consoles him. There's no need to be nervous. Nothing bad will happen now. Sangdi chuckles. Didn't you say that before? Jin observes the room inside. The explosion was quite large. We should have reduced the power a bit. Sangji is confused. Zeon answers naturally. Why did you come here? Isn't it because of you? Pointing to something nearby. Sangji looks at the huge statue in front of him. What is that? Zeon answers. The king is trapped in Lo Akma. Sangji still doesn't fully understand. Didn't he die already? Zeon continues pointing at the face of the statue. Look, kid. Finished. He shouted at the statue. Stop pretending and get up already. We know you're not dead yet. Just as Zeon finished speaking, the statue laughed loudly. Did you figure it out? The chains binding the statue snapped noisily. Welcome, Holy Warrior number 13. Sangdae screamed so loud he almost lost his voice. Stop talking nonsense. But Jun remained calm as he chatted with the statue. There's nothing small around here. For a king like you, what kind of explosion is this? The other king found this young man quite interesting as he listened. Yes, after all, I am the king. How could I die from just one explosion like that? Anyway, Li Jion's first impression of you was really impressive. Jion's face turned serious after hearing this. Do you know my name? He replied. Of course I do. Then he began to recount the old events in detail. Not only did I know about the tower's power source, but also its memory keeper. I knew that 20 years ago you attacked Akma Tower, but were betrayed by your comrades in the end. Didn't you get stuck in this tower for 20 years? He continued to narrate. So within this damned space, I couldn't help but care about what was happening inside the tower. Jin nodded and said, Alright, it seems like you know a lot. Let's cut to the chase. His eyes were gentle for a moment, then turned cold. Who is that? That's the one who stabbed me in the back, right? The king chuckled. Of course I know, but can't say anything. Jin summoned his weapon. Maybe you're wrong about this. You were ready to destroy the statue if it hadn't revealed itself that day. I won't negotiate with you. The king seemed quite relaxed. Listen, you'll definitely not lose out. Let's help each other a bit. I will show you all the memories in the tower, and you will help me get out of here. Zeon gave him a suspicious look. He asked, What exactly are you planning? The king calmly explained. Look at my situation. My voice was hoarse. I used to be the king, but I am now imprisoned and forced to absorb power here. By any means necessary, I will beg anyone and pay any price for freedom. He spoke sincerely. Of course there's a plan. I'll leave this damn space and stab those who did that to me in the back. You, not someone else, understand my feelings, right? Zeon recalled his desperate state then. An excited smile appeared on his face. Zeon laughed loudly. Scary but fitting. Although it had a bit of an unpleasant smell, your last words were exactly what I wanted to hear. The sword hit the ground with force. Alright, Zeon widened his stance and will believe you this time. Jin glared at the king but first needed to see the memories of the person. He laughed again. Alright, finally someone understands me. Sangdae stood beside, looking stunned at Jin. Uncle! Jin approached the statue. Sangdae, Uncle just glanced through his memories for a moment. When he returned, it would be hell training. Prepare yourself. He stopped a distance away from it. Jin asked, "What do we do?" The monarch replied. He just stood there motionless. Then, he pointed his finger into thin air and said he would activate our memories. A black aura instantly entered your body. The monarch said, "Then you can view any memory you want." Zeon was covered in black smoke. Any memory I wanted. Zeon saw countless memories like a marching army. It seems the one storing these memories is quite good. Dian thought to himself, reviewing this memory, feeling emotions anew. But now isn't the time for emotion. Show me the memory right after I defeated the Red Eye 20 years ago. With that, he fully entered a focused state. He ordered to show him the memories immediately following his defeat of the Red Eye 20 years ago. A memory piece stopped in front of him. That was when he risked everything against the Red Eyes. No one from his colleagues, damn it, they dared to leave me behind and run away if I caught them. Then came the scene where he was stabbed by someone from behind. What remained before the memory ended was that person's smile, John's pupils turning blood red. It was him. The importer wasn't anyone else but the tooth-pulling saint. You should have accepted his offer back then. He is standing somewhere now. Kevin and Kylie have been struggling to fight him for a while. Jung laughed joyfully. The press conference room must be in chaos right now, huh? His voice was full of mockery. The world will only know that everything is your doing. You are the one who stabbed Jin and caused the press conference to go haywire. Congratulations, Kevin. Kevin listened to every word he said. His jaw clenched tighter. Jung laughed happily. Now you have become a traitor. Your name will be recorded in history. In Washington, D.C., just before Steven's press conference, two figures jumped from the high-rise buildings. They were Kali and Yuhua. Kali thought to herself, for the first mission on SAFU, I must do it perfectly. Zion said the task was simple, just hand over this prosthetic arm to them. But he emphasized that although it seemed trivial, it was very important. This was their first mission. Back in the present, Kalu suddenly shouted, Kylie, Jin, don't worry, I'll quickly finish this task. Yuhua looked at her with a confused expression. What's wrong with that girl? Suddenly, something on Kalyu's back pointed towards a direction. She happily said, over there? Kalyu's eyes lit up as she flew fast to the target, making Yuhua call out, hey! She put the arm on her back and shouted, I'm here. At this moment, Kevin was being stabbed with a sword. Jean stood above and said with a frown, I will awaken your memories that you buried yourself. In Kevin's bloodshot eyes, he saw the silhouette of someone. In his memory, the owner of that back was softly saying, finally caught him. Suddenly, the person's body started to move strangely. The one who stabbed them from behind appeared. The face of the stabber with a vicious smile emerged. Kevin Bang Hong recognized it and wondered, am I the one who doused Legion? Zhang laughed loudly and said, yes, because you couldn't surpass Legion back then, so you crossed the line. That's why you told Marquette that Legion was dead. After dealing with Legion, you took the sky without guilt as a trophy. But after causing trouble, you were tormented by guilt and begged me to seal your memories. Do you understand now? We've been on the same boat since 20 years ago. Kevin shuddered at this point. His face was drenched in cold sweat. His eyes glinted with an unusual ferocity. He nearly asked, Kevin, you still want to surpass the Legion, right? I'm ready to help you anytime. To gain a completely different power than before. Suddenly, the stone wall behind him was punched through by someone. As Jing spoke confidently, he was kicked in the face by someone's legs, his head lolling to one side as blood ran down his nose. Kali was the one who rushed in. She noticed something and looked surprised in a certain direction. She suddenly realized it was Kevin, who was also looking at her. Kali shouted, Found you. She landed hard, with Jing being knocked out of the beam in front of her. Jin widened his eyes and asked, Kali. Kali smiled like a flower as she pointed to herself with just one finger. I'm Kali. The person behind her agreed, pointing at herself with a thumb. She offered Kevin her arm in surprise. Kali's eyes sparkled as she said, Li Jian told me to bring this to Kevin. Now he can hold the sword in his right hand. Kevin looked down worriedly. He lowered his head and said, I don't deserve to receive it. Kali was surprised and asked, why? She hesitantly brought out the other arm. Just take it freely without any documents or anything. Suddenly, a thick red smoke shot out, not from the person who stabbed Jin. Someone asked while simultaneously unleashing intense power after a kick. Kali hugged her arm and closed her eyes. Kevin had to close one eye too. He looked like he was about to be blown away. He reached out towards Kali, who was coughing for help. Kali didn't get up in time and asked, What's going on? Kevin guessed it seemed like the Exili had brought us to another place. Kali looked at Jin, who had transformed, asking, Far away. Jin said, I brought you here so we could talk more easily. Maybe this will be our last conversation. Surprised? At that time, you'll have to accept the offer. The press conference is definitely in chaos now. Kali and Kevin tensely looked at him. Jin gloated, This world will only know it was caused by you. You stabbed Li Jian and made the press conference a mess. Congratulations, Kevin. Hearing this, he was sweating profusely. Jin loudly accused him. You are now a traitor to humanity recorded in history. He endured wave after wave around himself while imagining the future scenario where your stab of Li Jian will be revealed worldwide soon. The only path for you to survive is to sit on the same boat with me. Will the Legion allow you to rest? Kevin lowered his head and said softly, I don't care. He struggled to stand up. If I was the one who stabbed Legion 20 years ago, Kevin's sword emitted a silver light. He firmly looked ahead and said, Then I will accept and pay for that crime deservedly. Don't dream of cooperating with me. Dai looked down his nose in contempt and said, Foolish. There's no other way. You'll die here. He spoke. Kevin was stabbed through the body. Suddenly, he was attacked unexpectedly. Kelly stabbed him, but his sword also cut her head. Kevin was stunned. Kelly betrayed us. Impossible. The skills of the double fishers. Transformation destroyed. Din's face is revealed under his makeup. Kevin wonders. The transformation and shape-shifting skills of the twin fish. As Kevin stands stunned, he gets stabbed again. Meanwhile, Kali sits alone in another dimension, hugging her arm and talking to herself. We should have given Kevin this prosthetic arm, but he's disappeared now. Round her is a shield, which is the snake protection skill protecting Kali's followers. Kali, concerned inside the round protective barrier, says, What do we do? Will Kevin be okay? Kevin is stabbed to the point of no return. Only his miserable state can be seen now. He says, disappointing, Kevin couldn't even fight back. He mocks the former master of the second world creator, on par with the balance scale, has fallen into this situation. Zin smirks, though convincing failed. It wasn't bad as I cut off Legion's right arm, which had a message from Song and Gu Salvia, a deputy city lord. I'm Salvia Kali, just leaving the press conference. Zin replies, Good job, despite some delay, act according to the plan. The other end responds, Time is ticking. Kevin bleeds. Droplets of dark red blood flow in front of him. In danger, a voice suddenly rings out. My dear child, I can't stand by any longer. It's time for me to appear. Fresh water flows more and more. Din smirks as he turns around and says, I must act too. Someone just appeared. Under the crescent moonlight, Din says, Are you sure you want to step into this world? The crescent moon master, a silent magic ray is above his head. A small drop of blood falls and hits the ground. It suddenly freezes and shatters. Silver winds converge on Kevin. Jin watches and says, Looks like you're in a hurry. Who would have thought to rush right in? The bandage wound keeps spreading. He coughs. Do you think I'll just stand by? He dodges the strike. His skill, the long-tailed star chisel. Red energy surges to cover the frozen area. The strike from them pierces the ice around Kevin, causing it to crack. He says, "For Moon's Bloom, this technique creates a shockwave that breaks through the red energy by sharp ice shards, forming large ice blocks. A silver wind form appears with its voice. You dare touch my person?" The figure's shape gradually completes. The sharp voice continues, "I can't just stand by any longer." Stunned and hesitant, she says, Artemis, the goddess of archery, appears under divine judgment. "You must pay a fitting price." Artemis mutters, "Your attack was ruthless." Looking down at Kevin, she assesses him. "I didn't expect you to use the king's treasure for this. If that's the case, I won't hold back either." She extends her hand forward. With a strong voice and gesture, she disappears. Jing is knocked back. A powerful wave of force hits the misty ground. Jing struggles to use his claws to resist. The goddess is surprised. She launches her skill with great strength. Jing creates a ball in front to block it. However, he's gradually weakening. Line 58 continues the previous thought. However, he's gradually weakening. Jing is cornered. Link activates her power. Starfall technique activated. Abyss sword. Din shouts, "After all, I'm a semi-divine. Don't think it's easy to defeat me." Artemis angrily says, "Semi-god, do you dare challenge me with just that?" Truly arrogant, she waves her hand forward. A series of stronger skills are unleashed, sharp ice shards flying towards Din. The pointed ice chunks pierce the center of the sword, causing a shockwave that makes him jump to dodge. The red protective spell loses its light, buried under layers of ice. Din gets angry from the hit, damn it. Countless red lights appear. Din has used all his starlight essence from the Great Star Cluster, forcing the divine sword to strain. Artemis points and challenges, "Right, if you want to live, call him here quickly." She frowns unhappily, "You're still causing trouble as usual." Kakinos appears behind Din with a grotesque appearance. It's the Great Star Cluster divine sword. He dares. Artemis and Kakinos shout, "You can't stop my subordinate." Artemis responds, "Haha, you started this trouble." The power of two deities clashing, Kakinos with red aura enveloping the space around him. Their divine powers exceed limits. Artemis releases her skill and thrusts the sword forward. Suddenly a shout rings out, making Kakinos turn to ask, "What was that?" Kali rushes in with an arm. She is yanked by the arm, screaming loudly. Everyone steps back. Jin looks at her and says, "Kali," he exclaims in alarm. "Hold on." He gets hit in the face by the arm. The impact creates a strong gust of wind. Artemis's eyes widen in surprise. Kakinos is also surprised with his mouth open. Only Kali, who was dragged, sobs uncontrollably. Jin disappears suddenly. He grits his teeth and curses. "You stupid girl!" I'm back in a similar situation. The summoner of the deities has been destroyed. The deities will be forcibly returned to their divine realm. Kakinos' body gradually fades away. Kali falls heavily on the ground. Her eyes turn into spirals due to dizziness. She collapses and says, "Finally stopped." The arm waves hello. She sits up and rubs her head. Kali looks at the one who just disappeared and asks, "I felt something very strong hit me. Are you okay?" The holy arm of the king's sword has destroyed the old friend's core, eliminating it. Kali wonders to herself, where did this come from? Artemis softly asks, "Kali?" Kali looks up in confusion and asks, "Who are you?" Artemis says, "You didn't recognize me because of my form." She smiles, her face starting to crack. Artemis's body gradually fades away. She tells Kali, "I'll return to a more familiar form." Kali looks up and responds, "Oh, Mr. Kevin." The girl's shape becomes clearer. Kali pales. "Oh, not that." The eyes of the other person are bright. The other person's feet landed in front of Kali. Kali sat on the ground, hugging her arm and asking, "May I ask, are you Kevin?" The girl with a bare midriff replied, "I used to be him, but not anymore now. I'm just borrowing Kevin's body for this incarnation." It's the goddess of hunting, Artemis, in a borrowed divine body state. Stephen shouted loudly and charged forward with his hand emitting rays. He struck towards the calamities, causing them to scream in pain. Yuhua and Hugo saw this and joined forces to attack. They gathered their strength and launched an assault on the calamities. The calamities were sent flying, surprising Kevin. It flew out of the building, debris scattering everywhere. Kevin froze, fell down, unable to believe it. He turned his head back, inadvertently sweating. They are calamities created from the Monarch's artifact. Kevin recalled the image of the calamities, thinking how a break-level calamity could be easily defeated. Hugo looked at Kevin. Kevin, these calamities can't be handled by us. Hugo pointed and clearly said, if you want to fight seriously, use your own skills. Kevin frowned, gritting his teeth in anger. Hugo taunted. Why are you hesitating? Is there a problem? Yuhua echoed the taunt. Are we waiting for what? She gathered her strength. Prepare to charge. If you don't jump, let them. As soon as she said that, she leaped and attacked Kevin. Yuhua's punch missed, but Kevin dodged in time. Her attack hit a calamity, sending it flying towards Kevin. The calamity crashed into the ground, pinning Kevin down. A block of force field fell out. Centaur and Steven laughed triumphantly. Where are you running to? The block of force field spread under the Centaur's feet. Someone's voice echoed from beneath the calamity. Damn it! The transformation skill of the twin stars had been dispelled. A small figure struggled to lift the calamity. Things didn't go as planned. She was furious. How can you say that the power of a saint doesn't work on these calamities? The twin stars SS Sylvia spoke up. Sylvia continued. Why haven't we used powers I've never seen before to defeat them? Steven was angry. Our holy power. Centaur quietly picked up the cube. Take it. Sure enough, it's Kevin in disguise. Kevin, that arrogant Kevin didn't use his abilities, but only controlled the calamities. Centaur looked at the object in hand. Strange indeed, controlling this artifact. Just seeing that object, Sylvia's eyes turned fierce, a monarch's artifact. Yuhua stepped forward to block Sylvia's view. Didn't I say before, your acting is terrible? Yuhua looked menacing. Your acting is terrible. Her eyes now glowed with intense anger. Anyway, after causing such chaos, you won't be able to leave easily. Hugo's face seemed calm, but his eyes betrayed his anger. Steven looked like he wanted to devour the person in front of him whole. Sylvia ran up in fear. She bit her lip, trembling. Why doesn't the former champion answer my calls? Former champion, Louis Den. Across the way, Artemis's eyes suddenly turned cold as she realized I used his body to bring someone down. Goddess Artemis is currently borrowing a divine body. Her face changed, making Kali slightly confused. Kevin's remaining consciousness escaped, holding its breath, quickly exiting my divine body, the goddess Kevin Azar. Kevin was extremely angry. Who gave you permission to come down and change genders again? Hurry up and get out! Artemis tightly grasped Kevin's consciousness. I risked bringing someone down just to save them, yet they don't show gratitude. You're a bully. Go back now that you've saved them. Don't misuse the resources of the divine clan. Alright, be serious. What's the point of saving up resources for the second seat in the world of deities? We need to use them right away. Why do you always get so angry every time I come? Kevin's image was shown being stabbed through his body. Hey, do you think your round is late? You haven't even entertained the former champion yet. Artemis continued. If I remove the divine influence now, you'll die. Kevin was alarmed. Must we wait forever like this? Alright, of course, you must wait until your wound heals. Kevin screamed in anger, frustrated by the scene before him. Kali raised her phone to take a photo. It's fun, take a picture quickly. Kevin turned around. What are you doing? Kali replied indifferently. I'm taking this photo, don't worry about it. His anger boiled even more. Don't take pictures. Artemis waved her hand. What's the problem? Taking one picture won't hurt your eyes. Try to be a bit suggestive. Actually, we should have taken it right now. Kevin was so furious he could burst into flames. Stop! Artemis ignored Kevin's shouts. Please! Artemis continued making suggestive poses without caring about Kevin. Stop! Kali excitedly took the photo. Kevin continued screaming helplessly. Stop! Artemis winked. Did you finish taking pictures? Kali raised her thumb up. Yes, she was surprised when Artemis came to pat her head. Thank you for helping me. Artemis stood straight. Thanks to this, I could defeat Kikinos in time. Kali glared heavily. Huh? Where are you going? Artemis pulled back her hand. Of course. If we've already intruded on Steven's lion sanctuary, why not visit our own sanctuary too? Kevin will take advantage of my momentary distraction to attack. Kali seemed to have an epiphany. She extended her prosthetic arm towards Artemis. So please accept this arm. This is the mechanical arm Legion gave Kevin to use. Artemis sighed. I can't lift that arm. Kali was confused. Huh? Artemis turned and left. Kevin was desperately refusing. If he accepts the arm, he'll really sever our relationship. He's also threatening me. Kali was curious. Please explain your reasons. The lights flared up again. Using the special privileges of a knight. Return to the night realm. Artemis turned her head back. First, we need to resolve our sanctuary's issues before going directly to Legion and explaining everything. She looked at Kali and said, send him my regards, thanking him for caring about one of ours. Kali reached out towards the light source and flew away quickly. Hold on, she stood still. He's gone. So boring. Kali trembled. This is Legion's mission for me. Failure means I can't join the bandits anymore. If I meet him again, I won't be able to stand my ground against Legion. What now? Looking at Legion, he stood with his arms crossed, eyes ablaze. Facing him was the face of a dark force. He asked, what's going on? He smiled wickedly. Those who have seen all the memories want to see more, right? Zeon sighed. It's still missing something. Maybe because these records are limited to the Monster Tower's memories only. Zeon leaned towards the dark force. I can't view the king's memories. I want to know the king's information. He replied. What did you say? His face was stern. I fulfilled our pact. What you requested isn't there. Zeon rebutted. Nonsense. You're still pretending. He exerted his power. We'll synchronize our memories. Zeon watched. Not that we say yes to this. We'll synchronize our memories. The dark force was seen through, meaning you can see my memories too. He laughed. You're smarter than I thought. Zeon's image flickered. I thought I could trick you, but you outsmarted me. So why pretend not to know? Jin tilted his head, very interested in the information from you. If I can't reveal a few things about myself, how can we continue this conversation? He smirked. You really want to leave here, right? Bet on the hand you're holding back. He laughed loudly. Fine, if you want my memories as king, I'll give them to you. He pointed at Jin but with a condition. Behind Jin were fragmented images, memory synchronization. We will become a legion. Jin stumbled due to the tremor. What did you say? The dark force calmly replied. I'll give you a chance to swallow this world whole. His eyes sparkled. Wake up and become a king. Li Jin. Sanjay stood behind. He looked at Jin with hesitation. You just stand there like that. All your focus is on Jin. It's been too long. Inside, Sanjay clenched his teeth in worry. Nothing will happen. Something approaching made him alert. A large foot stepped heavily. Why has the Akma Tower become this ruins? Turns out that's why the king brought us here. The door behind Sanjay slowly opened. Someone is coming. Two monsters entered slowly. HM, an intruder. Sanjay turned around, saw Sanjay, and the monster was momentarily surprised. Human, what are you doing here? It approached Sanjay closely. How could you enter here? Is this old tower state your fault too? He instinctively stepped back. The monster discovered something. Seems like the tower's system has been breached. He realized the monster was referring to Jian. He turned around again. It charged at him. I won't let you get away with this. Jin is still surrounded by dark energy. The monster attacked from behind. To protect Jin, Sanj used his strength to attack the monster. It was slightly surprised and cried out. Sanj questioned, You dare strike my uncle? The remaining monster refused to give up. Look over there. It kicked, striking Sanj with a powerful kick. He slammed down hard, creating a large pit. The snake shield technique from the SAFU constellation protected John San's faithful. Scared, without Jin's strength, we're done for. Looking at the two monsters, He thought these strange creatures were definitely not ordinary. Saying drenched in sweat, Legion was reading the king's memories, so couldn't defend himself. I must hold them off until he returns. The large monster ordered. You use that interesting power. Leave that human to me. Go and eliminate the intruder in the system. The protective circle gradually disappeared. Damn it! Do you think I'll let you go? Grab his hand. Punch Sang-di. Humanity is arrogant. You're defending right away. The monster laughs tauntingly. Good stance, but that's all it is. It continues to mock. I thought playing around with a person would be fun. Has the game ended already? Sang-ji is so angry he's shaking. Damn it! Anew is going crazy with rage. I want to do something too. You're forcing yourself. Think, Sang-ji, quick! There must be a skill from the Triton that we can use now. Sang-ji seems to snap out of it. An image of Steven's building appears in his mind. That's right! Washington, D.C., the Triton Master's headquarters. At the building, Sylvia is blinded by pain, her face contorted from being hit. Damn it! Hugo looks serious. Alright, now you have the mood to answer my question, right? Hugo's expression remains unchanged. So if we summarize the situation, Kevin was really cornered by the Cthulhu. The person took advantage of that opportunity to transform into Kevin and make a false claim, didn't they? Sylvia is terrified. Yes. Hugo brings a cube in front of Sylvia. Where did you get this? She answers quickly. The Cthulhu Saint gave it to me. Steven approaches. For details, we need to find Kevin and the Cthulhu first. The centaur continues. Do you know where the Cthulhu took Kevin? She laughs loudly. It's useless anyway. Sylvia's face is now unreadable. Even though we failed, the Cthulhu Saint has definitely killed Kevin and launched an attack on the Virgin Sanctuary. The centaur group is shocked. Sylvia laughs maniacally. At least our goal was achieved. A figure kicks open a door behind, startling Sylvia. Is it funny? Everyone in the room turns their attention to the door. Kali enters confidently. She looks angry. I asked her if she finds this funny. Yuha is puzzled. Did you finish your mission? Kali is so furious. Smoke is coming out of her ears. Can't you see it? Yuha realizes something. Hold on. She points. Hold on. That arm. How could failure be an option? Kali, hold it. I'm really angry. Don't mention it again. Kali's gaze turned cold towards the girl tied up on the floor. Hey, Sylvia. Sylvia broke out in a cold sweat. Huh? What? Kali threw her fake arm and hit Sylvia straight in the face. Are you laughing at me, the hungry one? Why aren't you answering? Keep hitting her. Kali used her fake arm to pummel Sylvia's face. If you want to say something with that mouth of yours, try it. The centaurs tried to intervene. Stop! Yuha rushed forward to grab her. Kali was still angry. It's because of you guys that I failed my first mission given by Lord Zhongli. Yuha held on tightly to Kali. Calm down. Kali turned around quickly. Do you think I can stay calm? This has nothing to do with you. Yuha grinned maliciously. Of course, it's not related because I've already completed my mission. Yuha's words froze Kali in her tracks. Kali stood there stiffly. She seemed to no longer trust herself. She cried out in anger. I'll deal with all of you. Steven stood frozen. I can't stop it. The centaurs looked helpless. Someone stop her. Suddenly, a control panel appeared before the centaurs. Words on the control panel flashed up. Skill, endure my hand strike. Target has been designated as family protection. The user is a sheep in a round pen. The black centaur's face turned grim. What else? Steven sneered, the scales of justice are indeed fortunate. Nearby, Hugo was sucked into the control panel. Steven looked at him with an incomprehensible expression. He searched around for the centaur's figure. Kali kept hitting Sylvia repeatedly. I'll make sure you eat slabs instead of food. Yuha taunted from behind. She couldn't even send any equipment, and she still boasts about it. Kali was furious. John Yeha, the next one is you. Just stand there. That day was worse than being scolded by saints all day long, from Saint Lion Stephen Marker's memoirs. Meanwhile, the centaur was sucked into a deep space dimension. Somewhere else, the monster approached Jian. It slowly raised its foot, daring to intrude on the tower system. It kicked Jian hard and "I'll kill you." Hugo fell straight down from the monster's kick. The monster was momentarily surprised. Its kick hit the centaur in the stomach. What the heck is going on? Listen for Hugo. Sanjay happily turns back to look. He smiles joyfully. It's effective indeed. You protected the safety of the deity with SAFU's faith. Your virtue points have increased. Hugo still doesn't understand what's happening. What is going on? The miserable look on your face has protected the safety of the deity with SAFU's identity as a virtuous person. You block the attack with your strong inner strength. Kakinos points at Jin and says, "Naturally, we have conditions." He firmly attaches, more than synchronizing memories. You and I will merge into one body. Jin stands quietly below and asks him, "What did you say?" Kakino smirks and clearly answers, "I'll give you a chance to end the world legal." His eyes glow red. His wide grin excitedly shouts, "Awaken to become a king." Jin shows no reaction at all. Sighing long and hard, that's just a boring joke. He keeps up the cold humor. "What? King? You're talking nonsense." Kakinos confidently explains to him in a high voice. "Ridiculous. I'm not joking with you, legal. I've seen the abilities you possess through your memories." Straightforward confirms, someone who has the potential of a disaster god should have. Their fate will not end as a deity. Accept me, someone who doesn't even have any disadvantages. If you join hands with me, while Kakinos keeps persuading Jin, suddenly a visible gap appears behind them. Realizing his two friends might be in danger, he becomes very serious. Kakinos is slightly surprised and says, "Already here so soon?" Next, Jin questions, "Who are you guys?" He quickly answers, "We're the generals under the Time King's command." He still doesn't understand the one called the Time King. So he continues saying, "The master of the evil tower is also the one who imprisoned me here. It's the same person who incited those who wanted to kill you, plotted to stab you in the back." And Jin heard these words from this side and his face turned pale. Kakinos looks at him with a smile. "What are you planning? The generals have come personally. There's no time for hesitation." Then he approaches to say those ominous words to Jin. "Hey, what are you still hesitating about? Report the guards." Kakinos keeps shouting loudly, "Crush the deities and kings who deceived us. If we unite and become a king, we can surely rule this world." But Jin remains calm as ever. "My answer is clear. I refuse." Kakino stops smiling after hearing that. He doesn't understand why he got such an answer. Vine looks at him sharply and says, "Your revenge plan couldn't have been done without me, right?" Just hearing that, Kakinos angrily shouts, "What did you say?" He calmly continues, "Not like that, huh? You're trying to drag me into your half-baked plan." Jin crosses his arms and reveals all of Jin's thoughts. "If I don't return to the evil tower, you would definitely still be stuck here if we could cooperate. Then from the start, you wouldn't have had to endure these sufferings. Why not just say that you want to devour my power? Rather than begging me pitifully, I might as well exploit you and spare your life." Jin suddenly grabbed Kakino's lower abdomen. He just used his skill to absorb life force and gloated, "But will still make you submit." The system showed that Jin was using the SAFU's knowing ability. With a smirk, he said, "When you enter my stomach and get digested, won't you become part of me?" Kakinos panicked, barely managing to say 2 words. He suddenly shrank as his body was pulled towards Jin in waves. The people below were shocked by the horrific scene they witnessed. A general exclaimed, "Those damned humans are doing what inside there?" Sangdi beside him was equally startled and said, "If we knew, we would have stopped them." Then both generals suddenly rushed forward, shouting for the others to clear a path for them. Hugo cursed inwardly, predicting their next move. At an unbelievable speed, he quickly blocked the two in front of him, his movements causing rocks and earth around Jamal Vane to tremble. Straining with all his might, Hugo thought, "Even if we don't know what's happening, I can't let him get close to Liggle." But it wasn't easy to keep them back. The female general suddenly leaped into the air and angrily said, "You want to stop us, I'll crush you." As he anxiously looked up, she was hovering above him. Feeling himself about to be crushed, Hugo instantly roared loudly to activate his skill. His eyes turned golden, radiating power, and sparks appeared around him. These successfully pushed the two generals back a bit. Hugo's strength made them struggle. Then a large hand emerged from the chaotic space, grabbing the female general. This was Sang's formidable ability. He was controlling a huge shadow to hold her. The female general struggled and shouted, "You dare follow me!" Her struggles finally made Sang take a few steps back, successfully breaking free from the grip. As he almost fell down, Hugo quickly caught him with his hand. It was none other than Hugo advancing with a powerful punch and flames surrounding him, creating an intimidating effect on the female general. Without hesitation, he delivered a powerful punch straight ahead. The two generals didn't know where to dodge as that punch headed towards them. However, what Hugo aimed for wasn't them. 5 punches only grazed the male general's shoulder. A huge beam passed through them. It pierced the demon tower, shattering it into pieces. His target was to destroy this tower. The two generals were stunned by the scene, unable to believe things were unfolding this way. Before they could recover, a strong force hit the male general. Hugo took advantage of their shock and kicked the male general's stomach directly. The male general was sent flying away due to that dodge. The female general retreated behind him, whispering to her ally, "Things are turning more complicated than we thought." The male general fell down in response, not because they underestimated them. These humans truly possess divine power. Moreover, the one in front of us possesses a god's strength as well. The female general wondered who they were, but the male general gritted his teeth and made a decision. There was no other way. He took out a circular object like a watch, emitting mysterious dark green aura. Hugo looked at it, pondering. "What is this? I have a bad feeling about this." The male general stood up decisively with the powerful-looking item in his hand. Then he suddenly shouted, speaking on behalf of the great Time King, "I command, reverse the Acma Tower's time." Saying that, the object in his hand split into floating pieces. The dark green aura intensified and formed symbols like tree branches inscribed with mysterious signs. It spread everywhere. Both of them stared at the strange phenomenon before them, row by row. These rows seemed to be assembling the fragments Hugo had broken earlier. Clearly, it was restoring the demon tower as per the male general's time reversal command. Hugo gaped in shock and exclaimed loudly, "The tower that collapsed is being restored." Suddenly, a hand grabbed his foot from somewhere. They're not just bones, they're a huge body with 3 horrifying skulls. Hugo gasped at the sight, disaster, and then recalled Jin's warning. The red eyes aren't the true disaster of the evil tower, but its manager. That person could bring back the disaster that vanished. Hugo finally understood the revival of the vanished disaster. At Jin's location, the system continued to announce that the monarch's power was controlling the tower and activating the knowing skill had been obstructed. He frowned at his green glowing hand and said, "Look at it. I don't know what you're up to, but you dare block my skill? Not bad." Kakino's facing Jin was bound by thousands of chains in a gruesome manner. Suddenly, something appeared before him, making John shift his attention away from the strange object. After identifying it, he said, "Damn you, welcome," as each word clearly showed on the blackboard. "You have a letter from the Time Monarch." Vine pushed the notification aside and ignored it. He growled angrily, finishing his unfinished meal. The system interrupted, activating the Disrupt command skill to defy the Monarch's order. Kakino's was fading but still tried to hold Jin back, stopping him. Kakino's gritted his teeth and shouted at Zion, "Think again about my offer, Ligun." He sneered, "Just accept your fate. I'll take revenge for you," Zion said coldly as he continued to suppress Kakinis's power. A red stone glowed in the middle of Kakinis's chest, catching Zion's attention. "Is that a core?" Zion gloated. "Real deal." Jin sucked the stone towards himself and said, "I'll enjoy it." A strange voice echoed, making Jin stiffen immediately. Jin instantly went into battle mode when he heard the system's warning about the monarch's power appearing from multiple directions. Kakino's was torn apart by Jin's strength, but still managed to speak. "You dare come here without knowing where you are?" "Time Monarch," Kakino's shouted at the mysterious man in black, who appeared and disappeared in the thick smoke. The Time Monarch slowly approached, adjusting his hat. Jin cautiously looked at him. That was the Time Monarch, holding the red stone, smiling at him. Jin's incredible power burst forth instantly. His entire body enveloped in a sky-defying aura. Jin coldly said, "Pleased to meet you, Time Monarch. I've heard of you for a long time. Are you the one who stabbed me in the back?" Jin's face was filled with rage as he questioned the Time Monarch and even tried to steal his meal. The Time Monarch stood in thick black smoke, mocking, "That useless ruler is the source of the evil tower. I can't let him fall into someone else's hands." "Shut up!" Jin growled as he suddenly leaped high, and white fangs rushed towards the Time Monarch. Sang's eyes pierced through his body, making Jin grit his teeth. Despite being bitten directly, the Time Monarch showed no signs of injury. He laughed. How impressive for someone who just woke up to have that power. Kakino's on one side immediately interrupted, telling Jin to stop. "Your strength isn't enough to reach the Time Monarch, or you'll be devoured." The Time Monarch mocked, "That's funny, useless ruler. Who are you worried about? Focus on yourself." A crack appeared above Kakino's on the cold cement wall, and countless gnarled hands slowly emerged. The Time Monarch said to Kakino's, "My subordinates have reversed time in the tower. Do you know what that means?" He asked Kakino's as thousands of sharp hands tried to grab him. Unable to answer, Kakino's was swallowed by the hand creatures. Desperate and hopeless, Kakino's shouted, "If I use this power, I'll completely disappear." The Time Monarch coldly looked at the hand devouring Kakino's, but Kakino's still fought to keep the evil tower alive. The Time Monarch shrugged and said, "You're wrong." He laughed heavily as he said, "I'm not trying to protect the evil tower." His eyes darkened. The Time Monarch sneered, "I'll eliminate you." Hearing this, Kakino's couldn't bear it and shouted in horror, "You ungrateful lot." The Time King just turned and left, not even bothering to look back at him. Kakino's was truly furious over being betrayed. He roared in anger, "Having stolen my power for so long, and then dared to humiliate me in the end." But alas, Kakino's couldn't resist the Time King. His body exploded with a deafening boom right before Xion's eyes. The Time King shook his head with a smile, finally accomplishing his goal. He turned to look at him. "Don't stare at me like that." Jin glanced at him sharply. It seems the kings have their own complex troubles too. The Time King sincerely bowed his head in response. "That's right. Everyone has their own struggles. Life is full of them." A clock suddenly appeared. The Time King politely removed his hat and tipped it to Jin as he greeted him. The Grand King's spiritual space collapsed. "I'll have to say goodbye now. From now on, the time of our pact with the demon will be reversed and re-established." Time inside the clock quickly passed by. The Time King's voice echoed in a low tone. "After re-establishing it, you can decide how to proceed with your pact with the demon as you see fit." He smirked at him. "This is my apology for interrupting your meal." Instantly, Jin lunged forward like a flash. He roared in anger. "You think I'll let you off easily?" The Time King shook his head with a smile. "You don't need to rush. Not now." He glanced at him, then slowly turned away, leaving. "We'll meet again. Goodbye, Lee Gun." Jian stepped outside with a frown on his face, clearly upset. Jian opened his eyes irritably, muttering to himself. Things had been going well until they were suddenly interrupted. The goal was still far away. A panicked voice shouted out, "Gun is awake now." Jian immediately turned around and looked back. What? Round Jin were countless monsters rushing in, surrounding him and the Hugo father-son duo. A question mark appeared in his mind. Huh? A long ancient monster just saw Jin and immediately roared. That's... Hanta looked at him with narrowed eyes and asked angrily, "What did you do to the Time Lord's army? What have you done that made the Time Lord suffer so much?" Vian paid no attention to him. He slowly put his hand in his pocket and calmly observed the dry corpse in front of him. "This one is the Time Lord's army, right?" Vian looked at the corpse and sighed with regret. "Is it completely burned down? It can't be used anymore." The long ancient monster immediately roared in anger when he was disdained by him. "Are you looking down on me? Answer my question." Vian slowly turned and gave orders to the two people beside him. Sangyi, Teksu, bow down. They cast a powerful beam of light across Hugo and San's heads. The beam hit where the monsters were standing, causing rocks to crack and water to spurt out. Suddenly, a huge strange object appeared above the heads of the monsters, like a giant bell crashing down on them. The ground exploded with a loud noise. The long ancient monster could not utter a word anymore. Countless monsters were sent up by his magic power. The earth was pushed to the point where water gushed out. Sangyi and Hugo sat in a corner, holding their heads as Jian looked at the demons with a raised brow. "Hey, you servants of the Time Lord," Jian's fierce voice echoed. "I'm very unhappy about your master. That Blackburn Time Lord was also made by you guys. Do you understand?" The big-headed long ancient monster roared and held his mouth shut. He immediately rushed towards Jian, as if they were going to die together. The human scum dared to insult Rukua. He instantly transformed into his primitive ugly form with dirty claws and fangs. Rushing at him, "We'll crush your bodies," he screamed loudly while Sangdi fell on the ground in fear, watching the demons transform right before his eyes. Sangdi swallowed hard as he thought to himself, each disaster has a minimum level of red. He had faced this disaster alone for 20 years. Suddenly, a hand landed on his shoulder. "Sangji?" Jian asked softly beside him. "Do you remember when we talked about training the hell here earlier?" "Yes, sir." Jian stepped forward and said with a cold voice, "Before starting the training, I will show you a short performance. Look carefully." Sangji replied enthusiastically, "Yes," feeling excited all of a sudden. "I've always wanted to know." Sangji couldn't help admiring Jin's lone figure in the armor. "How can you fight and survive for 20 years in this evil tower? How strong do you have to become like him?" Sangji gritted his teeth, determinedly following him. "This is a great opportunity to learn." Sangji looked at Jin's lone and armored figure with admiration. How can he fight and survive for 20 years in this evil tower? How strong does one have to become like him? Sangji gritted his teeth, determinedly following him. "This is a great opportunity to learn." The monster roared, preparing to charge and attack Jin. But Jin remained calm as if nothing was happening, sighing inwardly and apologized to Jaiwan. "Actually, this performance was just an excuse," Jin muttered softly, just thinking about destroying the newly revived demon tower. The atmosphere around the demon tower was ominous and terrifying. Then in a flash, a large beam pierced straight down into the tower, causing a powerful shockwave. Xion successfully destroyed this place into pieces. That beam left a huge hole in the demon tower. Everything had been utterly destroyed. Xion stood below and looked up at what was just destroyed, saying the tower is completely ruined now. Then he taunted the two generals. "What's wrong? Still want to continue?" Jin calmly crossed his arms in front of the demon tower as if nothing happened. This far, it's all seen anyway. They lay scattered on the ground, their entire bodies cold and powerless, unable to believe such a huge gap exists. He looked down at them and asked, "You guys are really colonels, right?" Hugo was behind Jin now. He was shocked by what just happened and silently thought about the name Jin. Already strong after gaining divine enlightenment, their level is incomparable. It's hard to estimate. The one in front still kept a victorious expression, disdainfully saying, "You are weaker than we thought. There's no noble title like Marquis." The two heard this and suddenly felt insulted. The male general angrily shouted, "Be quiet. Who dares to compare their defeated strength with ours?" He folded his arms and listened to him ramble on. If given direct power by a monarch, dealing with such people would be as easy as playing with toys. Hearing this, Jin nodded in agreement. "I understand now. Just like the divine and human swords in a love story. Those lords seem to have a monarch-troop relationship too, and these don't get individual power from their monarch like Marquis." After thinking about it, he looked at them and said, "In the end, we need equal strength." As soon as he finished speaking, both generals echoed in agreement, but didn't understand Jin's meaning. Meanwhile, Sangdi from behind Chen cheered. Surely Jin is different. One hit and those generals are defeated. But Jin pointed at him with his thumb, saying a sentence that made Sangdi fall for the trap. "What about that guy?" Jin smiled and addressed them. Both Sandy and the two generals were stunned. They had big question marks in their minds. In the second temple of Zisha, Lyjan's tower, Yuha and Kali entered together, both exclaiming, "We're back!" But one was cheerful and excited while the other looked extremely tired. Hearing this, Jin turned around and said, "Oh, you two are back. Even smile on my shoulder is happy to welcome you." Only Hugo sat behind, his face deadpan, saying a mere welcome without any breath. Then Jin gently asked them, "You've had a tough time, right? Have you finished your mission?" "Of course we have," she confidently posed and said. "We still need to say that." Zion smiled widely. "Good job. What about Kali?" She answered with a face like someone had stolen their rice bowl from behind. "It's heartbreaking." Then the system appeared and explained. The right arm of the Frost Knight was lamenting its failure in the mission. It blamed itself for not being able to extract usage fees from a rich, rare person recently. Seeing this, Jin silently laughed. He knew by looking at her face. So he calmly continued, "Well, let's just accept it. Next time I'll give that white-haired guy my arm." Then the big cat asked if there was anything else to say after receiving a prosthetic arm. Yuha recalled that scene and kept agreeing, saying, "He really likes it, right? If not for cleaning up the mess on the Lion Star, he would have come here to ask for his left arm too." He listened with a sigh of admiration. Greedy. But at this moment, she noticed Hugo, who had been quietly sighing all along. Next are a series of other constellations, Marquette and Aquarius, who have the task of supplementing holy relics, preparing to join the battle. Zin proudly smoked his cigarette, laughing as he stood among the powerful army, feeling like he had already secured victory in his hands. At this moment in the European Virgin Sanctuary, both sides are now engaged in war. The commander's shouts echoed throughout the sanctuary, urging them to advance and conquer the Virgin Sanctuary. Meanwhile, the Virgins themselves are at a disadvantage due to their opponent's overwhelming strength. They fired cannonballs into the walls, unable to withstand the bombardment, only able to retreat in unison. A maiden urgently mobilized everyone. If this place falls, they must immediately retreat to the shrine of the Holy Spirit. The maiden beside her shouted loudly, absolutely not allowing them to enter that place. Suddenly, a powerful voice rang out, causing everyone to step back in shock. Following that was a female general confidently entering amidst the astonished soldiers. With her white hair, she firmly declared she would lead the charge, leaving those nearby stunned. Some even asked who she was. But the general did not answer. Instead, she used her leg strength to crack the ground. Instantly, a massive ice block appeared before their eyes, supporting the general as she moved forward, almost as if she were flying on it. This moment also startled the opposing side, who couldn't understand what was happening. She stood firm on the ice block, surrounded by winds that made the scene both stark and majestic. Then the general summoned a sword from the ice. It looked formidable, as if it had formed from the ice itself. Her eyes through the mask were clearly glaring, each breath of hers creating white smoke, indicating she was ready for battle. She then loudly ordered, "Holy Virgins, your deities are here. Do not be afraid. Face your enemies." As soon as she finished speaking, all the virgins immediately gripped their weapons and bravely advanced. They charged together, shouting that the gods were with them. The opposing side was intimidated by this grandeur, retreating step by step. They trembled and said, "Is this not the high priestess of virgins? Holy Spirit, how can we defeat such a deity? Wait, he is actually an Arya." That question just slipped into her ears. The Holy Spirit sighed in exasperation before angrily shouting at them. No, they shuddered from the sound of it. The silent palace finally spoke up, saying there was no choice now. We must fight back. The deity ignored their plans and raised her sword, declaring purity skill. As she said this, a blue aura descended, followed by countless meteors that formed a massive icy beam aimed at the palace. The soldiers screamed in terror as they fled, but he stood still, waiting for the attack to hit him. Just before the blue aura destroyed the palace, he launched his own counterattack. Both of them turned red. Instantly, red auras shot out to counter the meteors, creating a massive explosion. The virgins on this side were surprised by the scene as well. He blocked all of the Holy Spirit skills, then he realized something? Could it be that their opponent is also a deity? The round symbol, resembling a bloody clock, grew enormous, nearly overpowering her purity skill. The palace transformed into a more brutal version, summoning a giant head behind him. His smile widened to reveal his teeth. He challenged, "Who answers? This is familiar, isn't it? You know what's coming this time, right? Here, Artemis." The Holy Spirit on the other side roared back confidently, "That's exactly what I wanted. With my own hands, I will end this troublesome conflict." As she spoke, blood vessels appeared around her, showing her determination to win. Continuous explosions destroyed tall buildings. People ran in fear. The only ones left were the hosts and the cameramen. Despite the intense blast, the host shouted loudly out of love for her job, "We are in the realm of women." Currently, the old constellation Holy Alliance is invading the Virgin Sanctuary and engaging in fierce battle. Suddenly, two opposing forces of ice and fire clashed from above. Faced with such terrifying power, the host struggled to protect herself. She then exclaimed. The power was so immense that standing firm was difficult. At this level, only holy beings could do it. As she spoke, she suddenly stopped and screamed in shock. "Impossible!" The small host was overwhelmed by the sight of two gods fighting fiercely. She couldn't believe her eyes, shouting in disbelief. "Holy Spirit! Gods are fighting! This is bad! This battle is too intense! The Holy Virgins and Old Constellation have arrived." Xeon watched the exciting fight through his mirror. He cursed under his breath. "Look at them!" Vine cracked his knuckles and muttered coldly, "So these gods just landed on Earth like that? Hold on, I'm coming right away." Callie suddenly stopped him. "Li-hun, please wait a moment." Vine remembered her saying she was worried about what might happen if you go, but take this with you. The battle was intense. Artemis immediately ordered the soldiers to attack and protect the holy site. Kakino's forces echoed in anger. "It's just the desperate effort of a seer. Charge." The two armies clashed as they lunged at each other. The former Artemis leader gestured fiercely to his soldiers. "From now on, this will be a real attrition battle. Make the seers expend resources like Ligun did with the lions." Observing the scene, Artemis silently pondered that they might use the same tactic as Ligun against Narasimha. She jokingly teased, "It seems their resources are endless. We're the second-rank gods of the world. If this turns into an attrition war, you'll be at a disadvantage." The former Artemis leader nodded slowly in agreement. "Indeed," he said. "However, the army here is a coalition of lost holy sites without their sages." He flew up and smirked. "They've poured all their resources into the former Artemis. At least, I won't lack resources to maintain the divine descent." The former Artemis leader looked at him with a grim expression. "That's definitely not good news." She suddenly drew her holy sword. "Let's quickly end this." She narrowed her eyes. Instantly, a range of frozen mountains emerged from the ground, shocking both armies. Everyone began to discuss. "What is that?" "Royal skill." Everyone looked up in awe. "Unbelievable." The sky was freezing over as a powerful force shot up from the peak of the mountain. Kakinos laughed and spurred his horse forward like a hungry tiger. "That's the seer's royal skill." Everyone stepped back. Kakinos grinned. "What now?" From where Artemis stood on the mountain, she directly froze the sky. "Royal skill icy sky." Kakinos charged forward, praising her as he tried to push Artemis. Artemis continuously released power. Her shouts echoed through the sky. Her sword plunged deeper into the ground with each thrust. Suddenly, dozens of swords rushed towards the long army. Kakinos instantly opened a black net that sucked in the swords. The sight left Artemis speechless. She exclaimed, "What's happening?" Everything was being drawn into darkness. Seeing her struggle so much, Kakinos laughed triumphantly. The black hole could be used like this. Just as its name suggests, It's the bottomless pit of darkness, swallowing everything in existence. The army of Artemis was sucked into the black hole. Soldiers screamed in fear. What the heck is going on? I'm trapped, Artemis angrily cursed. Her eyes suddenly went dark and wide with shock. A sudden pain hit her body, causing Artemis to gasp. She clutched her chest as she fell to the ground in agony. Kakinos looked at her with a sly smile. Is it working? It takes time for the divine barrier to break down after the divine descent. Artemis felt like someone was throwing garbage into her head. Kakinos' voice echoed from hell beside her. How does it feel about the king's mind intrusion skill you've tasted yourself? Artemis gritted her teeth in pain as she endured. Could the compulsion skill still be active? The soldiers of Kakinos suddenly screamed in pain too. We're being sucked in too. Kakinos feigned surprise and exclaimed, Oh no, sorry, I can't distinguish you from an enemy clearly. The former Kakinos leader sighed helplessly as he spoke. I'll end this quickly, so just bear with it until then. Hearing him say that, the entire army immediately got nervous. What? With great pity, Kakinos looked at the unfortunate soldiers being sucked into the black hole. There's no other way but to endure and listen to whatever you have to say. Then Kakinos turned towards Artemis. He said with a deep voice, I actually want to enjoy watching you suffer like that for just a little longer. Finished talking, he immediately cast the spell. The ground shook as Kakinos enveloped Artemis in his power. She was in extreme pain and helplessness. Kevin suddenly appeared, urging her, Damn it, quickly dispel your divine suffering and return to the heavens. Kevin couldn't bear to watch this foolish scene unfold. He shouted at her, If only I die. If you keep like this, you'll get into big trouble. Artemis was uncomfortable when he prodded her, so she angrily growled, What are you talking about? How can I leave you alone to run away? Suddenly, a bright light appeared behind them. But Artemis, annoyed, said, Divine beings have dignity. You can't abandon the divine and run away. Kevin was on the verge of tears. How dare you say such things? Artemis firmly opposed. That's not possible. At least when I die, I should die as a woman. A bright green light suddenly appeared, blinding them both. The powerful energy hit Kakinos directly. Kakinos was completely confused, his mouth wide open in shock. The female warriors watched the scene with amusement. Suddenly, Jin from above jumped down with his sword drawn. Seeing Jin, Artemis widened her eyes. Lee, Jin! Ignoring everything around him, Jin leaped straight at Kakinos' head. Jun's sharp blade sliced through Kakinos effortlessly. Kakinos didn't understand what was happening. He couldn't believe his eyes and angrily shouted, What do you want to do? Jin shrugged nonchalantly. Do as you must. I'm just returning the favor for what you did to me in the Demon Tower. Kakinos immediately took notice of him. Jun's blade swung again. Vian held it and called out, Hey! Vian glanced at Kakinos and commanded, Answer me! Vian stood with his arms crossed, seriously contemplating. He observed the battle through a mirror in front of him. Suddenly someone spoke from behind. What do you think? He laughed arrogantly. You've already verified all the memories you wanted to see, right? Zeon calmly turned around. Yes, I did. As if realizing something, he looked back at the mirror. The mirror behind reflected an image stabbed through the heart. The team put on their helmets and chuckled nearby. Zeon spoke up. First of all, it turns out it's you. When that guy heard, he jumped in surprise. He's a prince, but his face has strange features. Zeon drew his weapon. You're now in a fighting stance. Damn rapscallions. Zeon's sharp gaze was cold and chilling. Answer now. Zin wouldn't admit it. What nonsense are you spouting? Li Zion, don't think ill of the innocent. Zion gently landed in the muddy pit. You're pretending to be a poet. Around him, green-black energy surrounds him. Fine if that's what you want. Zion seemed slightly angry and his eyes widened. The more you act like this, the more I want to crush you. Zin frowned. Burn the dark swamp to ashes. The soldiers present there immediately shouted at each other. Damn it, he's in danger. Protect him. Block Legion. Suddenly, a red light appeared on their faces. The area swept by something turned into a blazing red. Rocks and earth were blown apart. The The soldiers stood dumbstruck, wondering what just flew past, the ground splitting open. A dragon exhales the remaining smoke from its mouth. They finally looked up at the sky in amazement. Red dragon, red eyes, those are red eyes. Zeon stood opposite them and spoke. You should know your place. His tone was threatening. If you want to die, just step forward. Zeon turned his head slightly to look at the prince behind him, ending this conversation. He gritted his teeth in fear. Crazy guy. He had burned and destroyed the dark swamp. With the situation now, there's no chance of victory for me. Zeon began walking through the muddy pit, tensely looking at the weapon on his shoulder. Moreover, he knew he was insane. A black aura gradually enveloped his body. Jen replaced him and shouted loudly, "Where are you running to?" Something attacked him from behind suddenly. Kakinos was furious. You dare step on me to climb up. Sunj managed to block the attack with his weapon in time. He swore he wouldn't spare anyone. Zeon wasn't afraid at all, even mocking. What kind of scare was that? What's wrong? He deliberately reminded Kakinos of his past, when no one could remember stepping on someone long ago, making him angrier. Kakinos roared loudly. The system voice echoed. The staff of the old constellation gods grew longer. Kakinos trembled before the humiliating memory of the past. Release all your power, no restraint. Zeon struggled to withstand the powerful attack. 5 colorful circles representing zodiac signs emitted black energy towards Kakinos, shocking everyone on Zeon's side. People, these circles continued providing additional energy. Other gods appeared. Those who had signed a pact with the old constellation god Kakinos started sending resources. At the same time, Kakinos roared loudly. Mud engulfed them, causing the soldiers to continuously scream. We're trapped! They all cried for help, calling out, Sir, we're stuck, where's Prince Liu? Zion didn't care and just watched as everyone was swept away. He cared more about the person on the cliff over there. There's the system's voice, warnings, the power of the dark star devouring everything. The environment can't withstand it. Kevin grits his teeth trying to think of a way out. Utterly, if not for the monarch's dazzling skills. He looks up at the beginning. Who is this choice for? Kevin looks at the astrological circles. Kakinos is sucking both resources and the essence of the stars. The system announces that the alliance of gods with the old empire remains silent. He curses inwardly. Useless bunch. Ready to pretend we don't know just to get rid of us and lead Jian. Jian pats her shoulder. If so, then. He tilts his head back, calling out to the black dragon, Slim. It happily jumps down from the dragon's body. Slim lands directly on Kevin's head. Then it sucks in a black aura into its belly. He realizes that the dazzling technique is weakening. John says to Len below, see, Chugnan, with Slim around, the effect of the dazzling skill will weaken for a while. Can you move now? Hold down the other gods. Don't let them interfere. If needed, Red I will also help out. Kevin asks in surprise, what are you planning to do? He points in a direction. I'll go there. His warning becomes even more alarming. What? Inside is the black hole. It's the abyss created by Kakinos. Zeon of course knows this. So I have to go in. The system announces, borrowing the power of SAFU's star. Completely. Despite his calm demeanor, he appears before the power of the constellations. Zion plunges into the swamp. He carefully observes around him. Important things are hidden in such places. The black hole swamp, it's actually more like a sewer. The system announces to use the 13th sense to scan the surroundings, sensing the aura of the constellations. Zeon isn't surprised by the answer. Sure enough, he sees Kakino's core. In front of him is a pinkish red thing. Zeon looks at what's emitting light. To hide a tree, you have to hide it in a forest. Suddenly the system announces, sensing a large amount of aura from the long-range scanner. Zeon also shifts his attention. What is this? Surprised indeed, he sees several of Kakino's cores next to him. But there are hundreds of thousands more that look identical. I didn't expect it to be so many. Kakino's voice echoes from somewhere. Look, you're scared of Euligen. He boasts, I've been waiting for your bravery to dive into the black hole and find my core. But it seems you didn't expect that I've already split the cores. No matter how good your detection skill is, can you identify the real core? But Jun raises his lips in a self-satisfied smile. Kakino seems to realize something. You, damn it, why do you have the old Empire's core? He slowly reaches into his pocket. My new recruit is working very effectively. His attitude is full of, look at them. He cracks his knuckles. Those gods! They just suddenly appeared on Earth. Ha! It's your turn now. Haven't you left yet? Kali blushes slightly and calls back, Mr. Li Jian, please wait a moment. She hesitantly suggests, just in case, but if you go there, take this with you. Li Jian smiles confidently. Kakino's father asks, how can you do that? Why are the remnants of the old god's core in your hands? The system announces, the bone sword fragment has crushed Thi's head. High-level body separation. Received, remnant of the ancient god's core. Ban calmly replies it was brought by a new believer. Jin looks at him with a teasing expression. You said I had to find the real core of the Archangel, so don't regret it, Thi. He holds Kakino's core in his hand. How should we use this to create a stir among the people? Jin suddenly looks at him. Kakino shouts from behind, even if you have my fragment, as long as it's in your hands, it still feels my power. And you even brought it out of my endless abyss territory. You're really foolish. Li Jian. At that moment, Jian bites a piece of the stone without hesitation. Kakino's hadn't expected this either. What's going on? He seems slightly annoyed. What are you doing? Do you know what you're eating? Jin doesn't reply but examines the stone carefully. It's bad now. I'm used to calling people Thi. Turns out it really is Thi. The dirt from the demon tower tastes much better. Kakino's becomes even more angry after hearing this. Don't judge by taste anymore. But he doesn't care about his shoulder, because now it's dying anyway. What should I do? The system announces, the power of the old god is corrupting the bodyguard's body. Invading begins. SAFU doesn't activate any healing skills on her own initiative. Xion puts the remaining part of the stone in his mouth. Good, just invade my body. He wipes his face with his hand. The more it invades, the easier will merge with Thi. His eyes glow as he looks at the stone. Price 13. Xion's face shows black lines. His eyes also light up. Price 13. A stone suddenly shines among countless identical cores. That is the core of the old god, Kakino's real core. It sparkles more than other stones. Jin quickly rushes to it. Kakino's only realizes his plan when he shouts, damn you. You aimed for it from the start, so you swallowed my core? Xion acknowledges while still focusing on the stone. Of course not, I wouldn't eat that garbage. He draws his weapon and strikes hard at the core. Go! The system announces, the remnant of the old god's core has neutralized the power of Heaven's sin, weakening its destructive force. The remnant of the old god absorbs the power of the Iron Duke's sword. The old king's aura is very similar to a disaster. Jin frowned as he looked at the stone that hadn't been destroyed after the previous strike. This is harder than I thought. Even the Heaven's Punishment and Iron Duke's shield couldn't deal any damage. Kakino's had rushed back just in time to help. Did you think we would easily hand over the Divine Core? A sudden attack from behind hit him hard. He maintained his stance after the attack. Good job. Let me think for a moment. Jun's eyes reflected Kakino's image. Zich Nanai Chain. His eyes immediately turned red. Hak Long also appeared and flew over. It took a deep breath and spat out a fierce flame. Below, Kakino's cried in pain as he absorbed the attack. He kept complaining. Impossible. How could you find my position in the endless abyss from outside? At that moment, the system's voice echoed. Heaven's Punishment had shared its location with Zich Nan as per the Master's command. Ignoring Kakino's cries behind him, Jin focused on the red stone. How should we handle this now? He closed his eyes and concentrated deeply. If I put more power into Heaven's Punishment, it won't withstand like last time. An Iron Duke's shield only neutralizes each other. Is there any other way? Jin suddenly opened his eyes wide awake. That's right! Kakinos on the other side seemed to be trying to support him. Finally, he managed to get up. "Just with this, you can't defeat me." Li Jin. Suddenly, rays of light appeared in front of him. Kakinos didn't understand what was happening yet. What? He began to panic. "Hey, don't tell me that's Narasimha's claws." Zeon carried something large but surprisingly light on his shoulder. "Huh? You recognized it?" He swung it back for momentum. "I won't neutralize my power with this. Even if I wear it down to pieces, there's no need to worry anymore." Zeon struck the red gemstone with his claw and tried a gentle hit. The stone instantly shattered into tiny pieces. Kakinos cried in pain from the impact. Zeon propped himself up on one knee, observing, "That worked well. It seems even that overzealous cat commander has its uses." His face remained tense as he glanced back. Jin called to him, "Hey, you stinky crab." Kakinos wasn't completely defeated yet. He cursed, "You damn thing." Behind Jin were a group of mud-formed human bodies. "Look at them, eating and drinking sloppily, huh? Divine authority, the soul of the pupils, even the disasters too." They begged incessantly, "Save me! Let me out! I want to get out of here." Father asked, "You're like a disaster, you know? Working together, huh?" Of course Kakinos didn't respond and just laughed. The Han guy glared fiercely in anger. "What's wrong with that? I'm just filling the endless abyss, my cup of desire, in my own way." Kakinos got up and shouted straight at Jin, "Which is why we can swallow our pride and reach this day. You also achieved your goal without sparing any means. So what's the difference between us?" He didn't react as fiercely as him, but stood with his hands on his hips. "Go to hell! What are you trying to gain or eat, you greedy bastard?" "I don't care." Jin looked up at Kakinos. "Without sparing any means, huh? Fine, do whatever you want. But beyond that." His expression was sharp and threatening. "You shouldn't stab me in the back. Today, I'm definitely going to crush both of you into pieces." Zeon stepped on the center of the red crystal, but first he had to pull this core out of the endless abyss of stone. Kakinos was surprised as it floated up suspended in midair. "What? Are you really going to use Narasimha's ray as a rope to pull my core up?" The claws of the long-clawed beast clung tightly to the rays above. It struggled fiercely to move the stone. Kakinos immediately jumped after it, not letting go. His movements suddenly stopped. A hand of ice appeared from nowhere and grabbed those threads. Kakinos couldn't help but curse. "Damn, Artemis! System notification. Goddess of the Silver Bow. She has taken on her original form and descended onto this land." Both of them tried to hold tight to the thread. Jin raised his hand slightly. 1234, Legion's announcement to those imprisoned in the prison of the ancient beast. "From now on, I announce, everyone will be free, and since the core of the ancient beast has been pulled out of the endless abyss, just go ahead and escape. No need to worry about being swept away by the current anymore." Kakinos cried in pain as he tried to stop it. "No, I don't care. A snap of my fingers and liberation is here." At that moment, the core was officially destroyed into tiny pieces. The system's voice echoed simultaneously. "The core of the ancient beast has been destroyed." The power maintaining the divine body dissipated like smoke. Kakinos' body collapsed at an alarming speed. The muddy souls were released. The current gradually receded. Kevin took off his helmet and looked up. Kakinos' body disintegrated, causing him to cry out in pain. System notification. The power in Kakinos' body is leaking out, blood spilling from his body. Everyone who survived the tragedy rejoiced. The flood has receded, thought we were going to die, can finally put our feet on solid ground, alive. Jin stepped in front of the fallen Kakinos and looked at him. A divine being isn't anything special. He gently placed his weapon on his shoulder, whether it's a king or a divine being. Those who only rely on their rank should be punished like this to wake up. Round them, the Legion shouted, "Legion, Legion." The system's voice echoed. "Those trapped in the core of the ancient beast have been freed." They all turned towards the owner, the Star Saphus, to show their gratitude. Some who were freed showed loyalty to the Star Saphus. Zion asks Kakinos if he's weakened enough to finish it now, right? He struggles to get up. cursing. His power accumulated over time, wasted in vain like this. Legion, I absolutely cannot let you survive. Beneath the spot where he stands, a tear suddenly forms on his face. Jin seems to have been stabbed in the abdomen engine. A sharp object pierced through him. Kakinos looks at Jin, losing everything for you. He continues to blame, you won't survive, I'll rip you apart. But then Zeon suddenly kicks the tip of the spear. Kakinos didn't expect this either. You! Zeon sits down arrogantly and taunts. Go ahead, do what you want. Just do it. He lunges towards Jin, cursing. Fools, Zeon's jump is so fast he leaves a trail of blurs behind him. Kakinos decides to fight back with all his might, but Zeon strikes several light blows faster. The area where they fight is filled with dazzling light. His weapon transforms into an axe. Jin swings it and hits Kakinos hard. He floats in the midst of the dust and debris. You, hiding there? Jin looks at Kakinos, now transformed into a crab. I don't believe this will keep happening repeatedly. No, it can't be. The system announces. The divine spear of Kakinos trembles as its true form is revealed. Jin's tone is mocking. It seems you tried your hardest to hide that miserable state. But now what? Your shell has shattered completely. The system announces again. Soft's hatred for the divine Kakinos flares up, able to use the power of death. Zeon smirks and rushes towards Kakinos. Surrounding him is a black-green sphere, its power radiating in all directions. Kakinos is shocked by this sight. Behind Jin appears a giant snake. Didn't I say so already? Today you will definitely die. The system announces. The power of the divine Kakinos has weakened to its limit. Using the power of death, he can crush his opponent. Bright rays hit Kakinos, causing him to scream in pain. His body disintegrates continuously. Kakinos still shouts, Legion, do you really think you can destroy me? You don't understand the meaning of destroying a divine being, right? Why do divine beings avoid pursuing each other to the end? Because you will become an enemy to all divine beings. Jin pays no mind. Don't worry about me. I'll drag your friends down to hell with you. The zodiac circles are taken over by his power. The system announces the power of death targets the divine sources Kakinos has been receiving. All divine beings stop supplying power to Kakinos. All divine beings decisively abandon Kakinos. All resources of the CGG Pantheon are exhausted. All resources of the CGG Pantheon are exhausted. At the same time, these circles emit dazzling light. Finally, they stop emitting that colorful power. This angers Kakinos immensely, damn you. His body disintegrates further. You pushed me aside for so long and now run away? Using his strength has turned Jin's hair completely white. Everything is over now. Where do you think you're going? Since you fell into my hands, everything has ended for those armored creatures. Only Kakinos' face remains, completely obliterated just before he could utter a sound. Don't think that everything will end with just getting rid of me. No matter what, someone will inherit and become the new deity of the old realm. I roared, eventually, you'll meet the same fate as me. After saying that, Kakinos' face exploded completely, only managing to scream once. All the shattered stone fragments fell onto the ground. At Jun's feet lay the remnants of a chaotic battle. Even Kevin and Artemis were left stunned by this scene. The soldiers looked up with skepticism, unable to believe what they saw. After killing even deities, Jin still hovered there with an air of calmness. System alert. The deities are terrified. They completely failed to grasp what's happening. Finally, their worst fear came true. They're extremely worried. You look at the colorful circles. Just wait your turn, son of a bitch. System alert again. The deities fell silent and retreated to the divine realm, leaving behind a threat. Wait and see. Then the faint circles gradually disappeared. Vian suddenly looked down at the mud. Din gasped as he crawled out of it. This can't be happening. He struggled while cursing. Damn, he dared to kill even deities. A sudden blow struck Din's neck. Vian saw the severed head part of him. Look at this. But Din showed no sign of anger. I completely lost. Now even deities are no longer your opponents. Turtle Ann, your tongue is really tough. Go to hell quickly, you bastard. He didn't plan on stopping and was intentionally provoking. With enemies turning into allies, do you want to hear my surrender? Saying these now would be laughed at. But before he could finish, Jin threw his head away. I still tried to continue the backstabbing incident in the Demon Tower. It felt incredibly satisfying and stretched out his leg towards Din. Jin didn't hesitate and stepped on him hard, killing that bastard. Blood splattered everywhere. The soldiers were left speechless. Lord Din Lui is dead. Impossible. They hurriedly called out to each other. He's the one who killed even deities. We can't face him. Run away quickly. They quickly turned and fled. Artemis' group watched in that direction. The enemy is retreating. We won. Her expression softened as everyone shouted, "Long live Li Jian! Long live the lady!" Artemis spoke sincerely, thanking Li Jian and many others who could protect their city. Speaking on behalf of the lady, she thanked them. Her words were abruptly cut off by Jian's voice. Don't create a warm atmosphere to end like that. We still have much work to do. Kevin is happy now but suddenly nervous. All other soldiers are too. He seriously points his sword at Artemis. When I passed through the memories from 20 years ago in the Demon Tower, I saw a strange scene. It was extremely unusual. Xion's cold face exudes an aura. New Moon, you had a long conversation with the Balance and former champion, right? When we climbed up the tower to deal with the Red Eye, could you explain what that was all about? Artemis silently went into a serious expression. 20 years ago, during the raid on the woman's tower by demons, a sword cut across the monster's body. It turned out Xion was the one who attacked it. He carefully looks around. Damn it, these monsters are everywhere, just like fried beef spread throughout all the floors. No matter how many we kill, their numbers never decrease. He ponders that there are still survivors, or they might be regenerating, or maybe being continuously replenished from somewhere in the tower. Hugo speaks up beside him. Zion, this side seems clean now. Shouldn't we move forward? But Zion refuses his suggestion. No, Teksu, go back down to the tower and stop any remaining monsters. The rest gather quickly and continue moving up. He hears it with great surprise. Andy, what do you mean? Jin crosses his arms and explains. I have a bad feeling about this. There might be surviving monsters in the lower floors who escaped from the tower. He describes the layout of the tower. Right. We left some people outside to guard, but we need more reinforcements. I don't know if they'll follow my orders. Go now if you understand what I mean. Teksu, I only sent you because I trust you completely. Foolish thing. Hugo looks extremely uncomfortable. Damn Jin, always shoving these tasks onto me. Finally, he decides to let it go, but since he said he trusts him this time, he'll overlook it. Hugo doesn't know that someone is hiding and watching him near the cliff. A sword is pressed against the girl's face. Stop. Kevin seriously interrogates her. What are you doing, Sang-nu? Why target the messenger? Her teacher doesn't say anything. He becomes even more stern. Explain yourself. Don't tell me that in a situation like this, she still wants to kill the messenger because of factional conflicts. Sang-nu slightly turns her head. Okay, the order can be changed a little. No, actually, it should have been taken care of by the treasurer. Behind Kevin, someone jumps up immediately. He only realizes now that it's the dark faction. Just as Kevin is about to attack, he is surrounded by golden threads glowing brightly. His face changes as he glances back. How did that wretched fish get this? She smiles maliciously. One hand creates a water vortex while the other holds a scale. Sang-nu uses her water confinement skill. The balance activates the golden thread skill. Kevin is taken aback. The person with the balance is beads. That dark guy dives down and stabs him hard. Kevin grits his teeth in pain. He places two fingers on him and casts a spell. Kevin immediately faints. His arm hangs limp. Phew, it was close to being ruined. Sang-gu explains that since we are inside the Demon Tower, the weakened mental barrier of the gods is easily broken by the king's skill. He slowly stands up. Is this really the time to say such things? His face shows relief. Everything almost went wrong. Fortunately, with the water confinement, the messenger didn't recognize him. Sang-gu turns away and dodges. Meanwhile, Hugo continues moving forward without knowing anything. He apologizes, "It's my fault. I'm not used to ambushes like this." As New Yang gradually disappears, that person is actually the balance, Giselle Lawrence. Looking down at Kevin, what should be done with the poor holy Cirrus? Giselle is vigilant. Besides Li Jian and the messenger, he's the most dangerous target. Eliminate him, I'll handle the hiding part. He immediately pulls out a knife. Order. That guy stabs Kevin with it. A white screen instantly appears. It separates Kevin's face from the knife, and he is surprised. Auntie. On the screen, a message appears. So, an Artemis has created a protective barrier. He gritted his teeth as he struggled, the power surge pushing us, and the knife back. Giselle stood in the wind, glancing round. Damn it, that foolish god always spoiling the high priestess is here now. Nice to meet you, Artemis. Artemis appeared along with a message. Artemis manifested as a spirit. Due to the influence of the demon tower, Artemis' power has significantly diminished. She looked down at Giselle interrogatively. Libra, what are you going to do with my precious life? She spoke without hesitation, revealing everything. What else? I'm taking this opportunity to eliminate the annoying followers of Legion. It's easy to fake a death scene. She died fighting the monsters inside the demon tower. Artemis warned, don't cross the limit. Arcia, I can't stop you from acting recklessly due to my limitations, but I won't sit idly by as you trample on our faction's rights. Giselle teased, so why didn't you do that now and stop me? Of course, it's because the demon tower weakened a part of your power. Artemis was frustrated, but couldn't do anything, only gritting her teeth. You! Giselle pointed at her, reminding her not to cross the limit. Artemis, I forgave you when you refused to join this plan. But most of the mind gods have decided to eliminate Legion during this demon tower raid. Such interference will bring trouble. On her fingers hung a scale. I'm generous, so I'll give you one chance. I don't want unnecessary grudges with the mind gods if not necessary. She held it up, choosing between two options. Save Kevin and keep this secret forever, or fight me alone against all the other mind gods and the entire demon tower. Artemis was so angry she trembled, but finally had to yield. Alright, just don't touch Kevin. She only spoke up now after standing beside her for a while. We understand each other. Giselle stopped rummaging through her body. Good, very good, but just to be safe. In her hand appeared a key. I need assurance. Giselle placed it on Kevin's neck and red energy emerged. I'll implant a mental control skill into Kevin's mind. Artemis was shocked. When I saw it, she witnessed Giselle using her power, the ominous presence hidden behind the scale. Yes, that's right. Behind Giselle then appeared a sinister shadow smiling maliciously. Artemis concluded with, the power of the monarch. Diane seemed to be relieved upon hearing this. So you knew everything and still kept quiet? Kevin was surprised as well. What are you thinking by accepting such a thing? She just shook her head in silence. I'm sorry. There's nothing else I can do. A solo cell and cannot resist Libra, the monsters, and all the monarchs. But after Legion's revival, I believe we can escape that situation and have cooperated with everything we had. Kevin continued to blame her. The problem started because you followed someone in the demon tower. I'd rather die than sit idly by for survival. Artemis was moved almost to tears. To save my child, there's no other way. Diane began to reflect. Everything is clear now. The white-haired man meeting Sebastian must be Jean-Louis in disguise or set up by Libra. He looks at the key in his hand. The real issue is that Libra has used royal power. We've confirmed Libra is negotiating with monarchs, so it makes sense for her to use royal skills. But something still feels off. If so, the system displays info about the key. A mysterious key obtained by the Shadow faction and Libra after killing Jean-Louis. Jen's ears are full of Kevin and Artemis arguing. He can't take the virgin anymore. Why are you so indifferent, my disciple? This makes him incredibly upset. Jin speaks loudly, too noisy. Stay quiet. Kevin turns to scold him. How can you stay silent? Someone who knows everything stays quiet. He becomes even more frustrated. Yeah, that's right. I'm so angry. Artemis is unsure how to intervene in their argument. Finally, Vian decides. Despite this, you helped us against the monsters. As Kuwait Ingite said, you stood with us, consider it even, and no longer owe anything. Artemis hears this and is extremely happy. She clasps her hands together, asking again, really? Thank you, Legion. Meanwhile, Jin glances at Kevin, whose hair has turned white from being near Slim's light. What are you planning? He scratches his chin in thought. Kevin puts something in Jin's hand, who takes it. Legion curiously examines it. What is this? Kevin explains. The symbol of my power. It's a circular badge with a 4-pointed star in the center. Jin's eyes widen in surprise. Kevin smiles and calls him. Legion, I'm transferring all Vorgo faction authority to you. The system announces. Virgin Saint, Kevin Hazard, formally requests to join your Legion. Artemis is taken aback. What do you mean? Are you leaving the Virgin Sanctuary? Kevin calmly explains. I don't have that intention. I'm just settling a debt. He turns his head and seriously repeats. Thanks to Collegian, the Virgin Sanctuary is safe. I didn't even mention previous debts. Moreover, events in the Tower of Demons are kept secret. You understand my thoughts, but from my perspective, this can never be forgiven. You know as well. You're you, I'm me. No matter how Legion and you settled that debt, I'm simply repaying it in my own way. The soldiers listen silently. Even Artemis bites her lip without speaking. Kevin kneels on one knee. This is the only time I'll kneel. He shows his respect with utmost reverence. I, Kevin Hazard, Virgin Saint, on behalf of the Virgin, express gratitude to Sage for your assistance. From today, the Lady of History will transfer all her privileges to Sage Husband. I hereby declare that under Sage Husband's command, both holy temples will work together for development. Please accept our request, Legion. The soldiers behind him quietly watched Kevin. Then they bowed down following his lead. Finally, everyone knelt respectfully before Jin. Artemis was astonished to witness this scene. Jin couldn't refuse and sighed. Thank you, I will accept it. And what about you? Do you oppose his choice? New moon! Artemis closed her eyes in acceptance. There's no such thing. He was right. You are the last to kneel down. I will entrust the future of the Holy Temple to you, Jin. I hope you will take it seriously. System notification. The lady has joined under the command of Sage Temple. A snake symbol appeared behind Jin. All resources of the Lady of History will belong to Sage Husband. A great record was inscribed into Sage Husband's holy book, increasing his prestige and divine status. His face lit up with a smile at this announcement. The symbol stone in Jin's palm. He couldn't help but marvel. Turns out one holy temple can submit to another. Huh? On the second Sage Temple balcony of Ligun Tower, Jian held up the stone and examined it. The number of people burdened with tasks increased rapidly, soon overwhelming him. He let it shine under the sun. Wait a minute, if so, the symbol glowed brightly. Jian looked towards the sun. There's one more thing that can belong to me. He recognized it, but only smiled calmly. Seems like this was all for nothing. Yuha called from below. Uncle! Jin looked down and saw Yuha and Kali waving at him. He propped himself up to stand. Have you been waiting long? Jin's hands in his pockets. Today, we need to clear some pending tasks. First, let's perform the cleansing ceremony for Yuha. Hugo on another side was frowning. He started grumbling, damn it, you Legion bastard, saying follow me if you care about Sangji, helping seal the evil tower. What am I supposed to do now? The system notification for the evil tower. Forbidden entry until Sangji completes his training. Holy figures of Sage Temple. Hugo was still fuming. This is a holy authority. I can't interfere. He glanced at the system again. Wait, why not? I am a temporary sage of Sage Temple. Shouldn't I be allowed in? It clearly stated, OTECXU, forbidden entry, because only a permanent sage of Sage Temple is allowed. You will be permitted to enter. Hugo despairingly shouted, oh my god. Hugo closed his eyes in thought. This was indeed worth considering. Should he become a permanent sage of Sage Temple? No way, no matter what, I can't go back to being a follower trailing after Legion. A series of notifications appeared, urging him not to leave and asking if he wanted anything. The holy figures suggested repaying the interest on his house repairs. He could only helplessly complain. Come up with something more appealing. Apollo heard this and wanted to cry. Suddenly, a bright light appeared from afar, reaching towards the sky. Hugo looked startled in that direction. What's going on? The system notification appeared. Duna's baptism ceremony has started. If you knew that, run there quickly. Xion and Yuha can't do that. The system popped up again. The divine centaur held him back, telling him to wait until he answered. A hand appeared from nowhere, grabbing Google's collar. It kept repeating, the divine centaur holding him back, instructing him to answer before leaving. Even though his whole body was struggling, he still had to explain, not now. The hand didn't let go of Hugo. It held on tightly. The divine centaur said that being here and doing this is right. He tried to push forward and shouted, Yuha, wait a moment. I'll be there soon. On the other side, Yuha was slightly surprised by the traffic jam in front of her. A voice echoed, good job, almost got them all now. This time, decisively finish it off. She was hovering next to a giant python. Yuha's face showed surprise. What on earth is happening? Voices were heard in chaos around her. It's trying its last desperate struggle. Don't be afraid. Aim for the head. Immediately, Yuha saw the python hiss. Did this happen before? What we're seeing now is someone's memory, right? The python's eyes suddenly widened. Along with that, another person's dazed eyes appeared. Jin stood still, surrounded by loud cheers from the crowd. Hail all subjects of this land. Welcome the 13th Saint. Today, the 13th Saint has appeared. Let's send thunderous applause to the 13th Saint who just arrived. He didn't react. He was silent. Jin seemed to be holding onto a dead person's hand in his own. The mood of those present was still very enthusiastic. Long live the 13th Saint. Long live the 13th seat. Long live humanity. Yuha witnessed all this, looking younger than now. But clearly it was her speaking, cousin Jin. Then Yuha was startled to realize she was standing on Jin's palm. He looked at her with a smile. What is it? Back in reality, Jin asked Yuha, how do you feel? She happily held the arm placed over her head. Finally, we got it. The system notification appeared. EUH has completed the baptism ceremony. Same title. Diplomat X has been promoted to SS rank. He seemed a bit helpless. So then, can you let go now? EUH's hand trembled as she held Jin's wrist tightly. Huh? What did you say? She still closed her eyes in thought. Should we ask him about what we just saw? No, it's better not to ask. What should we do now? Just hold my hand a little more. Suddenly, someone jumped up from here, startling both of them. Hugo's eyes lit up. Hey, has the purification ceremony been completed? System notification. SAFU Tetsu's temporary saint activates the Divine Guardian skill. You see a message appearing above their heads. Legion SAFU's Holy Sword. Johnny Yuha, the judge. Xion looks at Hugo with satisfaction. It's late now. Little one, he clutches his hand tightly and says you like staying with him. Hugo kneels crying, wide-eyed as if realizing someone has stolen his daughter from him. Xion is speechless, advising to stop the jokes. It's time for decisions. You pause and ask, huh? What did I do? Speak up. So what are you going to do now? Still want to be a temporary saint forever? Hugo turns away, avoiding eye contact. I'm not ready yet. Xion seems slightly agitated. Oh, really? Then let's do this instead. He forms a scissor shape with his fingers. Come and fight me one-on-one. Hugo is terrified. What are you planning to do? Jin brings the scissors towards the chain above him. To cut off all ties, use the scissors to cleanly sever your fate. Hugo continues questioning. Hold on, what are you doing? But before he could act, something like a flame separates them. Jin pulls Yuha back to avoid the flame's range. He isn't angry but asks instead. Yet someone intruded and ruined everything. Anyway, it's nice to meet you. A voice comes from the flames. Calmly. The person has long golden hair with a sun face in the middle. He insists on me personally taking action. Turns out this is Apollo, the centaur's god, currently borrowing a saint's body. He angrily says, "Disaster of a god." On the corridor, someone rushes hurriedly. It's Kali, holding papers and writing frantically. Kali remembers Xion's smug face. "Did you want to become an official candidate? First, bring 500 pages of your autobiography here. Handwrite it yourself." Here, Kali starts sweating profusely. "I finished writing," she says. 500 pages. So tiring. But thinking about the future, she blushes excitedly. "Just with this, you can definitely become an official candidate. Then IUH will have to kneel and worship Kali as a mature person." She runs out happily, asking loudly, "Is Mr. Lee Goon here?" Kali shouts, "I've finished writing already." As she speaks, a flame suddenly engulfs the papers in her hand. On the other side, Dian looks disappointed as a fire breaks out before Lee, Jian, and Yuha. Dian shakes his head. "It was almost successful, but got ruined. Anyway, glad to meet you." Apollo appears amidst the flames. William judges too noisy. Neen looks annoyed. "Finally, we have to intervene." Apollo is displeased and curses. "What a wretched demon." Kali stares wide-eyed at this scene. Yuhua stood there, staring ahead. Then she turned around. She realized Kali had been standing there motionless for a while. Lowering her head, she watched the last pieces of paper turn to ash and drift away. Kali was about to rush to Apollo to give him a good beating. Xion looked at the object in his hand and said seriously, "When someone easily gives it to us, I start to doubt them. If there are any conditions, say them first, don't complain later." Only then did Apollo reveal his true intention, angrily grabbing Xion's collar and demanding him, "Now give back my servant." Xion muttered sarcastically, "I knew it." The golden-haired god cried out indignantly, "That Hugo is really over the top. Don't be a centaur of humanity. Your threshold for being a slave driver is even higher than that of your constellation." Apollo could feel Hugo Otis at 92% of his zodiac constellation's threshold, oscillating under constant invitations from the slave driver. Meanwhile, Jin's system recorded Oteksu, the slave driver, at 400%. Jin proudly replied, "All thanks to my character." Apollo was angry. "Character?" He pointed towards Jin and shouted loudly, "Including that Hugo and you too. Ligon, do you not remember the help I've given you?" Xion wondered, "What did I do?" The god cried indignantly. "Hey!" Apollo began recounting his deeds. "At first, you had difficulties gathering materials to create a holy artifact. Who provided them to you? Wasn't it me?" Back then, Apollo helped for the reason that, "As a token of gratitude for those in my mountain's fullness, remember to repay me later." Xion couldn't help but feel regret at these words. If not for the latter part, it would have been perfect. Apollo continued, 20 years ago, before you entered the Demon Tower, who warned of danger to you?" At that time, he whispered to Hugo about Ligel's peril, prompting Hugo to rush and report back. "Zion, you're dead tomorrow." But Zion simply replied straight away. Oh, this made Apollo feel indignant. "You pretended not to hear it." He questioned, "Are you casually commanding the saints of mine as if they were your own? When we fought against the balance, did I have any role? Didn't it grant divine seats to you?" Apollo shouted angrily, "I've returned all souls recorded in your covenant. I've done everything possible for you." Apollo rolled on the ground. "I did my part." Hugo inside raised an eyebrow. "Don't roll around on the ground with my body?" Xion thought to himself, "Does he turn like this when he goes crazy?" He pointed and shouted, "Did you get shot in the head?" "Can't sit still," Apollo continued ranting. "How can they think I could just sit still?" Black mused, considering their relationship was quite good. Before being imprisoned in the Demon Tower, during his desperate battles, he actually helped the most. Apollo cried out with loss. "Oh my god, look at this! That black disaster is repaying kindness with grievances." Zion was helpless. This seems a bit too much. Let's just talk it out then. Apollo continued whining without listening. If I knew things would turn out this way, 20 years ago, when those cursed saints plagued you, I should have added some weight to the mix as well. Just because I showed leniency towards you, I only cursed you with ugliness in front of Li Yi. Li was genuinely shocked. You stepped on me hard. Apollo's fake cry for help stopped. Legion was so angry his eyes turned red. Hey, you're close to the edge. Say it again. Apollo suddenly turned stone cold. Silence! Apollo, who used to fake cry for help, quickly stood up and brushed himself off. Apollo leaned against the rooftop wall. Using his handsome face with a sunny smile, he reached out his hand. I hope you can help me in the future. Li gulped. Legion grabbed Apollo's face and forced him to speak. Maybe it was a bit too much. A ray of divine judgment fell from the sky onto the rooftop. Yuha sighed. As expected, this is how it would turn out. Legion angrily said, I thought before that my body being crushed was due to overusing power without divine support. The one who cursed you, Apollo got a 5-finger tattoo on his face and silently dodged. Legion asked, is there anything else? Apollo weakly said, don't ask me directly in front of you. The other gods just weaken your life force and vitality. I only reduced your charm and changed your appearance with sunlight. Legion yelled, that's the problem. Fool. Terrible. This is an oracle's body. It can't be treated. Apollo tried to say, Li, well, my sister has been fair. All debts have been settled, right? Can I be like this now? Jian hit Apollo a few more times while talking. This can't be ignored. Apollo replied, I'll tell you something interesting. So, let's get to it. Apollo's eyes widened in shock. I really feel bad as an ineffective older brother who betrayed my sister. My sister cursed you with 24/7 surveillance. Every single movement of yours is being monitored. Xian was furious. All debts to the moonlight have been cancelled. You and he are both doomed. Apollo was scared. Damn it! I've betrayed my own sister. Why are you still like this? What a useless girl! At this moment, Artemis waved her hand and asked, who did you say? Kevin strongly condemned. Stop playing dirty. Diane passed down a piece of paper. Enough. Take this and write it out. Apollo looked at it curiously. What kind of paper is this? It's the oath to join the Constellation Society. Li Gun loudly threatened, if you don't want to die, sign it. Apollo was furious. You think I'm just some lowly subordinate? Apollo, master of the sun, what do you think we are in a partnership? He continued questioning. I've been helping you wholeheartedly because of pressure from the stronger faction among the gods. I can't go against the general trend for a little curse that you insisted on making me a subordinate over. Just as he finished his sentence, Xian forcefully interrupted Apollo at the top of the building. Two magical circles appeared, one of an orc and one of a human. Then a new constellation emerged. The Zodiac humans officially became subordinates to the constellation orcs. The 13th seat of the constellation orcs, the symbol of the orcs' power, appeared. The leader's throne of the 13 zodiac signs, powerful enough to erase both deities and divine realms. That's why in the eyes of other zodiac seats, this is an absolute seat that should not exist. Apollo with his large head said, got it, that's why most gods and spirits are wary. Still with a large head, but more serious, Apollo directly pointed out, they are terrified by the power you possess. Xian thought for a moment. Xian extended his hand with green flames. Although it's related to life and death or vitality, I didn't expect it would be that extreme. Apollo was surprised. That level of power, you use that to destroy Kerinos. He imagined a few people in full robes sitting around the zodiac seat. Apollo said that the zodiac seat is the holiest position, and all deities desire to seize it. If one of them resists, the consequences will soon follow. Xian questioned curiously, are you saying a war for control will break out? Apollo replied seriously, yes. Moreover, someone has shown the power to remove the ruling gods. In this silent atmosphere, Apollo continued, many beings will target your life or strength. Not only gods, but also disasters from unknown civilizations and lords will do so as well. The image of a black-cloaked figure with long hair and an eerie smile suddenly came to mind. It is the desire, the inguessable end of existence's thirst, Apollo said. The horsemen have become followers of SAFU. He has our backing. His stability is ours. SAFU, prepare yourself. A magnificent and strange building appeared. At the sacred land of Hawaii, a surprised person said, "Prepare," holding a blazing torch, wearing a three-holed shirt, hastily tying a piece of cloth around his waist. Ziandap, our enemy is our enemy. We must prepare thoroughly. Flames burst out, the iron kite bound by four chains. Zion softly said, "First," he wields a huge hammer as tall as himself. Looking at the battle before him, he starts to strengthen. With a calm face, Zion opened the control panel and checked the materials needed for strengthening. The Duke's kite contains the power of kings, which can weaken divine strength. We must adjust the necessary indices to control divine power. Zion stared at his weapon solemnly. He held the torch, the sun's flame bestowed by Apollo. Zion stepped onto the platform and tried the fire. The scene before him was breathtaking as flames erupted in waves, making him marvel. Ryan turned around, holding a torch, saying the fire is big enough now. Looking at Nanrishima's fangs, he said, "The bone material has hardened well too." Ryan muttered, "The remaining materials are almost ready." Suddenly, someone shouted from behind him, "King." A group of divine beasts approached. The god spoke, as instructed, "I have brought back the ancient saint's body quietly." Diane laughed loudly. "Good, good. Just in time. Bring it right away. You've worked hard." The deity smiled and said, "No problem." Suddenly, he realized something was different. Casino's body is contaminated by the Absol aura. It's not well suited for other materials, so adjustments are needed. Jin rubbed his chin in thought. Do we need to adjust this aura too? It will take a lot of effort now. He licked his lips and considered the purification process. This is the job for Capricorn's husband, to adjust the king's power and that of its offspring. Ordinary powers are not enough. I need the tears of a goddess. Jin thought about Capricorn's skill, the goddess tears. Besides liquefying everything, it is also a wonder that can purify all kinds of contamination and heal any illness. Wounds can only be obtained through Capricorn's power. Jin grinned widely. Then find her. I must ask Tetsu to look for the cursed item. This person is none other than Sophie. But Jin suddenly stopped. Ah, right. Tetsu, he went to the demon tower to find Sang. At this moment, in a building standing amidst the ruins around it, Hugo was walking with Larry Quinn. He said, "I had to beg for permission to come here." Yet they entered the ruins. Hugo muttered, "No one is here." He called out, "Zhongjae, where are you?" Larry also looked around. Hugo suddenly realized faint traces of SAFU's power. He thought to himself, Zhongjae must have fought here. What happened here? Larry raised his hand and activated the power. I will use my searching skill. Hearing this, Hugo was slightly startled, then seriously requested help. The next line would be, 61 he must ask Tetsu to find the cursed item. Unfortunately, before that punch could be delivered, something strange happened and Sang-ji froze in place. All of his opponents suddenly vanished for some reason. It took a few seconds before he finally managed to speak for words. Disappeared. Yeah. He thought everything was over at this point. Suddenly, a loud noise echoed from behind him. Sang-ji turned around in surprise and saw a floating monster laughing maniacally. After the laughter stopped, the monster asked, "What are you doing?" The subordinate standing below him, who was his opponent earlier, shouted, "Space." The mysterious godlike figure continued, addressing the titles of Power, Emperor of the Universe, Sword Arm General, and Iron Arm General. Don't tell me you're struggling against that brat. The titles he called out immediately responded, asking for forgiveness. Having encountered that snake servant, it seemed this mysterious figure was even stronger than those fighting Sang-ji. Realizing this, Sunj felt a chill down his spine. Who is he? The two couldn't move at all. Damn! His subordinates tried to explain, but the mysterious figure only focused on Sunj's snake servant identity. Oh! SAFU, so the power in that brat is exactly what the Emperor mentioned. As he spoke, he quickly moved right in front of Sunj. Hearing his comments, though weak, with his talent and connection to SAFU, he would grow very fast. Sunj felt his legs were stuck to the ground while his arms and hands went stiff. He could only stare and wonder how he got there. Realizing this was a threat, the mysterious figure declared that he would tear apart whoever grew up first. Is this the end of my life? Sunj stared wide-eyed as the light dimmed from the mysterious figure's shadow. Just when it seemed like his life was over, Namti appeared and stopped the mysterious figure in time. What? Hold on! Sunj and the mysterious figure turned to look. Namti stood in front of Sunj as if protecting him, demanding that the mysterious figure listen. Sunj was completely confused about what was happening. Huh? The mysterious figure asked, "Oh, you're Namti. Are you still alive?" Namti nodded seriously, and the atmosphere became eerily silent. After a few minutes of shock, the mysterious figure's subordinates started discussing that Namti was alive, having been reborn after the demon tower was restored. They didn't care about the questions being asked. Namti made no explanation, but directly proposed an idea. Is this important? In my opinion, we should make use of that brat in some way. No need for further questioning. According to me, let's figure out how to utilize him, without waiting for the other party to ask anything else. He pointed at Sunj and said more specifically, that brat is a subordinate of SAFU. It would be a waste to eliminate him. Don't you agree? Or we could use him as bait to lure the snake servant out. His words were reasonable, and the mysterious figure nodded in agreement. You mean using that brat as a hostage? If it can bring the snake servant into view, then I think that's not a bad idea. Namti continued. Furthermore, we have another extremely important hostage. Let's use him along with that brat as hostages. The mysterious figure agreed without hesitation this time. Alright, let's return to the hard battlefield. And they all went back to the next meeting of the hard battlefield. So now we have Sunj being held captive in this dark cave. After reliving this, you still don't know if you should be happy or sad. Indeed, it's thanks to Yang Yi's plot that I've managed to survive until now. Probably sensing that you were awake, Namti turned to check. Unexpectedly, he got a punch right in the face from Sunj. It was all because of him. He fell to the ground in pain. Sunj's anger didn't subside. Instead, he roared loudly. Why did you do this without consulting anyone? Namti was annoyed and rebutted. What? Wouldn't it have been better if you just died there? We need to buy some time. He stood up and continued, and if I let you die here, Li Jian would kill me. Hearing his idol Sunj, he stopped plowing the field and grumbled, have you made any plans? Namti replied bluntly, no. He was kicked a few more times by the angry horse. I know you're useless. Namti defended himself while still upset. Do you talk to your benefactor like that? Neither of them noticed Sophie crying alone nearby. The argument and the sobs were really giving everyone a headache. An unlucky guard nearby couldn't take it anymore and shouted loudly, you guys are making too much noise. Be quiet. When they heard him mention the Duke, all three realized and looked towards where the Galactic Duke was restraining his anger. He took a deep breath to calm down. The Galactic Duke said, why does Namti care about the insults from the hostage? I don't understand why. Since he came back, I no longer see any of his former grandeur. Namti looked a bit awkward and waved his hand. I get it, I'll be quiet now. Ding Ding thought Sophie Marie, the most composed here, had approached her and said, Sophie Marie, even though there are many things I want to say, in fact, I'm not Namti but a young VI in another body. If you keep crying, it will only get worse. I understand how you feel, but please try to hold back. But what he actually said was, why don't you stop crying for just a little bit? For someone like Sophie with a weak psyche at that moment, the only thought in her mind was, I'm going to die today. Because of this, she screamed with all her might, Hugo, save me. After her loud cry, numerous lightning bolts continuously struck the sky, and the sea began to churn violently. From that scream, a golden light suddenly appeared in the overcast sky, bringing an unexpected miracle Sophie never imagined. The sound and energy from this power made Namtisimums rush out of the door to see what was happening. When the light from above hit the ground and caused a massive explosion, the group noticed something. What's going on? As he rushed outside, he saw that the ground had been severely damaged, forming a large pit. There was no one around. The Galactic Duke immediately understood what happened. Damn those hostages. In the thick smoke, Sophie was trying to cough out the dust in her throat and didn't notice someone approaching. She heard a very familiar voice. Where's the horse? Father is here. Sophie was surprised when she looked up. Is that you? It's really Hugo. Hugo! Seeing her, Hugo was also surprised. Aquarius, are you here too? Before he could answer, Sophie suddenly hugged him tightly and called out happily, Hugo! As a man with a wife and two grown children, Hugo struggled to break free from the tight hug. He asked in fear, what's going on? What happened? What are you doing, Aquarius? Let me go. Sophie not only didn't pity Hugo, but was moved to tears. I know he'll come to save me. Finally, fate took a turn. Now, even Namtisimums couldn't resist going to help Hugo. Centaurs, do you really need to appear so grand? Who would have thought it was Namtisimums? Hugo shivered and exclaimed, Yahweh, are you still alive? But that's not important for Hugo right now. Anyway, do something with Aquarius, please. I think she went crazy from too much pressure. Why is she acting like this? Namtisimums replied straightforwardly, and why not? Then he emphasized that she had liked him all along. After that earth-shattering statement, the sea still roared and the earth kept spinning. Especially it was being streamed to a bunch of viewers. Yuha and Kali were no less terrified than Otis. The demons were talking excitedly. What's that? They said they liked each other. That's a confession, right? Maybe they're going to date soon. Especially the group of the Angry Universe was watching like it was a movie, munching popcorn and using old glasses. At this moment, in Jin's place, Sophie hugging shivering Hugo was clearly visible on the magic mirror. Of course, Namtisimums added that she likes you too. Jin was a bit stunned for a few seconds before he chuckled, losing his humanity. That's it. The Iron Duke turned to stone at the sound of her liking him. She likes him. She likes him. Even the sea had to surge with those words, echoing across the entire planet. Looking at Sophie clinging to Hugo in front of him, Yuha stiffened too. Jin was so shocked he couldn't close his mouth while people around were still gossiping. Weren't centaurs already married? That rumor, she said mechanically. Really? Hugo shouted loudly. Stop talking nonsense. Remember what Aquarius told you. Sophie's memory then revealed a sly plan, like losing all her children as if she lost her rich wife. Her eyes glinted like evil, continuing to say it was as good as being dead. A poor man with an unlucky family had no choice but to accept that, right? Namtisimums bluntly asked, isn't it better if you understand your identity as an immature person? Coming out of the memory, Hugo stood up, annoyed. I don't want to be misunderstood, so stop talking nonsense. Sophie tearfully said, if I didn't do that, he would never look at me again, fixated on that wretched John Gill. Placing a hand over her mouth, she hesitated and added, Sophie even expressed, every time his contemptuous gaze really told me. It's quite intriguing. Then she buried her face in thought, indulging in twisted thoughts. Hugo beside her shivered. Meanwhile, Jean excitedly said, come on, we're here anyway. Let's try a little flirtation. Find out where the tears of the goddess are from. Hugo angrily shouted, it's too noisy. He was being mocked by someone with thick skin who likes him. Hugo angrily said, shut up. Finally, Zeon stopped joking. He cursed, damn it, Texu is in trouble now. Then he roughly said, are you there today? Immediately Apollo appeared, puzzled. Xion ordered to enter the Texu and impersonate him for a bit, since that little one revealed where the goddess's tears are hidden. Apollo angrily asked, "What did you say?" He sternly questioned, "Even if the centaurs become your subordinates, how can you order me to do something like that?" Xion coldly replied, "Oh, really?" The system displayed a notification. Apollo of Aries has violated the immediate command execution terms. While wishing for punishment on the centaurs, Apollo immediately saved someone. His hair started falling out, and Xion grimaced as he spoke. "Look here, lady, listen carefully. Every time you fail to execute a command, your hair will fall out again." He added, "Once your hair is gone, it won't grow back unless I grant super regeneration or the tears of the goddess." Apollo was stunned and speechless. Jin continued with an implicit threat. "Do you understand?" Apollo fearfully listened intently. Sophie, her face flushed with excitement, looked at the man in front of her with blonde hair. Now in Hugo's form, Apollo smiled gently and said to Sophie, "Sophie, I am very happy to see you again." Hearing this, Sophie stiffened. Inside, Hugo was screaming, "What are you doing with my things?" "This is Gunyu's order," he helplessly thought. "I apologize." Despite his efforts, Apollo, "To destroy those disasters and save you, I need the tears of the goddess. Can you give me your tears?" Sophie listened intently to his words. She hesitated before answering. "It's a bit difficult now. The tears of the goddess are the power of the Aquarius constellation goddess. Because it's Gregson, contacting that god is not easy." Suddenly, someone from behind asked curiously, "Just find a way to call on that god, right?" Sophie confidently affirmed, "Yes." At this moment, she suddenly panicked and shouted loudly, "My grandson, Zine, appeared as an evil spirit." Sanjay was surprised. Uncle, the Iron Hat beside him, was equally shocked. "Li Goon." Another voice called out. The Blue Devil said loudly to SAFU's master. Finally, someone appeared. Sophie sat down and backed away in fear as she pointed at Jin and questioned, "Why are you here? Where is Hugo?" A voice called out. "Oh, Texu." Hugo froze with tears streaming down his face. Jiu's head drooped silently. Apollo comforted, "I brought him back." At the same time, the system notification appeared. The substitute damage absorption skill was used to swap positions between you and Otexu. Returning to Jin and Sophie, a voice caught their attention. "Oh, is that famous SAFU goddess?" The Blue Devil General stood high and spoke. "It's great to meet you." Jin silently observed him. The Blue Devil General began to speak. "The one who destroyed the evil tower, eliminated the red-eyed ones, removed the tower managers, even causing the goddess and the lord to be imprisoned, this person has appeared. Who is it really? I've been curious about this. Let me introduce myself. I am a subordinate general, serving under the Time Lord, the Space Formula Master." He didn't let him finish speaking and immediately interrupted Jin. One of the demon general's bodyguards instantly became alert. "What skill do you plan to use? Be careful with your formula, no one knows what he'll do." The demon general grunted softly. Suddenly, Sophie was hit in the face by a powerful punch. Jin didn't hesitate and punched Sophie's cheek, making her face contorted. Everyone around them couldn't help but stare in shock. One of Akma General's men shouted out, "What are you doing? SAFU, didn't you come here to save the Holy Maiden?" Jin replied straightforwardly, "I came to rescue her." He immediately turned vicious and fierce. "Data!" Another of Akma General's bodyguards continued shouting loudly, "This guy is truly insane. I've already said he's a person who can't speak normally." Akma General was equally surprised. Jin suddenly bellowed out an order, "Water, from the other side of space. We know someone is watching." He grabbed her face and questioned, "Just now you were still aligned with that stinky crab, peacefully landing on Earth, then talking about breaking zone. What's going on?" Sophie's eyes widened as she saw Jin continuously shouting, "Come out right away, or I'll pull you out myself." The demon general was terrified and exclaimed, "He's lost his mind. I've already sensed a bit of his madness, but to this extent truly unexpected." He shouted in indignation, "No matter what, as a god, how can he lack honor, dignity, and team spirit?" The Iron Duke looked at the deer and wondered, "It seems our roles and lines have been swapped." He helplessly replied, "This isn't the first time." The demon general quickly ordered, "Master, fighter jets, capture the hostage immediately. We can no longer negotiate with this scoundrel anymore." The bodyguards agreed in unison. "Order." The general loudly called for all forces to attack Lagun. Sophie panicked. "They're advancing towards us." She urged everyone, "Now's not the time for that Lagun. First, we must unite and stop them from attacking." Jin interrupted, "What are they in such a hurry about?" Then he turned to the side and said, "After I've extracted all the data from you, I'll send you back to the other side." Marty encouraged the enemy. "Come on, Disaster. Don't lose. Defeat this evil loner." She shouted with all her might, "I can give you strength." Suddenly, Jin's hand grabbed Marty's head. Sophie looked confusedly at Jin, who was smiling wickedly. His eyes glinted. "System report. Activate the 13th sense. Identified the flow of mana sent by Aquarius to Sophie Marie." Watching Sophie's frightened head shake as she shouted, Jin secretly enjoyed it. "That's right." System message appeared. "The power of death is targeting all resources being transferred by the gods." Recalling how his strength connected with the god circles, Zion thought, "If I could catch that resource flow like last time." Zion's transparent hand was still on Sophie's face. System notification. "You've broken through Holy Aquarius' mental barrier." Something in her body broke apart. A small light ball flickered. At this moment, Sophie gradually revealed the form of Holy Aquarius. Jin firmly pulled her out and shouted loudly, "Come out here quickly." Immediately, a misty stream flowed before the demon general's shock. The water swept away all the demons below. He exclaimed in amazement, "That is Holy Aquarius' throne." He looked at Jin gloatingly as he squeezed the person in front of him. The demon general was stunned. "Did you capture a god from the other side?" he asked with a low voice. "Do you think hiding and doing everything will work?" "Water! What now? You're exposed." "Holy water. The holy chalice." She clenched her teeth but didn't respond. Diane asked roughly, "Here. Water. I need the goddess's tears. And you won't give it up easily, right?" The holy water responded, "Of course. Why should I listen to you?" He ignored her words and turned to the demon general to negotiate. "Here. What's your name?" "Tulbeed, right? Anyway, I want to talk to him for a bit. Can we come back later?" He angrily spat out, "Ridiculous." The demon general looked at Jin with red eyes. He didn't take it lightly either. I get it. Today's matter can't be left for tomorrow, right? Fine, do as you please, destroy everything." The holy water Aquarius gritted his teeth silently in helplessness. From the French battle, a column of water rose up, waves surging and sinking countless orgives. Black Karen shouted, "Damn it, King, Earl, Iron Hat Count, if you're still alive, answer me." The person that guy was worried about being swept away by the flood had eaten a coconut nearby. "What do you want from me? I'm almost done." Black Karen couldn't say anything as he looked at the Iron Hat Count. "What are you doing?" The Count glared at the seemingly mentally challenged servant. "Blind. Can't see that I'm trying to avoid the flood." The servant was so angry it shook. "Don't tell me your tail isn't visible? Why not help us instead of acting like a fool?" He replied with a deadpan response. "This is something I can do." The servant's face turned pale after hearing this. The one swept away by the water still managed to curse, "Bastard." Sandy sighed and felt as if he was watching a fly being flushed down the toilet. The Iron Hat Count advised, "Let's just stick together for now." He looked at the tall column of water. "It should be fine over there." Sandy also looked worried. "Fat guy. Still can't believe Jin right." Well, Jin was looking for him. He was choking someone else. The Count was secretly worried, but for the sake of the god. Could it be that he kidnapped a god from another world? Jin smiled maliciously. "Do you think hiding well and doing some minor stuff is enough to escape?" "Water. Hide your head and tail." The one struggling like a fish is the holy water Aquarius. The chalice of holy water. Jin got straight to the point. "Here, water, I need the goddess's tears." "I know you won't give it up easily, right?" The holy water glared. "Of course, who do you think you are?" Jin was about to ask more, but remembered someone and left. So, you're some reservoir or something, right? Never mind, I want to talk privately for a bit. Go somewhere else. The king felt like he was being treated as a guest at his own home. Ridiculous. The count didn't say much. He prepared to attack. Zion's body trembled with excitement. I know! Got it! Today's work should not be postponed to tomorrow. Agreed. If you like, just destroy everything in one go. Specifically, I want him to sell salt with the two of them once and for all. As he said, his hand on the sacred bowl increased its force. Suddenly, a black hole cut across his arm. System notification. Your right arm is injured. Activate super regeneration skill. Zion looked at that name without hesitation and praised him. That's quite an interesting technique. Toolbox. A duke offended feels like a caged bird escaping. I am the spatial duke. Just as Jin released the sacred bull, he sensed something and said he wouldn't get caught in that exchange. It quickly activated the bottle protection skill, creating numerous water columns to sweep people away. The duke was surprised when the sacred bull disappeared. Jin just nodded calmly, saying it seemed like a good bath today. Suddenly, a high water column hit them both. The duke opened up a black hole, daring to do so in a mere water reservoir. He then opened a space where even the water had to dodge. Jin nodded and praised that spatial ability as the duke arrogantly said, indeed, it's a gift from the Time Monarch. Just then, he was startled by a lizard clinging to Jin's glass. Diane secretly evaluated, it seems you're wielding spatial power stolen from the Time Monarch. Being able to bend space at will for a life fruit is quite impressive. The duke happily accepted the praise and thanked him. Do you regret that such precious ability belongs to an ex-king? Jin smiled knowingly. Possessing it as a mere mortal must be quite a privilege. You're looking at your subordinates like that, monarchs? Clearly, you gave me the power. The duke was embarrassed and bitter, holding his tongue, damn immortal scoundrel. He then made a hole in Jin's body. At the same time, the sea pulled Jin away. Water formed a ball around Jin. He didn't resist, suddenly having free armor and paying for it. That duke was furious at his good plans being ruined. Hell no, don't steal my prey. Holy tears of the sacred bull. Even heaven can't make me do anything. This disaster dared to speak to the holy ones like this. I'll let it slide this time. Now I must cleanse this god of disasters. He looked straight at Jin. Lie Jin, you want the tears of goddess you. Suddenly, two streams of water like needles shot to Jin's chest. He laughed with delight. Take as much as you want. System notification. The holy tears of the sacred bull activated the goddess tears skill. Dion confidently said, if you can receive it, the system will update information. The goddess tears cleanse Legion's bloodline. In just a few seconds after the goddess tears touched him, his body turned into foam. System notification. The goddess tears liquefied Legion's corpse. Responding to the unusual condition, super regeneration skill was activated. The conflict between the goddess tears and super regeneration. Xion thought it was a useful system despite his disintegration, still smiling brightly. Chen Saint declared, I will dissolve you into water and spread across the ocean. He laughed mockingly at the water made from Xion. I did it! I defeated Li Xion, but he couldn't laugh for long before another hole was drilled in him. The formula to suck Chen Saint into the black hole. Chen Saint didn't expect to be ambushed. Damn it, I was too careless. The Duke sneered, now the great holy god's form looks truly ridiculous. The sacred bull shouted, Duke, you're not getting old. He muttered as water splashed on his face. Is Legion turned into water because of this? The Duke looks quite disappointed. Unbelievable. This is supposed to be the Starlight Saint opposing us, right? Water suddenly rises from afar. Then more layers of water converge in one direction. The Duke watches as the Holy Chalice struggles to break free. It's useless, Holy Chalice. As Han said, no matter what, I'll get someone up for the king. Didn't you kill Li Jian? Chen Saint shouts, no way. The formula cares not about your agreement. It just marvels. Today is a great day. Soon, I will also rise to the ranks of the king. Suddenly, a hand lands on Han's shoulder. Jian gives a hello guys smile. Hey, who said I was dead? System notification, activating super regeneration skill to restore the melted body. Zeon punches towards the Duke's name. Continue what you're doing for now. Tool screw. The Duke is astonished. Even when liquefied, can the body still be restored? Just as his fist approaches his face, he reads a note. Distort space. A black hole immediately blocks him from the Duke. System notification, activating Death's divine power. Rip apart the Duke's spatial powers. Zeon punches through space like hitting air, smashing the Duke's face with a robotic expression now completely frozen. The Duke has no idea why this happened. He recalls some past memory. The king on high says, "Congratulations, Duke. Finally, you have achieved spatial mastery. If you continue like this, you might even aim for the king's position." Han kneels with one foot and thanks the king profusely, since the Duke sincerely expressed it. But now I am very satisfied living under the king's sword. Next time, I will cut off that arrogant Starlight Saint's head and get it for the king. The king is speechless upon hearing this name. Finally, he kindly reminds you to stop, but the Duke still doesn't understand anything. Yes, as the king said with certainty, you can't win against him. Just waking up, the Duke sees physical effects from Jin. Jin pulls out his energy core, causing the Duke to shudder in pain. Didn't I say so? Look at what's still beating on your hand. That power is wasted. Then he looks at it as it slowly surrounds him. I'll take it away. Chen Saint watches helplessly as the Duke is forced to take the distant magical core. He goes mad with fear and anger, water surrounding him quickly. I must leave here. Then he rises like a vortex from the rippling water, returning to the divine realm. From above, he sees the iron-helmeted man and is taken aback. That's... Chen Saint immediately recognizes the girl in his arms, Sophie Marie. The Starlight Saint grits his teeth and decides that if she's here, I'll be captured by Legion again. I must sever the Thane contract. System notification, cancellation of the Thane contract with Sophie Marty. The influence of the Aquarius Cathedral over Earth has vanished. Immediately rushing off, it's done now, just need to go to the divine realm. In this pure water, the Aquarius sanctuary in the divine realm is visible. The Aquarians are peacefully taking water when a loud cry cuts through space. The holy chalice flies out of control and screams. Everyone backs away. Panicked by this, he dives into the water, Saint rushing down with him. After a great splash, he rushes straight towards the door. Following that, he enters the city. Line 60 completed. The soldier behind looks worried. Is the Saint all right? What's making you rush like this? The tired Saint replies, I'm fine. Quickly close the door. Seeing his attendant mend the door tightly, he sighs in relief. Now we can relax. Chen Saint smirks. Li Jian won't be able to enter here. I'm thirsty. Bring some water over. A hand of gold suddenly pulls out a cup, offering it in front of him. Chen Saint doesn't pay attention and replies, hurry up. Thanks. Who would have thought that Li Jian's original Sigma face would appear through the wall hole? Brother, making him flinch is a big deal. Watching Jin effortlessly break through the wall, Chen Saint helplessly shouts out loud, Jin, no way! How could you enter here? This is heaven, and it's my holy land too. I've already broken all pacts with Sophie. But Song the Saint asks in surprise, Li Jian, did you absorb the Duke of Space's power completely? He smirks and confidently replies, exactly. The soldiers immediately surround him. Who is this Li Jian? Why is the god of disaster here? Li Jian opens a swirling space circle in his hand. This isn't the right place to have a private talk. Then he enlarges the vortex, capturing Chen Saint inside. Helpless, he shouts from within, you fools, don't just stand there and watch. Do something. He mocks, how can you expect your subordinates to do what you can't? Seeing the situation worsening, he turns to negotiate. Hold on, let's make a deal. Don't you need the tears of the goddess? From now on, I'll give you as much as you want. Vine suddenly strikes with chaotic electricity and laughs. No, not necessary. I have my own way. For now, I only need the goddess's tears to strengthen the punishment of heaven. He opens his cunning eyes, Speaking softly, just a little from the saint's holy vessel should be enough. The saint feels like stepping on a mine and can't help but curse. Damn it! Immediately, Xion opens a magic circle to continuously draw him in. Chen Saint struggles, pleading, "Hold on, Li Xion. After all, you'll need the power of the vessel eventually, right? You'll continue fighting disasters, healing, buffing, purifying. There's nothing you won't need." The more he struggles, the more he shouts, "I am the embodiment of the Holy Chalice. Without me, you can only use the chalice to access the vessel's power. For my current position, the vessel of honor. My true body, the Holy Chalice, is hidden beneath that vast galaxy. If I die, you won't be able to find the location of the Holy Chalice either." Jin interrupts, "Are you 5 sisters?" His eyes widen in shock as he looks at him. "What?" Xion recalls, "Oh right, those gods under your vessel's command that you sold to heaven before." Xion grins, "They told me how you abandoned them like bugs and where the Holy Chalice is and how to use it." The 5 daughters of Asalpios look angrily up. They are now prisoners of SAFU, Zion Mayamai. They should be taking better care of their family. Zion goes insane, pounding him like a ball. The Holy Chalice shouts in anger, "Damn you, system alert." Combining the power of the carp and space, activate SSS Space Lord skill, pushing the chalice to its limits. His body gradually crumbles under pressure. System warning, unable to withstand any more stress. He helplessly grinds. The confused guy asks, "How? But he actually survived a miracle. Didn't Mom say anything?" Jiwoo over there scrutinized the twin fish tattoo, making her turn away in disgust. Hugo helplessly says, "Don't ask anymore. That was the most serious danger we've ever faced in our lives." But he still wonders, "Where's Jiwon?" Sange ponders, "It seems the Aquarius Saint fled just now. Did he follow too? Don't tell me he followed all the way to the divine realm." Sophie hears and clutches her head in shock. "Impossible." The Iron Duke wonders at her agitated, gritting teeth expression. "Why are you surprised? Why are you so shocked? What's still bothering Li Jian?" He whispers to her, if she's hiding something that will get her scolded by Li Jian, now is the time to come clean. Maybe he'll just give her 50 slaps and 50 backhand smacks. Sophie scrubs her head in distress. "Impossible. If I say anything," her helpless eyes widen seriously, "it's not a slap or a backhand. She'll really die." From her perspective, this is all about Kali who just arrived here. Sophie Gothet, "Why must my life be so hard?" Suddenly, a bright star in the Milky Way galaxy starts glowing. Approaching here is the Aquarius territory under the divine realm of the Milky Way, where chaotic water waves rage. Jin and Lasso have arrived at this place. He says, "Hey, bacterial water. What you said was that?" She hesitates to answer. "Yes." His eyes gleam as he sighs. "Water die." System notification. Activate the God's Eye skill. In front of Jin, strange black figures form from the water. He marvels, always accompanied by radioactive waste. That's why Jinmai made these using data stolen from the Demon Tower, as the newly created water soldiers bear his face. System explanation. Water soldiers copied Legion, combining Aquarius mirror copy skill with data from the Demon Tower to create these copied water soldiers. The 4 shadow clones appear simultaneously, rushing forward quickly, breaking through the silent space around them. A green and blue beam blinds everyone. The black layer covering it starts cracking. A loud explosion rings out. Zion glides past the thing he just punched down. His eyes gleam with light. His emotionless face defies the surrounding black energy. He looks over, mocks, "Seems like you've put your heart into making this, but in the end, it's just a poor imitation of Xion shouting at the entity guarding a large gate trying to attack him right before. His eyes! Such lowly beings dare to block my path. Do you think you can?" He steps on the black liquid, disdainfully says, Scram. As he speaks, Zion's kick is so powerful it sends it flying far, breaking through and shattering the white stone pillars. Chunks of ice scatter everywhere. With his hands in his pockets, Zion warns, "You should know who you're dealing with." Jin confirms to Lasso that they've handled the copies. She exclaims happily, "Great!" He asks, "Is it here? The place for the Holy Chalice?" Lasso points towards the front. Confirmation. An eviction notice will be issued next week for those who illegally intruded. The space turned red. Strands appeared from an unknown door and surrounded his body. She screamed in fear when she saw it. Lee Jian subtly glanced at a mysterious figure wearing a mask behind him. He said, entering the divine realm without permission, "From now on, we will proceed with the eviction procedure." That night, he continued to warn with his finger. For details, please refer to the warning sent to you. Hearing this, he wondered, what kind of notice? Yes, the space manager detected an unauthorized intrusion into the divine realm. We deeply regret the unauthorized entry into the Great Zodiac's space, according to regulations. During the eviction process, the space manager has the authority to operate even in the holy grounds of Lasso, Bengal, and others. The space manager is intervening. He continued, "From now on, upon reading this warning notice, we will carry out a compulsory eviction procedure at your level. The place of expulsion is the gap between dimensions called the Divine Realm Gap. No complaints about this will be accepted." Diane began to challenge back. "I've read it all. So you want to kick me out of the Divine Realm?" The mysterious figure agreed. "Yes, I'll start the eviction immediately." He immediately resisted with force. "Do you think you can handle it? I see I'm quite large, and I have a lot of luggage to carry. Is the spatial rift big enough to contain me? Anyway, I'm about to leave the divine realm soon. I'll open the exit." Just as he was about to grab something, he crushed the space in front of him. A large spatial ripple appeared. The tide figure suddenly appeared. The robes had vanished. The other two were dumbfounded. They couldn't believe what they saw. A large vortex caused the space to change. Jin stood there. He smiled, satisfied. Look how spacious it is. Easy to come and go. He was extremely surprised by this power. Impossible. Could this be the way you came here? As he finished his sentence, Jin grabbed the head of one of them. Respond. Correct. Whoever answers correctly will receive a reward and possibly be exploited by Legion. Looking at the demonic face in front of him, he was terrified. What? He continued to exert force. Even though we said we would leave right away, there are still some things to do. Can you help me enter and exit at any time? Ignoring the others' protests, Jin called Lasso. Hey, you're surprised. Yes. He grabbed a water droplet-shaped gemstone. Jin handed the gem to Lasso, who took it. The system appeared, revealing the core of the Holy Chalice's owner in a space containing countless stars, and the entrance to the Divine Realm's constellation treasury. Some are panicking. What's happening? The presence of the Holy Chalice has faded. The two girls look worried. Why did it end up like this? What do we do now? Everyone calm down. Then a screen appears. The four gods are arguing with each other. That monster, the source of disaster, even deceiving in heaven's realm. Hold on, don't judge too quickly. Are these really the legion that came to heaven? Enough already. I said bring the Holy Chalice here. The two girls are flustered, unsure what to do. The brown-haired girl stammers. When is Lee Jian coming back? The girl in the church hat cries. What should we do now? Suddenly, someone's footsteps and voice catch everyone's attention. What's all this ruckus about? All four of them are surprised. That voice is Lee Jian's. Then their faces turn dark. They ask urgently, "Behind you, what is it?" Can't hold back anymore. You're causing trouble again, right? Lee Jian. He calmly replies. On the platform there. That's right. They become even more angry. Finally, what does the spatial manager do that this guy can wreak havoc here freely? Hearing his name mentioned, the manager jumped. Not stopping there, two of them continued to scream. He annihilated the deities right in the heavens. The troublemaker is really too much. An old man pointed accusingly. Emergency situation. We need to enter the Holy Palace to eliminate him. Mobilize all of the Holy Temple's army. The masked girl chimed in. Crazy guy. Annihilate the Holy Bottle deity, who specializes in healing and recovery. Moreover, he even planned to steal the Holy Cup too. You will pay a heavy price for destroying the Holy Bottle. The two girls were also worried. Lord Lyjan, what should we do? With that concern, Jin calmly replied, what are you rambling about? Why say there's no Holy Bottle deity? She trembled even more. On the other side, the two gods were even angrier. It is he who is rambling. You can relax and show your hands. Allow me to introduce myself. The new Holy Bottle deity, Disinfectant Water. La Exo appeared, posing in a hip-hop style, smiling cheerfully. Hello everyone, I am Disinfectant Water. A sign appeared. Previously the deity under the Holy Palace. Current prisoner of the Scorpion Palace. Holy deity of the Holy Palace. Lazo, the Disinfectant Water. Immediately, all four gods' faces froze simultaneously. They stared intently at the one just introduced as the new Holy Bottle deity. The system displayed a notification. Disinfectant has caused severe damage to the honor of the constellation of the Holy Bottle through a brainless self-introduction. How will Disinfectant and the constellation of the Holy Bottle overcome this crisis? Lazo shyly covered those words. Don't say that. She pointed at Legion and condemned him. Lord Legion made me say so. The purple-haired god looked shocked. That crazy guy. Not only did he annihilate the deity, but now he's... The nearby old god was also doubtful. Could this be true? Apollo frowned worriedly and asked. Creating a new deity is a serious matter. That kid, Disinfectant, does he have the qualifications to become a deity? Artemis agreed. You're right, without power, it's hard for other gods to recognize him. Legion confidently replied without hesitation. So strength is very important. Legion placed the Holy Cup on the ground, its weight causing a tremor in space. Right, you still have your honor. How could you just stand by and watch an ordinary person be made into a deity? He turned to Lasso, Disinfectant Water, showing them what she can do. Lasso was worried but answered immediately. Yes, she quickly circulated her chi. The power of the lasso began to draw up a surging water force from within the Holy Cup. Lasso spread his hands out. The water force from the Holy Cup continued to strengthen. Moreover, it emitted an ethereal light, illuminating the surrounding space. Suddenly, the water force became stronger. It turned into a large column of water shooting up high. Water continuously flowed out of the Holy Cup, creating a magnificent spectacle. Seeing the towering water column, the divine beings noticed the sparkling droplets falling down. Impossible, sacred water, that's the tears of the goddess. The old deity looked at the scene with some trepidation. Not just the power of the Holy Cup, but someone else slightly enhanced its ability. On the opposite side, Apollo and Artemis were also gaping at the tears created by Lasso. Suddenly, they noticed something different. Apollo laughed widely. Sure enough, it worked. Legion was pleased with Lasso's focus on creating sacred water, thinking well done. It seems not supporting her when she already possessed outstanding abilities and then inherited the Holy Cup's power is like a tiger growing wings. Recalling that time, he called out to her, and a septic, Lazo startledly responded. Yes, Legion presented a glowing blue gemstone. This is the core of the Holy Cup's master. Legion smiled at her. Take it. He continued speaking. Take it and swallow it. From now on, you will be the goddess of Aquarius constellation. Lazo was shocked by this news. Huh? She panicked, her hands trembling. I can't do it. How could that be possible? Legion encouraged her. You can do it, although it will take time. But the power from this core will gradually merge with you. He continued, currently, the Aquarius constellation has no master. Without stability, things will become even more chaotic inside and out. You becoming a goddess isn't better? Lasso was still hesitant after hearing this. Can I really do it? Legion showed her the core of the Holy Cup again. Don't worry, you can handle the rest. Returning to the present, Lasso smiled confidently. In her mind, she heard Legion's reminder. She just needed to clearly show her abilities to other gods. Drenched in sacred water, Lasso's expression was resolute. I can not only utilize the power of the Holy Cup, but also execute all the powers used by previous deities. Although lacking experience as a goddess, she believed she had the qualifications to represent Aquarius constellation. The two girls watched this scene with admiring eyes. She's amazing. Her power has always been like that? Apollo now seemed to be burning with determination. I will definitely support you. Artemis was left speechless by his warmth. I agree with you too. This person's abilities are indeed reliable. Kimgi shouted, really? Those lackeys of the goddess were also showing dissatisfaction. I acknowledge that she has talent, but we can't let her decide to make herself a goddess. Legion gestured for Lasso with antiseptic. You're done now. I'll settle things in Aquarius constellation. Looking at the people below, he asked them if they had gathered all members of the Aquarius constellation here. Everyone is not. The people below cheer and agree. Kim, who received this with opposition. Someone is pushing things too hard. Legion directly questioned the two, having already confirmed their talent and gained internal agreement. So what else are you talking about? Yet still stubbornly opposing it, his face turned cold. Do you want another fight just because I don't say anything? Kim and V secretly thought that people knew we couldn't use our power in other constellations areas recklessly, which is why they spoke so loudly. Ms. Nu Yen Rang spoke up, at least without confirming the agreement or disagreement of other saints. It can't be recognized. Legion laughed, meaning if a majority decides, will you accept? At this moment, the system displayed a notification. The Scorpio constellation's guardian had declared their approval. Other notifications followed, with the Taurus and Capricorn constellations' guardians declaring opposition. They can't agree to someone suddenly becoming a saint like this. Legion concluded. 1 in favor, 2 against. The final result was 4 in favor, 4 against. Legion rubbed his temples in thought. If we count all the approvals and oppositions here, then the result is a tie of 4. 4. He gritted his teeth. His eyes were determined, calculating mentally, thinking about the position of disinfectant among the gods. It would be the clearest way to win, as they decided. At this moment, Kim Yuen opened his mouth and laughed loudly. Legion, are you thinking so hard? He wasn't being polite but pointed directly at him. What can we do? Even counting you, the result is still a tie. Kim Yuan continued to mock. What about the other saints? Will they vote in favor of you? Legion gritted his teeth, silently enduring. HMPF. I want to overthrow them, but have to wait for that fool to come. At this moment, a voice from behind sounded, accompanied by formidable power being unleashed. The audacity is truly great. Everyone was surprised. Apollo was stunned. Legion smiled devilishly. He must have fallen asleep again, secretly happy in his heart. My bodyguard. Legion loudly called out. Narasimha. Narasimha sternly urged. No time to waste. Immediately prepare for a rematch. Kimyu opposed. This isn't the right time. Narasimha asked back. What did you say? The Capricorn god also condemned. We're choosing a new saint of Aquarius. Narasimha ignored them and roared loudly. What to worry about? I'll fight that Legion guy. Go ahead, make the new Aquarian saint. Kim and V's blood boiled. What is this monster afraid of? Narasimha stared directly at Legion, who was gloating in front of him. If you vote for it, I'll fight with you. Legion wasn't scared. And there's also the water from Aquarius. Pure water. That makes it even more interesting. Narasimha opened his mouth wide and roared loudly. I approve. The lion's roar echoed so loudly that everything round shook. The ground cracked. Kim Envy clutched her ears tightly, gritting her teeth in pain. That foolish fool. She silently calculated in her head. We need one more vote. The fish god ordered. Contact the Pisces saint. Try again for the 23rd time. Aquarius, you better get in touch quickly. The system displays a notification. We can't contact this customer. Leave a message and we'll reply later. When the golden fish god saw that, he was furious. That name won't help at all. The system continues to display another notification voting for the Aquarius Holy Water candidate, totaling 12 gods, with 10 participating. Except those who participated, there were 9 in total, 8 against for opposing, 3 abstaining, 1 destroyed, and 1 missing. 1 vote ended without participation. With the support from other constellations except from SAFU, the Holy Water Aquarius became the new Aquarius Holy God, known as Aquarius Holy Water. Lasso was so happy he jumped around. I did it! Both of Asclepio's daughters were extremely pleased for her. Congratulations! Apollo still had a strained expression on his face. He clapped enthusiastically to praise Lasso. Artemis, who was standing nearby, also couldn't help but be speechless and remind them. Relax! The holy god of Trump Kim Guo appeared. Lion, what are you doing? Another holy god cursed. Foolish name! You couldn't do it but disrupted things. Purple Hair didn't hold back in criticism. Foolish! The blue-haired god kept pointing at him. How do you plan to handle this? Narasimha pushed them away impatiently. It's too noisy. Don't obstruct me. Get out of my way. He stomped his foot on the floor, confronting Lijin. Narasimha excitedly stretched his arms and laughed. Haha, are you still keeping your promise? Lijin calmly replied, of course, I always keep my promises. Narasimha pretended to be surprised. This time, I will definitely repay the debt from last time. Just then, a notification appeared, shocking him. The notification came from the Spatial Management Office, instructing them to enforce the eviction of those who illegally intruded into the divine realm. Legion quickly jumped into the blazing red hole in the system with a mocking expression. Eviction, huh? Another notification appeared, shocking Narasimha even more. Successfully evicted those who illegally entered the divine realm. He turned pale and looked at the system personnel. He was trembling. Evict! The system personnel trembled harder with each word. Narasimha turned to look at the other gods. They quickly realized their mistake and hurriedly averted their gaze, avoiding his eyes. Finally, Narasimha officially lost his temper. He grabbed one of the system personnel and swung him in the air as if venting his anger. The others ran away in fear. Cut to a Pacific island that used to be a break zone for humans. Hugo Otters was building a fire while pondering, when would Legion return? He frowned worriedly. He's making everyone worry about bringing him back home. John Sandy wondered, what will happen to him? Hugo remained anxious. I'm worried about what he'll do next. Sophie had a different thought. Please don't come back. Why am I suffering so much for this? She recalled her image with foam coming out of her mouth, dizzy and confused. Sophie silently cursed Lee Giorno's name. She pitied her past circumstances. He keeps blaming me all the time. Why would a saint act like this? Suddenly, Sophie had an epiphany. Hold on. I'm no longer going to be a saint. She shouted loudly, waking up Jiyu, who also sat up from his sleep. I've made my decision. Sophie got excited and stood up. She was full of energy as she shouted loudly. Now that our powers are gone, we won't be saviors anymore. From now on, we'll just live in normal life. So he won't bother us anymore. Sophie continued to cheer. I won't have this burden anymore. Let go of everything. Lighter group, Sangji was speechless. Do you really need me to wake her up? Hugo responded helplessly, no need. The more Sophie spoke, the happier she felt, bidding farewell to Li Jian and the disaster. At this moment, the system displayed a message that stunned her. With support from for holy temples and SAFU, the detoxification potion and lower-level SAFU had become the new constellation saint. The constellation detoxification saint appointed Sophie Marty as a saint. The constellation detoxification saint swore allegiance to Li Jian. The constellation temple became subordinate to the SAFU. Then a series of messages flooded in. Where are you running off to? Where are you running off to? Where are you running off to? The other three looked at Sophie as she fainted and fell to the ground without surprise. She fainted. They knelt down, looking surprised. Kali observed the scene and concluded. She wet herself. John heard this and Zekes. After that, Legion's nickname for Sophie changed from Bug to Wet Pants. Sophie hated Legion even more now.